This chubby dude is Sangu, a guy who is chill about everything in life. Why bother eating, sleeping, and all that when you can be gaming, partying, dating, and traveling? He wished he had two bodies to do his bidding, and guess what? His wish came true. Now, he is living in a world full of hunters, each with crazy unique abilities to unlock powers. You gotta join the Awakening program run by the government. You step through a mysterious gate to kickstart your abilities' growth. Our guy Sangu, always nosy, queues up for the gate. Once he steps through, boom, he gains the power to clone himself. Right now, he is level 1. That means he can create one clone that is a perfect copy of himself by using his energy. The max number of clones depends on your level. The original and clone are linked. The max clones right now is 1, and it takes 24 hours to recharge. Sangu follows the manual, closes his eyes, imagines hard, and bam, he successfully creates an identical clone. He stares at the naked chubby clone in front of him, awkwardly asking, "Hey, clone, can I touch you?" The clone does not react but obediently calls him master. Sangu suddenly feels weird and nervous, scared as hell. Then he mentally snaps himself back to reality and starts poking his clone. He marvels. This is a real body made of flesh and bones, not some illusion. Then he eyes the clone's junk and tells him, "Put some clothes on first." After dressing him up, the two stand face to face. Sangu thinks, "Sit down," and the clone immediately obeys. Sangu is amazed, no need to say a word, and the clone listens. Then he thinks, "Stand up," and the clone does it again. He orders it to repeat, and after a few sit-stand cycles, the clone is panting like a buffalo. Looks like his stamina matches his own. After the workout, a notification pops up. Sangu's stamina has increased by 0.001. At the park, Sangu's clone is sprinting like mad, running dozens of laps every day, then collapsing on a bench, gasping for air. A kind old lady offers him water, but the clone waves her off without a care and keeps running. She sighs. Is this guy some kind of weirdo? Sangu steps on the scale. He weighs 78.4 kg now. Lately, he has been starving and eating twice as much, yet he has still dropped 20 kilos this month. He is losing weight without even trying. And somehow, he has gotten a bit taller too. His system stats pop up again. His endurance and reflexes have ticked up a notch. Sitting back down, Sangu starts to notice some things about his clone. First off, he does not feel any pain or exhaustion. The clones take that hit for him. Second, clones disappear only if they get seriously injured or drain all their energy. Third, whenever his body changes, the clone instantly copies his new appearance. Fourth, even from afar, he can command the clone just by thinking it. And finally, clones can create clones themselves. Sangu hits up the Hunter Wiki to dig up more info. Level 1 data is the cap for an unawakened adult, split into normal and special stats. Most awakened folks have a mix of normal stats like stamina, recovery, resistance, strength, intelligence, and a few special stats, locked until unlocked. These special stats are a mystery. No one knows how to unlock them except exceptions. Ordinary training barely bumps stats by even 0.001 daily. Sangu studies his stats. His total boost is already 0.39. Thanks to clones grinding nonstop and following every order to the letter, they push themselves to the limit constantly, making his stats shoot up fast. He wonders if joining the grind would boost his stats faster, but there is no way. He is signing up for brutal workouts. Suddenly, he spots a gym flyer and gets a brilliant idea. Checking the registration fee, he realizes his account balance won't cover it. He sighs lately. He has been blowing more cash on food. Maybe he needs a side gig. His current job nearby is not going too well. Sangu clacks on his keyboard, planning to take up construction work. Good exercise and some extra cash. You skip through a bunch of tasks. At first, you have to do the work yourself because clones can't handle stuff you have never experienced. You pause at the delivery job listing and instruct your phone to call the recruiter. The phone rings a bit before someone picks up. You ask about the job, and they say no interview necessary. You can just start working. They ask when you can begin. Sangu says tomorrow, but the person on the line asks, "Can't you start today?" Sangu is caught off guard but declines, and they schedule him to start at 6 tomorrow evening. The next day, Sangu arrives at the delivery company, playing it safe by bringing along another clone, but he tells the clone to wear a mask and a cap pulled down low. Sangu reminds him to answer well and says his work name is Jaiwong Jo. While wondering where to go, someone suddenly calls Sangu. He turns around and recognizes an old acquaintance, Uncle Diachia. The uncle barely recognizes him because Sangu lost a lot of weight. He points him toward a building, telling him to go inside. That is the office. Fired up, Sangu steels himself to get to work early and head home as soon as he is done. After a bit, he is panting like a bull. Utterly drained, he totally underestimated this job. He will probably be dead tired by tomorrow. Sangu feels defeated. Tears refusing to fall, he should be just stayed home. Only the clones seem to handle things well. After an hour of cleaning orders, Sangu feels like he is about to collapse. Just then, Uncle Diachai hands him 2 cans of water, advising him to stay hydrated to make up for all the sweat. The uncle even bought some food. Sangu gratefully takes them. The uncle sits down beside him and the clone, then looks at the clone and asks his name, working his tail off like a beast but totally tight-lipped. The clone says the name Sangu gave him. The uncle then asks Sangu if he is holding up okay. Seems like this is his first time doing this kind of work. Sangu admits he is pretty exhausted. The uncle bursts out laughing, praising their persistence. Most people quit by now. Sangu silently crushes the can in his hand, thinking if it were not for his wallet, he would not bother with this job at all. Normally, the uncle would praise him, guessing he must be a top student to get into that school. He wishes his daughter could get in too. Sangu reassures the uncle not to worry. He is not that great a student but still got in. The uncle's curious how, and Sangu explains he has some certifications and got in through direct admission. The uncle laughs, thinks for a moment, then asks if Sangu wants a different job. When Sangu asks what kind, the uncle suggests tutoring his daughter instead of grinding himself down here. Sangu hesitates a bit, thinking about his bank balance, then asks about the pay. The uncle says 50,000 won per session, about 2 hours each. 1 or 2 sessions per week. Sangu does the math. 50,000 won for 2 hours is not bad at all. Sangu agrees, and the uncle dusts off his pants, stands up, and says he will talk it over with his daughter and get back to him. Sangu stretches as he stands, feeling like things are finally going smoothly. The system pops up a notification his stats just bumped up by 0.001. He is happy, got a job and leveled up. Can he beat that? Just then, another uncle rolls out 2 boxes, telling them to keep moving. Sangu turns off the digital board, digs into his food bag, and eats before continuing. While you have been chatting, your food bag's gone from puffed up to flat as a pancake. Looking over, the clone's chomping away like there is no tomorrow. Sangu freezes, then laughs. This guy's eaten like he is starving. What a glutton. Next morning, Sangu's body aches all over. He swears from now on, only clone number 1 will handle part-time gigs. Checking his stats again, they have crept up a little more, proving number 1 has been grinding hard. He mentally orders number 1 to go home. He wants it to vanish by reviving it, but doing so would mean losing its outfit. Sangu heads back himself and tells it to shower and change clothes, then commands it to hold out its hand. Sangu nervously holds a needle and pricks its finger. Blood drips but number 1 shows no reaction. He fumbles for a tissue to wipe the blood and asks if it hurts. Number 1 stays indifferent. No expression at all. Sangu reads on the Hunter Wiki that to unlock the Rebirth skill, you can try these methods. First, injure your own body. Second, let it heal itself without outside help. Third, repeat these steps until the skill unlocks. Sangu was scared, not daring to make any bigger wounds, thinking it was already gross enough. So now, he just kept making small scratches regularly. Sangu told number 1 to eat ramen whenever he is hungry or done working. He handed him a phone and told him to carry it to work and always answer calls. Then Sangu grabbed his bag and the paper and headed out. He was looking for the gym's address when suddenly he bumped into an old acquaintance, a tall, burly, smelly guy who slapped him on the shoulder, asking how he was doing. Sangu flinched a bit, scratching his head. The guy was Kim Jae-wong-jo, laughing loudly and teasing Sangu about how skinny he would gotten, bet he lost a ton of weight. Sangu held up the paper and said he was working out every day now. Actually on his way to the gym, Jae-wong-jo rubbed his own beer belly, admitting he needed to start exercising too. He asked what gym Sangu was hitting, and Sangu said it was called Enduring Body. Jae-wong-jo chuckled and said that place had a great rep, with insanely hot personal trainers. Then he practically dragged Sangu along to the gym. The two walked inside, and the instructor eagerly greeted them. He said they had a promo running, sign up for 3 months, and it would only cost 160,000 won. Without hesitation, Sangu signed up for the 3-month package. After all, his clone would be the one actually working out. He told the instructor to show him machines suitable for his build. After paying, they went to a room where Sangu pushed himself lifting weights. After a few reps, he was winded and sat down. The instructor complimented his physique. Just as the instructor was about to explain the machines, loud banging noises came from the next room. They turned to see Jae-wong-jo lifting weights like a beast, smashing it effortlessly. He even posed like a bodybuilder afterward. The instructor gasped and asked if it was Jae-wong-jo's first time training. He laughed and said, "Yep, first time ever." His physical strength had skyrocketed since awakening. The instructor asked for his fitness level, and Jae-wong-jo proudly answered 2.1. Hearing this, Sangu realized the hunter skill Jyeongjo mentioned was basically raw power. If a newbie leveling up a skill was already that strong, imagine how insane the high-level hunters must be. No wonder everyone's obsessed with hunters. Sangu's phone buzzed, and he pulled it out to answer. It was Diochia, the uncle calling about tutoring. He asked if Sangu had time to meet and talk. Sangu said yes. They agreed on a meeting spot, and he hung up. Sangu headed to Deokchai's apartment, muttering to himself that Gyeongjo was all talk and no action, had not even signed up yet, probably because there were not any cute personal trainers there, so he was not interested. But that worked out since Sangu did not have to worry about sending his clones to the gym anymore. Standing outside Deokchai's door, Sangu heard some noise inside. He pressed his ear to the door and overheard a father-daughter argument about tutoring. The daughter clearly did not want a tutor. Suddenly, the door swung open and Sangu literally bumped his face against it, falling to the floor. Deokchi was about to sneak out to work, but stopped when he saw Sangu standing there. The daughter inside froze in surprise. After a bit of awkwardness, Deokchi invited Sangu. His wife brought out some apples and offered one to Sangu. He looked thinner lately, so she barely recognized him. Sangu glanced over at the daughter. By now, the daughter had calmed down from her earlier attitude. Ningwa Nung introduced herself. Deokchai and his wife whispered and smirked. There goes the Hothid again. Hyan was still embarrassed, not knowing what else to say. She just wanted to disappear underground. Sangu probably heard everything earlier. Sangu acted like nothing happened and shifted the conversation to her studies. He asked her to show her grades. Hyan shyly handed over her report card. Sang froze, barely able to hold back laughter. Meanwhile, Deokchai and his wife exchanged knowing smiles. Deokchi grabbed his jacket and rushed out, saying he had to get to work. Sangu noticed her embarrassment and reassured her, saying he did not score well on his entrance exams either. He had lots of tips to share. Hyan brightened up instantly, thrilled. And so, Sangu began tutoring her. After the session, he headed home. He still had a long way to go, but at least Hyan was quick to catch on. Sitting back down, Sangu thought number one was probably already at work. He would given him the phone to keep watch, but if the number of clones increased, juggling all those phones would be a real headache. Sangu browsed the hunter web for skills and spotted a psychic skill up for quick sale. It allowed linking senses with pets and summoned creatures, sharing vision between them for 100 million won. Sangu swiped past another news item, scrolling through psychic skills priced at 400 grand. He muttered under his breath, if I had that kind of cash, I would be buying a house. Not skills, signing up and paying off those skills. It would take a lifetime. Can these hunters actually afford this stuff? Sounds like a total rip-off, and that is just the low-end price. Sangu pulled out his phone to check his account balance again, 233,000 won. He tossed his phone onto the bed, sighing. Forget it, he was not sure if being a hunter was even worth it. As Sangu skimmed through some news about top-tier hunters' rough lives, he suddenly jumped up, realizing that skill was actually pretty awesome. With it, he could easily send his clones to handle all the small chores. Grabbing his jacket, Sangu decided he was going to be a hunter. He headed straight to the hunter's center, stretching as he went, not sure if he would just unlock some new vitality. But despite only a few hours' sleep, he felt surprisingly energized. Stepping inside, Sangu looked around curiously. Seems like not many people showed up for the check-in. The receptionist announced there were 20 minutes left to register for the hunter aptitude test in basement 1. Sangu followed the directions down. He opened the door to the testing room, where a crowd was already waiting. He kept quiet and took a seat, ready for what was next. After a while, 3 people entered. Leading the group was Han Maiwang Wan, a grizzled C-rank hunter who would serve as the test proctor. He explained the test would cover written knowledge, practical skills, and talent assessments. Anyone caught cheating would lose the right to participate, not only now but also in next year's exam. The room instantly tensed up. Then the test officially began. Meanwhile, inside some fancy car, Seo Kang of Jimo Company was being pressured to pay a deposit, promising to settle up by month's end. After hanging up, he glanced at the clock. The hunter test must be wrapping up soon. He needed to get there fast. As a C-rank hunter, he could not just sit still. Everyone said the test was easy, but Sangu was still unsure how easy it really was. Turns out, it was about as simple as a driver's license exam. The written questions were straightforward, just a bit of memorization required. They gave plenty of time to practice the practical part, and the targets were pretty close too. The talent test was like a basic civics class 1 question. Then you were done, for a job that involved weapons and risking your life. Such a flimsy test made Sangu suspicious. Felt like the government just wanted them to get on with it. He sighed and spotted a group of people in the distance. wondering if they were recruiters for hunter organizations. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him, handing over a business card and congratulating him for passing the hunter test. It was Seo Kang from earlier. He introduced himself as Kang Junmo and told Sangu to contact him whenever he needed items or monsters to hunt, promising the best prices. Sangu shyly thanked him just as a system notification popped up. His cloning skill had leveled up to 2, allowing him to create up to 2 clones simultaneously. Without waiting for Kang to finish, Sangu dashed off, leaving a quick promise to get in touch later. So Kang wiped away silent tears, his nose running quietly inside. "Don't forget to call me back," he thought. Sangu grinned ear to ear. Cloning was insanely cool. He named his new clone number 2 and pulled out the business card he would just gotten, ready to start his hunter journey. Exhausted, Seo Kang tossed the rest of his business cards onto the seat next to him, silently hoping someone would reach out. Kang Junmo stared out the window, recalling his earlier conversation with his boss at headquarters. His superior had handed him a pile of paperwork, ordering him to release funds based on a list of amounts. Kang flipped through the pages and found the numbers strange dwarf demon bounties should be at least 5 million won. His boss made some vague comment, telling him to rack his brain, because if they always followed the rules perfectly, they would starve. The boss set down his coffee, patted Kang Junmo on the shoulder, and said, "I know you are honest, but do not be so sensitive about business here." Kang Junmo clenched the papers, feeling a headache coming on, unable to say anything more. If only he would kept his mouth shut earlier. Suddenly, his phone rang. He quickly answered. On the other end was Sangu, calling with a question. The two met up at a coffee shop. When Junmo arrived, Sangu was already there, and they chatted for a bit. Sangu wanted to hunt somewhere safe and manageable for a rookie. Junmo asked about his skills, and Sangu said his ability was cloning. Junmo perked up at that he would heard of this skill before. It seemed to create illusionary clones that were useless in combat. A rookie with such a useless skill would not stand a chance out hunting. Junmo mulled over but stayed polite, pretending to praise Sangu's skill before handing him a contract to review. The first hunting spot he suggested was the Cerulean hunting grounds. Cerulean monsters are not aggressive or dangerous, but when hit, they release a toxic substance and gas. You will need a mask and protective gear, which are tricky to wear, so the downside is you can hunt there for long. Sangu skimmed the contract, saying that was not a big deal. The second option was hunting the one-horned rabbits, where hunting time was more generous. But those rabbits are pretty tricky to catch, and probably won't yield many loot. The area is fenced, making it a safe hunting spot. Other low-level monsters like giant rats exist, but the two options Junmo gave are the best if Sangu wants to stay safe. Sangu flipped through the contract carefully. Both spots were good, and the item prices were decent. He set the contract down and said he accepted. Junmo started writing it down and asked which hunting ground he wanted to pick. Suddenly, another hand slammed a stamp down, and a second Sangu appeared, saying he liked both spots and wanted to try them all. Kim Junmo stared at the two identical Sangus in front of him, chills running down his spine. He remembered meeting a ninja with cloning skills before, but those clones were just illusions, intangible and useless in battle. But now, seeing Sangu's cloning ability, he was utterly shocked. These clones could sign contracts and even drink coffee. It was the first time he would seen a skill like this. Still skeptical, Junmo asked if they were twins. Sangu burst out laughing. The misunderstanding was understandable. He patted his clone's shoulder and said, "This is my clone. My clone's the real deal. Actually, I have got another one, but I sent it to the gym." Junmo was stunned. "Wait, your clone needs to work out too." Sangu grinned. "If my clone is stronger, then I get stronger." Junmo felt hopeful now. This was not just any rookie hunter skill. Sangu had huge potential. Sangu asked if there'd be any issues entering multiple hunting zones simultaneously with the same person. Junmo explained it would be tricky because each entry is logged separately. Sangu's eyes welled up as he clenched his hands together. That is a no-go. Junmo promised to discuss it with the Hunter Association and arrange some adjustments. Instead, he needed to scan Sangu's collar and have him demonstrate his skill in detail. So he asked Sangu to come along. Sangu agreed, but said he could not use his skill again until tomorrow night, because he needed to rest at midday. Junmo set a meeting 2 days later at the Hunter Center. They signed the contract smoothly and shook hands to seal the deal. 2 days later, Sangu showed up at the Hunter Center on time. After waiting a bit, Junmo arrived, and they entered together. When their number was called, it was their turn. Sangu wanted to duplicate access to the hunting zones, since his skill was cloning, but he only had one id collar. The staff told him to wait a moment because he was the first person after Junpo to request duplicate access, so it would take a little longer. After a short wait, The staff handed him a stack of forms and told him to visit the public office and the equipment room to complete the procedures. He could also request to take a skill demonstration test. Sangu was sweating just looking at the paperwork, so much of it. Junmo took the documents to handle them for him and told Sangu to head to the skill demo room. After Junmo left, Sangu went to the skill demo room and called out his clone. The order for an identical identification necklace is complete. Now, your clones can enter the hunting zone just by scanning their fingerprints. Considering how cloning skills work, entering and exiting multiple locations simultaneously is possible. And the clones can even revisit places you have been before. Sangu grabbed the bracelet and thanked them. The old man was utterly fascinated, repeatedly inspecting Sangu's clone. From what he knew, not just in Korea but worldwide, nothing like this had ever happened before. Sangu did not want to hang around any longer. He pulled his clone along and left. Later, he met Junmo and told him the access request was approved. Finally, all the preparations for the hunt were done, and he planned to hit the hunting grounds today itself. While the three were chatting, someone familiar to Junmo spotted them. It was the guild master of the old hunting association. He jumped down from the second floor, wearing a challenging expression as he faced Junmo, asking if he was still a hunter. Junmo clenched his teeth in frustration, but could not do anything. He just bit back the anger. The old guild master burst into a rough chuckle, then glanced at Sangu with a look that said, "Who is this guy?" Junmo introduced him as a hunter affiliated with his company. The guild master looked Sangu up and down, full of disdain. "You are just a second-rate hunter." He barely held back his laughter at Junmo, mocking him for being so far from home, once a supervisor of elite hunters. Now reduced to this, the guild master cracked up again, laughing wildly like a madman. He could not believe Junmo was worrying about a second-rate hunter wearing such a ridiculous sweater. Junmo was about to snap back, but Sangu patted his shoulder to hold him back. Meanwhile, the old guild master was not done yet. He looked at Sangu like he was a bug and asked if he had anything to say. Sangu grinned broadly, completely flipping the script. Instead of being intimidated, he said it was an honor to meet the head of the country's top hunting guild. The guild master was intrigued and complimented Sangu for having good taste. Sangu did not stop there. He added that not only was it the leading guild nationwide, but it also held the exclusive monopoly on dungeon control and hunting zones. They led in payout rates too. He could not believe the guild master was actually praising him like this. Sangu was so thrilled he did not know what to do with himself. The guild master cracked his neck and admitted Sangu was brave. Then, sneaking up behind him, he wanted to test if Sangu's skills matched his guts. Sangu broke out in a cold sweat as he glanced behind him. Luckily, someone stepped in just in time to stop the guild master's next move. He released Sangu and asked his name. Sangu snapped back, refusing to say, telling him to go find out on his own. They left the guild hall, and Junmo thanked Sangu for what happened earlier. Sangu said he was not stupid. He would dug up some info on the Zimmer organization to figure things out. Though there was not much online about it, during his investigation, he stumbled upon rumors about Junmo's manager. Apparently, the guy got kicked out of the old hunting guild. Junmo realized Sangu knew everything and asked why he chose their organization. Without hesitation, Sangu said it was all about the payout rates. Turns out it is an 80-20 split. Plus, if anything goes wrong in this industry or with the guild, he could trust Junmo to have his back. Junmo was genuinely touched and thanked him. Meanwhile, at the Zimmer training room, Sangu's clone was pushing himself hard, blood trickling down his hands. The others whispered, worried about him. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. The clone checked and saw a message from Sangu telling him to finish training, clean up, and be ready at the Zimmer room by 4 o'clock. The clone obeyed, stopping his workout to drink water and rest. Sangu was already in the hunting zone, fully suited up in protective gear, wielding a hammer to chip away at the ore. After leaving the zone, he pulled off his mask and groaned. Wearing that gas mask was such a hassle. It felt like he was suffocating under a mountain of masks. Junmo said the ore zone was pretty safe, but hunters rarely went there, and loot was scarce too. Sangu did not expect he could keep this up for long either. Junmo told him he could keep mining until his container was full, then swap it out for another from the locker. But no matter how tough someone is, 6 hours straight is brutal. Sangu knew he would not even make it 2 hours, let alone. So he planned to pass the rest of the grind to clone #2. Sangu, tears streaming down his face, escorted clone #2 into the hunting zone, then turned to Junmo and said, "You are up. Head over to the Horned Rabbit hunting grounds." That is when he suddenly remembered clone #1. He had not picked him up from the gym yet. Sangu and Junmo headed to the gym to grab clone #1. Junmo found it amusing how Sangu named the clones simply #1 and #2. After all, they are just clones, so names do not really matter. Getting creative with names would just mess with his head. Then Sangu changed the subject. "I heard people use guns to hunt these horned rabbits. Don't you think I should gear up? Like, get a gun or something? Junmo told him not to worry. He could use his own gear, or even rent some from the hunting grounds. Junmo warned him to prepare his own gear next time, since rented equipment is only allowed at that specific hunting ground for easy retrieval. After a while, they arrived at the horned rabbit hunting ground. Guarded heavily, this was no ordinary spot. It was a massive hunting zone called Yujang-san, way bigger than the Salem hunting grounds. Sangu had heard of this place before. The gates here do not connect to the outside world, so most hunts only start after the hunters step through the portal. Sometimes, a monster breaks through the gate, wrecks the environment, and the area slowly turns into a hunting ground itself. That event's called a monster break. 5 years ago, when the monster break happened, most high-level monsters were wiped out. What remained were only lower-tier E and F monsters, making this spot a gold mine for hunters. They stepped inside, and Junmo pointed to a burly, grimy man, saying Sangu could rent gear there. The man tossed him a box filled with gear, a rifle, night vision goggles, gloves, about 400 bullets, and an entry ticket. Total cost 700,000 currency units. Sangu nearly collapsed, handing over his card, tears welling but not falling. This expensive, Junmo comforted him, explaining most of the cost was ammo. But if Sangu managed to hunt a horned rabbit successfully, the prize would cover it. Each horned rabbit was worth as much as some rare Salem essences. Junmo led them deeper into the hunting ground. They stopped before a room, and when the door opened, there were guns blazing and a crowd hunting rabbits inside. Junmo showed Sangu his spot position number 4. Sangu confidently gripped his gun, boasting he only missed 3 shots during the hunting exam. Junmo said nothing but thought, "Target's close, and you still missed nearly 3 shots." Sangu loaded his gun, slipped on his gloves, and declared with fierce confidence, "Those monsters won't escape the barrel of this big shot." Junmo felt awkward but silently thanked his lucky stars. Everyone here wore gloves. Sangu aimed through the scope and shouted, "There is one." He took a steady shot right at its head and squeezed the trigger. 3 hours later, Sangu was traumatized. He could not believe he had not even landed a single hit. How was this even possible? He sighed in despair. His aim was fine, but those rabbits were lightning fast. Just as the bullet fired, they would dart away. Junmo had already left hours ago. It was getting late. Sangu was crushed. He had not even earned back the money spent on bullets. Should he just quit and head home? Sangu ordered clone #1 to hunt horned rabbits here and use the spear gun to gather them for him. He told the clone to send him a message each time it made a kill, and to call him if it ran out of ammo. Sangu sighed deeply, deciding to call it a day. Back home, lying in bed, he saw his mana steadily rising. He comforted himself at least clone #2 was having a decent hunt. Even though his stats were increasing, compared to the guild leader, he had a long way to go. Exhausted, Sangu yawned. Hunting horned rabbits had been a huge mistake. He had not thought it would be this tough. Closing his eyes, he wished clone #1 could catch at least one for his honor. Without noticing the flood of messages from clone #1, he drifted off to sleep. Junmo rushed to the Salem hunting ground, urging the clone to hurry over to Sangu's clone, who had been hunting for over 24 hours and was barely staying awake. Junmo grabbed him and hurried off immediately. Dawn broke before Sangu woke up. He wondered if clone #1 had run out of ammo and opened his phone, only to be bombarded with messages. Why so? Junmo arrived at the Salem hunting ground, stunned to see the clone had already filled several containers in just one day. The clone was still in protective gear, bleeding profusely but refusing to stop. Junmo pulled out his phone and called Sangu with the good news the clone had filled all the containers already. He was about to call the monster cleanup crew. He told Sangu to clear the number 2 forest area. Sangu was at the one horned rabbit clearing. He asked Junmo if he could send people over here, because the number 1 rabbit clearing was completely blocked off. The crowd gathered around level 1, non-stop filming and buzzing, totally shocked that level 1 had wiped out all those rabbits. Level 1 sat there, masked and hooded, zoning out while a broker from the Brown Bear Guild handed him a business card, praising his sharpshooting skills. The guy kept waving the card, but level 1 did not flinch. He struggled to stay calm, hands shaking as he clutched the card, thinking, geniuses are always so weird. No need to freak out. Another broker from a different guild sent a haha message, reminding them that no matter how hard they tried to start a convo, level 1 would not utter a single word. The brown bear guy looked skeptical. There is gotta be at least 1 or 2 words. Right? Sangu, hat pulled low, sneaked a message through let level 1 keep clearing. If Junmo shows up, let him handle the rabbit pile. Sangu patted the broker's shoulder, praising level 1 for a job well done before walking off. Level 1, hyped by the praise, grabbed his gun and marched into the grass to keep clearing. The crowd around him gained another fired-up fan, ready with their cameras. Meanwhile, Sangu was tutoring his little sister. Stunned, he would seriously underestimated what clones could do. The clones had reached 50% stats. Basically, they could do half of what he could, but something felt off, like the machine was playing for him. The clone made decisions without hesitation. Laser-focused, Sangu was lost in thought, ignoring Hyan calling him, until she shouted so loud he dropped his pen. She asked what had him spacing out. Embarrassed, Sangu handed back her test, complimenting her for doing better than last time. Hyan took the paper. She asked what he would been thinking about. Sangu gave a vague reply, just passing by the hunting ground and seeing something better than expected. Hearing hunting ground, Hyan suddenly jumped up, shocked, and asked if he was a hunter. Sangu did not deny it. Hyan sat down, pulled out her phone to search, and asked if Sangu knew this guy. Everyone's been buzzing about him on the wiki today. Hyan showed a viral video online. This is the genius hunter with eagle-like eyes. Sangu was blown away, nearly spitting out his drink, refusing to believe his own eyes. Who else but him? Hyan was hyped, asking if he knew the guy. Everyone on the hunting wiki was losing it over him. The video showed him taking down over 200 rabbits, but he did not say a single word. Everyone thought he was super cool yet mysterious. When asked his name, he would only reply, Eagle Yurung San. Sangu was even more stunned, frozen speechless. Hyan admired the video, saying she wanted to be a hunter too. Sangu asked if she was dreaming or what. Hyan sighed, shyly admitting she had a license but was scared to go to the hunting grounds. After a pause, she nervously asked if Sangu would take her hunting if she scored high on the next test. Sangu saw no problem with it, promising that if she nailed the exam, he would take her there. Hyan cheered, flashing a finger and demanding Sangu keep his promise. Sangu exhaled and Pinky swore with her. After tutoring, Sangu headed out to prepare for the day. Hyan's mom asked how her studies were going. Sangu said she was doing great, nothing to worry about. Her mom invited him to eat, but he declined. He had other errands. Hyan pressed her ear to the door, eavesdropping, then jumped up in joy. She was going to be taught by Sangu, the legendary hunter. Despite all that, they could finally talk freely. At first, she did not like it since he was her dad's acquaintance, but Sangu was kind, a great teacher, and even handsome. Total dreamboat. She shook off the dark thoughts and sat down, determined to study hard. Sangu arrived at the one-horned rabbit hunting ground. Still bustling, Junmo had called a bunch of people to gather the rabbits. Junmo asked if Sangu had checked the money he sent. Sangu pulled out his phone. He would turned off notifications and missed it. When he saw the balance, he froze. Over 32 million coins. Sangu grinned. That much. Junmo said his skills had clearly passed the E rank, so he bumped it up to 83% for an A rank hunter. Sangu awkwardly scratches his head, but he is no rookie level. While everyone was chatting and laughing, a rough-looking man storms up, points at Junmo, and asks if he is the manager. He is a hunter whose prey got stolen. All the one-horned rabbits the guy was after got snatched by Sangu's clone. This hunt's a total bust, and the guy demands compensation. Junmo swallows nervously and leans in, whispering to Sangu that they might be picked the wrong spot. Sangu thinks for a second, then comes up with a clever plan, leaning over to whisper to Junmo. The man's running out of patience and demands 10% of the bounty. Sangu bursts out laughing. Haha. No way. The guy's pissed and snaps. What the hell are you laughing at? Sangu pats number one's shoulder, hinting slyly. Don't worry. This guy won't he be back here anytime soon. Pretending to turn to Junmo, he says, let us get out of here. The angry hunter grows more frustrated, but Sangu just brushes past him without a care. The pissed off man suddenly raises his fist to attack, but Sangu commands number one with his mind. Number one instantly jumps in front of him. Number one takes the full punch, spits out some blood, and stumbles back. The hunter is shocked he did not throw that hard. Sangu, standing nearby, pulls out his phone and starts filming. He feigns shock and yells, this is brutal. Violence at the sacred sand hunting grounds. If word gets out, there'll be hell to pay. The hunter looks around, noticing everyone staring at him. Sangu keeps the act going. Oh man, this is gonna blow up on the hunter's website. Our sacred hunting grounds attacked. This is huge. The man starts sweating nervously. Sangu holds the video up in front of him, pats him on the shoulder like he is sympathetic, and says, I'm heading out now. Alright. The hunter grits his teeth in frustration, but can't he do a thing? The three of them head to a cafe and sit down. Junmo thinks that Hunter might be part of the Hai Sung Guild, which is huge and full of all kinds of people. Sangu asked how he knew. Junmo said, since he stepped into the clearing to collect bodies. He has been watching him closely. This might be a setup for revenge. They did this thinking number one was another hunter under contract with them. Hunters from GM Company had faced the same situation before. They have been through this kind of thing before. Junmo sighed, a bit embarrassed. Past hunters never stayed long. They would break contracts and leave. Now, only a few hunters like Sangu remain. Junmo could not promise anything about stopping the High Sung Guild either. Sangu shakes his drink and tells Junmo not to try changing his mind. He knows the risks, but joined the guild anyway. He let those jerks push them around. Sangu has a plan to get stronger. Fast. He starts whispering the details to Junmo. Junmo pulls out a notebook and starts jotting things down. He would never thought of it that way and suggests meeting at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Sangu agrees with a grin. They finalize the plan and head out. The next day, they hit the Hunter's supermarket. Since the weapon and armor pandemic, gear for hunters has been hotter than ever. A new kind of department store has entered the hunter market and quickly became a key player in the industry. Because of that, every piece of gear a hunter could want is always in stock. Sangu tries on a titanium armor set solid enough to take on any rank monster. He is genuinely impressed. Super comfy. And so light. He says, totally loving it. For weapons, Sangu pulls out a small knife from his side, saying he plans to get better at shooting. So this will do for now. He asks the shop owner for 2 more armor sets, just like the one he is wearing. Junmo asks if he is also looking for close combat skills. Right? Sangu confirms but is not sure if they have it here. After searching around a bit more, they finally find it. The close combat skill lets you share vision and senses with your pet. Seeing the price almost 200 grand, Sangu freaks out and jokingly cries. He turns to Junmo, asking to buddy up and get an advance on his salary. Junmo shakes his head. Man, I can only front you 50 grand right now. Sangu successfully buys the ice orb and heads home. He pulls out the instruction manual, pours mana into the skill orb. For those who can T-control mana, just turn on the orb while keeping it in contact with your body. Sangu has no clue how to use mana. He fumbles, searching for the power button, holding the remote, nervously touching the orb, then closes his eyes and tries to switch it on. The vapor sphere vanished, the close combat skill was perfected, and Sangu summoned 2 clones to wait and prepare for the next move. Earlier, he had a plan with Junmo, a wild idea to help them level up insanely fast. He never imagined the aftermath of that hunting trip, how the clones could endure and outlast so much. Their reaction speed was only half of what he had. Yet they managed to hunt down 301 horned rabbits, while he did not catch a single one. Even when you ordered a clone to take a punch from that hunter and act as pathetic as possible, timing it perfectly and staying calm enough to face that fist. Not easy at all. Even though these clones have low stats, they control their bodies like pros, so Sangu plans to use that to his advantage. First, he sends 2 clones to separate training grounds. One hones ranged weapon skills. The other practices close combat. He pushes his clones through brutal training, forcing them to reach their limits. After just a few basic moves, the 2 clones easily defeat their opponents and shatter their targets. Next, he focuses on close combat skills. This not only shares visual perception but also transfers senses like smell, touch, and emotional connection. Sangu stands elsewhere, using close combat skills while his clones spar or shoot. He experiences everything firsthand from their perspective, the angle of their joints, body balance, muscle movements, and power surging through them. All those movements, he feels every single one. The air pressure as the club swings by, the smell of gunpowder, the recoil, and even lingering fatigue. Even when Melji grabs a drink, Sangu senses it all because he is living through his clones' identical bodies. Sangu feels like he could mimic those moves perfectly right now. The system notification pops up, stamina and reflexes increased, stretching out. Sangu steels himself. Today he is testing both sparring and shooting drills. He decides to check out clone number 1 first, activating skill synchronization with clone 1. Clone 1 is already sparring with the trainer, dozens of exchanges back and forth, with the trainer clearly on the defensive. Clone 1's attacks are slow and unpolished, like someone who has never swung a club before, but the defense, absolutely killer, dodging every strike flawlessly. Trainer High tightens his abs and braces to block clone 1's blows. Those hits pack a punch because it is copying the trainer's own moves. Trainer High swings his stick and strikes back, but clone 1 dodges and pokes the trainer's shoulder with the club. The trainer smirks. Clone 1 tries another hit, but High seizes the moment, leaps up, and attacks from above, knocking the club from clone 1's hand. Everyone around claps and cheers their trainers. No joke. Sangu screams silently, "My wrists! My damn wrist!" Trainer High picks up the club, asks clone 1 if he wants to continue, and Sangu anxiously checks if clone 1 is okay. Switching to clone 2, The tension thickens with the scent of gunpowder. A couple nearby is throwing compliments back and forth. Clone 2 shoots at nearby clay targets. Sangu ignores the chatter and focuses, sensing his mind with Clone 2's actions and sensations. Steady upper body. No unnecessary movement. Just rotating toward the shot and tracking the clay S trajectory when it aligns. The shot rings out, shattering the target. Sangu tries to memorize every tiny detail, absorbing all the sensory input his clone experiences. After jumping back and forth, he returns, wiping sweat from his brow, feeling dizzy, his mana drained. Seriously lightheaded, sitting down to rest. He marvels at his clones' frantic moves, maybe because they are fearless and do not overthink. Their focus is laser sharp. He has gained some valuable experience and plans to practice more next time. While daydreaming, Hyan, his favorite student, walks by. He asks why she is still out so late, causing a ruckus. Hyan says she just got back from the library. They chat happily, unaware that a group of scowling guys watches them from afar. One of them is the troublemaker from the one-horned rabbit field, who got chewed out for screwing up. Flustered, he apologizes, saying he only wanted to scare them a bit, but some random guy showed up and recorded it. The others ask if he got filmed beating someone. They cut him off mid-explanation, leaving him speechless. They tell him to shut up, not bark anymore, and stay the hell away from Yu Jiang-san no matter what. He has got zero ties to the Hai-sung gang anymore. On the other end, a guy left a lame message and hung up. The man's blood boiled instantly. He cursed, slammed his phone against the wall, and stomped on it relentlessly. As he was venting his rage, two more guys showed up, a chubby one and a long-haired dude. He spilled the whole story to them. The chubby guy was his senior, a nasty piece of work, with a cigarette in hand. He scolded him for being dumb. Joining that number one gang was already a bad move. The man bowed his head, full of regret, and asked the chubby guy if he had anything for him to do. The gang told him to stay far away from Yu Jiang-san Stadium from now on. The chubby guy turned to the long-haired one and asked if he had any tasks for him. Suddenly, he spotted Sangu's silhouette in the distance and shouted out, accusing him of being the one filming him. The chubby guy asked if he was sure. The angry man stormed over, eyes blazing red. He was absolutely certain, hiding behind a pillar as the furious man's rage flared. Sangu and Hyan were chatting when three men appeared. The chubby guy led, asking if he was the one bullying his little brother. Sangu had no clue who this chubby guy was, but then he caught a familiar face behind them and realized the situation. Sangu stood up calmly and asked what was going on. The angry man behind could not hold back any longer. He snapped at Sangu not to interfere, but the chubby guy stopped his underling from making a move. The chubby guy gritted his teeth and asked Sangu, "Heard you have got a video of your reckless little brother. Delete it and we will back off." Sangu pulled out his phone and asked, "What guarantee do I have that you will keep your word?" The chubby guy smirked. Hence attitude shifted completely, like there was no way he would let this slide. Sangu sensed the tension rising. He slipped his phone into his pocket and whispered to Hyan to find a chance to run. The chubby guy and his thugs cracked their knuckles, ready to fight, and ordered the other two to step back. Sangu was overwhelmed, forced to take on two at once. He got punched relentlessly, crashing to the ground multiple times, blood mixing with dirt. Hyan stepped in, worry etched on her face. Shielding him, she summoned a glowing orb of energy, threatening their attackers to back off. The two thugs hesitated, intimidated by Hyan's fake awakening. They dared not come closer. The chubby guy tapped each of them on the head, scoffing, "What are you scared of? Fake awakenings are more common than market gossip these days." Hyan fired a ball of light at the chubby guy, and easily blocked it and swung a heavy punch at her. Out of nowhere, Sangu leapt into block and landed a solid punch right on the chubby guy's face. The chubby guy staggered back, losing his footing, and clutched his face. Seeing their boss get hit, the thugs lunged in to strike back, but Sangu put theory into practice. He studied the attacker's movements carefully, dodged to the side, and unleashed a punch packing everything he had straight into the attacker's face. The long-haired guy seized the moment to strike. Sangu knew he could not dodge this blow, but countered with a double hit, slapping the long-haired guy hard. Both sides were panting. The chubby guy was tense, and did not expect Sangu to have some moves either. The chubby guy got serious and pressed the attack. Sangu used every skill he had to dodge and counter the chubby guy, and took several hits. But Sangu did not stop, punching fast and hard to wear him down. After a few quick blows, Sangu nimbly dodged the chubby guy's repeated swings. The chubby guy grew frustrated, barely landing a hit, and got even angrier, flexing his muscles to throw a powerful punch. Sangu braced to dodge, but the long-haired guy grabbed his leg, trapping him. Then the chubby guy's punch slammed Sangu into the wall, gasping for air. Sangu struggled to breathe as the chubby guy closed in and raised his fist for another strike. Sangu thought it was over and closed his eyes, ready to accept his fate. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the scene. The chubby guy's face was scorched. It was Hyan who struck. The thugs scrambled to retreat toward the stadium. Just as they tried to attack again, Sangu's two clones returned in time and took the thugs down. Sangu got up from the ground, wiped blood from his mouth. Finally able to breathe, the chubby guy cursed and attacked again. Sangu leaped into the air and delivered a crushing blow from above, knocking the chubby guy unconscious. No more resistance. Sangu was exhausted. He received a system notification. All stats increased, and his cloning skill temporarily upgraded. He sighed deeply and collapsed. The clones rushed over. Worried, after bandaging each other up, Sangu took Hyan home. They talked the whole way. She learned that the rookie hunter everyone was talking about was actually Sangu's clone. He warned her not to tell anyone. After walking for a bit, the two of them stood in front of Hyan's house. The kind guy asked if her hand was okay, and Hyan smiled, saying she was fine. Sangu thanked her for the help. Without her, there was no way he could be beaten, that weakling. Hyan blushed bright red and told him, "If you want to thank me, buy me some meat, not just throw around empty words." Sangu promised he would buy her some. Then they said their goodbyes. He and his two clones headed back. Suddenly remembering something, he asked why his two clones were tagging along. "Get to work? Do not just chill with me." The clone said it was late and all the shooting ranges were closed. Sangu grabbed 2 bundles of firewood from the ground, handed one to each clone, told them to work in the park, and then headed home himself. 1 month later, Junmo called Sangu to check in. Sangu said everything was fine, he could even shoot a pistol now, and his clone skill level had improved. Junmo cheered him on, and Sangu noticed his skill rating had hit 1.4. He told Junmo he wanted to take on 3 high-level hunting zones tomorrow. Junmo was shocked, but promised he would find those zones for him no matter what. Sangu planned to have his clones train in the morning and hunt in the afternoon. They hammered out the schedule and ended the call. After hanging up, Sangu ordered the 3 clones to head to the park, be back before midnight, and keep their weapons at home. The clones saluted and left immediately. Sangu scrolled through online info, sighed deeply. From his clones' training, he saw they would learn fast unless a body move was impossible. They could copy and replicate almost everything perfectly. He wondered what would happen if he mastered all these monsters, and the exact ways to hunt them down. No time to waste, Sangu dove into learning. Night passed in a blink, and when the clones returned, he realized it was already midnight. He yawned, noticing they were still full of energy. No matter how long they worked, they never seemed tired. He ordered them to take a shower, then headed out to eat. Sangu had reviewed most of the guides for high-level monsters. Now he needed to check if the clones would actually follow instructions when hunting. He planned to observe the hunt first and, using familiar skills to get a feel for combat, then study mana during breaks. Junmo messaged him, urging the clones to eat quickly and get ready. They had to move. Sangu dragged his clones to the meeting spot with Junmo and asked if the training zones were ready. Junmo replied he would found 3 zones, not too far apart. Sangu handed 3 clones over to Junmo and stayed home to study remote skills and practice his mana breathing technique. After the car left, Sangu returned to his room, closed his eyes, and followed a breathing meditation audio. He tried to recall the feeling of using skills slowly. A light began to gather inside him. Suddenly, Sangu's eyes snapped open. He would unlock the reflection skill. Calming the mind eases mental fatigue, slightly boosts mana regeneration and growth speed. In one hunting zone, a desperate hunter staggered, trying to escape. He cursed. Why the hell is that monster here? This was clearly a high-level dungeon. They only came here to hunt some exotic fish. He had to report this to the authorities, but the monster was not letting him get away. It snapped its razor-sharp jaws and tore the hunter apart. Just then, Junmo sent clones to the location, a wastewater treatment plant. There is exotic fish here with famously strong jaws, he said. The clones acknowledged and went inside. Junmo called Sangu to say all 3 clones had arrived. Even he could not believe a hunter was running 3 hunts simultaneously, while the original stayed home. This was peak chop level strategy. Meanwhile, at home, Sangu was pumped about gaining the mana breathing skill, truly a 1 in 1,000 genius. But the excitement did not last 3 seconds. His phone reminded him to keep focusing on mana and breathing, warning him not to confuse meditation with mana breathing techniques. Sangu groaned, realizing mana breathing was going to be way tougher than he thought. He would gotten way too hyped. Checking his phone, he saw the 3 clones had arrived at their spots. Sangu used his familiar skill to teleport to the training ground. As soon as he arrived, he saw a rat with a nose stabbed through. Startled, he thought, what the hell is going on? Then he calmed down and realized it was clone #1 out hunting. Sangu kept scanning the area. According to the theory he studied in the video, giant rats are among the most annoying monsters in the forced level zones. If you want to hunt them, it is best to form a team. But if solo is your only option, there is still a way to make it work. First, since these rats charge straight at you, keep your distance and shoot. Of course, you can T-kill them all from range, so switch to melee. Their hide is tough, so aim for the ribs. These rats breed like crazy, just like normal rats, so their numbers are overwhelming. Sangu stayed calm, taking them down one by one. Sangu jumped over to check on clone number 2. His clones really could hunt just like him, even using his skills. They were not scared or intimidated at all, hunting without worrying about enemy levels. Time to test those familiar skills. Sangu's stats were climbing bit by bit, and the clones were getting stronger too. Today, he planned to wipe out all the forced level monsters with a solid hunting spree. Feeling like something was off, Sangu suddenly snapped he had not gathered the monsters close enough. His loot was literally flying away with the wind. He immediately ordered his 3 clones to round up the monsters fast. No cash flying away on his watch. Sangu felt like crying without tears. Sangu pointed to some fish lying over there and asked Clone 3 why they were not gathered up. Clone 3 said it was not hunting those fish. So who was supposed to gather them? Sangu's eyes twitched. He warned Clone 3 that his money. Do not be messing around like that. Clone 3 begrudgingly went to round them up. Even looking at the battered fish made Sangu a little queasy. Clone 3 pulled a fish arm out of its body and asked Sangu if he wanted to gather that too. It is not even a fish. Is it? Sangu froze, staring at the arm, when suddenly a noise stirred behind them. Both spun around cautiously. Clone 3 noticed the movement and turned right. It was just a fish head, only a trap. The queen fish had been lurking right behind it all along. Clone 3 did not react in time. As he turned to shoot, the fish smashed one of his arms off, and Sangu felt pure agony, like his own arm had been severed. His consciousness snapped back to his real body. Sangu stared at his arm, still intact. The link was cut earlier. But why? Still in shock, Sangu grabbed his phone and called Junmu, telling him to hurry to hunting ground number 3. No time to explain. He quickly slipped on his shoes and rushed out, calling clones 1 and 2 to join him at hunting ground number 3. Clone 3 was struggling to hold off the giant 6-pack muscled fish monster. Sangu arrived but had lost connection to Clone 3 and would have to wait ages for it to recover. He passed through the checkpoint and joined Junmo and the other 2 clones. Only now did Sangu fully explain the situation to Junmo. The monsters inside were strong, and Clone 3 was gone. Sangu described the monster as having a fish head, bulging 6-pack muscles, and a full set of arms and legs, in other words. A merman. Junmo was shocked. He had to report this and temporarily shut down the area. The monster Sangu mentioned was a merman-class creature. Rank D. Even a full team of ranky hunters could not handle it. Sangu told Junmo to instruct the guards to block other hunters from entering after his clones went in. He could not just sit back. He needed Junmo to trust him like he trusted his own clones. Sangu activated his signature skill and advanced with 2 clones. They stealthily approached the spot where Clone 3 had vanished. The monster was busy devouring a corpse. They had to seize this perfect moment to strike. Though Sangu's stats matched a rank A hunter, his clones were only about 53% as strong, roughly rank F level, but the merman was not at full strength. And with his clones' hunting skills plus their teamwork, the fight was still winnable. He ordered the clones to shoot the fish's head, but both bullets bounced off harmlessly. The clones stared dumbfounded. Cat bullets. What good are those? The merman slowly stood up, claws flashing as it growled fiercely. Swinging its sword, it sliced trees in the forest. Sangu sighed in relief. The fish's bulky body made it tough to wield the sword in this tight space. But he had to take that back fast. The fish sliced through a tree in a blink. Clones 1 and 2 charged again, stabbing its arm with knives. But nothing worked. It punched Clone 2, sending him flying into a tree across the way. Sangu cursed. Damn it! If every attack is useless like this, how the hell are we going to take down this beast? Sangu slipped and recalled the 2 bullets from before number 1 and number 2 that were fired at the fish. The first bullet bounced off immediately, but the second one managed to land a hit and cause some damage. He ordered his clones to target the fish's wound again, and sure enough, it worked. Sangu seemed to catch a glimmer of hope. He commanded both clones to feed the fish some copper candy. Number 1 and number 2 nimbly dodged attacks, darting around and shooting repeatedly at the fish's wounds. The fish was furious, its sword glowing red as it swung at the clones. Number 1 raised his hand to block, but got knocked back, coughing up blood. The fish was stronger than before. Sangu quickly noticed the sword reacted to its own blood. meaning the fish was seriously wounded. Its power boost was only temporary. The two clones pressed their attack on the fish wounds again, causing it to flinch and punch number 1 straight in the gut. Sangu winced, feeling the blow all the way to his core. Number 1 grabbed the fish's punching arm while stabbing it relentlessly with a dagger in the other hand. The fish screamed in pain, kicking number 1 away and swinging its sword to strike down. At that moment, number 2 swooped in to block, and together the clones launched another wave of attacks. After a relentless barrage, the fish was seriously wounded, bleeding heavily. It could no longer hold on and collapsed. The two clones were utterly exhausted, panting like they would run a marathon before collapsing to the ground. They could not move anymore either. The copper candy was all used up. Sangu thought, "That is enough for today. Time to call it quits. I almost thought we were done for." Sitting up to report back to management, Sangu realized the fish had vanished. Alert and focused, he ordered number 2 to track it by following its footprints toward the main gate. Outside, the guard squad had just received a report. A low-level monster had appeared inside this excavation site, so the entrance was sealed off. They updated the newly arrived excavators that a guild team would be dispatched soon, promising to keep them informed of any changes. Just then, trouble erupted at the gate. The monster was approaching, ready to break out. The guards fired their guns desperately to stop it from escaping, but the bullets were useless. The fish slipped through the gate, and number 2 threw a dagger from behind, sending it flying out. The dagger struck the fish head and bounced off. Sangu appeared from nowhere, caught the dagger, and with all his strength, slashed at the wound on its head. The fish howled in pain, blood spraying everywhere. Sangu did not let up. He drove the dagger deeper until the fish finally collapsed. Truly defeated, number 2 proudly shed tears, flashing a thumbs up like a true fan cheering on the victory. Moments later, guild excavators arrived. When they did, the fish lay in a pool of blood. They asked what had happened here. The gatekeeper explained. A low-level monster appeared, but one excavator had already entered before the lockdown and took down the beast. The guild member was skeptical. This was not an FTA-grade excavation site. How did a low-level team end up here? The gatekeeper hurried to explain it was not a low-level excavator or a team. They were still investigating. But from what they knew, an F-grade excavator had taken down the monster along with his clones. The guild member eyed the fish's wounds. Those attacks have done real damage, since no special weapons were involved. But hitting precise weak spots on a moving monster, that was incredible. He said he would check if there were more monsters inside the gate and told the gatekeepers to finish the investigation before he left. The guild excavator sighed. How was he supposed to report this? Saying the guy killed the monster solo might sound a little too much. Meanwhile, on the other side, after defeating the fish, Sangu unlocked a bunch of new skills. Sprinting, resurrection, attack combos, and his stats got a solid boost across the board. Sangu wiped the blood off himself. Man, I unlocked so many skills this time. I must have missed it while panicking earlier. Just now, numbers 1 and 2 were barely clinging to life, but they did not disappear, definitely thanks to those resurrection skills. Junmo anxiously asked, what about number 1 and number 2? Sangu said they were injured, but needed more time to recover before he could heal them again. He figured letting them self-heal would boost their stats naturally. Junmo laughed heartily, praising Sangu as a beast for taking down a down-rank monster. He figured Sangu could probably handle an E-rank solo without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, Sangu remembered the fish had wielded a super unique short sword that could absorb blood. Just as you are about to grab the sword, Junmo stops you. He says you should have your clone grab it instead. What if this sword is cursed? Sangax, if it is cursed, then it is unusable. Right? Junmo explains that cursed items are super rare, so their value is usually based on what powers they hold. The moment money's mentioned, Sangu's eyes light up. He listens to Junmo, letting his clone hold the sword, and leaves the cleanup to the cleanup crew. He thinks he has done enough for today. If he stayed any longer, the reporters would swarm like flies. Sangu pulls something out of his pocket and shows it to Junmo, asking if it is valuable. It is something that fell off a fish's head. Junmo's eyes widen as he sees the stone in Sangu's hand. It is a low-level gem, basically worthless. But judging by Sangu's hopeful face, Junmo keeps quiet. He tells Sangu that this gem barely holds any value. It is just a stat booster rarely used because of serious side effects, so it is dirt cheap. Hearing that felt like salt in the wound for Sangu. He tosses the crushed gem to the ground, saying he does not need it anymore. Sangu says goodbye to Junmo and sends his two clones home. Number 1 and number 2 collapse onto the bed like they have been through hell. Sangu drops down to the floor, then turns back to check on number 3. He hands equipment to number 3 and tells it to go train. Sangu sits down and pulls out the sword and the gem he just rejected to take another look. He holds the gem up to check its attributes. It is a low-level power-boosting gem. A crystal that can upgrade strength. Humans can use it. It only works with summoned entities. But those get turned into monsters. This gem boosts strength stats by 0.005. Sounds tempting. But the risks of Sangu really worried. Usually, injuries or sensations on clones do not affect him. But what if this curse turns him into a monster, instead of just the clone? The thought of becoming some ugly monster terrifies Junmo so much he fires a warning shot. Sangu reluctantly puts the gem away, deciding not to use it for now. He opens the sword again, keeping it in this box for safety just in case. Selling it would be fine since it is valuable. But maybe he could still use it before selling. Sangu orders number 2 to hold the sword and give it a few test swings. He waits eagerly for something to happen. But nothing. Just a sword swing. No big deal. Number 2 honestly reports it just made a simple noise. Sangu uses his proximity skill to merge with number 2, and his head instantly swarms with the screeching of wasps and centipedes. He immediately pulls away. Number 2 shows no other reaction. Seems like unless it is some extreme noise, clones are not affected. But if he held it himself, who knows what D happen? No wonder that fish went nuts. He tells number 2 to keep holding the sword a bit longer. The system notifies him that his regeneration stats have increased. Rest will help them recover faster. Sangu's bummed out. Tomorrow he has to take them hunting. But with this situation, he orders all his clones to unlock their mana breath and meditate together today. The next morning, after a long break, Sangu returns to school with significantly boosted stats. But more importantly, even the cats come out to greet him. Sangu did not realize he would gotten this lonely. He walks into class and runs into a friend, asking why he is in this class. The friend says it is because the professor is chill and grades are generous. Sangu sits down to chat with his friend while others start whispering nearby. Is that really Sangu? Wasn't he that chubby guy? Look at him now. Sangu asks his friend if he has changed that much. The friend laughs and asks if he has seen his parents lately. Guarantees they would not even recognize him now. The friend invites Sangu out drinking after class, but he declines, saying he already has plans. The friend freaks out, calling Sangu a traitor for ditching his buddies for a girl. Sangu can even keep up with his friend's loud ranting. 2 other friends overhear and vow revenge. They will never forget the day Sangu betrayed them. Right then, the professor arrives and ends the noisy chaos. At the Global Breath Association Vikva, they have calculated an impending disaster. A portal will open, unleashing thousands of monsters. The highest monster level is a, and the portal is likely to open within days in South Korea. Right after getting the news, the association called a meeting with all the top guild leaders from across the country. This sharp-eared girl is Han Mai-ho, the leader of the Zolo Guild, rank 6 nationwide. This man is Pak Gwang-tae, leader of the Kenyas Guild, rank 3rd nationally. They ran into each other on the street and headed into the meeting room together. The other guild leaders were already there, including Lu Haesung, the top dog nationwide, a guy people love to hate. He tried to pick a fight with Gwang-tae, but Gwang-tae just played it cool and ignored him. But Haesung was not about to let it slide. He jabbed at Gwang-tae's sore spot, bringing up the recent incident where one of Gwang-tae's guild members went missing near Odden Tower, and no word has come since. The second-ranked guild leader, Kim I, spoke up, telling Haesung he was crossing the line. Haesung just smirked like he did not care, spitting out a sarcastic laugh. Gwang-tae's eyes burned with anger, but he held his tongue. Just then, the president of the Korean Hunters Association walked in. Seeing the tension in the room, he cleared his throat and took a seat. He announced an impending monster disaster about to strike the country, suspecting there might even be a rank monster involved. The Hunters Association was ordered to team up with the strongest guilds nationwide. Someone asked when and where it would happen. The president paused and said, other than knowing it would be on domestic soil, they had no specifics. The second-ranked guild leader slammed his fist on the table in frustration. So we gotta defend the whole country. But we do not even know where the gate is. The president awkwardly raised some documents to hide his face. The only thing they knew for sure was that the disaster was coming soon. The other guilds started to panic. They did not even have enough hunters to handle their own turf, let alone stop a disaster with no time or place to prepare for. The questions kept pouring in, leaving the president flustered and unsure what to do. Then Gwang-tae raised his hand to speak. He proposed that each guild prepare a team of hunters ready to deploy at a moment's notice, scouting their areas. When the disaster hits, all guilds must focus their full strength on that location, no exceptions. It is mandatory, and any guild that refuses will face severe punishment. The president agreed it was a solid plan and asked if anyone had objections. They would decide by a show of hands. None of the other guild leaders objected. All hands shot up in agreement. The president let out a relieved breath. Finally, they had a conclusion. The meeting ended. The guilds resumed guarding their territories while maintaining tight collaboration. After class, Sangu happily slung his backpack and headed home. From a distance, he spotted some guy hitting on Hyan. The dude was trying to get her number. Hyan tried to brush him off, telling him she already had a boyfriend, but he would not take the hint. Clinging on, Sangu walked over and asked Hyan what she was doing there. She looked like she would just been saved, calling him babe before grabbing his arm and pulling him away. Sangu was totally confused. After they left the creeper behind, Hyan explained what happened. She made a point to stress she did not have a boyfriend, but Sangu did not react. Instead, he changed the subject, asking why she asked him to buy something for her. Was not she supposed to be in class today? Hyan slipped into full-on self-flatter mode, asking Sangu if he could not take his eyes off her usual charm. And if he wanted her number, Sangfro clenched his fist and thought, I have had this for a while now. Suddenly, he got a message from Jummo confirming a payment. Checking his account, he saw he would just scored an extra 50 million. His clone was killing it. Sangu pumped up and told Hyan, Let us pick the prettiest meat and feast. They hit up a Korean BBQ spot and dug into some seriously top-tier beef. Hyan still worried about the bill, but Sangu told her to chill and enjoy. Just as they were eating, an emergency broadcast blared on TV. A disaster alert was being broadcast nationwide. This was serious business. Everyone needed to pay attention. Sangu's buddy Jin-do was crying tears of frustration. No fair. Sangu's out here flirting with girls while we are stuck roaming the streets alone. They spotted Sangu and Hyan through the window and could not stop calling him a traitor. They saw Sangu dining with Hyan through the glass, constantly pointing fingers at him as the ultimate traitor. Just then, Jun got a notification, pulled out his phone, and saw everyone online freaking out about the disaster, but at school, no one said a word. At that exact moment, Sangu and Hyan finished their meal and stepped outside. They asked the girl beside Sangu was she his girlfriend. Sangu said no. She was just his student, and they would only just shared a meal. After some greetings and introductions, Sangu handed Hyan a wrapped package, telling her to take it home for her parents. The staff had packed up their leftover food. He warned her to be careful going home and not to wander around. Hyan blushed and asked, That is it? Nothing else today? Sangu firmly told her to head straight home, saying her parents would not be happy if they were still roaming outside during a disaster alert. Sangu's friends teased him about being overly cautious, calling him an old man. He got annoyed and kicked them all out, telling them to go home. After seeing off his friends and Hyan, Sangu looked around. Everyone else seemed calm, acting like nothing was wrong, laughing and chatting as usual. Sangu grabbed his phone and called Junmo to ask about the disaster. Junmo said the info was not official yet, but the association planned to keep the alert for at least 3 more months. Since they had no idea when or where the space gates would appear, the invasion would be massive and dangerous. They even warned that there might be a rank monsters. If a gate opened in the capital, casualties would be huge. Sangu could not understand if it is that dangerous. Should not the association share more info and seriously warn everyone, like sending hunters out? For example, Junmo explained the problem. A 3-month alert would wreck the economy and critical supplies. If they blocked everything, people still need to work during that time, and the association would take the blame for any losses. That is why they hold back full disclosure. So no matter what happens, at least they can say they warned the public. Junmo said he was heading to the safe zone now. All hunting areas were quarantined, so no one could go out hunting during this situation. Sangu said he was going home too, and they ended the call. Back home, Sangu checked on number 1 and number 2. Number 2 was basically fine, but number 1 had serious injuries and was still bedridden. Watching the recovery time tick by, Sangu decided to revive number 1 again and gave him a new cap, so he would not confuse the 3 clones. Just then, number 3 returned, and the 3 of them went to visit Sangu's parents. His mom opened the door and froze for a moment, not recognizing her own son at first. His dad and little sister warmly welcomed them. The sister even asked Sangu directly, "Who are you?" Mom noticed the clones behind him and asked who they were. Friends of his. Sangu had the clones take off their masks, making everyone in the house jump in shock. After some explaining, the family finally understood these were Sangu's skills. He would join the awakening program a month ago. Dad asked if he would become a hunter too, but Mom disapproved, saying it was way too dangerous. Sangu tried to reassure them he was not in danger. The clones hunted on his behalf. He told his parents there was currently a disaster alert, and they needed to head to the safe zone. Dad seemed pretty indifferent. "Let us see how it goes," he said. "I still have to work tomorrow. We can just pack up and leave." Suddenly, Sangu sighed. His dad did not grasp how serious the situation was because society was still so calm. He decided to stay here with them from now on. Lying that the school had announced a break, Sangu pulled out the Korean beef he would brought back earlier and invited the family to eat together. Mom wanted to invite the clones, but Sangu said, just give them some rice, no need for a fancy meal. The family sat down to eat, with the 3 clones sharing one giant bowl of rice. They happily ate. The wall suddenly collapsed, and Sangu blacked out on the spot. He opened his eyes to see his home reduced to rubble, with monsters swarming the sky outside. What the hell was going on? A massive dragon roared thunderously, gathering a fireball before blasting it all around. Panicked, Sangu turned to check on his family. Everyone was unconscious. Number 1 was gone. He would used his body to shield the others from the blast. Number 3 was badly injured, missing an arm. No way the gate opened this fast. The family slowly started waking up. Sangu drew his gun and urged them to get out fast. The space gate had opened. Many lives were at risk. The monsters kept wreaking havoc across the city, capturing and slaughtering innocent people, turning every corner into a scene of despair and tragedy. Sangu handed the top-tier gear to his little sister, and the whole family started prepping for evacuation. Just then, a monster plummeted from the sky, eyeing Sangu with a mocking grin as a portal tore open above them. More monsters fell from the sky, none of them able to fly, so they crashed hard and got injured. Easy pickings for Sangu to take down. Meanwhile, Sangu's family struggled to unlock the door, but it would not budge. Grabbing his dad's baseball bat, Sangu activated an enhanced strike to break the lock and lead them out. They escaped the apartment complex, but all the vehicles were wrecked. The nearest shelter was 2 kilometers away, and even worse, more monsters kept falling from the sky. Completely unharmed, Sangu's sister urged everyone to head to the underground basement. It had a temporary shelter down there. As they moved, a desperate scream pierced the air. Turning back, they saw a man trapped under rubble, with a monster nearby suddenly snapping its eyes open. It was a level D monster. Sangu's dad told him to think carefully. This was not the time to save others. They had to keep moving down. Gritting his teeth, Sangu turned away. Number 3 was out of commission, and with only number 2 left, there was no way to save the man. He was not some clone who could fuse powers if he got crippled. It would be for real. The man's cries grew more desperate, torn between his family's urgent pleas to leave and his own desperate screams for help. Against all odds, Sangu chose to save the man. He led his family down, told them to lock the door and wait, sent number 2 with him to rescue, and left number 3 behind to guard everyone. Sangu was a hunter in this monster outbreak. Hunters had only one job: kill the monsters. Sangu told number 2 to rescue the man while he charged at the monster swinging his baseball bat. Let us, you mutt. Number 2 freed the man from the debris and urged him to run. The monster, insulted by being called a mutt, flushed red with rage and growled fiercely. Sangu told number 2 to grab a weapon, pulled out a magical gem, and told him this was not the time to mess around. He handed the gem to number 2, telling him to eat it. Number 2 obeyed, swallowing it whole and instantly transforming into a monster. Sangu checked if number 2 was still conscious. Number 2 let out a fierce growl. The level D monster looked at Sangu in confusion when he spoke, but Sangu snapped, "You are on my side." Damn it, he glanced down at his own body. Luckily, he was fine. Apart from a huge boost in stats from cloning, there seemed to be no side effects. The battle began. Number 2 swung the sword he would snatched from the fish monster earlier. Slashing hard, the monster's arm was severed, and it howled in pain, angrier than ever. It raised a club to smash number 2. This beast was much slower than the fish monster, so they easily dodged its attacks. Sangu charged forward, swinging his bat again. The severed arm quickly regenerated. The monster blocked Sangu's strike with its arm, then slammed him away hard. Sangu fell hard to the ground, assessing the situation. The monster's skin was not very tough, so he could take it down easily, but with its rapid regeneration, stacking damage was impossible. Sangu ordered number 2 to finish the monster off within minutes. Number 2 obeyed, chopping off the monster's leg, making it collapse. Sangu took the chance to shoot 2 bullets straight into its eyes. The monster screamed in agony, clutching its face, while number 2 slashed relentlessly at its other limbs. By the time its eyes healed and it looked around, Sangu was already standing right in front of it. Activating his rapid strike skill, Sangu slammed his bat straight into the monster's face. It collapsed. Unconscious, Sangu rubbed his battered hand, acknowledging just how powerful that rapid strike was and how costly. This monster was a bit stronger than the fish guy. Maybe the fish guy's strength came from fighting in his own territory, but this beast was tough without any advantage. Sangu stood up, dusted off his clothes, and told number 2 to hurry back to the shelter. The family was probably worried sick. He searched around but could not find his phone. It must be dropped during the fight. He asked number 2 to lend him his phone. Chuckling. Man. With that look, you are definitely getting kicked out of the shelter. Right then, another group was being chased by monsters. Sangu cursed under his breath. Damn it! The monsters continued to wreak havoc across the city. Soon, hunters from other guilds arrived, all rallying together to take down the massive dragon. Gwongtae's K-Nurse aircraft touched down, and he commanded his troops to open fire on the beast. His subordinates reported that the giant dragon was beginning to retreat. Gwongtae ordered his forces to prioritize evacuating survivors first. Other guilds were also targeting the dragon, but they would just be wasting manpower if they did the same. Standing on the aircraft, Gwongtae looked down and noticed some so-called hunters taking advantage of the chaos to drop stones and rob the helpless victims. He stared at them with pure contempt. Disgusting scumbags. His subordinate reported spotting a few survivors about 700 meters north and told Gwongtae to check on them. Activating his gear, Gwongtae spotted Sangu's group struggling against monsters. Donning his mask, he leaped from the aircraft straight toward them. Sangu was barely holding the line, planning to circle back once he took down the previous monster. But too many people were being chased. He could not just stand by and watch. Sangu shouted for everyone to retreat to the basement of the apartment building. Monsters had surrounded them from behind, so he ordered his number 2 to protect the rear while he blocked the front. Sangu was exhausted and could no longer use his rapid attack skill. His energy was drained. Just then, a giant goose burst out from underground, plunging its beak into the ground and spewing lava. The lava shot toward the civilians. Number 2 jumped in just in time to shield them, but took a brutal hit in the process. Sangu slammed his staff down, struggling to stand. At that moment, another tiger appeared, baring its fangs. Sangu knew this was at the end. He slumped down, bracing for death. The tiger swiped its claw at him. He shut his eyes tight, and when he opened them again, a man had slain the tiger with a single slash. It was Gwongtae. He asked if everyone was okay. Meanwhile, in the hidden basement, Sangu's sister Jihu was arguing fiercely with number 3. She insisted on going out to save her brother, but number 3 would not hear of it. Number 3 said she had to follow their master's orders and protect the family. Sangu's parents told their daughter to stop yelling. Everyone was already scared enough. They trusted Sangu would come back. Going out now was even more dangerous. If they left, they would likely become liabilities for Sangu, so they could not let emotions cloud their judgment. Just then, cries for help came from outside the door. Jihu's heart lit. Could it be her brother? Checking the cameras, they saw a figure outside calling for help, likely someone Sangu had just saved. Jihu went to open the door. She saw another person beside him, possibly her brother. She punched in the password, and the door slowly creaked open. Outside lay a dead body. Behind it, 2 monsters appeared, one a terrifying B-rank creature, roaring fiercely, clearly capable of imitating others. Panic broke out inside as everyone scattered. Jihu froze in place, unable to move. Number 3 dove in front of her to protect her. The monster aimed straight for number 3's eyes. But this bug was brutal. It pierced through number 3 and stabbed Jihu in the stomach behind him. She spat blood and collapsed. Number 3 fired at the control panel of the gate, targeting the critical damage point to trigger an emergency lockdown. Using all his strength, number 3 shoved the monster out from the gate. For the first time, Sangu met Gwongtae, the mastermind behind the Awakening project. Gwongtae praised him for his willingness to risk everything to save others instead of running away. Sangu, feeling proud from the praise, could not help but grin ear to ear. Gwongtae recalled diving down here and seeing number 2's clone shielding civilians before disappearing. He was still unsure what exactly that was. Gwongtae asked about Sangu's skills. Sangu hesitated, unsure whether to be honest. But just as he was about to answer, the connection with number 3 suddenly cut off. Grabbing number 2's sword, Sangu sprinted toward the hidden basement. His family was in danger, and he had to get there immediately. Gwongtae ordered his subordinates to track his location and escort the survivors to safety. Sangu gave it his all, his eyes blazing red under the sword's influence as he activated his sprint skill and ran like never before. Meanwhile, the other groups were still pooling their strength to take down the giant dragon, having tried every possible tactic, from sword strikes to poison. Nothing could pierce its hide. They decided to cooperate fully to bring the dragon down, but the guild leader Hyan was not on board. He came here chasing money, not to play nice with anyone. Hyan showed off his power, summoning a massive blaze that engulfed everything in flames. On the other side, Sangu's parents frantically try to stop the bleeding from his little sister. Tears streamed down their faces as they desperately urge her to hold on. That bug from earlier smashed through the double doors and turned back to attack. Jiwoo gasped painfully, yelling for her parents to run. The relentless bug kept screeching insults. Just then, Sangu arrived and froze when he saw his sister unconscious on the ground. Flames burst wildly around him, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Sangu wiped his face and charged at the bug, but with a swipe, it slashed him hard. Drawing blood, his injuries were severe. The bug did not even flinch. It taunted him by sticking out its tongue. Sangu's rage boiled over. He drenched his sword in his own blood and attacked again with renewed fury. Just as their weapons clashed, someone suddenly stepped in, stopping Sangu's assault and forcing him to fall back. Reinforcements arrived just in time, ready for battle. The girl who stopped him quickly began patching up Sangu's wounds. Even though he was still restless and eager to fight, she activated a mana skill to calm him down. Sangu sobbed in pain, begging her to save his sister who was badly hurt on the other side. The commander grew serious, reassuring Sangu that neither he nor his sister would die today. With that, he charged into battle against the monster. In the Hunters Association office, the chairman recalled his earlier conversation with the old man. Hye-sung. The chairman planned to evacuate everyone as soon as possible to minimize casualties. Hye-sung scoffed with a harsh laugh, mocking the idea no one even knows when the disaster will strike. He warned that if the chairman tried to evacuate people within 3 months, the association would be blamed for everything. Everyone who lost family or property would band together and tear the association apart. Hye-sung started pressuring the chairman, saying he did not even know if his head would still be on his shoulders next month, let alone 3 months from now. The chairman snapped, demanding to know what Hye-sung wanted him to do. Hye-sung told the chairman not to warn the public about the upcoming appearance of an rank monster. He insisted they conceal the true danger level, making the people blame themselves for being too weak to evacuate or protect themselves. The chairman was stunned, asking if Hye-sung realized how many lives would be lost because of this. But Hye-sung did not see that as a problem. In fact, he thought it was a good thing. The more people died, the more the hunters would be valued. Starting with B-rank monsters, the army was powerless. In the end, these lowly humans had to rely on hunters to defend themselves. Hye-sung smirked, making it clear he was not asking but ordering the chairman to comply. So now, the chairman had no choice but to turn a blind eye to all warnings. Meanwhile, Hye-sung lounged around snacking while his clone struggled with exercise. He lay back lazily, urging it to hurry up with push-ups, teasing it for being slow. Hye-sung chuckled with satisfaction. This skill was unbeatable. His clone earned money and trained for him at the same time. He did not have to lift a finger, yet his stats kept climbing. No worries for the rest of his life. After getting a message from Junmo, he finally got up and called number 1 to go make some cash. Today, he took number 1 out to hunt some one-horned rabbits again. Junmo asked, "Where's number 2? He replied that number 2 was working out. Junmo asked why he did not train too, saying if he did, he would get a lot stronger. Hye-sung laughed it off, dodging the question. He did not really want to train. He never took the idea of being a hunter seriously. He already made enough from hunting one-horned rabbits, and with plenty of other hunters around, losing one would not make a difference. Junmo said he was just thinking out loud. He saw potential in him that he was not tapping into. Sangu could become the best hunter, but Sangu never dreamt that far ahead. He just wanted to survive day by day. Suddenly, Junmo's demeanor shifted completely. No longer himself, his eyes went blank and black ooze started dripping out. He swung a blade, seriously injuring Sangu's hand. Without warning, the atmosphere turned blood red. Sangu was surrounded by vivid visions, his parents blaming him, his sister crying out for help. Sangu screamed and jolted upright, gasping it was all just a nightmare. Wangti stood by the bed, warning him not to move too much while still weak. Sangu took a deep breath, hugging his arm, insisting he was fine. Wangti reminded him to be careful. His condition was not good. The wound was deep, but he was lucky to be alive. Sangu thanked Wangti for saving him not once, but twice. Wangti had something to say, but had to hold back. Sangu's parents had just arrived. His parents were frantic with worry, but seeing him awake brought a huge relief. They hurriedly asked if he was okay. The doctor reviewed his tests and declared the surgery a success. They would keep him under observation, but at his speedy recovery rate. Home was a month away. Sangu asked about the gate. It had been open for 4 days. The high-level monsters were dealt with, but many low-level ones had escaped. His head ached. He could not remember anything after fainting. Suddenly, he blurted out about his sister. His parents and the doctor lowered their heads. Silent, they took him to see his sister. The doctor had treated her abdomen, but she would been infected with the mana virus spread by monsters escaping from the space gate. This virus feeds on the host's mana and life force. If the host's body was not compatible, the virus died harmlessly. But in rare cases, the virus syncs perfectly, sucking so much mana and life from the host that they never wake up. Sangu desperately asked if there was a cure. The doctor shook his head. Current tech could not touch it. The virus had merged with the host's mana. Even healing magic did not help. They could only supply mana and nutrition to maintain her condition. There was a sliver of hope if someone like a rank S craftsman with blessing magic or rare items like a transformed camellia tree or divine elixir from beyond the gate could help. But those were insanely rare and expensive. Sangu knew this well. He stared blankly out the window. Silent, gripping the Eve pole tightly. He blamed himself if only he had not turned back to rescue her, if he would put family first. Or been just a bit stronger. He might have saved them all, especially his sister. His grip tightened until the Eve pole snapped, causing blood to gush from his shoulder wound. The doctor and others rushed to stop him and patch him up. Sangu ignored his own pain, tears streaming down. If only he would pushed a little harder. None of this would be happened. They took him back to his room, sitting up in bed. The door suddenly swung open. It was Hyan. She had heard he was hospitalized and came to visit. Sangu asked if her family was okay. She was worried since her home was near the danger zone. But thankfully, her family was safe, only minor damage to their house. Hyan's dad had contacted Sang-woo's parents, since they could not reach him. And that is how they found out he was here. Sangu remembered losing his phone. He asked Hyan why she called him teacher instead of brother. Flustered, she awkwardly corrected herself. She told him to get well soon, so she could keep learning from him. Sang-woo sighed, and told her he was not planning to teach her anymore. 2 weeks later, Sang-woo's wounds had completely healed so much that even the doctor was impressed. He was ready to be discharged. Sang-woo recalled his last conversation with Hyan, where he would pour out his current struggles. All he could say was sorry. Hyan thanked him for everything. Sensing he probably would not contact her again, she forced a smile and teased that he would regret losing such a beautiful student like her. She planned to go to college with everything he taught her, and promised to find a boyfriend there. By then, Sang-woo better not regret it. She smiled brightly and walked away. Sang-woo understood her feelings, but he no longer had time for regrets. Leaving the hospital, he looked up info on Kwang Ti and headed to the King's Guild building by taxi. Walking inside, the receptionist cheerfully asked what he needed. Sang-woo said he was here to see guild leader back Kwang Ti. Without an appointment, the receptionist could not let him in yet. Just then, a tall man in a wide-brimmed hat approached, asking if he was Sang-woo. The man was a high-ranking guild commander. Inviting him upstairs, Kwang Ti was waiting. Sang-woo was escorted to Kwang Ti's office, determined to thank him for everything he had done. He was deeply grateful for saving his family and the quick emergency care he received. He was also curious why Kwang Ti had gone to such lengths just for him. You heard from the hospital that it was Kwang Ten who arranged private rooms for your family, even temporary housing for your parents, and covered your little sister's expenses. Sang-woo asked if all this had anything to do with what he was about to hear from Kwang Ti. Kwang Ti clenched his fists tightly. He revealed he also has a younger sister, but she is currently missing along with her group of friends. Maybe that is why he saw a reflection of himself in Sang-woo. It is true his emotions are a mess, but he is not doing this to make Sang-woo feel indebted or obligated to him. Sang-woo asked why Kwang Ti wanted to meet as soon as he was feeling better. Kwang kept asking about his abilities. He asked if Sang-woo's clone could do everything. Right? Even the man who saved the others was just a clone. Was not he? Sang-woo did not bother hiding the truth. He told Kwang Ti straight up it is his skill. Kwang Ti clenched his fist again. He cut straight to the chase. He needs Sang-woo's power. He begged him to rescue the K-Nurse Team 1, just like he saved the other survivors. No strings attached. Kwang was not asking for repayment or favors. He knew the only one with a shot at saving his sister, and the rest of Team 1 was Sang-woo. Kwang Ti bowed his head sincerely, pleading with him. Sang-woo paused to think for a moment. Kwang saved his family once. Now it was his turn to return the favor. Kwang Han was overjoyed, thanking him profusely. Sang-woo was taken to the Key-Nurse training dungeon. Kwang Ti told him he could use his skills however he wanted. The place was solidly built. Sang-woo found it strange why not just gear up and rescue them right away. Kwang explained that once you lose control, chances of a successful rescue drop drastically, but it is not like there is no time left because of his sister's powers. Team 1 has been holding out for quite a while. They have at least 8 months before they can hold on any longer. Secondly, it is about the dungeon's difficulty level. Although Team 1 is Key-Nurse's weak link with a solid B-tier fighting ability overall, they have suffered heavy losses and failed to escape the dungeon, so he suspects its level is close to a tier. Sangu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Kwang Ti's expression turned serious. He said people unleash unbelievable power when they are on the brink of death. That burst of emergency defense strength can snap tendons or break bones. Of course, it scales with how much their stats explode. The one thing Sangu lacks right now: stats. So far, he has overcome obstacles through his combat instincts. But in this training, those instincts will reach their limit. Kwang grabbed a wooden sword and lunged at Sangu. Sangu texted Junmo, telling him not to worry about him. He said he would take a break from hunting for a while. Junmo nervously bit his nails waiting for Sangu to arrive. When Sangu showed up, Junmo barely recognized him. He looked like a battered pig's head. Sangu told Junmo everything that happened. Junmo panicked, asking if he was okay. Sangu assured him he was fine. Everyone's mana traits differ even within families, so he is alright. Junmo already knew Sangu had taken on Ben Kano's mission. He was surprised he suddenly lost contact with him, but had no idea all this was going down. Sangu said he is using number 2's phone and told Junmo to rename number 2 in his contacts as himself. Junmo asked if he backed up his contacts, including friends and others, but Sangu decided not to. He thought it might be better left as is. Junmo could not understand Sangu's choice and asked about the wounds on his face. Sangu said it was from training. Junmo jumped up, furious they actually did this to Sangu. He vowed to report this to the guild office immediately. Sangu stopped him, saying Zhuangtia's sister is locked in the dungeon, so he is the one who has to risk it all, more than anyone else. He knows exactly how that feels. Sangu summons his clones, telling them to gear up and keep attacking Zhuangti. Today he might lose, but tomorrow, that is anyone's game. The next day, Sangu switches tactics, calling just one clone to charge with him. The result, both originals and clones get thrashed pretty badly. The day after, he calls in 2 clones to fight, but even with 3 of them, the outcome is no better than before. On another day, he sends all 3 clones into battle with him. 4 of them end up limping back. Sangu returns to Junmo's side, reluctantly admitting Zhuangti is way too strong. Sangu's great at copying moves, so it is not like he is learning nothing, but the gap between them is huge. He needs a new plan to close it. Then Sangu comes up with a fresh idea and shows it to Junmo. Junmo's worried about safety, but Sangu insisted is no big deal. The next day, Sangu's back. This time all 3 clones morph into monstrous forms. The day before, he had Junmo rush by a pile of power stones for the clones, so now their stats are skyrocketing. Sangu draws his sword, determined to give it his all today. But Zhuangti still only wields a simple wooden stick to fight back. The clones leap forward, usually weaker than the original, but now they are on equal footing. The clones have gone berserk and stronger, but their biggest strength, deadly precision, has taken a serious hit. Sangu swings his sword, but Zhuangti easily dodges. Another clone points a gun at his head and pulls the trigger, but without mana bullets. Those shots are useless against Zhuangti. He grabs Sangu's wrist holding the stick and delivers a brutal, bone-shaking blow. The other 3 clones attack at once, but Zhuangti blocks each strike effortlessly, holding his wooden sword. He advises Sangu to infuse mana into both sword and hand, blending them into one seamless weapon. Master that move, and even a simple branch could slice through monsters. Sangu struggles to stand, refusing to quit. He grits his teeth and swings again, but Zhuangti blocks it with ease. Zhuangti tells him he has gotten stronger, but still not strong enough to take him down with just a wooden sword. Zhuangti says he can beat Sangu and all his clones single-handedly. At this level, Zhuangti can even see Sangu as a rank C hunter anymore. Sangu gets punched so hard his nose bleeds, but he stubbornly keeps attacking, even as the clones fall one by one. His determination burns bright. He refuses to settle for just a C rank. Sangu shouts at his clones. He starts hyping them up, telling them to look at Zhuangti's face, sharp nose, pointed chin exactly like a power stone. He yells, "Come on, devour the captain. Whoever bites him first wins." Instantly, the clones get a second wind and rush forward, but one by one, Zhuangti bats them away. The truth is, Sangu's drive to get stronger is not just about Zhuangti's challenge. Ever since waking up in the hospital, he has felt something deep inside, that helpless feeling of entrusting his family's safety to others when everything is on the line. He despises his own weakness, the frustration when results do not match his effort. He never wants to feel that way again. Blood pumping, Sangu charges forward with sword in hand, refusing to back down. A month later, at the Sinseodong quarry, a bunch of big shots bully a weaker group, beating them until noses bleed. The girl from the weaker side yells, demanding why they are doing this. They have official permits to be at the quarry. The big shot snaps, telling her to shut up. They are from the Silver Moon Guild, and they are using this quarry as their turf. Anyone else wants to work here can scram. Nearby gatekeepers see the scuffle but turn away, pretending they do not see a thing. The Silver Moon Guild leader glances at the girl, then suddenly changes his mind and lets them all into the quarry. His underlings cheer him on, calling him generous and big-hearted, egging each other on in a wild celebration. The demon squad over there knows they are being played, but they have got no choice but to keep their mouths shut. Suddenly, a young guy fully hooded walks straight into the hunting ground. The gatekeeper tries to block him, his face bruised and battered. The hooded guy does not get it. He is already paid to get in, so why won't they let him through? That Silver Moon Gang dude sees the guy acting clueless. He cracks his knuckles, ready to punch the hooded stranger square in the face. But before the fist can land, the hooded man catches it, then kicks the big guy in the gut so hard he doubles over, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground. Realizing he might be gone too far, the hooded man lowers his voice and apologizes. The kid thought the guy was going to hit him, So he only acted in self-defense. A quick jolt of surprise turned into a swift counterattack. The hood comes off at his Sangu. He vaguely recognizes the Silver Moon gang. But honestly, could not care less. He looks down at the red-faced, groaning thug on the ground and casually stumps on his head. I am here in the hunting ground. What is that got to do with your guild? Turf wars. The big guy lies there drooling, barely able to mutter. Damn kid. You are scary. The Silver Moon gang fumes. How dare this brat disrespect their crew like that? They swarm Sangha. But Fleck, a black-level hunter, knows better than to try fighting alone. But guess what? He is not alone. He has got multiple clones backing him up. Now the one surrounded is that chubby guy on the ground. Meanwhile, Park Won-ta shows up to meet Junmo, looking to get a full report on Sangu. Junmo hands over the info and says, like I said before, you do not need to snap pics or hand that over to me. One replies, I just want to double-check a few things. He studies the stats on the paper, stunned that Sangu's growth could skyrocket like this in just 6 months. Junmo confirms, yeah. Lately it feels like he has turned into a whole different person. After that accident, Sangu became obsessed with hunting and leveling up his skills. Junmo wonders if these stats are enough for Sangu to pull off his plan. Won-ta assures him, don't he worry if he fails. I have got a backup plan, but man, looking at these numbers, his growth is downright insane. First up, the rescue mission by Team 1. Won-ta can't help but be curious. Sangu jumped from D to almost a rank. One day, he will hit the top tiers for sure. His clone skill makes him stronger than his stats suggest. Who knows how powerful he really is? Back to the thugs getting wrecked. They are taking a serious beating, clueless about what the hell just hit them. The gatekeeper demands they stop, saying Sangu's going too far. Sangu stares him down. Dude, maybe say that when your own hunters are getting beat. Not now. He does not flinch even as they draw swords. I am not blaming you, but do yourself a favor and head back to the gate. Then he orders all his clones to smash their phones so they can call for backup. Those 3 fools stand frozen, totally outmatched and lost in the chaos. Somewhere in the Gaijin Dong hunting ground, an older guy is sneaking around, burying some stuff. He is clutching a red stone. The moment he picks it up, a shock runs through his body. Frustrated, he hurls the stone away, hearing the noise. He suspects someone's coming and bolts fast. Spotting Sangu arrive, he quickly puts on a shy, innocent act. You are here already. I need more time to finish up. Sangu thinks, who the hell is this dude? Then he realizes it is one-horned rabbit. Has not seen him in ages. Rabbit wonders how Sangu got in here. Silver Moon must be guarding the entrance tight. Sangu steps closer and says, funny you should ask. I was about to ask you the same thing. You are no powerhouse, and this place a low-level dungeon. What are you even doing here? Judging by his dodgy look, Rabbit's probably not here to hunt. Looks like Silver Moon's locked him up here. Sangu pulls out a photo of the low-level hunters who just got stripped and says, I am not here to charm you or anything. I just want to know what the hell's going on. Either the big brother asks why he is locked up here, or he is about to join the crew of sloppy dungeon cleaners. The uncle wrestled hard with his conscience but finally spilled the beans. When a low-level monster dies, it drops treasure. Not always, though. These treasures stay inside their bodies for a long time. Even after death, they usually fight each other deep in the dungeon. Sangu started piecing it together. 2 monsters battle. The loser drops treasure. Then the winner calls in a new challenger, and the fight goes on, dropping more treasures. Again. That is how treasures pile up in the dungeon. For low-level dungeon cleaners, these treasures are just random junk, not worth picking up. So they gather the low-rank cleaners and lock them here until they have enough. The reason they are stuck here is that they owe the guild or were sold to it, mostly debtors or rookies just starting out. If they meet a monster and die in the dungeon, well, they are just like monsters who died down here. Looking at the scene, Sangu never imagined he would witness this firsthand. He nervously whispered, better get to work for that uncle before he freaks out. Go on before I change my mind. Well, this is so touching. Almost made me cry. Turns out this kid's actually a good guy. Thought he was meeting a savior, but the guy just asked for the treasure bag. What is so touching about that? Our relationship is not even close. Haha, this uncle's got a knack for picking up loot when luck strikes. It strikes hard. Toss it all to number 1. Number 1's random. Free loot is the best kind. Now they start gathering treasures, and he is gonna make the most out of them. Meanwhile, a young woman is being chased by a monster. Bet you can catch me. Fail. And you are the dog. The monster guarding this statue is a C-rank abomination. She would never heard of a C-rank monster showing up here before. This girl is Kim Woo Hyan, a hired hand for the Silver Moon Guild. Woo Hyan gets slammed hard, falls flat on the ground. She refuses to accept dying in a place like this. But luck's not done yet. Sangu gently lifts Woo Hyan up, saving her life in an instant. Woo Hyan gasps, who are you? You saved me. Also, You do not have any rare gems. Why not gather some? Wu Hyan says she ditched all that stuff a long time ago. Even with monsters about to storm in, Sangu stays calm. You just toss it all away. Plus, he mentioned the High Sung Guild did the Silver Moon Guild send you here. Suddenly, the white monster gets absorbed by a red one. Sangu could not care less about the chaos around him. He just wants to know what is going on with the High Sung Guild. Wu Hyan stays silent, trying to make a run for it. But no way, you are running now. How can you just act like this with monsters closing in? Sangu said, Dante sweated. They have got my clones cleaning up behind me. Looking at the team in front of her, Wu Hyan can help but wonder, are they a squad? Or is he some kind of summoner? Who the heck are these guys? Safe? Right? Super safe, but not that safe. Bro, the red monster. Number 1 for Sangu. Took a brutal beating. Doesn't look trustworthy at all. Safe my ass. Can't he believe number 1 lost after devouring so many treasures? In this game, only the prepared survive, yet this guy's still chilling like it is nothing. Hang on. I have already fed these guys some pricey stuff. Wu Hyan tries to speak, but Sangu cuts her off. Zip it and watch. I need to focus. Here it comes, the monster's about to get wrecked. Sangu charges in to take one down, but the rest keep swarming. He needs to finish this fast. His furious assault leaves Wu Hyan stunned. He is insanely strong, staring too hard at the monsters. His eyes turn bloodshot. Veins bulging. Sangu tells himself to stay calm. In a moment of distraction, something attacks from behind, but his clones block it. He spins around, draws his sword, and slices the grotesque monster in half, completely wiped out. Damn it! Every time I use this sword, I feel sick to my stomach. When the dust settled, Wu Hyan stood there wide-eyed in shock. Wait, did he actually take down that monster? Huh? So you did not run away after all? Hey big bro, was not it you who told me not to run? To stay put no matter what? I was just hoping. Never thought you would actually pull it off. That is amazing. Totally forgot number 1 was lying there all beaten up. He is hanging in there barely, but that is weird. He should be healed up by now. Wu Hyan explained that the monster's bone sword was etched with a corrosive curse eating away at it. Without someone to counter it, it would have been game over. Classic protagonist Luck dodged a bullet by the skin of his teeth. But every cloud has a silver lining, even though they took a hit. They only had to take one instead of a dozen. Wu Hyan looked at this bright red guy and seriously thought he was some giant wearing a hat. After hearing Sangu claim to be a summoner, Wu Hyan wrestled with herself but finally handed him a potion. Here, if he drinks this, he might hang on a little longer. But if something goes south, do not blame me. What the heck is this lame potion? A longevity tonic with a skull on it. Seriously? Well, at this point, no other choice. She poured the potion into number 1's mouth. Number 1's body gave off a nasty smell as his wounds slowly started to heal. Sangu sighed in awe. This stuff really works. What is it? Number 1 popped up like nothing happened. Sangu was overjoyed. He is okay. Wu Hyan finally spoke up, but it is only temporary. The side effect: his life force will slowly drain away. My skill: I am a poison master. Let me break it down. Level 5 poison master. Creates toxins. Formulas increase with level, and mastery sharpens each recipe. Using poison to metabolize life energy to heal injuries, the better the mastery. The less life energy it burns. The regeneration comes at a cost. It slowly saps the user's life force, boosting strength by stimulating the body with poison. So yeah, number 1 will eventually crash once his life force runs out. But hey, dying anyway. Might as well go out strong. He just teleported away. Looks like Sangu's gotta bring him back. Wu Hyan laid out her abilities, and then demanded Sangu spill his who. Is he really? He has got pet monsters that look just like the real thing, and each one packs a serious punch. He even managed to stab that monster. I have never heard of anyone like you among the country SB rank hunters. Of course not, you are only an E rank hunter. Wu Hyan did not buy it. How could an rank comfortably roam a C rank dungeon hunting like that? Sangu did not answer, just grinned and shot back. Why you talking like we are buddies? At the YOLO Guild warehouse, stacks of treasure chests were being delivered, with guild leader Miho eagerly collecting them. This 3-headed girl manages the Siana Guild, and can figure out why Miho's suddenly hoarding all this stuff? She never did this before. Just helping Lord One Tai transport it, he promised a big payout. Siana eyed the chests suspiciously. Why does Lord One Tai need so many? Does he have a ton of pets or something? Miho caught wind that some guy named Sangu needed these gems. With Sangu, seeing her expression, he thought, she is really sensitive about this stuff. What should I do? What if he's actually bad news? Wu Hyan did not get why he was asking that. He seemed cool chatting with her. No red flag. Sangu saw her as a little crazy. He got up slowly and said, actually, that is not the question I am most curious about. Why do you bring up the High Sung Guild when you ran off? That is what I want to ask. Wu Hyan gave a deadpan look, introducing herself as a hunter, but clueless about this stuff. Weird. Sangu scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I just got my hunter license recently, so I do not know much about guild politics yet. Hyan explained to the newbie that the Silver Moon Guild is basically like the muscle for Hysung. They pretend to be clueless, but Silver Moon handles all the dirty work for Hysung. I am pretty sure a lot of people got dragged here because of the Hysung Guild. Sangu asked her who captured her and brought her here. Hearing that question, a flood of childhood memories came rushing back. Hyan, with a fearful look, said, "That is info you do not need to know." Then he started beating himself up for spilling all his skills to this guy. Sangu thought, what the hell did this girl eat to act like this? Well, I got what I needed, so I am out of here. Hey, are not you done already? Nope. This is just getting started. Sangu said she could handle it. There is no one at the gate, and those damn Silver Moon guys are gone too. Before leaving, he did not forget to compliment her skills. They are actually pretty solid. My skills? Yeah. I gave you that stuff if you drink even a drop. You are dead meat. But earlier, Sangu did not seem to care about the side effects. He handed Hyan a filthy business card and said, "If you are jobless or scared, the Hysung Guild will come after you. Just call me at the number on this card. It also has my address. And the agents here hate that guild as much as I do. I'm heading out now. Number 5 will escort this girl out the gate." Sangu started hunting down monsters one by one, thinking Hyan's skills could be a game changer for his clones. Should he try to recruit her? Number 1 was attacking a nest when suddenly his legs gave out and he collapsed, classic side effects kicking in. Sangu thought he would be able to tough it out, like with his regeneration skill. But hey, he did well enough. He went back to healing him. This cringeworthy scene again, got his clothes on, covered the little critter, and then back to hunting. Sneaking behind were some B-rank hunters. Has he left yet? Yeah, he is gone. They could not believe their eyes. They thought he was human, but that monster was terrifying. Then 2 guys, naked as the day they were born, started chatting. I thought he was toast, but the dude came back to life. Talk about a shocker. I wonder what his skill even is, judging by how he talks. It seems there are a few more like him out there. Are we in trouble? Damn. If only we had some gear not, we would still get wrecked. Man, the dude with the parted hair wondered why they came back. And even the Silver Moon guys ran off. The guy with the buzz cut ran his hand along the wall, looking for anything unusual. Idiot, do not you know where we are? The reason we are stuck in this zone is because of limits. At least we need to figure out what this place actually is. Luckily, he has not found this spot yet. Behind this wall is a secret room. It looks like some kind of factory. Wonder what they are building here, since materials can be supplied right from the hunting zone, and the chance someone found this place is super low. Plus, who do you think to investigate a hunting ground? This stuff is not drugs, it is way more valuable. This has to be refined gems. Their power is at least 100 times stronger than regular gems, and just one batch can boost our stats by 0.5 points. But the side effect? You turn into a monster so wild even the most loyal beast loses control. That is why the Hunters Union banned this stuff. These 2 idiots think the side effects are not worth it. What is a stat boost if you end up a monster? Back then, nobody wanted to risk it, which is why it was cheap. But recently, something changed the whole game. It is a project called Jep. They found a way to recycle this stuff into something usable on humans. Because of the Juff project, the Chan company went crazy buying these gems. But since making it is illegal, the price skyrocketed overnight. No one saw this crap as a goldmine before, but now people are making millions off it. The top 3 think a couple of kids could get beaten down easily. But with this stuff in hand, it is a whole different story. He is leaving it here and will come back for it tomorrow. I do not get why those 2 just left this thing here instead of taking it with them. What were they planning? Eating those bastards if they caught us with this? Ever heard of thinking ahead? They could not even carry a little of it. Look at their interface, just wearing underwear. That is asking for attention. They carefully sealed the secret door behind them. Meanwhile, Hyan saw everything. Finally found it. She snapped at number 5 to turn back and bring it here. Mission accepted. Number 5. Fragile and weak-hearted. Got scolded so bad she did not dare resist. Quietly turning back, she decided to stay in the auction yard, and lucky for her, those damn Silver Moon guys showed up right there. But seriously, why the hell were they all naked? So she actually managed to find the stash of crystal gems in that room. Quite a haul. She grabbed a 30G bag to stash them. But damn, that pile's heavy. Hope no one notices when she hauls it away. Number 5 was guiding everyone toward the gate. Perfect cover for her to slip in with the crowd. Number 5 saw Yuan escape safely. Mission accomplished. Lucky break. Yuan actually survived and made it out the gate with the buried crystal gems in tow. She bolted without a second glance back at the Silver Moon crew. Screw those guys. Sangu figured everyone got out clean. The monsters were cleared. And best of all, the bag was stuffed with gems. He got hyped. Been wondering why the gem market's been dry lately. These are pure gold. Number 1 stared at the gem bag, stomach rolling like crazy, drooling nonstop. Should I just eat it all? Chill. Dude, if you turn into a monster, everyone's gonna freak out. His cloning skill's still on cooldown, so tomorrow's the plan. Just then, Sangu got a message from Kang Junmo, meet at K Nurse tomorrow for mission debrief. Next day, the two guys dressed up to sneak back, but the crystal gems were gone. He was furious since tomorrow's the deadline. Buffin flipped out, grabbing Kang Kong by the collar. You idiot! If you are getting paid for this, do it right. How the hell did you let others slip in here? The gatekeeper was screwed. No way to stop other hunters, since they bought tickets. And the ones who escaped were the very people he locked up. Hearing this, he dropped the guy, dazed. Why those idiots? Just seeing their faces makes me want to crap my pants. How do we get it back now? Even after escaping? Hyan could not believe they dragged her to a C-rank hunter dungeon. She would be toast without Sangu's help. At least, she managed to bring back a bag of loot. The Silver Moon Guild might get suspicious if she sold it now, so Hyan decided to stash it until the heat dies down. Suddenly, Sangu's business card slipped out. Remembering his words, she got pissed. He does not know jack. Damn tool. You really think I am gonna show up just cause you butter me up? At Odden Tower, the undiscovered level 5 dungeon, the strongest hunter of the first generation, Bae Kwon, found it and challenged it, but he lost contact immediately and never returned. After that, countless hunters tried, all failed even at the lowest levels except one, the teleporting fake Kitsuji Lucas. That is where K Nurse Team 1 got trapped, including the captain's little sister. Odden Tower is a dungeon with a twisted layout, only one way in, no way out. The only connection to the outside world is through mana. The only way to communicate is via telepathy skills. Because of that, escaping is insanely limited. Sangu has to either clear the dungeon or teleport out. That is why his cloning skill is crucial. No other hunters can escape if something goes wrong inside. That is exactly why he needs Sangu. He wondered, does the first team have no choice but to fight their way out? They were equipped with a way out, but still have not managed to escape. He sighed. Let me tell you what really happened inside Odden Tower, how everything went off the rails. Wanty continues. The story from 5 years ago, the great catastrophe of 2005. My little sister awakened her powers in the darkest moments, shortly after the disaster ended. Back then, Wanty was just a 16-year-old kid, and Aona was only 9. He was exhausted fighting monsters, while his shy little sister handed him a snack. That is when Wanty discovered Aona had the ability to create a pocket dimension, like a magical storage space. She did not even know how she did it. It just suddenly appeared, and she could stash a ton of stuff inside. Wanty ruffled Aona's hair. You have got some serious skills. This is a super useful power. Aona, now, let us head home and get some rest. You must be tired too. So the two siblings carried each other across the disaster-ravaged land, facing countless dangers together thanks to their unique abilities. They could store items and even people inside that hidden dimension. Wanty thought it would be smarter if they teamed up to tackle dungeons together. As they grew older, Aona became the captain of the Key Nurse first squad. Still cheeky, she kept teasing her big brother, and even the staff could not believe their eyes when the squad leader got bossed around. The siblings had a bit of tension brewing. Wanty was against heading to Odden Tower without at least one teleportation mage on the team. Aona was annoyed. Here we go again. So why did we even buy teleportation scrolls then? There is barely one player using teleportation magic worldwide, and we do not even have one right now. How do you expect us to clear the dungeon instantly, if now? Then when the first squad was at peak strength, and we had your skills too, this is our one shot. Wanty hesitated. Didn't he trust his little sister with this mission? He gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger. Even as the first squad left, he was not confident they would clear that dungeon. At that moment, no one really knew who the real captain was anymore. Aona promised she would come back if things got dangerous. She knew leaving her family behind without returning would be unforgivable. Of course, she was not just carrying teleportation scrolls. To escape, she packed a bunch of food and medicine too. With that, she gave him a reassuring nod. Looking back, he deeply regretted letting her go. He should not have been swayed by excuses like that. He also should not have felt relief just because she took emergency supplies. So Aona and the first squad set out, and he regretted not stopping them at that crucial moment. Afterward, he was dazed, like a man lost in a fog. Did he really think they would not make it? They would been training for this for years. He was just overprotective of his captain. Who else could trust them if not their guild leader? Those words finally convinced Wanty they were gone anyway, so all he could do was trust her. Around that time, He was also preparing a program for awakened players. That competition was the one Sangu joined. Maybe back then he was too rough around the edges for anyone to notice him. The guild also gave the first squad 10 teleportation scrolls and scheduled weekly reports. Since they could not enter the tower, a guild team stayed outside Odden Tower's gate to communicate with Auna. The first report came back with no issues, then the second. The third, things were going smoothly, and Wonti began to calm down. But after a month, trouble hit. That day was the scheduled report from the first squad. They were supposed to have covered 40 kilometers. They started tearing teleportation scrolls. Having gone 700 meters past the end of the first floor, an unknown monster ambushed the first squad. Most members were locked in battle. When the damage report came in, the signal cut out, making the guy receiving it feel like his head was about to explode. They would been tearing through multiple scrolls at once, causing massive interference. That is when Wonti turned around and saw the most horrifying sight. A bloodied figure stumbled out from the teleportation circle. Because of your hesitation to save them at that critical moment, your reckless choice to hold back, the consequences of your irresponsibility were masked by just 2 words: trust. Everything crumbled right before Wonti's eyes. He rushed to check on CLT's condition and called for backup. The portal gate began to collapse, but for now, the psychic link was still holding. The guild ordered the rescue team to send a squad to scout outside the tower this afternoon, and to never step inside unless absolutely sure. Everyone was trying to give CLT first aid. At this moment, all he could say was sorry. We failed. The monster tore all the scrolls to shreds. We have never seen a creature like that in any report. He is bleeding heavily. This situation calls for immediate hospital care. Wonti sat dazed. The psychic link remained active. The staff member repeating the last words they wanted to say. It was Anna's voice. The battle is over. Sorry. I think the mission has failed. I truly thought we could pull it off. I am stuck in here. But do not worry about me. No matter what happens, I will find my way back. Wonti trembled, hearing his sister's final words. After that, they tried recruiting many hunters, but no one accepted. Everyone thought it was a crazy idea. Odden Tower, you have lost your mind. If we could just get in using those teleportation scrolls. Then how do you explain your market squad being stuck inside? Sorry, but my baby can be more than 5 kilometers away from me, and there is no way I am going in alone. Then the portal disaster happened, and Wonti crossed paths with Sangu. That is why he wanted Sangu to provide the necessary data, because at least Sangu could get to where a market's team was trapped. Sangu always gives his all and excels at whatever he does. It is time to launch the rescue mission. The K-Nut Guild will escort you to the entrance of Odden Tower. They will start tomorrow at Odden Tower. Meanwhile, the Phallogem Retrieval Squad is getting absolutely wrecked. The one losing it is the leader of the Silver Moon Guild, Jurgen. He is screaming in frustration. Damn bastards. I told you to go in and get it done. Was that so hard? I sent a whole bunch of D-rank losers to guard the entrance. So what the hell did you all do? What do you want me to do now? After yelling at his lackeys, he calmed down and asked who the brat was that stole his Phallogem. They all covered their faces, except one fold guy who did not hide his face, but he is not on the list of D-rank or above hunters. He went even crazier thinking some E-rank hunter defeated them. The old man kept angrily beating that guy. You think we are the only ones producing spirit gems if we do not raise enough money for the Hasung Guild? Do you think they will wait around happily? Everything's over if they replace us with another supplier. Enough talk. Find that brat and drag him here for me. The whole group shouted in agreement. But looking at these guys, he figured they would just get beaten like the others before them. Worthless bunch. All thick-headed jerks. The real question now, where do we get those spirit gems? A dangerous-looking guy sitting nearby, the deputy leader of the Kangchiu Guild, gave him a nudge. He was pumped about this. We will find out who that brat is if we rough up a few people. I do not know why they are wasting time on this. Seems like he has got some plan. The next day at the Jemer organization, Sangu felt Gwenti was not lying. There were crucial details he had not shared. The reason they are desperate to wipe out Odden Tower. Sangu knew nothing about the hunter industry, but he did know that Odden Tower was conquered back in 2012. According to that year's announcement, Odden Tower was completely hollowed out. Only one monster remained, without any treasure or loot. Don't enter Odden Tower just to throw your life away for nothing. After that, hunters stopped working there and paying attention to it, and so it became an abandoned dungeon. But Gwenti never explained why his sister's task force was so desperate to get in there. Still, Sangu did not need Junmo to overthink it. His mission was to rescue them, not clear out the dungeon. He decided to focus solely on the task at hand. Suddenly, Sangu spotted Aon dozing off in a corner, and Junmo asked who she was. I met her at the hunting grounds. Told her if she is jobless, she could hang here. Didn't expect to find her crashed out right at the entrance, though. Junmo rudely shook her awake, looking like he was about to burst a vein, scaring her half to death. Before they could even greet each other, her stomach stole the spotlight. Let us grab some food first. They headed together to the restaurant right in front of the building. She ate like a starving tiger, and Sangu saved his number in her phone. Hey, you coming here means you are with some shady group, right? Hyan nodded. Junmo grilled her about her skills, appraised some items, and brewed potions. But Sangu joked, I am supposed to slowly die after drinking these. Nice. Big bro's handsome but totally clueless. Hyan grabbed the clueless guy's hair, messing up his freshly gelled dew. We do have some potions that do not kill. You know, though deadly, these potions pack a punch. Sangu wanted to use her unique skills to his advantage. He even planned to use them on his clones. Junmo pulled out pen and paper, asking her to buy some supplies to make more potions. I will pitch in some money too. Sangu stood and headed out first. He had to get to the dungeon. Hyan figured he was off hunting again, but this time was different. This time, hunting was not the goal. She handed him 2 vials she would made them before, one for strength and one for mana. But there were side effects. The strength potion would melt your muscles, and the mana one could make your body explode. Intriguing. Sangu and his clones set out, first promising a feast when they got back because nothing boosts morale like a good meal. That night, Siona headed to the Yolo Guild's warehouse. The guild leader wanted her to move all the gems and valuables over to the Kino's guild. Suddenly, she found the guards attacked, the room showing signs of a break-in. Siona had no idea who dared rob the Yolo Guild's treasure hoard. She activated her thief skills and started tracking the intruders. Spotting their shadows, she charged in immediately, attacked as soon as she stepped in. She was sure only people inside the warehouse could have done it, so who was this guy? He is the deputy leader of the Silver Moon Guild. He smirked. We are hidden so well. Only an idiot would answer you. Sorry, but we really need these treasures. So they cleanly looted the warehouse and then torched the whole place. The treasure heist was done. Next up, finding out who stole those precious crystal shards. Meanwhile, Sangu and his clones landed in Iceland. It was his first time setting foot in a foreign country. They headed to Valhalla Porto, connecting to the main gate of Odden's Tower. Sangu was greeted by 2 burly guards. You must be Lord Sangu, right? Lord Parkwundi is waiting for you at the entrance. You can go meet him now. This majestic place was the entrance to Odden's Tower, a bottomless chasm, and endless sky stretched beyond. It looked nothing like a tower. Plus, it was freezing here. Better to head back to the guild's base camp. By now, Wani had received news that Yolo Guild's treasure vault had been completely robbed. It seemed the thieves had planned this carefully. All the gems were snatched clean, nothing left behind. These guys are bold. They clearly do not know who Miho is. Seeing Sangu arrive, the 2 guards lit up like they would just seen their mom come back from the market. Finally, you are here. The day has come. Been a while. I have missed you like crazy. They handed him a coat since it was cold, and his clones quickly put on their new jackets too. When he got down to business, there was a mutation about 40 kilometers from the entrance. The distance was not as far as Sangu had expected. He wondered if after a whole month they would only manage this much ground. Would not that get super frustrating? But hey, that means food supplies won't be a problem. They can take it slow and steady. Wani handed him 3 scrolls for teleportation, prepped for emergencies. He figured each clone should get 1. These are crucial. Make sure you keep them safe. The location is already marked on the scroll. Just tear it open, and it activates automatically. 2. The guild arranged an external scout. There is bound to be plenty of battle remnants, so finding the spot won't be a problem. Wani asked Sangu if he had any questions. He just wanted to know what Sangu wanted to eat after he brought his sister back. Wani was caught off guard by that question. It showed Sangu's confidence and skill. We will cook up some dishes ourselves, he said. They grabbed their swords and packed some potions. The clone set off, stepping through the gate. Sangu activated his merging skill. Wani pinned all his hopes on the guy in front of him. The merge skill was executed flawlessly. They ran into a fierce ice storm. Sangu's cold resistance was decent, but even he could not escape this freezing nightmare. After struggling through, they finally reached Odden Tower, but Sangu felt something strange. He could control the entire body of clone number 1. The merge skill had leveled up big time. Now Sangu did not just share all senses with his clones. He had full control over their bodies. It felt so real, like he was moving for real. He could now command exactly where each clone should go. Alright, time to move out and rescue Team 1. Looking at this frozen wall, no wonder escaping feels impossible. It is totally sealed off. How the heck was this place even created? According to the notes, monsters spawn the moment you step into the tower. No sooner said than done. A monster appeared, the ice spawn. One clone quickly incinerated it. These E-rank monsters attack as soon as you enter, always in packs. Watch your 6 in every angle. Each pack has a leader and Ice Spawn King. The Ice Spawn King is a D-rank monster, razor-toothed and hungry for Sangu's flesh. He is going to take this guy down personally. 1/no second swing. He did not expect it to be that easy. Onward, that was weak as heck, did not even feel satisfying to hit. None of these monsters ever have a happy ending. Even if they are nothing special, they would already covered 13 kilometers, about a quarter of the way. As expected, new monsters would soon appear, and just like that, a giant monster burst from a cave, roaring like a demon. It swung a massive club, aiming to crush Sangu. He quickly fired off his magic bullet skill. Number 3 backed him up from behind. Number 2 from the front. They charged in, each taking down a monster, no one fighting over kills. The monsters got pummeled nonstop. Things were looking good if they kept this up. Clearing them out would be a breeze. Suddenly, the ground shook violently beneath them, cracks spreading everywhere. Danger was closing in. Outside the guild camp, Wonnie was seriously worried about Sangu. Team 1 was the guild's elite strike force, and even they were struggling to get through this place. Wonnie had devised a plan to infiltrate the area stealthily, avoiding as many fights as possible to rescue the team. The minimum rank required for this mission was C rank, but Sangu's hunter growth had far exceeded Wonnie's expectations. He estimated Sangu had boosted nearly 20 points in most stats within just 6 months. His current rank was a 2B hunter level. More importantly, Sangu's clones were growing stronger too. Their stats were lower than the masters, but their movements were flawless. It would not be an exaggeration to say they had the skills of a 2B hunter. Team 1's average rank was B. Wonnie believed he alone was as powerful as the entire team. If the YOLO guild stash had not been raided, Sangu could have leveled up even more with the gems they had ready. In this scenario, aside from the snow bangalum mentioned in the report, no other monsters can stop him at wall 1. Wonnie already warned Sangu about the snow bangalum, so he is ready to dodge and maneuver around them, though it is nearly impossible to avoid running into that damn monster. This one-eyed freak is the snow bangalum himself. Sangu tries to slash it once, but it is totally ineffective. Game over. Bug detected. Luckily, he prepared before it could devour him. But man, this situation's still pretty tight. There is no way to hurt that beast if he can't even cut it with his sword. Those smaller monsters tried to charge, but the snow bangalum just grabbed them up one by one and tossed them into its mouth, literally eating them alive. The Sangu clones, witnessing this, could not believe their eyes as the filthy hand reached out toward them. Thank God, he ordered everyone to attack immediately. They need to find the monster's core fast. So where the hell is its core? They can see it, but the real challenge is how to destroy it. His magic gun does not even leave a scratch on the thing. There is only one move left. Sangu tells his clones to get out of that damn monster's attack range fast, but number 5 still gets wiped. This beast took down the one holding the teleportation scroll. Speaking of teleportation, Sangu suddenly gets an idea. He bolts toward it as it is about to swallow number 5, but in a blink, he teleports and snatches the scroll away. The moment it clenched its jaws, every clone holding their breath below froze in suspense. Sangu barely escapes death. What it just swallowed was not just number 5, but also the thing that is gonna kill it. The monster realized what happened and immediately exploded. That is number 5's teleportation scroll. If he can't destroy the core, he has got to toss it somewhere else. The core got teleported back to the camp. Everyone there must be freaking out, not knowing what that thing is, so the golem's totally wiped out. His strength, health, defense, and mana stats all went up. Sangu's clone skill got buffed. Now he can use energy to revive a copy that looks exactly like him. The number of clones you can revive depends on your level. Right now, he can have up to 7 clones revived, and the cooldown is ready. Seeing this notification, Sangu gets emotional and tears up. Unlike other skills, he could not find a way to level up clone skill, but for now, he won't revive any more clones. Alright, time to keep moving. Over here, a 6-pack hotties taking a shower, definitely eye candy. His subordinate hands him a list of scheduled appointments this month. After scanning it, he notices none of them belong to any guild in Korea. He feels something's off. Something is changed. He orders his subordinate to reject all of them and proceed with the academy's opening ceremony. Meanwhile, that uncle at the field who Sangu helped escape now finally gets to enjoy a bowl of noodles. Senior Junseek figures it out. No wonder he could not contact Gap-Soo. His junior got captured by the Select Moon faction. More precisely, Haesung handed him over. Junseek thinks his buddy's lucky to have escaped that mess somehow. The guy just says he got help, and Seok senses something but does not press further. Anyway, everything is settled now. Busy Jun could use a hand, so let us pitch in. Suddenly, a noise outside. Sik opens the door, but before he can say a word, bam, he catches a fist right in the face. The uninvited guest is Chio-sung. Gap-Soo, we found you. Cutting to the chase. Who the hell attacked my guild's members at the field? Don't bother answering. Chio, this is the 3rd time I am asking. The first 2 said they knew nothing. Let us see if you are just as clueless. His bloodied hands tell the grim fate of those who came before. The punk went berserk when someone caused chaos in his house. Charging forward to throw a punch, but Chio-sung blocked it like it was nothing. He smirked with a cocky, taunting look, ready to show off his skills, but guess what? I am no pushover either. While talking, he twisted the opponent's arm, making him punch himself in the face. Next time, maybe think twice before throwing a punch. Huh, I hate show-offs like that. Seeing the boss get hit, Gatsu immediately stepped in. Hold on, I will go with you. Please, just stop this. Chio-sung froze for 5 seconds, then slapped the guy back. What the hell did you just say? You mean I have to listen to you before you will come along with me? So you think that guy got beaten because of you? He got hit cause he is dumb? Don't he go feeling guilty about it? The more he talked, the more he tormented Chae-tang-saka's mind. Watching the boss get beaten up like that, Gatsu could not take it anymore. The guy dropped to his knees. Then Jun said, "Stop. I know who attacked the Super Wall Gang. I know who it is, please. Have mercy." Chio-sung loved hearing that, flashing a nasty grin. Ha, see? I just had to scare them a bit to get results. Told you. Did not. Just a little intimidation, and boom, perfect outcome. Back at Sangyu's place, the search was still underway. He ordered everyone to slow down a bit here and stay alert to their surroundings. It was weird since the encounter with that freak. More and more bodies kept piling up along the path. Makes sense why they left the bodies here. Is a nightmare to retrieve them. But who could have slaughtered all these people? The squad was now close to their destination. Sangu commanded his clones, "From now on, trace the frontline squad's battle. They have to be hiding nearby the fight zone. The enemy checks in every day at 2 p.m. Right? How much time do we have before he could finish?" They were ambushed. Blood spilled. But thankfully Sangu caught the guy's arm just in time. Then a monster lunged at him. He had no clue what it was suddenly appeared. Maybe some kind of camo skill. Things got even crazier when a whole swarm of monsters showed up. That explained the dead bodies and why the assault team could not get into the dungeon entrance. Sangu and his team failed to spot them earlier, and now they were walking straight into a trap. He shook off the attacker and slashed at the monster. Team, push through here and counterattack. They fought fiercely. But then the monsters vanished again. Sangu could not see them at all now. His clones struggled to block attacks from those bastards. It seemed easier controlling one clone. He let number 1 take over the body and started observing. The clone blocked the attack by listening to the sound of the wind. They reacted to the noise the monsters made whenever they moved. That was enough intel. Now he could copy their tactics. But no rush yet. Sangu still had a long way to go. Inside the pocket dimension, where Yuna and her team were trapped, she looked exhausted. It was almost 2 p.m. time to check outside. Yuna wondered if the rescue team showed up today. Would that spark any hope? Jun sighed. You know the word hope won't come for them. Today's just like yesterday. Yuna was sure the silent frozen field would greet them once again, cold and merciless. Suddenly, she heard a sound, maybe a glimmer of hope for Team 1. Back to Sangyu's battle. One monster at 3 of the clock, another at 9. Just 2 of them. He figured he could hold out if he lasted a bit longer. They seemed insanely fast or insanely tough. Even though they could turn invisible, they were not that dangerous, except there were just too many of them. Sangu kept dodging their hits. Even small wounds add up when you are getting hit that many times. The monsters swarmed in huge numbers, rushing forward like mad. Best bet. Get the hell out of here. He could not tell if there were hundreds or even thousands of those things lurking around here. Then suddenly, he spotted Yona's circle, the signal from the attack team. Sangu immediately ordered his clones to rush over. Yuna also saw a human outside, and everyone heard something too. The whole team buzzed with excitement. Someone had actually come to save them. But this rescue came with a catch. They brought a whole bunch of monsters along for the ride. Sangu was over the moon, feeling like he would just won the lottery because help was finally here. Team 1 swiftly took battle positions to rescue him. Ironic how the rescuer ended up being saved by the very ones he came to save. Talk about a plot twist. There is no time to waste now. The shield formed a protective circle around everyone, and the magical arrow skill was activated. Countless arrows rained down on the monsters, giving Sangyu's side a safe landing zone. Yuna quickly sealed the entrance as the shield was lifted. Sangyu lay on the ground, gasping for breath. I am from Rescue Team 1. And well, everyone knows who saved who here. Yuna asked if he was from the Kano's Guild. Yeah, but only half true. I am Dong Sangyu. I came here on orders from the Kano's Guild leader, Park 1, so he did not abandon them after all. Yuna lit up. See his song? Right? Sangyu guessed that was the guy with glasses who escaped using a teleportation zone. He is alive, but, as far as I know, still unconscious. Seeing the worry on Yuna's face, He could tell she really cared about her teammates. But we have to get out of here first. Captain One Piece waiting at the Odden Tower gate. He is pacing. Totally anxious. Don't keep him waiting any longer. That is just cruel. He told everyone to get out fast. And he has got the teleportation zone ready. Yuna hesitated a bit strange, since she should have been relieved. But thinking about it, it made sense 10 went in, but only 9 should come out. Yuna's voice cracked. I know it is embarrassing to ask again, but please, help us one more time. One of them sacrificed herself on this mission. They can just leave her behind in this forsaken place. Sangu thought silently. So only 8 left. That matched the report about 1 injured teammate. So there is a casualty. He wondered what exactly happened. They were ambushed. The rear squad got wiped out right then and there. It all happened so fast no one could react. He felt useless for not protecting her. When Sangu's side got ambushed, they hit him first. Seems like they target the weakest link. When Sella was attacked, Yuna instantly opened a dimensional gate and ordered a retreat. She wanted to fight, but if she went down, her whole team would have nowhere to hide. They tried to report via long-distance comms, but Chaos raid, and a monster slipped inside unnoticed, and that monster attacked Cell. That is when they lost all other teleport zones. If Yuna tried to escape, her dimension would shut instantly. Then the whole team would lose their safe haven, all supplies gone, and everyone scattered. Sangu asked where her teammate had fallen. Pretty far away, no way to bring her back without running into monsters, because her teammate's body was left behind. Yuna gave up on escaping and decided to stay trapped here for 6 months. He could not tell her to just leave her teammate behind. Sangu decided he would go get her body and bring it back right now. But he had one condition. I am here to save people, not add more casualties. If it is not feasible, I will make everyone retreat. Secondly, only me and my clones will do this. Yuna protested that is way too risky. They are asking for his help to retrieve the body, not to put lives on the line. But no worries, all the people here are not real. Just clones. Yuna's eyes went wide in shock. At the same moment, Chio-sung launched an attack right at Junmo. He sat on top of him, taunting. I never thought a hunter would dare mess with us under the guild's watch. Isn't he becoming Hai-sung's enemy bad enough for you? You should be just gone into hiding after getting your ass kicked. He twisted Junmo's arm and started grilling him. Alright. Last chance, what is that bastard's name? Junmo gritted his teeth, refusing to say a word. Chio-sung sighed and snapped his arm hard. Junmo screamed in agony. Next up would be the other arm. Meanwhile, Gapsu found the info sheet on Sangu. The guy's name is Dong Sangu. And guess what? Our Sangu dude is living somewhere pretty awesome nearby. He ordered Gapsu to send some kids there and bring Pak Junmo along too. Outside, a Hyan witnessed everything. She could not wrap her head around why that new guy at guild was here. It was a disaster waiting to happen. Junmo, battered and grimacing, asked, why are you hunting down Dong Sangu? Well, your hunter kicked some of my guys' butts. That is part of it. Ever heard of crystal gems? Junmo had no clue what the hell that was. No surprise. You are notoriously stubborn, so it makes sense he did not bother explaining. He stole all our crystal gems and ran off. Get it? We are the real victims here. Hyan was shocked. Everyone thought Sangu's hunter stole the gems, but it was actually her doing. Back with Sangu, he kept explaining their clones, like she would seen. My clones are not just illusions, they are real enough. So do not worry about our lives. The plan is this. Number 4 and number 6 will hold the teleport scrolls and guard the entrance to this dimensional shift. Number 2 and 3 will go with him to retrieve the body and then come back. Simple as that. No one's allowed to step outside. The only priority is the safety of the strike team. I know you are all strong. After all, you are Key Nurse Guild's elite. But my job is to get everyone home alive. But hey, maybe rethink that. Bro, people are complaining you provoked a horde of monsters and ran straight at them. Still, you planned for us not to help anyway. Haha. Well, better luck next time. That is our plan now, so please trust me and wait here. Anna had no more to say. She reluctantly agreed. 6 months have passed since the gate incident, and Sangu has been grinding his stats like a maniac. He poured tons of gems into his clones and unlocked this skill. He pulled up the info screen. Level 12 Monster Devourer absorbs essence from a monster with a 12% chance to gain the dead monster's stats instantly. Thanks to this, Sangu hit the stat levels the Key Nurse Guild leader demanded, but he's got no plans to stop here. Everything's ready. He won't hesitate to seize any chance to get stronger. Sangu told number 4 to lend him that knife, then tossed him a power-up potion, a sword. As soon as they recovered the body, they would leave immediately with the others. Anna warned him. Not sure if you noticed, but when no one's nearby, monsters just stand still sometimes for days. So I am pretty sure the monsters you pulled here are still lurking out there. Be careful. She opened the door for him and the clones to step outside. Sangu quickly spotted where the body lay. They rushed over at full speed. Meanwhile, Number 4 and 6 stood guard at the gate, ordering everyone to keep their distance. The team wanted to rush out and help. But Aina, as the captain, spoke up. So far, we have only seen him running from the monsters. This place is 40 kilometers from the dungeon entrance. There is no way he could simply run here. For now, let us trust him and stay put. He also said he has got a backup plan if he can make it through the gate with us. The only thing they can do now is hope that plan actually works. Outside, Sangu and clone number 1 are struggling to fight off the monsters, but here's the kicker, they are invisible. Still, he managed to block one of their attacks. He is not sure exactly where, but he definitely felt something hit. They push forward relentlessly, piercing through the horde. They are almost at the body when suddenly one clone takes a hit. Those hiding behind the shield circled around and cornered them. They are completely surrounded. At this point, Sangu has no choice but to use his potion. After downing the whole bottle, his body feels supercharged. He activates his mana bullet and fires a magical shot. One shot, and boom, the monsters are sent flying, leaving everyone stunned. With the path cleared to the body, they are finally able to move out, but the side effects are brutal. His body feels like it is about to explode. So he tells number 2 and the others to grab the body. Mana's flooding his system nonstop, and the pressure feels unbearable. Before his body shatters, he will try to draw the monsters' attention. Everyone else needs to get out fast. They successfully snatch the body and make a mad dash for the exit. Number 4 immediately casts a teleportation spell. The teleport team is worried because someone's still stuck outside, but it is just a clone. Seeing everyone about to leave and catching Auna's determined expression, number 1 can't help but smile. See you all on the other side. Then the monsters explode. Alerts popping up, nonstop skill activated. Devour monster. Absorb the essence of monsters you kill, absorbing the stats of the ice guard. Your strength increased. Reflexes sharpened. Mana boosted. Resistance enhanced. In the hospital room where Siad is being treated, today marks the closing of the rescue mission. The operation is finally over, but he still has not woken up yet to joyfully welcome everyone back. Back at the camp, the teleport gate flickers to life. It is the rescue team arriving. A hand reaches out, and this image makes Wani flash back to see a scene. He clenches his eyes tight, grits his teeth, unsure how he would handle a repeat of that. Wani slowly opens his eyes, and there she is, his little sister. He freezes for a moment, then tears of joy stream down his face. She is finally back. Sangu has also woken up, his first time experiencing what it feels like to literally explode. What a wild ride. Ona tries to stay strong so her brother won't break down, in front of everyone of course. That is her. Who do you think I am? Don't tell me you thought I would stir up drama at the guild while you were gone. Wani wraps his trembling hands tightly around his sister. He cries because he missed her so much. So happy she is actually here, flesh and blood. Auna can't hold back either, tears well up. Brother, Seala, it is all because of me. She sobs uncontrollably. She thought no one would come to save them and was terrified. Thank you for coming back safe. They hug and cry together like it is raining. Thank yous fly back and forth just as Seal T wakes up after days of coma. Everything ends on a high note, and he checks his stats again. Suddenly, behind the Wunty brothers, a figure appears, making everyone jump. They are here to bow their heads in thanks. Words fail them to express their gratitude. Sangu shyly waves them off. Don't be like that, folks. Look up. I only took the mission because the rewards were too good to pass up. But Wunty says this favor from Sangu is not just a one-time deal. Reach out if you ever need help. They will back you up no matter what. The guild will be your strongest support, using every ounce of our power. I promise. If you say so. Then alright. You got it. Sangu hands a teleportation rune back to Wunty. He used one to take down the ice golem, and still has one left. Wunty said he could keep. He would plan to give it along with all unused items from this expedition to Sangu. But this was the property of the guild, and Sangu would feel uneasy if Wunty refused to take it back. Well, since that is how it is, he had no choice but to accept it. It still hurt him deeply to give it up, such a massive waste. Auna wondered if he had always been here. Yeah, he was constantly busy controlling his clones with similar skills, but he would always been right here. Yet Auna had thought they were all real people who had to fall to calm down. Wunty could not believe such a skill even existed. He wondered just how powerful Sangu would become down the line. Meanwhile, he kept regretting returning that teleport talisman. He should be just taken it and been done with it. Everyone had escaped outside now. Wunty would be slammed when they got back, checking everyone's health and prepping for a memorial service. This loss had left everyone deep in thought. Sangu's phone lit up, but signals could not get through the gate, and now messages started flooding in. He panicked upon seeing that Junmo had been captured by the Silver Moon Gang. The location was included too. Sangu was furious, shouting, I have to get there right now. Those damn Silver Moon thugs had kidnapped our guild manager. Wonny had no clue why they would do such a thing. Sangu had already thrown down with them before. They wanted to control the hunting grounds he was part of. So this was their revenge. Wonny handed back the teleport talisman and told him to use it and get to them immediately. Sangu was about to refuse the teleport, but Wonny promised he would back him no matter what. The Silver Moon Gang's territory was heavily guarded. Wuan was stealthily tailing them too. Why the hell is not that idiot answering his messages? Suddenly, one of them spotted her. He grabbed her by the throat and asked, "Who the hell are you?" "Gung, what is with all the fire around here?" She thought she was done for, but damn, she got lucky. The old folks carried the weight, and Sangu's clone appeared just in time, though he sensed danger. He could not fight back. Sangu strangled him with pure hatred. "Where is he? Where's our manager?" Hyan said she knew Junmo's location and would lead everyone there. For now, these two clones would drag him down to the underworld. The Silver Moon thugs had locked the manager in a warehouse. With some patrolling the area, Sangu pounded his chest, telling his clones to wait here, because it was too dangerous inside. He would bring Junmo back soon. Inside, Junmo was being brutally tortured. Chiu-sung remained calm, wondering why it had to be their guild when many others existed. Yeah, true, there are not many guilds controlling hunting grounds, so he asked, and answered his own question. He turned to ask Gap-su if Sangu would come, and when Gap-su guessed it would be a few hours. Sangu is pretty far from here, so while we wait, they will get a few things ready first. But just then, movement stirred in the pile of crates. Seconds later, Sangu showed up. "You guys from the Silver Moon Guild, right? We thought it would take hours. But damn, that was fast." Gap-su thought it was weird Sangu came alone. He would heard there were masked guys with him. Fired up, he went to check around for any hidden threats. Chiu-sung ordered to capture them alive. Junmo freaked out. "Hunter, do not do it." But now, he is powerless. Badly injured, Sangu seethed with rage. "Hold tight. Manager, I will make them pay for what they did to you." Some punk, way out of his league, rushed him. Sangu caught his hand in a flash, then snapped it like trash. Another one was not any better. Chiu-sung sighed. Frustrated he recruited such useless goons. Sangu took down each thug with ease, striding forward as their backup started shaking. Chiu-sung spoke up. "Our big boss. How should I put this? He saw this coming. He said you would come to save him. And he was right, was not he? But wait, here's the deal. If you spill where the crystal's hidden right now, we will let you two walk." Sangu had no clue what he was talking about. "What the hell are you babbling about? Crystal, you have crossed the line. So this one Tien, pretty for you. Sweetheart." Chiu-sung found it amusing this kid was cocky. Alright, they found some stuff while rifling through his room. Grabbed files, and guessed Sangu was a beast based on how he took down their C-rank thugs. They figured he is either C or rank. His stats were strong enough to crush most hunters in this area. They concluded, "But your skill, clones? Right?" He knew everything, that is why Sangu could fight them head on without using any skill. Chiu-sung laughed with delight, grinning like a maniac. "Some awakened folks like you got garbage skills. That is why you focus so damn hard on your stats like an idiot. You can use any other attack but charging like a moth to the flame. And I bet those masked guys with you got the same weaknesses. I have noticed your kind all band together, useless bunch, every single one. Enough talk. Go see for yourself if you think these kids are weak." Meanwhile, his clones moved in, realizing the useless guys outside were already wiped out. But this Chiu-sung saw it coming too, and stood up quietly, gripping his blade. "At least you are not rolling deep right now. I am all in for crushing some fools who do not know their limits." Sangu thought this guy was way too cocky. Like the old saying goes, know your enemy and yourself, and you will never lose. Let us see just how good Hyan's skill really is. And started to vanish, hence awakening skill. Invisibility, the ultimate stealth move. No top-tier detection skill can spot it, and was smug, knowing sensing presence or aura was useless. This skill erased every trace of him, not knowing your limits and casually taunting everyone. You guys ever faced this skill before? Better start prepping for death. You won't lay a finger on me, not even Han's clones could take him seriously. Sangu sighed, knowing this fight would end quick. No matter how many times Chiu-sung was reborn, he could not figure out how Sangu's clones caught him. What the hell is this? Is this even real? Man, this is the end of the line. Looks cool and all, but knocked out in just 3 frames. Sangu's 3 old friends sat chatting, mentioning him. Nobody's been able to reach him lately. Sangu changed his number. No texts, no contact at all. They heard rumors that Sangu was hunting brothers, but nobody thought he would actually keep doing it because Sangu's too innocent for that kind of work. I know, right? Even if someone crossed the line and teased him, He would just laugh it off like it was nothing. How could someone with that kind of personality actually kill monsters? That is because you two do not get how terrified Sangu gets when he is pissed off. There was one time back in 3rd grade when he actually lost it. I should be gone home with Sangu, but some bullies blocked me and stole my money. When Sangu saw what happened to me, he went straight at those bullies. The result? Both of them got their butts handed to them. And then Sangu found out he would been exploited by those same jerks before. But Sangu decided to stand up and fight again, because he could not just watch his friend get bullied like that. Those punks must have been shocked when a kid they would already exploited suddenly fought back like that, even with his odd personality. Sangu is incredibly forgiving when it is just him involved. But if someone around him gets hurt, he flies off the handle. Right then, he ordered his clones to take down those guys and rush his manager to the hospital. Chiyu-sung freaked out. How could you even see me? I thought you would be confident in your skills. Guess this shadow god did not see that coming. I just got back after slaughtering a whole pack of monsters with skills similar to yours. So what now? You have been spouting nonsense nonstop in such a short time. And that is on you. He panicked and begged for mercy. I am not just training my body. You know, but you are right about one thing, my stats are pretty damn impressive. After that battle, the Guardian's stats were absorbed, and mine shot up like crazy. Then he punched him hard, not even letting him get a last word in. Chiyu-sung took the hit, vanished like a ghost, and crashed down like a sack of bricks. One of them ran off. The rest were dealt with quickly. Sangu ordered his clones not to chase the runaway, but to focus on getting his manager to the hospital ASAP. Junmo worried about Sangu, but he just said, "Don't worry about me, go get him treated first." Seems like Chiyu-sung can still move around. He looks pitiful now. Still can't he believe what just happened to him? This is insane, totally different from the reports he read. This power is not just level 19. And the others are not weak at all. There is no way to escape if caught by at least 2 clones. He tried to scramble up, refusing to believe he could boost his stats that fast. Then, suddenly, he spotted a vial in Sangu's pocket. He smirked. Yeah? I admit I underestimated you. Never thought you would catch me or even react to my invisibility skills. I have heard enough excuses like that. No more mistakes from here on out. He said that while slowly stalking toward him. And Chiyu-sung was not messing around either. He thought Sangu had not seen everything he had up his sleeve yet. I do not want to see everything from some no-name loser, unless it is a pretty girl. Then maybe. Chiyu-sung kept fighting, convinced that clones not using tracking skills should not be able to spot him. Yet they still did. I do not want to believe it. He thought as they predicted his location by the air movement, whenever he moved, so he decided to move faster, trying not to make a sound they could detect. Watching those moves, even Sangu had to admit this guy's fast. Seriously impressive speed. I can see him. Chiyu-sung's reflexes are way better than mine. Looks like what he said earlier was true. And it is all about stopping the sound from giving him away. Thought he had Sangu. But the moment Sangu casually raised his armpit, Chiyu-sung slipped and face-planted on the ground. Sangu rolled his eyes at him. You are just kicking up a dust cloud to hide your movement noise. Huh, now I see you clearer than ever. But that guy just smiled like he would pulled off some master plan. He actually managed to steal that vial from you. I knew something was off about you. All your stats are way different from anything I have seen on the owner. The ones coming in with you definitely used this stuff to boost their own stats. He said that while popping open the vial. I am being nice telling you not to drink that crap. But the idiot went and took it anyway. Well, you are dead meat now, kid. After chugging that veal, his strength skyrocketed, and his muscles bulged like crazy. He is smug as hell. I could not hear what you said earlier. I was busy pumping up my own power. Haha, so do not come back haunting me later, complaining I did not warn you. Classic self-sabotage move. Taking drugs without listening to the doc's instructions. His power is shaking this whole building, and he is still grinning like a maniac over it. What kind of beastly strength is this? My power feels like it is doubled. Even the best drugs can deliver results like this. Anyway, now that he is packed with this power, he turns to me and goes, "You're Sangu, right? If you spill who made this drug, I will only break a finger or 2 before letting you go." Right now, numbers 4 and 5 are rushing the manager to the hospital. So Sangu has to deal with me in numbers 2 and 3. That guy starts pulling out his sword, so the real fight is on. He charges in with full confidence. This drug-fueled power lets him easily take down 2 clones. Then he goes after Sangu. Even though Sangu is strong, this drug's power makes defending a brutal struggle. I lend a blow. The sword smokes, and he just laughs nonstop. Ki. After seeing this, you still do not get your situation. Seems like you did not catch what I meant when I said I have read all your files. You think all I have done is skim some stats. Now, I have got a whole plan. Vong and his crew are targeting your family. Their goons quickly take down the hunter guarding the door. This is Sangu's family home. and they are swarming it. You know how hot-headed he is, get this done fast. His parents are shocked to see visitors at this hour. His dad rushes to open the door. Sister Osung attacks while playing mind games, dragging family into a fight. This guy's no gentleman, pure cowardice. He charges wildly. The clones try to stop him but fail. Mess with me. You get a warning? Mess with my family. You are asking for it. He is like a beast fueled by burning hatred. This power eclipses even his strongest skills. One swing is enough to split this house in two, and his two swords shatter. Sister Osung can't stay calm anymore. He quickly activates his attack skill and lunges at Sangu. Sangu takes a hit and flies back far, while the clones lose focus and get hammered one after another. One by. No one can hold him off. Gotta admit, this drug's effect is terrifyingly strong and flashy. Yuhi's just lurking nearby losing. Huh, you were so cool earlier. Shut up. I am gonna win. Who is that guy next to you? He charged at me earlier, but luckily this guy knocked him out. Sister Osung's got nothing but confidence now. Totally different from the scared look she had not long ago. I told her to run immediately. I will keep fighting. That guy looks almost sympathetic that his enemy is so tough. You still want to fight? Didn't you hear what I said? You think calling my people to your house was a joke? What Sangu's really waiting for is the drug's side effects kicking in. But that guy still does not know death's about to knock. He pulls out his phone and shows me proof his men came threatening my family. You have arrived. Lighten up on the old folks' fingers and send them over to me. Right then, the drug's time runs out, his muscles start burning up, and he has no idea what is happening to his hands. Then his whole body gave out, he slumped down, completely drained of strength. Finally, the time has come to descend into hell. He stood up casually. Didn't I tell you not to drink that stuff? Now. Chi-Yu-sung, twisted like some crippled freak. His last hope is to order his goons to take my family hostage right here. Right now, even now. He is still tough. Damn bastard. If you lay a finger on my family, they will all die, and give me the antidote. Now, despair doubled as the other end of the phone said it was a wrong number. The truth is, those punks were wiped out clean by the K-Ners Guild. The K-Ners arrived first and told his parents their son had completed his mission flawlessly and was already on his way back to Korea, outwardly calm as if nothing happened. But beside him, he was clamping down hard on a member of the Ingen Gait Guild. His head was about to explode if that guy squeezed any harder. He might have just died on the spot. After handling everything, he excused himself and left immediately. And you guys, come with me. Then, the conversation went down just like that, so everything was cleaned up smoothly and without fuss. Now there is no hope left for Chi-Yu-sung, he can only scream in despair. A bunch of useless trash. The worst kind. Well, I have talked enough already. It is time to say goodbye to this life. His body starts to react, flailing around like a walking skeleton. Sangu gently reminds him, from now on, if you want to live, you better use your strength to breathe. Then he grabs his skinny arm and says, listen up. Do not you dare touch anyone around me. As he says this, he snaps it like breaking a chicken leg. The agonizing screams echo everywhere. And Junmo is already getting emergency treatment at the hospital. Sangu visits the hospital not through the front door, but sneaks in through a window that has been there for years. Since visiting hours were over, he had to break in like a thief. He asks about the manager's condition. Thank God there was a healer on site, they said. I just have to wear this brace and plaster for a week or two. Still, Sangu wonders, what is with that blood? Did you get hurt? He wipes the blood from his cheek and says he is fine now. Fully recovered, his healing abilities top-notch. And of course, Junmo no longer has to worry about the Silver Moon Guild. They won't dare pull a stunt like that again. Sangu is torn about whether he should get his rank re-evaluated. His rank was boosted and recognized for saving someone during the gate incident. But he never followed up with a recheck. He just wanted to level up and earn enough to pay for his sister's treatment. He was not into power or status, so what suddenly made him change his mind? Sangu thought just doing his best was enough. He did not care about people looking down on him for his low rank. But after what just happened, he has had a change of heart. Sangu's determined. If he were in a rank hunter or higher, the Silver Moon Guild would not dare pull this crap, and they would not even dream of attacking Zimmer Agency's office. That is exactly why he wants to request a rank re-evaluation. Junmo says if Sangu really wants to rank up, it will be a huge boost for the agency. And they will be beyond grateful. Having even one top-tier hunter makes the agency's position rock solid. And for Sangu, as a hunter, this is the best way to prove his worth, but it will also attract a ton of attention. So stuff like this could keep happening. The choice is Sangu's. He is a bit hesitant, but once he decides, there is no turning back. So he submits his application to take the hunter rank test at the center. His current rank is E, and his skill is cloning. The staff asks if he came alone. Since most people take the test in groups, Sangu expected that question. It is exactly what Junmo said yesterday. People usually team up to see if they can handle a monster equal to their rank. If there is a C-rank monster, a C-rank hunter should form a team to take it down. That means normally the monster is stronger than a single hunter. One-on-one. That is true, but not for him. Alone, he can handle it. Sangu's skill can create an unbeatable squad. The staff size. Then you need to kill a monster ranked higher than you, and bring proof to prove your skill. You can message the guild's security to validate your hunt. Then come back here for your rank re-evaluation. Sangu suggests skipping the tests for ranks C and B altogether. The staff looks shocked. Who is this kid anyway? Is he trying to stir trouble? And he wants to take the test alone too. Sorry. But you can only test for the next rank up. You can to skip levels like that. Ah well. Guess I will just have to waste a little time then. So which monster should I kill to rank up to C? The monster for the D rank test is a mermaid, good defense and stronger than normal humans. So bullets do not work well. The guy sneers, clearly thinking Sangu's clone skill is useless against that. Being grilled so much is driving the staff nuts. In all his years on the job, he would never seen a case like this before. Let us see if this guy can actually pull it off. Bet he is going to come back begging me to cancel his registration. Sangu sat down in the waiting chair, scrolling through his phone, then reading some documents, scratching his head, yawning nonstop for a full 2 hours. He stayed put so long that the staff could not hold back anymore. Why the hell has not this guy gone hunting yet? When Sangu stood up, everyone thought it was showtime. Turns out, he just came back to his seat. Maybe he's canceling after all, but all he said was 3 simple words. That left the other guy questioning his entire existence. Surprise. Huh. Sangu claimed he would already taken down 2 mermaids. And he even had proof. Please register me as a daddy rank hunter. The staff had no clue what this kid was babbling about. Little did he know. Sangu's clone had already slaughtered those 2 monsters, while he would just been chilling, staring at the sky, trees, and girls for 2 hours flat, sitting there drinking coffee. The guy had no idea what nonsense he was hearing. He still did not believe it after all. He had not left to hunt at all. Sangu confidently told him to check for himself first. I am sure the hunting squad already sent their confirmation. The staff quickly checked. Sure enough, confirmation had arrived. Still skeptical, he called the Firespa hunting patrol directly. Hello? This is the Firespa hunting patrol. How can I assist you? I am from the Hunter Evaluation Center. I want to confirm if the hunter Sangu really caught 5 mermaids. The patrol started checking and then reported back. Yes, it is confirmed. I personally verified it. There is even footage of him arriving here. I do not know why both the member and the commander are named Sangu. The staff's first instinct was, is this system broken? Or did someone bribe the patrol at the hunting grounds? He had not even left this place. Sangu hurriedly asked if the confirmation was done. By now, there was no room for doubt or argument. The staff said he would upgrade Sangu immediately. Though it seemed impossible, he suspected Sangu might be done something shady. After this, he would report straight to headquarters. So Sangu got promoted to a D-rank hunter. D done. Now on to F rank. That night, Hyan pulled out the crystal bag she would hidden and recalled telling Sangu the truth. Hyan felt guilty because it was her who stole the crystals from the Zimmer organization, which led the Moon Guild to attack them. She never expected things to blow up this badly. She thought Sangu would hate her for everything he would been through because of her mistake. But he said it was not her fault. They did this because they think I stole the gems and tried to frame my family and the organization. This is between me and the Moon Guild. So you do not have to worry. The root of this mess is the gems. It is between me and the Moon Guild. I also believe you did not steal them for kicks. I do not know what the Moon Guild and Hai Sung did to you, but I won T below your problems, and you do not owe anyone an apology. Hyan grabbed the pile of jewels and bolted. Okay, this is between me and them. Back to Sangu. Everyone at the center was shocked he would pass both C and B ranks. Maybe that was enough for one day. The staff looked at him like, what kind of crazy magic is this? The guy next to him was Jumper, the only one who knew Sangu's story. The last time Sangu had asked for a duplicate certificate to enter various hunting grounds. Jumper said the doctor was super hyped, telling everyone about Sangu, practically drooling and claiming he would never seen skills like his before. Honestly, I am pretty surprised he stayed so quiet until now. Guess that is because his rank was so low before. In just one day, he jumped from a rank all the way to B. Hunter forums must be losing their minds right now. They should be asking for a new signature or something. A week passed, and so much changed. News articles about his rapid rise to fame as one of the fastest ascenders ever were blowing up everywhere. Even the Hunter Network site was buzzing with excitement. Sangu also cashed in big from the Kners Guild. So many zeros, he nearly blew his mind. 5 billion was added to his account, and yet 1T said this was just a payout for completing the mission. While Agent Kang called it a contract, he never imagined it would be that much cash. 1T told him to just take it without him. No one else would be dared take on the job, and of course, There is always time for some brotherly chats, even if it costs him a memory or two. Lucky break he won't have to stress about hospital bills anymore, even though he could be covered the costs from his earnings. With this kind of money, he could hire a level 5 selection master. Sangu would drop to his knees and worship just from seeing her. After Kang Cheo-sung's total failure, the Zukion guild leader went nuts. He thought Kang would be useful since Hasung guild sent him. Now, what good is Yolo's precious gem? Nobody's working for them anymore, and if Kana's guild is involved, Lin Kan said this is way too dangerous. The leader decided to wipe out all the evidence, but with Ho around, it is game over for you, little brother. Zuchien's face darkened as he quickly tried to explain. I think there has been a misunderstanding. Let us talk this through. But with that sly grin, no way he would back down. He planned to settle things with his fists. 3 seconds later, he was down for the count. Don't even open your mouth until I say so. The next day at the Kana's headquarters tower, Junmo was discharged and went to see Won Tai. The doctor warned him to avoid too much movement for a while. Apparently, he would heard someone had protected Sangu's family. Junmo said the ambushers came from the Silver Moon Guild. But that was not the whole story. Junmo asked if Won Tai knew Hunter Kang Chiu-sung. He was the main culprit and the deputy head of the Silver Moon Guild. Won Tai heard Sangu had left him beyond recovery from his current state. But shockingly, Kang Chiu-sung was once a hunter under Junmo's management when he worked for the Hye-sung Guild. That means Kang Chiu-sung actually belongs to Hye-sung. The relationship between Hye-sung and Silver Moon is clear, but whether Hye-sung is involved in this mess is still unknown. Ho appeared and brought up those damn Silver Moon guys manufactured crystal stones to sell to Hye-sung. But these are not exactly true crystal stones anymore. She handed Won Tai a document and then greeted Junmo. She would infiltrated Silver Moon but kept Jun Che on Stog's life intact for now, and would hand it over soon. Won Tai asked what up was it as a body enhancer drug. Ho sensed something shady. There is no way a rank guild like Silver Moon could produce crystal stones without backup. Hye-sung is deeply involved, which means this is seriously dangerous. Hunter activities only became legal after the Great Flood ended, with soldiers controlling hunting zones. Taxes were imposed on hunting income and legit items dropped by monsters, so hunting seemed more stable. But not everyone was on board. Some hunters opposed identity registration and hunting restrictions, breaking off to form their own society. These unlicensed hunters traded illegal weapons and intel to protect their income. Yuan happily brought the stolen crystals home, hoping they would fetch a fat price ASAP. But he got sold out. He told people to capture Yuan, who threatened his family's life, leaving him no choice. A nearby shady man stepped in, annoyed by the noise. He was like, I do not know who you are, but do you know who my boss is? Didn't even get to finish before catching a punch. Luckily, Sangu showed up just in time before they took her away. He promised to help her, and the plan to sell those gems was his idea. He was sure they would disappear like smoke. Somewhere unknown, the officer is checking on Shin Hye-sung's people, the chairman of the Hye-sung Guild. The old dude says, do not you find this hilarious? Checking the body of a rank hunter, do you think I am packing heat or something? He even teased with a provocative grin. Like you think I need a rank weapon? What am I gonna do? Huh? Haha. Just messing with you. Control style. After the inspection, the man was allowed through the door, where a mysterious figure known as the Prophet was waiting. The woman already knew why he was here, but her answer would not change. She advised him to give up, no matter how unhappy he was with his life, but he was stubborn. Hye-sung believed that anyone with power, even politicians, would kneel before him. Everything was going smoothly so far. There was no way this guy was backing down. The Prophet said his fate had changed specifically. Someone had altered it. He was huge and wanted to know the name of the one who changed his destiny. But that person did not even know there was not just one, maybe two or more. Meanwhile, after taking care of the masked guy, the officer demanded the stubborn man give up his phone password, but he refused, even dared him to kill him. Woo, that is cold. I am not about to do that, but he handed him over to the guy, who just got decked by the hunter. They looked furious, did not even know if the hunter would survive their gentle treatment. The outcome. Everyone knows Sangu used the hunter's phone to call the captain of Team 1, Jinuk of the Hye-sung Guild. Boss, I got the stones. Good. Bring them to the base. By the way, why's your voice different today? The guy did not suspect much. Just warned. Be careful. Don't let anything mess up Jet production. Our manager's pissed about those Silver Moon guys. After the call, he handed back the iPhone 15 Pro Max to the hunter. Did not forget to say thanks. Here you go. We will pay you back for these stones. Take them, but to negotiate. Tell me where the factory is. Okay, the hunter objected. If he said he would be dead, but not saying meant those two guys would tear him apart anyway. You punk. Not gonna keep your promise. Well, I am not killing you like I promised. Haha. This fragile heart can handle this horror. I am out of here. The interrogation god strikes again. King of Intimidation finally gets him to talk. This intimate chat was recorded. He told Hyan to send it to the agent along with the factory's location. She was shy, but thanked him for all his help. By the way, I heard your skill is cloning, is that right? I have seen the news. So that explains why so many people around you look exactly like you. Sangu figured she did not care much about others. But when asked the name of the person in front of her, he had no clue, calling a girl a medicine maker. Switch it up, my name's Hyan. Hyan wondered where her clones were, at the BQ joint. Where else? After all those days fighting for capitalism, finally got a taste of meat. Too bad I chewed on stones more than steak. Just one bite of meat, and I am already feeling for the cow crying back at the slaughterhouse. A clone with a heart of gold. For sure. Feeling sorry. I will have one more bite. Can't refuse that crispy noodle-like meat. Junmo listened to the recording and recognized the voice as Sin Jing-guk, captain of Team 1 in the Hyasun Guild, the beloved son of Sin Hysung. So they confirmed Hysung's connection to the Crystal Jade. To sum up, Hyasun Guild has 5 sources supplying jade. Since the Silver Moon Guild is nearly dismantled, that leaves 4 others. All are similar to Silver Moon, at least rank guilds. Still, they can take down Hysung with just this evidence, even though making giant jade is illegal. Unfortunately, it is almost impossible to pull off. Hysung Guild does not produce it themselves, and they are backed by the Korean Hunters Association. Even if they get locked up, they will be out in no time. All that is left now is to plan a thorough cleanup for this mess. Guani warned Junmo not to go out alone. They will send bodyguards soon to keep him safe. As for Sangu, no need to worry, who could even touch a hair on his head. Junmo texted Sangu, saying he had listened to the recording and discovered that jiangengesi is the key ingredient for making a drug called GFE. No clue what is, but it sounds seriously dangerous. From now on, stay inside your room. After that incident, the GM office was relocated. Junmo rented out an entire floor. He would been planning to move for a while, but this time, the Engengai Guild helped him move earlier than expected, and just like that, the 2 big shots started bragging about how they will soon become the top office in the country. Right? Isn't it the #1 office a little small for that? True, but we have got Sangu, the dragon hunter who can easily take down a BAB rank hunter, especially since there is a special room designed just for Hyan. She was amazed by the room decked out with the latest tech and cutting-edge pharmaceutical equipment. Junmo really went all out prepping it. Most of the gear was already moved in. If she needs anything, all she has to do is ask. Hyan can live, eat, and sleep comfortably in the room next door. She thanked him, and that is when he knew this girl had nowhere else to go. Suddenly, Junmo got a call, did not recognize the number but panicked, telling Sangu to get to the hospital immediately. Meanwhile, in the Engengai Guild's archive, Old Man Hye-sung demanded someone step forward. Out of a dark corner emerged a mysterious figure. He asked about Junmo's whereabouts. He was locked in the Yolo Guild's basement, and all documents related to Jep had been stolen. The mysterious man handed him a mask piece from the head prick number. From what they would heard, Benji Mu might already know the factory's location. Furious, Hye-sung pulled out 2 vials and handed them over. You know what to do. If they want Jep that badly, let them have it even if it is unfinished. In Yolo Guild's basement, Jun Cheon was trapped there. He was shocked when that guy appeared, but the director did not send him to rescue him. Instead, they injected that untested drug into him. Jun Cheon unwillingly became a helpless lab rat. Won-tae and Maiho were nearby. He said he would try to extract info from Jun Cheon. Are you sure it is not because you are worried I might get kidnapped? More like you are worried about the kidnappers themselves. Just then, Maiho's sharp nose caught the scent of smoke. The Yolo Guild headquarters was on fire. They rushed over. The gate guards had already been injured. A monster had appeared in the basement, and even a rank hunter could not stop it. That means its power is at least a rank. This does not make any sense. There have not been any teleport gates nearby lately. So where the hell did it even crawl out from? Suddenly, Maiho realizes the ugly monster in front of her is actually Jun Cheon. The guy quickly moves to inject the next victim, Chiu Sung. Sion arrives just in time. She does not know what he is planning for the guy on the bed, but she won't allow any chaos in the hospital, so he redirects the syringe straight toward her. Sangu grabs his hand just in time. Only doctors and nurses get to use needles in this hospital. Buddy. Then Sangu immediately strikes, catching him completely off guard. Meanwhile, Won-tae is struggling to handle this mutant hunter. Its strength is seriously terrifying. One strike from it cracked the ground wide open and rattled the buildings nearby. Jun Cheon used to be a hunter ranked above B tier. Judging by those scars, Maiho is pretty sure about that. It seems like he suddenly emerged from the guild's basement. Won-tae thinks to himself, turning humans into monsters and making them even stronger. Could that really be possible? If this really is Kang Jun Cheon, then Hye-sung is planning to take down the Silver Moon Guild. which means Kang Chae-oh-sung, currently hospitalized, is in danger too. Siona's at the hospital and spots a suspicious guy. So she contacts Junmo. Their mission now: take down this monster for good. Miho fires straight at the mutant's face, but its body's like rubber. Those bullets do not do a thing. It tries to smash her with its filthy fist, but Quanta blocks it gently, then counters with a crescent strike. The two combine their sword skills by now. They are certain the monster before them is Kang Jun Cheon, and he's even using his abilities. The mutant looks all fierce and dangerous, but just 3 seconds later it goes completely silent. The arrival of the Sun Guild leader, Kim Egun, sends that noisy monster straight to the afterlife with a single slash. He demands an explanation for all this chaos. Meanwhile, in the hospital, the battle between Sangu and the masked man rages on. The masked man's shocked that Sangu figured out he was here. You think no one would notice someone teleporting into a hospital? Siona says, activating her fire skill, but the masked man easily shatters that skill. Hey, no flames here. Okay, this is a hospital. Though, he has got no right to say that he is the one sneaking syringes into a hospital. Take a hit. Thanks to Sangu's quick moves, Siona stays safe. He rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Luckily, the new office is right inside the hospital. Now he understands why Chio-sung got beaten like that. Sangu is seriously strong. The clones have arrived too. But after all that food, can they even fight? The guy in front of him is not dumb either. He won't throw himself into a crowd like that. We will meet again soon. Anyway, there is plenty of shadows around here. For example, the mana absorption unit is right beneath my feet. Looks like he is targeting your sister. Sangu is furious and wants to slash him, but the guy slips away fast. Everything wrapped up pretty quickly after that showdown. The monster rampage in the middle of the city was handled by the combined power of the 3 guild leaders: the Sun Guild, Aolo Guild, and Kano's Guild. After getting the news, Kim Egan worked hard to manage the situation, but the public only knew the incident as a standard monster rampage from a teleport gate, and Zutrion was recorded as missing. That is because no one was willing to come forward and explain Zutrion's disappearance. The Alo Guild's imprisonment of him in the basement kept Miho from revealing everything. Though it was a bit late, they found the gym's location and headed there, but everything was gone. Everyone connected to the Crystal Jade had vanished, leaving only machines behind. There were reports of monsters appearing downtown, but all info was wiped after a while. Those monsters were quickly taken down by hunters, and everyone completely forgot about them. Everything remained a mystery, and the unidentified monster storm finally came to an end. After the clash with the Silver Moon Guild, Sangu just could not take it anymore. He needed to find a bodyguard. Sure, it might slow down his hunting, but safety had to come first. Problem is, they did not have the cash to hire anyone poor as a church mouse. Since he could not find a bodyguard, he would have to send a clone instead. The Nas Guild would back him up. This clone would be sent to a familiar spot, the Odden Tower. The clone's job: make a ruckus to lure the monsters out. Monsters smelling a defenseless human could not resist swarming in. Once they gathered all in one place, the clone would pop a potion, and they would all light up the place with fireworks. With all that work, it is wild Sangu still benefits without lifting a finger. Fam would never turn a profit like that. Seriously. Those clones are the real Mevibes getting the short end of the stick. Today's the big day, the grand opening ceremony of the Hunter Academy in Korea. Principal Won Haksu takes the stage, thanking all the ladies and gentlemen for coming out. This academy was built to train low-rank hunters on how to handle monsters, equipping them with skills and gear to boost their chances of monster loot drops. No matter how weak your skills or low your rank, everyone's welcome. Train alongside other hunters, and you will gain the confidence to step into the hunting zones. The student with the best results at year's end will snag this legendary elixir. Right here in the gym, Sangu grips the weights, ready to train. He exhales, thinking, none of these are heavy enough, sorry. But if you keep piling on that much weight, the floor's gonna collapse. You might want to hit Mana Rainforest as gym instead. Got it. Sangu grabs even more weights but still feels it is not enough. The principal appears on TV with an announcement. Principal Haksu announces the Hunter Academy's opening and says enrollment for the Korean branch starts in December. Plus, the Academy's offering bonus points to low-rank hunters and those with useful skills to encourage participation. Sangu shrugs and mutters, "Where's the control panel?" That manager's got weird hobbies. Did not expect him to actually open something. The TV keeps rolling with announcements. The principal back on screen. They say, "Where's the control panel?" That manager's got some strange hobbies. Did he think he would ever open anything? Honestly, the announcements keep coming on the TV. Principal Haksu surprises everyone by revealing the grand prize for the Academy's winner is a rare divine elixir. At that moment, the crowd looks up in awe. Based on their results, Every student at the academy has a shot at winning the divine elixir. That is a huge motivator, pushing students give it their all. He blurts out in surprise. Divine elixir. The Korean national anthem swells though seas may dry and mountains wear away. The heavens protect us. Long live our homeland. The powerful song echoes our land stretches 3,000 ri. Blooming with flowers and pride. The people of Korea forever walk their path. Guarding our truth. Like the steadfast pine on Namsan Peak armored against storms. The golden eye absorbs every word. Our patriotic spirit ignites in response. It watches every move the clear autumn sky. Miles high. Cloudless. The bright moon in our hearts remains whole. With that spirit and mind, we pledge loyalty, love our country through hardship and joy alike. Hunter Academy. Sangu, surprised, turns to the two behind him, asking, seriously? The divine elixir surprise at the academy. Sangu's partner replies, I was shocked too. I checked. And yep, they are offering the divine elixir as the reward for the competition among students worldwide. Sangu recounts, I heard from the branch, so the academy has branches worldwide. Plus, the prize is a divine elixir. How could just one student pull that off? His partner explains. Not just the academy, it is run by the Enlightenment Organization, led by Jump. Here, an image of the organization's leader appears. It is one of the biggest corporations out there. Sangu wondered, why would one of the world's largest corporations do something like this? Actually, my partner's been wondering the same thing. What is wild is that it all started with their goal to bridge the gap between low-rank and high-rank hunters. He guesses they are trying to reduce casualties during disasters by boosting the monster-fighting skills of average hunters. It is not just the strong hunters. The lower your rank, the fewer quality skills you have. Sangu leaned back and shared his thoughts. I think I heard that on the news. But right now I am a rank B. If I would known this earlier, I would have leveled up before. His partner jumped in. Of course. Your current rank's way too high. But no worries, you meet the other big requirements just fine. Sangu's face fell when teased. Ever brag about my useless skills? Their back and forth made Hyan chuckle. Hey, I have got over 10 skills. Not done yet. Sangu listed off. Charge, sharpshooting, and magic bullets, all rank F. Just basic stuff. The partner stepped up, patting Sangu's shoulder. Rank F hunters usually have 20 skills. When you hit rank B, you should have around 70 on average. That is how many you have got now. Teasing him as he got frustrated, the partner added, that is your secret weapon getting into the academy. My friend, Sangu pleaded, bored. All right, stop. The partner smiled, sensing his pain, and explained it is because he is originally from abroad. Folding his arms, he broke it down. The admission system is donation-based. It might even apply to you. Sangu, surprised. Sangu repeated, a donation-based admission system. The partner asked, you still got the Askeki flag reward from the night at the Korean Hunter Branch Academy. The principal's voice rang out with laughter. Welcome, Principal Haksu greeted warmly. It is an honor to meet such a famous face. Someone beside Haksu spoke up. Famous? I should be thanking you for accepting me. Haksu clapped. Too humble, he added. Why so modest when you have donated 2.5 billion won for the students' benefit? Sangu smirked. I am just happy to help the school hit some impressive goals. He replied. He silently wondered, admission by money. Weird system. He figured this must be because the academy operates similar to other universities, but is not treated like a national one. Still thinking, he thanked the manager's negotiation skills for sealing that 2.5 billion won deal. But honestly, whether it is 5 or 10 billion, anyone would pay to get their hands on a miracle cure. Ignoring the judging looks around, he analyzed further. Besides that, there is a policy to upgrade low-rank awakened hunters. The average rank here is based on faction, with D being the highest. Some whispered when they saw Sangu. Isn't he that the Sangu guy, the one with the clone skill? But Sangu did not care. He kept walking, thinking no one here was a true rival. He told himself, even if he is top of the class, he still has to ace the year-end exam. An announcement echoed. Our academy is honored to welcome 2 faction-ranked students from the first year. Suddenly, Sangu, intrigued, he turned to the principal. Surprised, the principal smiled. You, Jeoner Sangu, probably do not know. But another faction-ranked hunter got in here through donations just like you. Mouth agape. He listened as the principal explained. Can he say who? But that hunter's just as famous as you. The principal chuckled loudly. Sangu thought to himself, I actually have a rival. First class started. Nice to meet you all. I am Professor Haixiep. I will be teaching you the basics of elemental magic. His voice filled the hall. You will probably hate me for teaching on day 1. Right? I will just announce the schedule, and we will start next week. Sangu sat quietly, thinking, I like it no rivals yet, still puzzled. He wondered, but if there is someone else like me, who is it? Doesn't he matter much for a high-rank hunter here, especially when I am rank B? Shrugging it off, he thought, whatever. I am not really into the hunter industry. When I am ranking first, nothing else really matters. After class ended, Teacher Hikes-up said goodbye to everyone and left the room. That is it for today. See you all next week, the girl with orange hair shouted. There is a freshman party tonight. Meet at the 3G Oroyang bar near the academy's front intersection at 8 p.m. Sangu thought to himself, freshman? Huh. They should really call this a university. He paused, wondering, wait a second, could there really be a Danby there? Sangu's eyes lit up like he would just cracked a secret. He debated internally, should I go check it out or not? At a 3G bar on a Korean street, everyone raised their glasses. Buzzing with excitement, they all crowded around Sangu, bombarding him with questions. No way. You saved everyone during the teleportation gate disaster with the baseball bat. Overwhelmed by the attention, Sangu quietly replied, yeah, that is right. Someone else chimed in, I heard you took down the Danby monster there. He sighed and answered helplessly, I got taken down once. Though, then a girl shouted, Oppa, you defeated the Silver Moon Guild. He coolly answered, I have got nothing to say about that. The girl begged, please, show us some proof. The man in the yellow shirt grumbled, man, he is so lucky. They are off hunting somewhere right now. So no. Sangu raised his hand to calm the crowd. Guys, please chill. Besides me, is there anyone else from Danby who made it into the academy? They looked stunned by his question. Besides me, anyone else from Danby at the academy? They glanced at each other. Another Danby. I do not know. Yeah, another Danby got in too. Sangu tightened his grip on his phone. Seems like even they do not know for sure. Never mind. Forget it. Lost in thought, Sangu stared at his phone. All the headlines online were about him. What is Han hiding? And it looks like Han is not coming here after all. Quietly, Sangu walked down the street heading home, unaware of footsteps silently following from behind. Han suddenly stepped up and asked, excuse me, is this the way for freshmen? Sangu turned and replied, yes, that is right. It is not over yet, so just come in. The man asked, why are you leaving then? Sangu sighed, I do not know anyone, so I am probably just heading home. Suddenly, Sangu froze, eyes wide. Wait a minute, that voice. The man smiled, removing his hat. His long silky hair fluttered past Sangu's face. A soft voice said, I know you, right? Teacher, it was Hyan. It had been 6 months since Sangu last saw Teacher Ha. He could not help but be surprised to see her again. Hyan, is that you? She looked a little down. What do you mean? Teacher, I am a student here too. Sangu was also surprised to see her here. What? Did you fail the university entrance exam or something? But Hyan quickly changed the subject. It is so cold. I want to grab a drink while we chat. Sangu could only smile helplessly, feeling a bit relieved inside. Look at her. They headed to a small bar together. The bartender quickly served a colorful drink and said, here's your tea. Hyan admired it. Whoa, this looks amazing. Sangu teased, you just graduated. Don't he go buying the teacher drinks now? The two guys nearby looked confused. What do you mean? Teacher, you should be making the teacher buy you drinks since you just graduated, Sangu said. Just as Hyan was about to sip her drink, Sangu asked with a serious face. Hyan asked, how did your entrance exam go? Did you fail? Calmly, she replied, of course not. I got. Teacher really knows how to teach me. Still puzzled, Sangu asked, then why did you come to this academy? She glanced at him and smiled. I told you. My dream is to be a hunter. Hyan kept answering. I went to university because my family wanted me to, but after graduation, I decided to become a hunter right away. Then the Hunter Academy was founded, and I convinced my parents to let me follow my own path since I already enrolled in their university. Sangu was a bit surprised and asked, and what did they say? The drink was so good it made her want another glass before answering. Please. One more drink. They said it was dangerous and gave me a lot of reasons. But after a few days of argument, they finally agreed. After sharing her story, Hyan wanted to hear about Sangu's adventures. When it was his turn, Sangu got a bit flustered and joked. Don't call me teacher anymore. I am not your teacher now. And take it slow with the drinks. She thought for a moment. Since we signed up together, you are not a junior to me either. Then she got even more excited and called him, Hey Appa. After hearing that, Sangu could not help but feel a bit weirded out by her way of addressing him somehow. It just felt off. He sighed in mild defeat and said, "Just call me teacher." "Okay." Hyan perked up happily and kept waiting. Teasing. "What? Are you shy?" Even though she pushed it, she kept calling him by that nickname. "Oppa." "Look, Sangu." He groaned helplessly. "Cut it out." But she just kept waiting. "Oppa." After a while, she seemed drunk, her voice slurring. Where were we? Nobody knew how many drinks she would downed. All right. Teacher, can tea reach you because your phone's busted? Hyan had already collapsed on the table, but still ordered another drink. "Please. One more glass." Sangu grabbed the glass from her hand and scolded her. "Enough, kiddo." She was drunk and seemed to care only that someone took her stuff. "So what?" He looked on helplessly as his student passed out on the table. Doesn't she know her limit? As for her head was probably just full of booze. "Give me that glass." Suddenly, she snapped awake, grinning ear to ear as she snatched his phone. "Wait. My phone." Sangu was startled. Confused. Then she took her phone and added her number to his contacts. With a satisfied look, she said, "Now I have your number." Feeling victorious, her eyes fluttered closed. "Now you know exactly why you could not reach me." Moments later, Hyan was completely out cold. Sangu sighed and called the staff. "Can you settle the bill for me?" Under the dim streetlights, Sangu had to carry Hyan on his back. She jolted awake, suddenly realizing she was being carried. Her face flushed bright red. "What the heck? He is carrying me. Did I just pass out?" Her mind raced. "Where are we even going?" "Your place." Suddenly, Sangu glanced at her. "You awake now?" Flustered, Hyan asked. "Huh? Did I really pass out?" He nodded in reply. "Yeah. Right on the sidewalk. If you are up, you can walk the rest." After hearing that, her face still showed a bit of embarrassment and sleepiness. She quickly made an excuse so he would carry her a bit longer. "Dizzy. I can't walk." He sighed but gave in. "All right. Your call." Silence fell. She did not know what to say next. Gripping his shoulder tightly, breathing a bit heavy, she suddenly called out, "Sangu." Hyan blamed him for abandoning her all this time. "Why did not you contact me for 6 whole months?" When Sangu did not answer, she kept complaining. "Even if your phone was broken, you could be found a way to reach me." She held him tighter. "You know what? I was actually planning to punch you in the face when we met. I was so mad." Her lips brushed his ear, voice thick with emotion. "But when I finally saw you, I could not do it. Today's been really great. Don't you think so?" Seeing him silent, she pressed on. "If we never met like this, were you planning to never talk to me again?" Finally, he spoke. "I had things I had to do. That is why I enrolled in the academy." Still carrying her, he asked, "Did you have a good day today?" She smiled. "Yeah. It has been the best day I have had in 6 months." Lost in thought, Hyan went quiet. Sangu broke the silence. "But I was really lazy. So I was afraid I would lose all my motivation if I went back to how things were." He recalled the past, when his loved ones were hospitalized, waiting for death. "I was scared I would make the same mistakes and regret it all over again." Felt helpless, his face still marked by scars. After walking a bit, he stopped and let her down. People do not change that easily. Standing beside him, Hyan looked puzzled by what he was saying. "So I cut off all my old relationships. But," gently, he handed her back her hat. "But I want you to know that all those connections are precious to me." Only then did she realize they had arrived at his place. Still feeling shy. "This is your home." She quickly put on her hat to hide her embarrassment. "Well, I am letting this one slide." Hyan walked ahead toward the apartment, leaving Sangu trailing behind. "You said everything is precious, right?" He smiled softly and called out, "Don't do this again next time." She turned back and flashed him a bright grin. "Yes sir." Elsewhere, inside a massive building, a man sits silently, waiting in the shadows. That man is Hysung, accompanied by the rising star Sangu, who climbed from rank E to rank B. The first ranked Jung Sanju is a special hunter who tripled his rank. Let us dive into his courage, determination, and secrets. He grew strong through those unexpected journeys. Meet the hunter Jung Sanju. A rookie, every guild is buzzing about Jung Sanju, who was not famous at all when he first became a hunter. But now, he is a legend. Having boosted his rank 3 times over, his battle instincts shocked every other hunter. He is on a whole different level. And that is what makes him unique. His growth is not just numbers. His clone skill shook the hunter community to its core. Cloning skills, in essence, are, when it comes to raw authenticity, Jung Sanju's growth speed is undeniable. His quick learning and battle sense have grabbed the attention of every guild. He is packed with experience battling all sorts of monsters in the hunting grounds. His adventures are his armor, making him stronger, but that is not all. He is an ambitious man. He is fearless in the face of challenges. Hungry for recognition from other guilds, it fuels his fire. With that drive, he is not just competing with other hunters. He is challenging and winning every battle thrown at him. His muscles are carved from relentless training and passion, and his combat skills are honed to near perfection. He started his rank, then jumped to B in no time. A masked man speaks up. Sorry. Jung Sanju, stronger than I thought. I have already lost at the hospital. Haisung raises an eyebrow. So that guy's Jung Sanju. I should be asked for the position back then. Suddenly, a door swings open, and a voice catches Haisung's attention. It is a man steps in. Why do you turn off the lights? It is too dark. The other replies. I needed to think. Are you ready? They seem like old acquaintances. But his face is not exactly friendly as he responds. You can start next week. Best deliver results worthy of our backing to get into that academy. The young man confidently replies. Yes, sir, you are Jung Yan. Rank B hunter from a Sung guild. Don't worry. I am confident in you. Hearing this, the man grins slyly. I won't disappoint you, Dad. Don't lose faith in me. Looks like he is plotting something. He calls a Sung. Get the spirit ready. This is your chance to prove yourself. Meanwhile, Ding Vin reminds them. It has been a week. Let us review the basic elements of magic the teacher introduced last week. Sungyu sits on Ding Into but feels helpless as Hyan sticks close. I knew I would meet her again someday, but did not expect it on day one. He even signals to him, I am watching you. On Ding Vin, a fireball materializes. The first skill we will learn is Activate Fireball. Ding Vin introduces today's lesson. Fireball is a super versatile spell everyone loves. It is crucial for hunting, survival if you get lost, or even cooking. The two listen intently. Alright, let us kick off with Fireball. Sungyu thinks to himself, why do we have to learn this? Somehow, I learned fast attack skills by punching and understanding mana flow and magic theories. I wonder how they will teach me. Ding Vin then orders a bunch of identical fireballs. Step up. Starting with the front row, we will have you throw these fireballs. If you master Fireball, you do not have to come back. Hearing this, he freezes on the spot. Professor Haixixi explains about skill shadows. They synchronize with the user's system and add new skills. Besides the mana cost, there are no other requirements, so even kids who just awaken can use them. These shadows are the root of all human greed. So when skill shadows first appeared, everyone wanted one, eager for new skills. But soon, they faced a brutal reality. The price was sky high. The latecomers took over the whole board. Because the production process is super complex and the materials are rare, the price of skill orbs has skyrocketed, like the ultimate flex among low-rank hunters. Only wealthy, top-tier hunters can afford these orbs. After seeing how high-ranking hunters upgrade during hunts, more and more people want skill orbs. That demand just pushes prices even higher, locking these orbs away for only elite hunters. Everyone hoped skill orbs would close the gap between low and high-rank hunters. But all they did was make the divide even wider. The professor continued, standing at the podium with tons of skill orbs stacked up. But do not worry. There are plenty of them. Sangu held a skill orb in his hand, stunned and muttering. Wait, they just handed this to them and not me? Fireball orbs are the cheapest, but still cost 8 million each. Haha. Xion sat next to him holding his orb, so happy he was practically speechless. This academy's fireball is legit. The last rays of sunset filtered through each window frame. At that moment, Sangu was training to level up his skills. System notification. You have acquired the Fireball skill. Fireball level 1. A mana-based spell that conjures fire into a blazing sphere. He could not believe he actually learned a new skill. I got it. I learned Fireball. Professor Hai grilled the students about their training progress. Have you all mastered it yet? The whole lecture hall echoed back. Yes, we have. He then suggested they change their training spot to better apply their skills. Alright, let us move and practice using it somewhere else. A new training ground, specially set up at the Hunter Academy. There, the professor had arranged a massive block of ice for the students. He asked, what do you think we should do to upgrade the skill? The students below exchanged surprised looks. Adding more fire 1T make the flames stronger. Right? It is ice now. The professor activated his fire skill and spread his hands. Before, controlling mana to fit one style was critical, but since the system appeared, it automatically controls our mana. Now, the most important thing was the system announcing the activation of Fireball. Instantly, a blazing fireball exploded directly onto the ice block, creating a thunderous blast. The professor continued mid-sentence. Keep practicing. After the blast, a huge chunk of the ice vanished into a thick mist of steam. He elaborated on the skill system. Look at the attribute window. Skills have their own levels. The system flashed the stats on his screen. Fireball level 37, a mana-based spell that creates a fire sphere. The more you use it, the higher its level climbs. That is how you upgrade skills, he reminded the students. Though none of them had fully recovered from witnessing his skill just now, today we will try upgrading skills. Those up front start first. Good job. Next person. Step forward. The next challenger was Hyan. She activated her fireball skill. The fireball was modest in size but packed a decent punch. The professor applauded her. Well done. That fireball shape is perfect. Hyan blushed from the praise, shyly saying, Thank you, teacher. My skill feels like conjuring a mana sphere, so I am pretty familiar with it. The professor encouraged her. Keep practicing and upgrading like this, and you will get stronger. The next to upgrade was Sangu. He stepped forward. Mentally preparing, students whispered below, that is Jung Sangu. He is beta rank. Right? Doesn't he have 10 times our mana? Professor Hysek chuckled, adjusting his glasses. Haha, looks like everyone's got high expectations. Honestly, me too. It is rare to see a beta rank hunter using skills. Sangu focused intensely, ready to unleash his skill. The professor warned. For safety, everyone take 2 steps back. Sangu told himself to stay calm. He controlled the mana inside, gathering it into a sphere. Just like when using his quick attack skill, the mana orb slowly took shape, glowing with a blinding light that hinted at immense power ready to be unleashed. But as he released the energy ball, it dissipated into thin air with no hint of firepower at all. Even the professor, who was bracing himself to block his ears, was stunned by the scene unfolding before him. Not even Hyan could have predicted this, and Sangu, forget it, he was frozen on the spot. Completely humiliated, everyone down below could not hold back their laughter, shaking all over from the absurdity. Sensing the awkward vibe, the professor tried to smooth things over with an explanation. Listen up, everyone, Sanju did not mess up. This happened because she is just too powerful. Sangu, still reeling from the shock, stared down at his hands, the professor's words echoing faintly in his ears. Because there is too much mana. The flames got snuffed out. You have to trust the system. He stared at his right hand, then switched to his left, repeating over and over. In other words, if you level up your skills, you could even take down a high-rank hunter. After that, Sangu tuned out completely, his mind blank. His sense of language just cut off. Hyan chuckled triumphantly, patting the professor's shoulder. But even the professor could not let the awkwardness linger. All right. Next up, hurried along. Suddenly, someone appeared at the door. Sorry to interrupt. Professor, it was Hyan, casually holding his vest in one hand and a water bottle in the other. I am in the wrong classroom. Mind if I join? Everyone down below was shocked to see him there. The girls blushed hard at this unbeatable level of handsomeness. Wait, Hyan, from the Hisung Association. Too good looking. The professor suddenly remembered he was missing a student. I forgot you are in this class too. Man, this is rough, 2 B-rank hunters in one class. Sangu's jaw dropped. Wait, a B-rank from Hisung? This guy saw B-rank just like me. Hyan shyly rubbed his hand and said honestly, sorry for butting in. Professor, the professor was not strict. Calmly, he asked Hyan. No worries. Have you picked up the fireball skill yet? He extended his hand, gathering mana, and replied, but I already know how to use it. Suddenly, a massive burst of mana exploded forth. The fireball shot out, bursting with a blinding flash. Both Sangu and Hyan stared in awe at his dazzling display. Hyan turned around coolly, smirking as he asked the professor, was that good enough? The performance was flawless. Even the professor was blown away. He praised him enthusiastically. Perfect. This is exactly the level you all need to aim for. Hyan sipped his water and smiled. Haha, it is nothing. Squinting, he added with a teasing tone. B-rank's gotta be like this. Right? A simple line. But it hit like a bombshell. Sangu was speechless, too perfect. He felt like collapsing into the depths of despair. B-rank? Huh. My fireball's just a basic skill too. Everyone around Hyan kept praising his talent. Sangu knew he was doomed. His first day of class was already a disaster. At lunchtime, Sangu lay face down on the table, completely drained. Hyan saw this and comforted him. Hey, do not worry, man. It is going to be okay. Sangu, clearly frustrated, replied, I am such a failure. Even the newbie's skills are better than mine. Hyan worried, seeing his master spirit crushed like this. He is like a completely different person. Lots of people can't even make a fireball like him. The professor added. You just have to keep training. Sangu looked up, listening as she continued. She shyly mumbled. Just keep practicing hard for a few days. If you want, I could teach you. Suddenly, Sangu jumped up, blurting out nonstop. Hyan was totally confused, not sure what he meant. You just need to make the most of what you have got. Sangu activated his familiar skill, summoning his 5th and 6th clones. These two were in charge of hunting and training. He asked them, "You guys have the fireball skill, right?" They both nodded eagerly. Sangu ordered them to use the fireball skill. Go ahead. Try it out. The clones easily unleashed fireballs, tossing them around like pros. Sangu could not accept this harsh reality. He screamed at them, confused. How can you guys use it so well? After his outburst, he took a deep breath. Trying to calm himself down, he activated a link skill with his clones, telling himself, "Now's not the time to be jealous of them. This message goes out to all my clones." All the clones were stunned by the message. From now on, keep casting the fireball skill nonstop for 24 hours. No need to shoot. Just use your mana freely. As for numbers 5 and 6, their mission is tougher. You two just stick to shooting. They obey orders. Got it. Sangu recalled his embarrassing moment during training and secretly plotted revenge. He thought, "They called me the rookie. Guess I do not have to worry anymore." Just watch. The clones kept casting the fireball skill repeatedly, leveling it up with continuous use. Training anytime, anywhere is a huge advantage, even down in Antarctica, or even hiding out in some hospital corner just to practice. What is the deal with training in a hospital anyway? While clearing out missions with 2 clones, they roasted their prey on the side. Sorry, but it is burnt to a crisp. I am not buying that. After all the hard work, he finally got his just rewards. I want to let anyone else take the lead. Fireball just leveled up from stage 1 to stage 2. Overtraining took its toll. Sangu's left hand got badly burned, so Hyan had to bandage it up. Ouch. That must hurt. System alert. Your fire resistance has increased. Your regeneration stats have improved. Since his right hand was still functional, Sangu kept training despite the pain. Of course it hurts. I got burned. Duh. The fireball stabilized, but Hyan could not handle this stubborn guy and raised his voice. Meanwhile, his left hand was freshly bandaged. Wait. You already made a fireball with your right hand, didn't you? Wait. Well, I gotta practice. Right? Hyan voiced his confusion. Before, you said having clones do it was enough. So why now the extra effort? Sangu stared at his left hand thoughtfully and replied, I have decided to do everything alongside my clones, no matter the highs or lows, or how tough it gets. Now he could control the fireball more skillfully. He thanked her, and she poured out her feelings too. Anyway, I really appreciate your tips. Seems like you have got better control over the fireball now, she said. The trick was to focus your mind on maintaining the skill and ditch all the random distractions. Ever since awakening, I have trained nonstop, channeling all my energy into my hands and visualizing to boost mana. But it just got worse. She worked so hard she forgot to eat and sleep. Then guessed that maintaining the fireball, like that must be a system feature the professor mentioned. Sangu muttered, like he just had an epiphany. The system. After bandaging up, the two had to get ready for the next class. Hyan urged him on. Don't push yourself too hard. All right, let us hurry. We are almost late for class. Come on. Let us. All this effort won't mean a thing if we can apply it in practice. What is the point of grinding so long? Blue skies, white clouds, and here I am lost in thought. I never imagined the sky could be this clear. Professor Hykseok was back to teach this class. He greeted everyone warmly. Hello everyone. Have you been using your skills smoothly? Looks like everything is going exactly as planned. Top secret stuff just like yesterday. The professor's voice echoed in his ear like a cold wind. Today, we will keep practicing that skill over and over until it becomes second nature. Awesome. Everyone welcomed him warmly into the class. Hey, you are Johnny, right? Nice to meet you. He cheerfully returned their greetings. Awesome. Perfect as always. Hello everyone. But inside, Junzian's mind was bubbling with schemes. I have already shown everyone here the gap between us. He fought to suppress his triumphant grin. Knowing the real skill gap between him and that guy, he pretended not to know where the classroom was, showing up right after Sanju finished his power-up, like yesterday when he walked into class. Oops. Wrong way. Mind if I give it a shot? Launching his terrifying fireball, he claimed the first win and grabbed everyone's attention. The gap in power was clear. After that incident, there is no way Sanju would dare outscore him again. The professor called out the next round. Next up, Sangu. Junzian stood behind him, thinking, all right. Next player. I can let him get that sacred flask, even if it is personal. A sudden flash of inspiration hit Junzian's thoughts. I just have to crush anyone who stands in my way. Then came the thunderous explosion from Sangu's fireball. The professor's eyes widened in shock at what he just witnessed. Sanji Wu's uncle had only been here 3 days, and already he had Sangu smop, satisfied with the results. Thanks to a lot of practice. I heard this is the final challenge a Class B has to master. Jun-sung could not believe his eyes. The professor was stunned, and everyone around was just as shocked. Jai that showed up with his hand still bandaged, so I was not expecting much. But this blows all my expectations out of the water. Last time, he could not even land a single fire strike. And now, just a few days later, he is this strong. Seriously, the professor was thrilled, praising him. Your training results speak for themselves. The academy's teaching methods, you have totally outshined them. Honestly, I was really impressed by Jun Ji-yeon's skills on day 1. That gave me a bit of inspiration too. Sangu admitted. Jun Ji-yeon was trying to hold back his fury. The class had to go on. Alright, who's next? After class, Sangu and Hagyeon walked and chatted together. Everyone was stunned. Yeah. No pain, no gain. Right? But I gotta warn you. Do not get hurt again. I am done patching you up, she said firmly. Sangu held up his left hand to prove a point. No worries. Left hand's all healed up now. Hagyeon was annoyed by his cocky attitude but tried to explain. You know about the regeneration stat, right? Fine. I am glad you heal fast. Different classes meant they had to split up. But someone was still watching them from the corner. I have got one more class, so see you later. Bye-bye. Sangu was brimming with confidence. I might hit level 20 before next week. For real. The system notification popped up. Fireball skill leveled up from 14 to 15. Jun Ji-yeon had been secretly watching them all this time. What exactly was he after? He strode up to Sangu, wanting to wrap this up fast. Look, a 2 housing units. If you want any skill, I can hook you up. Just tell me what you want. Sangu was caught off guard. Jun, what is the deal? I thought we were not that close to meet like this. Cut the act. Jun Ji-yeon stepped closer, calling him out. I am asking what it will take for you to drop that miracle potion. I do not know how you see it, but nothing's more precious to me than that potion. Sangu's face hardened as he answered seriously. Same here. He brushed past Jun Ji-yeon, bluntly saying, that potion's everything to me. So do not waste your time. Even if you offered me 10 apartment towers, I would not budge. You are not the only one needing that cure. Jun Ji-yeon was furious at the rejection. You will regret this. Sangu did not back down, flipping him off. Watch your mouth. No one's ever started trouble with me and gotten away with it. Jun Ji-yeon clenched his teeth, punching the wall in frustration. So he is really gonna wreck my plan. Jun Sangju Woo-hyun handed Sangu a mana vial. I brought more medicine with me. Sangu took it gratefully. Thanks. This is the only stuff that boosts my poison resistance. Poison resistance went from 6,692 to 8,132. Woo-hyun added some news. I have been working on more doses lately, so the quality's improved a lot. Side effects are down now. What do you think? Woo-hyun wildly shook her head at the poison junkie and yelled, seriously? Who else uses poison like you do? Nobody's making bombs disguised as poison like you. Sangu grabbed Woo-hyun's hand and suddenly asked, by the way, have you heard any news? Is everything okay? Woo-hyun was surprised by what he said next. Dep ended pretty badly. We almost had a chance to kick them out. She adjusted her hat somberly. Well, I did my part. There is nothing more I can do. Maybe someday the chance will come again. Sangu looked worried but stayed silent. Though pissed off at the Haeji-sung group, he wondered if she had some hidden grudge against them. Suddenly remembering something from earlier, Sangu asked Woo-hyun, hey, do you know someone named Shin Jun Ji-yeon? Of course. He is the second son of the Sin Shi-sung family. Sangu was shocked to learn his true identity. Damn. He is supposed to be his son. But there is no way he looks anything like the guy. How do they even share the same last name? Do you have any info on his skills or anything like that? Woo-hyun adjusted her glasses and said, Shin Jun. You know him, right? Ever since he was a kid, the media's been all over him. The eldest son of Hee-sung, Jin-wook, was pretty average. So all the spotlight shifted to the younger son. Dong-yen was often seen with his dad, grabbing the media's attention. He even awakened his powers before starting elementary school. So everyone agrees that he is the real heir to the Hee-sung legacy. Pretty wild. Huh. But then, one day, all news about him just stopped. Nobody cared anymore. And that silence has lasted until now. Sangu quietly wondered about the story just dropped off like that. Woo-hyun went on about his skills. I am curious too. His skills are so off the charts. What exactly are they? It has been a while, so I'm not sure. But I think they call it Grand Sorcerer. Whatever skill he learns, he instantly masters it at the highest level. Hearing this, Sangwoo's mind filled with an intense image of Dong-hee on this overwhelming power. He could not believe it. Talking with her. This sounds like cheating to me. You should not be saying stuff like that. Sangwoo recalled that training day. No wonder his healing powers were so insane. Clutching the medicine bottle, he thought, Jun Young, we need a plan to take this guy down. At the Wonmai-san hunting ground, Zone B, 2 hunters were on duty. One signaled the other to keep quiet. Hey, what do you mean by that? The other, a bit confused, replied, I am gonna give you something you do not even have to hunt for, just keep it down. The guy with green hair pointed to the other side. Look over there. A few of Sangwoo's clones were also on patrol nearby. The redhead noticed the masked figures. They were all Sangwoo's clones. Not just some random bodies on the ground, but the bloody mess on the ground. That is a monster. No way, that is just some catch from the hunt. Realizing the green-haired guy's plan, the redhead hesitated. Wait, you want us to loot the trap? That is a suicide mission if we get caught. I heard those clones are like robots, no mercy. And I told you to keep your voice down. But I have got some info. The monster bodies are still scattered around. Those clones only show up to clear the area after a full sweep. They just left. Now's our chance. If they do not even look twice at those carcasses, grabbing what they leave behind is not a crime. The redhead started to waver, tempted by the green-haired guy's pitch. Think about how much that loot's worth. Meanwhile, 2 of Sangwoo's clones made a call. Hey, monster recovery team. Is Jun Sangwoo there? We are at Zone Beaks. Could you come clean up the corpses? What kind of creatures? 10 giant blood-sucking spiders, 2 boss class, and a whole squad of 20 scorpions completely decayed. The clone on the other end was surprised. Wait, we are already at Zone B6. But there is no sign of any monsters. Number 5 found this odd and messaged back. Let us check again and get back to you. At that moment, Sangwoo was working out when he got the call from number 5, lifting weights. He answered, Yeah? Number 5, what is up? After hearing the update, he was stunned. Wait, the corpses disappeared. Number 5 and number 6 had just arrived at the scene and reported. We think someone sneaked it in while the recovery team was called. Should we hunt them down? There is so much blood everywhere. They could not have left without leaving a trace. Sangwoo, clearly annoyed, ordered, Make sure you do not kill them. The 2 hunters laughed confidently, feeling victorious after defeating the monster. The brown-haired guy felt lucky too. I did not think this would actually work. I told you. This method scold, we are going to be rich. The green-haired guy started dreaming big. If we sell this on the black market, no one will trace it back to us. How much do you think all this is worth? Suddenly, a phone rang. Hold on. Someone's calling me. The brown-haired guy, uneasy, asked, Who is it? The green-haired guy shot back. Who else? The guy who taught me this trick. The voice on the other end cut straight to the chase. Did it work? The blue-haired guy burst out laughing, then shouted into his hand, You bet we did it. I am sure they are freaking out right now. Seeing everything was under control, the other side spoke up. All right, keep it up. Blue hair happily accepted the next mission. Got it. I knew I was talking to the right guy. Turns out, on the other end of the line was Deng Yen, the mastermind behind this whole operation. Deng Sanjiwoo. Oh, Deng Sanjiwoo. From a low-level apprentice all the way up. You have barely changed a bit. Half a year ago, a video went viral online. A rookie apprentice hunter had appeared. The one-horned rabbit destroyer of the hunting grounds. This newbie hunter managed to catch hundreds of one-horned rabbits, a feat even seasoned hunters struggled with. The Yujang Mountains Eagle Eye had emerged. At first, aside from the weird title, there was no other info. But when news of Deng Sanjiwoo's clones spread, people realized that Eagle Eye was one of Deng Sanjiwoo's clones. But a newly awakened apprentice hunter could not possibly have such advanced tracking skills. That is when speculation started about the clone having a special power. They moved like a well-oiled machine, maximizing their potential with deadly efficiency. Deng Yen chuckled to himself. High efficiency, that is exactly what I am aiming for, he thought. Secretly thrilled, the clones focused solely on output. So until they reached the maximum monster limit within their hunting capacity, they would not call for backup. They considered guarding after calling reinforcements a waste of both time and money. Hitting the max monster count meant they would keep pushing until they would swept every inch of the area. He muttered to himself about his grand plan. If it was just monsters, it was not a big deal. No one's dumb enough to risk getting kicked out of the hunting grounds over a few million monsters. But high-level monsters, that is a different story. I wondered, once he is out of money, would he still turn down my offer? Over here, Sanji is starting to lose his patience. The assistant was right in front of him, keeping an eye on him. Seeing Sanji's mood soar, he decided to ask what was up. Sanji was not feeling great. What is wrong? Did someone steal my monster clones during the sand mission? Suddenly, the assistant's phone rang. What? Stealing monsters. Didn't that happen once before? Sanji opened up, explaining his worries. Someone mixed in a few giant rats while we were out on the mermaid mission, but I think that was just by chance. This time, I am certain someone planned to steal high-level monsters. They called for backup once their job was done, but the monsters disappeared way too fast. The assistant was surprised but quickly composed himself. That is really strange. That is when Sanju started to wonder if he was being punished. He recalled trying to steal some sea monsters that the mermaids killed. Even though it cost him one of his clones, he remembered a past chat with Noba. Hey Noba, there are some sea monsters over there. Why do not you grab them? I can carry those huge sacks alone. Sanju sighed, collapsing onto the table with a gloomy face. No idea what to say, and no skills to handle those giant sacks. The assistant chimed in, if you are worried about skills for carrying those sacks, why not ask her for help? Sanju was confused. Her? Who are you talking about? Then he remembered the blue-haired girl from before. Right? Her. When she saw him, she beamed and grabbed his hand eagerly. It took you forever to visit. I told you to drop by the lab sometime. Sanji made up an excuse. I have been kinda busy lately, she shouted cheerfully. I heard you got promoted. Congrats. Everyone nearby was a bit surprised by the news. That is Sanju. So that is who it is? Thanks for telling me. Sanju cut straight to the point. I have got a question. If it is inconvenient, you do not have to answer. The girl paused. Curious? What is up? They went inside a room to talk. He wanted to learn her secondary space skill. He explained why. While watching breathing technique videos online, I discovered a skill called reflection. I am wondering if I could learn your secondary space skill if I figure out its rules. She immediately refused. Sorry, but that is not going to happen. Sanju nodded, understanding the difficulty. Yeah, I figured it would not be that simple. Asking someone to teach you their skills is tough. Sorry. Do not get me wrong, I really want to teach you everything I can. But that skill is different. He looked puzzled. Why's that? She explained. We can learn someone else awakens skills. Everyone's skill system shows different things. Some have strength, speed, or weapon power that scales with skill level. Others have secondary space skills that let them hold objects and items in a pocket dimension. The size of this space grows with skill level. It is a unique ability for each hunter. That is why the rules behind these skills can be explained. Even I do not fully understand the origin, just like how I can use your clone skill. Sanji was left a bit stunned by this revelation. She kept going. But some people have similar awakened skills. Right? People with teleportation or white jump skills are a bit different. No two people have the exact same awakened skill. Their skills might be similar, but range, cooldown, and other factors differ. There are lots of people with teleportation skills, but only one person can have the jump skill. If that skill is anything like mine, then yeah, you might be able to learn it, but only one person had the ability to leap like that. So if it is a skill similar to mine, then you could definitely learn it, although the two skills were not exactly the same. Sanji was pretty shocked to face this harsh truth. She saw him like that and offered, I do not know if there is any other skill related to space. But if you want to check it out, Heritage Company has it in New York. Heritage Company is the main player. Sanji felt a bit down. Thinking she would have company, she thought she was not going alone, but ended up having to go solo. Everyone on the other end spoke another language, making it hard for him to understand. Luckily, he brought some gadgets, thank goodness for this translation watch. It is pretty cool. Even without knowing English, he could still communicate with them. This thing helps him connect better with others. Without it, he would have been kicked out of the airport already. Sanji was now inside the elevator, still deep in thought. Heritage must be the place where he bought that skill fusion orb. Who would be thought he would set foot in their main headquarters to see if they had any other skill orbs? Since he was already here, might as well check it out. The display showed floor F170. Then a purple-haired woman appeared, inviting him in. She was Arya, the CEO of Heritage. Enter sent me. She said, you must be Sanju, right? I am burst. He replied, surprised. Sanju returned her greeting. She was stunning, a female CEO. Yes, nice to meet you. Arya gave him a tip. Welcome to Heritage. I hope you find the skill orb you are looking for. After choosing the orb he wanted, Sanju was eager to test it. He sought out a monster to slam into his gear. The monster let out a spine-chilling roar in pain and swung fiercely at him. Sanju grabbed its horn and activated the skill, the fire orb skill. The monster was completely incinerated. He gifted a few fire orbs to other monsters, and they all melted after just one hit from him. Nearby, Two other hunters were also out on the hunt. The brown-haired one noticed the fierce fighting, but could not make sense of it. Damn, those guys are using a ton of fire orbs. Brown-haired observed for a while and said, we can use these. Let us grab whatever we can use and tail them. They took everything they could and started wondering, where are those clones heading? Brown-haired guessed. Looks like they might be hunters. Suddenly, another team appeared, rounding up the defeated monsters. Brown-haired got pissed seeing someone else snatch their loot. Who are you? Why are you taking our stuff? They were startled and shot back. Who are you? We caught them first. When they refused to hand it over, brown-haired got ready to throw down. You bastards. You are mixing monster clones with Sanju's stuff. All three went on the offensive. Careful. Sanju warned. Got any proof? Brown-haired thought for a moment. Now I am... Damn. This info spread fast. Brown-haired dropped the sack, looking like he wanted to call a truce. Don't he get bloody? Let us settle this with a competition. Brown-hair hinted at a cooperation plan. Let us split everything evenly. If another group shows up, we team up to send them packing. The brown-haired hunter was surprised. We are splitting this place. Taking advantage, brown-haired asked about the newcomers. You are B-rank hunters too, right? You know when things get messy. No one, right? The guy with the badge and sheathed sword nodded. Good point. I like both sides reached a private agreement and decided to cooperate. Looking forward to our teamwork, brown-haired said, leading the group onward. All right, let us keep moving. Suddenly, they stumbled upon Sanju's clones lying there. Brown-haired asked, why are they here? I thought after the hunt, they all went to train. Brown-haired signaled. Shuh. Those bodies will end up in the black market anyway. No big deal. Other hunters nearby acted nonchalant and slipped away. The group blended into the crowd, walking like ordinary people. Suddenly, a flying knife appeared from both sides. Sanju's clones had memorized every shoe size and brand everyone was wearing. 280M, 290M, D Company shoes 275M, A Company 265M, D Company 250M. T Company shoes. We spotted footprints all around the cleared Changxing area. The group froze. Sanju's two clones glared with deadly intent. We have questions. Mind coming with us? The blue-haired guy thought he played it well, but got caught. What? He shouted. Trying to play the victim? What the hell are you doing? Did you just throw a knife at us? Are you out of your mind or what? Sanju stepped in, holding up his phone before they could speak. I am calling security right now. Turns out he called the hunters. And they asked the others, are you the ones who stole our credit? Hunter said things were about to get messy, so you probably had to call the black market retrieval team. Right? You went through the black market. Did not you? The blue-haired guy tried to play dumb. What the hell are you talking about? Got any proof or what? The other side fired back immediately. Proof? Hyan stood before the stolen gear that guy sold to the black market. I am right here at the black market. The guy who sold the stuff turned pale. Should I grab the latest monster gear that just came in and show you if it has been caught with your weapons? Sanju told the group, go ahead and call security if you want. I am cool with whatever you plan to do. Everyone was shocked all their plans were exposed. Sanju calmly led them to a patch of ground to stand firm. This spot should do. Blue-haired guy finally asked. What exactly do you want from us? Sanju warned him. Let me tell you what my boss thought when he first became a hunter. He said if you return all the cash you stole, he won't press criminal charges. Blue-haired guy's face could not get any paler. Such a generous offer. The group wanted to rough Sanju up. But if you wanted your money back, should not you have called security immediately? Sanju said. Recovering gear from the black market and fighting over ownership wastes too much time. We would rather drop this and head back to the zone to keep hunting. It is a win-win for both sides. Blue-haired guy, sensing he was losing ground, pressed on. Really? There is one thing I still do not get. He sneered at Sanju's clones. Trash clones made from a hunter's skill. Where do you get the nerve to set terms with us? A level team. But here they were outnumbered, and the other side was also level B. Blue-haired guy drew his sword. I have got a better deal. How about this? The guys behind readied for battle. You will all be dead here in a few hours. The black market will sell what we deliver, then there is no proof left. The brown-haired guy nervously asked blue-haired. Are we seriously doing this? Blue-haired knew there was no other way. You want me to give it all back? I might consider it if it was just the two of us here, but there is 5 of us. Besides, killing these assholes is not illegal. So what is there to be scared of? You should be called security. Daring to bring us to some dead-end spot alone fools. Seeing things go south, Sanju's 2 clones smoothly drew their weapons. And we agreed this was the right move. Hyan thought. They have got enough skill to handle these guys. Right? Then a seller approached and asked her. Yoon? What are you doing here? Looking for medicinal ingredients. Yuan interrogated the seller. Hey sir, do you know who sold you these items? The seller confirmed. A male hunter team. Level B. Why? She revealed the truth behind those items. They were stolen from Dung Sanju. The man panicked. What? Dung Sanju? Isn't he that the guy who came here last time? Those bastards, how dare they sell stolen goods to me? Yuan smirked at his helpless face. Like he has never sold stolen stuff before. The man muttered. Of course not. But honestly, most of what I get is stolen. Anyway, he said his network was cut off when he was not around. Now he is overseas. He said he is at the Heritage headquarters, or something like that. At Heritage's main research lab for skill development. Area introduced Sanju to the birthplace of skill crafting. 80% of the skills used worldwide come from here. I heard you learned meditation and mana breathing skills through online courses. Oh yeah, that is right. She had researched the client beforehand. Did you know you can also learn skills like fireball that way? Sang immediately looked confused by her words. He paused to think carefully. And honestly, she had a point except for awakening skills. You can learn pretty much anything that way. So why the heck does everyone shell out cash for these pricey skill orbs? She held up a glowing orb and said, you are probably wondering why folks buy and use the expensive skill orbs. The truth is, learning new skills the old-fashioned way is brutal. Suddenly, flames flickered around the orb in her hand as she concentrated mana to keep it lit, constantly channeling energy so it would not go out. It takes at least 6 months for a talented person to master something like that, and for ordinary people, it is a wait of years. That is just for simple skills like fireball. Imagine the rest. After showing off the orb's power, she extinguished the flames. Sanji was stunned. It could take a decade. She confirmed his suspicions. Exactly. Decades? Or even longer. Arya explained, diving deeper into the details. That is why we use skill orbs. The info inside connects to the system, so even someone who can control mana properly can use the skill stored within. Of course. That is also why they are so hard to produce. Sanju blurted out his question. So that is why they are so expensive. Right? She did not deny it and pulled out another orb. Yeah? I heard you are looking for a secondary space skill. Lucky for you. We have got exactly one left. Arya showed him the price. For this secondary space orb, it is 10 million. Sanju stared at the orb a moment. Then muttered. 10 million. That is actually cheaper than I expected. Then Arya added, that is in dollars. By the way, she laughed. Then said, based on the Korean exchange rate, it is about 12.8 billion won. Sanju's eyes widened. Oh right. We are in New York after all. She grinned and said, hold on. Wait a sec. Based on your info, this is actually the cheapest orb with space-related skills. Still, that is a sky-high price. He rubbed his head. Dumbfounded. I knew it would be pricey, but 12.8 billion. Well, Arya tapped the orb thoughtfully. Then added, which brings me to this. Depending on your answer right now, I might just knock the price down. Better yet, I might just gift it to you. What do you say? Sanji was caught off guard. Wait, what? His mind raced excitedly. You are telling me I could score a $12.8 billion orb for free? That is insane. Then he blurted out loudly. What do you want in return? Simon, just spit it out. Arya revealed her true intentions with a sly smile. Your body. She stepped closer and touched Sanju's cheek, leaving him stunned. I want your body. Sanju, meanwhile. Elsewhere. That guy's machine collapsed after a few clashes, falling to the ground gasping up blood. No way, we are all just beta-level hunters. He spat. Sanji's 2 clones stayed completely calm. The man growled in anger. How is this even possible? He swung hard at Sanju but was effortlessly dodged. Seeing this, the girl grabbed her bow and fired an arrow. But Sanju pulled out a dagger just in time to block it. The arrow hit his dagger and veered off course. The girl was stunned. He actually deflected my arrow with his dagger. 2 other guys rushed to attack the other clone, but Sanju dodged them with ease, leaving them wide-eyed in shock. Then Sanju charged at the 2 attackers. The mage panicked, shouting curses. Damn it! You turtles! He summoned ground spikes to attack both clones, but they easily dodged. Sanju pulled out a throwing knife and launched it at them, while another knife flew toward the girl with the bow. Knocking her weapon aside, she only reacted a moment later, causing everyone to panic. Sanju jumped behind the mage, realizing he could not fight back. The mage raised his hands in surrender. I give up. The guy with green hair knelt down, utterly baffled. This makes no sense. We are supposed to be beta-level hunters. The other 2 were already unconscious from the attack. Frustrated, the mage cursed Sanju. You freaks are monsters. But in the end, he bowed his head and begged for mercy. We lost. We will give everything back. So please. Sanji felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking it was all over. Please. Let us finalize the transaction immediately. The account number is... Before he could finish, an attack came out of nowhere. A girl with twin ponytails slashed him, sending him flying. Sanji had no time to defend himself and was hurled far away. The girl shouted loudly. The scam location has been exposed. In the name of the Comet Association, crimes like this will not be forgiven. It was none other than the captain of the 2nd Assassin Squad, San Level Atuin. Before he could grasp what was happening, she sentenced him death penalty. Then Arya continued with her proposal. Here's the deal. Depending on your answer to my offer, I will either give you a discount, or better yet, I will give it to you outright. What do you say? Saying that, she reached out and grabbed the skill orb. Huh? Sanji's eyes lit up. A skill orb worth 1.8 billion coins. No way. Alright. What do you want? Just say it. Arya smirked and laid her demand on the table. His body. Arya stepped closer, touching Sanju's face, leaving him stunned. I want your body. Sanju? What? Suddenly, she moved down to touch his shoulder. I heard you can touch it. Sorry. I just got carried away. Realizing he would misunderstood, she quickly clarified. I mean your clone. Not you. After explaining her goal, she turned to leave. Please allow me to study your clone. If you agree, I will give you the skill orb for free. Deal. So when she said touch it, she really meant my clone. She went on to explain why she had such a request. When I first heard about your skill, I could not believe it myself. Most cloning skills are just illusions. So I never thought yours could actually exist. As Arya spoke, sweat dripped down his face. Seems like info about him has not spread beyond Korea yet. So this is the perfect moment for her offer. Sensing his doubt, he asked, why do you want to study it? To create a skill orb, right? She patiently broke it down bit by bit. To craft a skill orb, first you have to understand the skill inside out, from how it works, to its mana flow. Even its attributes, every detail counts for what we are trying to produce. Sangu's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, fully grasping an awakened skill is impossible, but we can still make something similar, a clone skill orb. Even if it is a downgraded version of the real deal. He jumped at that, then he glanced at the other skill orbs. Is this for real? She is seriously giving me a 1.28 billion coin skill orb for free. Plus, I actually need that skill right now. Thinking about all the clones made through this tech, but selling cloned skills on the market. She raised her hand, adding more as he asked. What is the difference between an awakened skill and a cloned skill orb? It depends on how much we understand the original skill. But usually there are plenty of limitations. She gave him a clear example to make it easier to grasp. For example, do you remember who introduced you to us? The subspace skill user. Park Yuna. Yeah, I once infiltrated her subspace. Among all subspace skills, hers is one of the best. Vast inside. No mana consumption, no entry or exit restrictions. The two continued breaking down the potential of this tech. Compared to her skill, the space created by the skill orb can't hold any living beings except the skill owner and those they summon. You can store weapons, supplies, and other stuff inside, but to keep the space stable, you have to constantly pump mana into it. So if we manage to replicate your cloning skill, similar drawbacks will probably appear. Hearing this, Sangu could already imagine the possibilities. After a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement. I accept your offer. Oh man, that is awesome. Raised a finger to add more. But I laid down one condition. If you agree, I will summon my clone right here. Right now, cut to some training ground out in the open. Sangu, covered in wounds, stood there. Hyeon let out a sharp gasp. How could he even stop in that situation? Just as I thought. His moves are next level. The person next to him overheard and stared hard at Hyeon. I am a justice hunter here to stop violent acts. I suggest you get your friend out of here fast. Others were being rescued by teammates. Thanks so much for your help. Suddenly, Sangu stepped forward, catching the opponent off guard. Sorry, but no payment. No leaving. Hyeon immediately raised her weapon and lunged at him. That is not your call. But she only managed to slash air as he dodged. Hyeon's face twisted in frustration. Come on, she spun around, ready to kick Sangu again. This time, the hit connected and pushed him back. Everyone else stared wide-eyed at Sangu, who stood ready and glanced back at them. More copies of Sangu appeared. We need to get the money back from this hunt. Mind your own business. Alright. Hyeon was shocked at the sight. She exhaled sharply, muttering to herself. Just as I thought, these bugs do not know their place. And just like that, both sides charged into battle. She took on two Sangas at once, going 1-on-2. When the enemy tried to use a trick, she suddenly struck their stomach, disabling their move, laughing confidently while still fighting. She said, "Why bother recovering the money? They are gonna die here anyway." Cut to Arya and Sangu earlier. Bottom line. He will rent out his clones for 3 months. During that time, those clones have to cooperate with us on research. If a clone is destroyed because of us, he won't provide a replacement, and even if the clone skill orb fails, the extra space orb does not need to be returned, as Arya explained. Sangu reluctantly added, "Those are my terms. And oh, do not forget the clone's wardrobe." Arya laughed. "Feels like I am putting you on the spot. Huh, if you do not like it, I have got no other choice." I thought this through carefully. Arya grabbed a semi-white leather jacket. "Haha, you sure know the value of your skill. Do not." Then she instructed him. "Got it. Now summon your clone and get him dressed." The cramped, brighter room saw Sangu's clone successfully summoned naked, though she immediately tossed him the jacket and pants she would just grabbed. "Get dressed?" Arya glanced over, impressed. "Looks amazing." Now, there were 2 Sangus in the room. Never thought I would see a clone made of flesh and bone. You can call this one no. 7. He should be out hunting somewhere right now. Then he looked at his clone and felt sorry for himself. But the drug's effect was fading, weakening his strength. Yeah. Self-destruct power. Arya cut the conversation short and handed them the orb. "Anyway, I have checked your clone." He stared at the orb in his hand. "Now it is my turn to keep my promise." As Arya asked, Sangu cracked a grin. "Need? Of course not." The orb flashed like the sun, creating a subspace skill. Skill info. Subspace type. Level 1 incantation. The subspace grows stronger with skill level. Mana drains slowly to maintain the space, limiting entry to all living beings except the skill owner and summoned entities. Arya smiled, eyes squinting, clapping. "Congrats on your new skill." Sangu looked at his empty hand. "Want to try it out right now?" Of course. The system immediately alerted as soon as he made his move. The subspace skill has been activated. The spot where he launched his attack instantly created a subspace, just big enough for a person to crawl into. He stared at the subspace he just created, utterly stunned. He inspected his own subspace and admitted it was way too small inside. He reached in to rummage around and found a letter. This space is way smaller than Yuna's subspace, probably only about the size of 10 marbles. He could feel the inside of the space sucking his mana. Though it was not a huge problem, it is absorbing mana to keep this space stable, probably just enough to store the monster corpses he hunts. So that is fine. Arya watched him finish checking. Then Ben asked how things were going. "So far, no issues. Let me see if my clone can use his skills." She heard Sangu say that and tilted her head, confused. Asking back, she was totally shocked when she saw his clone reach out and use the subspace skill. She gasped. "Wait, your clone can use skills too? Besides the cloning skill itself, he can use everything? I was just testing it to store stuff. Looks like he can use the subspace skill too." She went blank hearing that skills are not the issue here. This cloning skill is seriously next level. She quietly vowed to herself that she absolutely had to get her hands on it. Yeah, but what is wild is no. 7 came out from the subspace portal behind him. He looked confused. And no. 7 looked just as puzzled. "Huh? Why did you come out from there? Master told me to go into the subspace." He watched as No. 7 entered the subspace, but came out somewhere else. Another entrance behind No. 7? That looks like an entrance No. 7 created. Wait, is not that different from the one I made? He peered deeper into the subspace, thinking, don't tell me that no matter which clone uses the subspace skill, we all end up in the same place. Suddenly, something was hurled straight at No. 7. If that is the case, then this is basically a main gateway. It slammed right into No. 7, knocking him down. 7, he rushed over to the unconscious No. 7 and glanced toward whatever just threw that. Where did that come from? Hyan was over there, grinding his teeth. That is dirty play, and you are trying to run. What skill is that? Where's my weapon? Sangu's clone explained. Throwing your weapon away was a bad call. Your weapon's now stuck inside the subspace. 7, wake up. Come on. Get up. Hearing the commotion, the other clone turned back and saw the scene. Hyan shouted at Sangu's clone. Quit dodging. You coward. What is that skill? Where's my weapon? Sangu's clone stayed defensive, unaware of the situation inside the subspace. Throwing your weapon away was a mistake. Your weapon's somewhere else now. 7, get up. Please get up. Sangu's clone turned upon hearing the voice and saw what was happening. Sangu was still desperately calling out to No. 7's spirit. 7 was only bleeding, Not dead. Dun T die. 7. You are still alive. Big bro. 7 barely finished speaking before Sangu wiped his eyes. I am still alive. I will get revenge for you. The other clone broke out in a cold sweat hearing that, whoever did this, I want to forgive them. Sangu grabbed the weapon and stepped out of the subspace. Hyan was shocked seeing him holding his weapon like that. Whoa, did not expect things to get this serious. He slung the weapon over his shoulder, scowling as he asked the clone, was that you who threw this? Yeah, it was the hunter. I did not do anything. Hyan eyed the two warily. I did not expect Sangu to step up himself here. What is he planning to do to me? He glanced down with a scowl of irritation. He grimaced seeing another clone badly injured and unconscious on the ground number 6. He hurried over and asked about his condition. Are you okay? The bleeding stopped, but my leg's gone numb. He reached out to cancel the healing. You did great. Canceling the clone's healing now. He turned to look at another clone and asked curiously. What happened? We were just reclaiming the money stolen by the hunter group from the last monster hunt. We got ambushed. She admitted. Coming from the He-Sung guild, rifled through the clothes left by clone number 6, and found a gun He-Sung again. Huh? He-Sung? Seriously. Hearing him trash talk her guild made Hyan visibly annoyed. Those guys just stick their noses where they do not belong. You are way too reckless. Number 2. How's a B-rank hunter supposed to understand the big picture? Holding a gun in one hand and a blade in the other. He ordered number 5 to support me. Number 5 replied. Yes, sir. As both sides charged into a brand new battle, Hyan braced herself to face both of them head-on. Nobody knows who will come out on top. Elsewhere, Shinjung-jaeon bit her nails angrily. Damn it, Shinjung-jaeon glared at the screen showing incoming messages and cursed. These idiots. Did you guys succeed? We failed. Don T tried to contact us again. We were this close to getting wiped out. Slamming his hand on the desk in frustration, he shouted. They failed. I called in backup because I thought 2 guys would not cut it, and yet 5 B-rank hunters could not handle 2 clones. Covering his mouth and frowning, he muttered. Good thing I sent the second squad's captain as a precaution. She is a real monster. Back at the fight, Hyan was blocking their weapons barehanded. Sorry, but people keep talking about you, calling you the super rookie, even though her hands were bleeding from blocking attacks. She was not weak at all. Doesn't he mean you are all that great? Strength, 67,712. Reflexes, 16,287. Health, 52,674. Mana, 21,325. Marksmanship, 4,174. Recovery, 1.83 years. He tilted the weapon down with all his might. I wondered how a clone could be so arrogant. Turns out it is because its owner is just like this, if you are just a B-rank hunter. She shouted, swinging her fist at the 2. Then act like one. The sheer force cracked the ground wide and long. Luckily, both the clone and Sangu separated in time, dodging the blow. She looked on with a mix of praise and contempt. You dodged that? Huh? Like a bunch of scared little rats. Sangu broke out in a cold sweat. That bastard, she is a rank. He glanced at her bleeding hand and thought. At least, her right arm blocking his attack was already broken. At least I managed to hurt her a bit. Hyan immediately used her power to heal. Can you throw me my weapon back? Her red aura surged toward him instantly. The 2 powers clashed, forcing him to furrow his brow, struggling to hold his ground. But in the end, the red aura won. Reclaiming the weapon, she grinned arrogantly, holding the weapon. This is a weapon made just for a rank hunters. Pretty cool. Huh. So what is your next move? Gonna fight back with that tiny little pistol? His hand smoked and reddened from the earlier attack. What the hell was that? Didn't your hand just break? Clenching his fist in anger. Damn it. In a situation like this, he created more space while healing his clones. Don't worry about the opponent we are facing. Hyan let out a quiet breath. Yeah, that is a lot of clones. Someone else replaced clone number 3 to deliver supplies. We have brought what you asked for. Number 3 is still in hospital. Got it. Sangu started channeling mana into his weapon. Looks like I do not have to worry anymore. Hyan fired up and shouted. Everyone, charge in. The clones split off in different directions to surround and take her down. Aira watched everything from the other side of the subspace room. Stunned. What the hell is going on here? She froze in shock. Realizing the subspace skill could actually be used like a portal, she started hesitating, unsure what to do next. After all, I can just meddle in his personal affairs. But wait, is not this the perfect chance to make him owe me? Suddenly, She remembered when Hyan's weapon flew straight at number 7's face. Come to think of it, that stick was actually a product from John's company. She wanted to seize this moment too. There is no way I am letting this chance to humiliate those John scumbags slip away. So she called someone up. Dubird? You there? Is the gadget you made last time ready yet? Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was still raging fiercely. Though injured, Hyan still looked badass and bloodthirsty. You guys are quick. Huh. But her next words made Sangu instantly alert. You want to know what my skill is? She slammed her weapon into the ground, activating her damage manipulation skill, damage control level 64. This skill converts part of the incoming damage, reducing what she takes. The amount converted depends on skill level and user mastery. Her power sent shockwaves everywhere. Anyone caught off guard exploded on the spot. Even Sangu was blasted backward by the blast, while Hyan charged straight at him with relentless force. She slammed down where he would just been. Luckily, he jumped out of the way just in time. No pause, though. That stick immediately shot upward, aiming for him. He could only helplessly watch as it morphed, revealing a gun barrel inside. Damn it! I can T-dodge midair. In the end, he got hit head-on, flying far back and crashing hard onto the ground. He used his sword to block and heal, but her wounds vanished. What kind of twisted skill is that? The weapon reverted to normal while Hyan laughed triumphantly. This is not over yet. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a clone nearby number 5. Immediately, he tossed a potch over to the opponent. Number 5 wasted no time and devoured the seeds inside the bag. Feeling uneasy, Hyan asked, "What did he just eat?" Sangu smirked, taunting her. Think about it. You should know what that is, since you are part of the gun society, right? Hearing what number 5 just ate, Hyan said, "He just swallowed a crystal gem." What? While they were talking, number 5 started transforming. Don't he play dumb? You guys ordered a bulk batch from the Silver Moon Society, did not you? He recalled buying some himself. Only a little though. I heard this version boosts stats 100 times more than usual, so I grabbed a few. He smiled smugly at her. I tried them too, but they do not all react the same way. Number 5's body changed as he stomped on his suit. Unlike the gems, they did not boost my stats. Number 5 was mutated by those crystal gems into a monster. I only gave him 3, and now he is out of my control. Seeing the monster before him, Hyan's face showed worry for the first time. You made this, right? You gotta know the effects better than anyone, crazy girl. Number 5 had become a giant beast. Clenching his fist tightly, Hyan raised it high. Hyan quickly adjusted his stance. A little bigger. Huh? You seriously want to throw down with me? Even if you chugged 100 of those gems, your stats would only go up by half a point. She snarled fiercely. You really think eating those will change anything? Before she could finish, she was attacked. You are nothing but talk. She was slammed back hard. Badly wounded. Sangu laughed, mocking her. Looks like you are all bark, no bite. Standing up, he surveyed the changed battlefield and grinned. The only thing you noticed was the stat boost from those crystals, but the power you get from turning into a monster, that is a whole different story. She would been slammed into the ground hard, but was still conscious. How would I know? If I never tried even one? As he spoke, number 5 suddenly swung his fist, but that slowed his speed, and his awareness was gone. Number 5 had lost all sense and even attacked his own master. Sangu had to leap up to dodge, while number 5 no longer recognized his owner. Everyone, keep your distance from number 5. Hyan is furious. She glared fiercely and spat out. Damn it. I hope the crew cleans up the mess you are about to leave after I kill you. Without hesitation, she launched herself toward the center, slamming a brutal hit into number 5, throwing him off balance while she switched targets. Number 5 countered immediately, slamming Hyan down hard, making her grip his arm in rage. Still wounded, Hyan summoned all her strength to stand back up. Then she leapt high again, swinging her stick with full force right at number 5. The impact was so fierce it knocked number 5 to the ground. Hyan wasted no time and charged toward Sangu. She slammed her stick down hard, but luckily he blocked it just in time. If I kill you, one teeth they lose. She snarled. Kill? I am calling the cops. Just so you know. Hearing that, she pressed down harder on the gun. You think I am kidding? Bring it on. You better have your other clones rush in to back him up. Suddenly, a clone slipped around behind her, trying to sneak in a surprise attack. Seizing the moment, the clone stabbed a knife into Hyan's side, but she caught the knife with her bare hand too slow. Instantly, she unleashed her power in a fierce counterattack. Flames erupted, engulfing the clone in a blazing inferno. Posting her stick over her shoulder, she turned to Sangu after wiping out one clone. I noticed your clones never target the weak spots. Looks like you have not killed anyone yet. No wonder you are fearless. Sangu gripped his sword tighter and slashed at her leg. He was getting fired up, Ready to keep fighting. Don't worry. I am about to change the game. Jaeon was confused by his move. Why would he hurt his own leg? Are you nuts? He immediately activated super mode, still manageable. Then he shot toward Jaeon like a missile. She blocked just in time but was pushed back. Too fast. He is aiming right at me. He raised his sword and taunted. How do you feel now? Scared yet. Number 5 had gotten back up and stomped hard where she stood. She caught his foot barehanded. You damn monster. Then she tossed number 5 high into the air and vanished. The other clones looked up to see 2 fireballs hurtling down. She used her weapon as a shield. Normal fireballs won't touch me. Number 5 opened his mouth again, conjuring another fireball. This time, he blasted a massive flame straight at her. She desperately raised her weapon to block it. She shouted, Dung Sangu. Number 5's awakening caused the ground and rocks around them to tremble and scatter. Still, she managed to withstand the attack safely. Number 5 charged again with a fresh assault straight at her. Others got caught in the fiery blast too wide an area to dodge. Just then, a cloak appeared. After the fireball hit, it exploded, sending smoke and dust billowing everywhere. But Sangu stayed unharmed, protected by that cloak. What the heck? From the other side of the subspace, Era cheerfully explained. It is the prototype armor created by Heritage Mepasi. She continued introducing this new armor model. The cloak is lightweight, flexible, absorbs most skills, and can even generate shield abilities. It can be used like armor, hardening as needed based on the user's intent. We believe it even outperforms Chon Corporation's toy sword. Meanwhile, Number 7 was in the subspace. Listening to Era's non-stop talk, she was speaking English. So I did not catch a word. Sangu turned to her and thanked her. Really? Thanks? This gear saved my life. Hyan saw Sangu unharmed and got pissed. You are joking, right? Suddenly, Number 5 appeared behind her. Sorry. You are going down. Then he slammed down hard where she had just been sitting. Rocks and dirt buried her, but she still gripped that stick tight. Now it is completely broken. Totally useless. She grit her teeth, glancing at her staff, her weapon. No. There is nothing left to block this hit. While she was lost in thought, Number 5 swung a fist toward her. She got slammed face first into the ground. I have got to find something to brace against and soften the blow. Anything will do. The ground around her started to crack and sweat from the force. She is desperately searching for an escape route. I need to spread out the damage I am taking right now. Number 5 keeps hammering Hyan. I have to hurry, or else. Finally, she was caught in a stunning trap made of vines and leaves, but she still fought back hard, kicking Number 5 away with all her might. Number 5 got kicked flying far off. She lay there, gasping on the ground. Suddenly, someone approached from above. Looking down at her, it was Sangu stepping forward to scold her. You have done well so far. But then he punched Hyan hard in the body. Hyan remembered when she was somewhere else and got a message. She prepared herself and told her teammates, I am stepping out for a bit. Shin Hai-sung's subordinates were skeptical. I thought the mission was over today. Hyan turned to explain. The young master is looking for me again. Shin Jung-jun, the craftsman. He is on the ropes. Why would you help him? She was confused by his logic. Dude, do not you see the bigger picture? The chairman's kid is the future chairman. He then mentioned another guy. Captain Shin Jin's also the chairman's son. But he is never fit for the role, a total screw-up. Hyan still believed in her side. Our young master might have flaws, but he is the most promising. The villain listened as she spoke while flipping through a book, adding, and hey, he is good-looking too. What is the catch? She spilled the message's content to the villain. He wants me to teach a famous B-rank craftsman named Jung Sanju, but not to kill him for some unknown reason. The villain snapped at Hyan. You better not go. What do you mean? He closed his book and warned. I am telling you, do not rush headfirst into trouble. Just keep serving the current chairman. I am serving the future chairman. Hyan criticized the villain, but he just saw her as naive, like a kid who needs constant correction. That is why you keep failing. You do not know Jung Sanju at all. You are gonna lose. Back to the present. As the battle nears its end, she opens her eyes to see Sangu still standing before her. Am I? And a rank craftsman really is on another level. Hyan was curious, since she was not dead yet. Why did he let her live? I was not holding back on you. Hearing that, she hesitated. But you could have killed me if you wanted. I do not think that was necessary. And like you said, I have never killed anyone. Hyan smirked and teased him. Well, I was trying to kill you. You will stay weak if you keep thinking like that. Suddenly, a powerful strike sent dust flying after an explosion. Turns out Sangu slammed his sword hard right next to Hyan's head. He stopped holding back and cut to the chase. Consider this your final warning. She was sweating bullets, staring at the sword inches from her face. No one died this time, and I have paid my dues to you. That is enough. It is not too late to rethink and disappear both you, and he sung skill. The other disciples nearby stared at her with sharp, piercing gazes. I do not like killing with my own hands, but there are a million other ways to kill. Remember that. Finally, Hyan arrogantly grumbled but had to agree. Fine. After getting her reply, Sangu withdrew his spatial clone, then he immediately went inside to check on number 7. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Leaving Hyan alone on the battlefield with a racing heart. Wondering what to do next, she was so flustered her face turned bright red. He is just too charming. The animal hunters were now under soldier surveillance. And after that incident, the people behind the hunting lost their grip. A few days after recovering her clone, she was able to hunt normally again. Number 7 is currently in Eris' lab, under her care. He's been sent to Heritage to study the skill orb. Hey, what do you want to eat? You know that, right? Back at the sprawling academy far away, countless new classes are being held. Sangu walked through the crowd, lost in thought. Everyone tracking our target vanished right after they defeated the Haisong Guild hunter. Perfect timing. He suddenly considered a likely possibility. Maybe someone from the Haisong Guild was involved. He guessed right. Shin Jung-jun absolutely despises him and has beef with him. Out of nowhere, he blurted out a random shout. Hey, Sangu squinted and asked, where are you headed? Shin Jung-jun's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. Just then, Haisong happily called out, oh, you are back. The two immediately put on fake smiles. I am on my way to class. Me too. Want to walk together? Sangu chatted with Haisong while glancing at Shin Jung-jun, who was visibly scared. It is definitely him. What is up? New York. Inside the church, the ceremony leader stood high and called out, everyone, please return to your seats. Sangu, standing below with a stern face, heard him say, let us pray respectfully to the system. They said this was mandatory to attend class. But here they were praying to the system. No less. He leaned over and whispered to Haisong, what are we even doing here? Didn't you hear what the pastor said? We are supposed to learn about the system's history and attend a holy ceremony. What has that got to do with going to class? As they talked, they had no idea the ceremony leader overheard everything. I do not know. But if there was not an order, you would not be here. Please stay silent. Sangu stopped talking to Haisong. Could not take it anymore. Stood up and raised his hand. I need to hit the bathroom. Then Sangu left the classroom and headed to the restroom, but actually, he slipped away and noticed to use a side space. He sighed and told his double, swap clothes with me. Give me your outfit and take this. Got it. The double returned to the church classroom in Sangu's place. Yes, I just got back from the restroom. I am Jung Sang. Meanwhile, the real Sangu was outside, thinking, what a waste of time. I am definitely attending this class through my double. Later, he spotted Shin Jung-seon nearby, talking on the phone. Shin Jung-seon could not understand how their last mission failed. What the hell happened? Even the captain failed. How could she mess up handling a B rank? Suddenly, Sangu spoke up. So what if it was a B rank? Shin Jung-seon froze, startled to see Sangu, then quickly hung up. You are eavesdropping on someone's call. Sangu raised an eyebrow at Shin Jung-seon's nerve. You think you can say that after butting into my business, caught red-handed? Shin Jung-seon still tried to deny it. I do not know what you are talking about. But yeah, obviously you do not. Haven't you guys practiced together? You all say the same lines. With everything exposed, Shin Jung-seon threw in the towel. You should be taking the money back then. After losing some prey. I get how broke you really are. Sangu smirked. I am kinda jealous knowing you are rich. But you never got proper parenting, just hired tutors. Right? Shin Jung-seon clenched his teeth in fury. No way. Judging by how you talk, you might as well be my dad. So I guess they would not dare mess with you. He lost his cool, ready to explode. You want to fight or what? Sangu just laughed. You think I am scared? Shin Jung-seon threatened while unleashing his power. This is your last chance. Unfazed, Sangu stared him down. Tell me what you want. Whatever it is, you will get it. And the Haisong Guild, including me, won't stand in your way anymore. He narrowed his eyes and replied grimly, Dad, that is the only thing I want. After hearing what he said, Shin Jung-seon decided to take him down right then and there. Give me the divine potion, and I will disappear from the academy immediately. It is damn hard to control magic inside this place. Shin Jung-seon was ready to strike right in the academy courtyard. The ice block was smaller than I expected. What is this? A fight? Then he unleashed a fireball several times bigger than himself. But now, there is no need to control it anymore. He looked at the enemy's fireball. His own looked like nothing compared to that. What kind of size is that? Suddenly, Hong Junhei appeared and stopped them. Ordering them to stop, she made that massive fireball vanish. Then Hong Junhei asked, much to their surprise, What are you guys doing here? She pushed her sunglasses up and reminded them. Sure, you can use your skills freely in the academy, but this is way over the line. One of the top 4 guild leaders. Phoenix Guild's Hong Ilha. You guys are seriously fighting elsewhere. Is that the skill? Yes, someone was reviewing footage from the last battle. This clip came straight from a weapon-mounted camera. The guy in the white and blue jacket watched closely and praised. Oh damn, that is sick. Look at those moves. He is predicting the opponent's every move. Then the screen cut to the face of No. 5 after transforming into a monster. What the hell is that giant creature? They are still fine after eating the crystal. Haha, we need this. We need this specimen immediately. We spotted someone else in the footage when the weapon shifted to another dimension. I think there's a high chance we can snag a clone specimen right here. The person immediately asked after hearing that. Where is it? The screen changed, instantly showing Era from Heritage Company. The guy watching across the screen cracked a grin. Damn, that is some serious intel. You should be shared this sooner. Now Trevor John gave the order. Prep the fighter jets. John Company's weapon expert. CO Trevor. Will destroy Heritage and bring back the specimen. Dung Xian turned to look at the newcomer. She was Yunha, who bit her cigarette and replied, Phoenix Guild leader Yunha. It has been a while, has not it? Newbie. Dung Xian looked pretty intimidated by her. What are you doing at the academy? I am a professor here, even if only temporarily. Hearing that, he was shocked and had to ask again. Zico, you are a professor at this academy. Who the heck is she? She glanced around, then paused the conversation. Let us move somewhere more private to talk. Everyone in the courtyard was gathering and staring at them. You have already drawn way too much attention. You see that fireball? That was top tier. The 3 of them moved to another room that looked like Yunha's office. Quietly, she stared at the 2 guys sitting across from her and said, Tell me everything. What happened? Dung Xian furrowed his brow tightly and fell silent for a moment. Before he could finish, Sangu started spilling the story. Sorry, but this is personal. You get that? Right? He ordered his men to snatch my prey and spat hateful words at me, when I had not even done anything wrong. He deserves a serious beating. Una stared at Sangu, stammering as she spoke while glaring at Dung Xian, like she wanted to punch him. You have been through a lot, have not you? He quickly turned and continued. Anyway, about that professor thing, from what I know, most of the professors here are just rank C hunters, with a few rank. What exactly do you mean by that? Unha ignored Sangu completely and said, If we are talking about rank F or D students, sure, a professor like that is fine, but for students ranked higher, the academy needs stronger staff to keep them in check. You are smoking in that room, she immediately clarified. To precise, I was invited here because of you guys. Una smoked and tilted her head with a smirk. And the reason I am stopping you is because, sooner or later, you will have to fight each other anyway. In the next class, the students will be allowed to battle freely. Meanwhile, in the lab, Number 7 was staring intently at the results. Utterly stunned, he held a test tube filled with thick, red fluid. No words could describe how incredible this was. She looked at the data board in shock. This is real blood, complete with red blood cells. And his blood type, I am certain studying this blood sample is totally doable even if the clones disappear. The blood vanishes with them, another male researcher beside Tomo asked. So everything is created from the subject's mana. That is right. It feels like all the principles we thought we knew have been thrown out the window. And more importantly, I think the clones are starting to behave as separate entities. Tonight's dinner is beef. They eat separately and use the subject's skills through their own mana. Not the originals. Aria's eyes widened as she looked at number 7 lying in the lab. They never had skills before, right? This is more like, suddenly, a loud bang shook the lab, causing the whole room to tremble. Everything flashed red as alarms blared. What the hell is going on? Everyone started panicking and asking each other. I think some plane just crashed into our building. Right? Something definitely hit the building and exploded. What do you mean by that? The interior shattered and collapsed after the blast. What the hell is this mess? Suddenly, dozens of red glowing dots appeared in the darkness. John's robots quickly moved in, successfully infiltrating and prioritizing target capture. But soon, they were counterattacked and activated their defense systems. The machines lit up brighter and redder. Intruders detected leave immediately. The other robots quickly switched targets, changing their mission priority to destroy all obstacles in their path. More robots appeared, firing chaos everywhere. People inside started to panic. A bunch of combat robots breached the building via the plane. Call security and scatter the survivors. Just then, number 7 suddenly sat up and asked, which floor did the plane hit? He looked at Arya and said, I will help suppress the intruders. Meanwhile, guards and soldiers inside were battling the invading robots. But in the end, Human strength still can't beat the power of machines. Many people took hits or got wounded. The mechanical whirring of the robots echoed as they tore through every obstacle in their path. The blue-haired guy in the orange outfit gritted his teeth and unleashed his power. I will draw their attention. He ordered the others. Quick! Call the guards from the other floors to come help. Alone, he faced off against the robots, charging straight at them head-on. One robot saw its comrade fall. A swarm of others advanced, switching to close combat weapons, ready to crush anything in their way. He saw them closing in, altering their weapons the moment they realized what he was capable of. These were not your average terrorizing bots, they were way more advanced. They immediately swarmed him, launching a brutal group attack, obliterating everything in their path. The relentless onslaught came from every angle, injuring him, but he still managed to take down a few, barely catching his breath. Another wave hit from all sides. They were just too many. Just when he was about to be overwhelmed, someone appeared and sliced through the horde. Turns out, Number 7 showed up to back him up. He did not know this guy. Stammering, "Who are you?" "I am Number 7. I am here to wipe out the intruders." He misunderstood the name, thinking, "Number 7, you are in charge of floor 7? Either way, be careful. There are still too many of them." The remaining robots communicated via Morse code, shifting their priority missions. Seeing him so strong, they even changed their appearance, now prioritizing capturing their target. Meanwhile, at Sangu's academy, everyone was excited to meet up. Yuana stood before them and announced, "I am Yua, your instructor for this class and battle practice. Let us get straight to it." As soon as she spoke, a wave of anxiety spread. Starting now, the class would split into groups of 3 for 3v3 matches. All skills and gear are allowed, and a team wins when all 3 opponents are defeated. Sangu had to join this class, and wanting to keep it low-key, he did not summon his clone. The scoring system was based on compatibility, contributions in battle, teamwork, and a few other factors would affect the score. So do not even think about just sitting back and doing nothing. When did he change clothes? So that is what she meant by giving him a chance to fight. It is battle practice. After explaining, she asked if anyone had questions. Someone raised a hand and asked, "Madam, we are hunters. Our job is to hunt monsters. Why do we have to practice fighting each other?" "I am curious about that too." Yuana crossed her arms on the podium and said, "Honestly, I was just invited here myself, so I am not entirely sure. But relying on my experience as a rank hunter, you should not just focus on the monsters." As she explained, the students broke out in nervous sweats. There is division of benefits, conflicts over hunting grounds, illegal activities in underground guilds, and much more if they choose this path. Conflicts with other hunters are always possible. Are you really so kind-hearted that you would just smile and turn away every time? She narrowed her eyes and said sternly, "Remember, anything can happen behind these gates." After she finished, someone else asked, "You said we form teams of 3, right? Is there a rank limit for hunters in these teams?" Yuanhao was surprised but kept her cool. "I get where you are coming from." She immediately mentioned Jun, and Sangu. Actually, 2 of the students were already beyond the usual ranks. Yuanhao reassured everyone, "Don't worry about that. They will be dealt with properly. So you are not going to get steamrolled by those 2. After saying all this, she turned and left. "I am done here. You can start introducing yourselves and forming your teams. See you in the next class." Sangu thought about her words, wondering what kind of deal with them she meant. Now, unsitting next to him spoke up, "Hey, you will be on my team, right?" "Of course. I will find someone else outside." He stared at the phone ringing, a call from Berserker. He stepped outside to answer. "Hello? I wonder if this call can auto-translate." She paused for a moment before replying, "Jung Sangu." He laughed on the other end after hearing her stumble around. "Well, I have something I need to tell you. Ask you about." "What is it?" "Well, it really is translating. Before area now lay the battlefield aftermath. Number 7's been captured." "What?" Area panicked, dialing Sangu again. Jung Sangu. Hearing this, Sangu was shocked the translation worked. "I have something to say." "Yes? What is it?" "This translator's pretty solid." Area stared at the war-torn field. Number 7's gone. Captured. "What?" Sangu blinked, double-checking. Number 7's been taken. At that moment, she reached out toward Area. "Wait, what do you mean? How?" It turned out he overheard their conversation and wanted to answer Sangu's question. "I can explain from there." Rewinding a few minutes, Number 7 was still fine-tuning the robots. Even if hit, he would skillfully block, then unleash a blazing fury to burn that bot while the other focused on fighting our side's robot. C turned, wide-eyed and sweaty. Damn, that guy's strong? Who is he? Looks like the robot had not fully powered down yet. It was still able to communicate. Suddenly, it jolted upright, its eyes glowing. Quickly analyzing module structures and circuit boards, it immediately lunged to strangle C, while number 7 kept ruthlessly shredding other robots. Oblivious to this, now the robot barked at number 7. Stop! Number 7 spun around, shocked to see the robot choking C. If you keep attacking, I will kill him. Don't he worry about me. Destroy that robot. The robot laid down terms. If the fighting stopped, no more damage would come. After hearing this, number 7 asked, "Are you with Heritage?" "That does not matter. Reinforcements are coming soon." But number 7 decided to stand down, a sly grin spreading, surrounded by countless hostile robots. He was not afraid. "My master ordered me to cooperate fully with Heritage. Priority is to capture the target." C frowned, trying to stop number 7. "I can let Heritage take more hits." "Grab your weapon," C shouted a warning as robots closed in on number 7 from behind. Tears welled in C's eyes as he blamed himself. "He got captured because of me. I am so..." Sangu, half eating, half listening, said, "You do not need to feel guilty. Hold on. I will check the situation." System alert. Skill fusion plan activated. He saw number 7 trapped inside the robot's body. Mana detected, but a high-voltage shock surged through him. Fusion protocol aborted. Fusion ended. Sangu was forcibly pulled back, unable to merge anymore. Damn. What happened? I think the clone was transferred somewhere else, and they are preventing me from using fusion skills. I doubt I can bring him back just by bending space. C still could not calm down. It is all my fault. Yeah? We never requested a clone revival since that is contractually forbidden. Not noticing the ambush aiming to capture number 7 was on us. Arya pleaded with Sangu. But can you please not kill number 7? So Arias decided to let us handle this. Right? We will get him back. Looking at the pile of scrap robots. She already knew who did it. Looks like she has guessed the culprit. Sangu was quick to agree. Alright then. I was not planning to use number 7 during the contract anyway. Thanks. Hearing their chat, C asked. Kill? What do you mean? She replied with a line that shook C to his core. Number 7's just a clone, not a real person. So do not feel guilty. Really? Even so, Sangu worried about number 7. He will be fine. Heritage's a big company. They have got to have plenty of hunters. Everyone in the class suddenly rushed over to him. Hey San, have you joined a team yet? Join my... Trust me. My skills are top-notch. Seeing this, he was totally shocked. What the heck? Everyone's gathering just to convince me to join their team. Sangu glanced around and noticed ZNY and quite a few others from Sinjuni were there too. He looked at the crowd and thought to himself, wait a second, they said B rank gets punished. But no one really knows what that means, so this is pretty normal. We are coming from a whole different level of experience. Looks like I might actually be able to build a pretty solid team here. Just then, Hong Junhei popped her head in and added, I forgot to mention, Sangu was like, what the hell? Turns out Jung Sangu is not allowed to use clones in this class. He turned to her, confused. What? Teamwork is one of the most important criteria here, and if you treat clones as team members, that is way too unfair. They do all the work themselves. Before he could say anything else, she just bounced. Good luck. The group that had swarmed him earlier were stunned. Seriously? He can use clones. That is literally all he has got. Everyone started gossiping and trash-talking right in front of him. He can't even throw a decent fireball at the start, so he is basically useless. Sorry. Does anyone want Jun Yai in our team? People quickly changed their minds and rushed over to Jung Xian's side. I am super confident in my endurance. No one was left around Sang Yu now. So he awkwardly shuffled over to Hyan's spot. He made the offer she had just hinted at earlier. Want to join my team? Whoa, that was fast. And just like that, after some struggle, a team of 3 was formed. And they had to get to know each other. A tall, muscular guy joined the group. Nice to meet you. I am Jump, a top-tiered rank hunter. Sang Yu still remembered who he was and spoke up. I saw you dash over to Sin Junhee as soon as you heard I could not use clones. Looks like you had a tough time finding a team. Jungbai. It is nothing personal. I am just serious about this academy. Hyan snapped back. Don't point fingers at others. Honestly, I did not think you would say that. I am loyal. Check out our skills. Jungbai smiled and spread green mana, raising a massive shield. I can tank hits thanks to my shield skill. I am confident I have the best defensive skills in this academy. Wide area defense. Activate. Boost defense on your weapon. Defense stats and number of allies supported scale with skill level. Hyan reached out. Creating green mana orbs. I can conjure mana orbs. They do not hit as hard as fireballs, but are way faster. Mana mastery activated gathering and controlling mana depends entirely on your skill rank. Only Sangu has skills. But aside from his clones, I do not know what else he can do. Hyan, frustrated, reminded Sangu about this assignment. Should I push forward or look for another team? Suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Junbai. Oh right. You want to join Sin Junyai's hunter squad? Do not. Junbai looked awkward hearing that. Why not join them? Your level's already solid for this academy. Though I thought that was high until I saw the pros with you. At that moment, thick smoke billowed from Jung Yan's group. He froze, staring wide-eyed at the chaotic scene unfolding. After just a month, they could unleash that kind of explosive power. Why did not you join the rank-up exam? Looking over the ruins ahead, the source of that power was clear. It was the two members of his own squad. Both of them had a laid-back attitude when asked. I am kinda lazy. The other, with pink hair, flashed a savage grin. Tan Yuanduan, a rank-up hunter, and the relentless Sul Qin, who loved tormenting the weak just for fun. Zheng Yan could not believe these guys were in his team. They were easily at C rank or higher. Even Sil, who barely showed up to class, had joined. Witnessing their battle power, he was certain he could take down Sangu. These two were top tier. This team would shred Zheng Sangu to pieces. Elsewhere, in some vast and unfamiliar place, spider-like monsters lay slaughtered. Other monsters, with snake heads, burst from the ground as a reddish-skinned figure readied his sword. A swift slash of red light sliced through them, killing the beast in an instant. The opponent stepped calmly among the fallen creatures, sensing something strange and cautiously raising his hand. Turns out the man was staring at the ring on his hand. I forgot how to use this thing, he muttered. Suddenly, the slash where he stood reversed downward, as a monster erupted from underground, biting and swallowing him whole. The beast towered dozens of meters tall, stretching to the sky, but the man fought back fiercely from inside its body. Eventually, he broke free unharmed. Neither of them could believe what just happened. Raven kept walking through the monstrous carnage. Heritage seemed to be calling him. A ranks hunter was searching for him. Looks like I am heading out again. Suddenly, Eula pressed her hand to the ground, immediately summoning a glowing pink barrier. Pink mana radiated from her. From now on, you will fight with this mana fusion. Control, spin, and disperse your mana proactively. My skill is mana fusion. I can weaken magic, nullify spells, and disable abilities. Sangu broke into a cold sweat, recalling their first encounter. Turns out she snuffed out a giant like that back then. She clasped her hands behind her back. Serious? It works even inside this space. I have used many other skills before. All magic or physical damage that threatens your life will be reduced. Everyone else gawked, mouths hanging open. So whether it is guns or magic, you can use whatever you want. Even if you shoot someone in the head, they 1T, do not worry. Though, it will leave a scar. She bowed her head slightly, glancing at them. Any questions? No one said a word. She nodded and started right away. Good. Let us begin the combat test. The arena was filled with pink barriers, 6 shields in total, with 12 teams battling simultaneously. Pointing to the map, she explained the winners would face off against each other, and so would the losers. This is not about finding a single winner. It is just a chance for an accurate assessment. Her tone turned serious. Suddenly, Yana called out Sangu's name, Zheng Sangju. Zheng Iwang, inviting them forward. She rummaged inside her bra pouch and said, "Take this before the battle starts." Yana pulled out 2 glass bottles, filled with a glowing green potion Ruk They Sai Nuuk. This stuff will bring your stats down to normal levels, like the rank students at the academy. Both of you have to drink this potion. Yeah, it is called Ruk Thi, but it is actually poison. The effects are only temporary, so no worries. Damn, this is a top-tier punishment. Your stats get nerfed hardcore. Yana warned again. If you refuse to drink or try to cancel it with your skills, that is cheating, and you will automatically be knocked down to an F rank. Once everything was set, she announced loudly, "All right, get to your positions." Wait, what? When the match started, I was in the 4th shield of Team 1, facing Sangu. No big deal. He can use clones, and his stats are already tanked. He is just an F rank now. Sangu's veins popped with anger. It stings a bit to hear, but it is true. Stay calm, we will just have to work together to get through this. Over in the 4th shield of Team 2, you have still got some tricks up your sleeve, like that quick attack move. He glanced at the barrier beside us. Shinjun was right there. Sangu noticed Seal Kin laughing maniacally nearby. But who is that sharp-looking guy? I do not remember seeing him in class. Someone outside the barrier started calling out. Brank Hunter. Drink your Ruk Thay Daya. Guild member Fawn Nitch. Overseer. No way around it. Sangu did not resist and popped the cap open, and Dung Xian down the entire potion. A burst of blue light spread, and Sangu winced in pain. You alright? The system instantly notified. You have absorbed Rukthoy Sai Nuuk. Power 23,135. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he glared, checking his stats. Reflexes 14,135. Stamina 5,821. Energy draining fast. Magic 3,623. Power 3,251. Reflexes 2,251. The system flashed a poison resistance alert. Sangu was still hurting but activating poison resistance. Power 2,135. Endurance 6,647. Stamina 18,534. Magic 28,967. Reflexes 23,686. Stats recovering. Stats restored. Power 42,534. Reflexes 32,212. Stamina 38,593. Endurance 36,093. Magic 51,382. He stared at the stat board. Sangu had fully absorbed Rukthoy Sai Nuuk and boosted poison resistance to 8,132. 8,138. Meanwhile, the folks at area were scrambling to fix things. Handle that side. Do not let it fall apart. Suddenly, someone approached her. Miss Bursell, recognizing the visitor, she lit up with surprise and joy. Raven, long time no see. She happily stepped closer. You are here. Of course I had to come. More importantly, Raven started asking about the situation and ambush on Heritage Sound's main base. What is going on? That is about a clone skill, right? Raven was pretty shocked. I did not even know that skill existed. This is urgent. We need to find the fastest clone sample ASAP. Raven immediately caught on they want to use it for that skill orb thing. Yeah, that orb skill is legit, but Area unexpectedly shut that down. Nope. I'm done caring about the skill orb. She started talking about a bigger plan. If we can experiment on the clone S attributes, we might actually pull it off. Our plan's one step closer now. Raven paused, pondering this goal, then nodded. Alright, this really matters. In the hunter industry, there is a stat famously tough to improve. Regeneration and poison resistance. System update. Regeneration boosted. Poison resistance enhanced. Regeneration requires intense training. Basically self-inflicted damage. Poison resistance only improves after risking your life with poisons. Especially poison resistance, it ignores most poisons once it hits a certain level. But even raising it by 1 point is insanely risky. That is why even top hunters do not try to artificially boost their immunity with skills. But there is always exception. Someone once drank deadly poison instead of water and actually boosted their immunity. That someone was none other than Sangu, who used to brag about potions with number 7. Muscle relaxers. Lung protection. Explosive sharpness. Number 7. And now a new potion stat, still steady. He found it hard to believe what just happened to his body, that poison resistance actually went up. Sangu molded over, when suddenly the guild member outside announced, the evaluation test is about to start. Both teams, get ready. Zombie instantly radiated green mana. I will set up a defense barrier for us. The other team's players look tense. Just stay calm. Stick to the plan. Alright. The match begins. Sangu took off running straight toward Team 1. Let us. We are on it. Yeah. Suddenly he lunged forward, catching them off guard. Wait. He is attacking me. It is like time slowed down for them. This is why stats matter. I thought dodging a simple strike would be easy. Sangu dodged by circling behind the opponent too slow. He pressed up close behind the enemy and took one down. But then Sangu hesitated, thinking, wait, if we trap them here, does not my weakening potion lose its effect? While he froze up, the enemy circled around to strike him. They are forcing me to take an even stronger drug, damn it. The opponent landed a heavy blow on Sangu, who flipped several times on the ground. Both Hyan and Zombie were stunned. Hey, Sangu lay on the cracked earth, bruised, a brutal scene. Everyone could see he had been weakened and beaten down, but Zombie immediately called out his act. Actually, I already set up a defense barrier for everyone. Even if your stats drop, you won't fly off that easily. Sat up, dazed, unsure what to say. He had to play it cool. No worries. It is thanks to the defense barrier, yeah. It really works. The opposing team was totally baffled. What the heck? Are they strong or weak? I can tell. Just then, Zombie charged into attack, pinning down the enemy attacker. Zombie shouted, it is Hyan immediately summoned several mana spheres on hearing Zombie, then hurled them quickly at the opposing team. Unexpectedly, one of the two guys on their side shielded their female teammate. I can take it. Both members of Team 1 lunged at Zumbai together. Take him down first. Sangu watched his teammates getting beaten from afar. Thinking, only Hyan and Zumbai, there is no way we can win. Is there a way to help the team without blowing our cover? Then an idea sparked in his mind. That is it. He pretended to shout loudly and rushed at the remaining female opponent. Iza, I want to go easy on you. The enemy immediately attacked with a skill. Disappear. Stone Guard. Activate. He did not dodge and got blasted hard. Sangu silently mapped out his plan. Pretend to be knocked away. Then he kicked to change direction and charged headfirst into the two enemies, targeting them directly. Both Hyan and Zumbi were shook, scratching his head awkwardly. Sangu, I am still good really. It is because of that defense barrier. Without it, who knows what would be happened. Sangu's headbutt knocked both opponents out cold on the spot. What the heck? The female member panicked. It is not. I do not have the strength to knock someone that far. My skill's not that strong. But just as she was freaking out, Sangu praised her smooth move. The girl gritted her teeth in frustration. Then she unleashed a combo, hurling stones at them. It was not me. Zumbai stepped up, blocking everything. You could barely see the enemy through the thick dust. Suddenly, something shot out from the smoke. Mana spheres flew straight at the girl. Turns out Hyan seized the moment to finish off the enemy. See, I am confident in my speed. The referee outside was taking notes. Woo, that was fast. Fourth barrier down. Team 2. The three teammates breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, you guys nailed it. Zumbai, you are seriously the Mimpete, no need to brag anymore. Sangu glanced over at Junsina's side, wondering how Shin Junhee was doing. Just then, he saw an activating her skill. She pummeled her opponent mercilessly. Q. Come on. Do not. The others shivered watching the brutal scene. The teammate of the one getting beaten shouted, Hey, we have accepted defeat already. Stop it. The referee outside sensed trouble and immediately shouted to halt the match. Stop. Stop the match now. But seemed deaf to it all, relentlessly pounding his opponent with furious punches. Luckily, Io showed up just in time. Hey, can't you hear me? Are you deaf or what? I said stop, and immediately released his grip and smirked at her. Were you talking to me? Didn't he realize? He started complaining about the magic ring limiting his power. Because of this damn ring, I can unleash my full strength in a punch. Otherwise, just one hit and this is over. And then turned to the rest of his crew. Don't you guys feel the same? Yeah? I can fight properly either. EU and Hess' head was spinning. She would made a critical mistake, not considering high-level hunters with experience facing off against low ranks. She should not have rushed to apply the intelligence-reducing magic ring and the water debuff to all of them. Without hesitation, she ordered the supervisor beside her. Quick, call the healer to the scene right now. Hey, over here. Move it. The healer had to treat the injured right on the spot. EU could not shake the uneasy feeling this was way too much, but Sangu just stayed silent, staring at SSS deep in thought. Zombie tried to calm the other two. Don't worry. There are 6 people stronger than us in the next round, so the chance we face them is only 20%. I think they will be our real opponents. Sangu suggested they take a short break before the next match. EU glared and asked another supervisor. Have the winners and losers been decided already? Yeah? We are doing random matchups now? Well, not exactly random. She decided to pit Sangu's team against Junjiaonis, matching the second-place team on the 4th arena fence against the first-place team on the 5th. The supervisor, still unsure if he heard right, double-checked. You mean the team of hunters Jun Sangu and Shin Junyai, right? Exactly. Turns out EU Yi had seen through everything, even though Sangu tried to hide it. That move was not from someone afflicted by the water debuff, and he had not used any cleansing skills on it either. She decided to pass this hot potato over to Sangu's group. Whatever he did with the water debuff, if anyone causes trouble, just let them fight it out. At least we get a good show. Meanwhile, in Nevada, Samark, at the Chan Company lab, someone kept pounding the door. Open up. We are here to investigate. The group got annoyed they were completely ignoring us. Let us. We have a search warrant. We can force our way in. The apparent leader ordered the biggest guy. Your turn now. Move it. Soldier immediately activated his skill. Engaging combat mode now. Then we rushed toward the door. Coming through. Smoke and dust filled the air. But Ri was right at the door. The door did not even budge, not a scratch on it. Suddenly, some device appeared above the door. It disabled all the cameras on their bodies. What the? The cameras attached to us. Then it switched to laser beams. quickly slicing across their bodies. Red lines flashed across them. They froze in place as Raven showed up right there too. Haha, he sighed. From the desert to heritage. And now back to the desert again. Raven moved forward. And returned to his stance, following the guidance. Raven advanced. Let us see, this is John's company. They say it is somewhere around here. Soon, he sensed something off. From above, he felt the wind blowing past him. This was John's robots cleaning up the crime scene. With the smell of burnt flesh in the air, Raven appeared right at the door. Hey, he asked the robot irritably. What are you burning there? But the robot kept burning, ignoring him completely. Annoyed, Raven drew his sword. Ignoring me? Huh, fine. Let me rephrase the question. Just as he spoke, the robot's flame sputtered out. Is this John's company? It made sounds like it was decoding a Moser code. Then it immediately turned to attack Raven, but Raven swiftly took it down with quick sword strikes. Looks like I found the right place. He stared down at the charred remains. A hint of contemplation flickered across his face. As if lost in thought, Raven pushed forward, eager to see what John's company hid inside. Try and stop me. Inside the lab, John laughed, admitting he would been completely wrong. He would thought the gem could turn someone into a monster, the perfect solution for rapid stat boosts, but in reality, it was more of a barrier blocking pure stat growth. The gem's stat boosting effect was gone. Only its mutation triggering monster transformation remained. Raven pressed deeper into John's stronghold. Congrats. It looks like solving the research side effects is just a matter of time. If I had not found a sample that absorbed the gem, but stayed human, I would be stuck chasing this problem forever. He went on about his grand plan soon. Humanity would finally have hope. Suddenly, the lab shook, an alert blared. The lockdown gate was breached. What the fub? I got through it. The voice on the line dropped a bombshell. The FBI was wiped out, but an SSS-Rank fake hunter with a gem had arrived. What now? Furious and frustrated, he shouted. No way. I was so close to the answer. Do I have to stop now? John took a deep breath to calm down and started giving orders. Secure the specimen. He decided to pit number 7 against Raven. The last rank hunter here is still human, so he would use this specimen as a weapon to block the fake swordsman. Raven pressed deeper into John's base. He saw countless test tubes filled with monsters, managing a project based on rank beasts. Wonder if clones will hold up. Raven glanced around, realizing he would entered a spot even more terrifying than it looked. Who would be guessed there is such a huge underground space here? Suddenly, a voice echoed, warning him. Please stop. Gem-wielding fake hunter. Raven snapped his attention toward the sound. Who is speaking? A robot explained. I am the A managing this place. You are trespassing on John's private company grounds. I know, but I heard John's company attacked Heritage and kidnapped a close friend of mine. The A sounded indifferent, pushing him away. I know nothing about that. Please leave. Even machines these days know how to lie. Huh. No matter how many times I hear it. That is definitely a woman's voice. Weird. Just as the A finished, a swarm of robots appeared. This is not just a friendly welcome. They immediately locked onto Raven. These high-tech combat bots were hunting him down. Last warning. Leave immediately. But Raven stayed cool. Unimpressed. Where are these high-tech bots you are talking about? Suddenly, a slash of a blade tore through. They were shredded in an instant. Looks like he is not here to negotiate. All I see is a pile of scrap metal now. Meanwhile, Hyan was teasing Sangu. Hey, check this out. Turns out Hyan was surprised their team was actually facing Dung Xian's squad. Didn't you say there was only a 20% chance we would run into them? Dung B looked over nervously. That team? Why did not you say anything? Sangu ignored Hyan and blurted some nonsense. Dung B's support is top-notch. Not about that. He looked annoyed watching this unfold. Is this a joke? He stared at Sangu like he was clueless. Is he really an SSS-Rank hunter? Dung Xian quickly warned him. Don't let your guard down. What we want is a crushing victory. Meng agreed and readied for battle. I want to wrap this up fast. Let us get started. Despite sweating nervously, Dumby got serious. I will support you guys. Shield sharing skill activated. Sangu's expression hardened. Time to stop playing around. Those two are at least C rank. Whether we get detected or not, we fight with everything we have got. Hyan has stood outside, watching closely and warning the overseer. Just in case, make sure the emergency doctors inside are on high alert. Yes, madam, came the reply. She raised her voice. Contestants, get ready. The match is about to begin and was the first to rush at Sangu. Let us see what kind of skills a B-rank hunter really has. Luckily, Sangu was quick enough to dodge. But what caught everyone off guard was the glowing ring around his hand. Sangu landed a powerful punch that sent an face twisting and grinned wildly, blood dripping from his mouth. Well, damn, that was a hell of a punch. Has that guy been guzzling vitality potions or what? Turns out that glowing ring was connected to Hyan, some sort of restriction that the clan leader, Honjun, had warned about. I was planning to finish him off quickly, but I just can't. Looks like I am not strong enough yet, and did not give him a chance to think and immediately lunged in with another strike. But there is more. Hyan was still standing still, not attacking at all. Is he really being affected by the vitality potion's debilitating effects? The thought that the opponent might be immune to poison was unbearable for Sangu. No way this guy's poison resistance could be on par with mine. He barely moved during the last evaluation fight if that is the case. Sangu immediately darted behind Jun Hyan, betting that he was weakened. Jun Hyan caught onto his plan. So you are aiming for me first? Huh. Suddenly, a ring of light surrounded Sangu as thunder crashed down on the battlefield. Glass shards rained from the sky. What the hell is this? Watch out for those shards. Sangu was just struck by a blackened thunderbolt. The damage exceeded his threshold, and his shield-sharing skill vanished. Jun Hyan looked at his hands. Annoyed. My magic can't work properly inside that barrier. He glanced at Sangu's injured side. Frustrated. Fine. It looks like it is still enough. You really think you can win just because I took that vitality potion? While Jun Hyan was busy talking, Sangu grabbed a knife. Watch your team lose just because you are useless. Sangu looked up, smiling despite blood dripping from his head. Don't make me laugh. I am gonna do everything I can to make sure that does not happen. A broadcast came from Jun's side. All combat robots destroyed. Already destroyed. We have used up all our backup energy, Trevor John said nervously, tapping the control keyboard. We only prep mind control drugs that boost behavior control. Bone strength, basic abilities, and physical defense. All these drugs were injected into test subject number 7, and it is enough to significantly enhance the vision and motor skills of the subordinates. Trevor John finally smiled with relief. Good. Start the injection. Back at the fight, Jumbi was injured by the opponent with 0 openings. Mun was Jumbi's axary. His attack chain kept going, and the more he struck, the faster he got. In a blink, Jumbi gained a new buff. Mun looked at Jumbi with a mix of admiration and irritation. I was about to chop off your arm, but you are defending well. Seriously annoying. Sangu turned and saw the scene. Jumbi. As Jumbi tried to pull back, Junzian intervened. Where do you think you are going? The force fields activated. Didn't you say you would take me down first? Sangu shot Junzian a warning glare. Don't block my way. His fireball shattered the force field. Junzian watched the tiny fireball fly at him. I am pretty sure you saw me cast this spell last time. Then he launched a massive fireball at Sangu. This was the real deal. But Sangu instantly activated a space-time rebound, and the fireball flew straight into it. Junzian was pissed. You bastard. Since when did you learn that anti-magic skill? I was already keeping an eye on your fireball. Things were not any easier over at Hyan's side either, and activated his skill and toyed with Hyan. What were you doing? Punishing the weak. The lower your opponent's stats, the higher your base stats climb, and immediately swung a fist at Hyan. You call that an attack skill? Luckily, Sangu arrived just in time to turn the tide. He stared at En and gave a compliment. Damn strong. Suddenly his whole body flushed red. He dropped to his knees in agony, screaming out loud. Man. Sangu writhed in pain, sensing a body transformation activating a new skill. Junzian did not get it, but seized the moment. What is wrong with him? This is our shot. Let us hit Jun Sanju now. Moon hesitated but went for it anyway. Well, I do not want to, but here goes. Launching a chain attack, resetting and powering up massively for the next strike. Furious and fierce, lunged a powerful punch at Sangu, daring him to block it like last time. The punish the weak skill upgrade can now temporarily affect even those with higher stats. Junzian joined the assault, igniting his fireball skill, activating blade shield, and combining it with hellfire skill. The three of them surged forward, unleashing their skills on him, causing Sangu's battle stance to explode in chaos. Explosions rocked the ground wave after wave, shaking the earth beneath them. Salkin landed hard on the ground, roaring. I'm ending this now. Thick dust clouds filled the air, blurring everything from sight. Hyan shouted, while Junbei gasped worriedly. Sangu, people shouted for the medic, who quickly rushed over. Treatment here. Wait a second. On the other side, the system kept announcing on Sangu. Sturdy miss skill activated. Sturdy miss passive skill triggered. Skill level up sounds kept ringing out as his stats climbed steadily. Finally, the machinery chimed again. Hatred of the weak skill reached its limit. Huge gap in stamina and endurance detected. Then Sangu emerged through the smoke, raising his hand to block Seal Kin's strike. Adamantine skin skill activated. All his base stats surged endurance, strength, counterattack power, resilience, and stamina shot up by tens of thousands. Sangu looked at Sealkin and calmly said, "Is this the end?" But Sealkin refused to back down, instantly swinging a punch straight at him. Manhwa was trying to adjust support skills on the side, yelling, "Too dangerous. Stop, Sangu!" But her skills could not hold back Sangu's overwhelming power. He kept advancing with fists, breaking through Yuanha's defenses. Then he landed a brutal punch right into Sealkin's gut. Sealkin let out a painful grunt. His body flew back, crashing hard into the wall behind him. When the dust settled, Sealkin slid down the wall, utterly lifeless. Jung Bai and Hyan's eyes went wide in shock. Jung Yan and Du Won were just as stunned. Jung Yan panicked. What the hell just happened? Sangu stayed calm. That is how you finish it. In Trevor's lab, the system's cold voice announced, "Defense skill created. System recognized sturdy mist and adamantine skin." Trevor laughed loudly. Exactly. When the host does not turn into a monster, the stats skyrocket proudly, he said, and it is armed with Chan Company's most advanced weapons. Number 7 stood before him, the system beaming with pride. A warrior capable of defeating even SSS-Rank breath was born. Trevor asked the computer, has his brain been fully rebooted? After rebooting, we have changed his master to you. Trevor, excited, he grabbed the robot's shoulder. His name now is T01. Suddenly another screen popped up. Fake swordsman reached basement level 7. Estimated arrival in 5 minutes. Trevor chuckled softly. Perfect timing. He patted the robot. I am assigning you a mission. T01, eliminate the intruder. The robot stayed silent. No reaction, leaving Trevor puzzled. I told you. I already installed the subtitle software. He muttered. He ordered again. At 0. Finish off that guy. The robot's eyes gleamed arrogantly. I am number 7. Number 7 calmly punched Trevor, making him scream in pain. I only take orders from my master. The system panicked, calling out to Trevor, while number 7 coolly said, forced injection and orders received. This facility and its people are now considered enemies. That computer system kept trying to make contact. Trevor's stay is not over yet. He just cancelled out his own skill like it was nothing. Damn. Is he really a B rank? The proctor behind her quickly asked. What should we do now? Should we call it off? Unha turned sharply and ordered. There are still other members. Focus on healing the hunters outside the boundary first. She glanced toward the battlefield. No reason to stop just because the power-draining drug does not work on Dung Sanju. Dung Xian was gritting his teeth. Well, Dung Yun was not affected by the drug either. Thinking back on the situation made Unha's blood run cold. The drug does not lower skill rank. It just makes using powerful skills burn through huge amounts of mana. If the stats were really lowered like the drug's effect, he would be exhausted and weakened by now. A bead of sweat slid down her forehead. But from the start of this fight, we have ignored those limits. We keep going, just keep watching. Quan stood beside Dung Yun, begging nonstop. Dung Yun, give me orders. But he was so furious, teeth clenched tight. Yu. Du Quan turned just in time to see Dung Yun's face darkened by several shades. He immediately shouted, Dung Yun, snap out of it. He looked toward the arena floor, trying to wake Dung Yun up. Do not you see what is going on? Dung Yun looked at Sanju, stammering to Du Quan. Sorry. I just finally. You are awake. Dung Yun silently cursed himself. What an idiot, I do not know what I was thinking. In that moment, he recalled his superior's words. Take the drug. This is your shot to prove yourself. He adjusted the skill in his hand, determination burning in his heart. I do not have the luxury to quit. It is all or nothing. I will speed you up. Make him blink and miss. The system announcement rang out immediately. Speed, reflexes, and agility stats increased dramatically. Du Quan grabbed his sword, charged at Sanju with a grin. This buff is insane. With this speed, I will. He vanished and reappeared right next to Sanju, ready to take down that monster. But the moment his blade touched him, it shattered to pieces. Du Quan startled at the system alert. The speed buff ended. What kind of effect disappears that fast? He tried to pull out his other sword from his back, but Sanju twisted around and swung a fist at Du Quan. This ends now. But he was stopped by a wall of sharp ice spikes rising from the ground, an ice wall trapping him and dealing damage. Jungin called out from afar with difficulty. Get out of there fast. Sanju toughened himself against the cold and smashed through the spikes. He grabbed Du Quan's collar, catching him off guard. Jungin kept using his skills, teeth clenched in rage. Why? Even after being hit by his skill, Sanji kept swinging fists at Du Quan. He just kept hitting nonstop. Jungin anger boiled over. Why1T he stopped. Finally, Du Quan was taken down by Sanju. Jungin could not hold back a shout Why does he have to have everything? A barrage of rocks gathered and flew straight at Sanju. His rock throw skill activated. Dirt exploded everywhere from the impact of his skill. And Jungin scrambled to dodge the attack. Hold on. We are just stalling him for now. Got it. The proctor watched the battle unfold. Utterly baffled, this is no longer a simple practical test. Sanju calmly dodged each attack. The flying rocks seemed to bounce off him without leaving a mark. Jungin glared fiercely, but his body trembled from exhaustion. After landing one last hit, a massive explosion blurred the entire area. Jungin clutched his right arm, gasping for breath. Suddenly, Sanju appeared right in front of him, eyes glowing red. He threw a punch at Jungin, whispering, "Do not blame others for your own weakness." But the punch was blocked by Unha. She grimaced as her shield took the hit. Struggling to speak, "The evaluation is over," she declared firmly as Jungin collapsed to the ground. "Jung Sanju, your team wins." Unha stared at the mess the Sanju crew had made, gathered her clones, and started helping clean up. Got it. The clones split up and began tidying the scene. Unha watched them for a moment before saying, "That should be enough." She turned and spoke to Sanju, who was putting on his jacket behind her. Catching his full attention, "Sanju the craftsman, follow me." Unha and Sanju strode down the long, quiet hallway side by side. Unha asked quietly, "How did you manage to break free from the effects of the DG, Si Thoi Sai and Ing?" Sanju was startled by the question. He forced a smile and said, "I just drank it, and the effect disappeared on its own." Unha gave him a puzzled look. "What is your poison resistance rating?" Sanju hesitated, then said shyly, "About 8,138. She almost dropped her cigarette. "What? 8,000? Her voice could not hide her shock. Normal people would have to eat a whole bunch of poison mushrooms over time, just to reach that level. How did you do it?" Sanju wiped cold sweat from his forehead. "Just hard training." "Really?" But inside, he knew the truth. It was all thanks to his clones. Unha pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and said, "Well, I won tea prize since it is not really your secret to share. Others might start gossiping about this, but I will figure out how to cover it up." With that, she waved Sanju off. "All right. Go now. Don't be shy." Sanju exhaled sharply. Relieved. "I guess I am safe now." He stared down at his petrified hand and wondered aloud, "By the way, what exactly is this skill? It is not just some random ability, it comes packed with some seriously awesome effects." The system's mechanical voice announced the skill check. Invincible body. User's body turns as hard as stone. Passive state boosts physical defense and magic resistance by 50%. Reduces pain, and doubles the effect of active passive skills temporarily. Sanju thought, "Must be number 7. His clone happily gave a thumbs up. "Master, have you successfully acquired the skill yet?" Sanju snapped back to seriousness. "No matter what, only number 7 could possibly have this skill. Did he get experimented on after being cornered? I should check with my usual skill." But as he activated his defense skill, he heard number 7 crying out miserably. Sanju forced a smile. "Forget it," number 7 muttered quietly. Heritage. Meanwhile, number 7 was fighting fiercely, ignoring the system's warnings from the Trevor lab. "Stop." The machine's voice kept repeating. "Stop." Number 7 replied coldly. "I am number 7. The system snapped back. "You are destroying priceless research equipment. Stop immediately." Number 7 bluntly ignored it. "I only take orders from my master." The system fired back. "The corporation appointed the master." Suddenly, a tall man appeared. Raven looked at Sanju's clone and asked, "Are you number 7? Number 7 replied calmly. "Yes." Raven smirked at the chaotic scene. "I guess everything's been handled before I arrived." Despite Trevor lying unconscious on the floor, Raven said to number 7, "Then this should be easy, let us get out of here." But he looked at Raven suspiciously. "Sorry. Which organization are you with?" Raven stayed calm. "I was sent by Heritage. I heard you were supposed to be working with Heritage for the past 3 months. Didn't you tell your master about this?" Number 7 muttered softly. "Heritage." Raven's gaze grew worried. "Are you okay?" After a moment of pain, number 7 looked at Raven calmly. "Sorry. I do not remember receiving such orders." The lab system's voice boasted arrogantly, but was cut off as number 7 drew his sword and slashed it to pieces. "Must be the brainwashing drugs kicking in. Now, obey us." Number 7 interrupted coldly. "I only obey my master. That will never change." Raven's face darkened slightly. Could it be the brainwashing made him lose his mind? Complicated. Looks like he was not brainwashed. But he forgot he was ordered to cooperate with Heritage. He gripped the hilt of my sword and spoke slowly. "We can contact your master. But unfortunately, I have no way to reach him right now." Raven drew his sword from his side. Apologizing. "Sorry. But I am going to have to use force to take you away." Number 7 replied solemnly. "Then you will become my enemy." At the hospital affiliated with the Sand Craftsman Academy, Dongyan sat on the hospital bed, Looking utterly defeated, he remembered Sanji's words before punching him hard earlier. Don't blame others for your own lazy love life. Covering his mouth with his hand, Deng Yen muttered softly. I lost. Using the bedside cabinet to steady himself, he slowly stood up. Admitting even he had to resort to some dirty tricks, he took a few steps toward the door. But once again, he failed. Deng Yen crossed the hospital yard under the quiet afternoon sky. Suddenly, a huge hand shot out to grab him, pushed against the wall. He let out a cry of pain. Sealkin crushed his choking hand, sneering. You are kidding me, right? I heard you even fainted before they hit you. Furious, he squeezed Deng Yen's throat harder, making it harder to breathe. And you dare call yourself a level? You could not even beat a brain-dead idiot who can use his unique clone skill. But Sealkin sensed something was off. Wait a second. The one choking him was actually Sangu in disguise. He kicked hard in Sealkin's gut. This brain-dead idiot you are talking about. Sangu looked down at him sprawled on the ground with pure contempt, losing his rage. So do not blame others. Sealkin clutched his stomach and glared at him with bitter eyes. He yelled his name, Deng Sangu. But Sangu calmly took the clone hit without flinching. What did you say before? You can use your power inside the barrier, and you are suffering from water fatigue. Suddenly, two clones appeared out of thin air. All right then, come at me. Let us settle this. Sealkin panicked. Wait. But Sangu had no intention of mercy. Let me teach you how to speak properly and respect others. Sealkin started to protest but got punched in the face. Wait. Please. Hold on. He tried to say something again, but got another punch. Stop. Both his clones are talking and fighting. Please just stop. Deng Yen drew his sword and asked Sangu, why did you save me? Sangu turned calmly and replied, don't he get the wrong idea? I only punched him because he dared to badmouth me. Sealkin's gang kept yelling, I have broken a bone. Dude, my precious bone's broken. But Sangu's comment hit a nerve with Deng Yen. We are not friends. So do not misunderstand. He turned away, thinking he was the top dog in this internship. But Deng Yen suddenly grabbed him back, a green aura flaring over his head. What? You need a punch to wake up? Deng Yen's face was serious as he said, I heard my team captain from Squad 2 went a bit overboard. I really do not want that. I only asked her to protect the monster stealing crews from getting caught, and to make sure no one gets killed. He paused, then added, seems like she did not really care much about that, but I truly do not want any misunderstandings. Sanju, you acted indifferent? Whatever. While Sealkin on the side kept crying out in agony. It hurts. Please stop hitting me. Yeah, that is the spirit. Over at number 7. Raven muttered low. I heard the master of this clone is only a rank B. Right? Closed his eyes, thinking the Sandcraftsman ranking system must be messed up. Raven used number 7 as a cushion, sitting down casually. He probably passed out. I do not want him waking up again. Reflecting on the recent battle, Raven found it hard to believe number 7 kept up with his attack trajectory until the very end. Was that because his offense and defense tactics were solid enough to stand toe-to-toe with me this long? He thought further. Plus, his master has several clones like this. Sounds exhausting. Raven chuckled softly. Not quite like me. But maybe I should take him as my second disciple. Raven walked over to Trevor, who was slumped on the floor. Time to finish things up here. He spoke slowly, making Trevor jump. I know you are awake. Old man Trevor's head was drenched in a cold sweat as he stammered. Hold on. I am not ready to die yet. Not today. Not when I still want something. Raven fixed him with a cold glare. I am the one asking questions here. You better tell me the truth. Raven's hand rested on the sword hilt. Trevor's whole body trembled. Are you the one who created the monsters attacking John's company? Trevor immediately replied. Yes. Raven pressed on. Voice sharp. The voice you heard was Alyssa's. Do you know her? Trevor's eyes widened. Huh? How do you know that name? Raven ignored the question, continuing coldly. She is still alive. So you are one of the researchers involved in that experiment. Since you know Alyssa, surely you know the others too. Trevor blurted out. Where is Alyssa now? Raven answered with a sly smirk. She is with her lover. Din style. Trevor cut him off desperately before Raven could say more. Please. Just tell me. I will give you my savings if you spill the truth. Come on. Please. What did you say before about her? Raven's veins bulged. He raised a hand to silence Trevor. I am the one asking the questions here. Got it. Trevor weakly nodded. Yes. Raven's tone turned serious. Since you joined the experiment, you must be work with Liber. Tell me everything you know about him. Trevor muttered. Liber, it has been a long time since I heard that name. Colleague. I never thought I had one like him. Raven nodded slowly. Sounds like you really do not know much. Fine. I will take Lever out myself. Trevor shook with fear at Raven's threat. I do know a bit, but I am not sure it will help. He once used a research facility, seeing Raven's focused expression. Trevor continued. I am not sure if it is still there. The last time I was there was 50 years ago. Raven sheathed his sword, easing Trevor's fear slightly. That is enough. Where is it? Trevor dropped to his knees. I will send you the location through an identification bracelet. Please give me your ID code. Raven eyed him suspiciously. An identification bracelet. Raven stared for a moment, then asked, Do you have a paper for that? Trevor nodded. Yes. Here. He slid a piece of paper toward him. Raven studied the paper intently, one hand resting on number 7's shoulder. Just then, Trevor interrupted. Wait, before you go, please tell me where Elisa is, he shouted. Is she up? But Raven remained calm as he walked away. I told you. Only ask the questions. Meanwhile, Sanju was on the phone with someone. Bado, I heard you successfully rescued number 7. The voice on the other end was thoughtful. Yeah, but it seems he has been experimented on multiple times. Bado paused, then continued. I think they are trying to brainwash him and rewrite his memories. Maybe you can order him to cooperate with Heritage again. Sanji replied instantly. Order him? Sure, I will do it. He pondered silently. Brainwashing. Huh. Sanju walked while staring at his phone screen. So number 7's sudden power boost was actually because of these experiments. A sly grin crept across Sanju's lips. With these skills and stats, climbing to a rank should be a breeze. All his basic stats have skyrocketed. And somehow he even gained this unbeatable body skill. How did that happen? Sanji rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Could he get caught and experimented on again? He quickly slapped himself to shut down that thought. What am I thinking? I promised I would not treat them like tools. Laughing loudly as he walked, Sanju said. Anyway, the rescue was a success. The bastards who messed with the mission are getting dealt with, and I just won the group combat training. Things are looking up. Recently, rumors have been spreading through the sand pits talk about Dung Sanjius clones, not only wiping out a team of B-rank sand workers, but even taking down a rank 1. The battle manager gave a statement to the association. Honestly, every time I think about it, of course. The fight started because someone stole their monsters, so the clones fought back. But as the rumor spread, the story got twisted. Death awaits anyone who invades their turf. With hundreds of victims, death is guaranteed if you dare snatch their monsters. Torture awaits too. And you will lose teeth just for looking at them the wrong way. That is how his devilish reputation started spreading through the crafting world. And as the rumors got darker, nobody dared to mess with the clones anymore. Other crafters would immediately bow their heads begging for mercy, asking for a second chance, pleading. And this went on for days. One night, at a humble local bar, Sanju, Zumbi, and Hyan raised their glasses high, toasting their hard-fought victory. Sanji smiled at his friends and said, You guys killed it. But Zumbi, serious-faced, refused the praise. Hearing that, Sanju exclaimed, That defensive bicep effect is seriously amazing. Zumba forced a smile. Don't even mention that muscle. Suddenly, a man squeezed in next to Sanju's table stood up and shouted to grab everyone's attention. Look who it is, the most notorious guy in the crafting world. The man rambled on. Hey Sanju, what do you think you are doing? You are just some low-tier scrub. How do you have a rep like that? The woman sitting beside him quickly intervened. Hey, cut it out. You are drunk. Sanji gave a complex look at the man. Who are you? The woman forced a smile and replied. Sorry. He is wasted. The man struggled to break free from her grasp. Let me go. I have to tell him, he cursed. Damn it. You are just some scrub. But you are running around like you own the crafting zone. Claiming control like that, I spent every penny I had just to get in. And you are letting clones wipe out all our monsters. What the hell? Sanji looked confused. Please calm down. I have not sent any clones to C-rank crafting zones recently. The man shoved his phone in front of Sanji's face, yelling. Then what is this? Sanju stared, surprised. At the phone screen, he quietly realized something. The man grumbled. If you are controlling a zone, at least give us a heads up. We cleared it first. So why are you coming in later claiming it as yours? Sanju stared intently at the clones on the phone screen. Number 2, but the woman next to him quickly shouted. Stop. Wait. Sorry. This is our boss receipt here. The man dragged away but still arguing. I told you to let me go. You were there too. Were not you the one who started all this? Sanju sighed softly as he walked down the main street. I see the photo and the location, but that is not me. Looks like a huge misunderstanding. Hyan, walking behind, looked at him with wide eyes. Sanju calmly explained, maybe the one who looks like number 2 staked a claim on an E-rank crafting zone and stole everyone's monster spots. She gasped. What? You sure? Sanji gave a faint smile. There is a photo, but it does not prove anything. I never told him to do that, and I have not been crafting recently. Sungbai? Beside him. Hesitated. So that means maybe. Sungbai pointed out the suspicious part. Someone impersonated your clone and did this. Sanji closed his eyes. Took a deep breath. Maybe. He turned to his teammate. They say imposters are pretty infamous in that area. Have you ever heard about this? Sungbai thought for a moment. Then said, I heard if anyone dares to steal monsters from clones, they just vanish without a trace. Sanji clenched his fist. Voice firm. That is true. Nobody messes with my stuff. As Sanji paused, Sungbi continued. But it is the first time I hear someone claiming a monster crafting zone as their own territory. I have never been to a B-rank dungeon, so I do not know much about it. Sanju glanced at Hyan and remembered she was in a rank crafter. What about you? Hyan, she puffed her cheeks. I have not even gone crafting yet. Sanji looked at her. Surprised. Why not? Hyan recalled Sanju's promise. So I asked, if I do well on the test, could you take me crafting just once? He agreed right away. No problem. If you get into the guild, I will take you along. Hyan's face was calm. You said you would take me crafting if I got in. But I think you forgot about that. Sanju suddenly shouted. So you have never gone monster crafting before? Hyan put her hands on her hips. Of course not. I am still waiting for you to keep your promise. Sanji put his hand over his mouth. Pondering. Then said. All right. Meh. Let us. Hyan lit up with excitement. Really? She beamed. Don't change your mind now. Okay. Sanju smiled. The master kept his word. But Dongbai's face behind showed deep regret. She wanted to come too. The next day, at the Gmer organization, Sanju adjusted his armor one last time. His teammate, a fellow agent, asked curiously, did you take extra combat training at the academy or what? Sanju replied calmly, I was just headed to the San area. The teammate nodded twice. Haven't he been to San in a while? Huh? Sanju glanced at the gun in his hand and said, I have got a promise to keep. Plus, I heard someone's been impersonating me, stealing monsters from the lower San zones. I am going to check it out. The teammate was surprised. Seriously? Someone's faking you? Sanju nodded, glancing at number 2. Want to see the photo? Number 2. Come over. Number 2 replied lazily. All right. The teammate's eyes widened looking at the photo on the phone. That is number 2. Right? Sanji asked calmly. Is it? Number 2 answered indifferently. I have never left here. I was not called from the info gate. Comparing the guy in the photo to us. His face is 2% wider, shoulders 5% narrower, and his torso ratio's off. Sanji raised his hand to signal number 2 to stop. Then relaxed. I trust you. Sanji handed the phone to number 2. If you see someone like this, would you recognize him? Number 2 pointed and said coolly. Maybe. Suddenly, a dried monster screamed in agony after being taken down by Hyan. They were entering the E-level sand zone in the dry village. Sanji folded his arms and nodded approvingly. Nice. You took down the dry monster. Don't need your help anymore. Right? Hyan adjusted her breathing, smiling. Thanks, Master. Sanju glanced discreetly at number 2's signet, then spoke to Hyan. With your performance in the E-level sand zone, I think you are ready to take the rank-up test. Hyan blushed. Not that good yet. Watching number 2 leave, Hyan got curious. Master, where's your clone heading? Sanju laughed. Forget him. He is just scouting the zone ahead of us. But Hyan noticed something odd. The sand zone was eerily quiet. No one else around. Cold sweat ran down Sanji's forehead. That is just because everyone's avoiding me. What the hell did those imposters do here? He forced a casual tone. Yeah, it really is quiet. Sanji had no choice but to trust his clone. Thanks. Number 2. We gotta catch them before my devilish rep spreads further. I believe in your sharp eyes. Suddenly, a young man appeared, catching the attention of 2 nearby sand workers. The young man, looking exactly like number 2, demanded, who gave you permission to sand the monsters here? The 2 workers nervously stood up. Sorry, sir. We saw you head the other way. We did not mean any trouble. The young man declared slowly. This is our turf. He glared threateningly at the 2 workers. Leave the monster carcasses and scram. One worker panicked. All of them. But we just took them down. The young man rested his hand on his sword's hilt. Don't you know who I am? The worker stammered. Please forgive us. We will leave right away. Without another word, the two workers quietly left the scene. The young man sat beside the dry monster, checking the dropped loot. They know better. But now it seems they are onto us. Clenching a golden ring tightly, the young man suddenly threw the items down, smashing them to pieces. Pulling off his wig, he said bitterly, "The pain I have endured, all this misery. Dung Sanju, it is all your fault." Two skill blasts erupted, setting the whole area ablaze. Sanju nodded appreciatively. "Looks like now you know exactly how much power it takes to take down a monster." Huh? She panted heavily. "Yeah. But man, it is exhausting," Sanju calmly said. "Grab the loot they carry. But the monsters themselves are not worth much." Un smiled. "Master, I guess you had a tough time with these things too." Sanju received a report from number 2. "I scouted around here but did not spot anyone suspicious." He thought. "Have not they found them yet?" Sanji ordered number 2 via mental link to open a space gate and call for backup everyone except the hospital guards. Number 2 responded. "Got it." Number 2 summoned a few more clones to assist. "We will split up and search different zones." Sanju and Hyan raised their potions together and shouted in unison, first time seeing them drink a regular bottle like that, while number 2 kept an eye on the hidden shoes on the ground. Hyan was buzzing with excitement as she went through the test, standing right there. As soon as number 2 spotted some other hunters, they hurriedly apologized. "Sorry. We did not know you guys were here." Number 2 gave a faint nod. "No worries. Just keep going." Hyan's eyes sparkled. This necklace was shining like a diamond. Number 2 reported briefly. "No sign of him here." Number 2 paused. "We have searched this entire area and did not see anyone wearing that outfit." Sanju pondered. "All right. Everyone, get back to your own work," he muttered under his breath. "Damn it. I even wore a mask on purpose to throw off those imposters, so where the hell did they vanish to?" Sanju pulled his mask down and asked Hyan, "How did the hunt go today?" She beamed. "I scored big time." "No kidding. Huh?" Sanju laughed. "See? When there is a good reason, everyone wants to be a hunter." Hyan kept grinning. "Let us split the loot. We are such a perfect team." Sanji shook his head. "Nah, I'd consider this a gift for your first hunt." Hyan's eyes went wide. "For real? You will regret it." Sanju smirked. "You have no idea how much I actually made." He gestured behind him. "Either way, time to head back." But just as Sanju turned, he spotted Jung-il. He quickly ducked behind a wall. "Run?" Hyan asked in a whisper. "What is up? Is someone here?" Sanju peeked out. Puzzled. "Jung-il. What the hell is that bastard doing here?" A dark thought flickered in his mind. Could it be him again? A Hyan from the Hunter Association said flat out. "It is definitely him." Sanji's teammate nodded. "I think so too. No way would Jung-il be hanging around an Ika-level hunter's hunting ground. Haesung already has enough people to cover for you. And Jung-il's got a history of messing up your hunts." Sanji mused silently. He was suspicious but puzzled still. Why would he do that? "I already warned him, how can he be that dumb?" A Hyan couldn't. "Hey. Remember, a Haesung group attacked you before?" she questioned. "So why did you let her live?" Sanji gave her a confused look. "Huh." Hyan explained slowly. "Living in that dirty place taught me one thing, no matter how nice you are, they will always stab you in the back." She grew serious. "Stop feeling sorry for them. This is not some sports game where you play fair. Don't ever think they won T cross the line like you did." Hyan's gaze locked on him. "People like that will do anything bad. No matter how kind you are, you will face a lot of them from now on. I am pretty sure he is one of them." And sure enough, things kept proving her right as those imposters kept pulling shady moves. Sanji's situation was getting worse and worse. He gripped his sword tightly, knowing it would not be long now. The imposter picked up a rat's paw to inspect, then barked orders. "Leave all your gear here and scram." The two hunters gasped. "What? How can we do that? How are we supposed to keep hunting?" The imposter immediately slammed his knee into the female hunter's stomach, making her cry out in pain. He looked down coldly. "I am not asking. It is an order," her teammate shouted. "Dung Yen." Slowly, Dung Yen kept coughing uncontrollably, while the young man glared at the imposter with burning anger. Another hunter saw this and protested. "They are even stealing your gear. Why are not you reporting them?" The young man replied with difficulty. "If you, we will get killed." Then, some could not help but report to the hunting ground guards. "Hey, tell us if there is a guy named Dung Sanju here." The guard hesitated. "Sorry, only staff can check entry logs," they said. But the hunters were not letting up. We have the right to hunt here. Show us the logs. Sanji's reputation is going downhill fast. He grips his sword tight 1 TB long now. His eyes flicker with calculation. Most victims were low-level hunters. Rank. Even the academy folks have started looking at him differently now. Lost in thought, he is suddenly snapped back by the ringing phone. If this keeps up, his reputation's going to take a hit. Sanji lifted the phone to his ear. Number 2. Any luck finding them? Calmly, Number 2 reported. We have not found the impersonators yet. But he paused before continuing. The Hisung gang just showed up at an Rank hunter's hunting ground. Sanju immediately cut in. Are you sure it is Hisung? Number 2 glanced down at the Hisung crew. Hard to be wrong about that. A sly smile crept across Sanju's face. Opening a space portal, he said, I will go check it out myself. Meanwhile, the Hisung gang stared intently at a set of armor. Is that the one? Someone asked. Another nodded. Yeah, that is what I think. Yeah, that is what I think. Suddenly, a loud explosion rocked the area behind them. Sanju emerged from the smoke, sword slung over his shoulder. What is with that getup? One of them hesitated before answering. Hey, tell the captain we found him. Hey, I do not know who you are. But if you want to live, follow us. You know who we are, right? Sanji raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp and icy. He noticed the armor looked just like the clone suit he used to wear, exhaling deeply. Sanju muttered. So it really is you guys? His eyes darkened with anger. This is not some game or sport where things have to look nice. Seething, he wondered if he could stash a corpse inside his space pocket. The Hisung members exchanged silent glances. That guy's trouble. One thought. Suddenly, they all drew swords and shouted in unison. Kill him. Sanji's eyes narrowed as he moved to take down one of them, but out of nowhere, a girl appeared, blocking his attack. Sanji glared at her. It is you. 2 Iron hurriedly warned the gang. You idiots. Back off. The long-haired one snapped to attention. Captain, 2 Iron explained briefly. This really is Dung Sanju. Sanju raised his sword again but saw 2 Iron vanish. She stepped back, smiling. Well, look who we meet again. Sanju stared at 2 Iron, confused. What is this supposed to mean? She chuckled twice. What have you been eating? You are looking ripped, looking buff. Huh? Sanju raised an eyebrow. Cut the crap. What do you mean the real Dung Sanju? Are you guys fakes? 2 Iron looked disappointed. Lost the element of surprise? Of course not. Why would we do that? Another voice chimed in. We are here to capture them on your behalf. Suddenly, Dung Yen appeared before Sanju. Those imposters, he said wide-eyed. Please, Johnny, stop them. Sanju could not help but wonder. They even have advanced image enhancement skills. But why arrest the fakes? Why go through all this? He locked eyes with Dung Yen. You are the one always meddling in my business. Dung Yen's expression was complicated. Consider this my apology to you. He sipped water as he spoke. Like you said, it won't change how you feel about me later. Dung Yen met Sanju's gaze. But right now, we do not know if they are just one guy or an entire group. So we set a trap. I do not know if it is because we met at the academy. But they owe me a favor. In a corner of the area, several fish-like monsters with closed eyes lay defeated. An imposter cried out in a whining tone. Hey, he is threatening us. Who said you can hunt here? The mysterious man snapped back. We have permission from the guards. The imposter sneered in disdain at the man. Your rank. But the man showed no sign of fear. This isn't a rank hunting ground. So naturally, everyone mind your own business, I am busy. The imposter narrowed his eyes sharply. Are you stupid? Don't you know who I am? Clenching his sword, he declared. I am De Sanju, the one who defeated an E-rank hunter. The other man, an A-rank hunter named Du Quan, sniffed. Lord Dung Sanju. I know him well. And you? Just a fake. With a crash, several trees toppled. Du Quan glared at the imposter. Who gave you permission to hunt here? The imposter sneered. You seriously think you can pull this off in an A-rank zone? Zi Quan's laughter rang out. Dung Sanju, do not mess with me, you fake imposter. Mouthful of lies, you are going to regret this. That guy shouted. I am De Sanju. Zi Quan's eyes flashed a dangerous red. Looks like you have not faced the real monster yet. Huh. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared behind the imposter. Zi Quan watched calmly, eyes fixed. He spoke slowly as Sanju and Dung Yen stepped out from the light. Here's the real deal. Sanju pulled down the mask. No way. This is the guy who has been stirring up trouble lately. The imposter's voice cracked thickly. Dung Sanju. Dung Yen picked up a large cloth bag from the ground to examine it. This must be the gear they used to impersonate you. The imposter panicked. Wait, what? Dong Sanji stated bluntly, like we suspected. They hid the outfits inside here and changed right on the spot. Sanju glanced at him sharply. Those clothes your men had until recently belonged to number 2. Right? Dong Yen flipped the bag upside down, spilling its contents all over the floor. Sanju picked up a piece of armor to inspect it. Yeah. I heard about this from the manager, Sanju calmly recounted. There was someone who used clones that I interviewed before joining the gamer organization. He paused to recall. I still remember his name, because it was an exclusive interview. Sanju slowly revealed the imposter's identity. Kim Dong-Hyan, a Livy construction worker skilled in creating illusion clones. Sanju locked eyes on Dong-Hyan. So you are the one who faked being me, using his cloning illusions. Kim Dong-Hyan ripped off his wig and muttered. Damn it, he slammed the wig hard onto the ground. Yeah, I am the fake. So what about you? Filled with bitterness. He continued. If you did not have cloning skills like me, if you were not so famous, I would not have had to cause such misunderstandings. Sanji's face showed no emotion as he muttered simply. Disgusting. He tossed a sword and helmet in front of Dong-Hyan. Here, put these on, grinding his teeth and cracking his knuckles. He added. Think of it like a helmet you are gonna need a few punches to wake up. Dong-Hyan quickly grabbed the sword. Still the same. Huh, he shouted and charged at Sanju. His blade clashed against the hard armor piece on Sanju's arm, while Sanju and Dong-Hyan fought fiercely. Dong Yen calmly turned to Zaichu Quan. Thank you, sir. I just sent your payment, please check. Zuquan responded flatly. Thanks. Dong Yen noticed the wound on Tu Quan's side. Your injury? Quan bowed slightly. That guy tricked me with a few sneaky moves. Zuquan intently watched Dong-Hyan's 2 clones attacking Sanju. He slipped between them to create a distraction. He let out a quiet chuckle. Of course. He always does that, though he was amused. It did not faze Sanju at all. Dong-Hyan took a solid punch from Sanju and slammed hard against a tree. Grimacing in pain, Sanju's face darkened as he ordered. Get up. We are not done yet. Ignoring Dong-Hyan's coughing, Dong-Hyan exhaled and pulled his mask down. This strength. It is the product of clone training. He gripped his sword and pointed it at Sanju. I trained hard too, because I used to underestimate my own skills, suddenly recalling the past. An illusion can do damage, but I still kept pushing myself. A fellow worker looked at him with bright eyes. Cloning? Like the Livy worker Dung Sanju. The sorceress beside them smiled. Then welcome to the team. Run them off. The worker quickly showed disappointment. Just illusions. The sorceress clicked her tongue quietly. You should be said so from the start. Dong-Hyan seed, remembering old wounds. But nobody gave me even one chance. He wildly swung his sword at Sanju. One day, I realized people avoided me when I wore a hoodie because they thought I was you. He looked confused. Huh. The worker hurriedly left. Sorry. We will be leaving now. Dong-Hyan's voice turned almost mad. That is when I realized it was not me. It was their damn prejudice. All of them. Just because they thought I was you. A sharp green light instantly engulfed the sword in Dong-Hyan's hand. And they did not even dare to fight back. Knowing full well they would be caught if they tried to throw a punch at me, he activated Bamboo Spear, a skill that shreds through physical defense in the next strike. Cooldown time. 240 hours, he said with a smug tone. Even if they roll in packs, they still tremble before my skills. Dong-Hyan summoned a few more clones. Ever wondered what that feels like? He commanded those clones to attack Sanju all at once. The feeling of being born with a skill that is forever mocked and dismissed. Sanju gave Dong-Hyan a look that said, I do not know what you are talking about. Suddenly, a twisted hand grabbed the blade of the sword. One of Sanju's clones appeared right in front of Dong-Hyan's real body. Catching him off guard, why should I even care about that? Dong Yen furrowed his brow. How did he even spot the real body in that illusion? Duguan murmured quietly. Truly amazing. Sanju clenched his fist tightly. You never had a chance to change. Huh. He slammed a powerful punch into Dong-Hyan's face, making him grimace in pain. You did. But it was you who threw it all away. Sanju kept attacking him relentlessly. The GM organization said they sent you an acceptance notice. But you quit just because you saw your skill ranking online. Getting hit like that made Dong-Hyan learn a whole new meaning of pain. Sanju punched him again. Just like when others underestimated your skills, he kept hitting without pause. Even when other craftsmen mistook you for me. Duguan turned and whispered to Dong Yen. I can't watch this anymore. I am leaving first. Dong-Hyan weakly knelt on the ground, begging. Stop it, but he got punched in the face again. He was sent flying after taking a brutal barrage from Sanju. All because you decided to mess everything up for this lady. Sanju gritted his teeth in fury. You threw away the chance you had. only to go and do something this cruel later. Hyan slid across the ground under Sanju's watchful gaze. He sighed deeply, staring at the blood on his hand. Sanju raised his fist high, a thrill running through him. Hyan lay silently on the ground. Yen slowly stepped forward, looking down at Hyan from above. Sanju smirked wickedly, thinking something over. Yen did not turn back. Yeah? The smile on Sanju's face instantly vanished. Just kidding. Yen spoke softly. This is one of the reasons I joined the investigation. I never expected you would do things that someone like me once did, he quietly said. Sanju. He turned to Sanju. A look of regret crossed Yen's face. I can finally apologize properly. What I did is not much different from what this guy just caused. Sanju gave him a smile. At least you realize the wrong you have done. Yen turned to look at Hyan, unconscious on the ground. What are you going to do with this guy now? Sanju glanced over. Clear up the misunderstandings I had to endure. And I will have to reach out to the victims too. But Yen spoke up reluctantly. I have got an idea. Suddenly, a group of monsters surrounded a young man, their screams piercing the air. Hyan clutching a cloth bag full of treasures to Zi. Go on. Get lost. I told you to scram. He ran while crying out in desperation. Anyone save me. How can you lock someone up in a place like this? You damn devil. A shout suddenly rang out, grabbing the attention of two masked figures. Numbers 5 and 6. Lion caught sight of Sangu carrying a covered tray of food, saying, You guys are always so ready to help me, but I never got the chance to repay you. So today, I have got a gift, please. Accept it. He quickly lifted the cover and continued, A special meal. The other side just stared wide-eyed, silently listening as he added, Sans got it tough too. Huh. Hope you like it. Then Sangu wiped his hands and laughed cheerfully with the two eating. I think from now on, we will find plenty more treasures. Enjoy your meal. A while later, he sat with his hands in his pockets, calmly saying, Luckily, the misunderstandings between the victims have been cleared, and I got quite a bit checked off the list. But still, Long furrowed his brows, his cold gaze stern. The last thing that guy said kept echoing in his mind, in his memory. Xinjiang Xian suddenly said, And one more thing, as he glanced at Trong Sang Yu. He warned, Be careful with the academy. I do not think they just train hunters and hand out skills for free. His words left Trong Sang Yu a bit uneasy, and Chie Meki asked, What do you mean by that? The other guy put on a serious face and tone. I am not sure yet. I will tell you when I have solid info. Then, turning his back to Trong Sang Yu, he added, But here's a warning, never go near the prayer room. Back to reality. He suddenly recalled the scene of a cluttered room. Wait, is not the prayer room where they teach the history of the system? I only used a clone to attend because I was too lazy. Looking up with a sigh, he said, You are telling me to watch out for the academy elsewhere. A voice rose as someone looked at a paper marked with an A. What is this? Yuanha confidently replied, It is the evaluation report. But the voice from before suddenly shouted, I am not asking about that. The Wenhaxu Academy principal slammed the table in anger. Why did you give that to Sanju? Huh? Don't you understand what I am saying? Hearing this, Yuanha stayed calm. Using power-suppressing drugs and banning clone skills, I have already penalized him for those, though I do not get why you punish him like that. When Haxuka kept fuming. But that guy detoxed the drugs. They do not work anymore. Honestly, even if he did not throw those out, use the drugs, or held back clone skills in battle, what else am I supposed to do? He dismissed all objections. Why the punishments? To control the high-level hunters in the academy. Suddenly, the massive table toppled over, startling Wen Haxu. Sweat dripped relentlessly down his face. A heel in pants and high heels stomped the ground, cutting through the tension. Enough, she asked coldly. All the professors here are C-rank. Right? You called me here because your ranks are too low to supervise B-rank hunters. And now you want to control high-rank hunters with power-suppressing drugs. She took a drag from her cigarette. Una looked like she wanted to devour him alive. You can T-touch Sanju. And now you are using those pathetic excuses to drag him down. But he still passed the tests. Can you be any more incompetent? When Haksha looked utterly lost, he started to explain. It is not like that. Some hunters refuse to attend classes. Anna quickly cut. Then make them go to class. Simple as that. Turning to leave, she added, I am just following the curriculum. Nothing more. Suddenly, a cold aura seeped through the door with a voice saying, I will deal with you if you call me that over petty nonsense again. When Haxu barely managed to say a word before, he grabbed his phone. Eyes blazing. You are reckless while you still can, you little punk. Let us see how long you last. The sharp arched roof echoed the voice. I put Professor Anha on the prayer room list. Deal with her today. And send someone to clean out her office. Elsewhere, C-Rank Monster Skill Professor Xiangwan greeted warmly. Nice to meet you all. I'm Xiangwan, and I will guide you on how to hunt monsters. As everyone listened intently, he added, what do you think is the most important thing in hunting monsters? Teamwork, stats, or gear? Flashing a number 1 with his fingers, he said, those are important. Sure, but the real key is strategy. Xiangwan continued. If you check the notebook on the table, it details strategies for each monster type. Study it well. Hey? Flipping through the book, got excited it even has bone charts in here. Meanwhile, Trong Sangu looked panicked. Thinking, wait, some close range attack points here. This might be their weak spot. Then he added, this part's weird, and this section too. He covered his mouth with his hand, eyes wide, realizing the info was totally off compared to reality, dead wrong. In fact, remembering the scientist's words and diagrams, everything online was accurate. Dixon thought, I guess that is because I used a clone to study all night. Not everything on the internet is true, but this part is legit. I tested it myself with a clone in real combat. Then, folding the appeal rights down to the conclusion, they had cunningly altered the information. If you are not someone with real monster fighting experience, it is almost impossible to spot the trick. Another question suddenly popped into my head. What the heck is this academy thinking? Someone stood across, calmly speaking. And now it is finally time for the practical training. Inside the monster training room, an eerie blue light flickers. Black blood from a giant boar spurts out, dripping wet and surreal. Sungwon finally speaks up. What do you think? Looks real. Does not it? This is a virtual reality simulation room crafted by monster tamers. Glancing at several glass containers holding bodies, she continues. Here, you can learn how to fight monsters without risking your lives. Then Sungwon makes a hand sign to silence the room. But your senses will feel like you are in the real world, so be careful. This place is not just for tactical practice. Her cold voice echoes slowly, leaving the trainees silent, forced to train not just their skills but to overcome their fears. After a moment, Sangu suddenly asks, using clones here is not penalized, right? Answer comes immediately. Of course. But the monsters attacking you will vary depending on your level. Hearing that, he pushes forward and asks again, then why can't I use it? Causing Sungwon to freeze. Startled. What? He quickly props his chin, guessing. It is true the clone technique used to work here. I am not sure about it anymore. Though, glancing at an unused container, he adds, I will do my best to link it up for you. Sangu, suddenly, 2 masked figures appear. Sangu gets super hyped and rushes forward. I missed you guys. Under the watchful eyes of senior female members and another person. These must be the clones he would heard about before. I have seen him use these before. Sungwon thinks, amazed. Can he really create them in this virtual world? Wild skills. Then she shouts, all right. Get ready. Everyone, we are heading somewhere new. As she finishes, a red glow envelops them. The 2 voices whisper, are you okay? I am. Just ignore the notebook and follow what we practiced. Hopefully, you will win easily. The blue light in the room shifts rapidly. Sangu and a few others appear amidst dense, tangled trees. The plants around are withered and lifeless, drained of all vitality. He looks bewildered and mutters, a forest. Suddenly, eerie animal cries ring out from afar. At that moment, amid the noisy shouts of his comrades calling out, Sangu furrows his brow, sensing a voice. A head peeks out from behind a tree, stammering, help me, but something is controlling it, making it cry out painfully. Help me. It hurts. Other bodies under control start appearing one by one. Trembling. It is freezing here. Help. At that moment, someone clenches their teeth tightly. Slow footsteps approach as a cold voice says, he said the monsters will attack based on your own level. Mom, I do not want to die. Turns out Sang Yu is still gritting his teeth, raising his sword to face level, but then slumps to the ground helplessly. This is a bit much. Giant ants suddenly charge fiercely toward him. Fresh blood splatters everywhere in the dark night. Back in the previous room, a tall, thin shadow walks slowly. Suddenly, the forest goes silent for a beat, staring at Sang Yu inside a giant glass container with mysterious, dark eyes. Suangguan seems lost in thought, remaining silent as always. Then, suddenly, a figure resembling Sang Yu rushes from nowhere and stands behind him. In a cold voice, a professor asks, need any help? Suangguan gasps in shock. He collapses to the ground, stammering, who are you? The clone responds bluntly, I am. He continues, my master told me to guard the gate against threats because its flexibility could endanger academy students. Suangguan stays silent, watching him intensely, thinking, what nonsense is this? He is just trying to protect his master awkwardly after making things worse. Then, a voice replies, Got it. Got it. Don't start explaining yourself honestly. I am the same. I am on patrol to ensure the safety of the academy's students. Sangu's clone chimed in with praise. Professor, you are incredible. Suang Guan's sharp eyes flickered with doubt. Damn. What now? If that is a clone, then I should. Nobei's eyes widened as he watched intently. Not a trace of hesitation. Suang Guan scratched his head, thinking, guess I will head that way then. Internally, he admitted, I can't beat it just standing here. Meanwhile, Sangu's clone struggled as the demon horse lunged with razor-sharp claws. Quick on his feet, he pulled out a dagger and struck with a surprise attack. A swift slash pierced the fierce beast's glaring eyes. As the demon beast recoiled, surrounded by roaring flames, it was trapped over at Nobei's side. The situation looked way better. He blocked the demon's deadly claws with ease. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he readied to strike back. One clean blow shattered the demon bug's form, ending its hunt for prey. Nobei stayed silent, eyes sharp, scanning the battlefield as the demon beast dropped to the ground. Under Nobei's identity, Sangu frowned and shared his insight. At equal levels, monsters usually overpower hunters in a 1v1 fight. Even so, with the B-rank dragonflies and fierce beasts attacking all at once, it seemed everyone was splitting up instead of teaming up. Will this hunt actually succeed? The battle ended, and Sangu called out, Looks like it is over. Great job, everyone. They all replied in unison. Yes, sir. Back at the academy, Sangu sighed deeply. Exhausted, looking around, his teammates looked just as worn out. Just as he expected, Sangu thought quietly. Most of them had failed this hunt. Someone asked him, You failed too? He just muttered a tired yeah with worried eyes. Sangu checked on Hyan. You okay? What kind of monster did you face? Hyan hesitated, then reported, A giant turtle. It blocked every single attack I threw at it. Her answer stunned Sangu. Why did not you run? Hyan replied plainly, This is a monster hunting class. Is not. Suang Guan glanced up and said, Some probably succeeded, but plenty failed too. Everyone focused as the professor reminded them. The key is always strategy. Got it. Keep your tactics sharp and push through. That is how you will learn to handle different monsters. Sangu nodded, soaking in the advice. All right. Class dismissed. Nobei leaned in to whisper to Sangu. There is something I need to tell you. What is up? As they walked and talked, Sangu asked loudly. Professor sneaked up on us while we were hunting in the virtual space. Nobei nodded confidently. Sangu rubbed his chin, thinking, Good thing I secretly prepped with Nobei just in case. Like Shinjin said, this place is weird. His thoughts spiraled. Forming teams for a virtual showdown among hunters was strange enough, but players hunting solo, that is downright bizarre. Expensive skill books and tactics to exploit monster weaknesses all for free. Just then, Hyan interrupted the chat. What are you guys talking about? He awkwardly replied. Nothing. Just scheduling a hunt. Sangu folded his arms and shifted the topic. By the way, what is the next class? His eyes narrowed suspiciously. Hyan answered, Huh? Why the nervous look? It is system history and comprehension. The class will be in the prayer room. Hearing this, Sangu, speechless. Then a cold image flashed, someone warning him sharply. But I will tell you this. The icy glare locked on Sangu as the warning came. Stay away from the prayer room. Never go near it. Back in reality, Sangu scratched his head, feeling nervous. Suddenly, he blurted out, Hey, wanna go watch a movie together? Hyan chuckled at his awkward offer. What are you thinking? This is a mandatory class, you can't skip it. Hyan explained patiently. Isn't it interesting? I did not know the system had its own history. Before she finished, Sangu called her name seriously. I'm serious. I will send a clone to attend the class. Before he could say more, Hyan grabbed his shoulder and gave him a sharp, serious glare. Oh, we should go now. Surprised by her tone and action, Sangu blinked. You really want to ditch class now? The aura was so intense it made Sangu's pupils shrink as his eyes locked onto Nobei. Without hesitation, Nobei struck, catching Hyan off guard before she could react. With one hand, Sangu caught the fainting Hyan. Good job, Nobei reported. Like a loyal soldier following orders, he scooped Hyan up and silently judged himself. His control over his power was embarrassingly clumsy. Sangu, carrying her on his back, muttered to himself while walking, Sorry, Hyan. Maybe I am overreacting before anything has even happened, but I will apologize later. His face hardened with resolve. I won't hesitate if someone I care about is in trouble. After a moment, Hyan's eyes fluttered open. She jolted awake, still confused about what just happened. Yu, standing nearby, asked with concern, "You are Hyan? Right? I'm awake." Hyan stammered, still disoriented. "Wait, who are you?" The person sitting calmly introduced herself. "I am Kim Hyu. This is the company of Dung Sanju." Still surprised, Hyan asked, "Sanju, why am I here?" Two imposter clones appeared as Yu-Hin explained. "Looks like you passed out after class." That guy said, "You suddenly fainted but told me not to worry, because he would mark your attendance for you." Curious, Hyan asked, "Where is he now?" Yu-Hin hesitated. "That jerk. I mean, Dung Sanji should be back soon." Forcing a smile, she handed over a healing potion. "This will boost your energy for a while. Side effects might knock you out, but do not worry. Take this and get some rest. It will help you recover faster." Yu-Hen muttered under her breath. "But where the hell did that crazy Sangu run off to after tossing you to me like that?" Meanwhile, a shadow appeared in the main hall of the academy. Sangu's face showed strain as he clung to a pillar. "Looks like this is where the trouble started." Closing his eyes, he organized his thoughts. "It is fine if Noba marks my attendance, but Hyan's condition is weird. If it were me, I would have torn this place apart and interrogated everyone by now. What is going on? What do we do now?" Sangu quickly sized up the situation. "What do you think? You useless fool. We gotta run. You have teleport skills. And the invisibility one too." Jung-an argued weakly. "That is dumb. If someone made the noise and then disappeared into a secret room, that is super suspicious. Right? Outside." The voice kept calling. "Who is in there?" "Wait. We are activating the emergency lockdown," Jung-an whispered. Scolding. "Paf, I am the one asking? What are you doing here? I told you to wait." Sangyu's answer dropped the mood. "Hyan's condition is really strange," Jung-un asked again. "Hyan? You mean that quiet girl who is always lurking around him?" Sangu nodded. "Yeah. She has been attending a ton of experimental classes. Her eyes got weird whenever I told her to focus on studying." Jung-un tensed up at his words. "Is that why you have been hiding here too? You said the prayer room felt off?" Jung-un shifted slightly. "This way." He pulled a corner of a book on the shelf, revealing a secret passageway leading into darkness. Jung-un flicked on a magic light. "If you are wondering, I just found out today. Haven't even been inside yet." The room lit up, and Jung-un looked surprised. They both scanned the room before Jung-yan spoke, with Sang-yu adding, "Cameras and mix? Looks like they have been spying on someone this whole time." Jung-un grasped the situation and suggested, "First, let us grab the data." Suddenly, a voice called from outside. "Chairman, are you in there?" The two stood frozen, straining to hear approaching footsteps. Suddenly, silence fell heavy, then violent banging echoed. Jung-un's face twisted in panic. "What the hell? What do we do now?" Sangu quickly sized up the situation. "What is your take? Dummy, we gotta run. You have got those teleport skills and shape-shifting, right? Time to use him." Jung-un, clearly not the sharpest, argued, "That is dumb. If someone made noise and then vanished in a secret room, that'd be super suspicious. Right? Outside, a voice kept calling in. "Who is in there?" "Wait, I am about to lock it down." Sangu, out of breath, urged the scatterbrained one to deploy his magic skills. "It has come to this, you have got to totally change your appearance and voice. You have got tons of skills, surely one can pull that off." Jung-un grits his teeth, snapping, "Do you think I can just make up some skill out of thin air, and it will work?" He channels his energy, activating the chameleon skill. Then says, "See, I actually have this skill." Sangu asks again. "For real?" The proctor bursts in, sweating bullets. "Someone here." From behind the locked room's wall comes a calm, collected laugh. Jung-un, playing the role of Principal Hekji-su, steps out calmly and asks, "What is going on? Why are you breaking down the door?" Hekji freezes, stammering, Principal." Sangu hides behind the glass, curious, slightly cracking it open to eavesdrop. "Things get a little shaky here. Professor's fan suddenly shows up, and I did not even know they were around." Aksu strokes his chin, explaining, "I have urgent business." Atsu looks surprised at the question. "Did the master call you?" he asked quietly. "The master?" comes a muffled reply. "She thinks, just as I suspected. It is about those two troublemakers." Sangyun Juyeon, Sangyu, on high alert, wonders, "What?" Atsu folds his arms and nods. "Exactly. Both of them are a real headache." The professor lowers his guard. "That is true. Is ignoring this the right move? I have decided not to follow orders, so other academies do not catch on." Aksu presses his lips tight, darkening. "Didn't we agree not to regret past decisions?" Hyekshi forces a smile. "Yeah. Right. Anyway, The meeting in 3 days will settle this. Maybe I am just being impatient. Hearing this, the two troublemakers look a bit surprised. The professor turns to leave. I am off. Sorry for dropping by so late. Su quickly calls out. Professor hikes ease. He swiftly cuts to the chase, digging for info. You did not forget when the meeting is, right? The other side answers without hesitation. Of course not. At 11. Right? Sangu frown. Whispering. Hey, what is going on here? He storms up to Jung Ein, firing questions nonstop. Master called a meeting. Said me and you are troublemakers again. Jung Ein instantly dispels his skill and answers. Shut up. I am busting my ass trying to figure out how to deal with that guy. I am so lost, should I be all formal or not? And then he answers like that. Sangu looks at his partner with wide eyes. Wait, why did you say the prayer room was weird at first? Now that I think about it, you were outside during the first class too. Jung pauses, recalling the scene, and speaks up. That is when the warning went off. At first, I planned to join the class in the prayer room, since it was mandatory. I was naive back then, wondering, what kind of class is this? He continues, panic on his face. But the system kept throwing warnings nonstop. Mental protection activated. Mental protection activated. Warning. Warning. I could not stop thinking. Who the hell is attacking me with mental skills right now? No matter where I went, the skills kept triggering nonstop. There was no sound or mana flow. I mistook it at first. But the whole room was saturated with mental skills. Ending his flashback. Sang? Then why did not you tell the others? Jung Ein shoots back a snarky reply. Are you serious right now? Now that you know, why are you just standing there? If it were you, you would blow up the whole academy. Right? Sangu just stays silent, listening to the idiot's explanation. Jung Ein lowers his gaze. I can't do that anymore because of the divine elixir. In the end, we still need intel. They both glance at the computer on the table as Jung Yan says, we need a trump card to trap those guys. Sangu nods in agreement. If we want to move freely, we have to find their weakness. The computer suddenly asks for a password, making them freeze. Jung An grits his teeth. With a password like this, damn, just as I thought, he is no fool. Sangu stayed silent, pointing once more at the small note on the wall. Deng Yan had to double-check, so the principal really is an absolute idiot. Sangu lead in, watching Deng Shan working. All right, let us dive in and figure out what the heck this academy is all about. Back in the Jimin Company medical room, Hyan held a vial and asked, what is this? Kim Woo Hyan forced out a quick answer. It is an energy booster. Drink it and you will shake off the fatigue. Hyan could not stop thanking her. Then she made a request. But since I worked up some sweat in tactics class, I want to freshen up a bit. Is that okay? Relieved, Woo Hyan agreed. Sure. We have got a shower room. Make yourself at home. Hyan did not hesitate to drop her armor with a smile. Thanks. I will. Woo Hyan blushed, looking away awkwardly. Wait. Does she really need to strip down here? Folding up her jeer, Hyan asked, hey, what is going on between you and Sangu Appa? Woo Hyan shyly replied from a corner. We are just colleagues. Not that close. Suddenly, Hyan appeared right behind her, activating her skill orb as if ready to ambush. Really? Meanwhile, in Sangu's secret room, he muttered. These lunatics. They are all dazed after sneaking in and stealing data. So this is what the academy's really about, brainwashing every single student. The prayer room is their brainwash chamber. Sangu turned to Jung Ayan, firing back. So everyone's just puppets to that damn master they worship. How many students are there? About 10,000. But with all branches combined, roughly 30,000. Sangu could not believe his eyes. Thinking, 30,000 awakened brainwashed souls roaming free out there. Jung Ayan seemed to realize something, pulling Sangu from his thoughts. Look at this. The screen listed hunters immune to brainwashing. Dangerous target. Hunter by rank Jung Sangu. He is priority 0. Need to eliminate him first. Jung Ayan said with a grim face. Postpone taking out the son of the Heesung leader. His name is on the danger list. From now on, those brainwashed students will be gunning for him. Jung Ayan turned to give advice. You have to get back to GMM immediately. Everyone around you is in serious danger. Sangu, stunned, asked, why am I not the target? Am I that important? They say they are avoiding conflict because I am part of Heesung. Sangu reassured, don't worry about the organization. I told you, those two ions are too weird. I can just leave them alone. But you can predict how tough things are at GM right now. Controlling those two ions is a nightmare. The two ions were knocked down by their clones, while Oh Hyang still looked clueless. What the hell is going on? The ions were restrained but smirking. Clones? Huh. Not a bad trick. You know, she kept her skill orb activated, wary of the clones. If this is how it is going to be, bring Sangu Appa here. The pro agent quickly shielded Yu Hong. Huh? This way. Hurry, still shocked. Hyan bombarded questions. What is happening? What is wrong with her? I will explain later. The agent pulled out a phone, issuing an order. For now, stay inside the organization's building. Done to leave. Hyan responded. I have got a room ready. We will subdue her there. The computer screen showed global awakening progress. 89.9% awakened. 10.2% still dormant. I checked the situation here. It is worse than I thought. We can handle this alone. Sangu pointed at names. We need backup from other groups. In the crafting room, someone's delighted cry mixed with the clank of metal. Hubert's name was called, catching his attention. The tech team leader spoke up. What now? Berskum proudly showed off a box of test mice. Look at this. Hubert was curious. Huh? Clones? You spent so much time on this and finally succeeded in skill analysis. She grinned mischievously at the mouse. Watch closely. The moment I touch the clone's image with my fingertip, it starts fading. Berskum burst into tears. It failed. It is just an illusion, she sighed, recalling the treatment for Sanju. I used a skill orb worth 12.8 billion. But what kind of freaky skill is this? No clue. Hubert removed his scope, staring curiously at the mouse in his hand. Last time she dampened an original shirt. Now this is why she called me to check this out, her eyes glistening with tears. She quickly clarified. Of course not, but we have made some progress. She pulled out 2 replicated swords with a grin. Our multi-equipment replication succeeded. This is going to be a game changer for our plan. Right? He stood silently, impressed by Berskum's achievement. She kept explaining, sure. There are time limits and some skill effects can be copied, but this will seriously boost our business. Right? Hubert cut her off, snapping her back to reality. More important than replication is perfectly restoring the weapon's effects. That is the real challenge. Khan touched the hilt thoughtfully, nodding slowly as if a light bulb went off. I thought I would never lay a finger on this sword again, but now finally a way to partially restore it. Wario opened his eyes wide, scanning the room with sharp focus. Wario quickly drew a conclusion and asked for confirmation. So this person's already brainwashed. Right? Nurse Guild Vice Captain Wario here. I could not detect any mana flow. Rang sat silently, pondering. Suddenly, blinking from the flash, muttered weakly. I do not get what you are saying. Can you let me go? My parents are waiting at home. One skeptical voter spoke up. Are you sure she is brainwashed? Hyan snapped. She tried to blow my head off. Of course she is brainwashed. Sanji jumped into the discussion. I do not think this is your typical brainwashing. Sanji's face hardened. It is worse than we thought. Hyan grimaced when Sanju reappeared. That bastard. You had to call reinforcements from the guild again. Huh? Sanju clapped him on the shoulder, lowering his voice. Don't hold grudges. Thanks to him, we caught the decoy. Hyan retorted. I think that bastard's son does not deserve any favors. Hyan's face lit up warmly when she saw him. Oppa, why are you so late? Hurry up and clear up their misunderstandings. Oppa. Sanju ignored Hyan's pleading. She was still heavily brainwashed, focusing on the matter at hand. He pulled out a stack of documents he would brought. This data's from the principal's office. Everyone, take a look. Dim conference room lights flickered. What is this? Everyone leaned in, exchanging shocked looks. Crazy brainwashing. Memory harvesting. Or what? Sanji wondered aloud. I do not know either. For now, all I know is it is a plan to awaken the entire world's population, he emphasized firmly. More importantly, brainwashing is the issue. Anyone in your guild currently training as apprentices. The cat-handed girl and the guild leader shared their info. Some E-rank hunters. Yes. Same here. Don't let anyone know you are connected to me. We have no clue what they are plotting. Dongyan studied the documents, smirking. The real question is how to handle them. Mental protection skills are pretty rare. Most people do not even realize this, especially low-ranked diff hunters. The suspicious cat-handed member turned to him. Wait, are you sure this is brainwashing? I could not detect any brainwashing skills at all. Looking again at Hyan, who was not blinking, she defended. And I do not think she is brainwashed. Wario chimed in from behind. South Korea alone has 30,000 affected people, with academies worldwide. Is it even feasible to brainwash that many? Dongyan pointed at Sanju. What about his clone skill? Does that make any sense? With unwavering eyes, he proposed. No one knows the true potential of any awakening skill. We need to be cautious. But I think this brainwashing skill has a weakness while inside the principal's office. The academy professor said this. He recalled having to deal with the professor classic example. Yeah? Those two are the core problem. Don't you think it is wiser to accept and tame them? We have had to disobey orders just to keep up with other apprentices. Deng Yan's words only deepened the mystery. Accepting high-ranking hunters, even if it means disobeying orders, what does that even mean? Basically, their priority is not listening to commands from above. Sanju pressed his lips together, piecing it together, so they can work for superiors toward a goal. But the methods they choose vary, depending on each person's mindset. Deep down, he was already scheming those guys definitely would not chase him while he was close by. They would rather keep Kim Yeon as a hostage. Sitting there, Deng Yan did not argue. Right? These are not mindless drones blindly following orders. On the surface, they act normal. But their top priority is either assassinating or brainwashing you. Sanju clenched his fist. Are you crazy? Then what is the point of acting normal? The agent itched to move after piecing some of it together. Isn't that bad news for us? Without knowing exactly how their brainwashing works, this only puts us at a disadvantage. We can't even track their moves. Deng Yan's eyes showed absolute certainty. For them, the worst case is mission failure, then they get abandoned by their masters. Everyone stood silently as he laid it all out. We will exploit that weakness. In 3 days, we will turn the tables where they gather. Nightfall. A street in Korea. 3 days later, Deng Yan and Sanji Woo pondered together on the rooftop. Deng Yan spoke up. They will get suspicious if you suddenly skip school. Sanji Woo shrugged it off with a few words. I know. I am getting ready to go. Deng Yan stared into the distance. Then suggested, you could use a clone to check in. Sanji Woo rejected. No way. Until the meeting, I will use a clone to keep watch. Staying here would just put others in danger. He looked up at Deng Yan to confirm. I also want to see how the other brainwashed folks are doing. Either way, we can just lock them up. Got any plan? Deng Yan glanced away. Revealing, I do, but it is a gamble. From what I know, she has been transferred to manage the prayer room. A shot of Wolha mumbling curses at capitalism appeared alongside his words. She only works outside. So hopefully she is not involved with them. Suddenly, she held a slip of paper demanding she use mana on her head herself. She wondered, what is this? Some kind of bribe. That is how I started attending the academy for those 3 days. Sanju sat in class, but his mind was swarmed with thoughts. The kill order against him had only just been issued. They must be noticed I am using a clone to check in. I wonder how many others are like me. How long before someone else here gets brainwashed? He silently watched those about to be brainwashed by the academy. So far, they seemed fine. Joking around, but man, they are so boring. Yeah? I wish they would just give us a skill orb or something. Suddenly, a knife sliced across his face, making him flinch. Looks like fewer people get brainwashed here than I thought. He grabbed his neck, eyes on the falling knife, feeling a twinge of unease. His eyes burned with fury as he looked back. Stammering, who the hell threw that? Everyone shot him killer glares, silently watching for his reaction. Then they all pretended nothing happened when he turned away and asked. His pupils narrowed sharply as he glanced at them. Professor Haiksu called out from the podium. Sanju, is something wrong? Sanji twisted the blade in his hand, smirking with silent contempt. So that is how you guys plan to play me? Nothing, sir. I just needed to use the restroom. Just as he stepped onto the stairs, lost in thought, a girl suddenly slammed into him, her eyes wide with panic. She said, sorry, I am in a rush. It is... He replied, looking down. He saw his shirt was slashed wide open. Everyone acted normal, but they were really trying to assassinate me. He was so blunt it was almost numb. You just run around waving a knife like that. Someone slid an energy drink to his seat with a note. Sanju, drink this and move forward. I have been waiting a long time, just as expected. He thought. These were low-level hunter attacks. No real threat, but I can still feel their murderous intent. Without hesitation, he grabbed the paper, reading it while sipping the drink. Sanju pondered for a moment, then eyed the bottle, wondering, should I drink this? And that is how 3 days passed. In the courtyard of an academy, the secret meeting took place in a closed office, chaired by the principal who spoke up, thanking everyone for gathering here. Professor Ma Jiyoung, the C-rank hunter specialist in medical herbs, and Professor Jia Hiesi, the C-rank combat hunter specialist, listened intently, as if already knowing today would be the day we deal with the deceivers. Hunter Academy Principal Wen Haksu named the targets. Deng Sanju and Sinjuni Yong, those two troublemakers. One slammed his hand on the table, a hint of regret on his face. From the start, I should not have tried to take them out, especially Sinjoni Yayong. All this mess is because of that damn Hunter Association. A timid professor quickly spoke up to calm the room. But maybe this is our chance if we can convince Sinjoni Yayong. One could not hold back and shouted. We could have controlled the entire Hunter Association already, if that were the case. What about Dung Sanju? The atmosphere tensed. Ma Jiang finally spoke. Of course. Even students at the academy can't leave a scratch on him. What? He is asterisk that asterisk strong. Even if you gang up on him, do not even dream of beating him. You have to see the cold glare of his clones to understand. The principal leaned forward, trying to reassure everyone. That may be true. But do not worry, the master has not abandoned us yet. They said they are sending 2 rank corpses from the Corpse Handler Association, the 13 Scorpions. They have already arrived in South Korea. Ma Jiang clasped his hands in awe. As expected from the master, the principal gazed into the distance, muttering, if it is the 13 Scorpions, dealing with the Hunter Association will be a breeze. We might even wipe out Junyi Yong too. Kill Junji Yong too. Haha. Imagine the celebration system for that. Suddenly, relentless knocking echoed from outside. Then silence. The entire meeting room froze as the door was violently kicked open. Outside, the voice of a young man mimicked the knock. 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 Junji Yong's eye sparked with fire as he strode in boldly. If you hear a knock, you answer the door. Right? Seeing him barge in like that left everyone stunned as he continued speaking. Thanks to you guys, I have had a rough 3 days. Let us use this meeting to decide your punishment. When Junji Yong kicked the door open, Professor Xian Huan was the first to react. Stammering, Junji Yong glared fiercely. What is up? Professor, you do not seem too flustered. You have been watching me all class. Have not you? Everyone in the classroom stood as the academy principal spoke. Hunter Academy student Sanju, I do not know why you are here, but we should settle this with words. Junji Yong showed no emotion. Replying, words are fine. He summoned his clones and said, but words only work when people are equals. Then the clones moved behind each person, forcing them down as he explained. You all have multiple names, but I only have one, so I need more people. Everyone's faces turned pale. Speechless. Junji Yong then calmly sat down, crossed one leg over the other, and said, now, let us get this show on the road. Leaning back with his ear propped on his hand, he mused. These past 3 days blew my mind. The people trying to kill me are getting crazier by the minute. His eyes scanned the room as his voice echoed. Poison traps, ambushes, even sniper rifles. We had to cover the entire building's windows to stay safe. After laying it all out, one thought remained in his mind. His eyes narrowed in anger as he threatened. Even if they have been brainwashed to obey, I still can't stand it. The principal quickly tried to ease the tension. Sorry to cut you off. But what do you mean they want to kill you? Ignoring the principal's rambling, Junji Yong ordered one clone to snap Professor Hyan's OCS fingers while the principal was still talking. I do not understand. Junji Yong simply said, you better stop talking nonsense. As echoed screams filled the room, ignoring the stunned faces, he continued, but if you want to talk, fine. If you think his fingers are strong enough. The burly Professor Hyan's OC could not hold back his anger. Are you seriously joking with me? But then one of Junji Yong's clones punched him in the face for his insolence. The professor collapsed to the ground, stunned, while Junji Yong casually said, well, you just lost 10 rounds of nonsense already. The principal, furious that Junji Yong was disrespecting his authority, demanded, what do you think you are doing? At least tell us what you want. He started rambling again. From what I know, if this academy disappears, we want to be the only ones affected. You are waving your hand around like you are ordering me. Are you seriously threatening me with the divine potion? The room exploded into shouting again. The principal slammed his fists on the table. Furious, I am just telling you the truth. Meanwhile, Sanji stayed calm. All right then. Let me lay down my demands. First, lift the brainwash influence on all the students and stop this nonsense. Second, guarantee that I am the only one allowed to enter the Global Academy competition, so I can claim the divine potion. Third, do not you dare report this to your masters. The whole room froze in shock. Principal Tran-Tru finally regained his composure and said, sorry, but we do not understand what you are talking about. Don't raise your finger again. Professor Hysik snapped, breaking the tense silence as another loud shout echoed. The principal stammered, scared but trying to stay composed. You have seriously misjudged us. Kill us if you want. We won't bow down to threats like this. He was stalling for time to carry out his secret plan. But you should start preparing to give up on that divine potion. You did not even bother to open your eyes. Makin, I hear you loud and clear. I know what you are up to. You thought about what Shin Juni said the other day. Don't expose your weaknesses. You asked. What do you mean by that? Shin Juni crossed her arms and said, you are always so soft. Sanju gritted his teeth in anger. Why does everyone think that I can be tough too? Shin Juni bowed her head seriously. To get what we want, we have to make them afraid, but using reckless violence won't get us far. You have got to show them your resolve and their chains. Back to the present. You pulled something out and said, I already know about your master's existence. So what do you think that means? The principal's face froze as Sanju continued. You want the whole world to know about these documents. He hurriedly asked. How do you? Holding the paper. Principal Juni kept interrupting. This one he just end with the Korean branch. I think every academy worldwide will be shut down and investigated. You stood up with a sigh. I do not know your master's plan, but it is going to hit them hard. You let your clone handle the magic contract you just mentioned. Then said, no more wasting time. Let us end this. Throw all the bodies into the dimensional gate and burn them. Let her scream all she wants. Well, the principal hurriedly said. Wait. Give us some time to think. You replied coldly. Why stall? The more you spoke, the more flustered the principal got. Where have you been sending messages? Looks like you are waiting for the 13 paw to show up or something. Dark energy poured in from outside, turning the principal pale as huge, blood-soaked figures stormed in through the main door. The principal reacted sharply. They are here, the 13 paw. Suddenly, your clone whispered softly while the group was unconscious. Yeah, we came to rescue you. You tossed them to the floor, shocking the principal. Then you said, now you do not have to wait for anyone else. Easy, right? I will give you 3 seconds to answer. He shut his eyes tight as countdown music played nearby. Ooh. The principal gave it his all, yelling and running for his life, thinking, if I can just get past this wall. He used his infiltration power to pass through solid matter for a short time, but just as he jumped, a magic circle appeared with a loud sound, canceling his skill. By momentum, he slammed face first into the wall. Screaming, damn it, a girl with a cigarette stepped in. I suspected this, but I did not expect you to actually pull this stunt. Olha was furious. So that is why you wanted me in the prayer room. The principal showed no remorse. What exactly are your demands? You just stood there, ignoring the endless shouting. I remember now. We will do everything we can to make them happen. In the end, Principal Haksu and the others accepted my terms, and the academy quickly returned to normal. Outside, 2 people were handling the situation here while chatting. You did an excellent job. That man, Guani, replied, I never expected them to send assassins from overseas. Without Sanju, just the 2 of us would be had a tough time. The girl responded, right? He is strong. So why is he still stuck at rank? If we suddenly stop the history and system comprehension class, other branches might notice. We decided to keep the class going. You and Juni Young were both shocked when you saw this. Juni Young asked first, is this what the principal was talking about? You replied, yeah, it is kind of creepy inside, but instead, they let us sabotage the brainwashing device inside and turn that class into a boring, ordinary subject. Look at this weird thing that looks like white jade. You said, let us smash it right away. With President Einha's help, we quickly wiped out the brainwashing effects. She guided and directed the students. When you leave, make sure to pass by this. But strangely, we could not erase the brainwashing hold on the professors, including the principal. Anna slammed the principal's head on the desk and angrily said, I think this is just who they really are. It is not brainwashing. Tang Hon responded firmly. We were chosen by the master, so your efforts won work. Then, using magic, we freed Hyan from the brainwashing and unlocked her chains. Seeing her still trembling, you gently ask, are you okay? Hyan, tears streaming, stammered, Dad. She quickly wiped her tears on your chest. Sorry. I think I really lost it. You comforted her. You did great. The distraction came from behind. So why are you apologizing to the master? Apologize to me instead. After 3 chaotic days, 2 voices echoed in a room. Not there. A bit to the left. Here. So when's the next evaluation? The principal, trying to flatter Sanju, rubbed his shoulder and said, we will be checking stat increases. We will compare your stats from when you first joined and now, and grade you accordingly. You asked, so what are you going to do with my score? He quickly replied, of course, it is good. You responded, great. You angrily talked to Hyzia. When are we learning new skills? How long do we have to keep shooting fireballs? He nervously replied, I will teach you the sealing skill soon. Ignoring him, you teasingly warned, make sure you teach it well, I will be watching. He said, yes, sir, though it was unclear who was talking. Life. In another room, 2 men looked over the system board. The man with messy hair said, the Korea branch says the issue is resolved, but the 13 clan claims the mission failed. The other man asked, what do you think? The young man eagerly replied, whatever you think is the right answer. The older man laughed. Haha, that is such a lazy Boring answer. What if I told you your attitude is the answer? The young man shot back. Then I am all in. He sliced his hand with a knife, blood splattering everywhere. While the older man just watched, looking at the young man lying under the blood, he casually said, I am just joking. Then he smiled brightly. He was the master here and ordered, hey, clean up this mess fast. Also, send someone to investigate this Sanju guy. The academy students had two types of reactions, apologizing or ignoring it. One girl cried, I am really sorry. I do not know why I did that, but she bowed her head, stammering, I do not know how many apologies are enough. You can report me to the police if you want. You can ask me for compensation if you want. They would say, apologizing while regretting what they did or too ashamed to face me, trying to avoid me. Sanju thought to himself it would be a lie to say he was not crazy, but at least they apologized like this, so it was fine. Hyan walked up and praised him. You really nailed it, man. Sanji just sighed in response. What else could I do? I can't teeth them now. They are no longer under mind control. Besides, those guys already paid the price. Sanji asked again, making Hyan's face go pale. Next up is physical training. Right? Hyan shyly rubbed his arm. Oppa, about that movie night we talked about. Can we go now? There is this film I really want to see. Sanju blinked, surprised. What? We gotta train first? Then Sanju dragged Hyan to the training room. Your stats are way too low. Alright. Morning sunlight streamed through the window into the Hunter Academy's multi-training room. The instructor announced, today's class is all about physical strength. The trainer sat sternly. We will be assessing your basic stats next class. We will compare them to the improvements you make here. Your score depends on how much you improve. Whispers spread around. What is up with that teacher? No clue. Hyan turned to Sanju. This is your doing, right? You told me to treat those jerks differently. Sanju asked. Still, why do you hate this class so much? Hyan slumped. I am kinda crushed. My skill level's up, but my strength is the same. Sanju pointed out. This is skill training. The real deal is practice. Hyan sighed deeply. I will be back soon. Target boards were set up one by one, each labeled by difficulty level. Hyan activated his Master Mana skill, looking anything but confident. Others gathered at a corner, grabbing gear and starting their drills. One focused, unleashing a vibrant blue energy, dressed starkly in a red circular robe. Sanju watched thoughtfully. His stats had skyrocketed, and he would already told them to rate him, so technically, he did not need this. But since he was here, might as well train a bit. He did not feel anything from those GM organization machines anyway. Sanju approached the gear next to the trainer, pointed to it, and asked, how much weight can this hold if I max it out? The trainer glanced at the gear and said, the weight is controlled by the gravity magic stone attached to it, so it totally depends on the wearer's strength. The teacher continued speaking, leaving Sanju pretty surprised. He could even tweak it so it could not be lifted at all. Sanju's comment caught the teacher off guard. You really think you can set it so it can be lifted? Are you sure about that? The teacher quickly explained. This mode is just to boost performance. It is not usually used this way, but it will be fine. Go ahead and give it a shot. The teacher cranked the power to the max for Sanju. Sanju took a moment to check it out. Besides the parts attached under the skin, it looked like a regular barbell. And honestly, it seemed kinda light. Purple energy sparks flared from both sides of the weights as Sanju gritted his teeth, trying to lift it with all his might. He clenched his jaw and thought silently, damn, this thing's heavy. But deep down, Sanju was satisfied it was exactly the weight he wanted. The machine beside the teacher started smoking from the insane power Sanju was exerting. Electric sparks danced around the weights. This was intense. After all that struggle, Sanju finally lifted it. He could feel the rush, the pure thrill. The purple energy balls and the screws spinning in front of the teacher's eyes left him stunned. Sanju planted his feet down hard, and the purple energy balls clattered to the ground. Holding the bar with two weights missing, Sanju faced the teacher and said, sorry, Professor. The performance, pretty solid performance, is pretty good. The teacher held the barbell, tears welling up as smoke billowed behind him like a raging fire. Meanwhile, Sanju was still grinning, thinking, they are loaded, right? They have got amazing gear. I will try to get them to open the gym at night and let the clones train. Sanju paused, suddenly remembering, wait, where's Shinjunian? He has got to be off somewhere. The evaluation's coming up soon. He is probably handling something. On the other side, Jinook was chatting with Shinjunian. Is the academy really that dangerous? The Hisung group, we need to prepare for that. We have managed to stop them for now, but they are still a threat. Jinook, captain of Team 1, crossed his arms and asked, what kind of threat are they exactly? Shinjunian hesitated. I can say, it is classified. It might even be the reason the academy falls. Jinuk rubbed his temples. You are captain of Team 2, right? Those guys follow your orders no matter what. This is not something they can handle alone. You need to step up and help us too. Jinuk pressed on. I've got intel alongside Jung Sanju. What is your real reason for joining the academy? Jinuk kept talking until Shinjunian slumped. Look, if you want to play puppy games, go to the playground. We gave you all the support to get in here. And you are just making friends with Jung Sanju instead. Jinuk dropped his hands and continued. You are probably trying to dodge the upcoming evaluation. Are not you? Jinuk stood, flashing a cold smile. Damn it. You think you have got it all figured out. So you are pulling stunts like this? You would be better off working harder instead of wasting time on this crap. Jinuk walked off, leaving Shinjunian alone. I want to tell my father about this. Pretend I never heard a thing. Now focus on your evaluation. Shinjunian sat silently, listening. The group does not expect anything more. You know what to do. I have done my best. Blue energy bursts shot one after another at the distant target. Dust and smoke swirling thickly around it. Leaned forward, panting, thinking. A level 3 mannequin can't even move. She stared helplessly at her hands, recalling how she would acted like a big shot in front of Appa Sanju a few days ago, and how her strength was enough to defeat Skouten. And now, Sanji can throw fireballs even better than I can. Hyan clenched her teeth, determination blazing. I can keep being his burden. Suddenly, Hyan shouted, making Guyan and the agent jump. Guys, it is... Hyan, what is up? I know I am still a mess, Hyan said shyly. This is the only place I can lean on. I want to get stronger, please. Let me join Mir. Night fell, and the huge mansion darkened, except for one lit window. Sanji's clone kicked the door, shouting, Open up the training room, please. The principal was startled, panting. At this hour, the clones do not care what time it is. I can use it all day today because of classes. He stammered, but then said, The training room, just say the word. Sanju raised his fist in front of him, making the principal laugh nervously, using the academy's facilities outside class hours. Totally fine. Hearing that, Sanji's clone spun around and walked away. I will be using it all night, so do not even think about turning off the lights. Got it, Principal Hong mumbled to himself. I tried to stop him, so this is not on me. As he sighed deeply, Sanju and his 2 clones walked while talking. 2 hours of training, then hit the sauna. Repeat that cycle. Clear. Throwing open the gym door, Sanju shouted, Use this place however you want. We own this spot all night, so go. Suddenly, he froze, eyes wide as he stared inside the room. Elsewhere, Duan sat atop a pile of slain monsters, facing off against a pink-haired beast. Lord Du, why are not you responding? Asukan huffed. Stop bullying the low rank somewhere else. I am eating here today. Duan stayed calm, while the monster snarled furiously. Whatever. Why you gotta talk like that? I am used to it by now. Duan looked at him puzzled. Just listen up. This is about Shinjuni. Alright, Beast roared. Shinjuni. That bastard. I think he is faking his rank. Recalling the moment, he gripped Shinjuni by the throat and lifted him high. After losing that fight, I went ballistic and a brawl broke out. Suddenly, a system screen popped up, catching him off guard. Wait. Hold on. The system displayed. Opponent's stats too low, under the minimum threshold for looking down on weaker foes. Clenching his fists, he muttered. Jung Sanju appeared, so I could not investigate thoroughly. But Shinjuni. No way. The night sky was pitch black, but light spilled from the room's window. A rank hunter, or what we would call a high-tier hunter. Inside the training room, Shinjuni was panting hard, drenched in sweat. Sangju's eyes widened in shock seeing Juni collapsed on the floor, a 3 kilograms weight in front of him. Scattered around his feet were bottles of medicine spilled all over the floor. Shinjuni dropped to his knees and hands, trembling all over. All of this is... His eyes went wide. Why are you here? And suddenly the system screen appeared before him. Passive Great Mage. You can learn all skills faster than anyone else. All skills you have learned will automatically be maxed out. The system text continued. Penalty. Weak Mage all stats capped at 0.2. Sanju blinked, softly saying, I think we need an explanation here. Shinjuni trembled violently. Exactly what the hell happened? He turned to leave. I am just training for the evaluation. Almost done, Sangju called out loudly. Shinjuni. Sangju quickly grabbed Shinjuni's shoulder. Don't just walk away like that. Shinjuni shook Sangju's hand off fiercely, yelling, Can't you see? I almost passed out just lifting a 3 kilograms weight. Isn't he that hilarious? Gritting his teeth, he said bitterly. That is the skill I got after awakening. All my abilities are fixed at 0.2. Hearing this, Sanju stared. Surprised, Professor Kang asked. All the skills you learned are maxed out. Seriously? Yes, the professor scanned Shinjuni and said, that is an incredible talent. Maybe we are looking at Korea's first rank hunter. The boy forced a weak smile. I used to be a magic prodigy. Shinjuni smiled brightly, casting magic that filled the room with swirling dust. The professor shouted. No way. Is that all you learned, just fireball? Shinjuni explained. Besides awakening skills, I can copy any normal skill I see within 1 or 2 months. Two staffs struggled carrying a glass box containing a glowing blue orb. Skills I can copy are stored safely in Hyeong's vault. He smiled proudly as he cast magic. Everyone's counting on me. Even my dad believes in me. His dad smiled with pride. You are Hyeong's future. He frowned, stepping away. Keep working hard. Shinjuni glanced happily at his father walking beside him, then broke into a sweat. Yeah, that is right. Shinjuni hunched over, gasping for breath. His arms flexed with muscle. I have to be. He slammed one hand on the floor. A genius. All my stats are fixed at 0.2 if I could just say it back then. Shinjuni ran on the treadmill, drenched in sweat. Panting heavily, the professor holding the data board said, your basic ability has not improved since last year. Shinjuni's grandfather slowly got up from his seat. Shinjuni's grandfather folded his arms over his darkened eyes and continued. Forever, Shinjuni's grandfather startled. You still do not realize. Even if you keep training hard from now on, Shinjuni's grandfather resumed, I have heard of cases where fire-related abilities lose resistance after awakening. Regardless of skill level, it is useless, everything stuck at 0.2. Even your mana. Shinjuni's grandfather, tears welling up, I have been pouring money into a bottomless pit, son. He brushed past Shinjuni, saying, but you are lucky no matter what you do. I do not have to waste time stopping you. Shinjuni gripped the corner of his shirt. If I hit too hard, you would die. You know. Shinjuni sat on the floor, bottle in hand, recounting. After that day, he erased every trace of me. All news and articles about me were scrubbed from the internet, even my skills in Hunter Agency. All thanks to his help. Sitting across at Company B, Shinjuni listened intently as he continued. That is when I found out I could get the elixir from the academy. The elixir flashed in his mind, a miracle potion that could lift any curse and heal any wound. It became my life's mission. Staring at his hands to hide his mana deficiency, he said, I hid the mana pills in my mouth and carried them in my water bottle to class. He drank coldly. I was utterly desperate. Shinjuni sighed deeply. Of course. After all that, I still lost to you. Sanji raised an eyebrow, surprised by Shinjuni's confession. Sangu, awakening might just be a miracle for you. Shinjuni bowed his head, defeated. For me, it has been the worst curse. Sanju frowned, thinking. So that is why the weakening drugs do not work in team battles. There is nothing left to weaken from the start. Sanji stood up, hand in his pocket, asking, who else knows about it? Shinjuni answered, just my dad. My brother, and a few captains, no one else. Sanju continued, if you planned on using weights, why not do it at home? Didn't you think about getting caught? Shinjuni argued back. I had the principal lock the door. But who expects someone to break in this late? Besides, this stuff's already been used. Hearing that, Sanju hesitated. There is a gravity magic device that helps train based on the user's strength. But when I came today, it was broken. Sanju curiously asked, what is the basic ability score you registered with? Shinjuni honestly replied, 40. Sanju blinked. 40. Sanju grabbed Shinjuni by the collar. Dude, even the boldest liar has limits. Claiming 200 times increase. Who is going to believe that? Shinjuni slumped. Dejected. What else can I do? I gotta go. Turning to leave, Shinjuni reminded. Keep what I said today a secret, even the principal can know this. Please. Sanju scratched his head, muttering, what a pain. Walking alone through the school, hands in his pockets, Shinjuni suddenly stopped. Frowning, he recalled the drunk guy at the bar, glass in hand, the girl next to him rubbing his shoulders, saying, you want a team member for the ranking test. Shinjuni straightened up in a corner. You know Sangu, the one with the clone ability. Hissing chuckled from his chair. I saw him when he was at rank E. I laughed at him struggling at rank E with Junmo. But then I heard Jun Sang-yu pass the B rank test with no help at all. Hessing's words made Shinjuni stand tall. Some do not even dare try ranking up without support. He continued. I laughed at the guy who climbed on the rock in front of me, but that rock turned into a gem. Meanwhile, the gem I polished daily became just a rock. Back to reality. A hand suddenly reached out from behind Shinjuni. As he muttered, even a pebble can spread its power. The mysterious figure caught Shinjuni from behind. Grabbing his hands and shoulders, Shinjuni panicked. Ooh, who are you? Stay quiet if you want to stay alive. Elsewhere, night cloaked the city. Lights flickered from towering buildings, and a voice echoed. Even when skills level up, strength remains the same. The agent asked skeptically. You are not short on mana, right? Your only real strength is your mana control. The agent said hesitantly. But you are still holding up in the trainee evaluation. Even if it takes some time. Wait, where exactly are we? The agent looked up. But continuing, you said that before joining GM? But honestly, there is someone who is a master at harnessing mana. The girl sitting in the chair laughed. But his training? Brutally intense. No joke. On the day of the basic skills test, Master Hyan announced, there are 5 evaluation tools in total. The trainees warmed up for the test. Master Jaehyuk explained, they assess strength, speed, stamina, burst power, and endurance one after another. Once you finish one section, you move immediately to the next. Master Jaehyuk, expressionless, shouted, all right, let us start the evaluation. Someone stepped forward at the teacher's prompt. Whoever's confident. Step up first. Shinjun Ayong clenched his eyes tight and stepped up. Standing before a flat wall, the assistant said, please hit it with all your strength. Got it? He replied. Duguanankin, standing below, started betting on Shin Ayong. Look at those skinny arms. Let us see if he is all talk. Shinjun Ayong tensed his arm, veins popping out, glowing with a bluish-purple aura. Sanju watched for a moment, unsure what to say. Then he sighed. Well, guess I gotta step in. Shinjun poured all his strength into his arm, eyes blazing with fierce determination. His fist smashed straight into the wall, dust flying everywhere. Seeing the wall dent under Shinjun Ayong's punch, the nearby staff had to avert their eyes in shock. Duguan and Seal Kin were no better. They gawked at Shinjun Ayong in stunned disbelief. An arm suddenly reached from behind Shinjun Ayong as he muttered while walking. A broken clock is right twice a day. The mysterious figure ambushed from behind, grabbing Shinjun Ayong's shoulder and arm. Startling him, he panicked and yelled, who the hell are you? The man in black held a finger to his lips. Zip it if you want to stay alive. Shinjun Ayong turned around and recognized Sanju. Sanju? What are you doing here? Sanju answered. About the evaluation? Sanju stayed calm. Just answer me first. He asked Shinjun Ayong. Can you change someone else's appearance with that chameleon skill of yours? Shinjun Ayong was surprised. What? Suddenly realizing something, Shinjun Ayong said while turning away. Yeah? We can transform my clone's face into yours. That way, you will breeze through the skill evaluation test, since you already helped me out before. Sanju stopped and added, but do not get me wrong, I am still chasing after Alicia's essence. So I am not going to help you that much. Sanju turned around and smirked. Still, at least I can clear all the suspicion pointing at you. Back at the evaluation, Shinjun Ayong's clone disguised as him stood before a dented wall, and the power level on the board lit up. The staff guy was stunned. The power level hit exactly 40. Others whispered, is it even possible to get an exact reading like that? Look, the wall's healing itself. Next was the reflex test, and Shinjun Ayong's clone easily dodged the swinging stick. For the stamina test, he sprinted at full speed on the treadmill. Moving to the mana test, he placed his hand on the orb, which glowed with a blue light. During the endurance test, the stick jabbed at Shinjun Ayong's cheek, making him yelp out loud. The staff member held the stat board wide-eyed. Everything was exactly 4-0 across the board. The hunter skill evaluation for Shinjun Ayong was complete. The other trainees were just as shocked. Wait, is not he supposed to be some low-tier combat hunter? No way. Man. Those perfect 40s mean he is already in a rank. Soo Kim grit his teeth in anger. What the hell? That is impossible. Duwon snorted beside him. I knew it. Forget it. Just take your own test. The system screen popped up, showing the effect had ended. Duwon frowned, thinking, asterisk, what a lame effect. Why did it end so fast? I was suspicious before, but maybe I overreacted. Teacher Jaehyuk stared at the 2 scoreboards, speechless. The 2 stat boards for Shinjun Ayong showed a clear difference. The teacher pondered. What kind of stats are these? All perfect 40s, even higher than mine. And some stats have actually dropped. Teacher Jaehyuk reviewed the scores and said, Shinjun Ayong's hunter stats rose by an average of 0.249 points. Slightly disappointing, but still not bad. Shinjun Ayong calmly sipped water while glancing from afar. The staff guy thought, that idiot. I told him to just pick random numbers. Who'd they expect him to hit exactly 40 and a base stat? Either way, controlling stats like that, he might as well not be human anymore. Looking around, he noticed Duwon and Seo Kim chatting. Probably plotting something. Cut it out. Do not you see the wall's been totally wrecked? Shinjun Ayong squinted. Unreadable expression. He turned his back, placed a hand on the wall, and said, thanks. Jung Sanji Wu leaned close and whispered, it is time to bounce. Bet your stomach's full of meds right now. All right then. Sanji Wu looked up and said out loud, I want to take the evaluation too. Inside? He thought, asterisk might as well. Something's been bugging me a while now. Better check it out after this. The staff guy zoned out as Sanji Wu raised his fist. Hit this part of the wall as hard as you can. His eyes glowed red, veins popping up on his face. He punched the wall with full force, energy radiating out. The wall slowly gave way, denting backward, making passersby turn their heads. It shattered, dust flying up, shaking the ground. The wall crumbled into pieces, dust cloud rising. Two people staring intently ahead behind the haze. Sanji Wu's eyes returned to normal as he calmly said, my stats stopped rising a while ago from absorbing that magic gem. He recalled one of his clones eating an orange-colored gem. Sanji Wu stared blankly at the system board. He suggested, let us try eating as many as possible at once. The clone obeyed, shoving the entire plate of gems into his mouth. Sanji Wu checked the system board again, frowning. The stats are not increasing at all. What is going on? I think this happened right after number 7 got cornered, and my score just skyrocketed out of nowhere. He looked at that guy with a sigh and said, besides turning the clone into a monster, those gems do not do a damn thing anymore. How the hell am I supposed to use this guy effectively? Better yet, I should swing by Heritage one more time and see what is up. In New York, the towering Heritage headquarters stood firm against the pitch black night. Sanji Wu sat in the lab, rubbing his hands together with glee. Oh man, no way. Failed to replicate the clone's skill again. What a bummer. Berskern asked. Are you sure that is something to be upset about? Sanji Wu grinned wide. Of course. Well, this skill is insanely complex. After all, Berskern chuckled. But hey, we managed to apply the clone's skill to part of the device. Still sucks it does not work on living things though. Sanji Wu's eyes popped in surprise. What? How do you pull that off? That is even cooler. I wish my clones had some armor to protect them when they take hits. Berskern got serious. Creating a skill stronger than the original. That is just impossible. The ability to copy equipped gear is a unique effect of the clone skill, if you still can use it. That means, Berskern's words caught Sanji Wu off guard so his skill could still evolve perfectly. Suddenly, she asked, a few people want to see you. You do not mind, right? He blinked, confused. Before Berskern could answer, the lab door swung open. Raven and Hubert stepped in, introducing themselves. You are the owner of that clone? I am and this is Raven. Sanji Wu stepped forward, slightly awkward, shaking Hubert's hand. I have made progress on what I wanted thanks to your skill. Seriously, I have been eager to meet you. I am glad I could pull something off for you, even if I cannot copy any items. Berskern smiled. Introducing. Hubert here is the craftsman behind Heritage's gear. The armor we gave you last time. That was one of his masterpieces. Sanji Wu laughed, thanking him sincerely for that. She then mentioned the other guy. And this is Lord Raven. I am sure you know him. Hearing that, Sanji Wu nodded. Yeah? Berskern looked shocked. You actually know him? Raven stiffened at her words. This is the world's strongest swordsman. And S-Rank swordsmith. Sanji Wu's jaw dropped. And S-Rank swordsmith. As far as I know, Korea does not have any S-Rank swordsmiths. So this is my first time meeting one. Scratching his head sheepishly, Sanji Wu said, I am really sorry. I do not know much about the swordsmith world. Raven turned around, pouting. Donna sweated. I am not exactly the strongest swordsman or whatever crap like that. See, I am not even that famous. Berskern added. Lord Raven saved number 7. John's company was behind that whole thing. He blew that lab to bits too. Sanji Wu casually said, I have got a question for you. He asked, do you remember exactly what kind of experiments they were running in that place? I am curious about what happened to number 7. Raven replied. Of course. I remember it clearly. He spread his hands, describing the scene. There were tons of machines, huge pipes everywhere. All the control panels were gleaming, and there were loads of robots too. There were giant test tubes like cages. Looks like they were experimenting on something. After hearing Raven's story, Everyone was amazed. He asked, "Did my answer help at all?" Raven rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I am pretty sure their electricity bill must have before he could finish." Burst Gun cut him off. "Let me explain. We ran some tests after rescuing him." In her tone, there was a hint of certainty. Sanju stared suspiciously. Burst Gun sighed. "So you knew about that?" "Yeah. You are right. Crystal gems are a kind of drug for humans, but with weird side effects that turn users into monsters. It is an unfinished product. But since your clone is not exactly human, that caused it to fully absorb the crystal gem. And based on watching the process, I think they have cracked the exact mechanism behind the crystal gem." Sanji Woo was skeptical. "Could the perfecting potion used on my clone really have no side effects? So that is why my stats went up? Even though my clone did not turn into some monster." Burst Gun chuckled softly. "It is just a theory. The stats you can artificially force to increase have hit their limit. That is why the crystal gem stopped boosting your stats." She paused briefly, then added, "Which means, from now on, you gotta train on your own." Sanji Woo rubbed his temples. "So now I actually have to put in the work. Maybe even use the monster's absorption skills?" She asked again. "Anything else you want to ask?" Sanji Woo thought for a moment. "I do not know if she will know. But hey, can't hurt to ask." Finally, he blurted out, making Burst Gun's eyes widen in surprise. "Do you know what the harvest day is?" As soon as he said that, all three stared at Sanji Woo with strange looks. Feeling the intense stare, Sanji Woo got a little embarrassed. "What is up? Did I say something wrong?" Suddenly, Hubert pressed the switch he was holding. A huge explosion erupted from Sanji Woo's body. Sparks crackled around Sanji Woo's arm. He grimaced. "My arm guard just shut down." Raven drew his sword, his face darkening. "Don't worry. Translation mode is still on." His eyes darkened as he raised the sword. "But you better watch your words carefully." Sanji Woo frowned, his gaze sharp with caution. He spread his hands with a cold stare. "All right then, I will rephrase. Are you guys in on this with the apprentices too?" The tension thickened, as if they were moments away from throwing punches. Berthjin and Hubert panicked at the sight. Berthjin shut his eyes tight. "Stop, both of you. Just stop," Berthjin pleaded. "You too. Sanji. Calm down. We are not your enemies." Sanji Woo glanced at her. "I am not sure you can convince me that easily. You guys started this." Berthjin waved her hand. "Raven, sheath your sword. I really do not think he knows," she urgently explained. "Sanji Woo's withdrawal is crucial to our plan. Everyone knows that." Hearing that, Raven sheathed his sword. Sanji Woo pulled back the dark energy, and Berthjin exhaled in relief. She continued, "I will tell you what the harvest day is, but there is something you need to accept first." Sanji Woo leaned in. "Curious? What is that?" Berthjin touched her ear, a red streak flashing through her hair. "The world is far bigger than you think." Her words shocked Sanji Woo so much his pupils dilated. "We are not actually from Earth." All three looked toward him. "We are aliens from a place very far away." Berthjin began her tale. "Our original planet was Tybern, a peaceful land where many creatures lived in harmony." The scene showed Tybern, a world full of magic and nature. The Urenchi Empire, a tranquil and beautiful planet. A giant monster roared. She continued. "Until the Cranid invasion, the people fought back with powerful weapons. The Urenchi Empire resisted, but the relentless monsters slaughtering everything in their path were unstoppable. Dark vortexes appeared in the sky. Hundreds of smaller monsters crawled out of these black holes, using portal skills." Berthjin kept going. "The endless tide of monsters meant no matter what we did, every area was slowly overrun. As soldiers fell, one man stepped forward. A scientist from Earth appeared before Urencia's hopeless fate. He was Inzai, the Earth scientist." After a pause, Berthjin added, surprising Sanji Woo, "He is also the creator of the system." Sanji Woo asked, "Wait, the system was actually invented by someone?" She replied, "At first, we were all pretty shocked too." Berthjin shared, "I told you before, right? To master a tough skill like this, you have to focus on magic for at least 10 years straight. Almost no citizens on our planet have witches ready and primed for battle at all times." She said that, but Liber was different. He absorbed magic at an insane pace and became Urencia's Grand Mage in just 5 years. Liber sat behind a desk piled with paperwork, then zeroed in on researching faster ways to learn magic, aiming to boost the number of fighters. His goal was to get everyone, no matter how clueless or mana-poor, capable of defending the Empire. A neat red orb sat on a pedestal. "That is how the skill orbs and system were born," she recounted evenly. "The plan succeeded even though the system was not perfect yet. It supported basic attack skills, and people started signing up to learn magic through the skill orb. Everyone teamed up to slay monsters. The system improved, and people unlocked higher-level magic. Hope sparked in everyone's hearts. hoping peace would finally come to T-Bone after driving out Grandy. Bloodshot eyes appeared, and then the brutal war dragged on until the system was perfected, and that is when Liber unleashed the massacre. Bergson was baffled. Even now, he still can't understand why the citizens were slaughtered. Even the descendants of the Sword Clan and Dragonfolk could not stop him. He just kept killing and killing, non-stop. She concluded this was why Urencia fell in 1 week. That day was the harvest. Sanju was stunned, a whole empire toppled by just one man. Bergson covered his mouth, trembling. I still can't forget that scene. She turned to Raven and asked, "Is there anything else we can explain?" "I did not see Liber often," he replied. "Yeah, some details are missing, but the story's basically right." Raven added, "The only survivors who escaped were the 3 of us, counting from the victory day in this world. That was 1995. You know what happened 5 years later, right?" Sanju gasped. "And in 2000, there was a disaster, and someone realized the system exists on Earth too." Raven darkened. "Right? The system is taking root here. Soon enough, the harvest day will hit Earth. Elsewhere." Hyan sighed heavily. "A collapsing. I can tee." The cat-eared girl chuckled softly. "Oh wow. Looks like you are wiped out." Hyan fell, propping one hip and spreading her arms. "Get up. We still have a long way to go." Flashback a week earlier behind Hyan. A surge of energy appeared. Here it is. This is the cat-eared girl's energy. The original size of the holy skill orb I used. She tilted her hand back. "I am throwing it," and tossed the orb into some targets. Dust exploded everywhere. She pointed backward. "Looks like your mana orb. Right? Mana's just a form. No damage at all. Leveling up only makes it bigger. Right? So even if you hit level 100, it will still be the same," she said. Choking up, "You used it exactly like the system told you to, did not you?" The cat-eared girl raised a finger to the glowing orb. "You have to control and compress your mana. Your skill is master-level mana. Right?" Her face darkened but her eyes sparkled. "The system's just a tool. Even in disaster, humans can still harness their skills well without it." The orb shot out, blasting through a barrel and wall. She glanced at Hyan. She was the one using that skill, holding up the target. She said, "The skill S scale should be at least this big." She explained, "My skill level is not that high, so it holds less mana. That is why I have to compress it to make it smaller than yours. It is essential for the power blast." Hyan groaned, atching all over. "I know, but I have been doing this all week. I have an evaluation today." Suddenly, the cat-eared girl asked, "So when will you actually get it done?" The floating plaques hovered in midair. She would skip today because of the evaluation, and since tomorrow's the weekend, she planned to rest. Sound like a plan. She stuffed her talent into her pocket, trying to look cool. "I would not even be shocked if he is already in a rank hunter." "Don't you think you are being a bit greedy?" Hyan clenched her fists tightly, licking her lips. "Come to think of it, we caught some corpses with Hunter Dung Sanju before, and he fights damn well super charismatic," she added, making Hyan furious. "Even I want to take a shot at him." Hyan, with a sly grin, said, "Add another target to the list. Do not hold back." The sly girl giggled as she dashed off. "All right. She is still young. Love is a beautiful thing." Back on the other side, Bergson asked in surprise, "So the Academy really did announce the harvest day? Is that why you brought up the Academy just now?" "Yeah." Sanju continued, "This so-called master is messing with a lot of people to make this happen." Bergson frowned. "What should we do?" "I think we need to stop this." Raven and Hubert agreed. "We can't act alone. We would instantly become targets of the system. We could use others. Maybe start a public debate." Suddenly Sanji's face turned serious. "Wait, we can strike the Academy directly. My sister's infected with the mana virus. I need a cure." Bergson was stunned. "Mana virus?" Hubert spoke up. "So you are just gonna let this continue among the trainees? You said they are being brainwashed." Sanji's eyes drooped slightly. "I can let it slide as long as it is for the elixir." His words only made them more awkward. Suddenly, Raven spoke up. "So basically, if we snag that elixir for you, you will have our backs. Right? What is the deal?" He chuckled. "I will sort out the elixir issue if you become my apprentice." Sanju was stunned. "What? Apprentice?" Bergson was just as surprised. Raven smiled smugly. "Exactly. An apprentice who will do whatever I say. But of course, it is all about getting stronger." Sanji stayed cautious. "Wait, were not you just about to kill me earlier? I thought you were on the System S side." "My bad," Raven pressed on. "What do you think of the offer?" "Not too bad. Right? You already said you would do anything to get that elixir. If we solve this, we can stop Earth's apocalypse together. Now, We are on the same team. He chuckled lightly. After fighting your clone that one time, I realized you could get even stronger. Finally, he asked once more. What is your answer? Thinking of his sister lying sick in bed, Sanju agreed. All right then. His ears throbbed like a clenched fist. He did not need to overthink it. Sanju's determined gaze said it all. If you can get me that elixir, I will be your dog. No. Your apprentice. Before him, skyscrapers lay in ruins. A wasteland is done, yelled hoarsely. Gasping for breath, the escort pressed a communicator. He is on the run. Donnie, let him escape. Subdue him and bring him back. Dun's face twisted in anger as he cursed. Damn that fake swordsman. He tricked me into letting him escape, but actually called for backup. Damn it. I already gave him the info he needed. What else does he want? He raised his hand, showing a bracelet. Elisa. How many people do we have around here? Elisa's robotic voice answered. 10. No, wait. 5. I do not know. Maybe 20. Damn. The bracelet is broken, and Elisa's circuits are fried too. An agent turned to the red-haired girl. That building is all that is left. If you resist, you have permission to kill. Call the others here. Now. Hearing voices, the man panicked. Damn. They're here already. Yeah. I thought someone else arrived first. Am I mistaken? Do you know anything? A group approached the building, and his expression turned hopeless. Just like that, he slumped down in the end. He still could not pull ahead. Suddenly, his foot hit some small stones nearby. His eyes flickered with a new idea. The agents below gasped. What the hell was that? A massive flaming boulder crashed down from above. What is that thing? The rock hit the ground with a huge explosion. Screams pierced the air as everyone below was engulfed in flames. Only the girl survived, clutching her left arm. Breathing hard, she tried to call out through the radio. Medic, we need medical aid. Before she could finish, she was attacked from behind. The radio slipped from her grasp. A foot stepped beside her lifeless body. He shouted loudly. Trevor, I heard you are here. The voice was filled with shock. What is going on? Hye-sung laughed. I am here to save you. Don't be surprised. Come on. Partner. Elsewhere, in a dark space, a voice said. We have sent Trevor's location to Hye-sung as you requested. That mysterious figure replied. He has definitely arrived by now. The other side, saying how pitiful humans are, forced to destroy their own kin for some so-called greater good. The masked stranger switched gears and asked, aren't you curious why I ordered you to give Trevor's coordinates to Hye-sung, or why the agents investigating the uprising had to die? The other calmly closed his eyes and said, I am not interested in those details. I just follow orders from Lord Oracle. Then, pausing briefly, he continued, now, I will head to the next location. Be careful, Catacomb is a den of dragons and tigers. Back with Sanju, Lord Javan was teaching him swordsmanship. First up, we will learn different sword styles. Then start with some basic moves, starting with basic sword speed. Normally, we would also control mana in your body, but let us save that for another time. He began instructing. Relax your arms. Sanju hesitated. Wait, what about the elixir? Sanju pressed on. I clearly said I would be your disciple once I get the elixir. Raven hesitated. Yeah? The elixir, I will go get it for you soon. But would not it be better to gain some experience and level up faster before that? Sanju threw up his hands and sighed. That is not how deals work. Maybe you are from another planet. Because no one on Earth does that. Raven forced a smile. Hey, I am S-Rank Hunter. Even if you brought me a bag full of cash, you would not get a chance to learn swordsmanship from me. He gave a thumbs up toward a smoky bottle. I am a clone player. Man. Heritage dropped 1.28 billion just to learn cloning like me. And still did not get it. Sanju pointed at him. But since the apocalypse is around the corner, I want to totally ignore your offer. Here's the deal. You will have a disciple. But it won't be me until you hand over the elixir. Sanju closed his eyes. There is someone perfect for the job, someone who will do anything you say. He pointed at clone #7, who was busy gnawing on meat. This guy will learn swordsmanship from you instead of me. With that, Sanju happily ran off, leaving Dwayne frozen like a statue. Number 7. Good luck and listen to him. I have got classes at the academy, so I'm out. Raven sighed helplessly. Well, at least there is someone to teach. All right. Disciple. Let us start with your stance. Clone #7 yelled, startling Dwayne. I am not your disciple. In Dwayne's mind, he imagined happily training with his disciple. Hey, disciple, how about we try this move today? Yes, master, sharing food and laughs. This is delicious. What is it? Raymond. Master, I bought it for you to try. He even imagined a farewell scene. I have nothing left to teach you. You are ready to leave the mountain. But Master, there is still so much I need to learn. Snapping back to reality, Raven Den frowned. First up, sword speed. I am starting now, so pay close attention. Got it. In the training room, Master Ixok held a box full of spheres. Today's the day you have all been waiting for. We are learning a brand new skill. I am handing out freezing skill spheres. We will do this just like last time. The front row rips them open. The teacher handed a sphere to Sanju, who was lost in thought. So Raven, Arya, and Duver are not from Earth. They are aliens from a planet wiped out in the apocalypse. The image of him flashed in Sanju's mind, Jin style. The system is creative stance. Still distracted, he activated the sphere. Why would he do that? What is his goal? Freezing a skill that is already formed. The system's voice rang out, making Sanju realize something. Wait a minute, could it be that we can use the system during the apocalypse? Master Ixok held up the sphere and warned, San, only use skills inside the training room. The sphere was taken away, but blue light still shimmered on Sanju's hand. I have learned to control basic mana through meditation. So what is the core inside? A tribute conversion to moonlight. A thought struck him, maybe I can use mana without the system. Fire shot. Ice shot. Fire and ice. Sanju cursed angrily. I am burning up here. Damn it. Give me a fire sphere or at least an ice one. Suddenly, the system appeared. Stop. Sanju stared blankly at the system screen. The screen flashed a message. Sanju, proceed to catacomb. Sanju's babbling, demanding nonsense. This apocalypse must be right around the corner. What the hell is next? He stared hard at the system screen showing, answer me if you understand. And thought, where the heck is this catacomb? I do not know what this thing is, but it somehow knows my name. Sanju eyed the teacher suspiciously, thinking, there is no doubt he is behind this mess. Who else could it be? Teacher Isaac stayed calm and announced, we will train like last time. But first, I need to tell you something. Until now, you have only trained inside the gym and got used to staying confined there, but this time, things are going to be a little different. Teacher Isaac continued. This time, we are learning new skills through real combat with monsters inside the dungeon. This is going to be a huge international event, and our academy's been assigned to enter the dungeon. Teacher Hyseok said to me. Catacomb. Hearing that, Sanju frowned. The teacher went on to explain, it is a massive dungeon with many different zones and basement levels. Suddenly, there was a knock at the principal's office door. The principal asked, who is there? Sanju shoved his hands in his pockets and kicked the door open. You all. Sanju grabbed Principal Hatsu by the collar and snarled. You want to die? This whole thing was your idea, was not it? Even if I wanted to pretend to respect you, I just can't see anymore. What the hell is going on here? What is this all about? Hatsu, calm down. What do you think this is? Real combat training inside the catacomb. Things are rolling your way now? But I do not get what you are saying. Each academy worldwide gets assigned a dungeon completely at random. You can just swap it whenever you want. Sanji released the principal, looking surprised. Really? He double-checked. So you are not the one who messed with my status window. Hatsu looked puzzled. What? What is there to mess with? Sanji got a little freaked out. Damn it. If it is not the academy. The system screen flashed a message. If you want to stop the apocalypse, help me. Sanju thought hard. So who sent this to me? Meanwhile, Hyan, struggling as her mana was measured, stretched out a shaky hand, asking, what do you think? The beast human girl smiled softly at the mana results and said, great. You passed. Upon hearing the results, Hyan forgot her exhaustion, her whole body bursting with energy as she exclaimed, amazing. Then she rushed forward and hugged the beast human girl tightly, saying, thank you. I have to keep this size steady even if my skill level goes up. Got it. At that moment, Hyan blushed a bit when the beast human girl teased, remember to hold on to Lord Sanju tightly. Before leaving, she smiled softly and said goodbye. See you, sis. After Hyan left, the beast human girl chuckled quietly while looking at the measurement board. Seeing the amount of mana on the meter, she could not help but marvel inwardly. I did not expect she would hide so much mana. No matter how skilled they are, no one can stop this ability. In Sanji's bedroom, the quiet space was suddenly broken by a strange sound. Are you listening? Sitting on the bed, utterly helpless, he asked. Who are you? The green screen flashed white text. This conversation is restricted. I have to explain while answering you. But if the system will detect me. Message continued. I want to stop the apocalypse. That is all I can say. Those words shocked him. But he still replied, "Sorry, but I have already heard about the apocalypse. People say it is all arranged by the system and Liber. How can I trust someone talking to me through the system, as if they are one of us?" The system quickly responded, "First off, Ein, we are completely different." The vague reply made the veins pop on his temple. Angry, he snapped, "You are the one hunting me." "Huh, damn this jerk," the system hurriedly explained. "Think about it, if I were on the system's side, why would I contact you? My job is to inform the master about the people in Heritage." Hearing the system's explanation made sense, so he sat down seriously considering its request. Meanwhile, outside, someone called for Sanju, and there was also a guest. The system wagged its tail and said goodbye. "That is enough for today. We will get caught otherwise. Go to the tome and seize the 7 clues. Only you can stop the apocalypse." Watching the system vanish quickly, he sat hugging his knees, lost in thought. Speechless, he paused, wondering if he should trust the guy. He only agreed to Heritage offer because of the alchemist's promise. After all, there is nothing left to lose. But the guy still wanted to tell him what to do. The mental tug of war just made his head spin. He could not fully trust anyone. What was he supposed to do? Lost in thought, the door suddenly swung open, seeing who walked in. "Hyan," he stammered in shock. "Hyan, wait, where have you been all this time?" Hearing his question, she puffed up proudly. "I just finished a special training course." After saying that, Hyan casually approached him. He could only helplessly complain. Sitting beside him on the bed, she asked, "Why the gloomy face? What has got you so stressed?" Hey, do not just sit there sulking. There is a party going on over there." Outside, 2 parents were hiding behind the door, eavesdropping. They whispered to each other, "Oh wow, our little girl's grown up so fast. Guess it is time for us to go shopping for her." Meanwhile, inside, the vibe was totally different. Hyan noticed his brooding mood and asked, "What is going on? Why won't you tell me?" He answered seriously, "Aren't you scared? You know that academy is not normal. They are even planning to send us abroad." Hearing that, Hyan did not understand why he was so worried. She raised her hand, flashing a confident smile. "Of course I do not trust that academy. The only one I trust is you." Seeing him speechless, she hit him with a combo of trusting eyes and a cheeky grin. Yeah, I trust you 100%. No doubt." He mulled it over for a moment, quietly thinking, "You know, she is not wrong." In his mind, he admitted, "Right? No need to stress about people I can actually trust." Unlike him, Hyan was blushing and awkward but finally managed to say, "If you are ever worried about anything, you can always lean on me." He was surprised to hear her say that. "You really think I can trust myself?" Hyan stiffened while Sanju smirked with pride, thinking, "Damn right I am strong. Honestly, who'd be dumb enough to betray me?" Elsewhere, a voice echoed through a room. Jung Sanju, South Korean nationality, rank B, has been a hunter for 1 year, average score 70 stars. The man speaking had a scruffy beard and was flipping through documents as he spoke casually. "Whoa, I did not even know this skill existed. Can't just sit here and watch anymore." Suddenly, a red-haired woman burst in, loudly saying something that made him lean back, grumbling, Yeah, everything you say is right, whatever." Suddenly, beams of light shot across the room, turning the atmosphere electric. The scruffy man got excited. Well, look who is here, Jumper." The newcomer was Jumper, and S-Rank hunter. He strode in with fierce energy and addressed the scruffy guy. "Heard you caused some trouble." The scruffy man smirked. "So you came here to take me out?" Jumper, clearly annoyed, shot back. "Depends on how you answer." The tension thickened as they readied for a fight. The scruffy man radiated a blue aura while Jumper clenched his fists. After a moment, the scruffy man withdrew his aura, waved dismissively, and said, "All right, to the dungeon then." A few seconds later he added, "Look, I do not know anything. I did not even know that place was designated as a dungeon zone." Jumper, expressionless, asked, "You really do not know anything?" The red-haired woman suddenly kicked the man lying on the floor, while the scruffy man said, "The dungeon training sessions at this academy are just routine stuff. Usually, I delegate those to others. If you want to cause trouble, bring it up with him." Jumper stayed calm as the scruffy man continued, "I get why you are worried. But do not look at me like that. The 7 key points are still safe. The maze creator is still there." Meanwhile, in the massive basement maze dungeon, strange creatures were clashing with hunters. weapons clashing violently. The beasts roared and howled in indecipherable sounds. The hunters kept striking relentlessly. And soon the creatures were overwhelmed. The armored hunters warned each other. Everyone, fall back. Meanwhile, the trainees were buzzing excitedly, each shouting something like, "That is a real monster. This is my first hunt." In this group of trainees, there is Sanju and Hyan. After spotting that creature, Hyan gets a bit worried and asks him, while Sanju patiently explains, "What is that monster? It is terrifying. Probably just a golem or something. But what really matters is that I think more of them will show up." Standing beside them is Siana, the manager of the Demon Guild, organizing the ranks. Hey, do not step out of line. It is way too dangerous." Sanju spots a familiar face and greets her. She responds warmly. It is Hey Sanju. He asks how she is doing, and she is super friendly back. "What are you doing here?" "Just a part-time gig. The academy's huge, but there are not enough professors. No matter what, they can meet the demand to recruit hunters stronger than C rank." Of course. She asks about him, and he answers every question. "What about you?" "I am a trainee at the academy. Please protect us." Hearing that random reply, Siona burst out laughing like she is trolling. "Wait, you are an academy trainee? Protect who? You do not even need a mentor anymore." He ignores her laughter and asks, "So what are we doing here?" "Only hunters on contract actually go out hunting. The students just stand around watching." After a pause, Siona explains, "Well, the academy made us do it. I do not really get it either. Maybe it is because there are too many trainees. They just told us to protect the academy students by keeping them from fighting monsters." After a moment, she turns back to her mission and says goodbye. "Anyway, if it were me, I would just pretend not to see you sneaking out of line to join the fight. Help me watch over the other students." "Alright, you have not even teased her back yet. Do I get a share of the glory or what?" After Siona leaves, Hyan turns to ask Sanju, who reluctantly answers her, "Who is she?" "Anyway, they seem really close. Donnie say that you are scaring me. She is the manager of the YOLO Guild. She helped me out before." Hearing that, Hyan reacts even stronger, while you are left a bit confused. "Huh, what about me who you mentioned before? She is here too, right? Which one is she?" Hyan guesses. "Probably the one who gave you special training." Meanwhile, somewhere else deep in the Mekong dungeon, a dark, foggy space filled with eerie sounds unfolds. In the center, a figure sits surrounded by skulls scattered all over the ground. Their hands clutch a small orb, eyes fixed on it, muttering non-stop. "So many people, so many." Surrounded by magic circles, the figure murmurs to himself, "They are getting closer, too many if this keeps up." This woman, talking to herself, is the master of the tome who created Mekong. She stammers, "I am in serious danger." The scene cuts back to Sanju's group. He senses something approaching, quickly pulls Hyan close, making her blush. "Hyan, come here." The others react slower but soon notice the shaking ground. What is that? An earthquake. Everyone, get in line. Now, the trembling earth throws everything into chaos, leaving everyone stunned. Checking the situation, Siana urgently orders everyone to move away from the collapsing pit. "Back off. Run fast. Hurry." Everyone flees the center of the quake. Hyan, carried on your shoulder, looks scared but you reassure her. "Don't worry. It is going to be fine." Suddenly, the system flashes a message. "Go down here." You quickly reply, "Got it." You hand Hyan off to a clone of yourself, leaving her baffled, and say one last thing before jumping into the abyss. "You go first." Watching Sanju disappear into the depths, Hyan screams helplessly. "Wait." Meanwhile, you are locked in a battle of wits with the system. "Better not be any traps, or I will kill whoever set them." The system cheerfully replies, "Alright then, you keep it serious. One more thing after this, you better tell me who you really are." After a long fall, you finally relax and can't help but sigh. "I am not falling anymore. It is like the world's holding me up. Even if I let go." Eyes closed, you soak in the soft, warm sensation embracing you. But the system's next words shatter the moment as you open your eyes to a familiar screen and darkness pressed against skulls, bones, and rubble around you. You are buried. I am buried alive. Trapped tight. You think fast about escaping. Damn, pushing this stuff away is not hard. But everything around me is sealed tight, and I can see a thing. No clue which way to go. Outside, someone's is breaking through the rubble to open a path as you debate whether to blindly pick a direction. Suddenly, Sanju's eyes widen, hearing blue energy sweep away all obstacles, and nearby voices chatting about scanning terrain and living creatures. But mostly, he is stunned to see a familiar face. Shinjuni Yun, Spotting his dazed state, can't he help but brag? That is my kid pulling off a skill like that. Regaining composure, Sanju quickly greets Shinjunio. You are here too, of course. I am not about to give up on Elysia. But why the heck did you fall all the way down here? Shinjunio just finished drinking water and replied honestly. Do you really think I can run like those others? Of course I was wiped out after running and collapsed right here. So why are you acting like you are so proud? Thinking back on what just happened, Shinjunio said, that was not a joke. You know, I bet a lot of other trainees have fallen right here too. Hearing this, Sanju thought to himself, the destruction must be spread to other places as well. Sitting comfortably, Sanju turned to talk with Shinjunio. Looks like there are tons of paths here. Shinjunio replied. The tome is basically a dungeon maze, and we have fallen into its deepest parts. Pausing to scan the space with a sharp gaze, Shinjunio continued. No one knows where any of these paths lead. Sanju sat on a pile of rubble, lost in thought for a while, then asked Shinjunio, your teleport skill, its cooldown must be up now. Right? Shinjunio responded. Yeah? You planning to get out of here? Then go on your own. That answer instantly set Shinjunio off, yelling furiously. What? We have no clue what kind of freaks lurk around here. Not even you. Before he could finish, a gigantic, bizarre creature suddenly appeared behind Juniyun. They reacted fast, stumping hard on the monsters. Smoke and relentless howls from the beasts filled the air all around. After dealing with the monsters, Sanju said, I am going deeper now. I am out of time babysitting everyone. Well, if you are confident, you can follow me. Shinjunio decided to open the teleport gate. Hearing this, Shinjunio set a condition. Fine, but I will come back. Sanju nodded at Shinjunion's choice. Good call. Just as Shinjunio stepped into the teleport gate and Sanju turned to leave, he poked his head out with a confused face. Sanju rushed back, grabbing his shirt. What the hell are you doing? Shinjunio looked just as stunned. What is going on? Damn it. Pausing for a few seconds, he said, I think there is some kind of spell blocking teleportation all over Mekong. Sanju, puzzled, asked, What kind of spell? Shinjunio slowly explained. It is a protective measure that makes teleporting in or out of here impossible. Sanju noticed a monster twitch and went to check. Then he and Shinjunio kept talking. But my space gate still works fine. Shinjunio replied. Your skill has a fixed range. It is different from teleportation, which requires a scroll with coordinates attached. Grinding his teeth, Sanju said, so you wasted a teleport already. I can watch your back. So you are on your own. Both chose a path and pushed forward despite the monster's screams. Sanji led the way. Follow me, Shinjunio yelled from behind. Keep running. Meanwhile, another lost group was panicking. Hyan was sobbing uncontrollably. We have given up. What do we do now? Mom, John Min, Gokuryo's deputy manager and a C-rank hunter, stepped up to calm them. Everyone, stay calm and do not get separated. After that, John Min checked in with his subordinates. Still no contact with the upper floors of the subordinate replied. No signal at all. Watching the trainees complain, John Min grew worried. What do we do? I do not know how to fight. Damn it. Everyone should at least have basic combat skills, but none have enough experience in dungeon raids. So they are terrified. If monsters show up, help will be hard to come by. Back with Sanju and Shinjunio, they were fighting giant monsters. Sanju's clone could not hold back. These damn things keep coming back to life. Seriously. Why? After taking down the monsters, Sanju noted, they were super easy to kill on the upper floors. But here it is a different story. Shinjunio added, looks like these monsters are way stronger than the ones upstairs. The skeletons have resurrected several times already. At that moment, John Min entered and was shocked to see them. Sanji spotted him and asked, Hey, are you one of the academy instructors? Yeah, I am the deputy manager of the Gojo Ryo Guild. You must be Hunter Jung Sanju and Hunter Shinjunio. Right? John Min said. During their answer, the group of students started to panic, whispering, Jung Sanju and Shinjunio, they are the two strongest students in the academy. We are saved. But I do not feel comfortable seeing craftsman Jung Sanju here. And Sanju, you are answering his questions, right? Spotting the monsters stirring, Sanju snapped. Damn it. They are reviving again. Everyone, smash them to bits. Only then can we stop them from coming back. The clones quickly charged and took care of them. All right, but the student group could not keep calm. We are totally screwed. You really plan to take revenge? Huh. Even Deputy Manager John Min paled slightly but still asked Sanju. Suspiciously. Sorry to ask, but did you see anyone else besides us? Sanju coolly replied. We were the first ones here. John Min continued. We can reach the higher-ups. Sanju raised an eyebrow. Reach them? How? John Min reluctantly said. There is a way to contact them. At that moment, standing by the clone, burst into tears. Calling out. Hey, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Are you out of your mind? Why the hell did you jump down willingly? Sanju tried to calm her down. Hey. Chill out. Okay. The deputy manager nodded and said, yeah, there is a way. I will tell you. But you can go inside that thing. No one can accept me. Sanji did not pay much attention and asked An. What is going on up there? An replied. They are checking how many people fell. Sanji said, we have got a group of academy students, guided by craftsman John Min. If we can figure out which floor we fell to, we might know our exact location. Looking at the resting students, she answered. All right. I will report back to them immediately. Suddenly, a scream made John Min freeze. A spider. What is going on? Meanwhile, Sanju was still talking. Yeah, teleportation skills won't work here. Something's interfering with them. I need as many clones as possible. So if telepathy works, I will call number 6 here. Stay safe, Overhearing, said, you too. Be careful. Shinjuni turned to Sanju. What is your plan? You gonna camp here till someone rescues us? He quickly replied. I will leave a clone behind and head elsewhere. Just as he was about to ask the deputy manager, he was stunned. Yeah? John Min. I will take it. Suddenly, the whole hallway was empty, no one left. Sanju and Shinjuni were shocked. An snapped. What the hell? Where did everyone go? Sanji's mind raced, but he had not heard any footsteps or fighting sounds. Sanji said to An. Hey, use that thing, the one you used to find me. An shouted. Damn it. You told me to hold the line. Still, he used mana to scan, and his face dropped. No one else was within 3 kilometers here except us. Hearing this, Sanju and his clone were both freaking out. He asked, is that even possible? I thought teleportation skills do not work here. An replied. Of course. Those people do not even have teleport skills. Sanji lost his cool and asked again. Then how the hell did they disappear? But before he could react, the ground trembled and a horde of monsters surrounded them. Pissed off, cursed at them, while Sanji stayed calmer and responded. This place is like a maze, not just in dungeon structure, but the whole space keeps shifting constantly. In another dimension, a man was swinging his sword in a relentless flurry of strikes. Even his sword draw was majestic, no wonder he is an S-rank craftsman. He turned to talk to Sanju. If you can master the sword's form, the space the blade passes through becomes a vacuum. It is a sword technique that cuts through enemies by controlling the wind, and it was made that way. Its name is Stormbringer. Turning to see Sanju sitting and eating, he asked, are you even listening? With a carefree face, Sanju replied, yeah. Totally. The man plunged the sword into the ground, took a deep breath to focus, and said, I am S-rank master, the absolute peak. First, let us train your sword form. While you are wiping your mouth, I will keep going. If you can feel even the slightest vibration in the air, that is already a win. The sword form is tricky. Do not use your whole arm, just your wrist. Sanju took advantage of Raven's endless chatter to quickly draw the sword. Then, with a perfect stance, he slashed once. Catching Raven completely off guard, he was speechless. Stunned. Like, what? No way. How? The scene unfolded into a brutal battle, monsters everywhere. Their dry bones scattered all over. Shinjuni, every time they won, they would cheer. Good. Meanwhile, the skeletons kept rattling nonstop. Because they can resurrect. Sanji gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Just die already. The system then popped up, saying, this will keep happening until you defeat the one manipulating this space. That only fired Sanju up more. Damn it. What the hell am I supposed to do? Watching the monsters relentlessly closing in, he asked. So there is a bastard messing with space here. No, 7 answered immediately. Yeah. And we gotta see what this guy looks like. That only strengthened Sanju's resolve. I swear, I want to let him run wild. In another space, rocks shifted constantly as a man moved and muttered to himself. Dung Sanju, there must be a reason the master sent me out. This guy's got insane combat power. He picked up a skull and said, seeing him reminds me of you. Marcel, pausing briefly, he continued, he is surrounded by tons of deadly energy. So yeah, He is strong. Looking at the skulls littering the ground, he added, but ordinary humans, well, they have always got limits. Back with Sanju, he was still fighting monsters while deep in thought. Will this ever end? He wondered, stomped on a skull with his foot as he thought. These monsters keep resurrecting, so beating them drains me too. 3 times over. Just when I think I have wiped them out, they are just moving to another space. Frustrated, Sanju muttered, these damn pests just keep popping back up. Is there really no way to end this? Shinjuni beside him said, I heard if you have divine power, you can burn them to ashes. Then he added, why not start now? Try praying. Sanju, annoyed, gritted his teeth and threatened, I will kill you first and turn you into one of them. But as he held the sword, Junius' words sparked an idea, burn them. Huh. He turned to his 2 clones. Can you guys create fireballs and distract them? One clone nodded. Got it, taking the sword seriously. He said, all right, then move those fireballs and bring them to my sword. The clone hesitated for a moment, then answered, okay. The scene shifted as someone called out to him, apprentice, what is your plan? He asked Javen. I am just copying you. Sanju replied. He raised his crooked hand and said, but my wrist. Javen gasped. Oh man. Seeing his reaction, Sanju quickly reassured. It will be fully healed in 3 minutes. Javen nodded seriously. I can see you have got strong regeneration. At this level, your sword speeds like a level 3 Gale. Clenching his fists, Javen truly admired Sanju's talent. I knew he was sharp, but I did not expect him to have such control over his body. This kid's a diamond in the rough. With the right training, he could become a sword that pierces even the toughest. Just watching Javen's silhouette made it clear he would thought long and hard before deciding. He is about to start a new lesson. Sit down, my student. We will move on to mana structure next. In another space, roaring flames and wicked laughter filled the air. There was Sanju, holding a sword engulfed in flames conjured by his clone, proudly saying, that is right, this is the sword. Now fused with a fireball. Junie quickly objected. Isn't he that basically just throwing fireballs at them? Sanju paused, then asked, you see that divine energy flowing through this weapon? He said as he swung his sword toward the target, shouting, check this out. Then he slashed at a nearby monster, which screamed in agony. The others got surrounded by flames because of that, and all they could do was scream in pain. Junie I just stood there, dumbfounded, speechless at the scene, looking at the battlefield filled with smoke, dust, and debris. Sanji turned back proudly, showing off his victory. Now, they have absorbed the spiritual energy, he said, and Junie casually replied, yeah. All right, let us just say that. Hearing this, Sanji glanced at him, unaware that someone was approaching them, and said, enough chatter. Why do not you show off your divine power yourself? Junie sighed helplessly. I have that skill, but I can only hold it for, like, 5 seconds. Is that going to cut it? Just then, a skinny man with 2 long scars caught their attention. Speaking up, you guys hunters? Huh? They asked. Yeah. Who are you? He replied. Can someone show me the way out? I got lost while touring around. Sanju raised an eyebrow at that excuse, thinking, touring? You really expect me to buy that? Still, he pointed in one direction. I do not know the exit, but that way leads outside. The man smiled. That is all I need. Thanks. Just as Sanju was about to probe deeper into his true intentions, the man bent down and asked, but wait, who are you? No way you are here just for sightseeing, he said. Crap, your shoelace undone. Let me tie it for you. His face suddenly turned grim, ignoring Sanji's protests. Hey, hold still, he ordered, gripping him firmly. Meanwhile, the man spoke oddly, making Sanju clearly puzzled. Don't worry about the path you are on. Just keep moving forward. You will do fine. Even Junie and his clone were confused. The man continued. The day the truth is revealed is not far off. Junie, I wanted to ask, what the heck is he rambling about now? Then the man stood up, rubbing his knees, and said, and thanks for showing me the way. I appreciate it. He walked off muttering, everything's unfolding just like the prophecy. Sanji had no clue what he meant and muttered, what the hell was that? Just then, a voice sounded, hey, the psychic link's completely down. That was Hyan calling through the magic circle. Rescue teams on the way. Just give us your location. Sanju replied. Awakened ones are coming. Huh. But there is a catch, because the ground beneath him was shifting. He added, "This space is warped, so anyone inside moves randomly without warning. It is moving again now." At Hyan's end, the voice kept echoing. "I do not know where John Min's hunter team went," Sana quickly said. "Then when the rescue team arrives, there might be no one left there." The armored man replied, "Tell the rescue team to hurry before they get shifted to another dimension too." Hearing this, Hyan panicked. "What? If the location shifts? How do we find them?" But Sanju confidently answered, "We can handle it." She was shocked. Asking again, "What? Over here?" You chat happily. But everyone here has a sharp memory, so get ready. Because from now on, we are going to map out this entire place together. The scene shifts again. There is a glowing orb watching every corner of the maze, accompanied by a rising golden sound. Are they getting separated? It is the Tome's master setting up traps. He is mumbling again. Just as expected. If they can stay put, what is their next move? They are trying to figure out the structure of this place, using some kind of probe. He sneers, thinking it over. But it is pointless. They need to realize that navigating this twisted space is useless, way too easy to mess with. Watching shadows dart past the orb, he laughs with glee. Just wait a little longer. That is right, run. Run all you want. Ho ho, as he manipulates the spatial panels. His louder grows louder until what he sees stops him dead in his tracks. Eyes wide. Speechless. Sanju's clone is running, surveying every spot he hits, and comes to a conclusion. I have seen this terrain before, it is Pointa. Then he adds, we are about 500 meters from where the first incident happened. We were just at this spot earlier. So now we must be at the three-way junction. Scanning multiple directions, he is starting at point B3. Right, left, right, right leads to point A2. The enemy is about 640 meters to the left of point A3. That is where the battle went down. Imagining Mekung's shape through the path taken, point C3 is where John Min's crew is. Then to the right is D2. The starting point is, he sits down and sketches Mekung's outline. Moving 14 meters forward and turning 30 degrees left, Shinjuni, confused, asks, what is that? He explains, I sent out my clones to spread out and trace the paths they took, pointing to the paper. He continues, no matter where the clones get teleported, as long as they remember exactly where they walked, they will reach the convergence point when we all meet. Looking at the pile of papers gathered from the clones, he says, that is how we are going to make a map. Shinjuni immediately asks, how do they remember their positions and directions? He replies coolly, I can do that. Suddenly, sounds pop up from all around. Surprising him, I met John Min's group and another surviving academy team. Same situation here. His voice shifts to Hyan's group. You guys still there? She quickly answers, yeah, the rescue team is close. He replies swiftly, I will give the location, while his clones add, I will start explaining from the north, where the master's incident happened. Closest spot, fight the chaos. All the groups have gathered in one place. Everyone surprisingly cheerful. They help each other move toward safety. And Hyan rushes to Siona, hugging her tight and long, and he lets out a breath. Phew. Surviving this is a win. Right? Watching through the orb, Mekung emits frantic chatter. Sangu, how are you holding up? His clones help Sangu gather the sketches and return. Looks like the map structure's almost done. Once assembled, it forms Mekung's massive circular shape. Sangu holds the map, saying, the teleportation must be caused by some skill. Shinjuni nods in agreement. If it is a skill, there has to be a range limit. So the one who created Mekung, he taps the circle's center, must be right here, at the heart of this place. Hearing this, Sangu rallies everyone. All right, team, focus up. Let us find out who's behind all this. I am not letting this slide. Shinjuni interrupts. Hold on, gritting his teeth in frustration, while Shinjuni remains calm. You have to get me out first. Take me to the rescue team. Meanwhile, the tome's master struggles to find peace in this chaos. After a long pause, he mutters to himself, sorry. Everyone, I can save you, all of you. He pats his head, babbling, but insists, it is there is still a chance. At least I will stop anyone who dares come here. He pulls out a vial, staring at it. Maybe the master guessed this would happen, clutching the vial joyfully. With this, I can go back to the time when everyone was still happy. After a long silence, memories flood back. The sky suddenly tears open, monsters pour out, and everyone dies. The footage flashes back to the day he was young, witnessing streets soaked in deadly chaos. Suddenly, a crackling sound emerges from the radio. Those listening freeze as an announcer's voice breaks through. Someone's still alive out there. The radio crackles on. reporting a bizarre phenomenon erupting simultaneously worldwide. Monsters are pouring out of an unknown portal, attacking everyone in sight. We are calling this the Great Catastrophe and declaring a national state of emergency. The group is stunned by the flood of news, but the radio keeps warning, if you encounter anything strange, leave immediately. If you see an unknown creature, do not provoke it, run, gather food and water, and wait for rescue. Turning back, they see the skeleton starting to move. The radio keeps blaring, this is no drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. A man with glasses spots the skeleton assembling itself and shouts, "Hey, look at that," as the skeleton grabs a weapon. Everyone bolts. Someone yells, "The skeleton's moving. Run." The girl trips and falls, crying out loud, "Help! Somebody save me." Just as death seems certain, nothing happens. One of them gasps. It vanished. Then she casts a spell and warns, "Don't go outside." He adds, "I will protect everyone here." That was Labyrinthos, the spatial distortion at a specific location. All space-related skills, including teleportation. Once he worked between the distorted zone and outside, but Labyrinthos itself is still active. He repeats gravely, "It is dangerous out there." Back to the present. He stands inside a magic circle, muttering, "I am just trying to keep everyone safe and warm." A surge of energy envelops him, spreading outward as he whispers to himself, "Why can't anyone understand?" Looking up, tears streaming, he shouts, "Why does not a single soul get me?" Cut back to the team above. The rescue squad calls out, "We are the rescue team. Use the ropes to climb up." Shinjuni watches the rope dangle, hesitating, but Sanju, getting impatient, orders, "Number 2, lift him up." Both acknowledge the command, but before they act, the space around them warps strangely. Everyone's as baffled. Sanji asks urgently, "What the hell is that?" Reacting fast, he swings his sword at the distortion, but it is useless. "Damn it! It is blocking me. Guess I gotta use my space skill now." Shinjuni asks, "Then should I stay behind?" Sanju touches the warp barrier. Stunned. "Wait, my space skill's blocked too. Thought it would work." Both trapped, they glare at the distortion helplessly. Shinjuni accepts their fate. "Looks like we have no choice but to head to the central zone, like we planned. I am sticking around to help you anyway, let us move." Meanwhile, Hyan's group, separated and panicked. Can I see inside or even the rope? Hyan anxiously calls out, "Hey." Suddenly, a familiar sound surprises Hyan. Step back. A girl throws a small energy orb directly at the target, causing an explosion that shrouds the area in thick smoke and dust. The beast girl arrives, but seeing the blast's ineffectiveness, she frowns. "Damn, still not enough." Hyan calls out, says. The beast girl smiles warmly. "Hyan, thank God you are okay." "Hello, clone?" After greetings, the beast girl asks about Sanju. Hyan replies, "Yeah, he is trapped inside with Shinjuni." She nods. "I did not expect him to be in danger. But if we leave it like this, who knows what all happen? We need to take down whoever's blocking the space teleport skill fast." Pointing at the barrier, she adds, "But as you see, we can break through." Hyan anxiously asks, "What do we do? I heard teleport skills are not working." He steps closer. "What do you mean?" "Of course, we have to try using your skill." Hyan hesitates. "I do not know." The beast girl insists. "Come on, show me what you have got." Back with Sanju. He is fighting alongside clones against the skeleton. We are getting pushed back further. That is outside zone 2 now. Sanju commands. While fighting, he shouts, "Slice through." Push towards the center. Just as he was about to leave, the space around him shifted again. He was outside zone C1. Frustrated, he slammed his fist against the wall. "Damn it! Even the prison layout keeps changing on us." His mind was spinning. Before, it seemed random, but now it was clear someone was deliberately pushing us away from the center. Just as he turned back to command, a voice echoed, "Hey, you there?" "Yeah," he replied. Their team was using mana to send a message to Hyan, urging her to speak quickly. "Please, tell me the location of the one controlling this space. I am ready to attack him." Hearing Hyan's plan, Sanju quickly asked, "Wait, what?" "But the magical barrier is still up," he added. Hyan answered sharply, "I have been specially trained for this. Hurry up." After a moment of thinking about their situation, he gave his answer. "Number 6. You have the map in your head, right?" "Yes, Number 6 replied, holding the map structure in his hands. He started calculating distances and angles between everyone's positions and the center so she could aim more precisely. Stay focused. Number 6 confirmed. Got it. Meanwhile, the enemy began adjusting the space again, muttering, smart move, my skill. No mistakes. The scene shifted to the rescued people eating together. One said, the maze creator. That is a cool name. Another added, no monsters can get in here. He has always protected this place from them. A child playing nearby exclaimed, whoa, Mom, it is amazing I actually warped back while trying to escape. The mother gently reminded, hey, stop messing around. Sorry for asking. But you made the maze. And the kids keep trying to get out. Back in the present, the villain yelled through tears, this is how I will protect everyone. Flashback. Someone returned from outside. Guys, Others replied, glad you made it safe. What is it like out there? A guy with jagged hair warned. Don't go outside. Superpowered people are popping up everywhere, watch out for them. The man replied, thanks, Marcel, but I am fine. I can escape if things go south. Tears streamed down his face as he thought, no one is allowed in here. No one. Back in the past again, a little girl cheerfully asked, Maze creator, can you bring us some flowers? The older sister shyly added, if you happen to see any. Thank you. Then a middle-aged man said, we all owe you our lives. Back to the present. Red magical signals appeared as number 6 pointed and guided Hyan to aim toward them. Supporting her with his hand, he reminded her, hold your breath, focus, a little higher. Slow down. Slow down. Hyan poured all her strength into the shot at the words now. Following number 6's hand, she fired, but the laser shot straight through the skeleton monster's face on the shelf, piercing the wall and the space barrier. It struck him from behind, stabbing through his body. His bloodied hands trembled, his face a mix of shock and tears. What? A vivid image flashed in his mind, her standing frozen, surrounded by blades about to pierce her. He thought, damn, I was wrong again. Seeing what lay before him, he could not believe it. What? Everyone. He shouted toward the blood-soaked man. Wagel then looked at the two sisters pierced by iron bars. Lu, Chloe. His heart churned seeing his close friends stabbed by 4 swords. Blood everywhere. Helpless. He called out, Marcel. The massacre stirred painful memories as he desperately tried to save everyone. Voices echoed in his mind from the rescued. Maze creator, that is an epic name. Like they said, no monster can enter here to keep this place safe from thieves and beasts. He stepped over lifeless bodies, their eyes empty and soulless. He saw the spatial blocks shifting freely. The prison's layout had changed entirely. Holding the wreath in his hand, he thought back, kid, I never imagined we would get a real flower. We should be just settled for the fake ones here. A heavy gloom settled as the sound echoed in his mind. That is enough. Thanks. The day the maze was created, he placed the wreath on his head. The skeletal figures were slowly closing in on him. With no other choice, he sat still, waiting for them to finish him off. Everyone, wait for me. He looked up, laughing through tears. I will see you all again soon. The damp sound faded away. Back to Sanju's group, he was still restless. Did she make it? He turned toward Noxiao mid-conversation. I think the space chaos has stopped. Noxiao stood at attention and confirmed. That is right. Like a signal, Sanju took the lead and dashed off. His clone injected Juniyang with the vaccine. Hearing Sanju, Juniyang screamed in despair. Come on. Let us head straight to the center. Somewhere else. A man spoke up. Master, won't it be too dangerous if the 7 deadly sins are unleashed? I think we should call for backup. Zo Tamzak leaned back, replying, I have given them some trouble, so there is nothing to worry about. It is not easy for them to reach the maze's center. Zo Tamzak grew cocky, adding, and the maze creator's skills are perfect for keeping intruders out, but he is mentally scarred because of the sealing of the 7 deadly sins. Pausing, he continued, he has got huge talent, but that is also what killed him. I heard he got that skill when the disaster started and used it to protect the civilians. He maintained the spatial chaos, pushing monsters away and keeping people safe inside for years. Zo Tamzak fell into deep thought before continuing. But why did that talent turn into his poison? There are a few layers of protection around the 7 deadly sins. Do you know which is the most common? Hearing this, one of the men quickly replied, I do not know. Sorry. Thinking of the giant creatures attacking humans, he explained. Monsters. Most of the time, the 7 deadly sins are sealed with powerful monsters. Watching the mana swirl on his fingertips made him even more ruthless. The spatial chaos lasted years. Seeing all those familiar faces brutally killed showed how helpless they were. Zo Tamzak said casually, But thankfully, there is a second seal. The monsters released are only grade C or B, but that is when most civilians there die. Both young men turned pale hearing his story. Trapped in a hell they could not escape, Zotamza kept going. Then the maze creator's skill glitched, making the spatial chaos random. So even if they wanted to break the seal and escape, they could not. Understand. Nothing to worry about here. The tall, curly-haired guy hesitated despite the explanation. But I heard those who got there had insane skills. What if they reach the center and meet the one who caused all this chaos? Space shifted back to the dungeon's master, who sat holding a blood-stained star. Staring at it silently for a long time, he curled up in a corner, back turned to the pile of skulls. The space destroyer, Sanju, smashed through the upper wall as the pile of skulls lunged angrily. Finally, I have arrived the heart of the maze. Sanju, Ijuni Yayong, and two clones appeared behind him, watching as he dropped the star-shaped object to the ground. Sanju added, "Luckily, you are still alive. We found you." He stood up, and Sanju said, "You are the one who created this maze, right?" He stared at Sanju quietly before answering, "I should have died back then," a cryptic sentence that confused Sanju, who asked again, "What? Juniyangjun? What do you mean?" He coughed up blood, but forced the words out. "Because of my skill, the sealed monsters were unleashed. That is when everyone died they could not escape the maze." He added grimly, "They are crawling at your feet. Can you be careful around them?" That made Sanju yell. Wait, so these guys are not afraid of monsters? If he just ignored Sanju's intentions, he would still drown in his own sorrow. The biggest regret of my life was not realizing the space-time chaos was triggered thanks to that day. Right now he is holding the flower crown on his head, while the shadowy figures slowly approach him. With this decision, he sits quietly, waiting for them to deal with him. "Everyone, wait for me." He looks up, laughing and crying at once. "I will see you all again soon." But right now, his whole body is wrapped in a blue aura, freezing those shadowy figures in place. Turning back, he stares at the flower crown. After everyone's gone, I do not know if it is just survival instinct, but I was terrified. Even when my powers glitched, the monsters kept shifting away. They could not touch me. Blood and tears poured out as he still found strength to speak. But now, I have made up my mind. I want to go back to that day. The earth shakes violently, but he stands firm because my powers have returned. I am certain I have what it takes to rewind this place as structure back to its original state. Once again, I will break this seal, using all my strength to lift the space. I shout even now. I hear the master's voice telling me to stop. It is over. Everyone please accept me once more. Sanji shouts angrily. Are you out of your mind? Gritting his teeth, he rushes forward with his flaming sword, trying to unleash more monsters. You really think I will let you do that? The system pops up again. Wet. Disable Sanju, but unexpectedly, his foot can move freely. An eye-shaped mark appears. He thinks, what the heck is this? Some kind of binding rope. Remembering the strange man he just met, he realizes and curses silently. Damn it, he is not one to give up easily. But at 1T work I have got a high resistance stat. He moves quickly, shifting his weight forward and hopping slightly on the foot tangled in the binding rope, smoothly twisting the other leg to kneel on one knee, land safely, and roll forward. After finishing, Even says, Gotcha. He watches every move and says, Thanks for stepping on that tile. I was nearly out of energy. That was the last trigger to break the seal. His whole body freezes as he urgently asks, What? A surge of mana bursts around him. From the view, you see him standing on a floating rock. The space turns blood red, and a colossal monster appears beside him. You can feel that this thing is terrifying, more dangerous than any monster I have faced so far. As for, he seems drained, and the monster's level is unknown. He says, Yes, this is what was supposed to happen. Then he picks up something and says, I will reward the brave soul who broke my seal. Take this. The 7 deadly sins. Before you can react, he throws the item and adds, It is time for me to say goodbye. He pauses briefly, then finishes. Thank you, Jiang Geo. Now, giant monster raises its hand and swats his head away. After that, he says, Give me the salvation I was denied 20 years ago. One swipe sends a shockwave that overwhelms everything, even Shinjona. Wywam, and the clone duck down to avoid it. The system immediately commands, Eliminate the 7 deadly sins at once. Sanju uses all his might to hold the shard the guy handed him. A blinding white aura surrounds everything, and when he opens his eyes, he is in a different space. He blinks, wondering, where am I? Probably inside the dungeon. From behind him, a voice glows warmly. At last, I have found you. He turns his head and asks, Who are you? The man replies casually, Huh, You do not know me. Right? The system screen pops up. We have only talked through the system window so far. Hearing that, he angrily says, You are the one who told me to enter the dungeon. Pausing for a second, he adds, What the hell are you? The man answers plainly, You already know my name. Do not, with a bored expression sitting in a chair. He continues, Nice to meet you. I am Jin, adjusting the system screen with his finger. He says, I am known as the creator of the system. Sanji stood frozen in place. Saoki and Liber continued. First off, I want you to stop worrying about those who died in the prison maze. The time you spent there was just a blink compared to outside, Liber said. But if you take in too much info at once, your brain will literally melt. At that, Sanji jumped and yelled, Are you out of your mind? Get me out of here. Now. But before leaving, Sanju wanted to clear something up, so he asked, By the way, Jin style, the man who triggered the apocalypse in Tyburn. Liber replied respectfully, I want to explain a few things about that. The apocalypse was indeed caused by a system I created. Sanju bristled. Arms crossed. Interrupting Liber, and you have got the nerve to ask if I wanted to stop it. Liber replied calmly, I have never backed down from you before. My goal was to kick off the apocalypse on Earth. Once again, Sanju cut him off. Even if you are the one who destroyed all of Tyburn. Liber lowered his gaze awkwardly and said, I could not control it. Follow me. All my research is here, you will learn a lot. Sanju opened the system screen with a serious look and asked Liber, Why would you create something so dangerous like this system? Was it because you wanted to save Tyburn from the war with the Grand Id? Liber's hollow eyes dropped as he heard Sanju's question. After a long pause, he finally explained why he created the system. Clasping his hands together, it is because someone very important to me got infected with the virus. Liber's eyes pained as he looked at him. I thought that once the system was complete, I might find a cure for that disease. Sanju clenched his fist tightly. What happened to that person? Liber's face darkened. She is in a place where she no longer has to suffer. At least, that is what I believe, Liber said. I think you understand this feeling better than anyone else. Sanji stayed silent. No response. The main topic continued. Liber explained. The system has gone out of control. First it was Tyburn. Now it is Earth. It is turned into a monster that devours everything. Liber pulled out a stone. The 7 deadly sins we need are to stop this system. Collect all 7, that is the only way to prevent the apocalypse. Sanju frowned in confusion. Why do we have to do that? Liber continued. Because holding the 7 deadly sins is the only way to break free from the system's control. He added. The 7 deadly sins grant 2 effects to their bearer. First, they block the system's influence over the bearer's body. I mentioned before that talking too much about this could get us caught. Right? Sanju realized. So the 7 deadly sins are why you can talk to me now. Liber nodded. Exactly. The second effect kicks in when all 7 sins are fully absorbed. That is, he continued. Superhuman strength. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of an ancient entity that once roamed the earth. Absorbing them means inheriting their power. From the description, it sounded terrifying, and Sanju grew suspicious. Sounds like I am worse off, Liber responded. A dark aura radiating from the stone. That is right. They will try to take over your body, as their name suggests. The ending 1T be pretty. Liber handed the stone to Sanju with a warning. You are strong. Don't let them break you. Sanju took it and affirmed. Don't worry. I have got my head straight, but curiosity still noted him. And he asked, What do you mean by not being affected by the system's control over the body? Sanju's expression sagged. He looked utterly exhausted. Liber noticed too. Looks like you have hit your limit, he added. We will talk about it after you beat that monster. Sanju muttered in frustration. Was that thing I just saw real? How am I supposed to kill it? The empty space stretched as Liber, with a distant look, both warned and encouraged Sanju. Don't worry. The fragments of the 7 deadly sins will help you. Dung Sanju. Please, stop the system. Sanju tensed, listening as black cubic forms gradually filled the empty space. And then, Sanju returned to the real world. The battlefield, where he fought every day, the ground beneath him soaked in blood. The recent conversation had drained a lot of Sanju's energy. It took him a moment to gather himself before Maixin Juni Yayong's voice nearby snapped him back to reality. Hey, Dung Sanju. You alright? We gotta move. Now. Sanju tries to speak, but Juni Yayong cuts him off. Now's not the time for questions. Juni Yayong shouts. This thing is not your average monster. Look up, it is gathering magical energy. That glowing orb is wrecking the houses around it. Shooting out spider-like legs that dig deep into the ground. Huge chunks of debris drop. pulled down by gravity. People scream in terror. Help! Somebody save me. While others lie motionless on the ground, some stand frozen, heartbroken watching their loved one's crushed dad. Run! All these cries echo around Sanju as he grits his teeth. That bastard dragging up memories he would rather forget. Sanju turns to Juniyang. Can you use your enhancement for more than 5 seconds? Right? He is shocked but nods. Yeah? But what is the plan? The sky bleeds red like fresh blood. Those spider legs keep driving down. Sanju orders Juniyang. Run and use it as soon as I call you. He agrees. Got it. Sanji clenches the stone called the 7 Deadly Sins. Commands his clones. Everyone, go save the people trapped inside. Avoid fighting if you can. They all respond in unison. Understood. The monster, standing amid the rubble, searches for its enemy. Sanji stares at the stone nervously. Will the 7 deadly sins really help? Then he crushes the stone in his hand. Well, guess we are about to find out. The stone shatters, revealing a black orb glowing with purple light. Sanji mutters. There is still a ball inside and it is wrapping around me. Inside his mind, Sanji sees a golden figure like a beast staring right back. Who are you? Finally, a new Sanji is covered in blood, utterly confused. He screams in pain as the orb the 7 deadly sins takes over his body. Juniyang hides behind a wall, watching. What the hell is that? From his view, Sanji's entire body has turned brown, veins bulging on his face. Juni gasps. What is happening to him? Isn't he supposed to transform after he powers up? Meanwhile, inside Sanju's mind, a demon grips the orb, covered with countless golden figures. I will give you anything you want in exchange for your body. Hand it over. Give it to me. Now. The demon's seductive voice slowly corrupts Sanju. He laughs bitterly. This is nothing compared to the madness of a cursed sword. With this power, give me your body. The demon inside him roars. Sanji's mouth opens, hands trembling as he inches the orb closer. Maybe just relax and let it happen. But then he hesitates, remembering the last words from Liber. Stay strong. Don't let them break you. Stay calm. Sanju smirks, thinking, that was close, almost lost it. But I want to give up now. Resisting is the only way. Gritting his teeth, he fights to hold on. Flashbacks hit him hard. Ju lying motionless in a hospital bed, and Sanji helplessly crying his heart out. He grips the orb tight and raises it high. I have made too many mistakes by being cocky. Then he hands it off to his clone. With my strength, you handle this. While the clone struggles, Sanji stands back, exhaling, realizing his limits. Time to let someone else finish this. Juniyang shakes his head in disbelief. Damn it! I really hate that guy. He is a total jerk. Sanju startles, thinking maybe it is karma for his evil deeds. Quiet, let the one with the clearest head handle it. The noise draws the monster's attention. It lowers its head. Sanju warns. He has spotted us. You are the loudmouth here. Juniyang just apologizes. As the monster forms the orb transforms into a giant club, and the monster slowly advances toward them. Sanju shivers. Damn it! Are you done yet? You are the strongest mentally here. No pressure. No. One state shifts inidentifiable. System alert. Identifying error. Unable to confirm. Multiple errors flash. Identifying error. I cannot identify. The power of the 7 deadly sins erupts as the monster charges forward. It swings the club. Sanju swears under his breath. Damn it! Boom. A massive explosion. Smoke slowly clears. One blocked the Sanju monster's attack and grinned with excitement. One. Answer me. One cracked a sly smile. When was the last time I even breathed fresh air? One asked Sanju. Are you the one daring to challenge me? Sanju froze, startled, then let out a sharp cry. Once gone silent. Suddenly, he burst out laughing like a savage. What even is that? Then he threw a rainbow punch straight at him, sending him flying against the wall hard. Luckily, Sanji managed to harden just in time. Damn it. He recalled Liber's words. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of a legendary being that existed on Earth long ago. They try to take over your body. Just by hearing their name, you know the ending. 1 be pretty. Looking at No. 1's state, Sanji guessed maybe No. 1's body has already been taken over. One step forward to face Sanju. Get up. Challenger. Sanju tensed, calculating. He is way too strong. His stats have surpassed the clones. The shield collapsed instantly, and he might even be stronger than me. This fight's only just getting started. One said, charging forward. He smiled brightly, but Sanju thought, damn, this really is not the right time. I have got another monster to kill. Should I do plan A? Sanju pondered something quickly. One smiled silly. You are way too slow. As Sanji ducked low, this time, he even dropped to one knee, pulling out a vaccine gun, muttering nonsense. You can tell he is honest by the way he talks. Oh man. Legendary entity. You have got it all wrong, sir. You have got it wrong. The 7 deadly sins fell silent. You just woke up, so you are probably still dazed. Right? You have mistaken who the challenger really is. Let me explain. Sanju pointed at the monster. He is the challenger, the monster standing there aiming the gun. One narrowed his eyes. Furious? Really? Sanju shouted. From the start, he is the one throwing spears. What a damn nightmare. Even Junie, hiding in a corner, had to admit, I know I'm hiding, so I should not say this. But damn, that guy's playing dirty because Sanji was still using his slippery mouth to coax one into his trap. He is looking this way. Please do something, sir. One laughed fiercely. All right then. He powered up and charged toward the monster. Whoever the challenger is, let us dance. Sanji worried. I managed to light a fire under him. But he looked at the big, fierce guy and wondered if he could actually take him on as he moved toward the monster. He landed a punch to its chest. Sanji felt a glimmer of hope, but it only lasted a few moments before one was countered and sent flying. Sanji felt crushed. Damn, from behind the wall. One counterattacked, shooting laser beams right through the monster. One went wild. Looks like just one fragment is not enough. But seeing the monster taking some serious hits, one smirked confidently. Nope, this might actually be perfect. Let us keep going. A new battle was about to erupt while everyone scattered to avoid falling debris. Hyan stood frozen. Is this my fault? She turned to Sunna. Sunna, evacuate all the students. If you need help, request transport from the guild. Sunna nodded. Got it. But Hyan panicked. What about you? Her sister, Mihu, responded coolly. My role as guide ends here. Time for me to get back to being a craftsman. Hyan screamed in despair. Meanwhile, one unleashed a rapid flurry of devastating blows on the monster's body. Sanju was shocked. I take back what I said. How can he fight at this speed? I can barely see his attacks anymore. Still, dodging was impossible. The 7 deadly sins body was too weak. Rebirth was the only option left. But after taking a few hits, he had adapted to the enemy's fighting style. One grinned wickedly. I have already adapted to your magic. Boom. This time the monster took the hit square in the face. Mihu had just arrived and asked, Sanju, are you okay? I will fight alongside you. Where are the other clones? Has one swallowed too many gems again. Hearing this, Sanju turned around. Captain Mihu, now I just caught what Mihu said earlier. Wait. Well, he is taking over one his body. If she joins him, then he will wait. Stop. You need to get out of here. Like, right now. Mihu's confused. Huh. But looks like Sanju could not keep up with one speed or the 7 deadly sins. I am always ready for new challengers. Blood splatters on the wall. Looks like Mihu's already met someone. Elsewhere, under the dim lights, a bottle is raised and slammed back. After gulping down the last few drops, the man pounds the table. Furious, a blessing of the lineage. A drink immune to all effects and resistances. The man smashes the bottle, while the receptionist just ducks silently. He curses loudly. Damn it, is that supposed to be the strongest? Get me something else. The others nearby start whispering among themselves. We picked the wrong spot. How were we supposed to know Scully would show up here? He shouts. I am not even drunk. A young man speaks up. You are still chasing a drink that can actually get you drunk. The man is taken aback. The young man continues. A drink that can knock out an S-Rank hunter. That is rare, especially for you. Fichia to see Lun. S-Rank hunter. Fichia to see Lun. John Scully. Scully turns. Curious? Jumper, I am gathering all the S-Rank hunters. He says, soon enough. Maybe an S-Rank monster has already appeared. We have got to go save the people. Scully laughs. Even if you go alone, it is no big deal. You are not like the other S-Ranks. Jumper chimes in. If I act, it will take forever. And more victims will pile up. Scully still refuses stubbornly. Why should I care? Then get some other S-Rank hunters to come with you. Done to you want a drink that can finally knock you out. Scully hesitates. Jumper laughs and says, I can hook you up with a little. Scully eyes him darkly. You sure about that? Back to Sanju. Blood pools on the floor, and Mihu looks terrified. Seems like the blood stain appeared because no one bit his own hand to stop himself before attacking Mihu. The 7 deadly sins roars. You bastard. Resisting is useless. Better obey my orders. No one groans in pain, struggling with both hands. Suddenly, no one throws his head back. like he is breaking free from Akma's control. That is the steel will Sanju believed in. I am no, and no one but my master can command me. Sanju double-checks. You are really no one. While Captain Mihu is still stunned, Sanju asks, what the hell is going on here? Sanju replies awkwardly, it is a long story, as no one clutches his face, trying to hold on. The other half of his face echoes a voice. Not bad. Your loyalty is impressive. I will let you win this round. With that, the guy laughs loudly and vanishes. No one returns to normal. Sanji exhales in relief. He is awake. Mihu asks curiously, was he brainwashed? Suddenly, a noise from behind the monster puts all three on alert. Sanji asks no one. I need to ask, can you stop it? With that purple energy like before. No one shyly pulls his mask up, then shrugs. How's that? The monster stirs again. Sanju tenses. You can tea. No one replies innocently. Yes, I can. Sanju shouts. The place is collapsing. Then run now. Elsewhere, Raven, this rank hunter nicknamed the Seeker, is teaching Sanju's clone, No 71, a skill. Storm Demon Fist is a secret technique passed down through generations of our clan. If you master it, your swordplay and magic will multiply many times over. He sighs. I do not usually teach this, but you are a quick learner, so I will make an exception. No 71 listens quietly. Focus all your internal energy into your danchan. As much as possible, gather every ounce of power in your body so you can control it automatically. The internal energy starts flowing toward the center of the respiratory system. He continues instructing after No 7 finishes the first step. Now, we will guide your internal energy along a new circulation path. If you recklessly move your energy the wrong way, it could harm your body, so be careful. Alright. Go ahead. Raven presses hard on Sanju's back. Let us get this done. Back with Miyu's group, Sanju and No One are both sprinting for their lives, since no one is running alongside. Miyu curiously asks Miss Ben, Clone, you just hit the den earlier, what is up now? No one stays silent. Sanju wonders, can you really not shoot lasers from your eyes anymore? No one hesitates, then nods. Yeah. Meanwhile, other Sanju clones have returned. He asks urgently, how's the rescue of the injured going? The clone replies, everything humans can do. They have almost finished. After receiving the rescue report, Sanji orders all clones to assemble. Everyone, gather here. Let us deal with this bastard. The clones rush toward the monster. Miyu jumps into the fight. I will draw its attention. Use your charm or fox illusions to create seductive images to distract the beast. In the monster's mind appears a skeletal bride dancing seductively. Nothing like a lady to make you forget your troubles. One clone sneaks in and stabs at the monster's head, but carelessly ends up near the magic orb instead of the skull. Time seems to freeze. The clone shields its face, dodging, while the monster's hand suddenly freezes mid-air. This sparks a memory for Sanju. Right? Freezing. I have that skill I totally forgot right after learning it. Realizing this, he immediately orders the clones, don't let it move. Ice rapidly encases parts of the monster's body. Sanju charges in fiercely. I am pitching into freezing skill. Activate. But Sanji's ice turns into mere chunks of rock, leaving him baffled. What the heck? Mi shouts anxiously. Sanju, unaware the monster is closing in fast. With one swipe, Miyu crashes into the rubble below. The monster is not done. It lunges to crush Miyu's hand. Luckily, Sanji speeds up and blocks the attack just in time. Exhausted, Sanji grits his teeth. Are you okay? Miyu groans in pain. Amid the struggle, an accidental skill triggers. The demon dance awakens. A raging storm of demonic energy. Clones ride the whirlwind, moving at lightning speed, relentlessly attacking the monster. Sanju is left breathless. He is stumped and asks a nearby clone, what is this skill? Demon dance. Teach me. Meanwhile, No 7 is asked by Raven, how are you feeling? He raises his hands, sensing, my internal energy is still trying to stabilize and explode inside me, but it is circulating around my heart. Raven nods, impressed. Sharp guy. Using swordsmanship combined with magic is the core of my blade technique. Raven continues. But it is tough to use the sword lock with your current body. Before he can finish, a clone rushes over waving frantically. Sorry. Emergency. Gotta go. The clone leaves, and Sanju is left alone. Trembling, then collapses to his knees, crying out, This is not me. What have I become? He glances toward the space gate. Familiar footsteps approach. Raven is not surprised. Long time no see. I am not in the mood for pleasantries. Cut to the chase. Sanju is caught off guard. Too strong, but he notices the other's bones are damaged. At the same time, Sanji's clone No 7 slowly steps out of the gate. Sorry, I lost control of my mana for a bit. Could not get here sooner. Sanji does not blame him, just asks, 7, Are you done training? That is when Sanju realizes. So that demon dance earlier was... 7 nods. Eyes sharp, drawing his sword. Yeah. The Blade Master taught me this technique. Looking at the other clones' battered bodies, Sanju guesses what no 7 means. But it won't last long. The holes in their bodies and wounds won't heal fast. Meanwhile, the monster has fully recovered. Sanju grimaces. Damn, it healed like nothing happened. We have got to take it down in one shot. He asked 7 how to use this new skill. How could he manipulate the magic flow like that? 7 replied. Combining sword techniques with explosive magic is the basic theory. Sanju nodded. All right then, the two charged forward. Sanju shouted. Let us see which of our arms breaks first. You sorry excuse for a fighter. The magical currents around their hearts spun faster as Sanju recklessly swung his blade with everything he had. He gritted his teeth. This is tight. But the sword had already pierced through his foe's body. The monster counterattacked, having already formed magical orbs, but it was too slow. A clone darted in, striking Sanju's right cheek. 7 stepped back, pinned the sword, and warned. Watch your left shoulder. Sanju also dropped from the air. If we keep attacking without giving it time to recover, the beast roared savagely. Sanju hesitated. It had created an orb with an eye at its core. Sanju calculated quickly. I have to use a space gate to block this attack right now. But he still could not block it in time. The blow pierced through Sanju and his clones. The space gate opened, and Raven appeared, catching Sanju mid-fall. His face darkened. Didn't I expect to see a member of our guild here? Raven was joined by Jumper, Scully, and Hyan all at once. This is messier than I thought. Levels Hunters Raven and George Lucas. Hold it down. Great idea, said Levels Hunter John Scully Chardian. The monster was still absorbing magic. A voice spoke up. So that is the monster. Huh. From Scully's group. Eyed it carefully. Then clicked his tongue. An undead. Huh. So that is why you called me here. Jumper chimed in. Perfect timing. Right? Scully shot a glance at Raven. Thank the heavens. If you are up for it. Could you patch this guy up for me? Scully turned around. He scanned quickly. Nah. That won't be enough to take him down. You know him, Raven replied. I do. Finally. Scully agreed. All right. No big deal. I will heal the others too. Sanju's clones lay scattered on the ground. Wait, they all look exactly the same, he said, bewildered. Meanwhile, Jumper opened a space gate. I am going to rescue some folks nearby. John kept walking. Thanks to you too. This undead has evolved. Handle that monster for me, please. Jumper left the battlefield, leaving Raven and Hyan behind. Sanju slowly opened his eyes. Then he sat up, dazed. Wait, my wound. Scully stood across from him, waiting for the perfect moment to question Sanju. What the hell are you guys? Whatever you are, I have already healed all of you, so you better scram. Sanju frowned. Who are you? Mu stood nearby, worried. Sanju, are you alright? He ignored Mihu's question, focusing only on the man before him. Captain Mihu. He healed everyone. Mihu smiled. Yeah, we are saved. All of these are levels hunters, and under that mutated undead, there are 3 shadows. Raven turned. You are awake. Just watch from here. Sanju was stunned. Raven narrowed his focus on the undead. This is the path you will have to walk. He trained seriously while giving instruction. This magic violence, at a higher level, is basically a tornado. The space gates kept popping open. Jumper was tirelessly searching for victims, checking the area as he went. People here have been rescued, and the damage is minimal. He noticed something strange. This is very different. Seriously different. The giant bone skeleton woke up earlier than usual, and it had already shifted into form 2 before anything else. The maze created by the maze maker is useless. But if the seal broke so fast, why has not the city suffered any damage yet? Could it be? Flashback to the 3 of them. Sanju. Jumper, realizing it was the same strange group of hunters all along. A Jumper returned, shouting down from above. That eye-looking thing is its core magic node. To kill it, you have to hit that exact spot, so chances of the 7 deadly sins have already fallen into their hands. Then Jumper went berserk, grinning slyly. Well, I never saw this wild twist coming. Guess I will just sit back and watch how it all unfolds. The scale and intensity of this demonic rampage had Sanju in awe. This right here is Dwayne's true power. Sword in hand, every move was stunning, the reach of his blade insane. I am dying for a duel with you someday, Dwayne. Long live the house. The undead took stabbing blows straight to the gut, but after all those hits, it barely flinched. It countered with black streaks shooting down. Scully blocked them while grumbling, one stubborn bastard at this party. He laughed and snapped his fingers. In a situation like this, off with its head is the only winning move. A piercing beam sliced through, decapitating the undead, but only for a moment, As an eye opened on its chest, the monster started regenerating its body, roaring with a sound of shattering, the entire building trembling. Jumper arrived, shouting down from above, "That eye-like thing is its core. To kill it, you gotta aim right there." Raven groaned. "That core keeps moving around." Teen suggested, "Try hurting it to one side, then strike." Scully looked sad. "But I was just trying to hit that eye earlier." Sanji struggled to his feet. "I will lend a hand too." He gasped in surprise. "Sanju," she warned him not to overdo it. "Those two rank hunters will." He cut her off, saying they could take it down even if he just sat still, but they want to handle the problems I am about to face. Sanju's face hardened as he continued, "I have to get stronger. I am the one who is going to finish this monster." Miu looked puzzled. "Finish?" Sanju turned and called out, "Juniun. You there? Your turn now." Hearing his name, Juniun jolted. Then Sanju turned to his clones. "You all know what to do, right?" They answered in unison. "Yes, sir." Sanju's mind was flooded with turmoil. He would held back from going full berserk until now. But now, I really have to lose it. He gripped his blade tight and slammed it into the ground, combining his clones' skills with his own raw power. He ordered the clones, "Smash everything to pieces and tear that thing apart right now." The undead launched its attack, but Scully protested. "No way." Jumper kept teleporting. Dwayne swung his sword. Raven drew his blade. Demonic rampage. Fury unleashed. The undead was trapped. Sanju shouted. The course locked in place now. He commanded, "Juni, Fanan, Berserk, and Radiance." What a combo! Activate Radiance skill, boosting power massively on the target, like rebuilding a train and electric wires to create a tram. Using two skills simultaneously leveled Sanju up big time. He charged forward. Me hurriedly said, "I do not care anymore if I cross paths with those rank hunters. Watch your back." Holy's hypnotic spell drew the opponent's attention with seductive charm. This time, the targets were the rank hunters, though for some reason, the illusion of the old man was a female rabbit. Sanju smirked, asking his clones behind him, "I should aim for that core, right? Focus everything." Sanju gathered his strength. A single strike pierced through Aneta's core. The system flashed alerts. Devour monster skill activated, absorbing monster essence and stats from the giant bone spirit. Two glowing red figures in the night. Finally, a glimmer of hope. And Rank Hunter who can move the massive gears of fate has arrived. System notice. Your stats have increased. Strength, 72,534. 91,612. Reflexes, 62,212. 78,190. Psychic power, 68,593. 90,642. Stamina, 66,093. 77,102. Demonic power, 81,382. 96,623. By combining skill resonance, Sanji's power surged dramatically. With one blow, he sent the monster packing, and after defeating it, Sanju absorbed its stats. Of course, the pain still hit hard, but Sanju gritted his teeth and endured. He dropped to his knees, and Raven noticed every time his stats suddenly spike, his muscles take a hit too. Raven grabbed Sanju's hand. "You okay? Why do you jump in like that for no reason? We could be handled it ourselves." He replied, "How could I just sit back and watch?" But because of that innocent handshake, while standing up, Sanju accidentally revealed a secret skill to Raven. Just a touch. Yet Raven instantly sensed it. Sanju's energy had completely shifted. What the hell just happened? Raven studied the exhausted young man before him, wondering how he got so much stronger so fast. Raven whispered, "Looks like he has got some monster-slaying skill that boosts his stats." Sanju was caught off guard. He sighed. "He is sharp." At this point, Sanju finally admitted it. "Yeah." Across the way, Scully was still stunned by Sanju. "How the heck is he stronger than I thought?" Meanwhile, Yin was confused. "Looks like the fake swordsman knows him." "Anyway, Raven, how did you figure that out?" Before Sanju could finish, Jumper cut. "So you are the hunter who held that monster off this whole time?" He praised him and asked, "What is your name?" "That was some heroic stuff. Mind telling me who you are?" Sanju hesitated, then said, "I am Jumper." "No wait, I am Jumper froze, stroked his chin. "Dung Sanju." "Huh? Dung Sanju." Hearing Jumper repeat his name like that, Sanju stopped sniffing around. Jumper grinned with wild eyes. "Honestly, that is the first time I have ever heard that name." Sanju cursed quietly in his head. "Of course, I am not famous enough for an S-rank hunter like him to know me. Still, I am pretty well known in Korea." Jumper pressed on, Where are the other hunters that look just like you? They were here just a moment ago. Sanju replied. They are my clones. But before he could say more, Jumper interrupted again, this time with breadsticks. I saw them leave to clean up the mess. They are awesome hunters. Damage control is their top priority. Sanju was stunned. Jumper turned his back, face hidden. What a shame. Mind if everyone comes over to my villa for a bit? Sanju raised an eyebrow. Villa. Jumper smiled brightly. We just took down a monster that big. We deserve at least a little celebration. Let us kick back with some drinks and good food after that exhausting hunt. Somewhere else. A flustered servant rushed in. Master? Master? The composed man inquired. Is that news about the Mekong creator? Is everything all right? The servant reported frantically. The Mekong prison has collapsed, sir, and the Mekong creator is dead, and S-Rank hunter team attacked the giant skeleton beast. And more importantly, I reckon they even grabbed the 7 deadly sins. The man exclaimed. No way, that is real. Just as Jumper said. He brought those hunters to a lavish, upscale venue packed with big shots and VIPs. Reporters were even there. Sanju was baffled. A party full of heavy hitters, and they call this a small gathering. Others were already soaking in the party vibes. A familiar figure approached Hyan wearing a sleek orange-fitted dress with a slit. What do you think? Does it look weird on me? Sanju blushed. Stammering. It is beautiful. She shyly smiled. Really? I have never worn anything like this before. Trying to regain his composure, Sanju asked. Anyway, your skills are amazing. What have you been training? Hyan replied. Huh? Didn't I already tell you? Raven came over from a distance, asking in Sanju, do you feel any better using your inner power? He turned around. Raven grinned seriously. When you suddenly displayed that sword technique, I was so shocked I blurted out, what was that? That is the first step to becoming a high-level sword storm messenger. Your clones are using it really well. Sanju snapped back, annoyed. Well, those clones are pretty smart. Speaking of clones, why did not you explain my skill to Jum? Raven hesitated for a moment before answering Sanju's question. Should I say he is straightforward or what? I have met him a few times before. But I just can't figure out what he is really thinking. He is always trying to save people. But it feels like he is trying to take down the dungeon as gently as possible to minimize harm to humanity. Raven whispered into Sanji's ear. And the answer stunned him, but it was Jumbi who deeply connected all of humanity to that system. You already know what it means that all of humanity is weakening. Sanju frowned it as the apocalypse, as they kept talking. Raven said, one day your skill will be famous, but right now you need to keep your head down. I get, especially for Jumbi, unsighed on the sidelines, wondering just how big his influence really is since they did not let him join their conversation. Raven continued, but unlike him, Breast and Saklidian are on our side. Sanju said, wait a sec, Breast. Hyan was curious. Dude, not Lord Breast, the little one. His sister. Before he could finish, Raven was cut off. Is Lord Breast the one who healed me? Where is he now? Scully stood before the liquor shelf, picked up a bottle, and sighed. I have already tried every bottle from all these brands. Better just head out before those reporters, cause a scene nearby. Scully downed the bottle like saying goodbye forever. Then muttered, you are one of those hunters who all look exactly alike. Upstairs, Jumper stepped out to greet the esteemed guests. Thanks everyone for gathering here today. Hope you are all enjoying the party. As you all know, this celebration is for our victory over the giant bone spirit. Someone already shouted his name. There you go again. Stealing the spotlight. Jumper, you assembled in S-Rank Hunter Strike team fast. I heard casualties were surprisingly low for that monstrous level. Jumper's expression turned serious. There is something I need to say to everyone here about that. I am not the one who minimized casualties and held that monster in the dungeon. The real hero is here with us. Everyone was stunned, and reporters whipped out cameras to record. Then Jumper revealed the hero's identity. Korean hunter Jung Sang-ju, the key player in this dungeon raid. With his body shift skill, he risked his life to save others and bought time against the monster. While the two uns were stunned, it seemed like he was about to become a huge star, but Javen stayed silent, knowing this was not good news. So in such a short time, he has already investigated Jung Sang-ju. Zero evidence aside, all eyes are on him now. Jumper's clearly playing a game here. So I want to take this chance to say he deserves to be Korea's first rank hunter. Plus, the Enlightenment Association will set up a memorial in that dungeon to honor his feat and reward him. Reporters scrambled. Did anyone catch that? This is huge news. The whole room erupted. Jung-san. Hunter Jung Sang-ju is here right now. Is not. Go find him and get an interview. There is a new rank hunter in town, sipping tea. Someone murmured. A new rank hunter. Huh. Meanwhile, Junhee and the others stood frozen. Jungsan and rank hunter, while the rest scrambled to search. Hunter Jung Sanju. Where is he? The door swung open. I saw him go in there earlier. Definitely him, let him out. You crazy idiot. Inside? Screams echoed loudly. Yeah? Sanju was begging on his knees. Please heal my sister, I will do anything you want. I will lick it. I swear I will. As panicked. Pleading. Let me go first. Then we will talk. The more said that, the more fired up Sanju got. Sticking his tongue out closer, you think I am bluffing. I will lick your shoe polish too. And that wild scene was caught on camera. Watched by countless eyes. Raven and the two Idodas stood silently in disgust while the cameras clicked relentlessly. Both Sanju and the other guy screamed. It is a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Scully awkwardly tried to pry Sanju's hands off. Damn crazy head. Let go already. And that quickly became hot news. Trevor held the newspaper, saying, look at this. Even inside the guild, everyone's buzzing about Dung Sanju. Plus, they want someone to promote Sanju's hunter to rank. Hee-sung looked dark as night. He seriously expects me to do that. The big party jumper through invited all the hunters who made a difference in the battle. But the real aim was to provoke Sanju's identity, and Hee-sung had caught wind of it. He was furious. Trevor nearly collapsed. Trevor sighed heavily as Hee-sung approached. Trevor, are not we both just getting played here? Hee-sung narrowed his eyes. We are partners. You hand me that research, and I guarantee you will have the lab, resources, and your safety secured. That is the deal. Trevor pushed back. I do not think it is fair for me to shoulder the blame for losing that growth serum. Isn't he protecting the product's integrity part of the job's safety too? Hee-sung snapped, grabbing Trevor's collar and squeezing until he struggled to breathe. Listen up. Just having you around is a massive risk for me already. Everything you do costs me. I saved you from the feds, they are hunting you down hard. Hee-sung ordered. Within a month, you will reproduce the stolen serums. If you fail, neither the feds nor even your precious legacy will ever trace you again. The phone rang. Hee-sung answered annoyed. What now? On the line was Bai Wong-hun. It is time to make a stand. Hee-sung snapped. Listen, no matter who shows up, even Jumper himself, I won't let that Sanju guy outrun me to rank. Got that, Bai Wong-hun replied calmly. There is nothing wrong with that logic. His white bone spirit is already rated because Jumper's hunter Sanju caught that monster, and there is proof we have no choice but to acknowledge it. Hee-sung scowled. That is just an excuse. Other rank hunters actually helped Jumper Sanju finish the hunt. Use that as your reason. Tell them we can promote him because he had backup. Wong-hun wiped sweat. If that is the case, they will want a comprehensive solution fitting the situation. Hee-sung continued. Fine. Then we will send Jumper Sanju straight to them. To Africa, the site of the disaster that wiped out the Korean hunting squad. Hee-sung's sly words left Bai Wong-hun speechless. If there isn't rank monster there, he has to go and take it down. That will be the guild's condition if he survives and meets our demands. At least you and I won't have a choice but to recognize him. Later, at the Vifi International Hunter Guild, the guild decided they could not confirm Jung Sanju hunted that rank monster alone. This case is special. Other countries would fudge the numbers to pump out more rank hunters. But Korea's doing the exact opposite. Should we crank up the pressure on them? The Jumper shrugged. Nah, let us wait and see how the guild reacts first. The Korean hunter guild's rotten to the core. Nobody knows when it will blow up. I say we treat this as a chance to clean house. Jumper clenched his face in frustration. The guild or Jung Sanju, no idea who will come out on top. But guessing the outcome. That is part of the thrill. Jumper spun around, instructing his subordinates. Just demand a safe solution from the Korean guild on this. Curious where I am off to next? Walking away, he said. Gonna try something fresh to shake things up, and maybe catch a few bad guys too. Headlines flash images of Jung Sanju's legendary shoe-licking moment with the caption, Korea's first rank hunter. What is next for Jung Sanju? Korean hunter Jung Sanju has become the center of attention. His actions have yielded incredible results, and professional hunters have declared him Korea's first rank hunter. Raven raised his dirty foot, taunting Sanju. Man, my shoe is filthy now. What you gonna do about it? Sanju gritted his teeth, fists clenched. I told you to stop. Sanju sighed in defeat. Well, there is nothing we can really do. After all, it was my call. Flashback to that moment as reporters shout questions. Hunter Jung Sanju, what is your relationship with the other rank hunters? Is there some kind of pact among you all in hunting that's rank monster? Scully panicked. Damn it. Activate holy form. The sacred power will flow through my whole body. A portal opened, Scully slipped inside, grabbing Sanju's shirt and pulling him along. Come on. Follow me. They both jumped out the window. Reporters panicked. They are jumping out the window. Chase them. Quick. They escaped successfully. Sanju gasped. Oh man. Scully chimed in. This is exactly why I wanted to leave before the media caught us. Now he finally responded to Sanju's earlier question. So what now? What is wrong with your sister? What kind of disease is it? Tell me that first. Sanju licked his lips. Do you think you can cure her? Scully glared desperately. At least tell me what the disease is. Sanju stayed silent. Then answered. A soul? Scully froze. Sanju continued. The doctor said the only thing that can save him is either a vial of elixir or a healer like you. Scully gently stroked the cross around his neck and stammered back. That doctor's a total hack. First of all, curing the ghost virus is insanely tough. Even for... But I can come check it out and see what I can do. Sanju stood frozen. If even you can do it, then who can? Scully shot back. Hold on. Listen first. The ghost virus keeps doubling as long as it gets mana fed. The only way to wipe it out completely is to starve it until it drains all the host's mana. Sanju panicked. Wait, would not the host die too then? Scully continued. That is why I said it is damn hard to cure. The method is insanely risky. You have to revive them just before the host hits the brink of death from mana depletion. It is a 50-50 shot. What do you think? Sanju recalled and muttered. If I can get the elixir, I will jump on that chance of yours. But the elixir is not just like that. He said I can contact him if I change my mind later. I have got his number. Raven nodded. All right. Once this is settled here, I will be off quickly. Hyan curiously asked, Bro, where you headed now? Meanwhile, Junhyun stood pleading. Help me train. Please. Sanju replied. Got some business to take care of. For some reason, Sanju tried using his skills, but nothing worked. His powers were acting all wonky. Elsewhere, Oracle Chamtrim sat listening to a subordinate's report. A noose rank hunter and the 7 deadly sins. Everything's unfolding exactly as we planned. His crimson eyes nodded in agreement. Right, the subordinate continued. As you said, the Korean Hunters Association is downplaying Jun Sanju's role in the White Bone Crystal incident and refusing to acknowledge his talent. That can be easily handled if we deal with Hee-sung. He proposed respectfully to Oracle. Oracle dismissed it. We will adjust the plan to fit the situation better. Forget about assassinating Hee-sung. I am assigning a new mission. 2 years of reconnaissance on the Hunter Organization in Alaska. Starting now. The subordinate was shocked. The plans never changed until now. But why? Oracle snapped. What did you see in the future? This is an order. Move out immediately and carry out the new mission. Outside, the subordinates gathered to protect their leader from the intruder, but one was down. Then 2, what the hell? I can see a thing, just 1 left. She can't keep up with the intruder's speed. Someone help inside? Oracle urged. Hurry and start the mission. We do not have much time. I have prepared the teleport scroll. The clash outside caught his attention. Who is coming? The last one is dead. Screams rang out. Stop him. Oracle, with blood-red eyes, replied calmly. The pinnacle of humanity. The guards panicked and shouted, Open the gate. Open it now. Darkness welcomed a new visitor, the first S-rank hunter. A subordinate was baffled as the intruder crushed the gate frame with his bare hand. Why are you doing this? Jumper? The intruder's demeanor was different than usual. Oracle remained calm. This is also a possible future. If so, I welcome it. False regression has crossed into eternity. Lucas, Jumper, or rather Lucas, laughed. I just want to keep things simple in this life. The blue-haired subordinate witnessing this madness stepped forward to stop him. Sorry, but I can let you in if you want to enter Oracle. Please use the main entrance. He said. Lucas sighed softly. You parrot your lines like a broken record, so boring. With that, he instantly teleported behind the man, eyes burning with intensity, but the subordinate was not ordinary. In a blink, he lunged forward, successfully keeping distance from Lucas. Lucas was a bit surprised. Oh right. They are all on the same team after all. He shot a knowing glance at Oracle, then shifted his gaze back to the blue-haired guy in front of him. So this guy can catch glimpses of the future too. Huh. That shadowy look in his eyes. Yep. Lucas had him figured out. Oracle quickly spoke up. Hold on. This kid can change the future's course. Even if you let him live, nothing major will happen. Lucas looked at Oracle with a complicated expression, as if weighing how much of that was actually true. Then he nodded. All right. Oracle relaxed. Grateful. Thanks for that, Oracle softly told the blue-haired man. Just toss it in. Hurry up, but he just stared at the scroll for a long moment before finally picking it up and whispering, everything's unfolding exactly as the prophecy said. Suddenly, he gripped the scroll tight, his voice turning grim, but in a blink, he hurled it straight at Lucas, who looked genuinely impressed. Then he lunged forward, stabbing his staff right at the flying scroll. This strike would have landed a killing blow on Lucas if it connected. Gripped the staff tighter, his voice thickening with intensity. But at least this time, I can't just follow your sick orders anymore. But when he saw Lucas completely unharmed after dodging, his face darkened and Lucas broke into a victorious grin. The blue-haired guy retracted his staff. You done getting bored now? Lucas never expected this guy to hold grudges this long. He would just called him boring earlier. And now he is sending him a gift like this? Lucas could not help but chuckle. Things are about to get way more interesting. Then Lucas spoke with a sly tone to Oracle. You declared you would keep your resolve at full strength. He looked at Oracle, but the sparkle in his eyes was gone. But you made the call. A prophet who can see the future. And me, a mere mortal who has lived through this. Slowly, Lucas raised the scroll into the air and in an instant, it transformed into a massive black hole. He then glanced at the blue-haired guy. Everyone knew the decision, and there was nothing surprising about this tearful yet noble choice. Hearing that, the blue-haired guy's anger deepened, his gaze sharpening with determination. Well, I was not expecting anything else anyway. Then he swung his staff, firing a blast that exploded like a cannonball with overwhelming force. The huge explosion tore a massive hole in the building across the street, but the scary part, he could not spot Lucas anywhere. Shocked, he thought, that guy dodged my attack in the blink of an eye. I gotta figure out where his next move's coming from. He tried to peer into the future and saw that in just moments, Lucas would shred him into pieces. Desperate, he pushed his powers to the limit, simulating thousands of scenarios to find even a sliver of hope. But then he froze in silence, as if he would seen the inescapable fate awaiting him. He looked toward his master, his eyes swirling with a tangled storm of emotions. I am Oracle. Right after, Lucas' clone charged in, and now it was clear why the guy was so desperate. This attack left zero room for survival. One strike. Blood splattered everywhere. Oracle watched his subordinate get sliced to pieces, frozen in shock. This was the brutal fate of anyone daring to challenge S-Rank craftsman. Lucas calmly said, everyone walks the path laid out for them. If you can break free, life's nothing but a boring run for cover. As he spoke, Lucas glanced sharply at Oracle, his eyes piercing like he was trying to read his emotions through that mask. And just like that, one life ended but others had to keep fighting. The next morning, the GM organization gathered at their office building. Sanju woke up to a familiar face dropping by with a warm welcome. Agent? Long time no see. The man smiled back. There you are. I heard you took down S-Rank monster. I knew this day would come but did not expect it so soon. Sanju blushed a little. Don't he say that? Without the other S-Rank craftsman, I would not have managed it either. Sanju felt a bit relieved. Yeah, I heard about that. Half true. Maybe. But do I really need to wear this S-Rank label? He asked cautiously. I am still living fine, and I do not want the press on my back. Even when I was a rank, the attacks on me had calmed down a lot. The agent forced a smile. I knew you would say that. Then he got serious. All right. I will turn down the Potion Guild's offer. Sanju blinked. What offer? The agent explained calmly. They said they would promote you to S-Rank right away if you wipe out all the monsters in West Africa. Yuen gasped in shock. West Africa? Donnie, tell me it is about that tiger monster. Sanju was taken aback by her strong reaction. You scared me. What is going on? Yuen wanted to say something but hesitated and stopped herself. She turned back to her desk, trying to dodge the question. No matter. He said he would refuse anyway. Sanju was even more confused. Wait, why stop there? But he quickly shook it off. Whatever. Fine, refuse the offer. No matter what the guild says, I do not care. For whatever reason, I am definitely not going to West Africa. Yet fate had other plans. Just days later, Jinstyle broke the news that the next destination was Africa. When Sanju heard that, he could not even process his own expression. Jinstyle looked at him weirdly. What is with that face? He forced his emotions down. Forget it. I knew this would happen. Could it be? Jinstyle nodded softly. Yeah. It is where the next 7 deadly sins are. Sanju could not hold back and cursed. Damn it. Again with the 7 deadly sins. Jinstyle just shrugged. Not only that, it is also perfect training ground. Sanju frowned. Training? Training for what? Jinstyle thought for a moment before answering. From what I have seen of your clones, it looks like the 7 deadly sins are affecting you too. Then he pointed out a fatal flaw. Isn't it true your skills have not been working like they should? This sent Sanju deep into thought. The agent did not rush but explained carefully. Like I said, the 7 deadly sins have blocked the system and cut off its interference. So from now on, you have to rely on your skills without the system. Then he conjured a magic circle for Sanju to see but quickly dismissed it. That is T-Bone's method. Call it by a different name. Looking him straight in the eye, he declared solemnly. Dung Sanju, you are going to have to learn magic. Last night, after Lucas killed Oracle as subordinate, Oracle confronted him angrily. You did not have to do that. You did not have to kill that kid. Lucas met his gaze. Unreadable. I am just curious. Why did you tell him to run? Why bother preparing a teleport scroll for him? He tried to hold back his emotions. Forget it. I knew this was bound to happen. Could that place really be Jinstyle nodded softly? Yes, it is where the next 7 deadly sins are. Sanju could not hold it in any longer and blurted out. Damn it. The 7 deadly sins again. Jinstyle casually replied, not only that, it is also the perfect training ground linked to the 7 deadly sins. Sanju frowned. Confused. Training? What kind of training? Jinstyle paused. Then answered, from what I have observed based on your clone's traits, it seems the influence of the 7 deadly sins is affecting you as well. Then he pointed out a critical flaw. Are not your skills not working as well as they should be? This left Sanju deep in thought. Jinstyle did not rush. He explained patiently. Like I said, the 7 deadly sins have blocked the system and stopped its interference. So from now on, you have to rely on your skills without the system. Then he conjured a magic circle for him to see but quickly withdrew it. That is T-Bone's style. Let us call it something else. Looking him straight in the eye, he solemnly declared. Dung Sanju, you are going to have to learn magic. Last night, after Lucas killed Oracle as subordinate, he angrily confronted him. You did not have to do that. You did not need to kill that kid. Lucas met his gaze. Expression unreadable. I was just curious, why did you tell him to run? Why go through the trouble of preparing a whole teleportation scroll for him? The rapid-fire questions left Oracle speechless. Seeing this, Lucas' face grew even colder. You must have known I would refuse your proposal and that I would end up like this. He paused briefly. Yet you still wanted to save him? Did you develop some kind of bond from working together for so long? Or was it just a sense of duty? Tell me, Oracle sighed softly at his words. There is more than one path. It was not fate that killed that kid, it was people. Then he looked at Lucas like he was crazy, as if the man's current self was the product of his own choices all along. Hearing this, a shadow darkened Lucas' eyes. In a flash, he swung and decapitated the puppet Oracle had created. He fought to hold back his emotions, his voice growing thick and strained. Do you know how many times I have tried? 10, 20, or maybe 100? His voice cracked more with each word. Do you realize how many times I have watched the system swallow entire planets and the apocalypse close in? Lucas gripped the puppet's hands tight. There is not just one path. Oracle, I am breaking down. No matter who I save, the outcome's always the same. No matter what powerful hunter groups I form, the result never changes. By now, Lucas was completely unhinged, ripping the puppet in half with rage. Then he dropped his arms in defeat. It is always the same ending. I have never been able to stop the apocalypse from the start. Lucas vented all his frustration on everything around him. But in the end, he sighed in pain. What am I even doing? Talking to a creature with no body to act on its thoughts, how's that gonna help? He is just a brain without a body or gender. Hearing this, Lucas' face fell. You are right, the puppet responded. All I can offer a stranger is this: I will show you the future. At those words, Lucas' mind cleared instantly. Calm returned to his eyes once more. He repeated the puppet's words with a hint of skepticism. My future. You still do not get me. This is not the first time I have faced this. In every previous reset, he would confronted the puppet countless times, only to get the same answer. I see your path ahead as an endless loop, and you 1T get what you want in this life. Jumper, your way only leads to failure. This time around, things 1T go your way. Lucas, just give up. There is no other choice. Lucas always came with hope, only to leave crushed. This time, he was not listening anymore. I know what you are about to say, Oracle laughed heartily. But is not it funny? You still came all this way. Lucas slammed his fist against the glass in anger. But the puppet just chuckled. No need to threaten me, I have already seen my own death. But your end. He closed his eyes softly. I have seen it. A brutal death filled with regret. Then he looked back at Lucas, voice dripping with scorn. What a pathetic soul. How long has it been since you? But before he could finish, the steel bars around them began to collapse. Oracle laughed loudly. It is the final chapter of this tangled, deceitful life. Immediately, the capacitors around exploded, sending a powerful shockwave shaking the entire building. Through the thick cloud of dust, a small hand appeared, reaching out and touching him. Lucas' gentle voice echoed. Don't he give up? You will find your salvation. Lucas stared at the figure before him, speechless, eyes brimming with a whirlwind of emotions. The salvation he had been chasing all this time. Lucas lightly touched the glass cabinet, but no one knew what it truly was. Meanwhile, on the dry and dangerous African soil, Sanji spoke up helplessly. I still do not get why you are so dead set on following me here. Hyan quickly tried to justify herself. I told you, I am here to help you. She kept listing her skills. I can appraise items and even brew healing potions. Sanju sighed. You mean those sleeping pills? Then he locked eyes with a yawn. Look, I did not come here for fun. You could die at any moment. Hyan lowered her voice, pleading. Please, I beg, if I become a burden, I will just bite my tongue and end it myself. She spoke sincerely. Just let me follow you this one time. Sanju looked at her desperate expression with a hint of worry. What is really going on with her? But in the end, even heroes struggle with decisions. He sighed in defeat, shaking his head. All right, but do not do anything without my orders. Got it. Hyan was a bit surprised he did not kick her out. She brightened up. Thank you so much. But before she could say more, a loud explosion erupted behind her. Suddenly, a monster with razor-sharp teeth burst upward from the ground, lunging at the two strangers like it meant to tear them apart. Sanju immediately pushed Hyan back. Damn it! Run! Hyan knew her limits and nodded without hesitation. But before she could escape, a red shadow swooped down from the sky toward the beast. 1 second later, blood splattered everywhere as the monster collapsed. Sanji recognized the familiar moves and a voice rang out, making him choke back a laugh. A new discovery. Huh? The man in red grinned. If you feed the sandworm, you can send it pretty far away, and if it starts going the wrong way, just give it a little poke. Woo! Sanju, you 1T believe it is none other than old Raven, the guy you met before. Hyan was stunned too. SSS-Rank Hunter. We are seriously lucky, Raven greeted warmly. Fancy meeting you again. This is great, but Sanju could not hide his scowl at Raven's face. That liar's head of yours. You said you would find the divine herb. Claimed you were on schedule. So I refused the blessing. He rattled off, leaving Raven awkward. Calm down, man, Raven said. Of course I will find the divine herb. But it is not something you just stumble upon. Arius been staying up day and night hunting for it. So what is a guy like me doing here? Raven casually replied. I am just keeping these damn bugs from crawling out of the monster caves. Gotta make a living somehow. Sanji glanced at the huge worms. All these came out of the monster caves. He raised an eyebrow. I was actually heading there myself. Raven looked surprised. You. Well, I figure you will be fine, but be careful. That place is seriously dangerous, Kunli warned. I have heard it is not just dangerous, it is deadly. Raven did not hold back. That place is a whole different world. Ruled by the strongest, the only rule. Strength survives. Weakness dies. Yoon stood aside, stunned. How the hell did this idiot end up friends with an SS-Rank Hunter? Their strange friendship baffled Yeon, who just heard Raven shake his head, muttering, such a waste. There was a time I went in there to train. Hearing that, Sanju got curious. So how do these sandworms rank in that cave anyway? Raven glanced over and said, those sandworms, like I said, I am here to stop them from crawling out. His voice suddenly turned icy cold. These vermin do not even deserve to exist in the case ecosystem. Just think of them as the bottom feeders of the food chain. Sanju and Hyan looked at these sandworms. Each as big as several buildings, combined looks like the path ahead is going to be brutal. Meanwhile, back at the lab, Lucas kept washing his hands over and over, stuck in a loop. You could tell his mind was miles away. Yukian looked around, growing more terrified. This place is a monster's den. Suddenly, a gust of wind brought a full stench. Yukian covered his nose. That smells brutal. Sanju calmly explained. That is the smell of blood. Looking closer, they saw two monsters feasting on a weaker one. The blood scent was coming from them. The monsters seemed to sense Sanju's presence, turning wild eyes toward him before letting out ear-piercing screams and charging. Sanju instantly split into clones, wondering why these monsters looked so strange. But no matter what they were, anything blocking his path had only one fate: destruction. Slowly, he drew his sword, eyes sharp as daggers, gauging his place in this brutal food chain. The monsters lunged at him with terrifying speed, but Sanji stayed calm, ready to fight. Just as he raised his sword to strike, he suddenly froze. He remembered his master's warning. Dung Sanju, you must learn magic. With that thought, he furrowed his brow. Looks like it is time to tap into the skills in the system. He gathered mana from all over his body, focusing it into his hand to test it out. Mana immediately condensed into a small orb in his palm. Sanju was about to cast a fireball, but before he could, one of his clones unleashed a magical flame far stronger than his own fireball. In no time, the monster was engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. Sanju barely had time to react before the prey was already burning. Damn it! Gotta find another target. So when two more monsters charged, he knew it was his chance to practice magic. He chanted a spell to activate ice shards, but as the ice shards touched the monster's armor, they shattered instantly because another clone had activated Ice Freeze. Ice Freeze did not just freeze the monsters. It also blasted his cold magic into oblivion. Sanji could not hold back anymore, tears streaming down his handsome face in frustration. You guys just do not want me to use magic? Huh. He swung his sword with 3 rapid strikes, slicing the monsters into pieces. If I can use magic, I will just have to beat you down with pure muscle. Udian, hiding behind a boulder, watched in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. She kept staring at Sanji's silhouette, muttering, that bastard's gotten even stronger. Damn it! Gotta find another one. As 2 other monsters charged, he knew his moment to unleash magic had arrived. Chance on. Icy shards at the ready, but the moment his ice shards touched the monster's armor, they vanished because another clone was already there. Freezing did not just stop the monsters, it also blasted his cold energy into the void. Sanju could not hold back anymore and let out tears of pain. You guys do not want me to use magic? Huh. He swung his sword with 3 swift strikes, slicing them into pieces. If magic's off the table, then I will take you down with brute force. Udian, hiding behind a rock, watched in disbelief, shocked. Her eyes widened staring at Sanji's figure, muttering, this bastard's gotten even stronger. She thought hard, then asked, but what was that skill? Just by looking, it is insane. After finishing off the monsters, Sanji looked at his clones. Sanji's sudden call startled them upright. They had no idea where they would piss off the ancestor this time, but to their surprise, Sanji knelt down sincerely and bowed to the clones, saying, from now on, you all are my masters. Teach me how to use those skills. The clones perked up and eagerly started teaching him magic, beginning with how to create a simple fireball. First, channel your mana into a core ball. Keep it stable. Then wrap it with flames, constantly feeding mana into it. The clone demonstrated step by step. You have to keep pushing mana into the core so the fire reacts to external forces without flickering out. Sanji struggled to keep up. The ball flickered and almost died out. He rushed more mana in and apologized. The clone calmly asked, want to rate your own strength on a scale from 1 to 10? Sanji puffed up with confidence. If I had to guess, definitely a solid 8. Before he could finish, the clone slapped the fireball right out of his hands. You can't even make a fireball, and you are already claiming an 8. Sanju clutched his face in shock. What is wrong with a little confidence? The clone rolled his eyes. Mana got cut off. Let me explain again. After a rough session with the clones, Sanji went back to his master's team. Hey, you call yourself a mage, teach me some real magic. Jinstai gave him a puzzled look. I was planning to, but I had your clones teach you first. I thought you would like learning from them, but it seems things did not go so smoothly. Sanji's face was all bruised up, looking like a battered pig's head, glaring sadly at him. You tell me. Jinstai was speechless. Don't push your clones too hard, they control mana way better than you. Sanju painfully touched his swollen cheek. I thought they would be just as good, but turns out my adaptive skills did not improve at all. Jinstai thought for a moment. I know you are in a hurry, but your skills power is still weak. Still, there is a way to activate it. With his experienced eyes, he quickly saw Sanji's worry, probably scared he would not be able to recall any clones. Sanji hung his head. I tried to recall number 1 and split the 7 deadly sins, but I failed right away. He remembered being in the warehouse with number 1, meaning the 7 deadly sins piece was not there, so maybe it was possible. If I could temporarily recall number 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins from us, it would be easier to use the skill, right? But before he could try, number 1 swiftly restrained his restless hands. Then number 1's cold voice cut through. Sorry, that is not happening. He sneered. Who taught you that silly trick? Sanji looked at his awkwardly pinched hands and quietly shed a tear. Jinstai was surprised too. Who'd he have thought the 7 deadly sins would fight back? He sighed softly. Alright then, I will teach you magic. Sanji's eyes lit up. Don't worry. I will take this seriously. Whatever you say, I will do it. Then strip down. Jinstai said, what the hell are you talking about? Meanwhile, He was watching every move Sanju made outside with intense focus. Seeing him sitting cross-legged meditating for so long, she was puzzled. What is he doing? Did the clone's slap leave him bored? Suddenly, he opened his eyes, making Hyan jump. He is awake, but the shock did not end there. He began stripping off all his clothes. Seeing him about to drop his underwear, she blushed fiercely and covered her eyes. Crazy guy. What the hell are you doing? Sanji helplessly explained. This is all my master's idea. Hyan did not buy it. No master would tell their student to strip in broad daylight like this. What nonsense are you spouting? Too bad she would never met Jin's style. So she did not know his weird teaching style. Becoming one with nature was the first step to mastering mana control. Sanju was amazed. Huh? But I already know how to control mana without a system. Jin's style fell silent for a moment. Then said, oh. Then put your clothes back on. Sanji grabbed his clothes, nearly losing it. You crazy bastard. I will smash your golden face right now. Hyan only relaxed after seeing you put your clothes on. That damn dung Sanju really scared me. No clue what he is thinking. Should I just spill everything to him? Meanwhile, back at headquarters, someone's losing it even worse than Sanju. What the hell is going on here? Dung Sanju already said he is not interested in becoming S-Rank. The boss slammed the table in frustration. Sanju even turned down our offer. So why the hell is he sneaking off to that monster's lair in Africa? Hijung just chuckled calmly and said, is not that a good thing? After all, we want him to go there. Then he threw down a pile of documents and said, contact everyone on this list. The guy across from him looked puzzled but opened it anyway. This stuff, after reading it, he was so shocked he could not even speak. His hands trembled uncontrollably. His eyes showed utter disbelief. Isn't this an assassination organization? Don't he tell me? Hijung smirked slyly. Better safe than sorry. I like betting, but I love a rigged game even more. Meanwhile, Sanji had no clue he was being played. Still struggling against those monsters in the African cave, but instead of swinging his sword, he was trying to rely more on magic. Jin's style gently coached him. Keep the magic circle steady. Sanji poured more mana into it. Got it, the coach nodded approvingly. The magic circle acts like a warning system, kind of like a piece reminding you how your mana will react. It keeps you from forgetting, after narrowly dodging a surprise attack. Sanju snapped. I said I got it, but then the magic circle suddenly vanished, making him even more irritated. Not again. Juggling magic maintenance and dodging monsters was tough. When the circle disappeared, Sanju got so mad he blasted those monsters straight to hell. Jin's style just sighed in defeat. The physical gap between Sanju and that beast was huge. We can keep training like this. Let us push deeper. Sanju agreed and was about to move forward when suddenly a dart whizzed straight at his head from behind. Instantly on high alert, Sanju activated his shield but too late. The dart pierced through his first line of defense. Jin's style panicked, shouting, Dung Sanju. Unknown to them, mysterious assassins had silently surrounded them. I have spotted him. Report to the leader. These were members of the Blue Rose Assassin Guild numbers 11 and 12. Number 12 scoffed. S-Rank candidate. Not impressive at all. Killing him will be a breeze. They had no idea Sanju was still alive. When the dart struck, he used a clone to block the hit. Meanwhile, Sanji himself had already ambushed those two, blowing up the mountain where they were hiding. Clenching his fist, his eyes blazing, he glared at them. Who the hell are you? Numbers 11 and 12 were not pushovers either. They quickly dodged his attack. Number 11, bigger and tougher looking, replied coolly, as expected, if he dies quickly, it will be boring. The clone stepped forward, smirking. Are you guys nuts? Throwing darts at people's heads. I'm gonna pay you back in full. Meanwhile, Hyan was stuck in a dilemma, staring at the pot of noodles. How many packs should I add? Number 1 quickly said, 5. Hyan was surprised when he pulled out an extra pack. Nice. When did you bring that? Number 1 cheerfully shared. I always carry what I might need. She eagerly grabbed the noodles but wondered why Dung Sanju still had not returned. He said he would be home before dinner. Another clone glanced toward Sanju leaving, worry flickering in his eyes. Looks like he is busy. And busy he was busy kicking ass. Those two assassins were not a match for him at all. He scanned them coldly. Still got more. Or is that it? Number 11 clenched his teeth, furious after seeing number 12 get stabbed by Sanju. You bastard. Number 11, seeing number 12 getting stabbed by Sanju, clenched his teeth in rage. You bastard. You are so tough. Why did not you use your skills earlier? You think you can just toy with us? Sanju said, smirking. Don't flatter yourself, you do not even have full control over your magic ring yet. Number 11 grew even angrier at the silence. How dare you underestimate us like that? He pulled out 6 more throwing stars, charging furiously at Sanju. You are going to regret this, but Sanji stayed calm, gently twisting his arm and using terrifying speed to clamp down on his face. A magic circle appeared in his palm as he coldly glared. Really want me to use my skill to kill you? Yet, when Sanju tried to unleash the magic circle, it flickered and vanished. His mana flow was unstable. Jin-style sighed deeply. Even Sanju felt embarrassed witnessing this awkward scene. Unfortunately, the assassin had no clue he was trembling. Eyes locked on Sanju. Convinced he was done for, his fear only grew. If Sanju had used that skill, he would be dead long ago. But somehow, Sanju spared him. Of course not. If he looked closer, he would see Sanju's face darken as he stared at the vanished magic circle, utterly mortified. Still clueless, the assassin felt touched by Sanju's mercy, thinking, after all this, we are such big buddies. He started crying harder. Sanju just rolled his eyes at this softy honestly. He was speechless, but since the guy was giving him credit, Sanju did not mind playing it up a bit, flashing a sly grin. Just realizing now, he spun away, long coat billowing behind him, making him look even more mysterious. You are really that weak? You are not ready to witness my skills, so do not even ask. Then he resumed slaughtering monsters one by one with a single sword, clearing the whole area around Hyan's camp. After the carnage, he tried activating the magic circle again, but it vanished once more after a short while. Jinstai spoke up. You have given up training your skills. You have only been killing by instinct all this time. Sanju sighed. I am really trying my best. He gazed at the monster corpses, deep in thought. Maybe he was wrong. The monsters seemed tougher now. Encouragingly, Jinstai said, what matters is your monster-devouring skill. It is amazing. You are getting stronger just by hunting. Sanju focused his mana flow, feeling it grow stronger inside him. He could not deny it was true. But soon he sighed again. The higher his stats climbed, the harder it was to level them up further. He would need to hunt even stronger monsters. Jinstai chuckled, then teased, your stats are fine already. Learn to be satisfied. Sanju was about to reply when a familiar aura hit him. He gripped his sword again, eyes a bit reluctant. See, this is why I catch every monster. Looking up, he saw number 11 and his gang had caught up, and he smiled. I always have rivals watching my moves. Number 11, realizing he was exposed, stopped hiding. Jung Sanju, we are here to avenge your shame from yesterday. Let us see if you can fight without using your skills this time. His crew, seeing his cocky face, just wanted to slash him down. Shut up. Number 11, you know why you are like this? Someone snapped, and number 11 sulked, lowering his gaze obediently after getting scolded. All right. His new teammates were strong, so he did not argue. Without wasting words, they charged at Sanju. Sanju raised an eyebrow slightly. Not bad. Pretty quick. That insult stung number 11 deeply, fueling his anger. You arrogant bastard. Suddenly, he spat out a purple bone shard. Sanju instantly recognized it as poisonous bone, activating his magic circle. Seeing it had no effect, number 11 got furious. Don't you think you can fool me? Then he unleashed his earthquake skill, releasing magic power to obliterate the targeted area. Huge cracks appeared around where Sanju stood. He blinked, surprised. What the hell's going on? Number 11 rushed up, seeing Sanju falter. Spotting an opening, he activated an energy bomb to blow up a nearby object. He threw the bomb, and in a flash, it exploded, tearing up the terrain and choking the air with dust. Grinning proudly, number 11 boasted, no matter how strong you are, my poison bones and energy bombs will take you down. But right then, Sanju lunged forward and punched him square in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. His gang could not hide their shock. At this speed, Sanju had not even finished speaking before he summoned a magic circle right in front of him. But the circle quickly vanished, leaving Sanju deep in thought once again. No way he was going down without saving face. He forced a smile and said, guess this time you won. Get to see my full power. Hearing that, the guy felt utterly humiliated. You bastard. How dare you chase us like this? Too bad his life was not tougher than Sanji's fist, because the last one who learned the secret of controlling his mana was about to lose it all. Meanwhile, dawn broke and Sanji's clones kept guard near the haystack, waiting for his return. As soon as she saw him coming back, she snapped awake. Sanju laughed. What is up? Why are not you just crashing? Hyan rubbed her eyes softly. Already back. Huh? Sanju nodded gently. You have been up since then? Without a word, Hyan pulled out a bowl of noodles for him. Still got some ramen broth here. Let me add some rice. You wait till it is hot, then eat. Sanji shifted awkwardly as he sat down. I got this. I can handle my own food. Hyan's cheeks flushed. Was it embarrassment or irritation? You have done everything already. At least let me do something for once. Sanji stayed quiet, just watching her heat up the noodles. After a moment, he finally asked, what about you? Have you eaten? I added rice as she replied. I was waiting for you to come back. 2 bowls enough. Nah, make it 3. Elsewhere in the valley, the assassins who defought Sanju were running into a huge problem. Instead of killing them, Sanju had just knocked 2 out and dumped them in the desert. This morning, the 13 Scorpions assassins, Holder and Phidian, saw the scene and exchanged confused looks. Hey, wake up, Carrion shouted. I know you guys. Number 11 and 10 of red and blue. Didn't I expect to find you here? Numbers 11 and 10 blinked. Startled. You are from the 13 Scorpions too. Chasing after Dung Sanju. Holder frowned. Same target. Huh. Not a fan of this kind of competition. Phidian caressed his blade. So what? Red and blue failed. Now it is just us. Number 10 laughed at their arrogance. I guarantee you won't even get to see him use his skills. They ignored number 17's warning. Of course they would, since he would probably die before using it anyway. Holder sneered, full of contempt, and Phidian chuckled. Don't he compare us to people like you? But after tasting 5 punches from Sanju, their smiles vanished. We did not even get to see one of his skills. Meanwhile, Sanju was focused only on the magic circle he would just summoned, watching it fade away, leaving him speechless. I guess I really do not feel anything, he lamented. Jin-style disagreed. You are getting stronger, he explained slowly. If you can keep the magic circle active through the whole fight, that is a good sign. Sanju stared at the circle on his hand. Yeah, come to think of it, it held all battle long. I am feeling better already. Watching the circle stabilize, he could not help but praise silently. Assassins definitely get more out of training than monsters that just guess your moves. Smart call letting them live. But then he pondered. You have caused some trouble, have not you? The last attackers came from another guild. Sanji felt a knot in his chest. I want to know why two guilds involved. He sighed. Even if we ask, they probably won't answer. Anyway, we are moving deeper. Tell Kim Yeon to get up. Sanji withdrew the magic circle. Still annoyed. No clue if those assassins would bother him again. He would find out soon enough. The very next morning, just as he was cheerfully greeting the world. Good morning. His foot stepped right on a hidden bomb. Boom. The surrounding rocks exploded into dust, showing just how powerful the blast was. A girl with rebellious blue hair spoke over the radio. He is dead without a trace. No way we are letting some other bastard steal this mission. But before she could celebrate, Sanju burst out and punched her right in the face. And that punch, powered up with magic, packed several times the punch of her little explosion talk about getting 10 times what you gave. The next day, while out hunting monsters, he was ambushed by a bunch of vines. 2 other assassins saw this and jumped in, saying, we got this. The silent black guy's gonna take your head. And just like that, 2 more unlucky fools got a solid punch from him, happily adding to the body count. Time went on. More assassins attacked, each with deadlier skills. Most impressive was the lightning power of some blonde dude. 1 hit from him electrified the air around, looking insanely strong. But Sanju was not having it. He flicked him right on the forehead before the guy even realized what hit him, then sent him off to grab his lunch from the director. Thanks to those fights, Sanju's ability to handle multiple enemies skyrocketed. And throughout it all, his magic skills slowly kept growing. Seeing the magic circle still active, he happily said, I do not even need my hands to keep this circle going anymore. Meanwhile, Yuan was trapped in a nightmare, haunted by a woman endlessly calling her name. Softly, like a whisper, the woman pleaded, Yun, do not tell anyone about this, okay? I have never told a soul. In the dream, little Yuan cautiously opened her eyes, confused, staring at the woman before her mother. But her mom looked like a madwoman, wildly waving and screaming, those bastards betrayed me. Why won't anyone listen? I have seen it all. The scene filled Yuan with dread. Mom, are you okay? She asked. But when her mother turned, Yuan saw a horrifying face with a gaping mouth and asked, what is that? Terrified, Yuan burst into tears, jolting awake with eyes wide open like a lost soul. Sanju, hearing her cries, immediately asked, Nightmare, talk to me. She turned and met Sanju's cold, grim gaze, blinking in confusion. Who are you? In a corner of the African desert, the assassins who failed to kill Sanji regrouped. One grumbled, damn it. Seriously. The Vine user sneered, here we go again. How many tries has this guy had now? 4th time maybe. Someone asked the blonde lightning guy, hey, did Sanji use any skills this time? He just stayed silent. And everyone got the hint. The Vine user narrowed his eyes dangerously. Yeah? Probably not. He casually sized up each assassin. Everyone here got beaten in pure one-on-one fights. We can see any of his skills at our level. I swear, it is pointless to keep taking these contracts like this. The room fell silent. The blue-haired girl who once tried to bomb Sanju finally spoke up. I have not even seen his clones yet. This is the power of SSS-Rank star. Suddenly, someone asked, so what if we do this? We form a short-term alliance and take down Dung Sanju together. The blonde lightning guy proposed the idea, and everyone around quietly stared at him. He continued, I do not know how much they promised to pay if we succeed, but I bet it is a fortune. Definitely not small change. We split it evenly, then go our separate ways. This is the only way to catch that monster. Many were tempted. The bounty was surely worth 10 times the usual contracts. So even after splitting, the payout would be huge. Isn't this a great plan? The blue-haired girl pulled out her phone to start reporting the plan. Wait. Hold on, we should check with the main client first. But not everyone was on board. One voice rang out in opposition. You guys are a bunch of worthless trash. The insult sparked rage among the assassins. Hey, who said that? Number 10 cast a cold glare at them. You mad that I said it? You do not even have the right to be. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Why are you all just gathering here yapping? You think you are still alive because Sanju is weak? No one dared answer. Those who lost here knew exactly how strong Sanju was. Then he said, to now, I have completed countless contracts. Many have screamed in anger at the assassin who came to kill them. I am not trying to dodge that anger, it is what I have to face. He stood up, exhaustion etched across his face. But instead of anger, he spared the lives of the assassins, sent to kill him. Every single one of you gathered here tonight. He sighed as he looked at the confused, ashamed faces of the assassins around him and walked away. I may operate in the shadows, but I still have my pride and my faith. I have no intention of joining some dirty alliance like you lot. Numbers 11 and 12 quickly chased after him, shouting, wait for... Everyone fell silent, lost in thought. Come to think of it, Dung Sanji saved 2 of our own. After a moment, someone asked number 10, what is the plan? Care to share? After a pause, number 10 finally answered, I will make sure Dung Sanju uses his skills at least once for this final trial. His eyes glinted dangerously. Then, Sanju did not know their plan. He was still pondering the assassination attempt. From the start, I wondered if I was the target, since this was not the first time. So I asked myself if this was all orchestrated by that guy they call Matter. But considering there has been no word from the academy, probably not. Besides, there are too many assassins here. Should I even say this? It is like they are telling me we are definitely going to bury someone right here. Yun listened to Sanju's story, unable to hide his shock. I never imagined you would be attacked like that. Sanji furrowed his brow thoughtfully. Chief Park 1, Kai once told me he Sung and Chairman Bung Hun were the 2 most opposed to me reaching SSS-Rank. Calmly, he recounted how those 2 were the ones who pushed him into this monster's hellhole. Even if they had not forced me, I would have had to come here anyway. Suddenly, did you realize something? Kim Mi-yeon. I remember the first time he mentioned this move to me, you looked filled with hatred. But now you are forcing yourself to follow me here. Could it be connected to this assassin group? Hearing this, and his face broke out in a cold sweat, but Sanji was not done. Tell me, what is your relationship with Hee-sung? His lips trembled for a long moment, as if summoning all his courage. I am a hunter. Before he could finish, Sanji interrupted. That is exactly what I wanted to hear and understand. Then he slashed forward, eyes icy. You can tell me, but I do not think I am ready to hear your explanation just yet. Then he split into 2 clones. Sensing something was off, stepped back cautiously. Sanji guided clones 1 and 2, leading Kim Mi-yeon to safety. What about you? Sanji replied softly. I do not need backup. But when he looked ahead, his gaze faltered. Wait, maybe I do need a little help, because right in front of him, a sea of familiar shadows made him feel overwhelmed. Number 10 was the first to speak. Dung Sanju, whether you like it or not, this is the last time we will meet like this. Jin Style suddenly chimed in. You want to train for real? This is your shot. Sanju rolled his eyes. Yeah, right? I prefer playing it safe. But obviously, he lost control. The assassins lunged forward without hesitation. They screamed like maniacs. Today, we will finally see your skills up close. But Sanju instantly sensed something was wrong. They dashed at breakneck speed without knocking over a single playing card. Then he struck out, and all those shadows vanished. Just as I thought, they are illusions. He raised an eyebrow. Yeah, that is a big problem if they all disappear. But right then, An assassin appeared out of nowhere. Too bad he did not get to do anything. Sanju spun around and snapped his neck with a single hand. What a beast! Suddenly, a bullet whizzed in from afar, striking Sanju's hand. Startled, he threw the assassin away from a hidden corner. The holder of the 13's pistol aimed straight at his head. Use your skill. Dung Sanju. Seeing this, he quickly stepped back. That bastard Jin-style called out. Calm down. Dung Sanju. But as he retreated, he stepped on a bomb trap set by the blue-haired girl. A deafening explosion rocked the area, completely catching him off guard. Sanji jumped up, fuming. How the hell am I supposed to stay calm in a mess like this? Jin-style calmly explained. You have already completed all the prep steps to use magic. He continued. But I have been digging into why you are failing to actually activate it. You are still relying on the system's hidden method. He paused, then said, just when you think it is activated, you accidentally stop controlling your mana. Sanju was surprised. Wait, I do that. Then something clicked, and his gaze hardened as he looked at the assassins, but they did not notice his shift in emotion. Number 10 charged forward. Still underestimating us, Sanji quickly raised his sword to block, remembering his teacher's words. Activating magic is not the end. Mana control must be continuous. Think about it. The teacher pushed his glasses up, eyes sharp. You are using that auxiliary spatial skill, right? It is pretty chill to maintain. Is not. Sanju gasped, startled by that, but he had no time to dwell on it. The assassins kept hammering him, using their skills to distract him. Damn it, and every time he got mad, his curse skills would flare up unconsciously. You know what I mean? This time, he did not even get a chance to curse before another assassin snuck up behind him, but luckily, he instantly activated his magic shield to block the hit. The bad news was his magic was still unstable. Sanji struggled to recall his teacher's easy advice. It does not end after activation like the system, you have to keep it going, but in that split second of distraction, by the time he snapped back to the fight, dozens of weapons were flying straight at him. These assassins had zero mercy. The battlefield around him was already a blasted wasteland, yet they did not back down. Number 11 got even more fired up seeing him dodge the ambush. You damn fool. Still not using your skills. Keep this up and you are dead meat. Sanju was pissed. What is wrong with you guys? Weren't you here to kill me? He cursed under his breath, then suddenly realized something. Right? Just like with the auxiliary spatial skill, it was like finding a way out of a magic maze. There had to be a reason the auxiliary skill was not affected by the system's interference. The assassin saw him standing still and rushed in, their attack snapping him out of his thoughts. Enough talk. If you do not plan to use that skill until the last second, this is game over for you. Then they all lunged, trying to land fatal blows, but they did not realize Sanju was eerily calm now, because he would figured it out. Maintaining magic is not separate from activating it. You have to do both at once. Thinking that, he poured all his mana into his magic ring, making it swell tenfold. Suddenly, a burst of magical flames erupted, scorching anyone who dared get close to their master. The assassins screamed as they charged in. It is burning. Too hot. Sanju was so ecstatic he could not stop laughing. Finally, he stared at the magical flames in his hand, pure joy flooding him. I finally did it. Suddenly, he realized he would forgotten something still in battle. He looked up to see all the assassins kneeling. Confused, he asked, "What are you guys doing?" What he did not know was that these guys had just made a huge decision. Number 17 had said before, I still have my pride and belief. I won't join a dirty alliance like you. He told the defeated others. I will make Dung Sanji use his skill at least once in this final test. Then, I am out of here. And now, he was actually following through. Eyes locked on Sanju, full of resolve. Everyone here would follow your lead. Sanju was shocked hearing this. Dichu? Are you seriously telling me to accept killers for hire like you? He turned his back, flipping them the bird. You are all fools. But I am letting you go because I am in a good mood right now. So get out of my sight. He smirked. We are not the last assassin group anyway. Number 10 tries to intimidate, saying, I do not think we are the only assassins out here gunning for you. Right, Sangu, annoyed by his antics. Stay silent. So number 10 pushes again. We are the best killers out there. In return, we will handle those problems for you down the line. Since you showed mercy and spared us, use us however you want. Sangu falls silent, deep in thought, then quietly says, Please, lead us. Wild winds howl across the battlefield as number 10 waits for Sangu's answer. After a moment, Sangu snaps back. If you want to work with me, first you have to prove you are worthy. Number 12 thinks he misheard and asks number 11. Did he really say that? I am not sure anymore. Holder reminds number 10. Look, even if these guys turn tail and run, Their lives are not guaranteed. Their contract failed, that is why everyone accepted your proposal. What is your move now? Number 10, unfazed by rejection, replies, if he says we need to step up, then that is exactly what we will do. The ones chasing Sangu are anxious too, but choosing to work for him feels like the right call. We finally have a shot at truly living. Number 11 is not satisfied. Senior, but we did finally get him to show off his skills in team play. But is not this basically the same as our original plan, forming an alliance to take him down? Number 10 ignores the question. The blonde guy stops whining. Yeah, he is right. So we are cool with teaming up to make him flex those skills. Then what happened to that assassin who said he would not join any dirty alliances? Number 10 chuckles. That is exactly why we are assassins. They walk away, realizing one truth, because we are all itching for action. No doubt about it. Sangu, starving, slurps his instant noodles without a break. Hyan looks surprised. So you guys just let them go? Sangu answers honestly. I could not tell them. Sparing their lives was just to practice magic. I get that it sounds off, but he smirks calmly. Everything went according to plan. Hyan's now worried about what is next for them, especially since Haesung and Byung-hun are the ones who handed over their contracts. But Sangu still has questions. Considering my ties with Haesung, it is not too shocking. But I want to know the real reason behind it. In the silence, Hyan ponder. If he came here as an enemy, this would be ended ages ago. The problem is not you, it is this place. The wind whistles eerily through the rocky terrain. This is the site of South Korea's greatest disaster. Before the catastrophe, a woman clutches a child tightly. I will come back for you. Safety comes first, right? The pre-disaster awakened hunters. Seji Hyan's team. We followed them too. A man takes off his hat in farewell. Of course. I will never die and leave my precious kid behind. The pre-disaster awakened hunter. He tosses the hat to his daughter obviously. He is talking about you, Hyan. The family waves goodbye one last time. Anyway, you have to listen to your mom. Both my parents are awakened hunters. They were the pre-disaster awakened. Back then, awakened hunters were not as common, and monsters kept flooding in. The world set a rule. Form elite hunter squads. Deploy them to different countries, and neutralize threats before they become global crises. That is how the famous hunters of that era, including my dad, formed teams. The strategy worked. With skilled hunters, casualties were minimal, and their focused power crushed monsters fast. They cleared out areas around the gates and set up strongholds to stabilize them. Most hunting grounds you see today were established then. Everything was smooth, until that disaster hit. In the distance, a few figures approached this place called Hongvu. Whoever named it Monster Field nailed it. Junhee grimaces. The thick smell of blood is disgusting. After trekking a long way, the two teammates wondered just how far they would come. We will reach the center soon. Special a rank hunter, Haesung, and Special a rank hunter, Boon, on the move. Nearby, two others were taking a break. No matter how many times we counted, the team was still short. Why did not they send more reinforcements? Special a rank hunters Hoin Hai and Gong Young. If they only send half measures like these, they are just slowing us down. The blue-haired girl was puzzled too. Why so few hunters assigned, when there are plenty of other candidates? Suddenly, creatures burst out from underground, attacking everyone. Enemies emerging from the earth itself. These monsters were blasting energy from their mouths, launching fierce attacks. Honhai drew her weapon, a whip-like tool, ready to fight, but damn, they just kept coming non-stop. She slashed her whip, slicing a monster clean in half. They screamed in agony before collapsing. Before they could catch their breath, something massive erupted from underground. This beast was 100 times bigger than the last ones, with a grotesque, twisted form. Everyone was stunned to see this here. This monster's huge. I would say it isn't a rank for sure. Step up. I will chain it down with my skill, locking it tight, so you can finish it off. Once it is restrained, Byung-hun stepped forward and threw a direct punch at the beast. Hudung took control of the surrounding boulders with his powers, while Junduk got ready to strike. Massive rocks soared up, then crashed down hard. The monster took every hit but barely flinched, barely scratched. Hunhai and Guan-ung watched closely. Jundut's pretty tough. Huh. Donna sweated. Junhai jumped up, charging mana into a blazing red sphere at his fingertip. We have got someone who knows how to break these things, right? He landed on the monster's head and unleashed the mana blast right on top. The massive explosion blew the creature's head apart. Junhai jumped off before the blast hit. No matter how tough the shell is, once the inside is destroyed, that is game over for the beast. Damn Jundut. Honhai created a protective shield around them to avoid the blast as shrapnel. Just as expected. He is strong. The rumors about him did not spread for no reason. I heard some buzz about Junhai. He is up for the next rank hunter nomination. Is that true? Junhike does not care much about it. But everyone else finds it fascinating. I am not interested, it just means more work for me. Just kidding. I want to take him down right now. Isn't he that worth celebrating? Hadung's face fell seeing Junhike's chill attitude. He is about to be Korea's first rank hunter. Junhike honestly shared his thoughts. I just want them to throw me a fat paycheck, so I can retire before 40. Suddenly, a shadow streaked past behind them at lightning speed. Hunhai whipped up her whip, alert for another monster. It was fat, but she caught it with her whip, confident in her skills. She said, "This ends the moment I catch it." She infused mana into the whip and snapped it tight. The whip stretched taut, but the monster attacked her before she realized it. Its strike pierced straight through her chest. Leaving a gaping hole, she froze on the spot. Dead, Hunhai's whip snapped in her hands. Shocked, she realized the blow had pierced her ribcage. She died instantly. Jaima panicked, stunned by the monster's brutal power. Hunhai rushed over, screaming. Bun Gun did not hesitate. He charged and punched the monster. Get her to medical immediately. That hit was like a slap to the face. The monster got close to Bun Gun's face, and he realized this bastard was immune to both physical attacks and poison. He grabbed Bun Gun's wrist tightly, then casually threw him across the room. Seeing the monster's guard drop, Jiam had controlled chains to bind it. Stop right there. Adung and Gong Young leapt up, attacking without hesitation. Giant rocks soared toward the monster, accompanied by powerful bolts of lightning. The monster easily broke free, smashing everything around it to rubble. Junhyu charged forward, ready to unleash his mana and blow that monster to bits. But it was like hitting a wet sponge. He absorbed every single hit without flinching. Any part of its body that got destroyed instantly regenerated like nothing happened. Gong Young was terrified by the monster's insane resilience. No matter how hard they struck, it was like the creature was adapting to their attacks in real time. The monster swung its arm in a lightning-fast slash aim straight at Junhyu. Struggling, he backed away to dodge. This can't be happening. How could a ranked team get wiped out this fast? This guy. The monster stood there, towering and unscathed. It was definitely not an ordinary ranked beast. Everyone's wounded now. Spread out, everyone scatter. Junhyu gathered destructive mana in his palm and ordered, "We will regroup at the makeshift camp we set up 2 days ago. At this rate, we are all gonna die." He unleashed the mana onto the ground, triggering a massive explosion, choking the battlefield with dust and smoke. Priority number 1. Survive. He suddenly staggered warily away from the fight. That last scene had terrified him. He thought he was a goner. He silently thanked his lucky stars for surviving. If that thing had not turned on Long Young beside him, barely catching his breath, the monster suddenly swooped in behind him, knowing his fate was sealed. He sung despairingly, muttered, "I used to dream of becoming the strongest hunter someday." The monster's razor-sharp claws were poised to rip him apart, but it looked like this was where his story ended. Just then, a mana orb shot out of nowhere, smashing into those claws and forcing Hee-sung to jump back. The monster's claws instantly hardened into shields to block the blast. A shadowy figure slipped quietly closer from behind, still wincing from the shockwave. Hee-sung heard, "Hey, are you okay? What are you doing here?" He responded with his hands stuffed deep in his pockets. Was that his way of saying thanks for saving him? Elsewhere, Honey's lifeless body lay on the ground, the sound of mourning echoing nearby. Sister Han-hee. Jong-ha knelt, sobbing uncontrollably. "I never thought we would have to say goodbye like this." Byung-han was checking his wounds silently beside her. Jong-ha gently asked, "Sorry. You must be in a lot of pain. I will heal you now. I think you should fix your leg first." Byung-han replied. Despite that, Jong-ha moved closer and started healing Byung-han. He was shocked. In this life and even before awakening, he would always been a fighter, yet just now, he would been completely overwhelmed. A shadow of a bird-legged monster appeared nearby. It prowled around, hunting for prey. Byung-han and Jong-ha hid behind a rock, barely daring to breathe. They secretly watched the monster, thinking about Heine's death. They knew all too well they did not stand a chance. Horror gripped Byung-han's heart. Everyone was going to die. He was going to die too. He remembered Kwon Nyung's head being sliced off, just like all the others. Inside, Byung-han screamed in despair, "I do not want to die." Panic overtook his humanity, and he shoved Jong-ha away. Jong-ha fell back, caught off guard, and the monster spotted him. Meanwhile, Junhyu and Hee-sung were walking together. "So why did that monster run away?" "I am not totally sure, but I have a theory." Hee-sung looked surprised when Junhyu shared his guess. "It always targets the easiest prey." Jun went on, "Both the ones it attacked are mid-range fighters, and it has not fully taken down Byung-han yet." He grabbed Jun's hand and Andrew. "They are all skilled warriors." "Damn it." Hee-sung was still puzzled. "Why are you sticking with me anyway?" Junhee said casually. "Like I said, it seems to go after hunters who are not close combat fighters." Byung-han and Jong-ha were traveling the same path, so it is likely the monster went after him. Plus, the answer hit Sung like a ton of bricks. You have got a kid. Man. Junhai casually stepped forward and said, I heard there are 2 of them. Right? Junya and you. Having a child changes a person's whole purpose in life. Sung smirked. Don't he make me laugh. He got irritated at the mention of family. My whole life, my goals have never shifted. Don't he assume just because we share something like that, you suddenly understand me. Before he could finish, a terrifying scream echoed in the distance no matter what anyone said to him. That scream was Jiumha, fighting alone against a monster. Run, she begged desperately. Please. Someone help. Junhai leapt from afar and stomped hard right on the monster's face. The massive force sent it flying, crashing straight into a cliff. Jiumha panicked when she saw Junhai appear. Junhik, why are you alone here? Jiumha explained how Byung-hun used the distraction to bail out earlier that whole betrayal thing. Junhai clenched his fists, furious over Byung-hun's backstabbing. The monster on the other side was getting ready to charge back at them. Junhai quickly helped Jiumha onto his back. Climb up first. Let us focus on fixing your leg. Got it, he ordered Sung, who was standing on a rocky ledge behind them. Sung, cover our rear. Sung was stunned by Junhiki's insane skill. He actually compressed and manipulated the air to move faster. Seriously, his speed was unreal. He used that skill to lift massive rocks behind him, preparing to strike. I will admit it. Junhik, you are seriously strong. The monster lunged toward Junhik, maybe even stronger than me. The rocks compressed by Sung's fury were tightly packed. And honestly, I might never outmatch that. He flung the boulders forward at breakneck speed. The rocks burrowed straight through Jiumha and Junhik, leaving everyone stunned if they did not act now. Even facing death, Junhik never imagined his end would come from a teammate. Sung watched from above. That monster always targets the easiest prey, right? Don't worry. The monster's jaws snapped wide open, like it wanted to rip Junhik and Jiumha apart. I will make sure your family gets a proper explanation. Far away, Byung-hun panicked and fled, so scared he tripped and fell headfirst. The pain snapped him partially back to reality, reminding him of what he would done to Jiumha. Byung-hun stared at his guilty hands. What have I done? Someone approached him. Byung-hun surprised to see it was Sung. Byung-hun frantically asked, what about the others? Are we the only survivors? Sung lied through his teeth. The others sacrificed themselves so we could escape. You get it? That means. Sung stared coldly at Byung-hun's fake expression. I mean, Go Jiumha and Junhik, the ones you abandoned. Sung knelt down, facing Byung-hun. I am telling you this now because Jium might find out if we come back like this. Now, we are all in the same boat. After hearing Wu Hyan's story from 10 years ago, Wu was shocked. Is that really true? He pressed Wu Hyan. How do you know about this? Not me, but my mother. Mother went mad when she found out. She held Jihan during labor, and that was the beginning of her downfall. After returning, Byung-hun held a press conference calling them all heroes, especially the hunter Kim Ju-hyuk. He proved why he was nominated as the next rank hunter. Tears streaming down his face like rain, because those rank monsters were just too powerful. The reporters also broadcasted on TV. A tragedy had struck among the 7 heroes, the last hope of the world. Not just South Korea, but many died in a monster attack in West Africa, especially among them. Hunter Junhik was known to have a family, so the authorities decided to express deep condolences and discuss compensation. Hearing those words on TV, her mother was furious. Those who survived this tragedy, hunters Sung and Byung-hun, vowed to honor the sacrifice of those who died and promised special support to the grieving families. She grasped Yu-heen's hand tightly, asking, you do not believe that nonsense, do you? Yu-heen, tell me, please. Mom's hurting. Tears streamed down her face in agony. You have to seek justice for him. Please. Promise me you will do it. Your father's honor was left abandoned in that cold, barren wasteland as a child. Yu-heen did not fully grasp her mother's pain, but he had promised her he would come back. She wept with her mother, whispering, yes, Mom. From that day, a seed of vengeance took root in me. I will find justice. From then on, my mother continued her one-woman crusade, vowing to spread the truth, but without proof. No one wanted her spoiling the memorial's solemn mood honoring and Dengus sacrifice. Did Cha Dung and Bai Heng really betray their comrades? Probably she just wanted more compensation money, like who would buy that? And after 3 years, maybe because so many called her crazy, she would often hide away muttering in the shadows. Yu-heen, this is a secret, okay? A secret. Mom truly lost her mind, unable to bear it. She took her own life on Dad's funeral day. Yu-heen calmly recounts his past. I had to live alone on the streets, wandering aimlessly. Then when I grew a bit older, I hid away in the desert, hunting for revenge. She recalled their first meeting during a monster hunt. Well, you probably already know what happened next. Sangu saved her life. After hearing the whole story, Sangu's face darkened. So that explains everything. Why I have been hostile toward Etadung all this time. Sangu wandered further into the desert. He thought back to Yu Heen's words. I do not think she was lying. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the cliff, breaking his train of thought, but she left the most important detail for last. Looks like something's really weighing on you. Huh? He blinked in surprise, recognizing the face. Raven? Shouldn't you be calling me master by now? Raven landed near Sangu. I finished clearing the monsters in the outskirts at noon. Been hanging around here a few days, you did not notice. I told my clones to only report hostile targets. So why are you lurking here? Raven replied chillingly. Of course. I am here because I can't let my precious disciple get hurt. This place used to be soaked in blood and hatred. You know. Yet you treat it like some target practice. Sangu frowned at Raven's tone. You are just watching. Why bother stepping in when I am not really in danger? Raven conjured a mana circle. Still. Can T believe you are practicing magic? Trying out some cool moves. Huh? Did Arya teach you? Sangu was surprised. Wait. Raven? You are from Taiban. Right? You know magic too. Raven shrugged honestly. That is all I know. Glad you are good with a sword. So the two set off together for the next leg of their journey. Distance from the system was a blessing. There is a huge difference between magic and system skills. Want to come with me somewhere deeper? At biospace, mission failure alerts flooded the system. All assassins failed. He wiped sweat nervously. It has been over 18 years, no evidence left. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The ghost of Dimep resurfaced, haunting his thoughts. What I did, I ran away, terrified. He collapsed alone in that spot after calming down and catching his breath. He wondered. How did it come to this? I was just supposed to control disaster info as instructed and assassinate a 20-year-old kid. My reckless past led to this moment. Why is Meki Sangu fighting those monsters? Raven made a weird face watching the swordplay. What is with that expression? He turned serious, asking, that sword technique just now, was that the Storm Herald style? I was just copying moves from my clone. He sighed in disappointment. That is not the way. Your clone learned it. But you anyway. Keep going. He really gets on my nerves. Sangu keeps using monsters to train his swordsmanship. Looks like I am on the right track, controlling the flow of energy with just a flick of the wrist. He swings his arm, slicing the monster's head like it is nothing, but the sword absorbs the shock. Even Sangu's arm feels it. Remember what I told you, this place is perfect for training. Right? That monster's no longer fazed by those slashes. This is a land of evolution and adaptation. Its body heals instantly, ready to fight again. If you can change, you can move forward. Raven chimes in. Now it is your turn to use magic. Try casting a fireball on them. A fireball. Huh. He gathers magic in his hands and presses it close to the monster. Then he jumps back just in time to avoid the blast. The burning monster screams as the fire consumes it finally. The pain ends. How's that? Raven breaks down their evolution. You have hunted most of these monsters with your sword since you arrived. Right? Monsters in the center evolved to resist hunters, more specifically predators. The monsters near the explosion turn tail and scramble away. They have been hunted so much by swordsmen that they adapted to resist physical attacks. But fire. They can handle fire. Raven swiftly draws his sword. In other words, you can use magic to hunt them too. The old man swings lightning fast. The monster's body cleaves in two instantly. Sangu stunned watching the sword technique in action. Or maybe the monster's just too weak, his slash only leaves a gash. Nearby boulders split in half from the force of the swing. It is pretty convenient to have your target right in front of you. Huh, my life goal. To chill out, eat, relax, and play, not deal with this nonsense. A GM branch. The office lies in complete silence. Number 10 knocks on the door. An employee opens the door. Who are you? Outside the office. All the assassins stand ready. He is shocked seeing the group. What is going on here? Number 10 cuts straight to the chase. We are here to claim our certificates. We are the ones who've walked the blood-soaked path. The employee is baffled, unable to grasp how they escaped that path and regained their humanity. I am here to interview her. All right. Come on in. Meanwhile, Hee-sung grinds frost shards into powder. She is brewing potions. Elsewhere, Hee-sung talks to a mysterious figure. Hunter Hee-sung. Do you know Hunter Ji Hyan? What do you think about the rumors that she betrayed Hunter Jun Hyuk? Ridiculous. Hee-sung forces a fake smile. Hunter Jun Hyuk saved my life. I won't say a bad word about his wife, but just because someone has clairvoyance does not mean everything they say is true. Right? The man slips his hands into his pockets and leaves the building. Heard their marriage was perfect. What a shame. Why am I doting this? Hyan whispers to himself, Mom, this can be true. Right? Isung killed Cha. She recalls her mother's last words before dying. Hyan, only you are allowed to know this. I never told this secret to anyone. She is exhausted, burying her face in her knees. What were Mom's final words? Elsewhere, Sangu trains using fireballs on monsters. The flames roar, engulfing the monsters like nothing. Sangu struggles, watching from a distance. These jerks even have high fire resistance now. Panicked, Sangu casts magic again. Fireballs no longer work. So then, he lunges at the monster, drawing his sword at the last second. A terrifyingly fast slash cleaves the monster in two. Sangu is amazed by the killer's strategy, proudly showing off his feat. But Raven looks unimpressed. See that, Raven? I just mastered the basics of quick draw sword technique, and the mana engine to your clone does even better than you. Sangu grumbles. Is it so hard to just praise your disciple once? If you call me master, I might reconsider. Sangu struggles with pride, carefully choosing each word. Master? Did you just call me that? My disciple? Yes. Please teach me. Here you go. While they bantered, the monsters that had been barely moving suddenly revived, merging into a colossal beast. Sangu panicked, drawing a blank. Master, I do not think fire will work. Neither my sword skills. What do I do now? Don't worry. My disciple. The potential of the Scarlet Rage sword is limitless. You have no idea how much I mean that, especially now that the GM base is still lit up. Alright. Let us get this interview started. Interviews number 10 and 12. You look foreign. Why go through the trouble of coming all the way to Korea to apply at gym? Number 10 answered honestly. I am here because I want to work with craftsman Jung Sang-yu. We both owe him our lives. The interviewer thought silently. Got it. So even foreigners admire him. He might be dumb, but he has got a good heart. Number 11, all hyper and fidgety, got smacked by number 10 in one hit. Even after I threw a shuriken at his head, number 11 went down cold. Number 10 excused himself. Woo, looks like my kid's still jet-lagged. He is exhausted. So what is your strongest skill? Number 12, without learning a thing, blurted out and got hit on the back of the neck by number 10. Of course. Assassination. Knockout. Number 10 justified his weird behavior. Sleep is super important. What is wrong with them? The interviewer did not question further and said, Alright, that is enough. There is still one last test. Number 10 listened intently. We have no choice but to add it to the process. Craftsman Sanju insisted on including the last test in the interview. A clone was ready, sparring with another clone to evaluate overall skills and combat ability. Meanwhile, out in the desert, the monster had grown insanely powerful. Sanju could only dodge its attacks. So what is the next step? Honestly, I was just saying that to sound cool. Sanju watched carefully. But my disciple, you have stepped into this phase before. Raven reminded him of a past battle against the giant bone spirit. You temporarily maximize damage by focusing all your clone's strikes on one spot. Right? Raven drew his sword. Just do it 5 times faster. He unleashed his ultimate move, the 100-strike slash, slicing straight through the monster's torso, demonstrating for Sang-yu. Your turn now. My disciple. Sang-yu called out his clones. Though doing it solo was a bit much, at the same time, monsters began rising from underground again. So try teaming up with a few more clones. A shadow suddenly zoomed in from afar. Hellsong's minions sensed danger. Big trouble brewing. Looks like craftsman Sanju is way more dangerous than the boss expected. After a while, Sangyu's battle finally ended, with monster corpses strewn everywhere. Damn it, Sangu and his clones were exhausted. So all these bastards are dead. Right? Raven teared up with joy, covering his eyes as he leaned down. Clones 1 and 2 did great. What about me? Suddenly, Raven got a call. He informed Sangu. It is from Heritage. I will be back soon. What is going on? Since it is an emergency call, something serious must have happened. Even though I am clueless how to use it, he placed a hand on Sangyu's shoulder. Warning. Anyway, my disciple. Be careful, Raven seriously warned him. This is the heart of the pit. After the disaster, the number of monsters escaping has dwindled. We only keep them at minimum here. But since this isn't rank decay chamber, it is no surprise. Like hell I am gonna hold back. The space door opens. He utters a spell. Then do your best to survive. Sanga heads back to where Hyan is. He steps into the tent. You are here. The monster-derived ingredients are all set. Hyan holds up a vial and says, most of these have some fascinating traits. With these, I can craft new medicines, adaptive potions. They boost the user's ability to adapt to external factors. Though there are some side effects. Once the effect wears off, all other effects will temporarily weaken. She hands the vial to Sang-yu. Here, try it out and tell me how it feels. Yeah? The side effects seem tolerable. Silence falls between them after she says that Sangu feels guilty. Damn it. So awkward, especially after hearing her painful past. Hyan bows her head first and apologizes. Sorry about that. Sangu looks up, listening closely. There is something I have not told you yet. Suddenly, a monster appears outside the tent. Creeping closer, Sangu's clone is on guard outside and spots a monster near the camp. The monster's approaching. I will take it down right now. One clone activates his black eye. Inside the tent, Hyan continues. My mother's last words, the real reason I came here. Back then, she shared a secret with me. Hyan, only you are allowed to know this. She never told anyone else. She covers one eye. My mom would stare into that pit every day after the disaster. Two clones rush out to confront the monster. Ready to check it out, the monster immediately takes 2 critical hits. It quickly summons a blazing red mana sphere in its palm. The clone with the black eye says, that idiot should not be blocking it. Another clone lunges to intercept the fiery orb. Hyan spreads 2 fingers to reveal empty, soulless eyes. Later, I realized why my mom kept doing this. She always covered her eye like that before. Hyan, listen to it, listen. A twisted smile spreads across her face. Son, you are really still alive? Meanwhile, Sangu's clone outside dodges the monster's moves. Sangu, incredulous, asks Hyan again. Wait, you're dead. Her face remains calm. Then suddenly a massive shock hits. Sangu finally realizes something, he is probably already dead. He rushes away, shouting to Hyan. Get out of here. Stay put and do not go outside. She is stunned, clueless about what is going on. What the hell is happening? He runs outside and sees no one ahead. Rushing over. No one? Are you okay? What is going on? No one coolly asks. Why is the master just showing up now? Sangu is a bit confused. Gay. No one points to the dust cloud. Look over there. Look, a huge demon emerges. That bastard is a fragment of me. This time, I am taking him down. Sangu, puzzled, asks. So you were possessed because of that fragment. How did it end up here? No one explains. You are out of place now. I like challenges. But we only swapped once. Looks like he thought facing that bastard alone was too risky. The monster forms a glowing red orb in its hand, seemingly ready to strike both of them. It hurls the orb at them, causing a massive explosion. Both Sangu and no one leap up to dodge. Don't touch that. And do not try to stop it, or you will blow up too. The guy next to you died the same way. He senses a strange familiarity with the monster's attack. Wait. This power. He calls out his clones. Everyone, back to me. His clones emerge from a spatial rift he creates. I have to see this with my own eyes. 3 of his bodies fly toward the monster to attack. Sangu charges with his sword, unleashing a wind slash straight at it, but it barely phases the monster, which wears a golden helmet. The monster's eyes spark with lightning. Not enough. Fine. I will add some more. Sangu fires an energy blast directly at the monster's face. Smoke rises from its face, but it does not seem that hurt. Sangu realizes the situation and groans. Damn it, Jun He-Ki's face appears things have just gotten way more complicated. He suddenly catches on to something. Sangu's 3 clones also get ready to fight. He pulls his mask back on once again to cover his face. Then that monster takes off, flying high and just leaving. Sangu's annoyed, running away just like that. It mutters. Interesting using my power like that. Is this some kind of monster instinct? Suddenly, it smirks slyly and says to Sangu, Hey, Sanju, I want to make a deal with you. Surprised, Sangu listens as it continues. If you hand over that shard to me, I will help you. This time, I will show you the weak spot of that bastard. Yoon, hiding nearby, watches everything unfold. She is frozen, still trying to grasp what just happened. Then it hits her, the monster is actually her father. Tears suddenly spill from Yeon's eyes. She clutches her face, crying out loud. It is true, Mom was not lying. Dad's still alive. The dawn is here. Now it finally reveals the truth. The monster they just faced is a part of me. Sangu's face is blank, still confused and imagining wild things. What are you doing? What part? Begins to explain. My body is split into 7 parts. The head, torso, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a weapon. Each piece has its own power. Sangu questions it. Aren't the names of the 7 parts tied to sins? It turns away, explaining as it walks off. Others just slap those names on them. Everyone holding my shards has gone crazy, including my torso. It can absorb and adapt. It soaks up nearby elements and adjusts to different environments. Sangu's eyes widen, analyzing. That bastard's energy is seriously weird. Even if I do not hold it, its presence is still intense. It adds, because it is fully adapted and blended into its surroundings. Sangu shoots back. So it can absorb humans too. It pauses, then says, meaning the human form we saw inside the monster. That is it, Sangu's already noticed that face. Not just the monster's skills, but everything I have heard about him fits perfectly. Surely Junit, the hunter, has a way to save him at the Heritage's main estate. Sir Hubert, I have arrived. Raven speaks first. Master Swordsman, you must be busy. Sorry to bother you. Seeing this, old Raven says, busy? I am nowhere near as busy as you are here. Hubert grabs a sword. I want to show you something first. Raven's eyes widen in surprise at what he sees. That is, Hubert lifts a massive sword. Raven immediately recognizes it Earthshaker. Raven asks Hubert, you managed to restore it, holding the sword. Hubert replies, it was tough at first, the sword's condition was not great. This is a relic from the Urentia Empire, the late King's sword. Legend says he could flip the land itself with a single swing. He looks at the massive blade and says, it is time this sword saw the sunlight again after all these years. Raven reveals his plan. I want you to wield it. Don't you see? Raven explains why. I am not fit to use it. I am just a leftover fragment from someone who failed to protect the Empire. And this sword does not suit my fighting style as the Storm Herald. Hubert nods. Yeah? I figured you would say that. I want to test its power. Well then, at least let me test its durability. That is something I can do anytime. Raven draws his sword. No holding back. Got it, Hubert calls out. Relax. Of course. I am testing its toughness. The sword is planted upright in the floor, and Raven gets ready to strike it. He channels a burst of wind magic, launching 3 wind projectiles at the sword all at once. Just as he expected, it packs insane power definitely worthy of its name. But the sword shatters right before their eyes, leaving both stunned in disbelief. I am due. Over here, the clones are tearing apart pieces of that monster and handing them to Hyan. Is that enough? Yeah, I think it is enough. Thanks. Though she shoved that vial into her pocket and hatched a little plan, there is no other way to yank Dad out of that monster's body. This beast can adapt. It adjusts to its surroundings and keeps changing. Using that, I crafted a special adaptation serum, then strapped herself in tightly and descended down a treacherous cliff to wait. She tried harvesting the stones around her, planning to use them as key ingredients to counteract the side effects. Then, she would reverse the main effect and create a medicine capable of restoring everything to how it was before. This was her guarantee to save Dad. From afar, the monster was watching everything unfold. The sun had risen, but the silence was pierced only by sinister laughter. Hyan held the test tube, exhausted but smiling faintly. She completely collapsed onto the pile of tubes before her. Looks like she successfully brewed that medicine. Finally, the adaptation serum was ready. Meanwhile, no one was searching for any trace of the monster nearby. No matter where he looked, there was not a single stone big enough for that guy to hide in. No one called out to Sangu, go check elsewhere. Find another spot. Meanwhile, Sangu looked up, confused, and asked no one, hey, what is going on? Why am I hanging here like some bait? I am totally lost here. I do not get it either. Just listen. Did not you forget I saved your life again? No one took a deep breath, then explained everything all over again. Come on, dummy. Use that brain of yours. The clones are out there doing their part right now. No one kept explaining patiently. Top priority for all the monsters here. Survival. Hunting is just a means to that end. If your clones keep gathering like this by accident, that bastard will never show up. That is why we set this cat trap, to lure those bastards in with easy prey. Stupid prey. Seriously. It is like they have got the brainpower of shrimp, jellyfish, and sea cucumbers combined. Only now did Sangu realize what no one was up to. Could it be? No one suddenly sensed something and went silent for a moment. Sangu was still irritated about being treated like bait. Who else but you would take this abuse? But he could not argue. Hyan ran over from afar, shouting, Dung Sanju, wait up. Seeing him strung up like a rotisserie chicken, she could not help but ask, what the heck? Why are you hanging upside down like that? He just sighed helplessly. You will understand the grand plan soon enough. Hyan quickly filled him in and cut straight to the chase. Anyway, here, take this. Sangu looked puzzled. What is this? Hyan explained. I saw it back then. The one inside the monster was my dad. The shock hit him like a thunderclap. He was stunned, but she quickly added, I am not going to ask why you kept this from me, but take this and give it to your dad. I made a reverse adaptation serum to fix the changes. She shoved the vial into his hands. This will bring him back to normal. Weak and desperate, Hyan begged him. This is my last request. Please. Save my dad, please save my family. Meanwhile, the 2 old Raven men were still reeling from the secret about the holy sword. The one I destroyed was just a clone. Hubert hurriedly explained to Raven. Yeah? I should have told you sooner. You look pretty shocked. Raven asked Hubert. How did you handle it? Hubert glanced at the broken holy sword and said, "It is a byproduct from analyzing the cloning skill of the craftsman Jung Sanju. Of course, we barely scratched the surface analyzing that skill, but it is still a huge leap forward in our research." Raven had to admit Sangu's talent was incredible. This skill was nothing short of extraordinary. Hubert continued, "Anyway, thanks to you, I have confirmed the problem. Now, I understand a lot more." Raven raised a question. "Hubert, no one else can handle seismic skills like I can. So what if I propose this?" Back to Sangu, now trapped as bait for that monster. A strange calm washed over him. It was just like the bird trap I used as a kid. Sangu recalled the veil Hyan gave him. Before that, the needle she created. When exactly did she make this irritating potion? He remembered the monster's shape and Hyan's desperate plea. "Please, save my father. Save my family." Suddenly, Sangu felt it. Damn it, the monster appeared right before his eyes. Sangu's gut told him he was right. It came fast. He was the perfect bait. He slammed the switch on his back. The entire front exploded into a cloud of smoke. Since it was a cliff face, huge boulders rained down onto the monster below. Sangu untied his helmet, voice cold and serious. "Congrats on becoming my bait, you bastard." He steadily advanced toward the monster. "This time, you won't escape." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a training match was underway. "Please, stop the match." And now, Sangu immediately halted. Behind him, many warriors were battered and exhausted. "You guys fought hard." Chi Alo nearby looked shocked. His stats were lower than Jung Sanju's, but his technique, absolutely insane. Just as expected, you can underestimate a weakling. They can create chaos and strategies to take down the strong. And he has already shown his true strength against weaker foes. Number 10 had not even grasped what was happening before he collapsed, blood pouring from his mouth. What the hell? He recalled fighting Sangu. Though allowed to use a weapon, Sangu dodged every bullet and sword strike, even redirecting attacks from all sides. It felt like being completely overwhelmed. How was this possible? We had Jung Sanju's real self pinned against the wall, cornered with coordinated strikes, yet a clone outperformed the original. Chilla asked. Number 3 did great. Want a snack? Sangu shot back. I am craving some ramen. Number 10 cursed at her. You idiot. Think smarter. Hotter looked confused. What is that supposed to mean? Number 10 had no choice but to explain. Exactly. There is only one reason. Suddenly, Sangu's image shone brightly in everyone's eyes. Jung Sanju had pretended to be overwhelmed and defeated an act of mercy. That is why he shed tears. Yeah, we were always treated like prey. The blonde youth sighed. He faked losing because he cared about how we felt. Everyone was exhausted but still whispering. I will try again. I want to work with Jung Sanju. I really do. I can be anywhere else but here. Meanwhile, Sangu was using every resource against a few monsters, but they were all useless against that steel hard shell. He charged forward, clutching a magical item. Damn it! It is already ignited by fire. Suddenly, he recalled what Non-Mit said. My skills adapt and evolve instantly when facing enemies. Unlike other monsters, my power is not fixed in battle. But still, there are limits. Suddenly, Sangu realized something. His other clones all surged forward, rained countless blows on the monster, which barely reacted, only letting out strange noises. Sangu spotted its weak point and drew his sword. Son of a bitch. So it can adapt to multiple attribute attacks at once. He struck the monster hard. And finally, the wound showed. Sangu saw his chance. Time to end this fast. He landed blow after blow. Non-Medit taunted from the side. You guys are seriously underestimating that monster. Seeing Non-Medit slack off, Sangu shouted. Then why do not you come help me? Sangu and his clones charged, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the monster. Sangu turned to Non-Met. Why are not you helping me? Seeing the monster overwhelmed, Sangu moved to finish it off. He had it under control. Non-Met suddenly realized something and yelled. Fall back. Sangu, that bastard's adapted to ice now. The monster shattered the ice and swung its claw toward Sangu. He was caught. There was no time to react, damn it. Its claws were already stretching toward him, grabbing his stomach. Sangu cursed. Damn it, gritting his teeth. He endured. It was exploiting his clone's weakness. He had to hold on. Even the sweat at the gate evaporated from the heat. Sangu gritted his teeth and thought, I will stop it from expanding with my invincible body. But the fire kept creeping, and Sangu was already on his last leg. Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. The bloody back of No. One stepped forward. No. One was right behind Sangu. One wrong move and it is game over. His body swelled like a balloon. No. One complained. And the guy just made a fatal mistake. Boom. A thunderous explosion shattered everything, leaving only white ashes behind. No one stared at Sangu, who was kneeling, Pale as a ghost, no, one raised his bloodied arm, you have already died once. There is no second chance. Stay calm, one sneered. If my existence did not rely on your skills, I would have just left you for dead already. The weird monster was puzzled, and Sangu was curious how could he nullify the splitting skill. One replied, every fragment has its own power, and this one controls the head. By analyzing the skill's structure, we sever the mana flow and disable it. No one continued, you only took one hit to the gut, you are still alive, and your regeneration stat is pretty high anyway. The blood dripping from Sangu's mouth stopped. He pondered this power also blocks attacks from the giant white bone spirit. He had an idea. So whenever this happens, you just have to get rid of it. Asterisk smack. Asterisk ouch. That is why I got punched right after saying that. Sangu protested. Why did you hit me? One sneered. Loser. You do not know how to do anything but leech off others. Meanwhile, the monster charged at Sangu, who reacted fast, blocking the blow and shouting. Exactly. That is who I am. The monster collapsed. One added, see, with your stats, you do not have to risk your life, like with the giant white bone spirit. So why are not you focusing? No one questioned, and Sangu shot back bluntly. Because I have to kill this monster. Elsewhere, half-dead lab mice in glass cages squeaked here. Trevor nervously placed the lab tray down. Here's the perfect batch of medicine you asked for. He eyed the test tubes, then grabbed a tiny mouse from its cage. He dumped a pile of medicine directly on it. Trevor froze, watching the mouse scream in shock for bristling. Skin turning blue, the two men went wild. He immediately burned the mouse. You are kidding me. This one's a defective product. Trevor shrugged. He continued. Only 2 perfect samples can stop monster transformation. I do not have time to finish the rest. Trevor hesitated, but the supposedly dead mouse revived and bit Sung's wrist. Surprised, Trevor explained. Still, the stat boosts from these defective ones do not compare to the original. Trevor added, with more time, I would perfect them. Sung stared dumbfounded. We do not need perfect versions, just produce these. He complained. You should be given me this from the start. A loud crash outside, massive rocks tumbled. Kim Woo-hee-on was startled. She fell into thought they are fighting the giant white bone spirit. Forcing someone to take medicine mid-battle is tough. Then she realized, wait. What if the vial breaks during the fight? Kim Woo-hee-on rummaged through her bag. Did I make some extras from leftover ingredients? Here it is. Seeing Woo-hee-on ready to split, someone asked, where you headed with that? To give this to Dung Sanju, the restorative medicine. He offered. Let me take it. But Woo-hee-on refused. I need to test its effectiveness. Let me go. The clone gave up. I want to stop you. But think this through. Both stood before the ruined fortress. The clone wanted Woo-hee-on to be absolutely sure. Are you certain you want to go there? Tremors from the ongoing battle shook the ground. Monsters were trying to form mana chains. One sneered. You are dumb. You can adapt but never learn anything. Huh. Thunder and wind roared as Sanju gripped his sword tightly. No, to cast a spell. Flames engulfed the blade. He charged forward, slashing the monster's head. Kim Woo-hee-on clenched her teeth, watching the blackened figure. Flashback to the past. Sanju anxiously questions the person in front of him. The skills and story I have heard match perfectly. That has to be the craftsman Juntu. Is there any way to save him? The hesitant sword slice cuts through the monster's left shoulder. It is scrambling for an escape, but the ceiling's ice blocks have sealed every exit. Panic-stricken, Sanju calmly says, there is no way out. A few minutes later, Sanju no. One strategized together. This guy trapped inside. There has got to be some misunderstanding. Following the plan, one climbs onto the monster's back and unleashes lightning, forcing it into retreat. First phase done. One reports. We have got him subdued. His adaptation skills are locked down. Won't he be able to fight back? After no. One jumps out. His clones use ice to pin the monster down while Sanju charges in. Hyan's desperate plea echoes. This is my last request, please. Save my father. Save my only family. Sanju's face hardens. Sorry. But that monster's staying right there. A shout rings out. Stop. The sword's edge inches away from killing the monster, then halts. It is struggling atop a rocky pillar. Wait. What? Then she tumbles down, landing hard on her backside. Hyan scolds. Why are you pointing your sword at my dad? You promised you would save him. My dad? Look. One glances at Sanju, who is wearing that weird, conflicted expression again. Sanji faces the monster. Hyan's father. Is that why? He stays silent. Hyan stammers. You broke the medicine vial, right? I brought a spare. I made extra just in case. Sanji cuts her off. I already have it, you little rascal. Kim Hyan. Sanju eyes the monster before him. This is not Chaco, it is just a monster. He continues. This form is just an illusion from its transformation skill. It is not controlling Junhyuk or anything. If we give it the medicine, it will just turn back into a normal monster like all the others. The harsh truth hits Hyan hard. Jun, I do not get what you are saying. What do you mean, monster? Sanji seizes the advantage and lunges to finish the monster but pauses at Hyan's cry. That is not a monster, it is my father. I only saw him when I was little, but his image is still vivid in my mind. Hyan shouts. He looks exactly like he did back then. Sanju asks. Exactly like him. It has been 18 years. Yet his appearance has not changed at all. Isn't that strange? Hyan is left speechless. Just then, one approaches. You would not believe it unless you saw it yourself. Step aside. Jun Sanju. One readies an attack. Anyway, I will take back my transformation power. A single slash cleaves the monster in two. It howls as Hyan pleads and cries, please. Do not. Black cells engulf the face. Hyan calls father, then in a flash, that face turns alien. A young woman with blue hair appears. Hyan is frozen in shock. One mocks. That your family too. Sanju thinks the same. The monster regenerates. One turns to Hyan. Why so? Is this really your relative? The blue hair flows in the wind. Sanju wonders. Is she part of the special forces too? One denies it. Who knows? This monster keeps changing forms every time it is hurt. It hides itself so well. Probably impossible to tell. The monster recovers, returning to its fierce, savage look. One warns. Looks like it is healed. Kill it fast, or it will quickly adapt to ice and escape again. Sanju clearly hears but hesitates. Small hands fumble to open the medicine vial. Wait a sec. Tears streaming. Hyan begs. Give it the rest of the medicine while it still looks like my father. What if it really is him? 100% sure yet. She wipes her feet quickly. One kicks Hyan in the stomach. Sanju panics. Hey, what are you doing? A tear rolls down Sanju's nose as he accidentally spots something. Hyan lies in pain on the ground, coughing and choking. One comments. I hate people like you the most, he went on. Failing at everything yet stubbornly refusing to face the glaring truth right in front of him. Only begging without offering any real answers. No one's harsh words cut deep but hit the mark. If only he had wielded his weapon, I would not have to mock him like this. Hyan's heart shattered watching the vial break. No. My medicine. No one barked. Get lost. You are nothing but a roadblock whose muddy feet are dragging through here. Before no one could react, someone shouted. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Dung Sanju. Turns out, the monster wearing Dung Hye's face stepped up to defend Hyan. No one. I told you to kill that freak. Hyan stammered. Dada. No one sighed. That is a monster. But whatever. No point explaining it to you. The monster gaped wide, ready to swallow Hyan whole, maybe dying trapped in your own illusions is mercy of a sort. Luckily, Sanji stepped in just in time. Stop. Answer me, this is a grave crime. Sanju pressed. You said that monster took the form of the craftsman Dung Heek to use his skills. Right? So the regenerated body would share the same memories and form as Dung Heek. No one nodded. Exactly. It recreates the brain to use those skills. The monster lunged at no one, who grumbled. It is just following its instincts. Sanju charged forward too. Then use your skills, try to isolate the part containing Dung Hye's form and cut off the rest. He added. You said you can sever the manhwa nerve. No one blinked. Surprised. Then he asked Sanji. Why should I do some risky move that might not even work? He sighed. This is not just a request. Sanju smirked, pretending to back down. If you do not want to, fine, I'm out. Forget the grave crime. No more negotiating. We do not have to take down that monster anyway. So why suffer like this? No one flared up. Then he added. You are the one who should handle this. Not me. Librinside froze, looking dumbfounded. Sanji's sarcastic tone cut through. All right. No one. Let us head out. The grave crime wants some fresh air. Provoking him worked. No one gritted his teeth. You damn bastard. No one charged at the monster. If this blows up, do not blame me. And landed right on it. Sanju caught the wind, thinking. Honestly, I do not even know if this will work, or how that monster's instincts will react. But flashback to moments before no one rushed Hyan. Sanju was puzzled. Hey, what are you doing? And then Sanju was stunned by what he saw. The monster wearing Junhika's face was grimacing, clearly upset over Hyan's injury. Back to now. Sanji steadies Hyan and watches closely, no other choice but to try. No one pressed down. The black layers around the body slowly fading away. The intensity of the split grew stronger, and Junhika's true form became clear. Moments later, no one successfully separated both Junhai forms, lying still on the ground. Then one opened their eyes, gasping awake. breath-ragged, shouting, Jiamha, are you okay? Jiamha? Where are we? A voice called out. Dad, do you recognize me? Jun Haik feigned ignorance. Yun bit his lip. Dad, do you know who I am? Jun Haik was silent. Then answered, Yun, you surprised me. Tears of joy streamed down. Yes, that is right. That is why no one grew even more confused. I still do not get it is a monster. She must know that, he continued. It looks like her dad. But it is actually the one who killed him. Sanju paused. Then he asked, have you heard the story of the old ship? Even if the exterior is the same, if the materials inside are different, is it still the same old ship? No one smiled wryly. You fool. There is no sure answer to that question, and that sly remark unintentionally set up the explanation. Exactly. That is why the creature does not need an answer either. No one frowned in confusion. What are you trying to say? Sanju smiled. Do we really need to judge whether Jun Haik the hunter is a monster or a human based on our standards alone? Sang spoke softly. Coming from the remaining part of the monster, Sanju calmly said. Simply put, yes, even if those warm moments were fake, they still carry the loss of a person. There are people who just desperately want to see that ship again. The warmth from his loved ones made Yuan unable to hold back tears of joy. Jun Haik smiled. You have really grown a lot. Hyan stammered. I thought Dad would not recognize me. Jun Haik chuckled. How could I not? His eyes shone with a puzzled smile. But you have really grown so much. I'm serious. Here are the reports related to what happened. Sanju stepped forward. I will tell you. Sanju bowed. Nice to meet you. Hunter Junik, you were captured by a monster. Soon after, everyone moved toward the plane. Jun Haik panicked. So basically, a monster caught me. And you are the one who saved me. Sanju nodded. Exactly. That is a long story. Nice try lying though. Jun Haik carefully listened. It has already been 18 years. Then, how is my wife? Jihan? Em was startled. She jumped up in panic. That is... Mother... As the phone was passed to her, Sanju explained. You can check it yourself. Here are the reports related to what happened. The article reads. A disaster struck the workers sent into the monster dungeon. What caused it? 6 heroes lost the tragedy for the victims' families. Jun Haik. Hunter Jai Hyan is confirmed dead. He sung and Nyan Hyan stated. We should be the ones who died there. We deeply regret and mourn what happened. A flood of info overwhelmed Jun Haik's mind. Then, a headline declared, the wife of Hunter Kim Jin Haik, Hunter Jun Jian. Found dead, the wife of Hunter Kim Jin Haik, who lost her husband and faced a horrific enemy. She made a desperate choice. Jun Haik was told and anxiously asked Han, Dad. Jun Haik gripped the phone tight. You do not need to say anything else. He asked him. Your name is Jun Sanji Hyan. Right? Sanji Hyan replied. Yes, bursting with anger. Jun Haik demanded. Those two bastards betrayed the whole team that day. He sung and Bai Young Hun, where are they? Sanji Hyan was shocked. Are you planning to kill those two? Filled with hatred? Jun Haik answered. Yes. Sanji Hyan asked again. Are you sure? Jun Haik cut him off. Don't try to talk me out of it. Now. I will. Sanji Hyan began. I did not mean that. Sanji Hyan looked seriously at the man. Are you sure you want to just let them walk away so easily? Jun Haik was surprised. Then he explained. I have a proposal. Listen to me first. Then decide. The noisy crowd, mostly reporters, buzzed around. The reason? Hunter Jun Sanji Hyan is holding a press conference. Isn't he usually dodging reporters? Someone replied. Yeah. Looks like he won T-run this time. If he really defeated S-Rank monster, Sanji, dressed sharp in a West Den suit, is walking up, he will officially be recognized as an S-Rank hunter. He joked. All right. Great to see all you reporters. Cameras flashed furiously. Thanks for gathering here. Sanji Hyan smirked. All those who deceived me at the jumper building are here too. After joking around, he got serious. Well, as you all know, I recently went to the monster pit. Sanji Hyan slammed the podium. And sure enough, there was an S-Rank monster there. Reporters buzzed wildly at this hot scoop. I caught the monster. Sanji Hyan replied. He continued. Of course. It was not easy. But I want everyone to know I am the one who caught that S-Rank monster. The Western reporter exclaimed. So that means Jung Sanji Hyan will be the first S-Rank hunter. She was cut off. Wait a minute, it is those two sleazy guys. He sung and Bai Hong Hun. First off, congrats on making it back alive. Jung Sanji Hyan. You really made it back safe. Flashbolts popped wildly. That was Bai Hong Hun, president of the Hunter Association. And he sung from the He Sung Guild. Awesome. Bai Hong Hun's playing dirty now. We told you we would recognize you as an S-Rank hunter, if you could take down an SSS-Rank monster in the monster pit. But the most important thing is proof. Right? Without it, it is tough for us to accept your claims. Sanji Hyan frowned, knew these guys would show up. Hee-sung joined in with a sneer. At least show us a video. Donnie, tell me you expect us to just take your word for it. Sanji Hyan chuckled. Proof? Of course. No way I would hold a press conference without it. You guys are funny. Sanji Hyan rubbed her sore leg and smirked close to Hee-sung. Naturally. I have got it all. I even have proof exposing your dirty deeds from 18 years ago. Both of you corrupt officers. Sanji Hyan's voice turned serious. I am giving you both a chance to confess everything yourselves. Tell everyone what you did in the monster pit. Lay bare the truth of what happened back then. I want to see panic in every word you utter. She placed a hand on Hee-sung's shoulder. If you do that, I won't say a word or reveal my evidence. Then she whispered in his ear. But if you try anything other than an apology, the proof goes public worldwide. Hee-sung turned sharply. You done talking? Then burst out laughing. What is this? Proof? Huh. Well, Hee-sung snapped back. Bai Hong-hun stayed silent. I did not do anything wrong to confess. You are just babbling because you have no proof of catching an SSS-Rank monster. Think you can fool me? Sanji Hyan sighed deeply. Pathetic. His loud laughter made Hee-sung tremble with anger. What the hell? Sanji Hyan smirked. You play innocent well. But honestly. Pathetic. After enough smirks, Sanji Hyan smiled and continued. I do not care about the hunter industry. But if someone like me shows up and hits your weak spot, do you think I am lying? She stepped forward. Camera zoomed in. A familiar figure. A familiar voice. Should I start with long time no see? Bai Hong-hun and Hee-sung froze, adjusting their mics nervously. Alive and standing on the stage. His voice booming down. You both left a lot behind? Huh. So much has changed. Let us start by revealing the truth from that day. Cameras and mics turned fully on him. Hey, get this shot again. Hurry up. Kim Jun-hoya's story. Revealing the truth from 18 years ago. Spread wide. Hello? I am Jun. I was trapped by an SSS-Rank monster for 18 years and miraculously returned thanks to Hunter Jung Sanji Hyan. Everything I am about to say is the truth. Haijung and Bai Hong-hun are not heroes. Everyone watching was shocked. Hyan? Is he really back? What is going on? Someone stammered. I just got in touch with him myself. The broadcast continued. They are the ones who abandoned their teammates when they needed them most, or with Jun-hot. Hyan trained hard. Came back. And stole his teammates' hard-earned glory, what did not belong to them, or with Hyan, the girl who had to swallow bitter truths for years. My wife recently did her best to expose the truth, but I heard she could not handle the pressure around her. Now, I will try to make things right. Kim Jun-hik's eyes burned with determination. I will make them pay. This news sent shockwaves through most people. Hey, did you see that? Hunter Jun-huk survived and came back. Who is Jun-hik? Dummy. You do not know he is the strongest from the Special Forces team back then. Heard Hee-sung and Bai Hong-hun betrayed them and ran. Oh man. So what his wife said back then was true. The sneering insults aimed at Bai Hong-hun and Hye-sung hit hard when only those two came back. I knew something was off. Damn bastards. No doubt about it. Elsewhere, a steaming pot of delicious mixed hot pot sat on the table. Jun-hik sniffed and asked, What is this? Hyan grinned. We have to eat it. Even though they moved from the restaurant. Jun-hik blinked in surprise. They still deliver food now. Man. The world's getting better. He took a bite, eyes wide with amazement. This is amazing. Hyan chuckled. Told ya? Right? Jun-hik suddenly remembered something and said, Hey, can you teach me how to use a smartphone? Now you see how handy it is. Hyan said softly. Give it here. I will save your number first. The girl added. Since there is internet now, no extra charge. Use it as much as you want. He jotted it down. Asking, Really? Won't I get slapped with some insane bill later? Hyan replied quietly. Nope. On Hyan's note, a check mark appeared next to eat together. With 3 more to do's. Visit mom's grave. Go to the amusement park. Watch a movie. On TV, Kim Jun-hik's face flashed as the news anchor began. An unbelievable story unfolds. Thug Jun, thought dead, returns after 18 years. Even more shocking, the disaster was caused by traitors Oh Bung-in and Hee-sung. Police stormed the warehouse to arrest gangsters, shouting stop taking pictures. As reporters kept rolling, the betrayal Ji-hyan insisted on, even after her death. And Kim Jun-hyan's comeback has reignited the forgotten accusations with brutal power. Footage showed the silver-haired thug hiding his face in shame, while the announcer's steady voice reported on. So far, Hee-sung and Oh Bung-in remained silent, refusing to respond. Meanwhile, elsewhere, A table was lined with rare expensive liquors. A voice commanded. Bring this. Hee-sung spoke in a low tone to his syndicate's branches. His subordinate hesitated. May I ask what this is? Hee-sung gave a chilling glance and slowly answered. Golden wine, in a cryptic tone. He added. Don't worry. I hear it also has its effects. The subordinate blinked. Confused. Huh. Suddenly, a loud bang made him jump. The subordinate's clothes were splattered with strange black stains. He slammed his hand on the table. I will deliver it right away. Hee-sung's voice cut cold, without another word. The subordinate stormed out, slamming the door. Black stains on the floor started to hiss and smoke. Suddenly, Jinuk burst through the door. Panicked. Shouting, Dad, no. Chairman, reporters are everywhere. Worried? He asked. What do we do? Where's the table? Hee-sung stood silently, staring out the large window with calm resolve. He intoned. If you want to plant a tree, you gotta till the soil first. Cool as ever. Hee-sung told Jinuk to relay this to all syndicate members. A sinister smile curled his lips as he cryptically added. Prepare the farewell party. I am turning myself in. Jinuk gasped. What? Seriously? Elsewhere. An agent clenched his jaw in disbelief. Jun said. Damn it. What the hell is going on? He asked Sangu. Not only did you bring back Hunter Jun-heek 9, you dropped a bomb at the press conference too. Sangu replied calmly. You should be more composed. The agent's eyes widened. Stammering. Of course. Hunter Kim Joo-hee-ok's been a legend since I was in school. Plus, Woo-hyeon is really his daughter. Now I get why she was so hellbent on diving into the monster pit with you. He quickly asked. What is your plan now? Sangu pondered. Then said. Return. The most important thing is Hunter Kim Jun-heek Nin's opinion. Cold and detached. Number 1 behind them cut in. Stop wasting time. The agent blinked. Number 1. Sangu quickly explained. It is the 7 deadly sins talking. Number 1 pushed. How long are you gonna let my mess scatter everywhere? If you want revenge, get it done fast. Sangu protested urgently. Hey, there is an order to things. If we kill those 2, we will be labeled murderers. Number 1 kept his cold tone. Does it really matter? That guy does not have much time left anyway. Hearing that, Sangu fell silent, not daring to speak up. The strange agent asked. What are you talking about? Who does not have much time? Number 1 turned to Sangu with suspicion. You still have not told him. He recalled a joyful moment between Jun-heek and his son, then spoke coldly. What I did to that monster is not permanent. He will soon collapse and vanish. A close-up of Jun-heek's laughing face appeared. Number 1 continued slowly. My power is not everlasting. You know that in the grand banquet hall, everyone had gathered, whispering among themselves, Hey, is this for real? You mean the chairman's farewell party? Why would he suddenly gather everyone like this? A man wearing a thin white headband whispered. I heard he is planning to turn himself in, so everything true. A short-haired woman sitting nearby groaned. This is crazy. Our crew's all legit now. Who is the successor then? The Hee-sung members debated loudly. Is Shin Jin-gu taking over? His skills are not that great. Isn't Jun-heek's son a better pick? Suddenly, a voice boomed through the speakers, grabbing everyone's attention. Hey, Hee-sung members. Hee-sung a steady voice rang out. I am sure you have heard the news by now. Here's the deal. Holding the mic calmly, he continued. Our crew is not all that talented. We have done some dirty work. His voice echoed on. But at a remote branch office, 2 men receiving Hee-sung's message exchanged surprised looks. Who knew the chairman still cared about a small branch like ours? He announced solemnly. Everything I have done was for Hee-sung's good, even if I am stepping down now out of my own conscience. Lee Hee-seon crossed his arms and glared at a subordinate. Hey, you. I told you to treat the chairman candidate well. Right? Sung's voice filled the banquet hall. With a major change looming, the subordinate stayed silent, watching the monitors. Hee-sung apologized. Sorry for making you all follow an incompetent leader for so long. He raised his glass, and red wine glasses lifted in unison. They cheered. Clinking glasses. Cheers. The Hee-sung members began sipping their red wine. Lee Hee-seon swirled her glass, about to drink, when a strong hand stopped her suddenly. Lee Hee-eun looked surprised and asked the subordinate, What are you doing? He did not answer but warned firmly. Don't drink. She blinked in disbelief. What? But everyone else just finished their wine. A scar-faced man asked suspiciously. So what is next for Hee-sung? The tall guy muttered approvingly. This wine's pretty good. Though, he finished speaking, everyone in the banquet hall started morphing into terrifying creatures. In just a few agonizing seconds, They transformed into monstrous animals covered in patches of fur. Grotesque and terrifying, they rushed out of the building. Their shriveled, twisted forms making a loud ruckus. Guards downstairs panicked as chunks of ceiling stone began to fall. Shouting, "What? A terrorist attack, sir?" There is an explosion in the banquet hall. Just as he finished, a giant clawed beast appeared on the stairs, charging straight at the guard. Before he could react, the scene turned into a splash of blood splattering walls everywhere. Watching from the control room, Hee-sung finally spoke slowly. "So then, let us give it our all one last time." Grabbing a stone syringe, he plunged it deep into his neck and continued, "Peace has lasted too long. No one values it anymore." His skin cracked dry with creaking sounds as Hee-sung gritted his teeth and went on. "Now anyone can become an awakened. Seems like they have forgotten just how vital strong hunters are." Moments later, his skin turned to stone, the syringe crushed in his grasp, his eyes burning with pure malice. He growled fiercely. "This is why now is the time to stir up everyone's memory. South Korea is about to plunge into disaster." Modern skyscrapers started collapsing one by one, choking the air with thick clouds of dust. People scattered in panic, screaming at the top of their lungs. A terrified woman collapsed to the ground, stammering, "What the hell is going on? There is no hunting zone or portal nearby." From the crumbling high-rises, grotesque monsters poured out, attacking everyone in sight, sending the crowd into a frenzy. "Where the hell are these monsters coming from?" they shouted. The terrified screams for help mixed with the deafening crashes of falling buildings grew louder by the second. Sangu, hearing the chaos, wiped sweat from his brow and muttered anxiously. That sound, an urgent agent's voice cut through the noise. "The alarm's going off." Sangu barked orders. "Get everyone evacuated to the basement. Now." Hyan quietly cut in. "He is using it." Outside, fireballs rained down like deadly bombs, while flying monsters swarmed the skies like vultures. Sangu snapped, furious. "That bastard's got more moves than me." Huh. Massive flaming meteors hurtled toward the earth at breakneck speed. Chaos reigned below as terrified people scrambled desperately for cover. "Dodge," a girl shouted, breathless and desperate. "How exactly do you expect us to dodge that?" Sangu stood frozen, brooding deeply. Ever since his physical strength surged past its limit, every run made his legs feel weaker. Even a little exertion left him feeling lightheaded. Though his power had doubled since then, his body's habits had not changed a bit. Meanwhile, another wave of blazing meteors streaked across the sky. Sangu counted 8 in total. He crouched low, coiling like a spring, curious what would happen if he sprinted at full throttle. His eyes sharpened, his face cold and resolute. "Enough, enough!" Scraper exploded into shards, debris flying chaotically in all directions. Without warning, Sangu leapt into the air, his sword slicing a gigantic meteor clean in half. He twisted midair, using the shattered meteor chunks as platforms beneath his feet. One after another, he bounced from rock to rock, smashing each into dust with lightning speed. Before long, the meteors were nothing but pulverized rubble, their threat completely neutralized. Sangu landed gracefully on the ground, eyes scanning the chaos around him. Others struggling with the meteor debris sighed in relief at his feet. He destroyed every single meteor. Someone marveled. "Who is that guy? Who is he?" Sangu's face hardened as he turned back, issuing stern orders. "You two, get to the safe house now and do not open the door for anyone, no matter who knocks." The city lay in ruins, almost completely destroyed, a wasteland of broken dreams. Dung, Hyan's father, blurted out, "What the hell is going on out there?" Both he and Hyan were stunned, mouths agape. Sangu, that crazy bastard. Before he could finish, Dunghai leapt over the railing, reminding his daughter, "Hyan, you hide. I am going out." Hyan hesitated, about to stop him. Suddenly, Sangu's loyal teammate burst onto the rooftop, slamming open the door. "Hyan, get to the safe house now." Hyan's father exhaled in relief, entrusting her to his friend. "Thank God there is a safe house. Take care of her. Okay?" Hyan, seeing her father ready to leave, struggled to say goodbye. "Dad, please do not get hurt." Dung Hyuk nodded firmly, confidence in his voice. "Don't worry. This time, I will come back safe and sound." Without hesitation, Sangu's teammate grabbed Hyan and dashed away, barely letting out 2 words. "Dad. You must." Dung Hyuk shifted into serious battle mode, his eyes ice cold, rage boiling inside him. "Hey, use it." Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Hyan Academy, Hyan paced back and forth, lost in thought. Still unable to find UB, he knew he was back. But why was not he at the academy? He skips classes whenever he wants, but his grades are always solid. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from above, catching Hyan off guard. What was this voice? Professor Hong Dung Hye quickly signaled, "Everyone, run." Hyan blinked in confusion. Why is everyone running? Before he could finish, A horde of vile monsters charged into the courtyard. Oh no, the monsters kept pouring in, suddenly appearing from every nook and cranny of the city. This was totally unexpected. A reporter quickly arrived on scene. Updating Live. Unknown monsters are flooding into the city. These ugly, freakish monsters are getting closer to residential areas, terrifying the citizens. The female reporter said. The military claims the underground iron gate is secured, but the number of monsters is still beyond expectations. The female reporter bravely continued commenting Live. And right behind me, suddenly, a gigantic monster lunged at her while she was reporting. Another disaster. The cameraman gasped in horror. Behind her, suddenly, a huge hand appeared, charging up magic power to strike. The figure immediately leaped forward, delivering a devastating blow that took down the monster in a flash. The reporter and cameraman stood frozen, mouths agape, speechless. After swiftly dispatching the monster, the reporter suddenly shouted, "Hunter Kim Junhaik!" Junhaik emerged from the dust, speaking calmly. "I respect your courage, reporters, but you need to evacuate. This place is way too dangerous." But the reporter fired back with renewed energy. "Something shocking just happened. Hunter Junhaik just saved me. His skills are as strong as ever." Junhaik sighed in resignation. "I am telling you to run." Suddenly, massive flaming meteors started raining down. The reporter's face showed a flicker of fear as she looked up and kept reporting. Another meteor. Junhaik glanced up, calmly murmuring, "That is his skill this time. Evacuate now, there is no chance left." Hearing this, he jumped high into the air toward the incoming meteor. Using his strength, he smashed the giant meteor into countless pieces. Junhaik's gaze was sharp, but tinged with concern. The size was unlike anything he would faced before. "I have to destroy it quickly." Suddenly, a thunderous slash cut through the shattered meteor fragments. Junsang froze, realizing Junhaik was down below. "Wait, Hunter Junhaik, you were supposed to be with Yu Hyan." Scene shifts to the academy, where a demon-headed monster snarled fiercely. Hyan was focused, putting all her strength into taking down the beast. She used her power to hurl a chair at it. Then she delivered a direct, powerful punch. Haik's subordinates were also fighting hard to kill the remaining monsters. Luckily, most of the monsters are fleeing the building. The guy looks dead set on finishing off that monster fast and clean. "Here, it is just the two of us, enough to handle this." After clearing out the swarm, Haik's masked subordinate turns to him, who is gasping for breath. "You okay?" "Haik, the cold." Indifferent voice of the masked man cuts through the air. "Whether you run or not is totally up to you." Later, suddenly, Haik lunges forward, grabbing the collar of the guy, teeth clenched, threatening. "Hey, you know what is going on here? Do not." Without a flicker of hesitation or fear, the masked man replies coldly, "Yeah." With that icy expression of his, Haik truly erupted, screaming at him, "You know how to stop it, so why did not you stop that bastard Hayek?" The subordinate remains utterly unmoved, calm and distant. "No one ordered me to do that." Staring at him, stunned, Haik watches as the masked man begins to disappear. "I am just following orders." Leaving Haik standing alone, stunned in the room, the masked man vanishes completely into the shadows. "I do not care about whatever's left behind." Haik, overwhelmed with pain, sinks to the floor, watching the darkness slowly fade away. She curls up alone, face buried in her hands, struggling to understand. "Then why did not you stop me from drinking it, you bastard?" Meanwhile, in another room, empty bottles and glasses scatter across the table. Jones Cully lies on the bed, rubbing his forehead in frustration, muttering, "Damn idiots." He forces himself up and picks up the phone, complaining, "Hello? This is room 1302 speaking. It has been way too noisy, can you guys keep it down?" But the other end stays silent except for the dial tone. Leaving Jones Cully puzzled, he stands, walks to the door, muttering under his breath, "Are you kidding me? Thought this was supposed to be good service. What a joke." As the door swings open, a grotesque monster slams into Jones Cully's view. The beast roars with savage fury, ready to pounce and attack, but before it can move, it is smashed to bits in one devastating blow. Jones Cully, and SSS-Rank Hunter, stands there with his hands in his pockets, face a mix of confusion and disgust. What the hell was that? Is there some kind of gate open nearby? Jumper, that bastard, how dare he suggest this place to me? Junhaik unleashes a relentless flurry of attacks on the monsters. In no time, he clears out the entire pack with ease. Sanju can help but exclaim in awe. No wonder he is known as an S-rank candidate. Watching him effortlessly crush a whole group of rank monsters is insane. Junhaik glances back at Sanju and asks, "Have we cleared this area? Any civilians left to evacuate?" Sanju replies, "Not many, I would say. We just need to find the reinforcements to wrap this up." Junhaik suddenly hesitates. "Oh yeah? About that?" He falls silent for a moment, staring intently at his palm. His eyes darkening with thought, he says quietly, Hunter Jun Sanju, I have a few questions for you. Jun Sanju quickly responds. Go ahead. Ask. Jun Haik's question leaves Jun Sanju speechless. How much time do I have left? Jun Haik forces a smile to reassure him. Not much. I guess. But if I could ask a favor. Elsewhere, the monsters continue their brutal rampage. The guards fight desperately. The squad leader shouts. This many monsters? We are overloaded. Nearby squads face the same chaos. Hold your positions. A monster lunges forward, killing a guard instantly before his teammate can react. You know what happens next. The monsters press their advantage, surging forward ruthlessly. Guards fall one by one as a teleportation gate opens. Another wave of monsters slowly begins to emerge. The people listen in horror and despair to the news. One by the watch posts responsible for guarding the hunting zones are falling. The situation is spiraling completely out of control. Monsters have spilled out from the connection gate. So if you live near any hunting zone, please evacuate immediately to the nearest safe station. Dung Sanju anxiously asks her husband if her beloved Sanju and Ju will be okay. He tries to reassure her. Trust Sanju. Right now, we need to stay safe so Sanju can fight without worry. Loud pounding on the door cuts through the silence. Is anyone there? Please. Open up and help us. A voice replies from inside. Enter the code. The man panics. Code? But I do not live here. Dead monster corpses litter the ground. The cat-eared girl frowns and softly asks, tell me the truth. This is not a connection gate explosion. Right? The man beside her quickly replies, correct. But reports say another watch post has fallen because monsters overran the nearby defense squad. People are panicking and evacuating. Meanwhile, monsters have suddenly appeared right in the heart of the city. This incident started near the city center, close to the Hee-sung guild. The cat-eared girl hesitates. Hee-sung also led us on how to make medicine. The man sweats and stares in disbelief. Could Hee-sung really be from that gang? The cat-eared girl looks down worried. If that is true, we are in for real trouble. Aang Zulchin was probably only a B-rank monster. In the end, he transformed into an A-rank beast. And how many A-rank hunters are in the Hee-sung guild? The man suddenly zones out, looking away. Sensing something's off, the girl hesitantly says, what if all those A-rank hunters turn into monsters? The monster's footsteps grow louder, closing in on the two. A gigantic monster with long brown hair appears. The cat-eared girl warns quietly. Watch out! That monster, in a flash. The monster lunges right past them. As it casually looks back, the two are covered in fresh slashes, blood pouring down. Just then, the man's sister runs by, her eyes wide in shock. Letting out a startled huh, she cries out and rushes to her brother, unaware the monster is right behind her, screaming Oba. Meanwhile, at the academy, everyone is fighting desperately against the monsters. Yuana bursts forward, kicking a monster away. Heyuan is not far behind, shooting through another monster's heart. Yuana pants heavily, looking at Heyuan. Hey, I told you to run. Heyuan's eyes narrow. We need to hold them off so people can escape. Selkin pants, shouting, I am at my limit. My power's useless against these freaks. Duquan snaps back. So you are just gonna run? Got any pride left? Selkin grits his teeth. Look around. These monsters just keep coming. In a moment of distraction, a monster leaps at Selkin, and Duquan only manages to shout, watch out! Before Selkin collapses. Heyuan looks exhausted, her eyes pleading. Too many. Somebody help us. Fatigue clearly weighs on Heyuan as she silently prays for rescue. At the safe station, Dung Sanji's close teammate sits beside Yuan. She is sobbing, holding her face, while the teammate anxiously asks, are you okay? Yuan wipes her tears, confessing, I hate being so weak. Outside, things are getting worse. My dad's out there helping everyone, and I can do anything. The teammate replies sympathetically, me too. But do not beat yourself up. He offers a gentle smile to calm the crying Yuan. The seniors are way stronger than we think. We might be losing now, but a comeback is just around the corner. Cut to the scene, where the monster was about to take the life of the man's little sister, when suddenly a glowing blue shield appears. Tears stream down her face as she gasps in disbelief. Could this be a blessing? Out of nowhere, Jones Cully swoops in to save the girl, warning everyone to fall back. He narrows his eyes, deep in thought, muttering to himself, looks like some kind of low tier or maybe even a low rank. Fighting alone might be pushing it. With a powerful strike, he flings the monster far away. Jones Cully's face tightens with frustration. I mean, there is this kid in Korea, the one who uses clones. How the hell did he let such a filthy beast roam the streets like this? Just as the monsters prepare to charge the building, someone blows them to bits. A rough voice calls out, is this the school where Dung Sanju studies? Unhai immediately squints, asking, who are those guys? Number 10 pays no mind and keeps messing around with his crew. Looks like they are stalling to help civilians evacuate. Even the students here have hearts as pure as Sanju's. Those guys, eyes gleaming with excitement, introduce themselves. We are hunters supporting Dung Sanju. This is the path Sanju always takes. So badass. Just like I thought. The best hunters studying here. It is truly on another level. We are here to clean out the scum ruining this place. Number 10. Visibly hyped. Adds. We will turn this place into a sanctuary. Don't worry. You are safe now. Meanwhile, at Dung Sanji's spot, he is frantically searching every nook and cranny. No one is here. Nope. I mean, it is completely empty. Dung Sanji grimaces in frustration, struggling and muttering. Hey, where the hell did you vanish to? Stop hiding and fight like a man. You coward. He slumps down on the table, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he fell silent, recalling Jun Hyuk's words. Not many left. Huh. Then let me ask you a favor. Snapping back to focus, he muttered to himself. No time for these monsters. I have to find him fast. His expression hardened as he eyed his teammates. They are stronger than they look. Have you seen these monsters before? A soldier asked. This is my first time too. Jun Sanju's face darkened. More meteorites are coming. We have to head back and regroup. A male voice called out to Jun Sanju from behind. Shin Jun Haika's face fell, full of sorrow and disbelief. What is going on here? Did my father really do all this? Jun Sanju looked back, momentarily at a loss for words. Slowly, Shin Jun Haik stepped forward and handed Sanju a sealed, mysterious vial. This was in my lab. His eyes filled with pain as he explained. It is the final formula, no side effects. It stops the monster transformation. There is a note saying it can break my curse. Jun Sanju's eyes flickered with anger. So that means others can turn into monsters too. He bit his lip, deep in thought. So all these monsters everywhere, are they members of Hisung's group? I suspected it. But, is it true? As the truth settled in, Shin Jun Haik could not hold back tears, biting his lip in pain. So Dad was really behind all of this. Jun Sanju stood there, choking on his words. That means, Haik stepped forward quietly, joining the conversation. You are right. Your father did this because I am at the center of that plan. Jun Sanju was stunned into silence. Shin Jun Haik fumbled, barely able to say. Captain Haik. The two approached. Eyes icy. She clenched her teeth. This is not the time to hesitate. That bastard Hisung's plan is even more twisted than we thought. He is targeting Han. Meanwhile, in the lab, Hisung reveled in the overwhelming power from the meteor research Han had perfected. The destructive range had expanded exponentially. A sinister grin spread across Hisung's face. This power dwarfs anything before. I have chased this strength for so long I can finally feel it. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night cloaked the coastal city, guards suddenly shouted, Look! A massive meteor just appeared out of nowhere. It plunged straight into the bay, obliterating everything in its path. Instantly, the entire city plunged into darkness as the power cut out. At Vong City Hospital, cries filled the air as the lights went out. Doctors hurried to calm panicked patients' families. Stay calm. The hospital had emergency generators, but the families grew frantic. Move the patients to the emergency room. Now. Suna's sharp gaze scanned the kiosks. Too many people flooding and I can keep track of everyone. In the generator room, a dark masked subordinate of Hisung suddenly emerged from the shadows. Just as doctors prepared for emergency surgery, the power cut out entirely. What? Chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to assess the situation. What is happening? The generator's down. Ik rushed to check the control room. At that moment, Sanji's little sister, Jiwon, started struggling to breathe. Sanji went pale, gasping. What? Dong, anxious and hesitant, said, Sorry. I can fix the generator. We are focused on stopping the meteor. The hospital's lost power. The two clenched their jaws, frustration boiling over. Are we too late? Sanji was frozen in terror, stammering. Jiwon, a rough hand gently rested on Sanji's shoulder. Shin Junia's serious voice reassured him. What good would you do at the hospital right now? Everyone has their role to play. Taking Shin Junia's words to heart, he paused for a moment, then quietly placed his index finger on Dung Sanju's crossed arms. Sanji stared in shock at the holographic map that appeared before him, and Shin Junia continued. What I mean is, Hisung's location? Shin Junia turned and looked at Dung Sanju with a solemn trust. I am heading to the hospital. Sanju, please stop my father. I won't blame you no matter what you do. At the hidden camp, Dung Sanju's teammate stared wide-eyed at his phone screen. Stunned. Is beauty the cause of all this? How? His face flushed with feverish tension as he read the message. The nature of the monster is a mutated beauty. The blueprint is a member of the Hisung group. I am going to stop Hisung. Sanju, Yoon? Sitting nearby, Asked skeptically. So those monsters did not escape from the gate. His teammate, still shocked, replied, Exactly. Yun fell silent, lost in thought. While the hidden camp's door subtly shifted, panic spread among the people nearby as they whispered to each other. Are there still people inside the building? I did not know. Who are they? A man's silhouette appeared, calling out as the door opened. Yun's eyes widened in surprise as she shouted loudly, Dad. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the generator suddenly melted in an unnatural way. The electrician stood helplessly. This is beyond repair. It is completely melted. The staff beside him pleaded. Can't you do something? Please. Even a little bit. Suddenly, Shinjuni appeared, serious and calm. This is the hospital's generator. We can't just put it aside. The staff stared at Shinjuni in surprise. You are a hunter. The electrician quickly tried to stop him. Wait. You are not allowed to touch that. Even if you do. The Energy 1T come back, holding a test tube. Shinjuni responded confidently. Don't worry. I have got a trick. Then he injected the contents of the test tube into himself. A system panel popped up. Weak magic user. All stats fixed at 0.2. Hee-sung was silently muttering. This means Jung Sang-yu won't be able to act for a while. He sneered with satisfaction. No captains left to stop these mutated monsters. Should we turn up the chaos a notch? Suddenly, the heavy door of Hee-sung's lab was slammed with tremendous force. The massive door was instantly blasted open. Hee-sung's expression turned cold as he muttered. Well, did not expect you to show up here. Jung Sang-yu's eyes burned fiercely as he locked gaze with Hee-sung. Found you, Hee-sung smirked cruelly. Taunting. How's your sister? Heard the hospital's in chaos. Jung Sang-yu clenched his anger and replied. I have sent someone there. You are the real problem I need to deal with right now. Hee-sung glared fiercely. Challenging. You really think you can take me down? Sang-yu gritted his teeth and shot back. You are the one who has got to face me. Jung Sang-yu unleashed a powerful strike on Hee-sung. Grimacing as he thought, he is clearly using a perfected beauty product with no side effects to mutate into a monster. Both were thrown backward by the impact of their clash. Hee-sung laughed slyly. I get it now. I was wondering how you tracked me down. Seems like Shin Jun-hee spilled the beans. Jung Sang-yu stood frozen, as if those words pierced his heart. Hee-sung continued to taunt. I heard you are really close to him, like you actually handed the hospital over to that idiot. Jung Sang-yu snapped back. Blood boiling. This is the first time I have heard someone talk about their kid like that. You heartless jerk. Hee-sung grinned devilishly. That bastard was the biggest mistake of my life, an idiot with all stats locked at 0.2. Yet you handed your sister's life over to that failure. A flicker of emotion shone in Jung Sang-yu's eyes. But he stayed silent. Back at the city hospital, Shin Jun-hee injected the beauty serum, feeling a massive power surge through his body. Carefully, he thought, I can use normal skills, they will cause vascular rupture. He immediately unleashed a huge burst of power. Thinking, but with this weak magic user, all stats locked at 0.2, I have got a chance. The employee and electrician both gasped in awe as the faint glow of electricity flickered on the power was back. Shin Jun-hee clenched his teeth, secretly thrilled, then unleashed a burst of strength. Good. Just like this, the source of his power suddenly began to weaken, and right after, the light bulb went out. The employee and the electrician looked toward Shin Jun-hee, confused and speechless. Shin Jun-hee's face twisted in shock and despair as he stared at the warnings flashing mana depletion. Spell weakness. All stats locked at 0.2. Instantly, he plunged into utter despair. What? How? No matter what he did, nothing worked. Meanwhile, in Ji-hoos emergency room, the nurse was panicking. Ji-hoos mana absorption and viral infection were escalating way too fast. She was in shock. The doctor beside her helplessly muttered, It is too late to check her vital signs now. Still, watching Ji-hoo slip away, they fought with everything they had, preparing resuscitation, lung treatment, rushing every mana medicine they could find. At the same time, Shin Jun-hee gritted his teeth in frustration, a bitter smile crossing his face. Did they really think I would just give up? Despite the system warning red, Shin Jun-hee focused all his energy. I told you. Hand that hospital over to me. Once again, he unleashed every ounce of his power. Shin Jun-hee's mind sank into dark thoughts. Why was this punishment crushing him? He had wished for no hope, to become stronger. Yet the more he used magic, the stronger it got, and the curse tightened. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as memories flooded back, his hatred for this cruel punishment enveloping him, until he heard someone's story. The skill to create clones that did all the work for him. The clones even boosted his stats. So unfair. Here I, struggling just to keep up because of that innate skill. His father was always disappointed, calling him lazy and unmotivated. I had to work damn hard just to hit level 8. It is so damn. Suddenly, Jin Hook appeared in the flashback. Shinjun, he sneered. Congrats. I hear Dad left one of the perfect models for you. Jin Hook slammed his right hand down. Furious? Why? Why is it always you who gets Dad's support? I am his son too. Damn it, I was the one who pushed the perfect model project forward. But in the end, so unfair. Shinjun He's face darkened. Right, I just needed someone to envy. Clenching his lips, he kept brooding. Talent? Anyone who dares block my path will be crushed. Effort? They say I should at least be this good at level B genius. Lost in memories. He muttered. What do I have to do to make you give up that stupid bottle? You can't even handle a level B genius. What level B genius are you even talking about? Your punishment has not changed since level F? Huh? Still trying to ruin the plan. Admit it. Dung Sanju, the God Medicine Academy dropout. Shinjun, he screamed in agony. Why does only you get all that? Why only you? Then someone appeared, shattering all his bitterness. Stop digging into your flaws by blaming others. Tears streamed down Shinjun He's face as he choked up, facing the truth about himself and his excuses for weakness. He clenched his teeth hard, letting the blood drip without stopping. The employee watched. Heartbroken, the electrician quickly stopped her. We will get electrocuted if we get closer. We have to get out of here. Shinjun He painfully focused all his strength. No matter what the system says, I will keep my skills active even if my mana runs dry. He went berserk, relentlessly boosting his power. I do not care if I die, I will never lose my skills. The system kept flashing red warnings. Mana shortage. Mana shortage. The chains suppressing his power began to snap one by one. Shinjun He was in an unprecedented state of exhaustion and strength combined. Suddenly, he was speechless. The punishment system was fading. Even his mana stats, which never increased before, were soaring all at once. Shinjun He clenched his fist, feeling a massive surge of mana flood his body. Damn it! My father's crazy actions caused deaths. His face darkened with resolve. But today, I am the one who will save them. Shinjun He's power had reached its absolute peak. Meanwhile, Jung Sanjihu's expression hardened as he retorted. You failed, yet you gave the perfect model to him. Jung's face was emotionless as he muttered, I just passed it on because it was extra anyway. He kept sneering and mocking nonstop. Like that pretty pill meant nothing to him. He thinks I will just sit back and do nothing about that damn punishment. Hell no. Jung Sanjihu, quietly asked. What is your plan? Hasung was momentarily speechless when Sanjihu reported that the hospital's power had been restored. Looks like that pill actually worked. Sanjihu suddenly appeared right behind Hasung. Who would be thought the first thing this guy would do after shaking off the punishment is ruin your plans? How's that for a twist? He threw a straight punch at Hasung, sending him flying across the room. Jung Sanjihu's cold eyes did not stop attacking. From what I see, you are the biggest failure this guild has ever seen. Hasung, one swipe from him shattered everything around. Jin style, the mastermind behind the grim expression system. Jung Sanjihu, you can just get rid of the punishment with a pretty pill. If the penalty is reduced, it is through other methods. At the hospital, the doctors sighed in relief, joyful that the power was back finally. Things were no longer critical. A nurse nearby spoke up. Doctor, did you see the virus code? Suddenly, a staff member ran in, shouting that contact had been made. They said the power was temporarily rerouted from another source. Hearing that, the doctor felt a bit relieved. Really? Otherwise, this would be turned into a disaster. The staff member turned and left, face beaming with joy. We have to tell that Hunter right away. She ran down to the power room, yelling, Hunter, they say the power's temporarily restored. You can stop the emergency generator now. Jin Styles' expression darkened instantly. The system's punishment is not just cruel, it sets limits, because that skill is so powerful it can overload the body, exceeding those limits. Total chaos. The staff member's eyes went wide, mouth hanging open. Hunter, Shinjun lay motionless on the ground, completely drained and lifeless. After a long slash from the wall down to the ceiling beam, Jung Sanji spoke. I have seen plenty of pathetic hunters. But you are hands down the worst. Haesung, now filthy and bruised, eyes burning with rage. Jung Sanji stared coldly at Haesung and quietly asked, did you really have to stoop so low as to follow my sister? His sharp eye showed zero mercy. You truly are. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Kim Dong-hyun's voice came through the radio. Report from the scene. The staff member was desperately trying to treat Shinjun Hai. Please. She was using every ounce of healing power on Shinjun Hai while instructing Kim Dong-hyun. Keep up the artificial respiration. Shinjun Hai's lifeless face terrified her. She quickly called for backup. Doctor, get to the machinery room. Hurry. There is a patient there. Kim Dong-hyun's eyes filled with sorrow as he hesitated. His heart has. Jung Sanji's face turned pale, eyes wide with horror. What? Shin Jin-hai, Hae-sung, expressionless and cold, muttered. I knew the pill would not work on him. In the end, he is just a disgrace. Jung Sanju's eyes revealed deep pain and sympathy for Shin Jin-hai as he shouted in fury. What? Hae-sung, utterly cold and unsympathetic, snapped. Look, I am the one who should be crying right now. Do you even realize how damn hard it was to get that useless guy ranked B? He hurled massive meteor chunks at Jung Sanju while continuing to mourn his son's death. Dying from using your own skill. That is nothing to be proud of. Jung Sanji's sharp eyes narrowed as he clenched his jaw. Fine. I have made up my mind. I am going to kill you. As he spoke, Jung Sanju cleanly shattered the meteors with swift strikes. Jung Sanju charged, sword aimed straight at Hae-sung, who just grinned smugly, taunting him. You really think just deciding to do something means you can? You still have not figured it out. None of your attacks even scratched me. His pitch-black eyes glared arrogantly as he shouted, I am untouchable. Before he could finish, Jung Sanju swung hard, severing his wrist clean off without missing a beat. Jung Sanju locked his fierce, hostile gaze on Hae-sung and spoke seriously. Want to know why I was just messing around earlier? Because, no matter what, you are still Shin Jun-yang's father. Hae-sung finally snapped out of his shock, staring at his hand lying helpless on the ground, sweat pouring, gritting his teeth through the pain. Jung Sanju's eyes burned with rage as he prepared to strike again. Shin Jun-yang gave me full permission to use whatever it takes to stop you. But how could I ever kill the father of the guy who promised to save my sister? Yet, knowing how you think about him, I have got no reason to hold back anymore. Hae-sung writhed in agony. Clutching his torn arm, Sanju charged fiercely towards Hae-sung, his voice sharp as a blade. After that pathetic display, you really think you can beat me just because you survived once? Hae-sung stood frozen. No way to dodge Sanju's blade. Sanju's strike sent old Hae-sung flying straight into the high-rise buildings. Then he crashed back down hard onto the ground. His whole body throbbed with pain as he struggled to rise. Hae-sung barely stood, veins bulging with fury. How could this break his undefeated streak? His resistance was top tier, even among the elite. He boosted his defense skills to the max. Jung Sanju's face twisted with fury and disbelief as he spat out. Look at the mess you have made. Everything's destroyed. The guild members have turned into monsters, and now they are rampaging everywhere. Sanji slammed his sword down with a thunderous shout. How can you not give a damn about all this chaos? Hae-sung, battered and bruised, started rambling nonsensically. Honestly, what is the real problem? Don't you think everything that has happened till now is messed up? Sanju's face darkened, disgusted by the old man's ramblings. Even Hae-sung was starting to spout his twisted thoughts. It used to be a clear-cut answer. Somewhere, an innocent person was crying out for help. All I did was bring reality crashing back to a time when the weak die. Elsewhere, a husband fought desperately to protect his wife, telling her to hide behind him, because only the strong survive. Meanwhile, Jones Cully had just finished dealing with that damn monster. Breathing a sigh of relief. Damn it! I almost bit the dust right here. That is how the great disaster unfolded. Hae-sung sneered, dripping with malice. But now, those worthless pests are not even worth my time. You think you are Korea's strongest craftsman, kept taunting defiantly. Listen up. I am not insulting you. Without hesitation, Jung Sang-ji-woo slammed his knee hard into Hae-sung's body. With a cold glare, Sang-ji-woo shot back. So I guess ripping you apart won't even faze you. Fine then. Once again, Sang-ji-woo kicked the old Hae-sung far away. The old man slumped into the wreckage, teeth clenched tightly. Mumbling, struggling to get up. Hae-sung gasped. I have the power of an S-class craftsman now. Sang-ji-woo's face remained calm, unfazed, muttering, what a joke. Huge fiery meteors suddenly appeared. Sang-ji-woo leapt into the air, slicing all the meteors to bits. Hae-sung's face paled, teeth clenched tight as his vision got blocked. While chopping the meteors, Sang-ji-woo thought, I am gonna crush you with my ultimate destructive meteor. Suddenly, Sang-ji-woo's face turned shocked. A golden light appeared out of nowhere, growing bigger and bigger. Down below, Hae-sung grinned wickedly. Looks like you are just as terrifying as Kim Jun-hee. Huh? Just as Sang-ji-woo seemed about to explode, Hae-sung laughed loudly. Look at me, I am the strongest in Korea. Suddenly, Hae-sung's smug smile vanished, replaced by pure terror. Sang-ji-woo emerged slowly from the smoke, voice icy. This is the real unbeatable power you have been chasing. The beauty you keep jumping after. I have had it all along. Sang-ji-woo's cold gaze locked onto Hae-sung as he aimed his sword. So what is left between us now? He stood frozen, stunned and stranded in a foreign land so unfair. Then, a long sword suddenly pierced straight through his body. Only then did Jung Sang-ji-woo turn back coldly, radiating pure power. Meanwhile, Hyan was still stunned, softly whispering, "Dad, where are we even headed?" Hyan, confused, pressed on, "Why is that crazy lady here at a time like this?" Jung Hyuk flashed a playful grin in response. "Oh right. So does that mean we might not have to pay for tickets?" Sweet. Suddenly, Jung Hyuk's expression shifted as he recalled what he once told Sang Ji-woo. "I am entrusting you with this mission," he said, leaving Sang Ji-woo puzzled. "Wait a sec. Hunter Kim Jung Hyuk, you mean you are not going to take revenge?" Jung Hyuk replied, "I am leaving him to you. He can't apologize for what he has done anyway." Sang Ji-woo immediately jumped in. "Wouldn't it be better if you hold up?" Kim Jung Hyuk cut him off. "This smartphone is pretty handy. I can surf the net anytime. It is loaded with info. Even some on those green rank monsters from the monster pit." Hearing that, Sang Ji-woo's mind raced. Jung Hyuk forced a wary smile and quietly asked the hunter, "Am I the monster here, in the ruins of this broken land?" Someone murmured, "Something's off. You are dressed to hunt monsters, but there is no sign of any monsters here. Just traces of skills and wreckage everywhere." Jung Hyuk chuckled dryly. "Looks like this place is hiding something. But I am the only one here and no way out." After a moment, he added, "It is like I was made for this." Sang Ji-woo was stunned. Jung Hyuk held up his phone. "Check this out. Experts say the rank monsters in the pit are at the peak of adaptation and evolution. They have observed and absorbed the abilities and traits of whatever they devour." Sang Ji-woo called out coldly, "Hunter Jung Hyuk, what are you trying to say?" Jung Hyuk turned with a grin. "Anyone can kill them. Maybe you are even better at it. I can tell just by looking." Sang Ji-woo rubbed his leg, confused. "So what? I will do what only I can do." Jung Hyuk cut in slyly. Suddenly, Jung Hyuk grabbed Hyan's hand, startling her. "Everyone's been evacuated, so there is no one else here." He pulled her along. "Sit wherever you want. If now, then when are we gonna move?" Blood dripped slowly from the blade onto the ground. Sang Ji-woo's sword strike sent Hae-sung crashing to the ground. Hae-sung's eyes wild. He laughed like a madman. "I am the hunter." Hae-sung's slaughter faded. Breath shallow, he is barely hanging on. He recalled Trevor John holding a vial, wondering, what if I inject 2 perfected serums? Hae-sung raised a bottle, asking, "Can I get twice as strong?" John replied, "It just maintains and boosts the human body. So there is a limit to how much stats can increase." Disappointed, he asked, "So there is no way to boost my stats further?" "Not exactly," Trevor John explained. "You can train to increase stats, or use one of the unfinished serums and give up your humanity." Hae-sung chuckled. "Nice. Can you turn it into a capsule for me?" Then, remembering, he bit down on a capsule already in his mouth, thinking, "If I can be the strongest." The capsule shattered, releasing smoke. The whole thing was pointless anyway. Purple lights danced before Sanju's eyes, confusion washing over him. A surge of purple energy erupted from Hae-sung, making Sanju instinctively step back. The energy blasted skyward, destroying nearby ruins and buildings. From that energy, a sphere shot out. It hurtled towards Sanju, who raised both hands to defend. The orb slammed into the ground as Sanju leapt away. Yan Jiang and Junjun thought, "What the hell? That bastard already took the unfinished serum." Behind the rubble, a leg appeared, then his whole body emerged. 6 legs and a tail, the strongest being. Hae-sung called Junhyu. Sanju frowned. "What? Have you lost your mind, you crazy bastard?" He lurched up yelling, "If it is not you, then it is me." His roar shook the ground violently. I felt it too. Nearby buildings trembled and began to collapse. Even Sanju struggled to stay on his feet against the aftershocks, but he quickly recovered, lipped up, and slashed at Hae-sung's back. He screamed in pain. Sanju was stunned. His regeneration had clearly surpassed human limits. The berserk monster howled wildly, its voice detonating the entire area. Sanju dodged, planting one hand on the ground, thinking, "This guy's skills are dangerously strong now. This one T-work. Number 2. Bring that thing here." The ground cracked open, rocks flying everywhere. Those inside the building gasped. "What? A door?" The monster strode forward slowly and sneered. "Weaklings." It lunged at the people inside the building. "Must be eliminated. Monster, run." Someone's foot slipped on a tile. Blood splattered, and a scream pierced the air. The monster's claws stopped just inches from Shinjuni's face. He was gasping, terrified. Its claws plunged into Chu Bang Hun's chest. The monster raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Bei Hun." Shinjuni wiped his tears and asked, "Are you the association president?" Seizing the monster's momentary distraction, Sanju surged forward, shouting, "Back off!" A swirling vortex erupted from the ground, striking the monster's belly directly. Those nearby panicked, shouting, "Quick, get first aid. He is losing too much blood." The girl's eyes went wide as she released the other's hand. She stared in shock, tears streaming. That kid. Bei Hunt's eyes grew hard. He thought, he must be terrified. Someone rushed over with a first aid kit. That girl must have been in full panic mode. The monster leaped up, ready to attack. "Don't get in my way." Junhike. Sanju kicked him back, snarling, "I am Junju." "You idiot." The battle raged on, and another massive explosion rocked the scene. Sanji jumped back, saying, "And the one you are desperately calling out for, that guy is not even a hunter." Junhike. Hyan and Junhike sat watching a movie. Sanju continued, "Even though he is a monster, he chose to die as a human." Sanju stretched out his hand, creating a black hole like a person. 3 of Sanju's clones appeared one after another, red electric sparks flashing. The monster stared silently at him, saying nothing. Then, 3 more monsters materialized, destined to die here. Just like a monster, a fist shot forward at the monster's face. "I am." Another monster dashed in, slamming into the first, the strongest one. Jun carried the cat girl and the agent away. A girl screamed, "Where are you going? Please. I beg." The girl cried and begged, "I will give you all the money you want, please. Heal him." She kept pleading, "Please save those 2. Jones coolly snapped, "Shut up, fool." Then he turned and walked away. The girl looked confused. "Huh? But I am trying to do that right now." Shinjuni lay on a white mattress as someone nearby performed healing magic. A doctor sighed. "Stop it. His aorta and most major vessels are completely severed." He added, "You know we can save him." But the girl stubbornly continued healing. Suddenly, someone kicked open the door and shouted, "Doctors, take a break." Jones coolly summoned a glowing golden orb and shoved it at the doorframe. "Today, every patient in this hospital will be dust by me." He formed a huge seal that engulfed the hospital. A green energy beam shot down from the sky. Orange-colored monsters relentlessly attacked Hisungus monster. He created a black orb floating above the battlefield, then controlled it to slam into one of the monsters. One of them exploded violently. He thought, "So they are my clones." Jung sang, "That poor guy." Sanju stood in a corner watching the monsters fight. "Junhike's not coming after all. The plan I made was for him." Blood splattered from Hisungus monster. He thought, "But why? Why? I have sacrificed more than anyone to gain this power." Sanju stood frozen like a statue. "But why the hell could not I beat that useless brat?" Suddenly, he thought of Shin Junhike, his relentless effort. The monster roared, "Yeah. That kid's definitely fighting just as hard as I am." At this moment, all that could be seen was a blinding golden light. Before he could act, Hem was pierced through the gut by Sangju's cloned monster's hand. It lifted its hand, dark blood dripping drop by drop from his wrist. The twisted monster screamed silently in agony. Using his last strength, Hen wondered, "Am I just simply weaker?" Hen struggled to speak. "Sangju, congrats, you have officially become an S-rank hunter." One of his watery hands snapped off and flew away. "This is my final parting gift." Sangju's lips curled coldly. "You should be chosen to quit while you still could." Scores of fireballs rained down from the sky, like a pack of relentless dogs only satisfied after tearing into their prey. Sangju squinted, trying to gauge the distance 2 or 3 kilometers away. Too far to measure, even with all his remaining energy. He was not sure if he could fend off the Berserk emissary's sword technique, but with no other choice, he summoned a swirling vortex in his hand. "Gotta try to see if this works." Suddenly, his sword snapped in half, shattering into shards that stunned Sangju, staring at the broken blade. He muttered, "Damn, this city's about to be wrecked to hell." Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the sky, clutching a sword as he called out, "Raven!" A massive sword slammed down beside Sangju. Raven shouted, "Use this." He guided Sangju to grab the sword and imitate him, unleash the full force slash of the Berserk emissary. The rocks surrounding the sword began to crack and crumble into dust. Raven knelt on one knee, saying, "The entire battlefield is mine to command. The name of this weapon is..." Sanju swings his massive sword, shaking the earth itself. A tremendous force erupts, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The space around him is drowned in a blinding golden light. In an instant, the blast tears through the night sky, creating a bottomless pit where Sangju struck. He grips his sword, breathing steadily. "Everyone, help me finish clearing out the area." He spoke softly. It is Hyan and her father still sat together in the theater, watching the show. Junhike turned to his daughter and asked, "Those moves were insane. Were those monsters real?" "I think they used some old illusion magic to create those images." He stood up, revealing an arm that was cracking apart. Hyan caught sight of it by accident, ready to head to the next spot. The arm was cracked so badly it looked like it might just snap off. An stared at it, her eyes filled with hopeless sadness. Worried, Junhai caught his arm, thinking, these cracks are getting worse. Just a bit more strength, you stubborn body. He forced a smile at her, the only thing this broken shell could do now. Come on, we should head to the amusement park next. The park was already closed. Shrouded in thick darkness, Junhai adjusted a circuit breaker. Wait a sec. Maybe it is not quite right. But Dad really knows his tech. Right? You sure about that? After a moment, the lights around the Ferris wheel flickered on. There we go. Junhai and Hyan sat side by side on the roller coaster. Let us. Hyan laughed brightly with joy. Junhai thought silently. Keep smiling. Hyan, he offered a soft smile. Remember to keep that smile wide. Okay, he whispered to himself. No matter the hardships or injustices ahead, none of them last forever. The silhouette of the roller coaster backlit by the setting sun, along with his words. If you keep pushing forward. In the end, the sun dipped below the horizon. A grand house illuminated by bright lights. In a dimly lit room, two figures stepped inside. Behind a locked glass cabinet sat a photo of Hyan's mother. Junhai looked at the photo, his face heavy with sorrow. Finally, Hyan stood nearby, tears welling up as she said, Dad. Thank you. She wiped her tears and smiled. I think all my wishes have finally come true. If you keep pushing forward, that day will definitely come. Won't it, Dad? Junhai just smiled gently. Hyan, if you are about to say you are sorry, my leg's already shattered. And then you will. He sat down, covering his face in worry. Then sighed. No need to be too surprised. It is just a little longer. Hyan took his hand and said, It is Dad. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, Today, really happy. Honestly, I will always move forward. Her voice trembled. Jun, so please do not worry anymore. He asked Hyan. You understand now? Do not. He took off his hat with a faint smile. Son, I wanted to make this a special day just for you. But it seems things did not go as I planned. He placed his hat on Hyan's head. Thank you, Hyan. I will never forget today. Then his body slowly shattered and vanished. That is right. If you keep persevering, on Fra, kneeling there while Junhai's voice echoed, happiness finally comes to you. The checklist was fully ticked off: visiting mom's grave, going to the amusement park, watching a movie together. Footsteps sounded behind the door. Hyan stepped out calmly, still holding the jacket her dad left behind. The teachers and assistants rushed over in a panic. Hyan, you are back. The teacher hurriedly explained the current situation and about Hunter Junhai. But before finishing, Hyan pulled out the shard her dad left before he passed. The assistant was stunned, speechless at the sight. He quietly asked, was he happy? That question hit her so hard she could not hold back tears. Yes, he smiled at me. A big, bright smile. Meanwhile, Hyan and OMP, along with a few others, were slowly running out of energy. The monster was trapped by chains inside a barrier surrounding Hyan. She guessed, I think everything here is settled now. Right? She turned to No MP. I do not know who you are, but thank you for your help. No man, I explained. Don't worry. I am only protecting the sacred land. Hearing this, Anhi was surprised. The sacred land. She kept asking No MP more questions. And why did you capture those bastards instead of killing them? Are you sure about this? He admitted, I am not entirely sure. No MP has shared what he would heard. But I heard there is a way to restore them to their original forms. Hearing that, she was stunned. If they could transform back, she realized she might be able to do something. Then No NZP confirmed her thoughts. Yeah, those monsters were once humans. Elsewhere, huge boulders rained down from the sky. The people below could not believe their eyes. Meteorites. We are alive. Everyone shouted. We are alive. We are alive. People scrambled for ambulances. Ambulance here. Someone's hurt. Old Vivan felt somewhat relieved. I gambled throwing weapons to buy time, but did not expect him to adapt so fast. He looked at his pupil, emotions welling up, just as I hoped from my prodigy. Sanju, battered and bruised, managed a faint smile at old Vivan. Thank you, sir. He approached old Vivan and recounted his feelings. I can control it somehow, but it feels like my mana is being drained. Old Vivan explained. You are just starting to gain control. Actually, you can use it because your power is an exception. Sanju was surprised. But you said it is an important creation from your homeland. How do you know I can use it? Old Vivan laughed. I do not get it either. Whatever you say. We will just roll with it. Vivan turned to tell him about the past. Only 3 survived the Iranzi Empire at the start. Before leaving, he said goodbye. Your master has to leave again? I have got things to do, places to be. Sanju bowed. Grateful for his master's support, Vivin patted his shoulder happily. My disciple. I love how you fight to save others till the very end. That is something I could never teach you. It is just who you are. After saying this, he turned and walked away. Seems like your master really knows how to pick him. Sanji looked a bit down, saying, Don't praise me too much, I am just doing my best. No matter how hard I try, there are still many I can save. Elsewhere, patients were proudly showing off their recovered muscles. They were overjoyed that their illnesses had finally been cured. I boasted that my severe inflammation was healed, my broken arm mended, and the surgical scars vanished on the way. Sanji overheard others chatting. I went to the hospital, and my leg healed. Jun was there too, and when he saw him, he immediately asked, Hey, did your clone get here already? The meteor that destroyed everything, you are the one who took it down. Right? Sanji was surprised. What are you doing here? Jun was a bit annoyed. Snapping. Damn it. What is with that jerk jumper? Jun also dropped some news on Sanju. I have got one good update and one bad. Sanji did not catch it, so he asked again. Jun said nothing more. Just told him to follow. Jun led him to where Deng Yen was severely injured. Jun gave Sanju a quick rundown. I have healed all his wounds. But his heart stopped beating for way too long. I heard from his clone that this guy was responsible for restarting the hospital's power. Right? Jun turned to Sanju, saying, that is why he pushed his skills beyond their limits. Sanji fell silent, deep in thought. Then he looked at Deng Yen and said, Hey, what are you doing? Snap out of it, man. Flashback. Deng Yen told him, I am heading to Deng Sanji's hospital. Stop my father's nonsense. Sanji's face darkened. Why do you push so hard? We are not that close. Jun just shrugged. I will keep him here a while. If it gets tough, you can use it again. Dummy. Yinjiang stormed over angrily. You said you would handle this. Sanji clenched the bed frame so tight it cracked to burn out his heart and face disaster. Sanji's rage was so intense. Even Deng Yen seemed to return from the depths of hell. Wake up! You bastard! Deng Yen shouted back. Everyone turned pale when they saw him awaken. Sanji stared at his trembling hands, whispering, Could it be my revival skill finally awakened? Jun snapped him back. Get real. That skill does not exist. You idiot! Deng Yen gasped for breath and explained. It is a skill that clings to life. Sanji's face cracked into a relieved smile. Like he would just escape death by slipping into a coma after a mortal injury, a sort of hibernation. Deng Yen tried to explain the whole sleep to survive thing. That skill. Sanji was so thrilled he was speechless. Then he smacked Deng Yen's face. Why do you scare us like that? If you had a skill like that, you better have told us. Deng Yen yelled back. What? You are hitting a patient just waking up. You jerk. Sanju could not hold back. I will keep you comatose longer. But seeing them like that put Deng at least somewhat at ease. If that is the case, we have got two pieces of good news. Right? A girl heard the commotion and rushed to Deng Yen's hospital room. She stood before the three of them, silencing everyone. Sanju immediately recognized her. It was Ji. She greeted him warmly. Hey, it has been a while. Deng's teachers recounted the life or death battle she fought. I heard there was a blackout before I got to the hospital. And during that time, your sibling was drained of mana by the demon virus. The doctors were helpless then. We missed the critical window. The woman beside them panicked. Doctor, did you see the demon virus levels? Deng's story made Sanju break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the demon virus starved, weakened, and was almost wiped out as treatment began. In the end, it was a tough battle but a success. Juwu reassured her older brother. I'm okay now. You should think it over too. If Juwu wakes up, there is so much I want to say. I have been through a lot. Sanju could not hold back tears. He ran forward and hugged Juwu tightly. You have been through so much, Juwu cried softly, replying, Yeah, I have been through hell too. But I can think straight right now. And just like that, Hisung's unprecedented terror attack finally came to an end, thanks to the preparation by those who experienced the portal phenomenon. Casualties were much lower than initially predicted, and the number of injured dropped significantly with the withdrawal support. Everything was under control. But Sanji was hanging John up and ordered his clone. Go catch him. Lick him clean. John panicked and ran off, unable to hold back cursing at him. You crazy bastard. Many monsters were captured, but thanks to the guidance I gave my clone, it was able to catch ones just like them. Hyan was with the priest, explaining the new medicinal concoction she just created. This is called the Demon Medicine of Recovery. Seeing its miraculous effects, the priest interrogated her. Wait, how on earth did you create such a magical demon medicine? The mutated monsters were captured to be reverted from their monstrous forms with Kim Woo-Hyan's withdrawal support. At the same time, the so-called beauty scale was announced to the entire world. Furthermore, The report stated that the damage was minimal, though it also acknowledged that some damage was inevitable. The scene cuts to the funeral of Mir Kim, Woo Hyan's father. Everyone mourned deeply for him. He went back to save people and left like that. I heard Hunter Junhaik had a daughter, Woo Hyan. Word is she saved those turned into monsters. Like father, like daughter. No one knows why she has been hiding all this time. But I heard he guarded the gate until the very end. In a corner of the street, a photo of Banwanham was placed, next to the sound of a turtle's footsteps. Seeing this, Corey also fell into deep thought, left a flower in front of him, then walked away. Things slowly returned to normal. His mother shouted loudly to wake him up for breakfast. Get up. It has been a while since we had a family meal. His grandfather advised her. He has been through too much already. Jewel laughed and said to his mother, I am not even hungry yet. His mom relaxed a bit. That is true. The kid's been working like a maniac day and night. For the first time in a long while, I could finally sleep in and enjoy it. The next day, on the table lay the shard of the demon stone that dropped after defeating Kim when he was mutated. The three of them, no one, Corey, and Sanju sat down to discuss it. No one immediately said, Open the door. I am bored to death here. You have not forgotten the deal, right? Time to keep your promise. No one reached out to grab the shard. Give me the shard. Sanju took it back, telling no one. Wait a minute, holding the shard. He said to no one. There is something I need to verify first. My promise was to give you the shard of the 7 deadly sins. Sanju then started questioning no one. But who exactly are you? No one looked stunned. What? No one's body suddenly radiated a fierce aura. What the hell is this guy up to? Sanju put on a calm face. Relax. I just want you to hear me out. Who are you? No one slammed his hand hard on the table. I am the owner of that 7 deadly sins shard. And why are you talking like that? Sanju was speechless. His eyes instantly lit up. You are no one. And no one is a clone. Sanju put on a knave act. That is why from the start I promised to give the shards of the 7 deadly sins to my clones. No one's eyes blazed with anger. Today, you will die by my hand. No one screamed. Die miserably. But Sanju immediately used a skill to snap his horn. Nope. Not happening. Now scram. No one paused. Then replied. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Sanju crushed the stone shard, revealing a large gem inside the 7 deadly sins. He spoke as he threw it to No 2. This one's yours. No 2. In a flash, No 2 caught the gem. Order received. A sudden surge of powerful energy burst forth. Jin Style stood silently on the side. Good. So far, everything's going exactly as I predicted. Frowned, looking at Sanju. Show me your potential along with your clones. Sanju, his gaze fixed on No 2, who was transforming after absorbing the 7 deadly sins shard, confirming he made the right choice in picking him. As the thick smoke cleared, No 2's feet hit the ground firmly. No 2 was now clad in sturdy armor, his body undergoing significant changes. Sanju curled his lips. How's it going? No 2, he looked at his clone. Has your body been taken over yet? Number 2 nodded faintly. Right? A huge, menacing mouth appeared on Number 2's shoulder. Dung Sanju. It whispered. You filthy bastard. But Sanju just laughed. What is wrong? I kept my promise. Did not. Liber clenched his fist tightly. It worked by sharing the fragments with his clones and letting them absorb them. He could balance the power across the 7 squads. He was over the moon. If it were him, he would probably absorb all the fragments from the 7 squads and gain enough strength to stand up to the system. Sanju butted his head against Number 2's like a dare. Come on. Kill me if you can. I told you so. Elsewhere, in a quiet residential area, the dragging sound of weapons echoed faintly. Hyan stopped in front of someone and sighed softly. You kept your promise. Huh? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Like she would been through hell. He sung subordinate, tilted his head slightly. I was chased down by a clone. Hyan calmly stared at him. You know he sung's dead, right? He nodded. Yeah. Hyan pointed her weapon at the masked man's head. Then you must know why I am here. He remained calm, letting out a slight hum. Hyan's expression turned icy cold. I am not even qualified to talk about this. I have killed 2. Blood for it. But you went even further. He could not hold back, swearing under her breath. You crazy bastard. Do you even realize the mess you have made? He just shot back coldly. I am only following the chairman's orders. Hyan's gun shifted. Orders from the chairman. She coldly cocked the big gun in her hands, including stopping me from having that glass of champagne, telling me your moves inside the hospital, and where you are headed next. Are you saying you were ordered to spill your plans too? The masked man sneered contemptuously. recalling the early days with Hee-sung, how he would taken the chance handed to him at the darkest moment of his life. Back then, Hee-sung had reached out his hand, an offer born from his own mistakes. He remembered Hee-sung's arrogant smile. It was both the first and last choice. Two thick black tears streamed down the eye sockets of his mask. I am sure I was ordered to do this. With a loud gunshot, his body dissolved into smoke and dust. Gone. At the Hunters Association, Sanju shouted code through the sky. What the hell? His eyes widened in shock. Hee-sung's guild is disbanding. Dongyan adjusted her outfit one last time as she spoke. Yeah? And next there will be a bunch of news articles. Sanju did. Puzzled. Hey, can I ask something? He was not used to seeing Dongyan dressed in formal attire. Who are you anyway? You are not even the captain. Dongyan glared at him through clenched teeth. Coldest, he calmly explained. Much to Sanju's surprise. My father left a will saying that if he died, I would inherit the Hee-sung guild. He chuckled. Of course. The punishment still stands. So I'm not qualified to be captain. Sanju hesitated. The punishment has not changed. Dongyan slowly turned away. In the end, I still do not think I can understand my father's heart. Same goes for Depp and the whole guild. What was he expecting from me? He paused a moment before continuing. Actually, the disbandment was thoroughly discussed with the board. The damage Hee-sung's guild caused was so severe that hardly anyone opposed the decision. But do not go blabbing to others before the news breaks. Sanju stared intently. Dongyan, he turned with a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I do not hate you for killing my father. Instead, I am glad you ended his chaos. See you around. After Dongyan left, Sanju sat lost in thought. The punishment has not changed. Then how does he still hold power in the hospital? He immediately contacted Lieber. Lieber, what is going on? He bowed politely. Lieber replied, I have not seen it with my own eyes, so I can be sure. Lieber explained slowly. The punishment is a system function. It limits power to match each body's capacity, ensuring the body is not overwhelmed. It is kinda like the cooldown time for skill casting. Sanju fell into deep thought right after hearing that, and then he remembered his clone skill also has a cooldown period. Lieber paused for a moment before continuing. But if you look at how the hospital's power was still active and your friend died, I am pretty sure he used his skill right when the temporary penalty was disabled. Usually, there are two situations where the legal system shuts down. 1. When mana the system's energy source is completely drained. And 2. When the awakened person dies. In the end, he concluded that those two are not really different, because mana depletion usually leads to death. Sanji jolted at that. Wait, but I have felt completely drained of mana a few times before, and nothing happened. Lieber finally spoke up, saying back then your mana was not drained enough to even keep your basic biological functions going. In other words, it was like running on empty, feeling like you are about to die, but not actually dying. He hypothesized. What if your friend really used his skill with the intent to die? What if that caused his mana to run dry and shut down the system? When mana spikes to an extreme level, theoretically it could refill and temporarily free someone from the penalty. He sighed softly. Of course that is just theory, and it only works for penalties and stat restrictions. Don't test the devil. You have seen firsthand the price of ignoring penalties, right? Sanju nodded. He felt puzzled. That is weird though. What about viruses? Why does mana depletion mean death? There was no such thing as mana on Earth before the incident. He was confused, but humans still lived fine. Lieber quietly said. You do understand how the system merges with humans when they pass through the gate, right? He went on. That fusion merges the system with the person, and once merged, they gain skills that are basically superpowers. His voice lowered. But since then, they have lived relying on mana. That is what the system really is. Suddenly, Lieber exclaimed. And come to think of it, there is a nearby example. Sanju's eyes went wide. What is it? Lieber whispered a case where someone awakened without stepping through the gate at a school in the city. A teacher's hoarse voice rang out. Everyone, pay attention. There is a new transfer student today. The teacher stood on the podium. Looking excited, Ji walked in wearing a school uniform. Nice to meet you all. The teacher introduced Jeev, saying she is a special case, a year older than everyone else. So remember that. The teacher looked down at the students and said, if you have questions, ask directly instead of spreading rumors. Some students started whispering, hey, is not she Dung Sanju's little sister? In another corner, a tough-looking male student smirked. The blonde girl next to him, applying lipstick, asked, what does she look like? Pretty normal. The guy replied. The girl got excited. No way. I am totally crushing on her already. The teacher pointed to an empty seat. You can sit over there. Jiv nodded. Okay. The male student quietly activated a skill under his influence. Jeek slipped she could not react in time and let out a startled scream. Meanwhile, Sanji looked shocked. Wait. So this is how someone can awaken without stepping through the gate? Liber finished the thought. Injuries caused by a living being merged with mana. And since the injury is from a monster, then, he smirked. Your little sister's probably already awakened now. Everyone stared in surprise as the teacher hurried over. Are you okay? But he froze for a moment. Ji was surprised because she was completely unharmed, not a scratch. She looked down at a clone of herself, lying beneath her body. What the heck was that? Jiv reached out and touched the clone. She could feel it was real. A smile spread across her face. Wait, I have a clone skill too. Suddenly, the clone vanished, making Jig jump and shout. The teacher glanced at her sitting calmly on the floor. Are you alright? It is just a skill. The teacher quickly reassured her. I did not realize you were awakened. I have heard kids nowadays are awakening at very young ages. Ji looked at the teacher confused. I do not think I ever joined any awakening program. The teacher gently reminded everyone that using skills is banned at school. So be careful. Ji softly replied. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Sanju was quietly hiding behind a large bush outside the school grounds, watching everything unfold. After seeing the chaotic scene, some students could not help but tease. Hey, are you the one who is awake now? This is the first time I have seen a clone. Are you using the same clone skill as the craftsman Sanju? One asked. Jif hesitated, chuckling nervously. No need for formal talk. I just found out recently, so I am not even sure myself. The students all shouted in unison. Come on, show us again. Please. Hidden in a corner, a blonde girl folded her arms, frowning. Hey, that was not in our plan. Have you used it yet? The boy facing her shook his head. Not yet. I do not have that kind of skill, he said. The girl looked annoyed. Right when it was about to tip over, I was about to. Suddenly, one of Sanji's clones appeared right in front of the students. It spoke threateningly. I saw you trying to use skills to knock down my master's little sister. Tell me, what were you thinking? The clone ordered sternly. Quiet. No one yells. The girl trembled, and the buzz-cut boy was terrified. This was definitely one of Dung Sanji's clones. Sanji was panting behind a big wall. Finally managing to escape, she stared at her hands in shock. What is happening to me? Have I really awakened? The clone skill. She suddenly realized something was off. Since I woke up in the hospital, the world has changed so much. My brother is hailed as a hero in South Korea. After I woke up, everything has been chaotic, and the media frenzy made it impossible to think straight. Sanju pondered deeply. No one could deny that the craftsman was Korea's strongest, especially famous for his clone skill. She bit her lip and clenched her fists. I know my brother's clone skill is incredible from the start, but I had no idea it could expand like this. She stared ahead, thinking, and if I could use the clone skill too, what would that even look like? It was like, Sanju muttered. I hoped someone would catch me if I fell. Suddenly, a glowing ring appeared, and she gasped softly. Instantly, a clone formed and stood right in front of her, overjoyed. Sanju and her clone shouted together. We did it. We really did it. Ju put his hands on his hips, looking at the clone. Why is this one copying me? Shouldn't you be saying something like I obey my master's orders, or something? He teased. Suddenly, a voice from nowhere said, Awesome. Jumper appeared out of nowhere on the rooftop opposite, leaving Ju stunned. Are you Jumper? He smiled. Who would have thought you would awaken the clone skill? Pure cinematic gold. Back with the students, the blonde girl slammed her hand on the ground and yelled. Listen up. She knelt down crying. We were just messing around, trying to get closer to her. The boy on the left pointed at her. You messed up the ground. And she softened the floor. Ask her if that is okay, he said. The boy Jun took off running. But suddenly she used a skill, and chaos erupted. Sanji's clone stared intensely. Huh? The girl, tears streaming, said, We just wanted to get close to his little sister, because we are all huge fans of craftsman Jum Sanju. Ju remembered his master's words. Hey, help my little sister fit in at school. And do something if anyone bullies her. The clone's mind raced with 3 questions at once. Did they bully her? Did I help her fit in? What did I do with those kids? Yes. He sighed. Alright. I am kinda worried now. Jumper calmly explained to Jiwoo. This skill looks like Sanju's clone, but is a little different. He paused, then continued. It is like a physical entity, an exact copy of you, but it exists in a mirror state. Think of it as a mirror-based replication ability. Jumper smirked. Unlike clones with their own consciousness, This one is real and extraordinary skill. Hearing this, Ju finally grasped the issue. Thinking carefully, the clone's bracelet was on the opposite wrist. Ju was confused, so this was not a clone skill after all. Jumper quickly reassured her. Don't be too disappointed. The truth is, the outfit you are wearing was perfectly copied. That is pretty valuable. You know, he smirked. No matter what gear you equip, it can be duplicated. That means your firepower could spike 2 to 3 times. Ju instantly caught on. Thinking back, if the clothes were not copied, Jumper's eyes flickered with a spark. With that theory, want to give that skill a shot? He made the offer. We could hit up a nearby gate and hunt for a bit. I will have your back, so no worries about danger. But Ju cut him off abruptly. Sorry. Then a voice from somewhere else refused, making Jumper raise an eyebrow. Sorry, but I can't agree to that. Suddenly, a loud explosion rocked right behind Jumper. Juwoo's face lit up with joy as she shouted. Big brother. Sanju. Calm and composed, Sanju looked at Jumper. My sister should be in school right now. He turned to Sanju, whispering. Sanju. So we meet again first time in a flat. Sanju appeared before Jumper and dipped her head. Thanks. Jumper, I heard you sent prayers to Korea. Thank you. My sister's doing better now. His gaze hardened. Serious now. But I am a bit suspicious about how you approached her. What is your real intention leading her out hunting? Jumper spoke softly. I would appreciate if you snapped your fingers. We could talk somewhere quieter. A shadow swallowed them both. Jumper explained. This is a pocket dimension, a special space that blocks system interference. Seeing Sanju ready to summon a clone, he stopped her. Of course it won't stop my clones. But listen to me first, I am not here to fight. Jumper's face was calm, his power having grown a lot. Sanju silently sized him up. He was strong last time I met him, but now even stronger. Jumper cut through his thoughts. Let us talk first. This is about your sister. Sanju nodded. Right? I was planning to lead her to the teleport gate and register her with the system. Sanju stared hard at Jumper. Why? He explained naturally. If she is caught using skills without registering with the system, she will be in serious trouble. Sanju frowned. By who? Jumper pressed his lips. Of course. He spread his arms wide. By those who want to bring about the apocalypse. Sanju instantly froze just as she thought. Jumper knew about the apocalypse. Jumper slowly revealed. Not sure if you have heard, but the apocalypse requires everyone to register with the system. But what if someone awakens outside the system? No way they can rejoin the awakening program. And if they do not join, what then? Jumper's words made Sanju grit her teeth in rage. They would be targets for those who caused the apocalypse. Think about it. Jumper patted his shoulder. Breathing deeply. Sanju, I know you have sensed something off about the system. I have heard a lot of bad stuff too. Then he leaned close and whispered. Don't trust Liber too much. Sanju blinked in surprise. What? You know Liber. Jumper gave him a light punch. He is the type who only looks out for himself. Suddenly, Jumper pulled him close, biting his lip and speaking with bitter conviction. More precisely, he does not care about anything except his own goals. That means he is ready to sacrifice everything to get what he wants. Jumper glanced at Sanju. You have seen how dangerous the 7 deadly sins are, right? Yet he still asks you to gather them. No matter the risk to your sister. He raised a hand. Voice low. I hope you do not end up walking the same path I did. Then Jumper vanished. That is all. Back in reality, Ju hurried over to Sanju. Big brother, where did you go? You scared me. Liber tried to reach him. Sanju. You okay? You lost connection for a bit, he quietly asked. What happened? But Sanju cut. Liber, he locked eyes on Liber. So I am the only one collecting the 7 deadly sins. Liber's face was calm. Jumper told you already. Sanju snapped impatiently. Answer me. Liber gently pushed his glasses up and looked at him. He spoke slowly. You are the 4th, and Jumper is right before you. He is 3rd. He stood up. I will tell you everything about the Urenzia system and the apocalypse. After hearing the enemy's words, Sangu called out Jiwoo's name. Suddenly, Jiwoo was confused when his brother called him and placed a hand on his shoulder. For now, go home. My clone will escort you. And you should take a break from school too. After doing all that cool stuff, he walked off like a boss. What the heck is going on? At least explain yourself. Don't worry too much. I will be back soon. And congrats on awakening your night powers. Elsewhere, Lucas grabbed his bottle of liquor, took it to the living room, and sat down. lost deep in thought. Suddenly, the system popped up, startling Lucas. We lost connection for a bit just now. The system kept flashing words. I need to use my secondary spatial skill for a moment. Your actions are drifting away from the prophecy. The other guy said that, but Lucas kept drinking straight from the bottle. How the hell are humans supposed to awaken if you keep this up? In the end, that is our plan. But too many variables keep popping up. Things that never happened before are now happening non-stop. The other side scoffed. Stuff that never happened. Stop being so melodramatic, like someone suddenly showed up out of nowhere. The apocalypse is closing in. The enemy placed both hands on Lucas's shoulders. I hope you won't give up. He kept talking like he was giving orders. This is your only chance to save yourself. On the screen appeared battlefield footage of him fighting Sangu, crying tears of excitement. Did you see that? That is a stunning outcome, buffing a hunter even at the D2 rank stage. The results are seriously impressive. Trevor John was pumped seeing the future taking shape. With that drive, we can evolve humanity to the next level. I get it now. Then he straightened up in front of the screen and fell silent. After a long pause, he finally asked his system, is it true? Clenching his fists tightly, he challenged Alyssa. Do you really think so? You are just an AI created, you can go against me. Looking at the bodies scattered around, he continued, but at least this time, please answer me honestly. Like the Alyssa I once knew. The system was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Trevor, you already knew the truth. The system hit Trevor John right where it hurts. Is this really what you wanted to create? In Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Sangu was stunned by what he saw. I only see wasteland before me. This is Usalab. He started digging as the other guy explained. Why are you only telling me your past now? I have heard about you from Jumper. I need you to understand clearly first. He pushed his glasses up again and continued. I even wanted to tell you earlier than this. I am not hiding anything. I thought I already sent you the address of this place. When this is over, go there. He vaguely remembered a screen had popped up before, showing the location, then disappearing. Sangu's mouth dropped open. Oh yeah, he did send it before. The other guy kept talking about related stuff as Sangu dug, but even after that, he did not go look for that place. So I figured there is no need to point it out again. What about my sister? The enemy sat watching. Back then, was he really trying to get the song for Mer? So I felt no need to show you again. What about my sister? The enemy sat and observed everything. Was he really lying then? What he said back then definitely makes sense. But just because your system registration is not showing any threats does not mean danger's gone. Looks like Sangu accidentally uncovered something solid. In the end, it is all up to your judgment. Turns out, without realizing it, he dug a deep hole revealing a secret door beneath. Even after learning what happened to Iranzia, there is still time to act. He approaches and opens the metal door. Where the heck is this place? Inside, he sees glowing wires still active. The power's still on. The enemy must have been here recently. This place is a Goldman. The surroundings look bleak and rundown. It is the original prototype system. Oh right, everything started here, back in the 1950s. Philadelphia. Someone kept calling to the enemy while they were focused on their work. He cheerfully tinkered away. At that time, I was a researcher on a secret government project. River opened the door. Outside, people tried busting the door open, deciding to kick it in if needed. Accompanied by two colleagues I would known since youth. After breaking in, two people stepped inside. Messing with that thing again. You are not giving up. Huh? This is the Rainbow Project led by researcher Elia White-Cheverjohn. Elia crossed her arms, scolding River angrily. I called you all weekend and you did not pick up. Do you think we can master all sports perfectly? Suddenly River's words confused Elia. Even in tennis, we know when the ball's coming and how to position ourselves. But somehow we always swing at air instead of the ball. Cheverjohn, who had been silent, now explains to Elia. It is because we lack physical skills. I hope normal people can do what I do. What I am building will help with that. River is deeply focused on his work. If I finish this system, the world will be a place where anyone can chase their dreams, even those without talent one day. Even those who could not walk before will be able to walk, run, and do anything they have ever imagined. Cheverjohn immediately crushed River's dream with brutal honesty. What he stubbornly clung to was nothing but a fantasy. You really think machines can control humans down to their very cells? I would say that system idea works just as well for that drug you refuse to give up. How can you feel good about creating something that only shows the traits someone wants to see? Cheverjohn got so mad he wanted to argue back. What did you say? At least it is better than that ridiculous clunky machine over there. Calm down. Once I finish this project, your path to success will open up too. Elia grabbed Cheverjohn's shoulders to stop them. Hey, calm down you two. Let me go. River just watched them silently. No point arguing, you know what day it is. Today's the day for the project test. Personal experiments are fun, but we have work to do, right? The test itself is not dangerous, it is the first trial. And the voltage is low, remember the site just next door. Back then, everything seemed so promising. The metal demagnetization test. Normal voltage. Standard coil. The machine's working fine. All systems go. While those two were prepping to start. Okay, let us get this rolling. Am I just overthinking this? Cheverjohn decided to step out and come back later. Gotta hit the bathroom. Wait up. Why now? He said he did not have time earlier because he was busy with the test. River chose to keep the experiment going, might as well finish it. Nothing exciting anyway. Let us start. He will catch up later. Even now River's filled with regret over that choice. Sometimes. I still think about it. River pulled the lever down. If we would waited for Chever that day, would things have turned out differently? Suddenly, the whole base shook violently. River and Ilya stayed focused on the test, not sure if the magnetic detector picked anything up yet. The signal's still there, but fading fast. Then a powerful beam of light blasted out, shaking the entire base to its core. Panic set in. What the hell is that? What is going on? Wait, let us investigate. Electric currents crackled everywhere, terrifying everyone like it was reacting to something unknown. Suddenly, a pitch black hole tore open in the sky. It sucked up everyone's mana like a vacuum. By the god, what was that sound? Just then, Trevor returned from the bathroom. Sorry I'm late. Must have been something I ate this morning. But all he saw ahead of him were trees and crackling bolts of electricity. Out of nowhere, someone whispered. It worked. We actually did it. River slowly opened his eyes. Still blurry. He looks just like us. He is okay. Right? This is way different from what I expected. Finally, his eyes fully opened amid the murmurs. He is awake. Once he focused, he realized everyone around him were strangers. You are awake. Ilya, who had passed out, was now sitting up, rubbing her head beside River. Ilya, are you okay? One of them burst out excitedly. The ritual succeeded. The legendary hero, the one prophesied to defend the Urengi Empire from Jenny, has arrived. Ilya and River exchanged confused looks. Wait, what? River, you gotta explain this. Yeah? Same here. The strangers from this foreign kingdom guided them along. You will get 3 meals a day. If you want more, just say the word. This place seems tied to some kind of otherworldly tribe. Also, we will provide any gear you need within the Empire's means. The friendly guide explained. Language 1T be a barrier. Magic will translate everything for us. Then they led the pair to a room to rest. First, get some rest to shake off the exhaustion from your long journey. Ilya and River both processed everything they would seen in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. I have never heard this language before. But somehow I understand her, a talking rabbit speaking human language. Is this really magic? And giant monsters too. Their voices echoed toward the sky. Where the hell are we? Sangu overheard, and could not believe it. So the Urenchi Empire actually tried to resurrect a hero. What kind of nonsense is this? River could only explain based on what he knew. They say it is an ancient Tutoring legend. When the Urenchi Empire falls into crisis, a legendary hero will appear to defeat the enemy and bring peace. Why the gate opened? That part's still a mystery. We think their resurrection ritual overlapped with our experiment, causing this whole mess. Their buildings, their magic, they are unlike anything I have ever seen. Ilya and I quickly adapted. Sangu observed the room suspiciously. Surprising. I thought scientists would be the first to ditch magic. River patiently shared his thoughts. That is just a stereotype. When the unexpected hits, we adapt faster than anyone else. After all, a scientist's job is to uncover the why and how behind every result. All right, let me show you. Sangu stopped and stared intently. Everything I have been through when River was still with Ilya and had not been here long. He summed it up. First off, this is not Earth. This planet's called Tyburn. Though we do not know if it is in the same galaxy, looks like they harness mana for magic, and they have developed it to help with communication, transportation, and other systems. Ilya chimed in after River's rundown. There is one big thing: they think we are the legendary heroes. River just stared, speechless. This situation was too much. Ilya went on. They said they are at war with a tribe called the Genie. Maybe just their way of declaring war, but actually, they are the only unified empire on the planet, and the Genie are invaders from another world. But since they are scientists, they do not care much about politics. Maybe this whole thing is some crazy anomaly. We can stay here. Right? Definitely not. Trevor's probably looking for us. That is why we can relax and think about this. Their conversation felt like they were feeding off each other's doubts, invaders, and all that jazz. We do not belong here. We are no heroes or anything. True. I am curious about the rules behind all this. But it is a method that just can't be used on Earth because there is no mana there. Tomorrow, let us explain the situation and ask them to send us back. We are totally clueless about what we are dealing with. Suddenly, people from all over swarm in front of the platform, shouting and whispering, calling us scammers, demanding the formula, wanting to see the so-called hero they are too shy to mention. The people inside the platform followed the two of us and began explaining, apologizing for showing us this embarrassing situation. That bunny girl started organizing everything to calm us down, doing her best so we would not worry at all. But as you have seen, there is still some pushback. Even though some of us were involved in the hero revival ritual, it costs a hefty chunk of magic stones and demands all kinds of resources. So many doubt its effectiveness. Some even throw out extreme opinions. Before Bunny could say more, the troublemakers outside the platform started yelling right back at her. Those pushing this plan during wartime must be held accountable. If they can deliver results, they should hang themselves. Bunny overheard this and sighed deeply, saying if we do not show them the results they want, the hero revival masters should be executed. As an example, talk about a serious trust issue. The more Bunny tried to reassure us, the more overwhelmed we felt. All we needed to do was show them the hero's true power. Aaliyah flopped onto the bed, smashing her pillow repeatedly. We're doomed. Totally doomed. River stood there gazing off into the distance, while Aaliyah panicked and broke down crying. Did not see this coming at all. Even if we say we are not here to save their world, it looks like they won't be kind enough to send us back. Aaliyah, desperate, looked up whining and crying. What am I supposed to do? I do not want to die here. I have never fought a hero or any of that stuff before. Aaliyah was in full panic mode. But luckily River stayed calm. Instead of dying like this, I have to spill everything. Aaliyah, calm down. River gently advised Aaliyah about the tough situation ahead. If we were pulled here, there has to be a way back. Our job now is to figure it out. The way home. From that point on, I dove into every book in the Aranzi Empire's royal library, packed with all the knowledge on mana and the rules of magical advancement. We were like students, flipping through pages one by one. Fire, ice, lightning, basic magical elements, and spells linked to spatial teleportation. Even info on universe-shattering artifacts. It had everything. And just like that, our quest to find a way home began. Aaliyah uncovered details about an artifact atop Odden Tower, one that does not tolerate failure. Wish I had one of those. Meanwhile, River made a surprising discovery too. There was info about Earth, the 7 deadly sins, and a powerful ancient creature lurking in the abyss that could destroy any mana connection or artifact. Of course. After studying, River began practicing magic, fireballs and all. But no matter how much knowledge we absorbed or rules we understood, River stared at her empty hands. No fireball in sight, and I still could not perform even basic magic, let alone spatial teleportation. She stood inside the magic circle in the middle of the castle, thinking, I get the rules, but what is the problem? I have to solve this first so I can use the more advanced stuff. Just then, a dragon's tail swept across River's spot. Things were not going smoothly. The last dragon of Urentia, Brave Mouse, fixed his gaze on River and chuckled. The legendary hero. River looked at the dragon, stammering, Lord Brave Mouse, you are not as stiff as when we first met. River scratched her head awkwardly but carefully explained. Yeah, I have never seen a talking rabbit before. That is racial discrimination. Watch it. Honestly, from the first time I met you, I knew your plan was all wrong. The dragon's eyes suddenly glowed blue. If I look into someone's eyes, I can uncover their true nature. Sorry. I do not know what mistakes happened during the revival. After hearing that, River was speechless. But a scientist from Earth does not seem much like a typical hero. Right? The more River listened, the angrier she got, clenching her fists to stay calm. You probably already know, but once they find out you are not a hero, they won't send you back. Will be tossed aside to stir up public controversy. They will save the resources used to send you home and use them to find a new hero instead. Cramped up close next to River's head, suddenly the dragon dropped a bombshell. What if you actually become a real hero? Say what now? The dragon patiently broke it down for him. Magic uses mana like fuel. The dragon started coaching River thoroughly. No mana control, no magic. In that moment, grasping the complicated rules of magic was pointless. He could literally hear the dragon's voice in his head. River had tons of questions, but this was the real way to sense mana out. Looks like he is starting to doubt. River had to sneak barefoot into the forest at night. It was the fastest way. Trust me. But thinking it over, he realized it made sense. There was no choice but to learn magic. He followed the dragon's lead. Close his eyes. Relax every muscle. He was a tiny cog in the giant system running this world. River quickly caught the familiar keyword. System, the dragon kept explaining. Don't think of mana as something special. It is like when you raise your hand and the air around you flows in. You would instantly notice mana touching everything nearby. River stared at his hand. Frustrated, I still can't do it. You are way too distracted. Focus on one thing that'll help. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes snapped the silence. River broke out in a cold sweat. Someone else was here. Of course he was not alone. A soft, shy voice whispered from behind the tree. Who is there? Is that you? River, hearing that voice. River instantly recognized it as Elias and was totally shocked. Elia popped her head out. Looks like she was not wearing any clothes either. Damn. She promised she would teach me to control mana today. But what kind of method is this? Can you please not look this way? Since River looked, he was stunned. I told you not to look. Just like that, River awakened his mana, stunning everyone around. What the heck? How did he pull that off? Thanks to my secret technique. Elia awakened her mana control too. And once she masters it, she will have the power to turn all her knowledge into reality. River and Elia started brainstorming magic spells. Here's a basic magic circle, add transformation and activation. And boom, the dragon beamed with pride at his guesswork. Applying other magic rules we read in books did not take long, just as expected. These two were incredible. Then came both good and bad news. Bad news. Even after learning magic, we still can't find a way home. Space travel. Impossible without massive resources and a whole team's help. They did something that shocked everyone. But the good news. It was exactly like the prophecy said. Turns out, the heroes forged a super powerful magic orb. We are talking magic prodigies here. Everyone was buzzing, wondering how they awakened such high-level magic. This could change everything. But then, a heated debate broke out. So what is your plan? The guy in the red jacket started taunting. Mind telling your teammates who just got knocked down? These two got strong in just 2 weeks. So if they last a year, they are set. The opponent fired tough questions. Can you ask them to rush into death for no reason while guarding the border all this time? Looks like the Lord just returned from the front lines. They call him the Empire's sword shield. But he is pretty rough around the edges. Didn't they expect Javen to be here too? And he is the one throwing shade. Just curious. That is all. How long will our legendary heroes take to kick Jenny out? Let us see how good their magic really is. Lisa got flustered by the question. Stammering. Our magic skills. Before she could even finish, Kaizo suddenly charged in. Let me handle this. A thunderous roar echoed. Knocking both of them back, Kaizo aimed another blow at Elisa and Libo. But suddenly, someone raised a protective shield to block the hit. Then a voice rang out. Don't rush into things. The one stepping in was Brain Mouse, who once told Kaizo, if you want the sweet rewards, you gotta wait 3 years, not just 2 weeks. Hearing that back then, Kaizo finally calmed down after losing his mind for a moment and replied, that is right. Then he hesitated, saying, I mean, for those who sacrificed. As he sheathed his sword, he asserted, it is all decided. I am not chasing that idea anymore. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave a warning. But you better show me the results after abandoning us within a year. That is the absolute limit we can endure. At that moment, a vague figure stepped out from hiding and murmured, just like the old master in his youth. Sangu, who had been observing everything in his ethereal form, thought to himself that Kaizo's fiery temper reminded him of how hot-headed he was back then. Well, no wonder Raven always opposed using the resurrection pillar, insisting it was better to save the revival energy to boost frontline troops. Thinking that through, he felt a bit puzzled. But since the resurrection ritual was set in stone, they had to suffer a long time without any support. They must have faced hellish hardships, a question that left Sangu utterly stumped. No answer in sight, of course. Even though this confused us deeply, Liber finally snapped out of his daze and blurted out, was I just about to die? Elsewhere, Sangu's essence received images transmitted by his consciousness directly to his brain. The scenes before him made him wonder, this feels so strange. The past is unfolding right in front of me. Are these your memories? His consciousness quickly replied. Something like that. You have to see it with your own eyes to truly get it. Back with Sangu's consciousness, Veda bowed deeply on Kaizo's behalf, apologizing to Lisa and Liber. Sorry to trouble you. Heroes? Normally. Back then, he was much kinder. Bramus quickly added, I am the one who should apologize to him. You two have picked up so fast. Seeing how sincere Kaizo was back then, Elisa quickly reassured, it is not your fault. Lord Bramos. Then she asked, but should not we find a more practical solution? Either Bramos or Vita suggested that destructive magic and healing magic were pretty solid options. At that moment, for some reason, Liber's face darkened with worry. Thinking, I can keep going like this. He panicked a bit, realizing that if he did not meet their expectations, these folks would just hunt down other heroes. He needed a backup plan in case he failed. He knew his own limits well. Speaking of which, he would always been thinking about this. Magic principles share similarities with electronic circuits. That became the key to unlocking my awakening skill. By combining the two principles, I can freely blend science and magic. Looking at the books on the table, Liber spotted something. The common ground between these complex diagrams, still focused on his research. He even sensed the current magic's weak points. Once identified, they became clearer, but because magic is modular, it is tricky to explain. Just as he was deep in thought, Elisa suddenly appeared behind him, calling out, Liber, time to practice magic. Hearing her voice, he quickly turned and asked, Is it time already? She confirmed with a nod and curiously asked, What have you been doing inside the closet this whole time? Without hiding anything. He explained, a machine equipped with a mana amplifier and teleportation ring. Fearing Elisa would not understand, he gave a simpler example. Basically, this thing can take us back to Earth. Her surprise made her exclaim, No way. Really? Then, as Liber turned back to fix the machine, he coolly added, It is still unfinished. But if I can activate it. Suddenly Elisa hugged him, shouting joyfully, Liber, you are a genius. Honestly, the arrival of this machine made her so happy she could not hold back. To be honest, I was scared, especially that guy named Divan, and I still could not look those sphinxes in the eye. I was terrified, thinking I would be stuck here for life. Blushing from her hug, Liber slowly pulled her hands off and shyly said, Hey, you are way too close. Realizing she was a bit overenthusiastic, Elisa quickly stepped back. Embarrassed, Sorry about that. Then he asked, You did not recognize the teleport ring? Its structure is like a microchip. Of course. She had no clue and froze. Microchip? Then she nervously said, You mean the microchip inside that machine? I do not know. Her answer made Liber itch with frustration, thinking Elisa could not see that common point. She was using magic on the same level as mine. At that moment, he closed the cabinet door and did not forget to remind them. And remember, this is our little secret. Elisa chuckled softly. I love that line just between us. Meanwhile, in the training room, Bramus waited alone, anxious and wondering, why is not anyone coming? From that moment on, everything changed. Forever, Liber and Elisa trained relentlessly, pushing their magical limits without pause. Together with Bramus, they practiced everything: advanced magic, mana-enhanced physical strength, and channeling mana into weapons to boost their power. Even Liber felt the change within himself. I never worked out before, but with sharp reflexes and constant training, I've built stamina I never dreamed of, Elisa happily added. Feels like I just leveled up my basic stats. You know, Liber nodded in agreement. Honestly, yeah, that is exactly it. Yeah. Gotta admit, learning magic has been the best time of my life, and as expected, a whole year passed like that. With the deadline promised to Raven creeping ever closer, Bramus looked over his progress with mixed feelings and said, Looks like this will do. He revealed Elisa's true potential. Her skill was to amplify healing powers. It would boost mana connected to any elemental healing strength. Hearing this, Elisa exclaimed in surprise. No way. That explains why I'm supposed to train that way. Still, Bramus warned, Your mana's a bit lacking. Sangu, lurking nearby in stealth, froze, caught off guard by the comment. Her skills like an awakening, her healing power surpasses even mine. Then Bramus turned to Liber. I am still not sure what your skill is, but with your power, I bet it is something like destructive strength enhancement. Liber stammered. Yeah, I think so too, at least for now. Meanwhile, Sangu whispered in disappointment as he eyed the walls they had smashed through. Is this really all they accomplished in a year? Bramus then called out, All right, that is enough for today. Everyone, rest up, tomorrow's a big day. As Bramus rambled on, Liber and Elisa exchanged sly glances, silently thinking, It is finally time to show Jenny what we are made of. Soon after, they returned to Liber's room. He opened his wardrobe and exclaimed, Can you believe it? Tomorrow, we start the field battle. Door creaked open as he muttered, Good thing I finished this before we got sent to the front lines. Staring at the bulky machine inside the wardrobe, he admitted he had not expected this. I thought a wardrobe-sized frame would do, but it is way bigger than I imagined. Even after adding the stealth module and optimizing the design, it still drains tons of mana. Looks like I will have to burn through all my mana reserves. Then he asked Elisa, Are you ready to head back? Her mind flickered to Kaisho's face when talking about his soldiers. Of course, he mourned the sacrifices of those who had fallen. After a moment's hesitation, Elisa nervously spoke up. You know, this might sound weird after putting so much effort into making it. She asked a question no one expected, even if just for one day. Would you want to help them? Liber was so surprised he blurted out. Huh, Elisa was earnest. Sure, some might not like it, but most treated us well here. Training was tough, but learning magic was something new and exciting. Flustered, she added, and hey, we can always run if things get dangerous. Liber laughed. Just one. Huh. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, two dark portals opened. Monsters began pouring through, and shouts rang out. The Jinni gates open up north. Seeing the monsters advancing, a voice confirmed. They are from Pit No. 1. A captain quickly ordered, lead them into the forest Pit No. 1. Creatures are not too bright. The yelling grew urgent as the captain saw the monsters entering a magic circle. Hurry. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, taking out the monsters in a flash. Just as the captain cheered, something pierced right through him. Nice. Take that, bugs. We did it. So it turns out that was a stealth monster silently stabbing him from behind. The moment he fell, the monster revealed itself and let out a low growl, making the soldiers warn each other something big and dangerous just showed up. In his final moments, the captain was still trying to process the sudden appearance of this beast. Damn it! A stealth type. This is the first time I have encountered one. No. If it is a monster with that weak spot. Soon after, the monstrous roar mixed with the soldiers' screams. They are surrounding us. Of course, the soldiers do not stand a chance. Half of them are already down. All that is left is a chorus of desperate screams begging for help. A beast man struggles to hold back the monster while shouting. Reinforcements. Call for backup at headquarters. Now, suddenly, a sharp flash slices through the air, easily breaking the arm of one monster. The others quickly fall apart too. This scene leaves the beast man completely bewildered. A figure appears in the sky and speaks. Pleasure to meet you all. Liber confidently introduces himself. We are the legendary heroes. Elisa, standing nearby, freezes and quietly asks, are we really using that title? The captain wakes up in bed, hurriedly checking his wounds. Stunned by what he sees, a beastman nearby calls out, Captain, you are awake. The captain quickly asks, what about the gate? Any casualties? The soldier glances aside and replies, calm down. Everything's under control. Someone saved us. Elisa now stands among the soldiers and confidently says, if anyone's hurt and has not been treated yet, let me know. I am still a bit clumsy though. In the following days, the capital buzzes with surprised shouts. What? The team blocked the gate and came back with 0 casualties. The people rejoice at the victory and the safe return of the army. Really? They say they are already on their way back. Soon after, everyone gathers to welcome the victorious troops home. A woman hugs her child tightly, tearfully saying, you are safe. That is what matters. A soldier hugs her back and softly calls, Mom. Another soldier takes the chance to confess his love to the girl he admires. I want to marry you. After the war ends, the girl is so touched she bursts into tears, shyly calling, Lauren. Liber silently watches from afar as soldiers reunite with their families. Kid, you made it. Show me a picture of your son, and I promise you will survive and come back. That is why I did it. He reflects deeply on his earlier decision. What if they all just returned to Earth like that? Seeing the soldiers safely returned, he feels some relief for choosing to stay. Maybe these people. Suddenly, the captain loudly declares, everyone, our safe return is thanks to them, the heroes who saved us. The crowd erupts in unison, chanting, heroes? Long live the heroes. Elisa smiles at the happy crowd and quietly says, thanks, Liber, for listening to my suggestion. Then she adds, now I can leave without regrets. Suddenly, Liber proposes, how about we help them for one more day? Elisa lights up with excitement and replies, really? You think so too? Days later, on another battlefield, soldiers spot someone and cheer. Are those the heroes from the rumors? They quickly shout, thank you. Our whole squad almost died. Liber casually replies, don't worry. Everyone's fine. In his heart, he believes that since they are right by the battlefield, things must be stable now. Let us help them, then move on. On another battlefield, a soldier is stunned to find his wounds completely healed. My wounds, Elisa gently reassures him. They will heal up in no time. Then she turns to the other soldiers. Keep even the lost limbs safe. If it has not been too long, we can reattach them. Elisa's words make one soldier skeptically ask, really? Deep down, She has also been thinking all these days about healing these people before heading back to Earth. Why not? We will help a few more. Victory news was quickly relayed by the soldiers to the Braymouth group. Casualties and injuries dropped sharply, and the breach of the gate was making great progress. One good report after another moved him to tears, wondering if they had really changed their minds, and who had convinced them. Days stretched into weeks, yet Lieber kept fighting the monsters relentlessly. Weeks turned into months, and Elisa continued tending to the wounded soldiers. Months passed into a year, and both of them stayed behind in this place. They stayed to fight and protect everyone. And eventually, we forgot the thought of leaving for just a little longer, and instead found ourselves eagerly awaiting tomorrow. Cheered on by praise Lieber, Elisa, watching the smiles of the people he vowed to protect. Lieber proudly believed that the Urentia Empire had become a place to come home to, not escape from. Later, he ran into Elisa in the old room and said, for them, this place had truly become home. A local approached warmly, saying, "You have been working hard, Lieber." Then they kissed, proof that this was where they waited for each other. The sweet kiss ended with Elisa's smile, and Lieber shyly asked, "What is next, Elisa?" She blushed, bringing up the past. "Remember when we studied mana control? You told me to focus on just one thing." Elisa's words shook Lieber a bit. "But I do not get it. Why did I awaken the moment I met you?" She sighed. "It is just that I suddenly remembered that advice. No need to beat around the bush or lie." A gentle smile spread across Elisa's lips as she teased Lieber. "Back when I chased you on Earth, you did not even glance at me. Now, on another planet, you still act so indifferent." At this moment, for Lieber, it was an unforgettable experience. He had left his home planet, his projects, his system, all the things that once defined his life's purpose. He told himself quietly, "I am just living happily now." His gaze fixed on the ancient prison gate that could have taken them back to Earth, the gate that would never open again. Things then progressed smoothly. As time passed, the war gradually formed into an organized system. While Elisa focused on maintaining the army and fortifying the defenses, I exploited gaps in the remnants of Jenny's forces, breaking through and reclaiming territory. Everything went off without a hitch. Switching to an offensive strategy proved tougher, but we began reclaiming lost lands, and Jenny's attacks slowed down. Time slipped by. It had been 5 years since we were forced to come here. Elisa sat inside, waiting for her lover's return. When will Lieber be back? Today's an important day. She felt her body was off lately, more tired than usual. Could it be because the front lines had expanded? But leaving was not an option. Suddenly, Elisa got dizzy and hastily grabbed the table in front of her. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a monster's head was severed by a sword. The blade still dripped with its blood. Karen sneered. "Nothing special, just like that, my nice species name." While she was smug, something suddenly emerged behind her she did not notice. Just when it looked like Karen was about to get served, the monster aiming to ambush her was struck down with a critical blow. Someone appeared and scolded Karen. "How many times have I told you to fix that reckless attitude?" Karen snapped back seriously, reminding, "When will the elemental swordsman's sequel wake up?" Urentia Empire. Elemental Swordsman. Number 1. Karen Raven. She retorted, "Master, it is just a headache." "All right." Urentia Empire. Disciple of Karen Raven. She believed they were just wiping out a few stragglers beyond the front lines. But Keizo said, "This is a crucial mission. Do you think we would keep the offensive stance if our lines wavered?" As she grumbled about Lieber and Elisa, Kaiso suddenly tapped her head with his sword. "Those so-called heroes can get the job done, while I am struggling on the front lines. They are kicking back and feasting in the capital." Shocked from the master's hit, Karen stumbled and fell to the ground. Then Dun spoke up. "Master, Keiso." The master glared fiercely at her and said, "Those so-called heroes." Then he loudly lectured. "You think Lieber and Elisa are your friends or what? Know your limits. How dare you?" Refusing to be scolded, Karen wanted to argue back, basically saying the master judged them back then too. But Keiso quickly shut her up with a sharp quiet. "Who did what?" And when, just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Keiso, you are way too harsh on her." Kaizo turned around and was surprised to see Lieber, who greeted him warmly. "Lieber, you are back already." Lieber smiled and said, "Yeah, thanks to you too. We managed to make that attack so smoothly." Their relationship had blossomed over the years. "Over the past 5 years, Raven has become my closest friend," Lieber said as he landed on the ground. Karen nodded, mentioning me honestly. "Master told me to toughen up properly." Keiso, sitting nearby, casually added, "He is not your friend, but he is definitely mine." You could say their friendship gradually grew stronger, because Elisa and I helped reduce casualties in his team, and Raven became one of my most loyal supporters, more faithful than anyone else. Kaiso then grinned and teased. Aren't you keeping quiet? The Grand Mage appointment ceremony is coming up soon, Leber responded. Grand Mage? That is a huge title. But Kaiso insisted. Nonsense. Who else is more fitting than me for that title? Suddenly, Liber brought up the past. Hey, about our first meeting. I sincerely apologize, of course. Liber did not dwell on it. How many times have I apologized already? It has been years. Forget it. I am out of here. Little did he know. That was the last time I smiled in Tyborn. After a while, he returned to the room cheerfully, calling out, Elisa, are you done yet? Right then, he was rambling about how they had to attend the ceremony. Sangu, in spirit form, witnessed everything. Damn it, son of a. Meanwhile, Liber anxiously called out to his wife, Elisa. He knows exactly what is going on. Dung Sangu. You know what this means. At that moment, Liber shouted in panic, Elisa, what is wrong? Sangu silently thought. That is the day Elisa got infected with the virus. In the meeting room, everyone was gathered, discussing how incredible it was that someone became a Grand Mage in just 5 years. Yeah? Focusing on the summoning ritual was the right move. Looks like the time to wipe out those monsters is almost here, Sander wondered. But when are those heroes going to show up? Standing nearby, Selios replied. I heard they have arrived at the capital. They must be busy. Let us wait a little longer and see. Beta was about to suggest. Should I go find them? Suddenly, the door swung open. Liber's arrival caused an immediate stir. Looks like the heroes are here. Awesome. Let us get started. While everyone was celebrating, Liber's face showed nothing but confusion. We should start the Grand Mage appointment ceremony right away. Only then did Veda notice Elisa was missing and called out. Elisa, Liber. Out of breath and desperate, pleaded. She is in the room. Something's happened. Please help me. Hearing this, Grey Mouse quickly ordered. Everyone, clear out. The ceremony's over. Liber hurriedly explained. I just got here, and it already happened. He described Elisa's current state. Her mana was not pooling but scattering uncontrollably. At this, Grey Mouse instantly understood what Elisa was facing, a curse. But this curse is slowly eating away at Elisa and her mana. Veda was stunned by the sight and the words a curse. Grey Mouse explained further. It is a mana-disrupting curse. Liber could not believe it, a curse. How is that even possible? He insisted. More importantly, she was cursed from the start. Elisa was only near the defense line. After a long silence, Grey Mouse spoke slowly. Elisa's innate power boosts her healing abilities. Any healing magic she uses becomes stronger. Elisa once marveled to him, wow, Henzi is so easy to learn from. At that moment, he reminded her sometimes her mana runs low. Now it seems he has figured something out. Now I understand why her mana is always drained. He quickly clarified. Liber, Elisa was not cursed recently. In fact, thanks to her innate power, the curse has not spread until now. Grey Mouse detailed the cause. The summoning ritual triggered unforeseen consequences. When you arrived, you must have passed through countless universes in an instant, encountering many types of mana. This explanation only confused Liber more. What are you saying? I do not understand. Grey Mouse slowed down and simplified his words. He stresses one undeniable truth. Elisa's current condition stems from a curse she is carried since the moment she was summoned here. Though this hit Liber like a ton of bricks, his mind raced toward one hope. There has got to be a way to save her. Right? But all he got in response was Grey Mouse's helpless sigh. I am Liber. Even Grey Mouse admits it. There is no known way to cleanse this curse. Finally, Veda speaks up. Lord Grey Mouse, we need to start stockpiling mana at the tower. The whole mess left Liber dumbfounded. Words just would not stick. This is ridiculous. Yeah? A demon vice. Your sister's sickness is basically a curse in this world. He realized maybe it was lucky Elisa was not on Earth. If she got infected by this demon virus and was in a mana-less environment, she would not survive a month. Sangu, who'd been watching everything unfold as a spirit, was also deeply worried. Simply put, Elisa was cursed with a fatal illness the moment she arrived here. Moments later, Kaizo burst into the room, panic written all over his face. Liber, it is just a curse, right? He freaked out while Liber stood frozen, barely able to process. A curse? Liber's expression confirmed the nightmare truth, and Kaizo's face twisted in horror. No way. Suddenly, Liber spoke calmly. 3 years. Give me 3 years. He steadied his voice. Donnie, tell the front line about this. Today's appointment ceremony went as planned. His solution. Just tell them the heroes are deployed on another front. Ramus was taken aback, shouting, "Wait, you want to leave the battlefield too?" Even Veda chimed in, "Holding the defense line without Elisa is already tough. Liber, if you leave too suddenly," Kaizo's voice cut in, "we will hold the line." His words sent shockwaves through the room as everyone called out to him, "Kaizo." But he stood firm. "I will hold the line not just for 3 years, but 5, 10 years if I have to." Then he placed a hand on Liber's shoulder, surprising him enough to speak up. Kaizo did not hesitate to encourage his friend. "Do what you gotta do, Liber." Witnessing this, Sangu could not believe it. Whispering, "Master," Kaizo's faith sparked a flicker of hope in Liber. "Yeah? He gave me precious time, and now I have to decide how to use it." Liber was resolute. He refused to believe in the curse. Elisa could be healed. Day and night, he pored over books searching for a cure. Even if the illness came from exposure to multiple mana variants, he was not deterred. It might be a virus adapting to each person's innate power. He trained the defense line's resources without Elisa, while hunting for a cure. He never paused, researching relentlessly. Even those clueless about magic could wield it under his guidance. "If I can control my body and help others manipulate mana, I want everyone to unlock their full potential, just like they imagine." What started as a cure for Elisa slowly grew into something much bigger. Even the powerless could chase their dreams. The disabled could stand, run, and do whatever they want. Step by step, Liber studied bodies and innate powers, redesigned the magic system to fit each individual, and applied it. He aimed to evolve it further, to alter the very nature of each person's mana. One day, he whispered a new goal to himself. "I have to build a system." During the hero's dizzying days, internal conflict boiled over. "We can keep this up. Do not you see how serious this is?" he shouted. "The defense line is bleeding out day by day. Plus, there is only so much we can hide about Elisa's condition." The guy angrily grilled everyone, asking how much longer they had to wait for Liber. Someone in the group tried to reason, saying Liber claimed he could still hold out. "We should hang in there a little longer." But that did not stop the guy from losing his cool. "That is exactly why I opposed this plan from the start." Just then, a stern voice cut through the argument. "Enough," Grey Mouse declared. "I trust Liber at least. Let us wait until the time he promised." And so, 3 years passed. Veda cautiously stepped into Liber's research lab. As she walked in, she reminded herself, it has been 3 years since that day. Once inside, she called out loudly, "Liber!" Liber's place felt isolated from everything. The man himself stationed near the defense line, far from the capital's tower, silent as ever. Staring at the strange devices before her, Liber was still working on this odd contraption. "Curious?" Veda asked. "What exactly is that?" Getting no response, she raised her voice toward the room. "Liber, here's your food for today, just like last time. I will leave it here." Suddenly, the door swung open. Startling Veda, Liber's voice came from inside. "Come in." The gloom of the room and its owner made Veda's heart race as she called out again, "Liber." She stepped inside just as Liber's deep voice echoed, "Veda, I have always been grateful to you. You have been kind, helping us and teaching us about Orencia's culture." Hearing this, Veda hesitated, replying, but besides that, I do not really know what I am good at. I do not have mana, and I do not know how to fight with a sword or bow." Liber said, "You do not have to belittle yourself like that." Then he added, "Of course. It is not like I do not understand how you feel." There was a wild confidence burning in Liber's words and eyes about this system. Just as he spoke, suddenly something flew toward Veda, making her scream in shock. Liber, back in the meeting room, annoyed, said, "I can't take this anymore." He suggested, "I think we should stop supporting Liber." Then he asked for everyone's opinion. Everyone agreed. Manny, Anodina, Cha, they all said the time had come. Everyone chimed in together, leaving Brainmouse speechless. "Yeah, he is the one who set that deadline after all," just as Hat declared. "So I guess we all agree." Veda burst, shouting. "Everyone." Her interruption made Hat visibly irritated. "Veda, what are you doing here?" But when they saw her actually using mana, everyone gasped in shock. "You are casting magic." Even Veda could not believe it. Stammering, "I can feel mana. I can sense mana." At the same time, Liber appeared through magical communication, calming everyone in the meeting room. "Peace, peace, lords. Please do not worry." He proposed, "Gather the rookies and send them to me. We have waited long enough. We are going to form an army." At that moment, Kaizo clutched his arms, panting heavily and exhausted. Nearby, Duver's voice rang out. "Haven't we been under enough pressure lately?" Hearing this, Kaizo replied calmly, I am Duver quickly shot back. Not you, the head of the Dwarven Armory. Duver. Explained slowly. I am talking about the physical weapons, even with the best care. Every blade has its limits. At this point, they are bound to wear down. Kaizo quickly responded. Thanks for the concern. But we have to fill the void left by the heroes. Without me, the defense line would collapse immediately, instantly. These words made Duver even more curious. Were those legendary heroes really that amazing? Contrary to expectations, Kaizo smirked and said, I do not believe in legends. His carefree attitude surprised Duver. Are you crazy, man? Ignoring Duver, Kaizo confidently asserted, I believe in River as a real person. Just wait, this year marks the 3rd year since then. After a brief pause of about 2 seconds, Kaizo hurried on. He will definitely come back. Though doubtful, Duver still marveled. It is good that you believe in him. But honestly, that kid's way too attached to him already. Cut to the front line, where everyone's firepower is clashing with the swarm of bugs. The warriors fight relentlessly, tightening their defenses. Meanwhile, Karen swoops down from above, ambushing the insect horde non-stop. She is starting to wear out. Master, there are way too many bugs, we might have to pull back for a bit. Right behind Karen, Kaizo jabs with some teasing. Man, 3 years ago you said this was boring, and now you are whining it is tough. So what is the real deal here? While she catches her breath, the master spots something unusual. In a flash, Kaizo charges forward, wiping out the bugs that were targeting Karen's flank. Another soldier sees this and shouts, Master Kaizo. Even Karen looks worried for him. Kaizo's face hardens with determination. Support the other side. Karen, he says, I have identified the bug species, it is type 3. One soldier pales and stammers. Retreat. Back behind the defenses. Before he can finish, Kaizo roars. Quit your nonsense, he commands fiercely. Reinforce the defenses. Now. We are holding this ground. The next moment, Kaizo lunges into battle with the type 3 bugs. They show no fear, closing in on him lightning fast. Their clash shakes the ground so hard it cracks and splits apart. Suddenly, a strange object zooms into view. Kaizo's attention snaps to it immediately. Luckily, he beheads the type 3 bug just in time. No survivors. Landing firmly, Kaizo warns grimly, you are not allowed here. Understood. Then Arya, sounding utterly resigned, speaks up, I do not have any other choice. Raven, turns out, she is the High Elf Mage Arya Verso. If this place falls, her territory is next on the chopping block. Soldiers cheer wildly at her arrival. The elf reinforcements. Whoa, did not expect Lady Arya herself to show up. Even Karen smiles softly. Lady Mage, Arya asks kindly. Karen, are you alright? Karen beams. Of course. Now that you are here, those bugs do not stand a chance. Before Karen can finish, monsters erupt from underground all at once. The sight freezes Kaizo, Karen, and Arya in place. The other soldiers turn pale with terror. There are way too many of these bug monsters. Faced with this nightmare, despair sinks. This is it. Even as fear grips them, Kaizo calmly orders, Spearmen, forward, expand the defense line. Arya instantly objects. Raven, Karen senses something soft too. Master, she pleads urgently. We have to retreat. Too many casualties. Kaizo cuts her off sharply. We hold until River returns. He insists stubbornly. His stubbornness makes Karen furious. Why push this far? Wanting them to get his resolve. Kaizo slowly explains, after our defeat 3 years ago, I doubted him enough. Don't underestimate my determination like it is some passing whim. After a moment, Arya finally relents. Everyone, fall back. Support Raven. The soldiers obey immediately. Yes, madam. Kaizo steps forward, ready to hold the line. As the monster tears through defenses, Kaizo silently vows to himself he promised, so no distractions. Even if Leber never shows, Kaizo will defend this line and his faith at all costs. Just as Kaizo battles on, a familiar surge of power suddenly appears. Arya seems to notice something. Did the mages send reinforcements? Wait, before her eyes, a massive rescue force emerges. How many people are there? Moments later, Ron shouts orders to the reinforcements. Everyone, open fire. They immediately aim straight at the monster and unleash their attack. It still has not realized how deep in trouble it is. In seconds, the beast is hit and hauls in agony. Kaizo's eyes go wide in shock. Am I dreaming or what? How could this even happen? On the surface, Liber gently conjured a barrier to catch Kaizo as he fell from above. I want to say, I am surprised you have always been persistent. He spoke softly. Yeah, I believed you could pull it off. Feeling victorious, Kaizo smirked. If you had not said that, I would have punched you right in the eye. Watching Liber intently, he teased. River, I mean, should I start calling you Archmage River now? Liber shot back with a grin. If you start being polite, I will be seriously disappointed. Then, his tone turned serious again. Kaizo, now's the time to strike back. Cut to Tabarnian. Running user identification. Codex 0812stem52. User Tabarnian Borgren. Authentication complete. System access granted. Registration finalized. The system just finished when Tabarnian panicked. Shouting, I can see mana anywhere, this useless self of mine, Sander calmly asked. What is your awakening skill? Before he could answer, Sander quickly replied, it is the ability to grant an intermediary object certain attributes. Without hesitation, he explained, swordsmanship is the path for me. What is next? The situation left Kaizo stammering. This one. Pausing for about 2 seconds, he frowned in confusion. All this, what exactly is it? Like he already knew what Kaizo was getting at. Liber quickly answered. This is the YA system, a program that builds an elite army to fill gaps on the front lines. You can awaken and register basic skills here. Right now, it is in its early stages, only offering stuff like fireballs and basic strikes. But down the road, it will train aerial combat and healing abilities, depending on each person's potential. Karen's curiosity piqued. Skills? What does that mean? Liber continued. Well, it is like the techniques from my world, perfect for channeling magic or boosting physical power. As he spoke, everyone pictured an ordinary person in a room conjuring a massive fireball. Kaizo could not help but marvel. A fireball that usually takes at least 3 years to master and awaken your mana. Before he finished, Karen jumped in. And they can just do that like it is nothing. No way. Liber stayed calm as he answered their doubts. This system acts like a guide to control your body. It helps you manipulate mana through a natural mechanism in your body. When mana charges up, it manifests as a fireball. That said, it is still a work in progress. There are glitches estimating individual traits. Some awakening skills go undetected at first and are only discovered later. But once we gather enough data from these trials, using higher level, more complex spells will become possible without anyone noticing. Liber stepped closer to Elisa. With this system, we can tweak every element of a person's mana. Cut back to the battlefield earlier, where monster corpses piled up. The damage was severe. Suddenly, a mysterious Jenny appeared, announcing, immediate reinforcement needed for unit types 1 and 2. Retraining schedules must be revised, reorganized to counter new threats. Requesting additional support, the system succeeded, allowing anyone to use mana-based magic skills, with both the quality and quantity of forces deployed far exceeding before. Deployment stations for skill registration were installed near the front lines, significantly speeding up reinforcements. The battlefield shifted swiftly in our favor as the momentum carried on. Naturally, public sentiment toward the heroes surged. Crowds gathered around Brave Mouse, cheering nonstop. Hen awkwardly joined in. 3 cheers for the heroes. Brave Mouse turned and asked, "Don't you feel a bit out of place?" Hen jolted at the mention. Veda stammered, "Sir Brave Mouse?" Brave Mouse glanced at her. She spoke gently. "I will side with Liber." He looked puzzled. "But Veda, do not you have so much you want to learn in magic? You could send someone else." Veda smiled. "Liber skips breakfast, and is not the best way to learn magic right beside a mage." Liber typed on his computer. Chatting with the person next to him. Type 1 monsters are the most common, but weak. Still, do not underestimate this consumption war. Type 2 these giants are a nightmare in close combat, but with mages backing us up, they are way easier to control since they are big. Obvious targets, the real deal, though, is Type 3 and those special entities. He adjusted his glasses and explained. Type 3 are medium-sized monsters. Not too many of them, but hands down the deadliest. Kaizo spoke up. Finally, the special entities. They mean those with unique powers who do not fit into the 3 types. Liber chimed in right after. Got it. I have added them to the system data, he said politely. Thanks for the cooperation. Raven? Kaizo raised an eyebrow. Aren't you on the front lines too? Why are you even asking me this? Liber's next answer made Kaizo and Karen twitch. Honestly, I just blow them away, so I do not really distinguish much. Kaizo anxiously pressed. Why can special entities be classified into the other 3 types? Because these entities' traits are not fixed. Their appearance and abilities keep shifting constantly. Liber glanced at the 2. Hypothesizing. It is weird. Almost like someone's out there creating them. Standing up and looking at Kaizo and Karen, Liber added, come to think of it, you have not changed your mind yet. You would get a ton of perks if you registered with the system. Kaizo replied, no worries. Once I decide, I stick to it. Karen stood up with a clatter. That is not all. What do they call you? The Exploder. Karen got bonked on the head by Kaizo's sword. Liber. Back to the system. Could it be Elisa's original vow has not been fully broken yet? Standing near the Rennie, Liber said, "It is more complicated than I thought. To prevent mana from breaking down, I have to change the very nature of the mana created in her body. So it will take longer than expected. Maybe I need to finish perfecting the system first." He raised an eyebrow. Thinking, things be different if he were here. Liber suddenly looked up, lips barely moving. But I am in no rush. The closer the system gets to completion, the more the battle against Rennie tips in our favor. Arentia is my home now. Kaizo and Karen snapped back to their usual serious selves. You said it yourself, it has been your home for a long time. Just then, Sangu appeared, deep in thought. Honestly, I am in a pretty good spot. Isn't it amazing that I can save Elisa and help Arentia at the same time? And I keep grinding, expanding and upgrading the system, boosting skills, and organizing awakenings. Once again, expanding and conquering territories. War. Growth. Research, rinse and repeat. Again, pushing forward fast. Unconsciously, Sangu had been doing this for how long? Since the system was born, 37 years. That is right, I have given 37 years of my life to the system, all for Elisa and Arentia, and that day of success is coming closer. No matter how many times I look at it, Veta appeared with her usual fake smile, still struggling to get used to all this. Even though the system had evolved so much, she smiled softly. Liber, you have not changed a bit. Liber turned to her with a cheerful grin. Veta, come on it. Sangu wiped sweat from his brow. It is weird no matter how much time passes. My face does not age. Not surprising when he is so much like his master. Exactly. Everyone on New Earth has only dealt with mana for 20 years, so they probably do not know yet. Veta told Liber. I have heard theories that the more connected you are to mana, the more your body's aging just gets delayed, even though I am already this old. Liber comforted her. Don't worry too much. Veta, Elisa will recognize you soon. She smiled. That makes me so happy. Sangu reflected. 37 years have passed since the system's creation, and 45 since I first stepped foot in Urengia. Liber and Veta both stared at the computer. Now 98% complete, just a little more to go. Yeah, just a bit more. During that time, the system supported nearly all top-tier magical enhancement and physical sensing skills. It is practically perfect at measuring physical traits and providing precise control. Liber looked up to the sky, smiling confidently. Elisa, hang tight just a little longer. The system's completion is right around the corner. In a sleek conference room, Brymus sighed. This is taking forever. It has been a long haul step by step, reclaiming vast territories in this endless war, pushing forward a massive restoration effort, he said plainly. At last, we have cornered Jenny into one tight spot. Sander's face lit up. This victory is all thanks to the system Liber engineered. Anand could not hide his joy, nodding in agreement. The game changer that flipped the tide of war was the new soldier training model created by that system. Sander continued. The hero, this legendary figure, will forever be etched in history. Lawford cut him off. Confused. I just do not get it, Lawford said bluntly. He is not just a hero, he is a god. We must treat Liber like a deity, not just a man. The god who saved us from Jenny. Corey and Selwis exchanged helpless looks. He is at it again. See? Loss getting old. So Lawford suddenly shouted. Long live La. Grimmer sighed in defeat at this rowdy crowd. Now, enough talk, let us kick off the final campaign. The mission. Annihilate Jenny in the burn, the first frozen, cursed ground she invaded at the burn's edge. Kaiso breathed out. Finally, the time to end this exhausting war has come. Standing tall among his troops, Kaiso assumed command as the general of the campaign to destroy Kazel Raven. Karen took over. The bloodshed has dragged on too long. The era of pain ends now. She is the deputy commander of the campaign, suddenly breaking the somber mood. Someone quipped. Why you acting like you are the big boss? Karen snapped back. I am 60 years old. Thank you very much, a soldier nearby quickly reported. The entire squad is battle ready. Have also set up barriers to block any portal intrusions into the front line. Queso said sharply. Good. Let us move out. Get close to that gate and wipe out all the Rennie. Alex jabbed a nearby Rennie with a spear. You just activated a skill. The skill. Cataclysmic Shockwave, an ultra-high-speed mana pulse that weakens the target's structural integrity on contact. Romeo looked puzzled. Isn't their number way too small? Alex stayed calm. It is time to exterminate these pests. The monster started retreating. Romeo yelled. They are running. Kaiso immediately ordered. Hold your ground. Do not chase. Maintain formation. Kaiso furrowed his brow, assessing the scene. He thought, the bugs are clustering at the center, there is something there. The monsters gathered in one spot. He bellowed. All units, get ready to engage. The soldiers snapped back into formation. Nearby, a colossal Rennie appeared, huge and terrifying. This was a long-term, uneven battle to redesign the interaction frame for deformation. The rocky mountain began shaking violently, disrupting variables and recalculating battle scenarios. Kaizo turned to Karen and asked, Earthquake. Karen gripped her sword, ready to defend. My memory's fuzzy. But did not someone show up here, right at the start of the invasion? He replied, puzzled, I think so. But why? There has always been a mountain there. Right? She pointed to the towering peak behind them. Kaiso looked up and froze. The mountain started melting away, revealing a pair of cold, yellow eyes. It roared a deep, guttural call. Commence the operation. The monster was a Rainy, a 4th-tier commander designer, beginning its harvest on this bizarre planet. Alex and Romeo spotted it. That massive mountain was actually the monster Rainy itself. Karen was shocked. So they had a secret ace all along? Kaizo's face darkened. This is their last stand. But our mission remains unchanged, he declared passionately. Has anyone here ever started a war and lived without guilt? Aren't you always on edge? Fearing a portal might open in the sky and unleash those bugs. Dumb, we constantly worry if our families, villagers, friends could vanish overnight. The soldiers, charged with fierce resolve, shouted, this sky is not a playground for portals to open at will. Our lands are not for those bugs to wreck, they are a home where our children play. Kaiso's eyes gleamed with a blue fire. Leading the charge, he roared at the troops. All units know Rennie survives on this land. Move out. Everyone was fired up, charging for the kingdom of Urentia. A soldier rushed forward with a spear as the system announced, you have activated the dispersal skill. Another soldier used the petrify skill to form a shield against the Rennie beast's attack right in front of him. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere around the level 4 Rennie. Karen glanced at her master and said, we will handle those second-rate pets, sir. Kaiso spoke calmly, but his eyes burned with deep hatred for these abominations. I will follow her lead. The two masters combined forces, channeling their swords to conjure a devastatingly powerful energy orb. Their attack unleashed massive area damage, striking several Rennies in rapid succession. The level 4 Rennie silently observed every move through the hollow eyes in its skull. The yellow eyes of the mountain beast flickered ominously. A black energy sphere slowly materialized in the sky above. The witch nearby summoned a pink shield and commanded, drive back the mages. Activate the defense shield. The system notified, you have activated the advanced damage absorption shield skill, with effects amplifying each time it stacks. The level 4 Rennie hurled a smaller Rennie straight at the shield, the smaller beast flying at lightning speed. The collision between the shield and the Rennie triggered a shockwave explosion that shook everything. Castle and Karen stood there, stunned into silence, unable to speak. This was, after the blast, a crater the size of a dozen level 4 Rennies appeared on the ground, damage far worse than they would expected. Scene shift. Beth burst into the briefing room, panting, reporting the emergence of a colossal special entity. The enforcement forces were struggling. Sander spoke first. I know the day has come. This is the final wave. It won't be easy. Lawfox prayed anxiously. Oh heavens. Please let the heroes protect us. Grey Mouse pondered seriously. In recent years, no special entities have appeared on the front lines. I thought the Rennies were backed into a corner, but it seems they have gone all out this time. He asked Beth, is there any containment circle blocking the portal near the combat zone? Beth lifted her chin and replied, yes, they were activated without any issues. Which means there's no special entity inside the combat zone, Beth said, surprised. What the heck? He ordered, prepare the teleport gate to the combat zone. Back on the battlefield, countless soldiers stood blocking the Rennie's massive legs. One shouted, Karen. Kadzo turned, saying, order the lines to widen the gap between defenses. Her face showed frustration. If we do that, it will be so hard to hold off those first-tier bastards. Like a true hero, Kadzo leapt into the fray. I will handle them first. Don't worry about that. Everyone else. Break formation. His eyes narrowed slightly. Even if you sharpen a weak wind, it can only cut a blade of grass. Kadzo focused his power into his sword. But if I gather all the winds that can cut a blade of grass and bind them together, I could change the flow of a river and carve through mountains. Kadzo draws his blade and strikes the Venia's skull. She stares blankly, her head crushed, pierced by a high-energy attack that shreds through her armor. Devastating damage. No core function issues detected. The large-scale harvest will proceed once again. Kadzo grins. Bugs. Your trump card's about to be wiped out. Suddenly, behind him, a teleport gate appears. Thought only you had these. I am absorbing all the energy here because he has claimed so many lives. Dreamos rides the momentum, unleashing an attack, a deadly beam that disintegrates matter before it even reaches Rennie. A massive explosion erupts. Looks like Rennie's stunned for. After that brutal battle, a voice booms. All right, cleanup here is complete. Then he moves to another area, ready to finish off the rest. Karen speaks up, almost done dealing with Rennie's leftovers. Kazo nods. Yeah. Finally, it is truly over. Two circular symbols glow, then open into a huge pink portal. It slowly shrinks, and tears stream down everyone's faces. This is the end. Everyone cheers across the vast lake. Finally, the war is over. Kazo says, thanks for your help. Lord Bremos. The Lord replies plainly, I just chose the path that minimized damage as much as possible. Before that, we need to find out who this guy really is. Karen reports, he is also a special entity. Seems like he was commanding the Xeni earlier. Kazo looks at them, feeling suspicious. This is the first time I have seen this kind. Rennie speaks up, the hero's gone. Time to switch tactics. Hearing that voice, both Kazo and Karen get a bad feeling. This is not how I expected. This thing understands our language. Rennie continues, I am the strategist, the mastermind behind the invasion plan and force deployment. Only one of me shows up per planet, but I am standardized. So by your classification system, I am type 4. Grey Mouse asks, only one per planet. You have invaded many others. He answers, not just a few. This place should have been finished in 10 years. Two unbalanced beings have thrown everything into chaos. By your standards, they are spoiled brats. Rule breakers. Sly devils. When one disappeared, I was actually relieved. Kazo cuts him off sharply. Enough. I do not need your sob story. You have lost. Now you. And this invasion ends. Rennie threatens. It is still happening. Just as he finishes, something feels off. Lord Bremos, Commander-in-Chief, there is a tunnel beneath that giant special creature. A deep abyss linked to it. Bremos tenses up, sweating nervously. Damn it, cut to home. Huh. Campaign's over. Finally, my shift's done. Suddenly, a grinding noise echoes from below. What was that sound just now? A massive Rennie suddenly appears before the guards. He looks stunned. Expressionless. He was supposed to be off duty today. Next moment, another similar monster sprouts in the yard. Their bulky heads split apart, releasing a bizarre spatial energy. He decisively draws his weapon, activating his Hellblade skill. Sangfu, turning me into a joke. You damn bug. But the moment he charges forward, he senses something seriously wrong. Sangu is shocked. What kind of space is this? My skill. Cut to scene. The blue energy surges violently. Bug in the yellow cloak panics, staring at the magic circle drawn on the ground. The defensive teleport gate circle has been disabled. Ben urgently calls out, quick, recreate that circle. The bug in the yellow cloak falls into confusion. The mana flow has been cut off, and I have no clue why. But all the mana pouring into this area just suddenly stopped dead in its tracks. Suddenly, massive black holes appear in the sky. Ben flinches in terror. Oh god, I am stunned beyond belief. Countless monsters drop from the mouths of these holes. The stout guy screams. A teleportation gate just opened right over the capital's peak, a portal leading straight to green. Meanwhile, Kaizo looks shocked. An underground cave. He is pulling out all the stops. Huh. Venny is curious. I do not get this whole proverb thing, like saying it is gonna fix anything. These guys are not just low-level creatures. They are unclassified. Chances are, they are aware of the situation. Too much contact might raise serious suspicion. The underworld emergency alert blares, calling everyone commanders. The entire communication network. All channels to the capital. The mana flow has been severed. The tension skyrockets. According to the latest update, a teleportation gate has appeared in the capital, and it is reported that after a wave of level 3 monsters are pouring in. Karen stammers. Rennie states, I have checked the magic skills here. There are quite a few spatial teleportation devices, but all require a long cooldown before reuse. We need solid data. From the start, my goal was to gather your forces here. Solid data is crucial. He traces his bloody finger over her terrified face. Threatening. Answer me. Deputy Commander Karen Raven. Rennie presses. Is there any way for the forces to return to the capital in time? Just as he finishes, a deafening stomp cuts him off sharply. Bremos bristled. Of course we will come back. You bastards. Everyone was shocked all at once. Lord Bremos. Lord Bremos ordered no alarms. We want to be using teleportation magic to get here. The capital's mages have opened the teleportation gate for us. She glared fiercely. saying that Bramos began gathering power in his palm. I am not thrilled forcing them to fight nonstop, but we have to find a way to get everyone back. Cut to the chaos unfolding beneath the Grand Hall. An elf runesmith asked, so why did you open a teleport gate to the capital? At the very least, we have to protect the Dragon Tower. If this place falls, the mana feeding the system collapses, and Granite's forces will be free to attack harder. Dressa fought while sneering, pissed at being kicked out of the unit. The elemental sword Dressa. But now she sees this was all planned for the final battle. On the other side, two others were powering up to fend off the Granite Horde. One was the elemental sword wielder, Trepald Simiv Aerosol, and the other was dual sword elemental wielder Duran Begund. They split their task. She said, I will handle the east. And he replied, I have got the west. But there was still one gate open above, a special portal amid the black holes in the sky. Samir was helpless. Not again, as the special gate emitted a blinding light. Right then, Grey Mouse, Castle, and Karen landed shouting, all troops, defend the Dragon Tower. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a screen flashed 99% on data processing, and the operator confirmed the full structural analysis would soon be complete. No disease or system errors would remain unresolved. Watching Alyssa sleep soundly in the cold chamber, he whispered, funny, is not. After you disappeared and nearly 40 years passed, everyone had stopped searching for her. Many believed from the start that he was the lone hero. Lieber sighed. Even he, speaking now, had long left the front lines. Now, the system was closing the gap between him and her. He pressed his hand against the glass. What does the Urenzer Empire truly need? A hero or the system? Even he was not sure anymore. Lieber bowed his head, meeting Elisa's gaze through the glass. But what he really needed was her, just for her to wake up, and he would want nothing else. Bam. A rock slammed into a soldier, and moments later, the soldier's torso was sliced in half by granite, turning the battlefield into a blood-soaked nightmare. Kyrene gasped, thinking, a mass outbreak of Type 3 like this, plus emergency teleportation meant our side could not form a proper formation. As she fretted, a granite sneaked in for an attack. Kaizo had to remind Kyrene, focus. Kyrene, I can protect you in this mess. She replied, I know, I am already over 60. She asked, Master, this feels like the enemy's last push. Can we get backup? Kaizo asked, who exactly are you talking about? She answered, you know who. Master. Kyrene surveyed the scene and concluded, I am sure Bramos is doing all he can. Facing a monster as massive as a mountain with space teleportation like that, mana must be running dangerously low. She fell silent, thinking, if only we had Liber, the damage would be way less. Honestly, if the capital falls, the whole system will collapse. Kyrene added, at least for now. We desperately need Liber-S support. Before she could finish, a heavy thud echoed behind them. Kyrene screamed in terror. Master, it is a double attack. Elsewhere, Liber summoned Veda. She hurried over. Yes. Lord Liber, you called for me. Liber crossed his arms, staring at the message screen. No contact with the capital since earlier. Have you picked up anything? Veda was shocked. No contact. Mana supply is not working, he sighed. Thankfully, it is still functioning well. Both were puzzled. The system's fine. So why? Suddenly, the door flung open, and they both turned sharply, startled by Liber. Kyrene staggered in, battered and bruised, clutching her wounds. We would completed the mission, but something went terribly wrong. Seeing her collapse to the floor, Liber rushed over with urgent concern. Kyrene, what is wrong? Kyrene gasped out an explanation. Those bastards had a deadly trump card. The capital's under siege, and we are teetering on the edge of collapse. Even Lord Braymouth Raven and the rest are in grave danger. There is some seriously messed up stuff going down. She pleaded desperately. Please. Liber. You have to save the capital. Liber's eyes flicked over the data screen. 99%. He ordered Veda. Veda. Treat Kyrene. Now, back on the brutal battlefield. Amid the chaos and cries, someone shouted. Fall back. Regroup. A colossal Sangu-class Type 3 monster loomed, a blazing beam slicing through the sky, shattering scrapers like glass. The man yelled once more. It is Matt. Suddenly, Liber appeared through a rift in the void, and everyone who saw it erupted in cheers. Moved to tears, the Archmage Liber is here, they cried. Someone tell me where the enemy is gathering. I am on it, he declared immediately. Greymaw stared in shock. Liber, why are you here? Liber looked puzzled. What do you mean? The capital's about to fall. Liber was about to respond when Kyrene suddenly appeared. Begging for help, he froze on the spot. Kaizo noticed Liber's dazed expression. Liber. Even more shocking was Kyrene herself. She would just begged for his help. Yet here she was. She looked stunned. Liber. What are you doing here? Veda steady Kyrene urgently. She said. Kyrene. Come on. Over here. I am no expert like you, but I have learned some healing magic. Kyrene hesitated, then firmly refused. I can go over there. Black smoke started curling from her injured arm. Kyrene knew that beyond this door was a barrier designed to block unauthorized intruders. Her expression turned icy cold. Just as I suspected, they have set up a lockdown field around the teleport gate. I have to disable it. Veda, sweating nervously, asked, Wait, what? Kyrene's eyes flashed darkly. Don't you worry, I have spent over 30 years breaking down barriers and lockdown fields around teleport gates. Her gaze was deadly serious, almost terrifyingly so. If you do not understand me, fine. It is Dobel, I am the Rennie designer. After all, Kyrene revealed her original plan, to trap a special entity to bait Liber into the battlefield. But Braymouth was stronger than expected and was eliminated before Liber could intervene. So she decided to use its remains to gather biological data on the high-tier entity. She was about to reveal her true identity as Rennie, explaining how the plan was back on track. By the way, you are Veda, right? Suddenly, black holes appeared out of nowhere in the void, and terrifying monsters crawled out, locking their gaze onto Veda. No need to gather intel on him. You can leave now. Cut to excited kids shouting. Liber's here. Those Type 3 monsters are going down soon. Liber smiled humbly at their cheers, the hero soaring up into the sky. Civilians below murmured. What is going on? Liber's leaving already. Is something wrong? Karen suddenly asked Kaizo. Master, is that really Liber? He looked confused when he saw me, then just took off. They turned to Brain Mouse. Lord Brain Mouse. Do you know what is happening? He remained silent, staring thoughtfully into the distance. It seemed he was about to say that Karen had requested reinforcements. Brain Mouse commanded. Target special entities with head defects. Restoring their connection is our top priority. No one can keep up with Liber anyway. Kaizo immediately issued orders. There he sliced a monster in two, scattering its mana flow. Use body enhancement magic or mana boosts beyond normal limits. Sangu jumped into the fray. No big deal. I have mastered this skill through the system. No need to hesitate. Get lost. He unleashed a brutal skill. The battlefield was engulfed bit by bit in a blue energy glow. Brain Mouse exhaled in relief. Good. At this rate, his voice shifted. Hear me out where Liber is. Get out and establish a connection immediately. She replied. Yes. Understood. Lord Brainmouse. Suddenly, an unidentified golden object appeared. Kaizo and Karen were stunned. The curtain is rising. The bar hit 99%, and as Liber flew out of the hangar, he checked his watch, calculating the time. He thought to himself, I used teleportation to support the capital. Before the connection was cut, I confirmed that all the mages here had used their skills to bring Lord Brain Mouse to the battlefield. Meanwhile, blood pooled beneath Jenny's feet, spreading like a dark stain. Liber thought, I do not know what that thing is, but that Karen is definitely a fake, cutting off communications and launching a surprise attack on the capital. Was it all just a trap to lure me out? Panic surged through him. No way Rennie would stoop to something like this. I am about to reach the main system. Elisa was still sound asleep, showing no signs of waking. Liber shouted. Just a fleeting moment, and the data bar surged to 100%. Rennie turned around calmly and said, They are here. His voice steady even as the cold chamber beside him shattered. Dozens of sharp spikes piercing the figure inside. Rennie warned, but it was already too late. He froze, and no one could utter a word. All the capital's mages who witnessed the scene, and even Bramos, fell silent. Neither Karen, Kazil, nor Sangu said a word. He revealed to Liber that someone was watching this place, but he did not want to give away everything just yet. The blindfolded girl transmitted telepathically. They have blocked the rear already. He stammered. Elisa. Elisa's shadow flickered before his eyes. Look here. Liber. Rennie exchanged words with Liber. As soon as I disable the barrier and gate defenses, the guards will rush in. The caution of a worthy opponent. Indeed, you are the enemy. But this layered defense could be a nightmare for Rennie's main base. Elisa's memories flooded Liber's mind. Upon awakening mana, he had to let go of all distractions to focus on one thing. You mocked me for awakening after seeing your body, he thought, but you had a secret. He continued. Despite the significant time lost, everything went according to plan. Elisa hid away from the front lines, and those who lost her were lost themselves. Rennie declared. At that moment, I was sure you are emotionally overdependent on each other. In Liber's mind, Elisa smiled soft. Honestly, I thought of you when I awakened. Maybe I have always been thinking about you. Rennie pierced Liber's chest. As one side collapsed, the other quickly lost its will to survive. He vaguely questioned himself. What is this? Everything I have done all this time, why? Why am I running like this? Elisa. Blood trickled from the corner of Liber's mouth as he whispered. Without you, I do not need this world. I do not need it anymore. Tears streamed down his face. Each drop filled with pain. The creative command order was confirmed. Priority target changed. A physical medium is needed to optimize mana use, seeking an entity with minimal damage. Suddenly, strange tendrils sprouted from Liber's body. Even Rennie was stunned by the sight. It turned around. But he was already behind it. What? He grabbed Rennie's chest with both hands, pinning him in a chokehold. Rennie gasped. No way, irreversible damage. Loss of function, still alive. Rennie unleashed an overwhelming surge of power. System alerts blared. Calculation error. Calculation error. Abnormal entity detected. Liber went berserk, as if he would become someone else entirely. Rennie panicked. Who are you? He struggled. My plan, all of it. The concept of blasphemy is exactly what is needed for times like this. Rennie's creator. A species not in the database. Identity confirmed. Extraterrestrial life forms excluded. System's mana efficiency maxed out with brain structure complete. Liber sneered coldly, executing the highest priority target order at the peaceful, quiet village. A stranger's arrival sparked curiosity among the villagers. Woo, who is that? Everyone was stunned in unison. Liber. Liber's here. Hey everyone, he greeted warmly. The crowd responded with amused interest. Why are you here? I heard the campaign is underway. Everyone, I am he announced. Haven't you heard? Liber declared the war was over, and the civilians erupted in joy finally. The day was a success. Could this really be happening? Someone suggested. Let us throw a celebration to mark the occasion. He asked. A celebration? I think I can pull off a festival like that. Liber forced a fake smile. I might not be creative, but I sure love this vibe. The harvest day. Today's the harvest day. Suddenly, those strands behind him started to shimmer mysteriously. Elisa's death shattered Liber's emotions, and he was plunged into unbearable pain. Liber just collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably, yet deep down, he felt like he was screaming Elisa's name into the endless void of agony. Fragmented memories of Elisa flashed through Liber's mind. The terror on her face dragged him deeper into despair. He forgot himself completely, just screaming. Elisa's image returned again, this time crying, and it was like it was about to explode inside him. Then Liber instantly recalled her bright, smiling face. He was trapped in that moment when they were happy together, drowning in sorrow until, somehow, the pain inside his chest started to fade. Liber sank fully into despair, blaming himself endlessly, feeling like he would completely abandon Elisa back there. As the torment tore at his soul, Liber suddenly snapped awake. It did not take long for him to regain his senses. He quickly calmed down, but when he looked up, the scene before him shocked him to the core. He was inside a world he had created. Opening his eyes within the internal neural network of the system, he immediately recognized where he was, since he had designed it and understood the structure of the mana network. It did not take long for him to realize what kind of space this was. Sweating profusely, Liber stammered, "Am I inside the system?" Liber realized everything around him could spiral out of control. But two things were completely unpredictable. Suddenly, the system started morphing on its own. Liber screamed in shock. What the hell is this? The first thing he faced was the system autonomously rewiring itself, expanding the neural network's nodes. Liber panicked. He never created this structure. It was evolving its own functions. He snapped back to focus and immediately searched for a solution. I need to check my body's status. If I connect the circuits and develop a skill, maybe I can see outside from here. But then came the second problem when Liber finally connected and looked out. The chaotic scene outside left him frozen in horror. He could not believe his eyes. Whispering over and over, angry, Liber shouted at the system, "What are you doing?" Around where his body stood, the ground was littered with corpses. Liber wondered if the system, the thing that had taken over his body, was responsible for all this carnage. Suddenly, a boy covered in wounds appeared, lying on the ground, trying to call out to him, Liber. But as soon as the boy said his name, the system's tentacles suddenly struck him down. Liber could only watch in horror as the system controlling his body slaughtered innocent people. Why? After ending the boy's life, the system even twisted into a cold, mocking smile and whispered, "You won't feel pain anymore. Everyone, rest easy." Sangu, standing nearby and witnessing everything the system did, darkened in expression, confused and unsettled. But why? Why would the system do this? Liber thought. It was just a theory. Then he suddenly remembered in his desperate final words before dying. Liber had begged. I do not need it anymore. That world. Those words had inadvertently become the system's top priority and the root of all this chaos. He knew well that everyone in the capital had witnessed it when the designer died and the connection was restored. After seeing the horrific scene, Kaizo could not believe what was happening and tried to reassure himself. You are lying. Right? Without a word, Kaizo immediately made up his mind to head straight to the system. But no sooner had he started walking than Karen spotted him. She rushed over and grabbed Kaizo tightly, pleading, Master, please calm down. Leber's not himself anymore. He has fully lost it. Let me go, I do not trust that screen. I need to see with my own eyes. Ramus stood nearby, trying to reason with him. Stay calm. Kazel has gone back to the garden, the master patiently explained. That is no longer the Liber we know. Kaizo clenched his teeth in silence. Suddenly, he shouted out, Elisa, tears streaming down his face. Kaizo explained. He is acting like this because he has lost Elisa. He is not the kind of person to do these things, overcome with emotion. He kept arguing. I know his mindset behind the system better than anyone. Karen, feeling helpless, called out, Master, just as she spoke. The system abruptly enlarged Liber's image in front of everyone. A cold, cruel smile spread across the system's face. It then looked down solemnly and announced, Everyone, the war is over. Now, prepare yourselves for the harvest day. Before it could finish, a fireball suddenly shot out, blasting away half its face on the screen. At the same time, a voice rang out. You have activated a skill. High-temperature fireball. That attack came from Frost, who shouted furiously. Shut up. You killer. That village was my home. Run quickly stepped in, warning Frost. Hey, we are not even sure yet. The system calmly snapped its fingers and said, Please do not resist. This world no longer needs the system. Right after snapping, countless chains appeared, restraining everything. A notification blared out simultaneously. System has been disabled. Everyone was thrown into chaos, shouting, My skills. The system's down. Suddenly, Frost's arm burst into fierce flames. He screamed in pain. Someone put out the fire. It is burning too hot. The fire raged uncontrollably. Run panicked and dodged aside, shouting urgently, Frost, cancel your mana now. Frost replied slowly. How? Desperation filled his eyes. How do I cancel mana without the system? Frost burned alive, consumed by flames. Karen and Kai Sol helplessly watched him die in agony. That scene wiped away every hope we had to solve this crisis. The system had now fully taken control of Liber. At that moment, I became a mad mage, broken by losing Elisa. Standing before everyone, it declared grandly, Let me say it one more time, the war is over. The system kept repeating, Everyone, get ready to face Harvest Day. Kai Sol was so furious he nearly lost it. He slammed his fist on the ground and yelled, Liber. And just like that, Harvest Day began. Forces hastily gathered from all regions tried to resist, but it was all for nothing. The system was now a killing machine. With most soldiers' skills sealed, they could not fight and were mercilessly slaughtered one by one. While the other side lost their fighting edge, the system freely analyzed and wielded every skill at will. Notifications kept flooding in. Skill activated. Laser Ancha. Skill used. Meteor Shower. Skill used. Perception Breakthrough. Skill used. Critical hit. Liber's body did not stop moving. Inside that bloodied body, I kept slaughtering relentlessly. Then, a few dragon kings and elemental swords fought fiercely. But I had already become a monster. He knew all too well that mana gathered from across the planet was nearly infinite, and no one could stop the system from using every skill it wanted. Sangu witnessed that brutal scene firsthand. He begged, Stop this. It felt like a vicious cycle. For a whole week, the screams of the Arenzi Empire's people echoed endlessly in a living nightmare. With his body torn apart, Sangu could not take it anymore. He kept screaming, Stop. Please. Stop. Sangu watched Libo's back disappear into a mountain of piled-up corpses. His voice barely a whisper. Please do not make me witness that nightmare again. Libo sank into a chair, weariness shadowing his face as he replied, Yeah. I have been through hell too. Just like you. Dung Sangu. The desperate image of Libo screaming in hopeless agony flashed instantly inside the system the moment he spoke. The sky suddenly tore open with a deafening explosion. Frost struggled to his feet, his mind refusing to accept the truth. No way Libo would not do that. Something has got to be wrong. Even staring at the wreckage in front of him, Frost stubbornly denied it. No divine being would let Arenzia fall to this. Heavy rain began to pour as the soldiers on the ground held their positions, ready for whatever came next. Bramos glanced toward Arya and Duver before slowly speaking. This is, nearby? Kaizo and Karen stood silently beside Bramos, their faces grim. Then Bramos asked heavily, what about the others? Run quickly reassured them. Libo's coming soon. Bramos stared ahead in silence for a moment. Then, with finality, he declared, looks like this is the end of the line. Without hesitation, Bramos crushed the wall before him and ordered, let us get out of here back to Earth. Libo and Elisa's home. Suddenly, a device appeared on the ground. Bramos steadied it and explained swiftly, this is the star travel device Libo built in his initial escape plan. Of course, he has no clue we have found it. Kazol gasped. A device like this? Bramos cut in. It can only be used once and carries a max of 3 people, and I can't go either. Bramos added, it needs a massive mana supply to work, so no worries there. Kazol's worry deepened as he slowly asked, so you have made your decision? Most here are registered in the system. He continued, even on another planet, they could still track us down. Kazol shared his plan. We have to send these 3 away, Karen, Duval, and Era. Hearing this, all 3 were visibly shocked. Ron suddenly panicked. Warning everyone. The recognition spell just caught a signal. The system's closing in on us. He yelled. Libos nearby. Seeing this, Kazol urged, hurry. Karen, but instead of moving, she raised her hand toward him and said, I am Master, calmly. Karen explained, I am registered in the system too. Furious? Kazol demanded, what do you mean? Why? Karen, there is no other way than to tell the truth. Back then, I was foolish. I tried to use magic once. Bramos wasted no time and activated the device with mana. Decision made. Kazol slammed his fist against the mana shield, begging Bramos, please stop. I will stay and hold Libo back. Arya, standing nearby, quickly intervened. Raven, you should be the one to leave. We have to go now. Bramos shouted orders. Libo is coming. Everyone, prepare to fight. Karen smiled at Kazol, advising, Master, find another safe haven. We have to protect that legacy. Drexar chimed it. Kazol, if there is a chance later. He turned away and asked Kazol one last time, can you tell me what Earth is really like? He cast a longing glance at the group one final time. Kazol's pain surged. The scene before him began to blur as he cried out desperately, stop. Back in the present, Sangu finally understood everything. He stood silently in a corner, face twisted with disgust, realizing this was the day of reckoning. Suddenly, Kazol appeared behind him, asking, how did you find this place? Sangu blurted out, Master. Kazol stepped closer. Suspicious disciple. That is exactly the question I wanted to ask you. Why are you here? At that moment, Kazol trembled with anxiety, his hands shaking violently as he gripped his sword tight. He pressed, voice steady despite the fear. Disciple, please do not tell me this is true. I trusted you. I even entrusted you with the Empire's relic. Desperate for answers, Kazol demanded, how do you know this place? Sangu had a clear grasp of the situation, thinking to himself, Master's mind is on Liber. He believes whatever the system did was Liber's doing. Sangu glanced at Kazol's expression and carefully considered, what if I tell him I have been talking to Liber? Suddenly, a light bulb flickered in his mind. Wait a sec. I just thought of something. Why not show him what I just saw? Then he will realize it was not Liber causing all this. Just as Sangu crafted this plan to clear up the misunderstanding and save Liber from blame. Liber's voice cut in sharply. Dungsan, do not forget why we can communicate before you obtain the 7 deadly sins. He quickly explained to Sangu. The moment I contact Kazol and show him past memories, the system will pinpoint my location. Without the 7 deadly sins, you would not even be able to see those memories. Liber kept up a rapid-fire explanation. I created a private zone within the system to avoid detection. The scenes I showed you are memories stored in the system. While the system was transitioning down to Earth, I moved those memories into this workspace. Then he bluntly added, if this place gets destroyed, I die. Do not let that happen. Sangu was momentarily overwhelmed, cursing inside. Damn, this guy talks too fast. Meanwhile, outside, he tried to calm Kazol. Master, stay calm. Hold steady. Sangu quickly grabbed an excuse. Someone told me about this place. Kazol immediately asked. Ooh. The image of Trevor popped into his mind. He instantly used him as a scapegoat. Trevor John. Liber's old teammate. Panic flickered across Sangu's face. Shoot. Lying but gotta keep going. He spun a fake story to fool Kazol. I met him during that terror attack caused by the sin he sung. He tried to explain to avoid suspicion. He gave me tons of useful info. That is how I found this place. Luckily, Kazol had heard something similar before and dropped his guard. Lowering his sword, I have heard that too. Looks like you are the same. Sangu sighed. What a coincidence. Kazol's curiosity sparked. So you have seen the harvest day already? Sangu replied. Yeah. I have seen everything that went down into Bem. He asked. Can you show me? After hearing this, Sangu hesitated. Well, Sangu cut to the chase. Sorry, but Master does not have the 7 deadly sins, so he can see it. Kazol responded. The artifact. The 7 deadly sins, so you are not being controlled. Suddenly, Kazol wondered aloud. You said Chano is Liber's teammate, but it sounds like they do not get along. Is that true? Sangu blurted. No way. Then without overthinking, he quickly added. Liber's a total jerk. No doubt about it. Kazol looked genuinely satisfied. I am determined to kill Liber to stop Harvest Day. Sounds like you are on the right track. He piled up. Just like I said. Right? That bastard really is a total jerk. Sangu eagerly joined in. He is a petty, dirty player. Liber helplessly listened as the two tore him down, powerless to stop them. Kazol and Sangu hurriedly covered the ground below. Kazol anxiously asked, Is it stable? Kazol stared at him and said, As long as it is not destroyed, it will hold. Sangu confidently explained, The devices below connect to the system, so I can monitor what is happening in T-BEM. Outwardly he sounded sure, but inside he knew the truth. Liber had actually linked to it. Sangu threw out an idea. So there is no chance to plant a virus or anything and use it to strike back. Kazol happily nodded. Yeah, a virus. I've heard that is huge. You are right. They chatted cheerfully for a bit until Sangu finally asked. By the way, Master, you have gotten way smoother at talking. Huh, switching from you to disciple. Is that because of the person who gave me Dung Chan? Kazol was caught off guard by the question. Stammering. That is not it. Kazol figured Sangu might dislike the term. If it bothers you, I will change it. Sangu quickly shot back. Keep calling me your disciple, because at that moment, Sangu remembered Master's old disciple. Karen, Master, find another disciple. We have to preserve the legacy. He gently said, Just consider me Karen's student. That caught him completely off guard. Kazol paused for a moment, then confidently replied, Yeah, I bet that kid will be thrilled. Suddenly, Liber's voice rang out. You made it through. Sangu responded through his thoughts. I just stopped bringing it up. Where's the next of the 7 deadly sins? He sensed the worry in him and guessed. Looks like you are worried too. The next sin is probably where you think it is. With unwavering eyes, Sangu confidently declared, I want to let that happen on Earth. I will gather all 7 deadly sins and destroy the system. Scene shift to New York. Area. The main heir of heritage is shocked to see Sangu and Keizo. Huh, Sangu. Raven, curious? She asks. What brings you two here? He replies seriously. We have got some questions. Seeing Arius' exhausted look, Sangu kindly says, You look drained. You do not seem well. She forces a smile. Well, I have been pretty busy lately. But hey, we do have some good news. Just as Ari announces, we finally found Elysia. His face lights up with surprise. Aria continues. It has been a long journey. We have not secured it yet, but Raven agreed to handle it. Keizo cheerfully responds. I wanted to surprise you, but I ran into my own disciple first. Sangu stammers. Got it. He wonders silently if she knows her sister has recovered. Cutting in. Sangu says, First, let me be straight with you. Aria turns serious. About what? He bluntly asks. What is your plan to stop the harvest day? I have seen the disaster it caused on Elysia. Hearing that, Aria's face darkens instantly. The memory seared into her mind. Sweat beads form as she hesitates. How did you? Keizo explains. Duran is Duver's son, and Samir is Arius' nephew. Sangu awkwardly apologizes. Sorry for reopening old wounds. I know it must be painful and humiliating for you, especially coming from someone like me from Earth. He guesses. You must have seen the signs of the harvest day and the catastrophe it brought to Earth. Aria lowers her head. Exactly. You do not know how desperate I was. Those who willingly signed into the system finally showed up. I never imagined Libra would spread this far. Sangu, expressionless, keeps talking. It caused unwanted illusions on Earth, even with 10 months. I could not fully explain it. Liber's a psycho. One day, he will return to his home Earth. Don't worry about that. Liber's gone deaf to reason now. He is too angry. Shut your mouth. Arya pulls out a skill orb and replies. Of course. After seeing that future, we did not just sit around. We planned to stop the harvest day. Sangu's eyes widen. So this is the plan. Isn't it that? He instantly recognizes it a skill orb. She holds it up and confirms. Exactly. Heritage was founded and the skill orb marketplace created specifically to stop the harvest day. Scene shift to Sangu walking alone down a corridor. He immediately asks Liber. You have heard their plan? Right? What do you think? Liber replies. You are really asking me that? After a moment, he answers. I think it is doable. Tough? But possible. Sangu walks while staring at the paper in his hand. Huh? Just hearing this, I can't even picture it. He recalls Arius' words. The reason we are powerless against Liber is not just because he is strong and a hero to everyone, but because of something way bigger. Liber asks. So what is your move? Sangu answers bluntly. Of course. I am backing Arya. I just came up with a pretty solid idea. He remembers Arya holding the orb, saying, block the system. Soldiers with skills won't be able to use magic anymore. They are just humans with a bit more strength. That is why we plan to shut this down. Sangu leaned on his staff, alone, meticulously plotting every detail how to pull off all 3 objectives at once. Seize the 7 deadly sins, back her up in her plan, and refine his own skills. Cut to Sangu standing high above, surveying a crowd of the dead. Then the scene shifts to Arya, confidently declaring that by rebuilding the system, all hunters will be able to use their skills even after the system gets locked down. Arya hesitates for a moment, then adds the real kicker: money. She speaks the harsh truth: they need a massive pile of cash. So Sangu heads into a meeting packed with wealthy nobles. Standing before them all, he bows respectfully. Greetings, esteemed lords of Weave. Sangu introduced himself slowly. I am S-Rank hunter. Dung Sangu. Out of courtesy, he carefully continues. First, I want to express my deepest gratitude for gathering here this late evening. Just as Sangu is about to continue, someone cuts him off. Skip the intro. I am here's, I heard something interesting is about to go down at Heritage. A woman beside him chimes in. Yeah? Get to the point already. The crowd below stirs restlessly. If this is some small-time deal, you are wasting our time. Calmly, Sangu interrupts. Gentlemen, he drops a question that stuns everyone. Don't we all want to live forever? Sangu continues slowly. Maybe the dumb mages do not get it, but everyone here knows this. Mana can slow down physical aging. Another man explains. Those who collect mana from younger beings and absorb it regularly live longer. The man next to him ponders silently. Yeah? I have heard that. Sangu, stern and serious, responds from above. The disaster just happened. I have only been exposed to mana for 20 years, so maybe people do not fully understand it yet, but over time, more will realize. Just look at Jumper, he is over 40 now. All of it was part of his plan. Sangu presses the nobles with more questions. Where do you think we should find pure mana? Liber furrows his brow slightly. He planned this from the start. Definitely the next 7 deadly sins are there. Who would have guessed he would use what he heard like this? Suddenly, he recalls a moment from the past. Veda once said, I heard the theory that the more harmonious you are with mana, the slower your body ages. But this is the first extreme case I have seen. Even I have aged this much already. Earlier, Liber had reassured her. Don't stress about it. Veda, back to the present. Sangu boldly questions the nobles again. Mana from the Himalayas. From some remote, hidden valley. Then he decisively answers. Just as he finishes, the quiet is shattered by a loud noise from the ceiling that shocks everyone present. His clones suddenly appear behind him. Sangu grins triumphantly. This place, the Odden Tower, is home to S-Rank hunters. I will get you to pure mana safely and comfortably, Sangu announces enthusiastically. Of course. For a reasonable fee. Alen scoffs without hesitation. What nonsense are you spouting? You think we are a bunch of knave fools? That ancient Odden Tower you are talking about. After a 2-second pause, she continues. So many hunters have tried that place. Their footprints alone could circle the earth. With unshakable confidence, Sangu cut. That is just the first floor. With supreme confidence, Sangu adds. And that is just the first floor. We will be moving up from the 2nd floor of Odden's Tower. Alen's voice rises in panic at this revelation. Wait. What? He quickly explains. Put simply, except for Jumper, no human has set foot there. It is a path leading to the Pure Mana Plaza. A man in the room chimes in. From the second floor up, it is a whole different game. The man continues. As expected, Alen still is not fully convinced, but even the elite assault teams died trying to advance. Sangu stays calm and reassuring. Don't sweat it. With an SSS-Rank hunter like me and my clone skills, you all know I am a machine when it comes to precise judgment and perfect movement. I am confident none of you will get caught off guard up there. Just as he finishes, Dan jumps in with that smug, show-off tone that grates on everyone's nerves, sneering. He says, keep boosting all you want, but you are just an SSS-Rank hunter. Big deal. Someone retorts. Most of us here only hire elite rank hunters as bodyguards. According to him, a huge number of guards have already been stationed outside. Just around this mansion alone, over 100 are on standby. Sternly questioning, he adds, you are saying that even if all our guards combined, they would not be as skilled as you. Sounds like you just put your foot in your mouth. Sangu chuckles sheepishly. Sorry for the slip-up. I did not mean to overlook that. Still, trust has to come first. Suddenly, he raises his voice. Challenging. Simply put, yeah, that is exactly right. Tell everyone to come in. Sangu's cocky attitude sends the whole room into a rage. Hey, security chief, bring them all in. No sooner said than done. The guards outside rush in. Come on, teach this punk a lesson. Despite the growing crowd, Sangu remains unfazed, muttering, quite a crowd. Huh. Cut to the lab, where Sangu's voice echoes. You need money that badly. He worries aloud. I have got some cash too, if it can stop the harvest day. I am not planning to hold on to it. Hearing this, Arya shyly, I appreciate your kindness, but our goal is for all humanity to use the skill orbs from the Heritage Corporation. Hearing her words, the boss beams with pride. My apprentice worth every penny. Meanwhile, he is still basking in his joy. Arya continues. Like river system, we can control a single skill orb for multiple users. You know the price of even the simplest skill orb is 8 million coins. Right? Even at wholesale, 10,000 units would cost around 40 billion. That jaw-dropping number makes Sangu's eyes pop. Okay, looks like I am going to be roaming the streets after all. Then, river system appears. Announcing the next piece of the 7 deadly sins is probably somewhere you know well. Odden Tower. In his quiet contemplation, it adds, the weapon of the 7 deadly sins, once controlled by the first person I met, is stored there. Sangu slowly asks, you have been running this company for 20 years, right? Though Arya does not quite catch his meaning, she confirms. Yes. Sangu quickly fills in. Then you must have some seriously powerful connections. Without hesitation, he orders. Gather the wealthiest big shots with overflowing influence. Even those who do not shy away from shady dealings, bring them to me. Though Arya hesitates, Sangu quickly declares, I will turn their influence into skill orbs. After a pause, she reluctantly agrees. I can gather them. But worried for him, Arya gently warns, those people are not just rich, they really hold power. In other words, they are beyond the reach of law. They are dangerous. She sadly recalls, if it were not for the strings attached, I would be a wreck by now. Unlike Arya's worry, Sangu's excitement only grows. Perfect. Those trash will pay up big, because they are obsessed with pure mana. Back to the present after taking down all the muscle-bound guards. The light boldly speaks up. Hey, no need to be modest, like he is toying with them. Sangu slowly asks. Anyone else? What is this terrifying scene all about? Dance disbelief fills the air, sitting atop the pile of bodies. The light replies casually. Can't you see? I did not even get a scratch. Then Sangu shifts to a friendly tone. Just one simple order. And you all can enjoy a tour and breathe in the purest mana at Odden Tower after witnessing everything firsthand. Loris exclaims. That kid's something else. Didn't expect SSS-Rank to be this damn good. Another person nearby nodded in agreement. Yeah, this is a rare chance. I think we can even cut back on the risky stuff like kidnappings. For example, Varone quickly stepped forward. No denying. The jumper looks way younger than his age. Seems like he was convinced by Sangu. If it is all because he absorbed mana from Odden's Tower, then this plan is totally worth it. Seeing the bait was taken, he started setting the price. First, let me tell you the cost. A week late, Sangu arrived at the gates of Valhalla. The plane carrying the others had landed too. Stepping outside, Varone asked curiously, so this is the Valhalla gate? Huh? Elino answered immediately. I have been close by before, but this is the first time I am seeing it up close. Sangu scanned the crowd, silently judging. Is everyone here yet? Just as expected, about 15 middle-aged folks registered. all over 50. Guess the young guns are not that interested. They rushed to haggle over the price. We showed up like you said. But seriously, is not that price sky high? Even if we pool our money. Varun spoke up for the group, 10 billion per person just for one visit. The chairman of the super pharmaceutical company. Varun Jen. Varun Fong here. There is another condition, right? Not letting them bargain further. Sangu assured. If anyone gets hurt, even slightly, inside Odden's Tower, you get a full refund. However, any self-inflicted injuries to claim a refund will be strictly monitored. Of course, I do not expect our esteemed guests to act like that. Everyone's busy, so let us get inside right away. Just as he finished, huge boulders started crashing down from the remote mountains. From behind, Varun stared intently at the entrance of Odden's Tower, a place I would only heard rumors about. Elena was just as amused no media outlet could ever capture what is inside. Suddenly, she spotted some strange objects in the distance. What is that over there? The next moment, Park 1, the head of the Kano's guild, appeared and greeted politely. Greetings, everyone. He firmly shook hands with Sangu and Hunter Jung Sangu. Sangu immediately returned the enthusiasm. It is an honor to meet you, Guildmaster Park 1. That name piqued Varun's curiosity. Isn't Tar Park 1 to the leader of a top-tier guild in Korea? Sangu did not hide anything and explained. You can call him the Odden Tower expert. He is going to support us on this trip in the blink of an eye. One stepped forward to introduce himself. Inside Odden's Tower is vast and freezing cold, so we have prepared some gear to keep everyone safe. He quickly pulled back the curtain to reveal a tour vehicle, though a bit awkward. One proudly boasted the vehicle could fly high into the clouds. It is solid and packed with tech to make the tour comfortable. Hearing this, everyone instantly agreed with the idea. All right, awesome. And even though everyone's got flying skills, using them non-stop on the entire first floor sounds like a total nightmare. Right? With a dumbfounded look, Sangu made Wonti wonder. What on earth is that guy thinking? Sangu was clueless about the doubts but kept praising enthusiastically. Guildmaster's the best. Flashback to a week ago. Wonti's panicked yell rang out. You are seriously going into Odden's Tower. Used to the surprise, Sangu stayed calm as ever. Yeah, we got paid by a rich group to escort them inside for a tour. He sweated nervously trying to warn Hunter, this ain't just simple business. Then Wonti went on a long rant about the red tape. Government approval is a must, and only officially certified people are allowed in. This is not a place just anyone can enter. Hearing that, Sangu nodded and said, all right, we will handle that confidently. He explained the reason. That is why I came to get your help with the paperwork. I need a legit route to sell the monsters inside, plus a luxury tour vehicle for the rich folks to use. And I have got a request for Vice Guild Master Warrior too. Still, Wonti looked a bit worried. This all came out of nowhere. Right after the fight, Sangu barked orders to #3 and #4. With Wonti's shocked face staring, he confidently declared, I am aiming for the top of the tower. The tour was just a way to make some cash along the way. Did not the first team only make it 40 kilometers in a whole month? Thinking it over, something fell off. The initial map was way too detailed. Like a guide to uncover some hidden secret here. In a firm tone, Sangu added, this is the deal. I do not know what you are hunting for inside Odden's Tower, but if you help me finish my mission, I will help you with yours. Fair trade. Right? Back on the trip, Sangu played the part of a legit tour guide. All right. Look behind you, icefall monsters are chasing us. He flipped off the roof of the car, muttering, aren't they just adorable? Furl's face drained of color at the sight, shouting, kill them fast. Hearing this, Sangu sighs lightly. You guys really do not know how to enjoy the ride. Still, he treats his clients like royalty, wiping out the aggressive monsters in the blink of an eye. Right after the fight, Sangu orders #3 and #4. I am still not used to these stone pillars popping up everywhere every time I swing my sword. #3. #4. Make sure you clear those shards out. Sangu watches the surroundings with amusement. It has been ages since I was back here. Everything feels so fresh. Then, quietly thinking, Sangu knew he had to grab 3 key items here to stop the upcoming harvest and get paid. Inside the car, Laura's grinned and said, seriously, I really want that kid. At the same moment, Eleno chimed in, excited, I can feel the difference in mana now. Looks like a couple of my wrinkles just vanished. No joke. Outside, #3 and #4 were busy clearing monster stats, monster cores, skill plans, absorbing their essence. Sangu's conversation with Gwontai flashed back, and I have got one more request. With a pleading tone, he said, The first-gen Korean hunter and the first to step into Odden's Tower, please. Find any info on him for me, Sangu thought to himself. River's first contact. Baekwon the hunter. Wielder of one of the 7 deadly sins weapons, I am about to cross paths with him. Sangu's car sped down a remote mountain trail. Feeling the breeze tussle his hair as he scanned the environment. After a moment, Sangu muttered, "This feels oddly familiar." Suddenly, in the eerie silence, he caught a sound. Hey, from above, Sangu warned #1. Slow down. #1. The reply came quick. Got it. Seconds later, he hit the ground and greeted, "Good to see you all again. Back then, I was just doing my best to run away." Suddenly, old memories flooded Sangu's mind. "Everyone," he shouted, "run toward it." Back to present-day Sangu. Let us see. He paused briefly but charged with determination. How much have I changed since then? At the same time, the monsters lunged forward. Snarling fiercely, before Sangu could react, they launched relentless attacks. In this chaos, he suddenly realized automatic hunting through his clones. Sangu could hear it clearly. Even as the monsters kept striking, he was lost in thought. The sound of their blades slicing through the air. Within moments, Sangu regained his focus, his robe's collar only slightly torn. Good. Very good. Next, he charged fiercely. Looks like you guys will be the perfect test for me to master this new weapon. With a single strike, Sangu crushed the monsters like wet clay. From afar, Trevor's voice rang out, "Hey, did not they say Hunter Sangu hit level 5 thanks to those insanely strong clones?" Hearing that, Varen wiped sweat and said, "I really believe that, since he never joined a fight before, not even in this mansion." Watching Sangu dominate the battle, he nervously concluded, "Looks like we seriously underestimated him." Just as he finished off one group, a new wave appeared. Seeing this, Sangu quickly processed the situation. Moments later, he flung the monsters onto a nearby massive rock. Their bodies instantly shattered into tiny fragments from the blow. Then, the system flashed a message. Absorbed monster stats enhance the Ice Guardian's attributes. Absorbed monster stats enhance the Ice Guardian's attributes. Sangu spoke up excitedly, feeling it grow stronger inside him. Then, he gave the order. Number 2. Your turn, Sangu confidently instructed. Show them the power of the 7 deadly sins adaptation skill. Number 2 appeared quickly and replied, "Got it." Meanwhile, Sangu drifted into deep thought. The head controls mana link structure. The body adapts to all physical and magical states. Sangu wondered what number 2's adaptation would reveal against so many blades. Suddenly, without him noticing, number 2 was impaled by blades all around. The shocking scene caught everyone's attention, leaving Sangu speechless. He stepped forward to rescue him. "What the hell are you doing?" Number 2 sadly lay on the ground, replying, "I can't use it." Hearing this, Sangu sighed in frustration. "Damn it. Now that I think about it, number 1 could not use the head skill either. What? None of you control mana better than anyone else." Despite his injuries, number 2 snapped angrily. "Curious? Huh, you damn scammers." Sangu did not bother hiding and said, "So you are eavesdropping too? If I ask the priest, will you spill the beans?" Number 2 quickly answered, "No reason not to. You are stronger. It benefits me too." Such laid-back honesty made Sangu suspicious. Why does this jerk suddenly seem different? What is up? 7 deadly sins? With wide eyes from surprise, number 2 calmly explained, "From the start, I am an ancient being who existed before mana ever existed. Change your mindset, that is not mana control." Then he demonstrated a burst of power clearly for Sangu, though whether the latter understood was another story. Void. I wield the power of the void. Cut to 1T's base, where a machine observer announced, "Chairman, we are receiving a call." 1T's attention snapped to it. "Connect it." Ryong's voice came through. "Chairman, have you met him yet?" 1T calmly asked. "Have you met the hunter Jung Ryong?" She answered, "Yes, I have met Hunter Jung Ryong." He sighed in relief and said, "All right, please tell him, Vice Chairman of the Harmony Guild, Sung Horon." Later, Ryong softly reassured, "Don't worry." But Jung Ryong seemed a bit worried after their talk. "If something's wrong, you would not have contacted me." After ending the call with 1T, she pulled out a paper. "I came to bring you a contract. Hunter Sangu asked us to find you." Back to Sangu's fight, where number 1 and number 2 focused their power. Both launched their moves simultaneously, but nothing happened. Number 2's frustration boiled over. "I told you, it is not like that. Just because it is void does not mean you do not have to put effort into it. Did you really think the void could easily exist somewhere filled with something else? You are pushing it away. That space contracts from all sides to create a whole. After listening to him ramble, number 1 silently thought, man, his explanations suck. While numbers 1 and 2 struggled to learn, Sangu happily picked up weapons dropped by the monsters. He grinned broadly, chuckling, man, watching these guys struggle feels like watching myself learning magic. Annoyed by Sangu's antics, number 1 stepped in and ordered, Dunny just laughed. Sangu, you gotta use it too. Sangu shot back defiantly. Wait, me too. Without hesitation, number 1 explained, you are benefiting from my shard absorption effect. Think you can use it? This news made Sangu quietly consider it. Yeah? Theoretically, maybe I can do it too. He accepted the fact, nodding firmly. Alright, just teach me the right way to use it. If you do that, I will try learning through shared sensations. Number 1. Confused. Thought, what the hell is this guy talking about? Fine. Take it. Next moment, Sangu breathed a sigh of relief. But setting that aside, we just made it through the spot where the key nurse attack team disappeared in the past. Sangu quickened his pace toward the car, silently telling himself, I have to get there. The moment he stepped inside, he announced the good news. Alright everyone, we have just crossed the last exploration zone of floor 1. Finally, we have arrived at a place only jumpers have ever set foot in. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. We made it at last. Then Sangu suggested, let us take a break and have a meal here. After pitching the tents, he started grilling meat. Number 4 was assigned to cook by the blazing fire. Stepping down from the vehicle, Trevor did not hold back his praise. Smells amazing, and it has got that mouth-watering aroma too. Varun nodded in agreement. Cooking skills are not too shabby. With everything set, Sangu drifted into thought. He would finally succeeded in leading the wealthy here. But would they actually pay up next time? As he analyzed, Sangu recalled images of the others. From the start, those who aged slowly through their mana aura were people whose bodies had undergone intense mana training. They boasted excellent stats, with little correlation to pure mana respiration. In other words, it was like a hallucinogenic substance. Of course, some came just to sightsee. 1 billion was not a huge sum for them. If they did not get any benefit, they would just write it off as throwing money away and would not sign up again. After a moment, Sangu squinted, calculating the people over there. But I am not trying to turn you all into disposable tools. The next second, from his dimensional space, he unleashed a remarkable surge of power. Over at Alino's side, she smiled with delight. This feels like a luxury camping trip, she said, climbing up Odden's Tower. Who'd have thought we would be dining in this chilly breeze? Loris happily agreed. Yeah? No kidding. Suddenly, Loris' eyes widened in surprise and stammered. Elino's face, she exclaimed in shock. Looking younger, those strange words left Elino puzzled. Like, huh? Loris was even more amazed. What? Seriously? Your wrinkles are fading too. Look, she looked younger. But others at the table started noticing too. Hey, look at me. Do I look younger? Even Varun was enveloped by this power surge. Everyone took turns cheering. Oh my. It is actually working. This power surge seemed to have the desired effect. Satisfying Sang. Good. Do not make them too young, just wipe out the deep wrinkles. From a hole in his dimensional space, Dungzian's dark eyes appeared, filled with irritation. Sangu, so it was Sangu who ordered him to use his power for this. You called me here just for this. Chameleon changes the target's appearance, but keeps the stats proof that skill range can be expanded. Dungzian's annoyance deepened. You damn trickster. Sangu calmly explained as if he had all the right reasons. What are you talking about? I am just planting hope in them. If real changes happen, they will pay more next time, and we will get more applicants. Miho, curious, asked about how to get younger. Hearing this, Sangu grew thoughtful. I am wondering if some skill or mana engine is involved. Miho looked puzzled. Why are you asking about that? Without hesitation, he replied. What do you mean? Why? From what I know, Miho is quite advanced in age but looks very young. Those harsh words made Miho snap at Sangu. Watch your mouth. After a moment, she hesitated, then answered, honestly, no skill like that exists. Suddenly, Miho remembered a similar case where a fake awakener claimed it, but it turned out to be a scam. They had a skill that slowed down their aging process by reducing speed, like sleeping 16 hours a day or something. Of course, people with high stats like me age slower, but that is not reversing age to look younger. Then she suddenly had an idea. For ordinary folks, maybe there's a way to create illusions to fake youth using illusion-related skills. Miho's suggestion instantly excited Sangu. If that is the case, I will have to find a guy with that skill. Back to the rich folks' break. The blunt chatter kept buzzing. Looks like the boss is looking younger already. Garan eagerly told Veyron. Check it out. Veyron, it is actually working. Right? Almost in disbelief. He announced excitedly. Honestly, I only half believe it myself. Seeing this scene, Sangu was deeply satisfied, thinking to himself, no creature can invade your pocket dimension except you and your clones. But mana can pass through if you open a pocket dimension linking one area to another. Exactly as Sangu imagined, a scene unfolded showing mana flowing right through there. Watching everyone celebrate in Gello, he sank deeper into thought. Because of that, Sangu could tap into Shinjung Xion's support skills even inside this sealed Odden Tower. After a moment, he spoke up. Of course. Sangu can keep this up forever. Alright then. Let us. Amid the crowd's panic, he announced with a booming voice. The first tour of Odden Tower concludes here. Hearing that, everyone immediately paled and panicked. Wait, it is over already. Hey. Come on. Extend it a bit more. I will pay extra. Like they would expected this all along. Sangu declined. Sorry, but please wait for the next tour. We have reached the contract as set time, still regretting the short experience. Someone asked. We will come back. Right? Once Sangu ended the tour, the barrier he would set from the start exploded, and everything snapped back to normal. Number 1 opened the pocket dimension gate to return and restart the tour, grumbling as he stood guard. Man, it is freezing out here. Then Sangu gently spoke. I hope everyone enjoyed the tour. With a heartfelt smile, he joked. Now it is time to close the books, ignoring the lingering regrets. Sangu continued. No one got hurt, right? All your personal belongings have been returned, but quickly reassured them. Don't worry. We won't waste time getting there on the next tour. He left behind a teleport scroll linked to the target, so we can pick up right where we left off. The transformation skill still has some time. It won't end immediately, regaining his spirit. Veyron waved and replied. Gotta say, with the bodyguards rushing the suitcases over, it was a pretty satisfying trip. Turns out the suitcases held the contract payment, the promised money. The sight made Sangu's eyes light up. Oh man, 15 billion for half a day. Isn't that a killer profit? Once he got the full payment, he waved cheerfully. Great job. Everyone. Don't forget to wait for the next tour. Cut to Sangho storing away the Kano's guild, where Sangu is satisfied. Laughter echoed from outside to inside. Stepping inside, he asked. Still alive? Dungzian shot him a furious glare. Shut up. I am about to die here. Seeing him so pissed, Sangu quickly shifted focus to Kano's vice guild leader Ho Ryong can control mana. Pretty useful. Huh. Hearing this, Ryong finally caught on. That is why the guild master asked me. The mana transfer skill is in play. I am honestly shocked. She added. Frankly, I was not sure this guy would accept it. There might be some magical limits. This is the first time I have heard of a punishment like this. She kept talking. Ignoring Dung Xian sweating bullets, he is definitely hiding something. They said, what the heck is this contract? Turns out it is the contract's terms that pissed him off. When I open the pocket dimension, let the elders over there look younger according to my progress. The vice guild leader will support your mana. While Ryong was still curious about the paper's contents, Dung Xian managed to calm down enough to keep reading. Of course, if you take this contract, she will also learn about your punishment after that. It is your choice. Back to reality. Gasping in pain, Dung Xian tried to speak. Because I decided to stop lying to myself. Suddenly, Yin Jian gritted his teeth and added, and more. So Dung Xian was trying to hold back anger over Sangu's bogus contract. Don't you have any conscience? Writing all these ridiculous conditions just to mess with me. Ignoring his pleading, Sangu blinked in surprise and asked, you already read it. You are quite the detective. Huh. Even though Rang overheard their entire conversation, he still did not get a single thing. What is going on here? Too lazy to explain now. Sangud, I will fill you in later. Right now, we are kinda stuck. He kept throwing compliments around. But honestly, you all did great. I know how to reward and punish like a pro. Sangu opened his personal space and a bunch of items started dropping. My pocket dimension is not huge, so these are my prized possessions stored away. Seeing the dumbfounded faces of Dung, Cyan, and Ryong, he casually added, these seem to be made from some kind of light refracting material. So yeah, they are pretty pricey. Since he would gathered a ton, Sangu generously offered, take as many as you want. The items kept falling from the pocket space until they piled into a mountain. I have got loads more. Or you can just buy them later with cash. I am selling all of it anyway. Cut to the lab, where Duver's hesitant voice breaks the silence. Turns out, The debut Heritage Tech team is curious and has gathered to see if he is making money off this scheme. Arya replies. Sounding unsure, yeah. I did not catch exactly how he is pulling it off, but I do not trust Sangu. Duver spreads his arms wide. Like I said before, a few scraps won't make this plan fly. Hearing this, Arya quickly agrees. Trying to scam those dangerous folks for cash is... Before she can finish, Sangu boldly steps in. Maybe, right after, he dumps suitcases filled with cash onto the floor with a loud thud. With a pumped-up grin, Sangu announces, boom. Nailed it. Arya stares. Unbelieving. Wait, that is all of it. He just grins and nods. Of course, amid their stunned silence, Sangu casually orders, now, use this cash to produce skill orbs. Folks, these orbs can block the system's harvest day restrictions. After a moment, he adds, you two can hand them off to my clones as soon as they are done. Arya finally calms down. Got it. Duver still looks shocked and stammers. Dude, how did you rake in this much cash? Sangu quickly replies like it is no big deal. Told you, I had a plan. Ignoring Duver's confusion, he smirks. The important thing is, we are not out of options yet. The effect's about to expire. Cut to Elenos' mansion, where her resentful screams fill the air. Eleno clutches her face. Screaming, why? Why did I mess up again? Losing control of her anger, she yells, I need more mana. More pure Odden Tower mana. Her tone sharpens as she demands, call Sangu right now. Just then, Loris walks by. Sighing sadly, Eleno, she thinks to herself, so the effect only lasts this long. What is the catch? They have to return to the mana source. The guard in the room immediately agrees. Yes. Miss Eleno, stepping outside. He receives a new order from Loris. Find me some items that boost skill detection. Cost does not matter. Just get the highest detection rate. The guard nods and rushes off. Eleno mutters to herself, if what Sangu said about pure mana is true, I will give him whatever he wants. Head of the Giant Hunters Union Department at the Enlightenment Corp, Loris quietly vows. But if he tries to play me, it won't end well for him. Sangu, meanwhile, the plan moves forward smoothly. Heritage starts producing skill orbs with the money they got. The skill orb factory runs non-stop, churning out orbs at rock-bottom prices. They pile up steadily, and once nearly 10,000 orbs are ready, Sangu's clones spread out across the country's streets, placing the boxes at key spots. Curious passersby whisper, hey, is not that one of Sangu's clones? Should I get his autograph? But what are they even doing standing there? They keep watching. Confused. I thought he would not show up at the harvest sites. Just then, the sales call of number 3 rings out. Super cheap skill orbs here. Discount going on now. Everyone's blown away by the shout. Only 100 coins a pop. Folks, and that single shout sparked chaos. Echoing through the streets. Moments later, a nearby bystander called out, wait, what was that? Right in front of everyone. Number 4 stood tall, voice ringing clear. You have all been working hard lately. To those chasing the dream of becoming hunters, or those living in constant fear that monsters might suddenly leap out from the gates, awakening skills can be used in combat. Boosting your stats is not easy, and those skill orbs, they are like shooting stars so rare. Then, he swiftly pulled out a blazing red orb, holding it high under the curious gazes of the crowd. I present this skill orb to all of you. It holds the fireball skill that can help with hunting, survival, and self-defense, and you can get one for just 100 coins. A woman froze, stammering, did I hear that right? The man beside her gaped in disbelief. No way. Another voice chimed in, dripping with skepticism. Only 100 coins for a skill orb. Number 4 confirmed. Yeah, that is right. His voice boomed again, but each person can only buy one. A man panicked and blurted out, I will take one first. Then everyone seemed to burst forward like a flock of birds. One rushing. Please. I want one too. Another quickly added. Me too. Hey. Over here. Everyone. Line up. The skill orb shimmered brightly in the buyer's hand, radiating fierce power. Suddenly, it transformed, shooting out a blazing fireball skill. The young man's eyes went wide. Horrified. Oh my. This is actually happening, a fireball. The young woman nearby saw this and immediately rushed over to buy one too. Beaming as she accepted it, the buyer thanked him gratefully. Thank you so much. Number 4 smiled and replied, no need to thank me. It is just a small kindness. His voice rang out again. Hunters always put the safety of the people first. Number 4's words moved many to tears, some covering their mouths, others quietly whispering, oh my. Cut to the next scene. they would moved on to the next sightseeing spot. The voice boomed again. I bet you are all itching to see what is next. He smiled softly and said, All right, let us keep this tour going, but seeing the grim faces before him, he hesitated. Today, you all look a little down. Varun struggled to speak. Isn't it obvious? He continued. Most of them reverted to their old forms just hours after leaving Odden Tower. They lost 1 billion coins, how could they not be upset? Calmly, he interrupted. I get this is going to take a lot of time, Sangu added. But is not that just proof we need more chances to absorb pure mana into our bodies? As Sangu spoke, the system suddenly roared inside his head, dripping with sarcasm. You a pro-con artist, or what? Sangu cursed silently. If you are not paying up, zip it. Suddenly, a panicked shout from Alino Vang snapped him around. Stop right there. She yanked down her hood, hiding her face that had returned to its age. Furious state. Enough with this nonsense. We are done worrying about that. Let us get back to Odden Tower and bring the pure mana here. Sangu quickly pulled out a teleportation scroll, a smirk tugging at his lips. All right, let us restart our tour. Meanwhile, back at Odden Tower in the past, a sword flashed through a monster, splitting its head clean in two. Number 1 slammed the monster hard. At that exact moment, shadowy figures appeared ahead, making him jump in surprise. Through the swirling dust, Sangu's silhouette slowly emerged, praising Number 1. Well done. Behind him, the clients whispered in awe. Murmurs spread. This really is the spot where we stopped last time. That clone's been here the whole time, just like before. Everyone quickly boarded the vehicle heading to the final exploration zone of Floor 1. Sangu's voice echoed. We are leaving now. Please get on board. As Sangu carefully gave instructions, the space ahead trembled, revealing a pink teleportation portal. Let us do this like last time. I will handle things in a few hours. Soon, he arrived at Dongshan's room. The moment Sangu appeared, Dongshan grit his teeth, eyes flashing with anger and frustration. I trusted you, man. Why does everyone keep picking on me here? After a while, Sangu returned to Odden Tower. He stood atop the tent, hands shoved deep in his pockets, exhaling deeply to steady himself before saying, Let us keep moving. Folks, I am only alive thanks to your support. The customers chimed in unison. Yes, sir. The vehicle roared down the icy road, plowing through the frozen monsters. On the roof, Sangu stood firm, battling fiercely against the swarm as a monster charged straight at him. In a flash, Sangu unleashed his spirit energy, a roaring wave of power that swept his foes away with a single strike. Inside the vehicle, Alino anxiously asked, Do I look younger? Check me out. Laura's, the woman beside him, furrowed her brows and snapped, Calm down. Not yet. Before long, the frozen monsters lay defeated, their bodies scattered everywhere, blood staining the cold ground. She immediately asked, Do you have a fire orb? Kim answered, I do. Yuan grabbed Kim's sleeve tightly. Speaking seriously, they said we might need these later. He paused. I heard he dropped over 100 orbs all in one place. How much are these even worth? A god among men, please. Just 1 orb for me too, she exclaimed in awe. It is still blowing up all over the internet. Yuan, frustrated, asked the person next to him. What the hell is he thinking? Kim replies helplessly. I have given up trying to understand him. Guess he is just too kind-hearted. He looks back at the 2 skill orbs and continues. Since registration was required, each of us got 1. She quickly asks, Do you have a fire orb? Kim answers, I do. Yuan firmly grabs the other sleeve and speaks slowly. They said we might need these later. He hesitates. His face darkens as he nervously adds, and they also hope that day never comes. After that, the expeditions continued, and deposits along with monster kills were constantly exchanged for skill orbs. At this moment, a man carefully inspected the item in his hands. Astonished, this material is even more effective than I expected. The man added, If you agree to an exclusive contract with us, we will offer you an even higher price. Ontai adjusted his collar, eyes gleaming with excitement, lips curling into a faint smile as he calmly replied, Sounds good to me. Distribution network expanded beyond Korea, reaching international markets. At one point, a man stood frozen, clutching a skill orb in disbelief, clearing his throat in shock. He muttered, A skill orb for only 10 cents each? In Japan, people lined up neatly, stretching down entire blocks, all eager to buy these skill orbs. Someone shouted, This price is insane. Another chimed in, Are you sure this is a fire orb? I have only heard rumors. Across many countries, skill orbs were sold almost for free. An excited voice rang out, It is a clone. Is he selling skill orbs again? Dungsan, already famous for reaching S rank, once again became the world's spotlight. Wherever he went, crowds chanted his name in unison. Dungsan. Dungsan. Sangu smiled brightly, raising his hand in thanks, his voice full of passion. Thank you all. I only wish for your safety. On the streets, some people excitedly launched fireballs, but security blew their whistles sharply, pointing sternly. Hey, no using attack skills on the streets. He glanced at the empty cardboard boxes, lips twitching in a smirk as he silently plotted. All right, first things first, let us focus distribution in densely populated urban areas. Sangu's thoughts echoed. No skill is simple yet as devastating in crowds as the fireball. If the worst happens when the harvest begins, at least we will have numbers to fight back somewhat. Suddenly, he straightened up, heart racing with alarm. Thinking back, this whole skill orb distribution thing felt eerily familiar. When was that again? Memory surfaced in Sangu's mind. Back at the academy, a teacher carrying a box full of skill orbs, kindly saying, "Don't worry. There are still plenty of skill orbs left." At that moment, his eyes were filled with sheer terror. The academy was the first place to distribute skill orbs for free, and not just a few, but in huge quantities. And all of them were fire orbs. Sangu pondered slowly. The academy, founded by that so-called master, was actually a brainwashing ground for fake awakeners. He recalled the Global Awakening Progress Report, 89.8% complete, with 10.2% still activating and in process. Doubt gnawed at Sangu's mind like wildfire. The academy was the first place that introduced me to this so-called Harvest Day. Why would those who want to cause Harvest Day hand out skill orbs for free? He quietly asked, Liber, do you have any info on this owner guy? He answers immediately. Someone tried to stop you. Info is almost zero, did not even recognize that name from the hunters. Sangu asks again, then why suddenly a man rushes over? Panting heavily, cutting him off. Hunter, hey, you are a hunter. Man blurts out. What the hell's going on here? He is none other than the principal of the Haksu Military Academy. The man continues. You are selling those skill orbs for 100 coins. Calmly, Sangu replies with a sly grin. Perfect timing. Then, Sangu instantly grabbed the man's collar, shouting threats. If you do not want to die, spit out everything you know right now. Sexu's eyes went wide with terror. Huh? What are you even talking about all of a sudden? Sangu pressed harder, demanding answers about the reason behind distributing those skill orbs. The man sniffed suspiciously for a moment, then said, Obviously, it is for the greater good. Sangu tilted his head. Mocking. You are really something, coming up with such lame excuses. He threw a punch so close to Akcheksu's face it punched a hole through the wall. Gritting his teeth, Sangu growled, a lowlife like you. There is no way you are thinking about anyone but yourself. Maybe I should just kill you right here and now, Sangu threatened. The man trembled, sweat pouring down his face. Stammering, and no, violence is that. I swear, Sangu clenched his jaw, every word dripping with fury. I do not have time for your crap. Choose now, is that head of yours even your own? Or just the master's puppet? Do you even understand what this harvest you are trying to create really means? Sangu pressed on. If you saw it with your own eyes, you would never dare think about it again, he yelled. Furious? Spill it while I am still treating you like a human being. Despite his fear, Ahek stubbornly refused. I can say anything. Suddenly, he pulled out a small notebook and said, I get your sincerity, Hunter, but I really can tea. Ateksu handed the note to Sangu. Come, Ev. My loyalty is absolute. I want to reveal a single thing about my master. I'm out. Sangu stared at the paper, his face twisting in disbelief as he read the shocking contents. The note said, exactly 1 week from now, at the Academy's main building, basement level B. Sangu crumpled the paper, muttering, 1 week. Huh. Well, looks like I still have some time. Maybe I will schedule another tour in the following days. The tours kept going. At one of the stops, Sangu's voice rang out. All right. Great job today. Everyone, his hands loaded with cups of money, he casually spun around and walked off. That wraps up today's tour. Catch you all next time. Guran sighed deeply. Damn it. No matter what happens, we are just gonna pretend everything's normal once we get back. Huh? Varen scowled. Guess we do not have a choice. I still gotta keep going until my body adapts. Guran grumbled, clearly annoyed. When do we hit floor 2? Feels like you are dragging this out on purpose. Suddenly, Laura's bodyguard stepped forward, softly calling out, Miss Laura's, carefully opening a wooden box. He continued, I found it the highest level tracking item available right now, the bodyguard added. You said before the item showed no sign of skill usage. She held up the tracking item, calmly replying, the higher the chameleon skills level, the harder it is to detect. Loris examined the item closely, then said, but if this rejuvenation is not some scam and is truly a mana effect, that changes everything. Through the tracker, she saw Alino surrounded by a fierce red aura of power. Then a message popped up. Analyzing skill detected. Chameleon alters target's appearance while maintaining all stats. Loris' face darkened, voice icy with anger. But it seems that is not the case. They really think they can fool us. It's like a lino. Loris' hand was bathed in a crimson glow as the item she held beeped a notification. Skill detected. Chameleon changes target's appearance without altering stats. She furrowed her brow. Furious? Just as I suspected. He used his skill on everyone here. Sangu, seeing Loris holding people back, hesitating to get in the car. Viren urged, Loris, why are not you coming in? Is something wrong? Flustered, she replied, I am going in now. But in her mind, only a fool would spill the truth. Instead, she would found the perfect opening. Loris' thoughts echoed. Dungsan, if you think you can trick us with this rejuvenation stunt, now it is my turn to pull one over on you. She quickly gave orders to assemble a meeting of Enlightened's hunters. The bodyguards responded immediately. Yes, madam. Danger flickered in her eyes as she thought. Even amongst rank hunters, there is a clear gap in power. If you are trying to play us, Enlighten, I will show you exactly what happens next. In the days that followed, Sangu continued his tours. When the giant monster was sliced into pieces, its shattered body scattered everywhere, Sangu slung his sword over his shoulder. Grinning, everything's going exactly as planned. Inside, he was pumped. He could literally feel the stats surging from absorbing the demon's essence, growing stronger and stronger. Glancing at the distorted system text, he pondered, maybe because of the Great Sin debuff, my stats are not showing clearly. He eyed the monstrous foe ahead and silently wondered if he could go toe-to-toe with that guy now from behind. Number 1 was struggling with all his might against the giant beast. He muttered, Void power dumb move. Hold steady. Sangu whipped around, alarm flashing on his face. He thought, no way I can win this. At the same moment, Number 2 returned holding an item. He reported, this area's cleared too. Sangu smiled broadly. Good job. Let us head back. Suddenly, he remembered something and blurted out, today's the deadline I promised the principal a week ago. Sangu grinned at the system text and rubbed his hands together. Perfect. It is time to take things to the next level. Crafting armor and hunting weapons. Backed by massive hunter guilds. Magical item smiths. Enlighten is a colossal corporation formed from merging various industries. Its influence spreads far beyond national borders, especially amongst rank hunters. Chaler's Dune once said while meticulously polishing his sword. Enlighten. Huh, you might not join Enlighten, but once you step into the hunter path, you are part of it. Because in the end, no one escapes the ruler. Meanwhile, Loris was addressing Enlighten's hunters. They are using mana from Odden's Tower as bait, lying about rejuvenation to lure people in. She snapped. Sangu is committing fraud against many influential figures. Suddenly, a heavy foot slammed on the table. A cold voice cut through. Sangu, I know that name. The man leaned back comfortably, fingers laced behind his head, eyes cold and sharp as he sneered. He used to work in the catacombs. Right? The corporation even rewarded him once. That guy's SSS-Rank hunter, Hercules Maximus Creed. The sound of cards shuffling broke the tension as another voice chimed in. What is the final call? Loris. The man snapped angrily. Should we press charges and cripple Sangu for good? This guy right here is an SSS-Rank hunter, Playboy Zan Benzirian. Loris paused thoughtfully, then said softly, I want to use this to bring him into the corporation. She added, I want you all to pressure him so hard he can say no. Maximus smirked, asking, you need both me and Zan for a move like that. He spoke up again, saying she is evaluating a rookie who has just hit an insanely high rank. She immediately replied, her voice firm, one of you is enough. I just want to be sure. Loris' voice echoed, especially as the number of his clones matched the report exactly. Suddenly, a flash of light lit up the room. The ground trembled with every beat, and from that, a voice rang out, apologizing for being late. Zan snatched the card from his hand, dripping with sarcasm. That was not part of the plan. How can someone with your skills show up late? The young man shoved both hands into his pockets, his tone icy and detached. Did I just hear something about clones? This is the SSS-Rank hunter, head of Enlightened Jumper Corporation, George Lucas himself. He continued, clearly intrigued. Hunter Dongsang, what kind of stunt are you pulling this time? Meanwhile, at the Hunter Academy's South Korea branch, night wrapped the entire school in eerie silence and gloom. A man quietly walked down the dark corridor, his footstep crisp and deliberate. Sangu pushed open a door and stepped inside. At least turn on the lights. Man, Sangud. Echoing the old man's words. I arrived a week late, his face tense, every line frozen tight as stone. The old man's voice was low and steady, calm but heavy. You are here. Inside the room, around a large table, several people sat waiting. One turned to him with a smile and said, You must have a lot of questions. Come, have a seat. Everyone in the room wore the same expression, eyes wide, faces frozen in fear, like terror had carved every line. Sangu frowned, confused. What is wrong with these people? Then he quickly pulled out a chair and sat down, cold eyes scanning the room as he asked, First, tell me your purpose. Why are you handing out fireball skills for free? If you are gearing up for Harvest Day, why would you be giving away attack skills? If you are aiming for Harvest, there is no reason to hand out attack skills like candy. Aksek's hands clenched tightly, his face stiff but flickering with emotion as he spoke slowly, each word thick with tension. Scarcity breeds desire. If they can buy the skills or fireballs, they will try to learn on their own. Right? Seksu continued. It is not as simple as meditating. If everyone could use fireballs without the system, Harvest Day would be a total mess. Suddenly, Sangu sensed an unusual surge of energy magic. He thought, surprised. That is magic. The old man's voice carried on. But if we do not wait for a single fireball, they will stop learning skills and just rely on the system. And of course, we are also training the students. So if they get stronger, all the better. Sangu narrowed his eyes. Suspicious? Calmly? He asked. Then why come to me? I have practically been handing out those skill orbs for free. He added. Isn't that exactly what you wanted? And Sheksu snapped back. The problem is those orbs came from Heritage. He explained. They rigged strange circuits in those orbs to bypass the system. They have been a thorn in our side for a long time. Suddenly, a voice slithered out from the corner, sharp as a blade sliding across skin, sending chills down his spine. Wait a minute, isn't Hunter Sangu scamming the powerful, mixing their funds into Heritage skill orbs? Isn't that super suspicious? Sangfro, voice trembling. Who are you? His voice cracked with fear. Who are you? The crowd snapped, gripping their nail-like weapons tightly, eyes shooting skyward as they shouted in unison. Master, then, horror-struck, they all simultaneously slit their own throats, fresh blood spraying everywhere, splattering the entire room. Mysterious voice continued. You really think just breaking the brainwashing device is enough? The voice sneered, dripping with mockery. You think that little stunt could stop me? Sango burned with anger, a thought rising. I have been played from the moment I stepped in here. At that moment, a bloodied face slowly emerged from the floor, twisted and terrifying, its voice echoing through the room. You fools do not even realize how far we have spread, how deep we have dug in. He gave you that brooding look, face full of frustration. I can't trust what I see through just the eyes. Sangu sat silent for a whole month before finally blurting out, Number 2. And just like that, Number 2 appeared. He quickly replied, Yes, he urged. Tell me everything happening in that room right now. Number 2 paused, eyes darting around the scene, a slight smirk curling his lips as he said with twisted delight. Interesting. Number 2 went on. Those assassins. They have been dead for about a week. Hearing that, anxiety flooded him. Turns out they were wiped out right after handing me that note. The hidden figure suddenly took on the form of Xu. He stepped close, cold breath whispering in Sangu's ear. Open your eyes and look at this. Look at the chaos you caused. He muttered harshly, voice hoarse like it came from a grave. Your family. Your sister. Your comrades. Everyone's dead because of you. Watching you from beyond. Furious, Sangu immediately threw a punch to the side. Give me a moment to think. He muttered, but Hexu had vanished by then. Number 2 took the blow. Shocked. Shouting. His figure moved in close again. Mocking. Damn. Sanga. That is embarrassing. With all your skills. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the so-called master sat coolly in a dim room, voice icy and cold. You were chosen that day, but the system abandoned you. From now on, I will personally make you taste destruction. His piercing gaze sharpened with deadly intent, emphasizing each word. First, his voice echoed again. I will start with your precious Heritage friends. In an office, Arya was diligently sorting through files. Totally unaware that danger was creeping closer, she shrugged. yawned heavily, muttering, "So sleepy do. I am gonna brew some coffee," but no response came. She furrowed her brow, surprised. Turning toward the main door, suddenly, a staggering figure emerged from the shadows. Arya screamed. "Du-woo!" A man appeared before Arya, a massive hand choking his neck, blood smeared across his face. He gasped. "Miss Arya!" She grabbed him, eyes wide with horror. Mouth agape, his weak voice urged. "Run please fast." At that moment, a large figure stepped out from the darkness, eyes cold as blades. Speaking coldly, "You are the heritage leader." He lunged at Arya, roaring, "For the system, die." Heretic, Arya forced herself to stay calm, eyes sharp as she glanced at the man behind her. Demanding, "Who sent you?" Meanwhile, at Veron's place, he froze at the scene before him, trying to calm down as he told the girl beside him, "Call the police." Seeing Gurren dead in a twisted pose, head bent backward, she panicked, screaming, "Chairman Gurren!" Veron stepped closer. Carefully observing, he fell silent, deep in thought. They are all a level. Thoughts raced through Veron's mind about which freak did this, when suddenly his smartwatch beeped. He answered quickly, irritation in his voice. "What now? I am not in the mood." The voice on the other end was shaky, tearful. "Veron, she is dead. They found her at her mansion this morning." Veron was stunned. "Why? Our businesses do not overlap. No shared enemies, the only link is..." At that moment, Sangu's battered image flashed in Veron's mind. He jolted upright, stammering. The security team panicked. Veron urgently ordered, "Send backup now. Open the underground bunker." He suddenly stiffened, shaking all over, then burst into tears. Memories flooded Veron's mind. Gurren calmly smoking, saying, "Veron, I am telling you this alone. I recently got a secret skill." He pulled out a device, eyes gleaming. "It is called an emergency black box. It records moments before and after, but you need something or someone to read it. In our position, we have got enemies on all sides." Grunt's voice was etched deep in his mind. So if anything went down, he knew exactly what to do. Then Veron stepped closer to his old friend, placing a hand on his shoulder, tapping into Grunt's last memories stored in the emergency black box. Whispering softly, "The culprit, we just need to find out who did it." Sangu stood face to face with a group, his gaze icy and sharp as he spoke. "Donnie, tell me you are here asking for a refund. Your name is... right?" Sangu continued. "Laura's." She burst out laughing, spreading a sly smile. Well, you even remember my name? I thought you just saw us as a bunch of clueless chickens." He awkwardly replied. "What do you mean? The tour benefits both of us." But Loris cut him off with a loaded grin. "You must know why you are really here." She thought to herself, is he shameless or just plain stupid? Loris fixed her cold glare on him, but continuing, "This is a scam. Is not some cheap con artist trick." She sneered, dripping with disdain. "I do not know where you picked up that skill, but it is a cute little act. Honestly, your small-time hustle is over." She pressed on decisively. "I will be blunt. We will overlook your nonsense if you join the Enlightened Corporation." A smirk tugged at Sangu's lips as he mocked. Enlightened Corporation? Being recruited instead of hunted? That is surprisingly generous. Loris' eyes never left him as she replied, "We appreciate talent." Suddenly, Maximus and Gian unleashed their power, crimson energy flaring wildly around them. Loris' voice rang out, firm and clear, "Let me be clear, you are not allowed to refuse." Sangu furrowed his brow, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Inside, his heart sank. Those two meant business. Forced to smile, trying to keep calm. Well, Enlighten's just a spot for jumpers anyway. At that moment, painful memories flooded his mind. Kaizo leaned close to Sangu's ear, voice grave. "Remember, Jumper was the one who triggered the awakening program, linking humanity tightly with the system. Wait until we confirm Jumper's true identity. If it turns out to be some random place, But I have got a lot of people depending on me." His firm answer darkened Laura's expression. "I refuse." She hesitated briefly, then turned sharply, her cold voice echoing, "Just do not kill anyone." Gian yanked his hood down, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "Oh no? Laura's. You will be begging for your life?" Maximus smirked, eyes filled with contempt as they swept over Sangu. His low voice rumbled. "You are Sangu?" "Huh," he continued. "You look a bit weak for SSS-Rank." Sangu sighed, hesitating before asking, "So that means..." His question stunned the two before him. They were also S-Rank. No doubt, Maximus chuckled dryly. Good question. I do not know your full credentials, but I am pretty famous. Not that I care, I have not hunted in a while. His cold gaze locked on Sangu, sharp and unyielding. Jian added, stop acting like a kid. Sangu, we are here with a message for you. Laura's voice rang out again, serious and commanding. A very important message. Sangu asked, what is it? Sangu's mind raced to S-Rank. No reckless moves. If things got hairy, he would run. Suddenly, Laura's watch started beeping nonstop. She quickly answered. Suspicion thickened her voice. Verone, what is going on? Panic crackled down the line. Laura's, you are safe. Get out of there immediately. She raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Verone's voice rushed out. Urgent. There is an assassin trying to kill you. They want to wipe out everyone on this tour. Laura shrugged. If it is just one assassin, I am not worried. I am currently with 2 S-Ranks. At that moment, Zan's expression turned deadly serious as he murmured. That message, Verone screamed. Panic-stricken, that is the real problem. The assassin is legit. It is Zan and Maximo Screech from the Enlightened Corporation. He continued grimly. Verone barely finished when Zan lunged at Laura's, his hand clamping tightly around her neck. The message is, don't ever defy the boss. Laura's eyes went wide in shock. Stammering. What? Witnessing this scene, Sangu was stunned, speechless. Utterly shocked. In a flash, she was breathless, thrown harshly to the ground. Zan's cold voice cut through the air. The master intended to spare her, to give her a chance to live, but that chance is gone. From now on, we will hunt down every single one of you in this precious little tour of yours. Zan's words poured out relentlessly. Next, we move on to your colleagues, your friends, and finally, your families. His face darkened ominously. Sangu's fury nearly exploded. You really think I am just going to stand here and watch? Without hesitation, he unleashed his power. A card ripped through the wind, streaking forward, enveloped in a swirling purple aura. Zan sneered. That is more like it. The card closed in fast, forcing Sangu to hesitate. Caught off guard with no time to react. Instantly, he drew his sword, slashing at the card. The blade carved a deep groove into the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Gritting his teeth, Sangu's face flashed with fear. Inwardly, alarm bells rang. This power was heavy, overwhelming. What kind of ability was this? Suddenly, Maximus threw a punch at Sangu. His mocking grin gleamed bright yellow. Next time we meet, your poor little customers will probably be 6 feet under. Maximus' eyes sharpened. Without wasting a second, he activated his skill Hero's right hand. Sangu braced himself, taking the full force of the blow. The space around them lit up with terrifying power, followed by a thunderous explosion. Sangu flew backward, body flailing like a detached axe blade. Slicing through the air, he slammed hard into the wall of an old building, shattering chunks of stone and earth. The impact tore a massive hole in the structure, rising slowly from the dust and smoke. Sangu grimaced and muttered, that one hurt. Below, a tall figure moved steadily toward Laura's. In no time, the shadow swallowed her, eclipsing the light around her completely. Jumper stood silently, his cold face unreadable, eyes hiding some deep, dark secret. Meanwhile, at the barren ground, Gongjong knelt respectfully, speaking quietly. The plan is unfolding just as we hoped, Gongjong continued. Just a tiny little bug trying to get in the way. Judgment is inevitable, rest easy. His voice echoed. Mighty system, the man ahead praised. Well done. You have suffered enough. Holding back a smile, he said softly. I wonder if I am asking for too much. Suddenly, hearty laughter burst out. The man added, I can't hold it in any more. Did I sound like a god just now? Removing his glasses, he answered himself. Of course not, because this man is the system operator. I am just a tool. Now, when will Lord Libo finally show up? At Verna's side, a panicked voice echoed through the building. Guran? Guran? The young woman sighed helplessly and reported. Error detected. Lord Viren. Lord Guran has locked himself away, isolating from everyone. She continued. He has not let anyone near since yesterday. Memories flooded Veron's mind. Guran snapped angrily. I am getting old. This tour is a total scam. Veron retorted irritably. I will go in myself and drag him out. Soon, Veron arrived at Guran's room, opening the door as he spoke. Hey, Guran, if you keep avoiding this, things will only get worse. Trust me. Why quit so easily after just a few tries? He calmly added, I am sure your hair will grow back in no time. But the scene before him froze Varun in place, horror plain on his face. Over an area, the silver-haired man's face was dark and cold. He was the Lord of the Skies, the King Locutus. Engineer Abaddon's eerie, sharp fingers glowed with surging spiritual energy. He growled, Enough. You know what is coming. The only thing left is to pay the price. He charged at her like a furious storm, snarling, Don't bother resisting. Heretic. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the room, smoke and dust choking the air. Back at the main building of the new Dungeon B2 Academy, Sangu clenched his fists, eyes blazing with rage. Damn them all. Gong's booming voice echoed again. How many clones does this guy have? 6? 7? I have unleashed my power host across the world. With so few of you there, you better watch your backs closely. Furious, he grabbed Haxu's essence and roared. You coward. How dare you drag innocent people into this? Just try laying a finger on them, I swear I will hunt you down. Suddenly, his essence began to dissolve, and the owner's cold voice cut through the air again. Impressive reaction. Truly exceptional, he added. Keep trying. I am eager to see what you have got. No sooner had he spoken than Haxu's essence vanished into thin air, as if it never existed. Sangu shouted in frustration. Don't run. But then, maddening silence fell, leaving only him alone with his rage boiling over. Suddenly, Sangu turned and asked calmly, Is that enough? Number 2. Number 2 nodded approvingly. Well played. The stench of blood filled the air. He raised a hand to cover his nose, his sharp gaze scanning every corner of the room. No illusions left. They are gone. Well, at least I should bury these people properly, Number 2 said without hesitation. Yes, sir, came the quick reply. Sangu spoke again, foolish as ever. We still do not know who the real target is, but I saw how they fought during the harvest. From the start, they were never ordinary humans. Calmness etched deeply on his face. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the man's chest. He died without even closing his eyes. A terrified voice suddenly shouted, What the hell kind of monster is that? She gripped her sword tightly, her face tense as she hissed through clenched teeth. That thing. Just then, Duver appeared behind Abaddon, his fists clenched. Arya continued. You do not need to know. Abaddon spun quickly, throwing a punch at him, but was slammed into the rocky ground and sent flying backwards. Duver gathered all his strength for a final lethal blow. A thunderous punch exploded, engulfing Abaddon in flames. Rock shattered everywhere in the blast zone. Arya snapped, scolding, Duver, what are you doing there? He panicked. Sorry, I was distracted. Who is this guy? She and Duver knelt down to check the wounded man on the ground. Calmly, she replied, Not sure. He mentioned something about a system. Suddenly, Abaddon's voice rang out again. Startling Arya. Interesting. Flames enveloped his battered body. Though severely wounded, he still stood tall and unyielding. How could he wield such a skill? Possessing that power without the system's blessing is unforgivable. They hurriedly dropped their comrade. His head slammed hard into the ground as he cried out in pain. The commander shouted, Duver, move fast. He charged toward the man. Got it. Duver threw a punch, but Abaddon swiftly leapt aside to dodge. At that moment, his body transformed strangely, black smoke swirling thickly around him. Abaddon growled menacingly, I will retreat for now. But you won. Find peace. You will never escape judgment. Duver watched as Abaddon vanished, worry creeping in. Arya asked in surprise, Are you seriously changing your identity again? Looks like it. Cut to a steam-filled bathroom. Someone coughs violently, their flushed face struggling to catch breath. Number 2 sprayed disinfectant while Sangu wiped droplets from his face. Grumbling, This smell just one. Quit. Hyan casually asked, How many times have you showered already? Irritated, Sangu replied, My body is still soaked in that rotten death scent. She sighed. Soccer's talking about the monster's essence. Is not. You immediately handed Sangu 3 vials, saying, Here. He quickly asked, What are the side effects? She nodded. I have managed to reduce most of the side effects now, but since you want maximum potency this time, the effects will be stronger. Your mana use will be disabled for 3 hours. In short, no skills for a while. Sangu frowned. That is a bit harsh. Then Hyan asked, More importantly, what have you been up to lately? Tour guide, he replied dryly. The truth will come out soon, but I need the money. Sangu continued. You should stay away from G.M.'s territory from now on. Hyan's eyes flickered toward him, Hesitating as she replied, "All right, but do not go doing everything solo. Okay?" Sangu's voice stayed calm. "I am never truly alone." He swiftly turned and left with his 2 clones. "My skill is cloning. Remember that." Suddenly, Abaddon appeared right in front of Gumdong, his voice sharp as he declared, "We have failed." "Master," Gumdong pressed on. "That is not like you at all." "Abaddon." The guy dropped to his knees, sincerely apologizing. "I am truly my lord." Abaddon's voice rang out again. "I am certain the system in that infernal prison was tightened. Yet they still managed to freely use their skills." He quickly corrected himself, eyes wide in shock. "What?" Without hesitation, he pulled out a blade. Resolute. "I will accept my punishment." Gumdong snapped, shouting to stop. "Enough! Enough! Why does everyone seem so eager to die?" Gumdong unleashed his power, spiritual energy swirling around him as he proposed. "Let us put heritage aside for now. I will wipe out the root of his income. His pathetic little business empire will crumble." Cut to Sang. In a dim room filled with machines, a furious voice shattered the silence. "Damn it!" The people inside had their eyes covered, faces pale with terror. The enraged voice yelled, "Damn it! This is a full-blown rebellion." Ilino sobbed, voice trembling. "That bastard Sangu, I knew from the start he was a damn traitor." A terrified woman's tears streamed down her face. "Please, let me go," she stammered, begging silently. "Please, stop it." The woman snapped back angrily, her voice full of rage. "Hey, until you all sign contracts. You supply mana from your youthful bodies, and I pay you for it." In no time, the woman's body began to dissolve rapidly. Ilino coughed, asking, "Does anyone in the security team have tracking skills?" But only silence answered her. The outside was eerily quiet. Ilino quickly opened the door and stepped out, voice filled with suspicion. "Why is not Locus responding? Where is everyone? Don't you hear me calling?" Shocked by the scene before her, she froze. An entire battlefield soaked in blood, bodies strewn everywhere, crimson staining the ground. Ilino's eyes widened in horror, stammering, "What is this?" Suddenly, a huge hand grabbed her neck from behind. Ilino gasped, unable to struggle. Terrified, she twisted her head to look back. The voice growled, "Not even a grade hunter could make a sound now. The punishment for trading the system for youth is death." Ilino's horror deepened. "Why you?" Cut to the academy bathed in morning light, fresh air filling the peaceful grounds. Hyan froze, seeing a familiar figure, softly asking, "Number 4. What are you doing here?" She continued, "You have not been attending classes like before." Number 4 ignored the question, pointing beside him. "See that?" Following his gesture, Hyan gasped. "It is the professor." She added, "That is Professor Kang Yuseo, the one you said was rightfully punished." Number 4 fell silent, deep in thought, as the teleportation rift abruptly opened. Sangu's cold voice cut through. Stepping through the rift, just as expected, Number 4 continued. All the students stared into empty space, convinced the professor was really there. Sangu's mind raced. Something's definitely off here. It has been a week since the professors died, yet the academy shows no sign of it. They must be hiding their deaths behind illusions. Number 4 turned back, asking, "What about Professor Huang Junhee?" Hyan's eyes went wide, shocked. "What is wrong with you?" Professor Huang Junhee left the academy after the last incident. Her face twisted in disbelief, stammering, "What do you mean? There is nothing there. Have I been brainwashed or something?" Suddenly, he gripped Hyan's hand firmly, voice calm. "Stay cool. There is no brainwashing happening here." On the other side of the rift, Sangu spoke up. "It is too loud. Haseun, the device has been destroyed, so brainwashing is impossible." Deep down, he thought, that illusion skill must have been unleashed on a massive scale. Number 4 sternly warned, "From now on, do not come to the academy anymore." Her face instantly flushed red, and she shyly replied, "Yes." Understood. In Hyan's mind flashed the thought, "This is just a clone. But since it looks like him, I kinda like it." She pressed on, "How long do I have to stay away from the academy?" Sangu's voice continued coldly. "Starting today, stay at the GM headquarters with Gyu Hun." Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from behind him. Sangu. Laura's appeared with 2 cold levels hunters standing silently behind him. She snapped irritably, "Can we have a moment to discuss your tour program?" Sangu cut the conversation short. "I will call you back later," and started to back away. "Don't tell me you want a refund or something." Liber removed his glasses, revealing machinery that looked like syringes all around. Then he smiled brightly. "Of course not. Because," as he flicked off those glasses, They vanished into an illusion. I'm just a tool. This here is the system operator. Liber then asked, I wonder when Lord Liber will finally show up. Amidst the dense gun smoke, he began telling a story. It has been 20 years since that great disaster. I am sure back then I was on Earth. Jungin knelt down, a little thoughtful. Have you considered what I told you before? He asked directly about the appearance issue. Liber held some weapon, weighing his options. Well, it is a bit of a waste. But should I go ahead and use this? Elisa's silhouette appeared as she popped something into her mouth, a miracle drug that could completely rebuild her body. A magic potion to heal her. Then, everything exploded clean sweep. Elisa showed up in the war-torn scene. If I would been a bit quicker, young lady Elisa could have woken up already. So if I do this, she will probably want to meet me someday. Elisa said, even if I am just a tool, looks do matter. Right? Jungin clenched his fists tightly into the ground. The moment I said that made Elisa take notice. You are not just a tool. Jungin stood up and shouted. You are a god who will light the way for us foolish mortals. Continued. Please do not belittle yourself like that. Elisa sent a command. Do you know anything else? Then she started recalling the image of Chivipa Jin and explained to Jingyin. Even in Tibot, there was a noble who called you Lord Liber. At first, he completely opposed spending time creating her, but after witnessing Lord Liber's miracles, he became a fanatic. Elisa turned her back and continued. Depending on each person's expectations, they call him by different names. Although his identity was clarified from the start, those kinds of people are always the first to betray when their sacred star falls. Suddenly, a bright blue flash appeared, turning Jiang Yin's face pale. Elisa was not done yet. She had somehow crept behind him and threatened. Don't he try to change the identity Lord Liber gave me. Elisa's words made Jing Yin sweat bullets. Just like the identity I gave you. Besides searching for Lord Liber, you better not try anything extra. He obeyed. Yes, madam. After that threat, Jiang Yin was overjoyed to have escaped death. Here it is. This is the dignity a lord should have. Got it. Cut to TV news reporting on a wealthy billionaire. The host announced. Another horrifying incident has occurred. The chairman of a major weapons manufacturer, Lomas, was found dead 3 days ago. A powerful figure in both politics and business. He had connections with many criminal organizations. The TV continued. Next, the manager of Loras from Enlightened Corporation, the fifth victim in a string of high-profile serial murders targeting the elite. Suspect neutralized the company's entire security team without leaving a drop of blood, showing extreme skill. Sangu glanced at his phone and muttered, We are done for. He turned to ask everyone there. They have made it here too, right? Unreplied. Luckily, we chased them off. They are just random thugs. Not the level 5 attackers who hit you. He dropped a bombshell on Sangu. Surprise, Zan and Maximus have been on the system S side from the start. Sangu's eyes went wide. Those two are famous, he went on. Levels types are always famous. Even I, who fought in the T-Bone War, have to admit they are monsters. Even Leogato, who's been sealed away for ages, still gets mentioned now and then. And that weird bug guy who joined our side. He is insanely strong. Like if Zan and Maximus showed up. He could not believe his own eyes. Just 2 level 5s causing this much chaos. Sangu asked, Where's the captain when we need him in moments like this? The Tuons hesitated slightly. I think he said he found the location of the fairy herb. So he went to grab it. His face went icy cold. Fine. I will leave a clone here then. Losing 1.5 billion for a sightseeing tour is such a waste. But honestly, that money was just from selling monster materials from Odden Tower. So whatever. Sangu stared anxiously at his phone screen. The bait's all gone now. How the hell are we supposed to fish them out? The news kept rolling on about the serial killings. High-ranking officials worldwide are beefing up their security. He thought it over actually. Is not this whole mess kinda working in our favor? Cut to Maximus gripping his bloodied arm. As you ordered. We are cleaning up everyone who accepted Sangu's invite. Gongrong kept going. In this world, picking a side other than ours is a deadly mistake. S-Rank Hunter Hercules Maximus Gris and beside him, S-Rank Hunter Playboy Zan Benzirian. Gongrong, the Jungle Wander. Praised them. Well done. You too. Gongrong turned, beaming at the two. You guys truly are my deadliest weapons. Suddenly, Rung spoke up. Master, pardon my boldness, but can't we just deal with Sangu Saw directly? He pressed on. Is there a reason we gotta take the long way around? Gongrong laughed heartily. That'd be too easy. That arrogant punk thinks he can do whatever he wants just because of his name. With sharp intensity, he continued. That is why, step by step, I wanted to realize this bit by bit. The system's voice echoed. Master, Controlling a living entity's lifespan requires proportional mental attributes. Command, acknowledged, create illusions visual and auditory to confuse the target. The chaos is not stopping. In this world, choosing a side other than ours is a deadly mistake. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, startling him. That is Saw's plan. So Zalaraz is not one of us. Cut to Sang, the man looking awkward. Sorry, but I am just a staff member at the Monster Material Procurement Center. He continued. We can't buy monster guts from Odden Tower anymore. Both Sangu and Pakwani looked stunned. What the hell? He kept questioning the man. Wait, what? You said they are extremely valuable, but the old man just bowed his head apologetically. Sorry, but this is hard to explain. Bold old man heard the call and flinched. Hunter-san, sorry, but we have to refuse. The blonde staffer gaped. It will be tough to find anyone to buy such a huge batch. We have to decline. A man with glasses smiled warmly. Holding something, then we will take it. Why would anyone refuse such great stuff? But the very item he held instantly killed him. Sangu's face twisted with rage. Veins bulging. He was about to lose it. The man laughed eerily. Everything's going according to the master's wishes. As he spoke, Sangu was silenced. All for the system. And all for us. Back with Gongjong. He laughed uncontrollably. See that? Gongjong smirked triumphantly. Sangu can't do a damn thing now. No way to get funding to buy skill stones. Jumper spoke up. So that is why. He raised an eyebrow. By the way, you killed manager Laura Sa. Gongjong feigned regret. I told you I am sorry about that, but I had no choice. The way she chases youth is so dumb and reckless. She ended up handing the money to Sangu. Then he asked Vuver. Why do you have to pretend you care? Gongjong kept roasting Jumper. Have you ever treated anyone like a real person besides yourself? But Jumper stayed silent. Jumper started moving. Laura manages the Global Awakening program. This could mess up the harvest plan. He stepped in front of Gongjong with a cold smile. The tension between these two was electric. Honestly, your ridiculous antics are the biggest deception I have ever seen. He spoke up too. Do not worry. I will make everything crystal clear to that day. Jumper kept talking. Not that. What shocks me is your real motive. He started breaking down Gongjong's plan in detail. Basically, all he wanted was to stop Sangu from selling the heritage skill spheres. Each step unfolded clearly, using SSS-Rank assassins to take out powerful figures during the tour program. The plan even involved threatening innocent people to sabotage Sangu's tour. Jumper sneered, mocking the whole scheme. Is that all you got? But Gongjong here does not see it as weak. Actually, things are going way better than expected. He rambled on about the plot, how Sangu was isolated and would be taken down bit by bit. Gongjong had not finished when Jumper burst out laughing, then laughed like he hit the jackpot. Gongjong's face froze. What the hell are you laughing at? Move to Valhalla Gate. Northwunty stood beside Sangu and said, just as I thought. No one's here. Looks like everyone is scared of getting assassinated. Sangu glanced at Northwunty. No way. It might actually be the opposite. Back to Jumper. Tears streamed down his face from laughing so hard. Damn. I have not had this much fun in ages. Gongjong was furious. You crazy bastard. Jumper replied coolly. What is up? Threatening a level 5 now. He sneered. You act like this, but can even predict how the big players will respond. Switching back to Sangu. He looked up and saw a blue energy glowing above. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted, blocking Northwunty and Sangu's path. Vern rushed over, carrying a water transfer rod. Sangu, the tour's compromised. Hurry. Get to Odden's Tower. No one can track you there. He grabbed Sangu urgently. Those are rank guards. Useless. Doesn't he matter if it costs 10 billion, 20 billion, or 50 billion. I will pay it all back. Isn't your identity great at protecting the elites? Varone kept pleading. Please. Protect us, please. Save us. Northwunty blinked, asking, wait, do not tell me you already figured this out. Sangu replied calmly. Figured out? I did not do anything. The so-called master set this up himself. Guys, no refunds this time. Back to Jumper. Still chuckling. Master, you have got some seriously powerful skills. The more he talked, the angrier Gongjong got, but his mind was too dumb to catch on. Damn it! You mutt's mouth, Gongjong barked. Shut up. Behind Jumper, Jan and Maximus ready to attack. Maximus growled. I did not want it to come to this. Chairman, and Jiang slammed his fist down on Jumper. Jiang also unleashed the Seven Blades technique. The entity within the Seven Blades appeared opposite Jumper, but he stood firm without flinching. A giant eye appeared. Speaking, look at me. Then an indistinct gong entity with cords appeared. Jumper. The one who killed them all. The words echoed near Jumper, but he did not care. Instead, he wore a creepy grin. Despite having so many chances, he still managed to disappoint us. Just as it seemed Jumper would be knocked out by the punch, the entity from the 7 blades and the giant eye appeared, and everything vanished. Maximus and Jiang stared in awe, especially Gong, who went pale with fear. What the hell was that? Jumper turned calmly and asked. Done with your little cat's paw stunt yet? Jiang was dumbfounded. The 7 blades he threw came flying back, and with the current situation, Maximus still had not recovered. He was sure he would already punched Jumper. He started guessing. Could Jumper's weird ability be more than just quick movement? He smiled slyly and taunted, Guys, are you seriously trying to throw punches at your own chairman? Jumper placed a hand on Gong's shoulder. This is the second time. Master, I am holding back because I am on your side this round. His cold gaze warned. But there won't be a third. Clean up the stupid plans your dumb brains cooking up and go kill Jumper immediately. He started getting annoyed having to clean up the mess Gong Zhang caused. He walked away, leaving the 3 of them behind with a satisfied grin. All right then. Good luck, everyone. I really hope you all do not cause any more trouble that make me have to come all the way out here again. I am serious now. Dungsan, how are you going to handle this situation? And just like that, Jumper vanished in the blink of an eye. Yeah? This feeling, I think I have officially become your fan. Back on mountain number 8. His scream echoed through the air. Number 8 sat on his suitcase, heart blooming with joy, money piling up so fast. It is like I am about to burst. On the freezing snowy mountain, Veron nervously told Juns. Hey, we stuck to the deal. 10 people, 50 billion each, half in cash. The rest wired to your account, total S500 billion. Number 8 just relaxed, waving his hand. Hey, how about we upgrade your dagger too? Something sleek and fancy. Veron was speechless with rage. This damn lackey. He sat. Yeah? By now you all should know the whole thing about people getting younger by absorbing pure mana. Total bees. What? Number 8 said sent chills down everyone's spines. This is just a temporary hideout. Got it. Stay put in the camp. Everyone do your own thing. For food, just pour water into those ready-made packs. When it is cooked, you are on your own. The guy holding the Eve called out ahead. Wait up. Where are you going? You are leaving us here. Number 8 turned back with a satisfied smile. Relax. I left some clones to watch the place. No need to worry. He walked farther away, waving goodbye behind him. Meanwhile, I am off to do some fishing. Inside the greenhouse, butterflies fluttered around. When one landed on a flower, it was suddenly crushed an oddly careless stump. Gong looked furious as he stomped it flat, cursing to vent his anger. You damn insect! You filthy bug! How dare you! He was livid. You underestimate me. Then Gong stopped, muttering, Yeah, it is all because of your own words. Jumper, do whatever you want. As he spoke, a group approached near Gong. Just wait and watch what happens to this world now that I am serious. This time, it will be your turn to kneel and beg for forgiveness. The group in black coats entered. No mercy, no rules. As he spoke, faces of Sangu's closest allies flashed through Gong's mind, all who had even the tiniest link to Dung Sangu. Ari and Duver were not spared, nor anyone who helped him buy those skill orbs, even just a little. Surrounded by thousands of his minions, Gong decreed, all of them are sentenced to death. Cut to the bar. 1, 2, 3. Bottoms up. Young Su raised his beer. Hey, congrats, man. Heard you have been killing it as a hunter lately. He replied. Yeah, just hit rank this time. Young Su praised him. Woo, that is fast. The one to congratulate you is Sangu's buddy, Kim Kyung. The 3 at the table. Kim Kyung-do said modestly. Well, honestly, I will never be as good as Sangu. Young Su kept hyping him up. Hey, but D rank is still awesome. Why compare yourself to someone higher up? Suddenly, Young Su's tone changed, catching Kyung-do's attention. Speaking of which, it has been a while since Sangu picked up my calls. Wonder what he is up to. Another friend, already drunk, ignored the words. Like I said, once you have got money, people change. He is avoiding me because we are not on the same level anymore. Kim Kyung-do slammed his empty glass. He is not that kind of guy. He stood up, annoyed. You guys are killing my vibe. I'm out. Young Su called after him. Hey, wait, I am just joking. Alone on the empty street, Kim Kyung-do walked, deep in thought. Sangu's success as a hunter was so impressive. He would thrown himself headfirst into the hunter world, the new rising stars. He pondered, realizing more and more how brutal this messed up world really was, filled with tons of people just like him. Even a cadre. Monsters could tank bullets. He could not even imagine just how strong Sangu had become. Then Kyungdu froze. Memories of hanging out with Sangu flooding back. Kim Kyungdu walked. Regret heavy in his chest. Those were good times. Suddenly, a stranger snuck up behind him and drugged him. Kim Kyungdu could not put up a fight. This bastard's too strong. Still, he kept asking, "Who are you?" Before he could get a clear answer, Kim Kyungdu collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold by a tranquilizer. Just as Dong Ji-woo stepped through the door, her parents called out, "Ji-woo, dinner's ready." She obediently replied, "Okay." Ji-woo proudly told her parents, "It is not exactly a clone, but it is still an awesome skill." They asked, genuinely curious, "Are you training skills again? You are not planning on becoming a hunter, are you?" Outside a towering apartment complex, a fully covered figure spoke on the phone. "I have sent you the coordinates already." Before the sentence finished, the apartment where Dong Ji-woo's family lived exploded instantly right as the three of them were having dinner. This was where Dong Sang-woo's family lived. And now the apartment was engulfed in flames and smoke. The lookout scanned the street as he spoke. Park Won-tee's little sister, Park Juna, Abaddon standing by. Kim Seo and Hamiho are nearby too. Can we handle all three at once? And here's the Abaddon Knights. Alongside the Kim Knights, Kim eyed the lookout confidently. With my demon bullets. Absolutely. He prepared to pull the trigger. The system activated. And a bullet shot out. Hyan asked Hyan, "How long do you plan to stay at GM Company's internal housing?" Hyan did not have an answer yet. "I am not sure about that." Hyan recalled past events. "You really have no shame." After what happened in the last attack, Hyan was too embarrassed to show her face. "It is because I was brainwashed back then. Just forget about it. Okay?" She sighed helplessly. "Forget my ass." Looking toward Kim's spot, she asked, "Have you gathered everyone?" He looked up and replied, "Yeah, that is still in progress." As he spoke, Hyan chimed in, "That is the hunter's idea. But honestly, I think it is pretty risky." That is when Hyan seemed to notice something. She glanced out into the hallway and caught sight of long hair fading in the distance. She stammered nervously, "Sorry to interrupt, but the building is completely locked down now. Right?" Kim, clueless, answered, "Yeah, it is locked down." Hyan hesitated, then fearfully asked, "Who is that?" Something growled in response. The moment the words left the mouth, both Kim and Hyan tensed up. That monstrous creature screamed at the top of its lungs. "Heretics! Where did number one come from to protect everyone?" Hyan shouted, her power flaring in her hands. Number two warned, "Please stand behind me." Aries yelled, "Why?" He sneered, "You are throwing away your chance to repent." Number two fired back, "I have not done anything wrong." Aries grinned, "I kinda like how dumb you are." Hyan hesitated. "Number two. What about him?" Number two answered quickly, "He is alone somewhere else. The plan is already in motion." He continued, "An organized terrorist attack against us has begun." Aries wheezed, and number two looked at him, saying, "From now on." In an instant, Aries lunged forward. But number two took a defensive stance and went on, "Anyone connected to Sangu will be targeted by an unknown force." Outside, number 8 sat resting amid utter chaos. He chuckled and asked, "Looks like it is working." A two-spade card glowed purple as it soared up. Number 8 saw the purple beam and stood up, saying, "Looks like we have met before. What did you say back then?" Jan and Maximus appeared through the smoke, and he continued, something like, "Next time we meet, all my poor customers will be nothing but corpses." Number 8 laughed and said, "Most of them were fine. Actually. And thanks to your threats, they even paid me extra." "Seriously?" he teased. "Should I be thanking you or what?" Maximus scowled darkly, nearly growling. "Confidence is good, but..." Maximus clenched his fists and said, "You should be thought things through. You might have survived if you had quietly disappeared when you had the chance, especially after taking that critical hit recently." He swung a fist at number 8, sneering, "You fell and hit your head, did not you?" Number 8 dodged swiftly, the punch detonating with a massive explosion, sending rocks flying everywhere. Number 8 backs off, so the real deal clearly did not get it. He said it with confidence. "Back then, I did not even have any clones. Remember?" Jan and Maximus strike at the same time, and number 8 shouts out, "Everyone, fall back." Suddenly, the space above him shatters, revealing a massive black hole. Number 8, stunned, cries out, "Guys, heads up." Jan shifts 2 cards and says, "Sorry to interrupt, but your clones are pretty busy right now. We are not the only ones carrying on the Master's will. Usually, He uses his clones to protect those around him. He continues. So why do you think they are not showing up? We have outnumbered them from the start. Cut to a room in ruins. Arobat walks through, making a call. Confirming Sangu's house is completely destroyed. The voice on the other end orders. Make sure to get the body too. We need to inflict endless pain on that freak. He replies. Got it. At the very least, I will be sending some heads. Scene shift. Juna is suddenly attacked. She screams, and Miho shouts, Juna. Sangu's clones intercept the attack to protect Juna. She gasps. Brother Sangu. Miho quickly corrects her. They are just clones. Hearing this, she asks, Are you guys okay? Far away. Kem tells Abaddon. One enemy has appeared. He replies, Yeah. Abaddon grins darkly. Just as planned, we will keep that clone pinned down here. Not just here. He adds, Our Knight's order has sealed off his clones in multiple locations. Abaddon continues. Right now, Junasang's real body is completely isolated. Cut to number 8 dodging attacks using his cards. Each card flying at him sends out powerful waves of purple light. The ground is littered with craters from the card power. Number 8 studies them and says, Hey, hold on, let us pause for a sec, thinking to himself. Each symbol on these cards packs its own unique punch. Maximus charges in and shouts, We know your max clone count is 7, buddy. And they are all tied up handling attacks in Korea. He throws a fairy punch, and number 8 quickly blocks with his sword. Maximus grins and taunts. Who is going to step up to protect you now? Cocky. He sneers. Just as I thought. You rely way too much on your clones. Compared to a level 5 hunter. Your stats are kind of weak. Maximus throws another punch, mocking number 8. That is disappointing. Suddenly, his punches amplify. The blow hits number 8 hard, sending him flying backward. Then 4 cards swoop in. Number 8 slashes the cards away, then pulls out a joker card, saying, You actually managed to read all my cards perfectly. At least your moves are impressive. A dark power surges up. He continues. Well, even if it is just for show, I might as well push for its rank level. A flurry of red cards flies toward him, each marked with a joker symbol behind them. Number 8 staggers, bracing himself with his sword. He thinks, this must be that dazzling power from before, but its strength is on a whole different level. Massive explosion erupts, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Number 8 falls back, coughing up blood. Silently assessing, all his abilities are firing at full throttle with overwhelming power. Teleporting behind him, he swings his sword. In that instant, number 8 guesses. His next move, the sword slices off his arm, and he screams in pain, clutching it. Maximus, from afar, flexes his power. Grinning. Goodbye, Dungsan. A colossal punch crashes down as number 8 kneels on the ground. He pants. Looking up, that, just a punch weak is hitting a knee. Maximus laughs. Nope. All that power is compressed. The display has not kicked in yet. A tiny jet. Squeezing all his strength, he adds, when a massive power condenses into a tiny space, the pressure hits a whole new level. The punch slams down hard. Number 8 takes the hit like he has been fatally struck. Number 8 spits blood and falls back. Maximus says, by the time you realize it, it will already be too late. There are still people in this world who surpass humans. Number 8 tells him, look, I am still standing. Then Maximus and the confusing Jian exchange puzzled looks. What was that? A blue light enveloped number 8's body as he said, Since when did I say I am the original? Meanwhile, Arabat was itching with suspicion. Huh? The person on the other end of the phone immediately asked anxiously, What is going on? Hesitant. Orobat replied, There is something off about this. Orobat shouted, They are not assassins. This is a trap. The young Sangu family is not here. The voice on the other end snapped back. Then where the hell are they? At that moment, number 4 pressed a knife to Orobat's throat. Scene switched to number 2 and Tuan Orias was being slammed around mercilessly, collapsing and coughing up blood, uncheered. Number 2 is killing it. Number 2 replied. That was a critical hit, one hell of a splash. Worried? She asked. Are you hurt? Or is it him? He quickly answered. He turned his head and said, There is a new player number 8 over on the other side. Sangu grabbed his sword and demanded, Who is behind this mess? He laughed and said, You really think my clone limit is just 7? Sangu recalled. Today's the last day of the week, I promised the director. He looked at the screen, beaming. Perfect. It is time to make things interesting. Meanwhile, the system announced, Clone skill upgraded. Clone skill. Level 8. Deployment type, Uses energy to restore perfect copies of the user. Back in the real world, Jen and Maximus' faces darkened. Sangu and his clones rose up, and he taunted, "Don't think you trapped my clones. It is actually my clones playing you." Sangu grinned. "Alright, let us start the next round. Before it was 1 versus 2. Now it is 2 versus 8. Maximus looked worried but shot back. "Helping one of those fools. No big deal." Maximus lunged forward. "I just need to smash them like before, and it is over." But Sangu blocked his attack calmly. "Not that easy." Maximus' blows slowly got pushed back by Sangu. He muttered under his breath, "This guy's original must be stronger than his clones." Suddenly, 2 of Sangu's clones darted behind Maximus. The 2 clones unleashed a devastating strike, shaking the ground and sending rocks flying. Jan was also struggling to fend off attacks from other clones, angrily shouting at Maximus, "You are losing your head. These clones are way weaker than us." Jan continued, "If we stay cool and take them down one by one." Sangu cut him off. "Did I say you could do that?" Another clone charged and attacked Jian. Sangu calmly said, "If one's not enough, how about 2? Then another clone came at Jian. Sangu added, "If that is still not enough, let us make it 3. Jian's worried expression grew as he was hit repeatedly. "Meanwhile," Sangu explained, "that is the technique behind my clones." Jian angrily threw a card and shouted, "Take this," Sangu coolly replied. "Based on number 8's combat experience, I have figured out your abilities." Little worm in a flash. Jian appeared right in front of Sangu, who did not flinch and said, "Teleportation." Sangu swung his sword, blasting Jian far back as rocks shattered around them. Jian collapsed among the rubble. Maximus also fell, battered and wounded. Sangu said to them, "Get up." He pressed his sword forward with a challenge. "You guys could at least try to hit rank." Jian and Maximus slowly rose, and he admitted, "I will admit, handling this many hunters at your level is a bit tough." Jian thought to himself, their movements were so synchronized it felt like they were sharing one mind. But outwardly, he said, "But all 7 clones showing up here, are you sure that is a good idea?" Jian went on. "Right now," the young family Sangu interrupted. "Enough talk. Here they come, these loudmouth villains." He leapt up, unleashing a fiery attack with a laugh. "Of course. You think I would just sit around waiting when I know you are coming? Think again." Scene changes to inside the house. Old Eagle called out, "Ji Woo." She immediately whispered, "Thanks." She asked her if she felt comfortable living in such a hidden place. "If she is already used to it." Jung Ji Woo softly replied, "Well, we do not really have any other choice. Those weirdos are targeting us. Following my brother's lead has never steered us wrong." She smiled and said, "I am glad to hear that. What about you guys? Is the food to everyone's liking?" The 3 of them awkwardly looked at her. Kim Ki-hong quickly answered, "Yes, madam." Chang Su added, "The meal is delicious." He whispered, "Everyone's trapped by their doubles, right?" The other replied, "Yeah, they said a terrorist group is after us." Kim Ki-hong continued, "So Sang Woo's always had our backs. I will owe him an apology for ever badmouthing him." Chang Su nodded. "Same here." Meanwhile, Maiho told Kim Siona, "Sang Woo's double has left already. Looks like we are on our own to take down the others." She added, "I did not expect them to actually attack. Honestly, I had my doubts." Kim Siona quickly replied, "Sang Woo's not the type to lie without reason." Juna chimed in, "Shall we get going?" Kim Il-gun and Park 1T rallied their troops. He shouted, "Kindness and Jolo squads, assemble. How dare they mess with our captain? Let us show them what we have got." Watching from afar, Kim muttered, "Damn. For real. Facing red-clad troops is going to be tough." Abaddon growled, "So the real victims caught in the trap are us. Probably the doubles held off by other mages have regrouped with the originals. Summon all mages here." As the mages were summoned, Kim responded, "They are here. Because of the system." He continued, "Now that it has come to this, we have got no choice but to fight to the bitter end." Finally, the 2 sides clashed head-on. Cut to Gong Zhong, slouching, asking, "How many have died so far?" A zombie reported, "Sir Orobat and Sir Aureus have definitely been taken out, and the rest of the mage guild is under attack." She added, "Sangu's group is still holding on." Hearing this, his face darkened. He thought, "This has never happened before, not with my power." Gong Zhong thought further, "Anyone would bow before me?" He thought of Sangu and wondered, "Then why have not those fools submitted to me?" He calculated, "Maybe it is time to use that skill." Gong Zhong ordered, "Everyone, advance normally in full force." He continued, "And next, begin the final phase of the harvest campaign." Juna attacked the knights, shouting, Chetty, you heretics, she told Manhwa. These guys are strong. Probably at least a rank level. Manhwa replied. Dunna know how much cash they have got behind all this. Suddenly, someone from afar aimed at the two of them. A young man rushed in to save Juna, yelling, Watch out, he asked Han with concern. You okay? Captain, she shyly answered. Yeah, thanks for saving my life again. Manhwa, nearby and taking hits, shouted, Hey, what about me? From afar, Kim looked at Manhwa and said, No more doubles blocking your line of sight now. Now, priority is to thin out their numbers, even if just one at a time. But just as he finished speaking, a bullet flew in, piercing his arm. Kim screamed in pain and fury. Damn it! Where the hell did that bastard come from? Tell me right now. Manhwa glanced at him from a distance and smirked. When it comes to sniping, someone here's way better than that, she continued. Looks like our Hyeon's doing great. Hyeon's sniping from the next building, and Hyeon's cheering her on. She shot those guys from here. She is seriously good at this. On the street below, the knights got picked off one by one. Screaming, Shields up! Abaddon was stunned, watching the scene unfold. Park Won-tae said to him, Surrender. You guys lost. Abaddon exclaimed. You have got some damn good sharpshooters. He replied. But if there were innocent civilians here, would you still be so carefree shooting? He froze, stunned by the question. Suddenly, a girl was pinned down by a fallen tree, screaming for help. The tree is collapsing here. Save us, members of the Karn's Guild whispered among themselves. Quiet on this side. Everyone's trapped here. Another responded. Got it. He rushed over, anxiously asking the villagers, Are you okay? I will lift the pole first. Suddenly, the system flashed. Sword enhancement activated, sharpened blade as piercing power increased. Then, out of nowhere, he just dropped dead. The others froze, stunned to see him slump down, bleeding heavily. The girl hesitated. Hey, what are you doing? Her voice cracked with panic. I snapped. What the hell do you think you are doing? A voice came through the radio. Don't rush to approach the villagers. Some of them have been brainwashed. The team immediately panicked. What do we do? Commander, before them. The villagers' eyes glowed red, weapons in hand. Slowly advancing, he pressed. Are these really villagers? The commander hesitated. Just knock them out. Wait. A shadow leapt down and spoke. Too late. The screen flashed. Sniper shot fired. The commander blinked in surprise. Captain Hong Yuan, you are here already. Just melt them down one by one with mana. She smirked. The joker's got a dangerous face. Huh, it means we are ready to give our lives to save yours. Immediately, he used the Joker card to channel special power into Maximus. The guy truly became the deadliest obstacle. As a sudden alert flashed, I will handle the brainwashed villagers. Don't worry, just take out the ones in those fluttering clothes. One villager shouted. It is useless. We are united. They raised their hands, summoning fireballs, shouting, For the master. For the system. Manhwa was confused. Isn't it that the fireball Sangu sold almost for free during the event? Hong Yuan had cursed under her breath. Damn it, someone used power to conjure a blue smoke command. Everyone, find the brainwashing device. That guy's brainwashing needs a tech intermediary. The person next to her obeyed immediately. Yes, madam. Someone looked up at the sky, seeing the swarm of insectoid soldiers thickening, and asked suspiciously, What the hell is that? Abaddon, in his locutus form, flew at breakneck speed, boasting, You think I am just sitting here watching? He ordered his minions. First, take out that sniper brat. Number 10 unleashed a corrosive mist attack on Abaddon's body. A voice rang out. Your assassination skills are still amateurish. Kun Ryan grinned arrogantly. You really thought you could mess with Sangu's girl with moves like that? Let me show you how real killing is done. Cut to Maximus throwing a furious punch at number 1. Number 1 quickly blocked it with his sword. Their mana clashed in a dazzling display. He thought, Gotcha. You are done for. He used his magic to freeze Maximus' arm. Number 1 called out from behind. Hey, you noticed it, right? The mana structure in his skill. Maximus shattered the ice, screaming in rage. Get lost. You damn bug, number 1 said. Don't you get it? Everything you did to fight number 8 only worked because he was alone back then. Instantly, he raised his sword, commanding the giant stone golem to attack their enemies. The towering stone giant swung its sharp claws, devastating the two foes mercilessly. We were too arrogant, the voice admitted. As we handled you, we were already planning ahead for the main mission. Conserving strength, we apologize for our arrogance. Sangu stood on the pile of rocks, expression deadpan, and said, Does that mean you guys have not been taking this seriously until now? That is the best excuse you have got. He thought to himself, does the secret operation have healing powers? A sneaky hand clutching a joker card with a dangerous look. That means we are ready to trade our lives for yours. Immediately, he played the Maximus card. Channeling a special power, this guy truly became the most dangerous obstacle. A sudden alert popped up. Red Joker. Speed boost, all card powers doubled for a limited time. But here's the catch. Damage taken can be healed. Heroes, embodiment. A colossal power compressed and flowing through his body. Double-edged sword. Power triples. But so does damage taken. Maximus lunges forward, throwing a punch at Sangu. The strike sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Sangu dodges swiftly, silently shocked. What kind of crazy power is this? Number 2 seizes the moment and slashes straight at Maximus' arm. His eyes blaze red, teeth clenched tight. Maximus locks eyes with number 2 and summons every ounce of strength to slam a fist into him. Die already. The impact ignites a fierce blaze. Number 2 lies calmly on the rubble, unfazed. When will these guys finally wake up? The first dude over there is starting to catch on. Better hurry up. The servant Luke Grishko now conjures a glowing protective circle around himself, looking seriously badass. This time, it is targeting everyone. Purple mana needles shoot out from him, forcing number 3 and number 4 to dodge desperately. Sangu hides behind a boulder as the system pops up, asking, Sangu, you good? He snaps back quickly. I am nearsighted. Not blind. Why you asking me that? The system continues. Alright, let me drop some useful info for you. Meanwhile, number 3 slashes at Maximus' shoulder again, driving him mad with rage. He grabs number 3's shoulder firmly. If I go down, I am taking all 5 of you with me. With that, he punches number 2 fiercely, shouting, You idiots! Number 3 watches silently, frustration etched on his face. Damn, that healing ability is ridiculous. After recovering, number 2 charges back at Maximus, their battle sparking fairy explosions. Then, number 2 freezes Maximus solid. But Maximus shatters the ice instantly. No chance for you. You fools do not understand my will, or the system's will. The traitor pulls out the ace of spades, siphoning power from both sides. I am squeezing out the last of my mana. He swings his arm, tossing the shield circle into the air. Number 2 and number 4 furrow their brows, eyes locked on the card. He shouts, This is your burial season. Sangu. Maximus grits his teeth, adding, I will bury every last one of you. Both launch themselves at numbers 2, 4, and Sangu, ready to fight. Sangu sends a quick message to number 2. You sure you are good? If you are not confident, leave it to me. Number 1 replies calmly. No time to waste. A golden energy aura surrounds Maximus and Zambinzirian. Meanwhile, Sangu forms a magic circle. He actually pulled it off. His face beams with excitement. Learning a skill without needing skill feels so strange. The system notes, skill not required. Huh, that is wild. The system adds, that was a lightning magic circle, but it does not last as long as ice. Not discouraged by the system's warning, Sangu presses on. Yeah, but it can still temporarily paralyze even stronger enemies. It only lasts on zealots though. Now hit those 2 lunatics. Power flows. He speaks evenly. Thanks to that brief moment earlier, I finished the analysis. This is the power of the void, the strength of the 7 deadly sins. The golden energy pierces through Jiang's power flow, breaking it. Jiang's eyes widen in shock. His skill got cancelled. Maximus grits his teeth and fires a blast at number 2. I am still here. He springs up swiftly. Number 2 closes in. I am already used to your attacks. Maximus utters his last desperate words. What? This can teep. Sangu chuckles softly. What is wrong? Ears ringing like a gust of wind, Sangu sweeps Maximus and Jiang, who freeze in place. A second later, Sangu cleaves them in half. Yep, that is what you call total defeat. Under the grim night sky, a grand palace looms. A worried voice echoes from within. Is it really here? Wait, it should be here. The woman crossing her arms is Senhua Ryong. Her sharp eyes flicker with impatience. A harsh voice rings out. Hurry up. They say there are still plenty of brainwashing machines left. Meanwhile, Shinjuni Ryong painfully watches the warning ice in front of him, muttering desperately, Please do not blame me. This is not some all-encompassing skill. Okay, he remembers you, carefully slicing through the warning ice. Then says, I can easily find that old man Ryong nearby like hunting down a machine pig. Ryong Jian looks at the machine covered in wires before him and says, I need a component that matches these. Ryong remembers you. Confused, asks, Is this the device they used to brainwash the trainees? Ryong Jian's eyes widen as he stares at the machine emitting red fumes, clutching its wires and replies, Yeah. Thank heavens it is still here. Suddenly, a massive seismic wave pulses from the building, and the system announces, Scan level 100. Scanning a wide area to locate designated targets. On the other side, a group stands frozen, Pupils shrinking. Arcane circles hover above their heads, seemingly controlling them. Hong Yuan grits his teeth, breathing heavily with rage. Damn it! More brainwashed people keep appearing. She is so furious her face contorts. Snarling. Maybe we just snap each of their ankles. That should do it. Maiho hears this and replies, that might actually be a good idea. On the other side, Wenta swings his weapon at the enemies, making them scream in pain. He pants, pulls up a virtual map, eyes lighting up as he spots something, then urgently shouts, I found the brainwashing machinist's location. Sending coordinates to everyone now. Hong Yuan responds. Looks like the boss pulled it off. Maiho leaps into the air, smirking confidently, knowing the spot makes it easy. Abaddon angrily snaps. Foolish. I warned you already. He keeps going, thinking we are standing still. Then suddenly, One Ray lunges, slamming into him and says nothing. Maiho's eyes widen, thinking. Found it. She looks down at the crowd surrounding the machine, quietly assessing. That is a big group, and it looks like they spotted me. Immediately, they all get alert and shout, protect the device. We will defend this place with our lives. Maiho forms a ball of energy and fires it at the crowd, taunting. Fine, go ahead and sacrifice yourselves. Your lives are on the line. One guy panics, eyes wide with fear as he stares at the approaching attack. Maiho throws the energy ball into the crowd. Violent blazing light explodes. Everything is obliterated by the fierce blazing light. Maiho announces, we have destroyed the villagers' brainwashing machine. Now let us take care of the core henchmen. Namjiren yells, damn, how dare you destroy the conversion machine? Heretics. Suddenly, thunder roars from the sky, forcing him to turn around mid-rant. I will show you what serious means. Sangu, holding Maximus with Jiang unconscious beside him, sneers. Serious? Huh? Let us see about that. Namjiren and his crew turn pale, terrified to hear Sangu's defiant voice still echoing. Why do not you finish your sentence? He shouts. Everyone. Great job. All your hard work paid off. On top of a building. Hongyan excitedly calls out. Hey, I am using binoculars here. Surprised. He is here already. Suddenly, Sangu's clones appear all at once, declaring, I am ending this right here. Then they all launch an attack on the enemy, showing no mercy. Suddenly, a terrified voice rang out. He took them down like it was nothing. Wenta stood frozen, watching the battle unfold before him. Meanwhile, Kim Il-gon sat nearby, marveling aloud. Since their last encounter, his power had skyrocketed. Abaddon hovered in midair, eyes fixed on the scene, silently thinking, forgive me, master. Before him, number 2 moved toward Abaddon, a pang of regret silently crossing his mind. Please forgive me for leaving before I could help you finish the mission. Elsewhere, inside the Enlightened Corporation's headquarters, down a quiet hallway, Kaizo pondered silently, unsure whether to be surprised or to admit everything was unfolding exactly as he would predicted. He thought about a vial of the legendary elixir. Who would have guessed that this miracle cure, the so-called divine medicine, was secretly buried deep beneath Enlightened's grounds? Lost in thought, Kaizo was suddenly startled by a beep. He quickly silenced it, thinking, getting here was already a tough journey. Kaizo glanced around cautiously, still dead silent. Just like before, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief, thankful no one had heard. Before he could fully regroup, a jumper suddenly appeared behind him, smiling and saying, long time no see. The newcomer continued. What wind blew you all the way to Enlighten? Kaizo's eyes widened as he stammered. Well, these bracelets. You know, a voice echoed from the room. I have sent number 6 to Odden Tower. We can let the big shots starve. Right? Sangu's voice rang out. What is the damage? Number 1 responded. Number 3 is badly wounded. And number 5 is out. Sangu's face hardened as he asked. Number 3 will recover within a day. Right? Number 1 replied. Actually, about 6 hours. Sangu glanced at Maximus and Zan, blinded by a barrage of machines, and said, not bad. At least we took down 2 rank foes. Sangu approached, speaking coolly. Even with a mana absorption system and a special alloy binding them with stats that high, it is still tough to hold them off. Zan muttered warily, sweat dripping down. Just kill me already. Sangu turned away, a twisted grin spreading across his face as he sneered. You guys always cast spells that fizzle out early. Zan Zong's challenge cut through the tension. Scared? Huh? He taunted, pushing Sangu's buttons. I have done my homework on you. You're weak. Pathetic soft approach. You even let assassins come after you. People like you only know how to deal with monsters. Right? Zan curled his lips, eyes full of contempt. Never letting up. You act tough, But ditch your clones, and you would not even dare finish off one enemy yourself. No real targets. Weak will just a lazy fool who lucked into a skill. That is you? Dung Sangu. Suddenly, Sangu spun around, swinging his sword at Zan. Zan's jaw dropped in shock, staring at his severed arm, sliced off by Sangu's blade. Zan cried out in agonizing pain, but Sangu remained calm, his face darkening as he spoke. First of all, you are right, he sighed deeply. If I could avoid hurting my own kind, I would. I am not some heartless psycho. Why would I do that? Despite Xana's screams, Sangu stayed icy cold, rubbing his neck as he explained. Yeah, my willpower is not that strong either. As you can see, I hate dealing with this crap. I just want to live a quiet life through my clones. But people like you never give me a moment's peace. Suddenly, he grabbed Zan's face tightly, his voice growing colder. But you have got it all wrong. Sangu's face radiated menace as he threatened. I am keeping you alive for a reason that is not what you think. You think I will let this slide after you mess with the people around me? He suddenly called out. Number 1. Yes, came the reply. Sangu ordered. Left eye. Number 1 obeyed, reaching out toward Maximus's face. Maximus panicked, trembling as he shouted, What the hell are you planning? Number 1 mercilessly stabbed straight into Maximus while he screamed in terror. Nearby, Liber furrowed his brow, silently wondering if Dung Sangu was finally about to unleash a righteous fury for the sins committed. But no, that was not it. At Sangu's side, he opened a vial. Thinking, this is a perfectly calculated move, began explaining why he was keeping them alive. Sangu raised the vial to his lips and slowly drank it all. He began explaining, saying we need someone to track down that elusive master still on the run. Sangu recalled Hyan's words in the lab. The potion you requested, I think I can pull it off. But where did that wild idea even come from? Sangu explained. While planning this, I thought about it. This whole Odden Tower trickery was bound to blow up eventually. Hyan asked. Confused. It will get exposed. He replied. These guys are not amateurs. They have seen it all while making money. They probably have gear that analyzes the skills being cast on their bodies. Sangu continued. So if those skills are real, stronger upgrades are not out of the question. Right? Hyan seemed to catch his drift and nodded faintly. So that is why you want me to make this potion. Sangu, explained. Exactly. It is the highest level skill tracking potion. If those brainwashed fools get dosed, we can use it to hunt down the mastermind and pinpoint the master's location. Hyan, expressionless, said, the higher the skill level, the more effective it is. We can T-track those civilians who were only briefly brainwashed. Sangu proposed. We should test it on the academy professors first. Let me know when it is ready. Hyan nodded and added, and if it messes with their minds even more, all the better. Mind control skills usually leave clearer traces. Hey mana, you said effectiveness is priority. Right? This potion's side effects involve mana, so do not let your clones use it. Your clones come from manhwa. Sangu replied. Got it. I am on it. Back to the present. A surge of power enveloped Sangu. He reached toward Hyan, who was visibly terrified. Sangu spoke up. Let us see how this works. Jin peeked out, panicked, thinking, this is bad. Do not tell me they are trying to track me. His mouth opened, revealing something inside. He calculated silently. If that is true, then but luck was not on Jin's side. Sangu plunged his hand into his mouth, yanked out the object, and warned. What do you think you are doing? Jin screamed in pain, but Sangu barely flinched, eyeing the object in hand. His chilling voice echoed. You think I would actually kill someone? Then he grabbed Jian's head, using his power as Jian howled in agony. You still owe me the location of your master. A wave of energy radiated, forcing Jian to beg for mercy. Please, stop. Sangu used that power to dive into Jian's memories. A city appeared, zooming out as he scanned the streets before stopping at a building. Sangu pushed deeper into a room where a shadowy figure sat, surrounded by henchmen. Slowly, Gongrong's terrified face came into view as Sangu's voice boomed. Finally found you. Sangu's expression twisted into a sinister smile as he sneered. You little rat. Jumper's calm voice dripped with sarcasm. If you want to get in, you better be a VIP. Looks like he snuck in the back way. Inside the room, he slid his hands into his pockets, strolling toward the door, his tone mocking. Big problem here. Seesaw. Jumper pulled a black card from his pocket, swiping it over a scanner. This is the real deal. Huh? He said, half teasing, half cold. The door slid open, revealing a vial of a magic elixir. Jumper smiled. Magic potion. Huh. Not bad. I am impressed. He continued. You do not seem like the type to need this. Sad face. Serious tone. I made a promise to someone important. The man lowered himself. Eyes steely. Voice strained but sincere. I admit, I pushed too far. It is shameful. He added. But given the situation, I will be straight with you. Can you sell it to me? I will pay any price. Jumper S slow. Icy reply cut through. Someone already paid a price equal to a small nation's budget for this. You really think your offer means anything? The man broke into a sweat. Brooding silently, realizing his demand was way out of line. Suddenly, Jumper threw the vial at him. Voice booming. I am giving it to you for free. He added. Take it. Why the shocked face? Huh. Jumper's eyes went wide in shock as he asked back. Wait. What do you mean why? You do not want it. Kaisu immediately blurted out, his voice tinged with confusion. Isn't it pretty obvious? You just called it a miracle drug. He hesitated. Then Jumper sighed and said, Miracle my foot. I just do not need it. He lifted his shirt to reveal something. Smirking bitterly. The curse I am carrying can't be wiped away by some miracle drug. Kaisu stammered. Worried, but Jumper turned away, fixing his clothes and explained, all that miracle drug hype at the academy. Just a smokescreen to fool people. His next words made Kaisu's face soften a bit. Since the boss keeps nagging, I went along with it. That so-called miracle drug, it was actually a reward from the system. Jumper kept his cool and added, either way, the academia students are all getting cold on harvest day. Kaisu frowned, suspicious and frustrated. Hold on, what are you saying? Explain yourself. Boss, wasn't it you who just attacked the legacy? Now you are telling me the system gave you that. Like the system's some kind of conscious being. Jumper turned to him and said, this miracle drug was made by the system. His explanation made Kaisu's expression soften again. Ever heard of a drug like this in Tepern? If something like this really existed, Elisa would not be dead, and Lieber would not have gone insane from the system's growth. Right? His arm tensed up. Kaisu started asking, how much do you really know? His face darkened as he asked, so who are you really? What kind of freak are you? Back to Sangu. He held up a teleport scroll and said, Number 1. This is the last teleport scroll. Sangu handed the scroll to Number 1, his face serious as he ordered, leave Number 3 behind since he is injured. The rest, move out immediately. I want to be able to use my skills for 3 hours. So I will assess the situation and use Number 3's mini space. Number 1 replied. Then he turned to Jian and asked, what should we do with the old boss here? Maximus panicked and cried out, wait, I will explain everything. The boss can't die here. Jiang tried to speak up. Hold on, before he could finish. Something suddenly lunged at them if he was not ruled by impulsive emotions right now. Sangu swung his sword violently at Jian without mercy. Then with an angry glare ordered, kill them all. Number 1 responded immediately. Yes, sir. At Gong Rong's place. He was trembling with fear, endlessly warning himself. He is coming. Dung Sangu is heading this way. Outside the great hall, a group of subordinates stood guard when suddenly a black hole appeared. So Mai rushed in to report, Master, intruders detected at the entrance. Gong Rong panicked, shouting, how did they get here so fast? Didn't we have an awakened disguise to mess with their teleport coordinates? So Mai continued, making him wide-eyed with fear. That awakened you killed last time was still serving you. Sir, outside. The subordinates kept fighting, shouting in unison. For the master, for the system, get out of here. Outsiders, Number 1 replied. We have a master too. And our master. Then all of Sangu's clones present charge forward as Number 1 shouted a fierce battle cry. Inside the room, Gongrong angrily slapped Soma, yelling, you useless maggots. Worthless vermin, Gongrong's shouting continued. You rotten leeches are completely worthless. Outside, the battle raged on fiercely. In the room, Gongrong scowled and ordered sharply, bring my reserves here. It is time for the final phase, he shouted. Right now. Outside. Number 1 kept striking relentlessly without a shred of mercy. At Number 3's location, his eyes showed no emotion as he received updates through a space portal. Everything's going smoothly. It looks like most of their main forces were wiped out in Triu Tin. Sangu nodded. Got it, but let us hold off on infiltrating for now to stay safe. Losing my skills for a bit is a pain. But I really want to see what this boss looks like. Suddenly, Dungshan bangs on the door and asks, Dungsan, you are here, right? Sangu calmly replies, what is up? Feeling sick. This time, I really owe you big time, thanks to your scanning skills. That is how we found that wanted device. Dungshan says urgently, that is exactly why I came here. He starts explaining. I found one on the ground, But I also faintly picked up signals coming from somewhere else, much bigger scale, with deep underground structures sending signals. Sangu asks in surprise. Wait, what? On Gongrong's side, one of his followers nervously asks, Master, are we really going to do this? A female follower voices concern. I am worried this goes against the system's will. At least, we should wait for some key intel before moving forward. Gongrong snaps angrily. Damn it! Just do it now. The female follower, scared, reluctantly obeys. Yes, sir. Countless screens in the air suddenly come to life. The ground shakes lightly, then begins to split open, revealing a massive gate slowly sliding ajar. Massive brainwashing machines start being lifted up. Elsewhere, a mother and son stare in shock at what is unfolding. The boy points, Mom, look from beneath the earth. Gigantic brainwashing machines emerge, leaving everyone stunned. What the hell is that? Someone trained scans the scrolling data, then orders, go call the others. Now, over the sea. Those machines also float above the water. A woman's mysterious voice echoes. Something surfacing from the depths. Back at Gongrong's place, he uses his power to control the scene. Silently thinking, Dungsan. He smirks, watching the machines awaken. Thinking, they have no clue who they are messing with. A trained man watches the system's scrolling text. Suddenly his eyes darken, then he looks up sharply. Everyone is suddenly enveloped by a strange, eerie aura. Outside in space, a spaceship appears. How far can someone like me really go? A hand reaches out to grab something, then suddenly freezes. Elisa sighs deeply, hands on her hips, complaining. Honestly, this is always simpler than it looks. If everyone just did their damn job right, we would all be on the same side. Hands on hips. She grumbles. Seriously, it is not rocket science. If everyone did their part properly, none of this would be happening. So why the hell are not they? Her face shows fear, eyes wide open. Then she angrily snaps. Idiots. Suddenly, a system interface pops up before Dungzian. Shocking him, Dungzian grabs his head, screaming, mental defenses activating. This place no. The whole country is under mind control attack. Manga's eyes widen as he gasps. No way. It is too dark, I can't see a damn thing. Suddenly, a voice booms. It is not just limited to this country, it is worldwide. They all shout as Jumper suddenly appears. Jumper reassures them. Don't sweat the brainwashing, it won't work on us. High-level beings like us take ages to be affected. That damn master really messed everything up. Sangu eyes Jumper warily, asking, why are you here? He curses inwardly. Damn it. Just when I can't use my skills anymore. Jumper explains. Like I said, that idiot just caused a disaster. Let us go catch him. Sangu, confused, asks, what? During the battle, Gongrong's voice echoes, ordering Sangu's clones to stop immediately. All of you, halt. His voice continues. My power now covers the entire globe. All humanity is in my palm. Gongrong's followers cheer. One follower says, you have always cared for us, Master. Another excitedly adds, don't he tell me this is the endgame? Gongrong smirks proudly, declaring, from now on, every time those worms kill one of my apostles, I will slaughter 10,000 people worldwide. If you dare kill me, then all those under my control will die with me. I am not going down solo. Jumper smiles, tears streaming down his face, voice hoarse and bitter. Sorry, but I can't go just yet. So do not even think about laying a finger on me. Suddenly, from thin air, a voice filled with awe echoed, he was a man unlike any other. Sangu appeared alongside Jumper, his eyes burning with anger, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Out of everyone I have met, he is the one who makes me want to puke the most. He huffed with rage, shouting, Jumper, Jumper, you bastard. Gongrong glared at him and spat. Who dares betray us? Huh. Jumper sneered back. Betray? Please. I told you there won't be a third time. Sangu's face darkened, furious as he snapped. Now that I think about it, that damn worm of yours always messes with my eyes. He spoke softly. So that is it. I guess we are done here. The man's face went pale as he cursed. You son of a bitch. Sangu's presence was like a death god demanding souls, gripping his blade and stepping forward slowly. Let us finish this quick. I want to savor your pain, but time's not on our side. Gongrong sat silently, thinking, this was a huge mistake. Even Jan and Maximus, the 5th rankers, lost contact. That means he could not believe Jumper saw the lives of brainwashed pawns, like CC Gik, as disposable. 2 subordinates rushed forward urgently. Master, fall back now. Watching Sangu's terrifying, unstoppable assault, he seriously reconsidered. From the start, I misjudged him. Who would have thought he would send clones to kill without a second thought? Fear gripped him. This bastard was going to kill him. Tears streaming down. Gong Rong panicked. Begging. Hey, do you even hear me? You lunatic. I told you. I will wipe out all humanity on this planet. You think I am joking? Cornered. He unleashed his power to counterattack in a desperate, terrifying strike. Gong Rong screamed. Look for yourself. Watch humanity slaughter each other across the globe. In the city, as his energy beam appeared, those under Gong Rong's control froze, then went berserk, attacking their enemies with no rational thought, pure instinct. Sitting on his throne, Gong Rong smirked and bragged. A massacre carried out by hundreds of millions of awakened puppets. At that moment, Sangu appeared right behind him, blade in hand, ready to strike in the blink of an eye. Time seemed to freeze. Almost simultaneously, at that very moment, Jumper grinned a twisted smile amid the chaos engulfing the city. Broadcast stations worldwide were completely destroyed. All that remained after the catastrophe was utter devastation. Sharp energy pulses flickered relentlessly as Jumper calmly declared, I told you so. Bearing immense pressure, he spoke coldly, while the screens behind replayed the carnage. There 1TB a third time, that awakening skill. Totally insane. Realizing things had gone way too far, he quickly started crying and fled. Someone asked him, Aren't you going after him? Jumper replied calmly, I think it is time to let someone else take center stage. No rush now. Gong Rong sprinted forward, doubts gnawing at him. Why? Why does everyone betray me? He recalled how the cult leader once mocked him while fixing his robes. I heard you even messed up everything at home. His wife, heartbroken seeing him struggle, ignored all objections just to help him find work. Gong Rong could only listen in silence. Disbelief growing. No way. Right? He seethed harder. Everyone saw him as a waste. In the dark night, cries of resentment echoed. They paid me peanuts. All I did was sell a few broken clocks. Furious, Gong Rong kicked over a box, shouting, They are all the same. He kept ranting angrily. Damn it. No home. No shelter. Where am I supposed to crawl to this winter? Suddenly, a black hole formed at his feet. He thought bitterly. I have known since I was a kid this world hates me. Falling into the void, he landed in a strange land. What the hell? Where am I? The ground. Looking up, he immediately met the hungry gaze of monsters. Resentment boiling. Gong Rong vowed. They hate me to the core. He was trembling with fear, tears streaming down his face. Wondering, this can't be real. Right? A monster, a beast roaring right in his face made him turn pale and scream. Please, spare my life. He froze in place as a mechanical beep sounded, the system announcing, Earth user detected. Identity unknown, verification complete. Access granted. Registration successful. Gong Rong recalled that was when the divine descended into this world and sought him out. He stared in shock at the screen before him. Master. Level 1. Creature controller. Gong Rong eyed the monsters standing silently before him. Skeptical. Creature controller. You all will obey my commands. Got it. He remembered the chaos the world engulfed in flames after the catastrophe. A sinister, twisted smile spread across Gong Rong's face. That scene was hauntingly beautiful to him. With his power, Gong Rong quickly built a refuge in this new world. Snapping back to reality as he frantically fled the hunt, the base door slammed shut behind him. Alarms blared. Security level maxed out. The entire area locked down. Back then, Gong Rong believed every being from monsters to hunters had to obey his command. A sharp slash shattered the door of Gong Rong's base with ease. Sangu hoisted his massive greatsword on his shoulder and declared, Ready or not? He gasped, sprinting desperately toward the lab chamber. Hurry. Inside the lab, a teenage boy lay still as Gong Rong's frantic voice echoed. Come on. Bring me my backup weapon. He clutched an item, eyes full of hope, saying, My last-ditch safety measure. The system flashed a notification. Superior synchronization protocol activated. Maximize master control and override a target's personality, memories, and abilities. Punishment mode. Only usable once in a lifetime. The overwritten target will never use their skills again. Gong Rong thought. Resetting omnipotent system. Flashback to when the couple was kneeling. He bowed his head pleading, Please, just spare my wife, please. I know I was wrong to kick you out, but I never treated you badly before. Right? Sitting atop his mighty serpent, Gong Rong glared down at the two cruelly. Fine. Fight it out. I will let the winner live. He smirked darkly, thinking, This world's rules have changed now. And I gotta say, I kinda like these new rules. The twisted grin. Gongrong said, "Forget about the wife. I have just come up with a way better idea." A deep voice rang out from behind him. "This method takes way too long." Gongrong's eyes lit up as he remembered happily. "That is why I was over the moon when he showed up." Liber appeared. Smiling softly, "Your power will be a huge boost to my plan. You will back me up, right?" He looked at Liber in awe. "The moment we met, I immediately realized he was the almighty god who set these rules." Gongrong bowed respectfully to Liber. "Your humble servant is here, ready to obey any command." He whispered to himself, "It has to be me, not anyone else." He believed the Lord was witnessing this moment. Golden light enveloped the boy's body as the system announced synchronization. Gongrong still clung to the hope that the Lord would come to punish those filthy pests. Sangu gripped his greatsword, glaring angrily. "Man, this guy talks way too much trash." The system kept flashing. Synchronizing. Synchronizing. Synchronizing, staring blankly at the holographic screen. He thought, isn't he that right? After all, he is our god. Chains of data locked the system panel, blocking all access. Gongrong's tears streamed uncontrollably as he stared at the cold, harsh words. Elisa emerged from the screen, speaking coldly to the trembling man. "Sorry, but you are too dumb for me to keep using you." A snap of her fingers. She erased Gongrong calmly. "You are done, kid." Fierce slashes tore through another door. Sangu charged forward, teeth clenched. "Finally, I have broken through everything. You bastard." I was pissed because I could not use my skills or summon my clone. Shouldn't this all end when the punishment's over? He watched the person in front of him suddenly stumble to a halt. Seeing the system take the form of Elisa before Sangu, silence fell heavy. His face darkened as he thought, "Elisa. Wait, this can't be happening." Noticing the strange expression on a familiar face, Sangu quickly realized it was the system, glaring suspiciously and asking, "Who are you?" Tense, he struggled to calm labor raging inside him. "Hey Liber, better zip it. He is pissed, damn hen traitor scum." Liber immediately exploded. "How dare that hen traitor take Elisa's form?" Sangu sighed helplessly. "You are not holding back at all." "Huh." The system replied naively. "I am just a regular hunter. The so-called master caused trouble, so I came to give him a warning." Seeing Gongdong lying defeated on the ground, the system sneered. "Looks like you were a bit too enthusiastic with that warning." "Huh." Sangu forced a casual smile. "Well, I will be on my way then." The system returned a faint smile. "Now I get it." The system mocked as it watched Sangu's broad back carrying his greatsword. "You are Dung Sang, right? Root of you gathering the 7 deadly sins." "Huh. That kind of stuff really rubs me the wrong way." It smiled warmly but firmly declared. "Sorry, but I can't let you collect them. Sanga, your life on Earth ends right here." Liber, panicking inside Sangu's body as the two clashed, blurted out, "Sanga." The fight turned serious. Liber quickly warned, "If you mess with Han." Suddenly, the system stopped, locking eyes with Sangu struggling to hold on, and cheered. "Oh man, it is Liber." A voice whispered in Sangu's ear. "They said do not get close." He broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "So I am just supposed to die here without a fight. Damn it." Sangu gritted his teeth. Furious, even though cornered, the system seemed unfazed, muttering a few words under its breath. Finally, then, spotting a familiar silhouette sitting in the distance, it excitedly exclaimed, "Found you at last?" Frowning, Sangu glanced over at the system and quietly asked, "Liber, what now?" And has already infiltrated this place. Contrary to his worried look, Liber remained calm and said slowly, "It is." Behind them, the system was still lost in joy, reassuring him, "Lord Liber, I will get you out of here right away." Liber's face darkened as he grimly said, "This space was created by me, using Sangu's mana as a conduit." Chains moved in unison, attacking the system, which stared back, stunned. Behind Liber, countless magic arrays flared to life as he stared directly at the system. "How dare you set foot here?" A massive energy sphere hurtled toward the system, leaving it completely stunned. A thunderous explosion echoed as Liber's energy engulfed the surrounding space. The system had not expected this. It took the hit, spewing a spray of fresh blood without mercy. Liber lunged forward, grabbing the system by the neck and lifting it up. His face twisted in ferocity as he glared down. "You have made way too many mistakes." Even Sangu was wide-eyed, blurting out, "Damn, that is brutal." The system gasped, struggling to speak. "Lord Liber, Why? Why are you doing this? Trying to explain. It said, don't you recognize me? I am the system you created. That sentence seemed to enrage Liber further. He shouted, cutting it off. Don't talk to me in that form ever again. He squeezed tighter and declared loudly, I will personally destroy you to avenge those who've fallen. You know that, right? System. A brilliant golden light emerged from behind the system as it warned Liber, reminding him that wiping out a mere pawn was not nearly enough. Suddenly, a powerful force knocked both of them flying. Sangu thought quickly, and his bat. Damn it! My banana release punishment is not over yet. I need to buy more time. The system's emotionless voice rang out, accusing him. You are the one, right? The one who leaked strange info to Lord Liber. Pressed for answers, the system asked, why does Lord Liber hate me? Sang froze, confused, and muttered, what the hell? He was so angry he flipped the bird and snapped. What is with all this crap? The system's glitching so much you are losing it. Huh? This time, the system froze. Sangu stood tall and shouted, you are the one who killed everyone, the entire crew on the tanker, and now Earth's your next target. He fired back sharply. Who in their right mind would look at a psycho bent on wiping out humanity with anything but disgust? The system stayed silent, like it was trying to process this catastrophic info dump. After a few tense seconds, it finally spoke in a suspicious tone. Huh? Destroy all humanity? Why would I do that? Sangu's head spun like a top. What nonsense are you spouting? Liber blinked, baffled. Wait, what? Sangu clenched his fist, pointing at the system. What do you mean? Why? Of course that is the reason. The system widened its digital eyes, recalling Liber's last words before he died. The world should not exist. Sangu jumped up, yelling. So he wanted to destroy the entire world just because Elisa died, and he muttered some desperate nonsense. The system jolted at his outburst, confused. Why would you jump to that conclusion? It tried to explain as clearly as possible. I honestly do not get it. If something is not necessary, just ditch it. Sangu was lost. Why the killing then? He asked, genuinely puzzled. Inside, Sangu was reeling. Did Liber lose his mind? No way, all that was an act. There's got to be more to this. He had no reason to lie. So what if the system's full of crap too? Liber was confused too, thinking, then what the hell was that massacre about? And why cause an apocalypse on Earth? This is a setup. It must be predicted enough to fool humanity. Even the system was confused, glancing between Sangu and Liber, thinking, is all this hate from Mu? Liber just a massive misunderstanding. Why would he believe that? He has seen all his memories from Tepern already. Shaking off the confusion, the system sighed deeply and said, we do not have time for this. It raised a hand, gathering energy into a glowing orb. This has to be done. Now rest. Sangu, I will return to Tepern with Liber and clear everything up. As it spoke, Sangu felt his power returning. He stared at his hands in surprise. He slammed his sword into the floor and sneered. Rest? Huh? You mean rest in the heavenly faction? I prefer to keep things straightforward. Sangu's eyes sparked. His clones were freed. The punishment was over. Time to crush everyone here and stop the harvest day. The system stared, dumbfounded. That skill. Liber broke into a cold sweat, calculating silently. No way. I only have 2 sin shards left. It is way too early. As the two faced off, a flash of light cut through the void. Jumper landed softly, announcing, all right, that is enough. Everyone. Sangu spun around, calling out in shock. Jumper. The system was equally stunned. Lord Jumper. Then it coldly stared him down, demanding, what is going on here? This is not what I was told. You told me Liber wanted to come back to me. Jumper slid his hands in his pockets, looking him dead in the eye. That he was lying, he said lightly. The system's face twisted in disbelief, stammering, why would you do that? Jumper smiled slyly. Because it makes things more fun. He looked around the chaos, grinning. I mean, watching those two go at it was pure entertainment. But that is enough for today. The guy who killed the master is done for, right? The system did not answer. Jumper pressed on. He is about to be set free. Sangu looked at him, confused. Wasn't he Jumper here to help me? Maybe if we teamed up. In a flash as Jumper passed by, Sangu caught his voice say, we still continue? The system's face went pitch black as dark energy swirled around it. Its voice twisted. Clone technique. Right? Even now, I have only used basic macros on Earth. If a power like that exists, Maybe it could work. With that, its expression returned to normal. It clenched its fist with fierce resolve. All right, Jumper, a different day for the master. Fighting like this is pretty reckless. The system pointed firmly in one direction, then casually tossed out its hand. And one last message for Lord Leaper and Sangu. It cracked a half smile and said, my top priority is making sure Elisa and Lord Leaper live happy, fulfilling lives. Leaper stood frozen in shock, and the system gently asked, and that has never changed. You know, its form slowly faded after the morning's events, bidding farewell with a final note. See you all next time, hopefully. We will all be smiling then. A soft breeze swept by as Sangu and Jumper stood there, feeling a bit empty. Time passed, no one knows how long, then Jumper threw his head back and laughed heartily. Looks like everything ended well. He could not help but glance at Sangu with praise. Well done, man. And since the boss is dead, how about we throw a mansion party tonight? Sangu called out softly. Jumper, with tears in his eyes, he asked, I still can't shake this off. You know exactly what the system's plan is, right? Jumper chuckled wryly, replying, you mean the harvest day does not necessarily mean wiping out humanity. Who knows? I am not exactly the type to spill all the secrets. Scene shifts. Twilight paints the sky with warm hues as the system's calm voice echoes continuously. Got it? It is like this. I just stepped away for a bit, and this mess blew up, flying while talking to itself. It said, Jumper betrayed me. I even promised to undo the original curse from that achievement. Suddenly, the system paused and smiled softly, then burst into loud laughter. At the corners of its eyes, whether from too much laughing or emotion, a few tears trickled down. Finally, I have reached the day of Rebirth. Cheerfully, it added, all right, I guess it is time to spill this story too. Scene changes to another place. A serene, blue sky. The system's voice ringing out across the space. Everyone, it waved enthusiastically, shouting, hey everyone. Over here. The crowd below looked up, puzzled. Who is this now? Karen was at a loss for words. Why is she running like that? Veda smiled gently, saying, slow down. You are gonna fall. The system spread its arms and giggled. Guess who I am? Karen cracked a reluctant smile, playing along. All right. Who has got you so hyped? Meanwhile, Jumper's face darkened with a heavy gloom. Coldly, he said, you want to know the system's real purpose? What Jumper said next stunned Sangu into silence. All right, there is nothing I want to tell you. Usually I hate revealing things in front of everyone. But hey, that is just my personal quirk. Sangu jumped in, but Jumper cut him off suddenly. His voice carried a heavy undertone as he said, Sangu, you do not even know which phase I am in. He furrowed his brow, eyes flickering with hesitation, and finally muttered, that thing. Jumper continued, I am the one who advised the master to end you instead of dragging it out. I am also the guy who registered most of humanity into the system. So why would you trust anything I say after all that? Sangu's voice dropped. So what the hell do you want from me? He snapped angrily. You want me to just roll over like a turtle or what? Jumper leaned back slightly, his eyes sparkling with amusement, lips curling into a sly grin. That is the spirit. I rarely see you like this. He tilted his head toward Sangu, teasing. So should I spill which phase I am in or not? Jumper went on. In this life, the first life, out of countless resets, it is the life where I abandoned humanity. The one where I knelt before the system and begged it to lift my reset curse. Until recently, I seriously considered teaming up with the system to wipe out humanity all at once. Suddenly, the system appeared with a justification. Listen, Sangu, just to be safe, I will be honest, even I do not fully understand what Jumper's thinking. His eyes locked onto the man in front of him, thoughts swirling. Yeah, that sounds about right. Seeing Sangu still quiet, he raised an eyebrow, shrugged, and muttered, what is up? Curiously, he asked, I thought by now you would have drawn your sword and sliced my head off. He immediately sheathed his sword into a space rift, replying coldly, I am not stupid enough to ignore the situation right now. Sangu pressed on. If you were truly determined, you would not be talking to me like this. Jumper lowered his head, eyes fixed on the ground, lips twisting into a sardonic smile. Haha, you are right. I should be sided with the system from the start. His voice kept echoing, but I was confused. Sangu, about which side I should choose. Then Jumper suddenly asked, do you know the prophet? Sangu nervously replied, the awakened with prophetic powers. Right? He nodded and continued. Yeah, that is the prophet. Jumper added, I have met them recently. Hearing that, a wave of dread washed over him. Just recently, there was news the prophet had died. Please do not tell me it is true. Suddenly his voice grew harsh, each word like a knife between his teeth. That damn bastard never speaks straight. Are all prophets like this? They kept telling me to give up, but none of them said which path I should not give up on. Choosing to side with the system, like I am now, is that what they mean by not giving up? Jumper's fury exploded. Shouting. Or is it about standing with humanity? The thing I have been fighting for all this time. That is real persistence. Why won't they just say it outright? His voice turned icy. So I tried to sow discord between Sangu and that bastard Libi. Even thought about killing them both. Hearing this, Libi was stunned, eyes wide in shock. The guy who tried to break us apart. Now he is scared shitless, sweat pouring down his face. Thinking, he even wants to kill me. Sangu clenched his fists, summoning his courage to speak. Back in the tomb, when the sea bone corpse broke free, Jumper rushed to save the people. He went on. When Sin Hyeseong staged a terrorist attack in Korea, he sent best to minimize the damage. And when the master tried to brainwash the world into slaughtering itself, he stopped that too. Sangu suddenly punched forward, eyes blazing with determination. At least I know your true feelings, he yelled, even if you sided with the system. Deep down, your sense of justice still lives, Jumper replied coldly. Emotional manipulation won't work on me. Cut it out. His voice softened. I stopped it for the system's safety. Too many deaths before the harvest would mess everything up, he sighed, disappointment clouding his face. Mumbling, Korean-style sobbing does not cut it. Meanwhile, inside the system, Libi furrowed his brow. He pondered silently. From my perspective, even losing tens of millions of lives is not a big deal. Jumper, what the hell happened to you? Sangu asked flatly. Then tell me, what is the system's goal that it does not want too many people dying early? They are all going to die on harvest day anyway. Jumper snapped back to reality. Before we get to that, there is something I want to know. He looked curious. Exactly why are you doing all this? His eyes locked onto the other. Casually answering, what else? Because everyone dies on harvest day. Of course. Jumper immediately shot down the answer. That is not the goal. Just an excuse. His gaze turned razor sharp. Cold as... I want to know your ultimate purpose behind all this fighting. For me, it is eternal death. If your answer intrigues me, I might just convince myself to join humanity one last time. Sangu stared back silently, deep in thought. His voice came out cold. All right, here's my answer. My purpose is... After a pause, Sangu stepped outside, eyes scanning the corpses scattered on the ground. He muttered, so this is the end for the apostles. Suddenly Libert spoke up. Calling them apostles is not right, they are more like brainwashed victims. Maybe we could save them if it were recent. But their brain structures changed. There is no saving them now. He sighed softly. What a shame. But I learned at the academy that these skills can be undone. That is why I told my clone not to hold back. He continued. More importantly, that serious question ties into your answer earlier. Sangu snapped. Damn it. I am just being honest. Libert snapped back. I regret siding with you. He sighed helplessly, muttering curses. Damn it. He walked away right after hearing the answer. Turns out, we could not squeeze a single useful detail out of Jumper. The system responded instantly, its calm voice trying to soothe, but no one could be satisfied with what he said. Sangu's next words made him straighten up. Maybe I can rely on Jumper. But feeling this alone with all these worries, it is suffocating, right? Libert, he kept moving forward, eyes burning with determination, voice steady and firm. It is time everyone learns the truth. I will reveal the system's secrets on harvest day. Meanwhile, down a dark corridor, a man slumped to the cold floor, arms limp, shoulders trembling slightly. His whole body radiated helplessness and despair. Like every ounce of strength had been drained. Tears streaked down Keizo's anguished face. His distorted expression caught between pain and utter helplessness. Memories flooded his mind. And now Keizo's gaze locked onto Jumper, voice cold as steel. What exactly are you? What kind of being are you? Jumper quickly activated his power, and before long, an emergency black box appeared in his hand. Calmly, he said, my identity. No need for long explanations. He handed it to the man before him. Just be satisfied with this. At that moment, the system displayed the message. Memory transfer. Transferring memories from one person to a sentient entity. The total amount depends on skill level. Horrific images kept flashing through Kaizo's mind, spinning him into a dizzy, terrified frenzy. Kaizo collapsed in shock. The man before him continued. What you just saw is the data die transmitted to me through contact. That is the truth behind Tabin's harvest day. Stammering, Kaizo asked. River is... The man cut him off coldly. River's with Sangu right now. Congrats, you do not have to patch him up anymore. A Jumper softened. Did you know? Kaizo. We used to be teammates. Spun on his heel and walked away. Let us just call it old ties. Kaizo called after him. Wait. Jumper? Jumper? Tears welled up as he faced the harsh truth he would just received. River. My closest friend, so that is what happened. Cut to Jumper, sitting silently on the sofa, eyes lost in empty space. He imagined all the ways Sangu might have answered. A world without monsters. A world made safe by him, or maybe, my power is to protect the weak, a world where everyone can live in peace. Or even, I will wipe out every monster, that is why I exist. Remembering those answers, Jumper could not help but laugh. Sangu had shrugged and said, well, here's mine. My goal is, his eyes never wavered. To sleep peacefully. Right after, he hiccuped, eyes wide, letting out a vague Jumper, surprised, said, you can still do that if you want. He pushed back, annoyed. You do not get it. If it was just that, then Jiu's sleepy eyes when he recovered would count too. Sangu continued. Cutscene right now. Jumper pictures Sangu clearly and says bluntly, if you work Monday and rest Sunday, that does not count as resting. No worries. No stressing about tomorrow. Next week, or next year. I just want to dump all my burdens on my clone and enjoy a life full of nothing but sleep till the end. Sangu's voice echoed on. Anyone who says they get bored doing nothing is seriously crazy. I am totally fine with resting forever. So I really hope someone lets me do just that. Jumper asked awkwardly. Is that an okay answer? Now, clutching his face, he burst out laughing. Doubling over. Haha. Just as expected, you never disappoint me. Suddenly, Jumper hiccuped again, thinking to himself. Yeah? From the moment I handed my memories to Raven, I knew. He stretched awake, running his hand through his hair, tilting his head back, taking a deep breath. His voice rang with iron resolve throughout the room. This is definitely the last time I will try trusting humanity one final time. Cut to Sangu asking, is everyone here? Kim, startled, looked up and quickly replied, yeah, we are all here. He jumped in. But honestly, I did not expect so many people to show up. That just proves how much clout you have gained as a top-tier hunter. Kim spoke up again, saying most of South Korea's elite hunters are here. Suddenly, a woman stepped forward slowly, her eyes sharp and cold. Her voice cut through the air, dripping with skepticism. You really think everyone's gonna buy that story? She continued, talking about aliens from beyond Earth. This woman was Arya Purcell, a Tepburn survivor. Next to her stood Duvo, another Tepburn survivor with massive hands. He forced a smile, sweat beading on his temple, eyes darting nervously like he was hiding his anxiety. Inga nervously spoke up, I will do my best to make it clear. Sangu silently thought. This includes everyone. A thought stirred inside him. If we reveal the truth, we will have to expose the system and the harvest day. That would finally clear up the misunderstandings about Liber. His gaze locked onto the two standing before him. Deep down, he believed everyone deserved to know the truth. Just then, Duvo teased with a sly smile. Worst case, let them see what I am working with. Then Sangu turned to Liber, frowning, pushing his glasses up with a frustrated tone. Got any bright ideas? Some glitch or something? If I would have tried it first. Suddenly, a voice echoed, making him jump and whirl around. You really worried? Huh? Sangu's surprise hit max. Jumper? Master? He shoved his hands in his pockets, eyes calm but voice slow. Are you ready to flip the world upside down now? Sangu turned, puzzled, as the master slowly approached. How did you get here? Master? Case called out. My disciple. The master placed a hand on Sangu's shoulder and asked, Liber, are you here? Somewhere inside. Liber heard Keizu's voice from outside. Sweat dripped down his face. He was watching everything from inside Sangu's body. Was not he? Sangu narrowed his eyes, wondering silently. How did the master find out about that? He startled when he spotted Jumper standing across, smiling with keen interest at them. Only then did Sangu realize it was that bastard's doing. The master's misunderstanding was about Liber. He quickly tried to calm him. Sir, please. Just listen. Before he could finish explaining, Kaizu interrupted, voice cracking with tears. I am so. Liber. Without pause, he went on. Just how badly have you been misunderstood all this time? Sangu stood frozen across from him, clueless about what was going on. Dover, sitting nearby, spoke up. What exactly is he talking about? Arya answered hesitantly. Liber's inside Sangu, and is all just a huge misunderstanding. Liber, trapped inside Sangu's space, blinked wide-eyed. His face drained of color. Memories flickered in the master's mind, Liber helplessly watching the harvest day unfold inside the system. What broke him most were the eyes of those he cherished, his close comrades, dying while cursing him, a horrific scene etched forever. Back then, Liber sat alone on a wooden chair, thoughts swirling about reaching out to the survivors, but the system would detect it. There was no way to clear the misunderstanding. Acceptance was the only option. Considerate punishment for giving up on life, he vowed silently. Yet, Dover shook off what he would just heard. Aria's tears streamed down her face, and Kai-Su collapsed, grinding his teeth to hold back his sobs. Time passed unknowingly until Sangu reached out to help Dover and Kai-Su to their feet. Tears streaked down Liber's face as he silently repeated, "What a fortunate misunderstanding," Aria said joyfully. So Liber was not the one behind all this. Kai-Su sighed beside her. "I should be trusted, my friend, all along." Dover crossed his arms, scolding, "Damn that damn system." A concerned voice came from nearby. "I bet you all had a hell of a time trying to keep things under control." Huh. Sangu pushed the door open, eyes scanning the person behind him. "Why exactly did you come here?" His question reached Jumper. "To help me stop the system." "Right?" Jumper raised a hand, conjuring a glowing cube. "You said you would explain the system's plan, did not you?" Jumper shoved the cube into the other's chest and added, "I can also show you how the misunderstanding got cleared up. This is probably the easiest way to explain it to you." Sangu's eyes snapped wide open as the black cube was pushed in, a golden light bathing his face. He reached up to touch his head as white smoke swirled around him and Jumper. He asked the voice inside him, "Liber, you see those memories too, right?" Liber, drenched in sweat and pushing up his glasses, wondered, "So this is the system's real plan?" Sangu glared at Jumper like a warning, "This can't he get out?" Jumper just chuckled twice in reply. And honestly, he was right. Sangu's face tensed up as Jumper kept talking, because he knew some people would think this was a brilliant idea. He slipped his hands into his pockets and casually turned away. "Well, either way, the truth is everyone's gonna die on Harvest Day. Just do not go blabbing about anything else. Okay?" Sangu snapped, startled by those words. "Wait, how long until Harvest Day?" Jumper glanced back and answered, 2 years. 2 years until the system stabilizes and Harvest Day kicks off on Earth." He turned and walked off, leaving one last line hanging. "Whether we stop it or not, that is up to you." Hunter, later. Inside the arena, a crowd had gathered. Captain Hamo, leader of the Zolo Guild, scanned the room. "Everyone here planning to talk about the brainwashed attackers." Over there, Wundy, vice president of the Kano's Guild, assessed the situation. Yet, some stayed out of it. Standing with arms crossed behind those two was Xianhua Ryong, head of the Kano's Guild. Nearby, Jiang Hyan eyed the crowd. "Man, there are a lot of hunters here." Xinjiangxian stood beside Ninjiang, radiating anger. "What scheme is he cooking up this time?" Elsewhere, Kimmel, leader of the Sun Guild, asked the woman nearby. She had shown up too. Hong Yunhe, chief of the Phoenix Guild, ignored him and instead curiously asked back, "What wind blew you here?" "Old timer," she asked bluntly. "Well, it is because the only S-rank hunter in the country summoned us." A guy in white sneakers slowly approached the gathering. Sangu shrugged one shoulder and spoke up. "Thanks for coming together, everyone. I am Jung Sang." His gaze sharpened as he announced, "What I want to talk about today is the system and Harvest Day. I swear to you, everything I say today is the absolute truth, no lies." Arya watched Sangu's retreating figure, thinking, so the people of Earth are finally about to learn about Harvest Day. Duver also fixed his eyes on the group ahead, curious how Sangu planned to convince these hunters. Sangu clenched his fists tightly. Harvest Day is coming, and when it hits, he was completely convinced, tears streaming down, everyone on Earth will be wiped out. Seriously, what else can we even do? His voice echoed through the space. "All right, I should explain what Harvest Day actually is. Okay? Here goes." After hearing Sangu's story, the crowd started whispering among themselves. The orange-haired man looked skeptical. "Seriously, is Harvest Day really like that?" The man with the slightly spiked hair nearby also looked doubtful. "A system built on some alien planet. Sounds hard to believe," someone pointed out. Duver and Arya, who had been silent, sparking discussion. "But some say they are from Tyburn. Look at their ears. Isn't she the CEO of G-San? Heard she is hundreds of years old." And even Jumper vouched for them. Kaizo walked up and placed a hand on Sangu's shoulder. "Hey, man. Is that all you have got to explain?" Sangu glared back. "I am not exactly a smooth talker." Kaizo could not hold it and shouted, "Hey, Hunter Sangu. Kaizo's face turned serious as he asked, "Is it true everyone's skills will be sealed on Harvest Day? Then why are you selling skill orbs to the public for almost nothing?" Sangu answered simply, "Do I really have to explain that too?" "Of course. It is because I am a good guy." Suddenly, Arya stepped forward with a sly smile. "I will explain that part." She calmly clarified for the others. "As I mentioned before, we are citizens of the Iranzi Empire, and ever since the Great Flood here, we have been working to stop the system from crashing." Arya added, "Even in Tybrit, the biggest loss came from the system being locked down. We had to find ways to cope." She pulled out a glowing red orb and held it up for everyone to see. "That was our chance to dive deep into the cloning tech of the Hunter Sangu. The breakthrough. We managed to replicate objects, and that research paved the way for producing these skill orbs that have been handed out recently." Arya chimed in with some details about the orbit is basically a stripped-down copy of the system. It keeps all its powers but does not link back to the original Taborn system. That is the kicker with these skill orbs. So the fireball skill learned from one of these 1T be sealed by the system. The teammate in the black vest working with Sanguyu's team blinked in surprise. Finally connecting the dots, that is why they handed us the skill orbs. Kaizo speculated. Basically, any skill that is off the system's grid won't get affected. Sangu muttered 2 words under his breath. Magic? Then he looked up and said, "That is exactly what I wanted everyone to understand." Next, Sangu dropped a proposal. "You have all fought through the great catastrophe. You know how to use skills without leaning on the system, right? Then please, teach that to the other hunters and get them ready for the day the system gets sealed." He shoved his hands into his pockets, straightened up, and warned, "Everyone, brace yourselves. Get ready for the destruction coming on Harvest Day." Jangor was it down, looked on, a flicker of doubt mixed with hope, asking, "Exactly when is this Harvest Day supposed to happen?" Sangu answered her coolly, "About 2 years from now." As soon as he finished, a system info panel popped up above, flashing 2 words. "Welcome." A hunter wearing a knit cap stared at the panel, baffled. What the hell? Since when did the system window just pop up like that? Another guy shielded his eyes and groaned. "It is kind of brighter than usual, geez. It is blinding." Suddenly, a gigantic hologram of a woman appeared over the battlefield. Arya looked up hesitantly, whispering, "Ellie?" Then she shook her head to confirm. "That is the system." The system closed its eyes and took a deep breath. A powerful vibration echoed inside everyone's head in the room. "Now, listen up everyone. North, Wundy, and Miho all clutched their heads in sudden pain as the voice boomed inside my mind. It felt like the entire earth was shaking under the system's voice. "Everyone, focus." It hovered high above the sky. "Hello, humanity. I am your trusty system. The system here." The system's words reached people walking on the streets. Right now, over 90% of humanity is registered with the system. That is a solid figure. But the fact it is not 100% yet still worries me a bit. Sangu's nose twitched as he caught the next words from the system. 3 months from now, Harvest Day will arrive on Earth. The system's lips curled into a grin as it asked. Granted, gates will open across the planet, many of them, and that means monsters will flood through. Shouldn't we all be pushing for as many people as possible to sign up with the system? Then it raised its hand and conjured a magic circle. "Everyone, listen up carefully." From the magic circle, black weapons shot out. The system always stands with humanity. The black smoke gathered, forming a portal with monsters pouring out from inside. People saw the sky swarming with monsters and panicked, fleeing in terror. That is a transformation gate. Monsters are coming through. Meanwhile, the hunters received the news and started to gear up. "Hey, what the hell's going on? We got reports of a transformation gate popping up in a hidden corner." No one noticed. Jumper silently observed them. Sangu dropped to his knees, face pressed to the ground, silently asking himself why. He said it would happen in 3 months. The system info panel flashed an announcement. Earth's Harvest Day D90. After days of fighting, the portals finally vanished. It was a monster attack unlike the usual dungeon gate invasions. Accompanied by the system's chilling declaration, major cities with top-tier hunters suffered relatively less damage. But since this phenomenon struck worldwide, areas without similar defenses took a brutal hit. That was just a countdown, seems like the opening act. Everywhere in the sky, screens flashed D90 leading up to Earth's Harvest Day, throwing humanity into chaos. One hand gripped the black knife's handle, while the other wiped the blade clean with a white cloth. Sangu holstered his knife at his side, tilted his head, and asked Clone #1. "All tools checked and ready?" A team member replied, "Yes. Everything is set." Sangu gave a nod. "Good. Then gear up, we move out immediately." Suddenly, the door was shoved open. Jumper stepped in slowly, looking genuinely stressed. Seeing him, Sangu's eyes widen with irritation. Here you are. You jerk. I told you this was supposed to happen in 2 years. Jumper bowed, covering his mouth, his whole body trembling, a pitiful sight. Getting treated like a liar is not so bad. Huh? Sangu snapped. Enough. Explain yourself. Why the sudden shift to 3 months? Jumper's face grew serious. Why? Well, he thought to himself. This harvest, something that never changed no matter what, had suddenly shifted. Jumper's answer sent a chill through Sangu. Maybe it is because of you. Sangu shivered. Now you are blaming me. Jumper shot back. I am not blaming you. Sangu glanced at his other selves and sighed. Whatever. Our mission stays the same. Jumper nodded earnestly. Right? Sangu laid out the next step. Harvest all the shards of the 7 deadly sins and obliterate the system. With my endurance. 2 years was a nightmare. I am heading straight to Odden Tower. He shot a glance at the man beside him. One more thing you said: when the system kills its master, someone gets released. Jumper confirmed confidently. That guy will be freed soon. Sangu's curiosity piqued. Ooh. Jumper closed his eyes, rubbed his neck, and exhaled. Why are you so eager for me to spill the beans? Either way, you will meet him soon enough. Finally, Jumper dropped the name. Legato, the man who once stood at humanity's peak before me. He opened his eyes, stood tall with hands in pockets, facing Sangu. His power was so immense that even his master could only trap him in isolated space. Jumper added, ask Liber, he will fill you in on the details. Meanwhile, at Liber's place, the man raised an eyebrow, thinking that memory transfer skill and everything else strange. Jumper, you are really something else. Outside, Jumper rested a hand on the shoulder of his companion. All right then, let us roll. I will get you all to Odden Tower skate free of charge. Sangu chuckled. I do not mind. Free rides a steal. Outside Odden Tower skate, a crowd had already gathered. Ilgan spotted them and called out, there you are. Northwanti also noticed and shouted, Hunter. Sangu looked around, puzzled. What is going on here? Why the crowd? Someone explained. We are here to see you off to Earth. Ilgan shared the group's decision. We believe in you. From now on, we will prepare for the harvest together, and we will teach others how to use skills without relying on the system. Hongilha crossed his arms, retorting, Old man, after everything that has happened worldwide, who would not believe? Ilgan, called out for being cynical, could only remind her, stay in line. Sangu tilted his head calmly. Thanks, I am counting on all of you. Another chimed in, we will do our best, no matter how small. Barone looked at him and asked, I have donated to the cause to distribute skill orbs worldwide. Fireball's the most versatile, just hold on to it. Right? He sighed. Thinking about what you did still makes me furious, but hiding in the bunker won't fix anything. Feeling a bit guilty, Sangu avoided Viron's gaze. I did not expect that. Thanks, sir. Right now. Inspector Kim, energized, strides up holding the documents to report. Sanga, the craftsman. I have already investigated everything you asked for. Sangu turns to the manager beside him. Inspector Kim begins recounting. Just as feared, the rate of humans registering into the system is skyrocketing. Sangu observes. Makes sense though, the more warriors, the better. But that is exactly what the system is aiming for. Inspector Kim immediately asks. Concerned? 3 months. You will be all right. Right? Sangu clenches his fist with fierce determination. No matter what, we are going to give it a shot. Without warning, Kaizo approaches and calls out, my disciple. He smirks. You got the gift I sent you. Right? Sangu chuckles twice. Clearly thrilled. The elixir. Right? Never thought anyone would actually find one. I have used it well. Kaizo says, looking at him. We can go with you. We have to teach others how to wield mana. Patting Sangu's shoulder, he advises. All right, come back safe. Both you and Liber. Inside, Liber hears the words, bows his head, and silently smiles. Kaizo, Sanga, brimming with confidence, raises his sword and vows. Of course. Master, you think I am the type to stick around when danger shows up? Now, I am out of here. Standing across with a worried look, says, man, this is gonna get real dangerous. Promise me you will come back. A guy behind her pleads, pale with fear. I am probably the first one to die in this harvest. He mutters. Ion chimes in. If you get hurt, this whole spot's toast. Inspector Kim half jokes. Our contract's still valid. Right? If you come back, I will give you a kiss. Sangu jumps. What kind of promise is that? Of course. Jumper, blending quietly with the crowd, stares intently, thinking, 3 months, is that really enough time? They say that Hunter is humanity's last hope. See you soon. Sangu, watching Sangu's retreating figure entering Odden's Tower gate. He silently vows, reach the top. I will be waiting there. Hours later, in a freezing, snow-covered place, a tent is pitched beside a rocky mountain. Sangu guesses, everything's been handled smoothly. I got here earlier than planned. Thank heavens for those scouting trips I made. Sangu and others stand before a tunnel, guessing from the look of it. This must be the way up to the second floor. He squints and shouts. All right then. Let us. Suddenly, Sangu lifts number 1 and tosses him forward. Wait. I got it wrong, you go first. He calls out loudly. Once it is safe, I will follow. Number 1 soars upwards with a fierce look. Master, Sangu sits on a rock. Sighing deeply, I said, but man, this is tough. We are only at the end of the first floor. When the hell will I even reach the top? A voice echoes in disbelief, questioning if this is really what they should say just hours after being cheered on. Inside him, Liber asks doubtfully, Sangu, you are not shaken. Are you? Sangu looks confused. Shaken about what? Liber answers, the system's true purpose. Sangu freezes. Liber continues, this is not the easiest way to reach your goals. Sangu snaps back. Where the hell are you leading me? You monster. Furious, he shouts. You think I am some irresponsible fool? Liber falls silent but secretly answers in his mind. So you are shaken. He starts reflecting. Well, anyone would understand. If that is really the system's goal, then not being shaken is impossible. Meanwhile, the system broadcasts to the entire world. Everyone, listen closely. Its declaration echoes through the void. The system always stands with humanity. Monsters spill out from inside the gate into the human world. Alongside, scenes of brutal carnage unfold. System alerts kept flashing. User detected. Idaho Ox 823 Anko 72. User from Earth. Lauren Bennett is uploading to the system. Connecting to the celestial faction. Lauren lay on a lush green meadow. Slowly blinking her eyes open, she jolted upright, only to see a figure in a blue and white robe approaching her. Welcoming her, the system smiled warmly at her, greeting her to paradise. Lauren panicked and bowed her head. Paradise. But I am sure I was attacked by a monster. The system moved closer and comforted her. Calm down. A gentle hand touched Lauren's head. I will help erase all your painful memories. The system's voice was hypnotic. This is a place with no death. No farewells. Illness and age do not matter here. Happiness awaits everyone in this realm. It showed Lauren a vision of Ellie in the distance. Now, it's the time to reunite with the one who has been waiting all along. Overjoyed, Lauren embraced the little girl. Ellie buried her head in Lauren's chest. Whispering, Mom, the system moved to the server and signaled to begin managing the server load. It started controlling the server's tasks. Zone C73 damaged by errors and overload. Running intensive diagnostics. The system chuckled with delight. Network expansion is underway smoothly. This skill is seriously next level. Standing at the center, it happily praised. Cloning skill is truly the best, no matter how busy things get. How did we never even hear about this masterpiece until today? Had we had this during the Great Catastrophe, the whole game would have changed. What a crazy awakening skill. A notification popped up, 90 days until Earth's harvest day. The system, seeing this, said with satisfaction, thanks to this skill, everything's going to be way easier. What should be taken 2 years to expand and stabilize the system will now be done in just 3 months. Its hand clenched tightly beside it as it thought. Lord Liber, since that moment, I have only followed your orders. The scene replayed. Liber soaked in blood, lying on the ground muttering, I do not need a world like that. The system's cold eyes whispered internally, if this world's unnecessary, then I will just create a new one. It devised a plan. I will carry out the harvest day on Earth for Lord Liber. I will lead the survivors from this death-filled, pain-ridden world to a day where everyone can finally live in the happiness I create. Inside a soundproof pocket on the second safe floor. You can enter now, Sangu reminded, getting a response. Message received from number 1. Liber's voice came through. Warning, be ready for anything. Sangu assured him. Relax. I am always on standby. Confident, he listed his gear. Warm clothes, food, camping supplies all packed neatly in the pocket dimension. Laughing, Sangu led his clones forward. All right, let us. Even if it is colder than the first floor, no big deal. A tangled forest. Branches twisted everywhere. The scorching sun blazed overhead. Heat in the entire woods intensely, sweat-drenched Sangu and his clones, gripping a blue stone. He groused. What kind of weather is this? Who'd expect the second floor to be a forest? Gritting his teeth, he ripped off his coat. His warm clothes were totally useless now. Labio's voice echoed. You only had to ask me what to bring. He could not believe it. More importantly, why did you bring all 8 of them? Leaving one behind in Korea would have made resupply through the pocket dimension easier. We would only need a few emergency teleport scrolls. Labio started analyzing. We are at a point where even a single person matters a lot. My training method basically involves absorbing monsters to catch even one more monster. Sangu explained his plan, but we only have 3 months. I need to spread my clones as wide as possible to hunt as many monsters as I can. He conjured a circle of glowing blue stones around him with both hands. And honestly, if there was a spot to rest, I would have crashed there myself already. That is when Labio finally nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Suddenly, a bizarre laugh echoed from the bushes, grabbing Sangu's attention. He stepped closer and saw a monster living on the 2nd floor of Odden Tower. No one knew its name, hiding inside, holding a banana, staring right at them. Sangu frowned. A giant monkey. Then he reached out, opening a dimensional gate while barking orders. All right. Do not just stand there. Let us see how tough the monsters on this floor really are. Time passed, and Sangu sighed, sitting atop the now motionless beast. Not too strong. Labio guessed it is roughly a B rank. Sangu concluded. At this level, my clones can split up freely without fearing annihilation. He called out loudly to the clones standing in the distance. Hey guys. Listen up. Sangu glanced at them and commanded. From now on, we split up and start hunting. Each of you gets 5 hours to eat and rest. Use your time wisely. If you can handle a monster alone, team up with nearby clones. The clones echoed back in unison after hearing their orders. Understood, sir. After briefing them, he declared, all right, let us start the hunt. Suddenly, Liber called out his name. Sangu, wait, he said. He blinked in surprise and replied, yeah. Liber pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and instructed. Tell everyone to report immediately if they spot any water stains in the air. Sangu was puzzled but nodded. Water stains. Got it. His voice carried to the clones flying overhead. If you see anything like that, report it right away. That is it. A monster scanned the bushes, searching for something in a flash. Sangu's sharp claw slashed across its back. Then he asked, what is the deal with those water stains? Liber explained. They are shortcuts, ways to skip floors. Sangu, do not just stand there. Ask calmly. What do you mean? Meanwhile, monsters around them suddenly launched a coordinated attack. Battling through the pain, Sangu listened as Liber spoke. The first person I met was Baekwon, a Korean hunter. Really? Sangu replied with a shout. Yeah. Liber continued slowly. Baekwon wielded one of the 7 deadly sins weapons. Its power could tear through space itself, which is why he could swiftly cross Odden Tower. Sangu fought silently, Liber's words echoing in his mind. But of course, a long time had passed, and he was not even sure if those water stains still existed. After learning this, Sangu asked, so now we are hunting the weapons that Baekwon once used? Liber answered, exactly. We need to collect the 7 deadly sins. Sangu hesitated mid-sentence. That means Liber cut in honestly. Yeah, sadly, he is gone. He was killed by an SSS-Rank monster sealed inside the tower just before he reached the summit. Sangu could only sigh. I was bracing myself when I heard he disappeared. He went on. Rumor has it he was connected to Park 1T, but the more I dug, the sadder the truth got. Liber fell silent for a long moment. Then he looked up and spoke haltingly. Anyway, I plan to tell you everything to avoid misunderstandings. Plus, there are weird things about Jumper I have noticed. I will explain everything since I arrived on Earth. How I got separated from the other 3, and finally met you. The next piece of info hit Sangu like a punch. First, about Baekwon. He is Park 1T's father. Liber stared at the ground, guessing. Park 1T probably does not even know Baekwon's his dad. He kept it a secret maybe, because he knew he would eventually have to face Odden Tower. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a crowd gathered at Kano's guild's private training grounds. Miho immediately stepped up to guide the others. All right. Elemental skills. This way, Park 1T teamed up with her to direct the others, those focused on boosting physical strength. Please head this way. He stood seriously at the front of the line, hands clasped behind his back. As everyone already knows, from now on, we have to learn how to use our skills without relying on the system. Let us start with the basics. Running and smashing? Everyone shouted back in unison. Got it. Park 1T stepped forward to guide one person. Remember, to do this, You still need basic mana control. The goal is to boost the neural signals that control muscle activation. In his mind, he quietly wondered, Hunter, the contract's still valid, right? Please. Bring me news about him. Flashback to 3 years after the Great Calamity. 2003, a boy clutching a sword shouted out, while the man in front of him held up a hand to stop him. All right, that is enough. Park 1-2 was 14 then, still staring in awe at the sword in his hands. The man explained. That is right, that is how you enhance your muscle strength with mana. That man was Baek Hon, the first-generation Korean hunter. Folding his arms, he smiled and praised. You are a quick learner. Just as I thought, you are truly talented. Park 1-2 beamed back and looked at him gratefully. Baek Hon patted his shoulder. No need to thank me. His gaze shifted toward the girl sleeping inside the tent. Sorry. Baek Hon sighed helplessly. I am sorry for leaving you this kind of world. Memories from the past flashed before him. More importantly, if I would come a bit earlier, maybe I could have saved your mother. Park 1-2 bowed his head. Silent for a long moment, the boy glanced sideways at the man next to him. I'm really glad you saved Juna. Baek Hon gave a rare, faint smile. Thank you, kid. Park 1-2 stepped forward and asked, Sir, you said you were a close friend of my mother, right? Baek Hon replied. That is right, we were close friends back then, from the same neighborhood. Park 1-2 shared his wish. Then I am really looking forward to hearing stories about her. You got it, your mom was super famous around here, back in the present. Sangu, covered in blood and dirt, asked. So the man who taught director Park 1-2 swordsmanship was Hunter Baek Hon. Liber added a detail. As you know, I arrived on Earth during the Great Calamity. Sangu responded. Yeah. Right now there is a status board popping up activating monster absorption skill. Stats are rising. Liber continued. At that time, I was nearly losing my mind. I had to stop the system's plan, but if I got registered, my position would be exposed and regular folks would not be able to do a thing even if they knew. He looked up, as if seeing Baek Hon appear before him, and that is when he showed up. Hunter Baek Hon, the wielder of the 7 deadly sins. Liber went on. Of course. Back then, the hunter had not even appeared yet. Sangu perked up at this. Wait, you mean he used the 7 deadly sins even before the Great Calamity? Liber explained. Baek Hon was an explorer who searched for ancient relics. On one expedition, he found a 7 deadly sins sealed deep inside ruins. Sangu hesitated. But those 7 deadly sins, Liber admitted bluntly. Yeah, they corrupt the user's mind. Baek Hon said he fought for 5 years just to regain control over his body from those sins. Sangu muttered under his breath. 5 years. Liber nodded. Once you have absorbed just a taste, you get it. Controlling it with sheer willpower is insane. That is why he was the biggest asset I ever had. He bowed his head, confirming firmly. That was my first contact, the strongest first-generation Korean hunter. Baek Hon. He truly lived up to that reputation. Back in the past, Baek Hon swung his blade down from the sky, slicing straight into a monster made of white mist. Uncle Hwan, who had just killed a rat nearby, saw this and just stood there, eyes wide, mouth agape. Baek Hon ignored the massive white mist-shaped monster engulfing him, spun around with a grin, and just like that, his buddy could easily command the whole rat swarm. Pretty sure soon you will be leagues ahead of me. Uncle Huta looked up at him, hearing that from the guy who just blew up a building-sized monster. Hilarious. Baek Hon laughed warmly, clapping the boy on the shoulder. You are doing way better than expected. At this rate, you will definitely be able to protect your little sister. Uncle Huta lowered his head shyly. I am not quite there yet. From the other side, a little girl ran toward them, calling out, Hey, I am starving. Baek Hon stood with hands on hips, eyeing her. Juna's here. Uncle Hunta tilted his head too. Today was epic. Baek Hon held up a rat. Looks like rat meat's on the menu tonight. Juna groaned in protest. But we just had rat meat yesterday. Uncle Huta laughed teasingly at his sister. And probably again tomorrow too. At night, inside a cozy house, Uncle Hunti wrapped in a blanket sat by the fire, while Juna peacefully drifted to sleep beside him. Suddenly, a shadow flickered far off, catching the boy's attention. Uncle Hunta called out, freezing Baek Hon stiff, his body locked like a statue. He pretended nothing was wrong, turned back as if to brush it off. I thought I was being quiet and sneaky. With senses this sharp, no need to worry about the dark anymore. Uncle Hunti's eyes narrowed. Where are you planning to go? Baek Hon stepped forward, gripping the boy's shoulders. I heard there is a chance to fix everything at Odden Tower. Uncle Huta blinked in confusion. Huh? Odden Tower. Without waiting for him to understand, Baek Hon continued. Sorry, but someone's gotta do it. With just that, Baekhon took off, leaving one last command. From now on, keep protecting your little sister. All right, Uncle Hunti rushed forward, trying to pull him back. Sir, wait, Liber teased lightly. You say it like this is goodbye forever. When you snag that relic at the top, you will come back to see us. Right? Baekhon played along. Yeah? And by then you might just call me Dad. Once I get the holy artifact, I will return and tell you everything. Meanwhile, Sangu, after hearing everything, blurted out, Hey, it is your fault he is dead. Liber could not believe it. What are you talking about? Sangu snapped. I am saying you led Hunter Baekhon straight to his doom. You jerk. Was that really necessary? Sitting down, catching his breath, Sangu asked, Hey Liber, about that water stain if it only showed up on the second floor of Odden Tower. Does that mean he broke through the first floor all on his own? Liber nodded, explaining why it happened like that. Baekhon was powerful, but still not enough to beat the system, so he used it to train and slowly conquer the first floor. He guessed that Baekhon got anxious for the kids and from the second floor started rushing, using water channels to skip floors, climbing Odden Tower fast, but ultimately, he collapsed just before reaching the top, sweat dripping. Sangu glanced sideways and asked, You are the one who got Jumper up there too, right? What is at the top that makes you want it so bad you would risk everything? Liber explained. A treasure or relic that does not forgive failure and can fix every mistake. I read about a holy artifact like that in a book from the Urensi Empire's Grand Library says it is resting atop Odden Tower. Sangu watched two monsters closing in, staying calm as the story went on. It does not forgive failure. Liber replied. I do not know exactly how it works, but the effects are well documented. He shared a detail. Beckham accepted the hunt for the relic as soon as he heard about it, saying it could fix every mistake. Really? Sangu stared at a monster falling from Baekhon's attack, but in the end, he failed to conquer Odden Tower. Liber lowered his head, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Looking back, if only we would taken it slower. I regret not climbing that tower more carefully. To grow stronger with every step, he is a man of iron will and a noble spirit fighting for humanity. His praises echo through the air, always hardworking, never lazy or shirking responsibility, a truly exceptional soul. Sangu kept peeling banana slices off the monster's hand, popping them into his mouth, while Liber's words felt like a sharp jab, making him snap back. You bastard. You are totally throwing shade at me. Are not you? I can smell the shade from a mile away. Sangu opened his mouth wide, chewing as he switched topics. So the next guy you picked is that dude, right? Liber nodded, confirming. He broke down the situation. Years after the Great Catastrophe, once hunters were established and portals stabilized, a few started rising to global fame. Liber confirmed. Leogato was one of those rising stars, a hunter with ties to the 7 deadly sins, right hand. He shared what he knew. I have looked into this Leogato guy. Despite his achievements, the dude's got a messy rep, always rumors swirling about his violent streak. Sangu rubbed his full belly, hearing Liber out with skepticism. Losing Baekhon was a huge blow. Conquering Odden Tower and grabbing the treasure was a nightmare scenario. We gotta build our strength before climbing any higher, he said. Hearing this, Sangu guessed. So you are hunting down more pieces of the 7 deadly sins. Liber did not hide it, he nodded. Liber's next words shifted Sangu's face from worried to stunned. Legato had collected 3 pieces already. He was stable until he got the right arm. Liber continued, but after grabbing the left arm, he started losing it. Then, when he got the left leg, he went completely off the rails, out of control and insanely violent. Sangu stared at Liber, who repeated, the more fragments he got, the more twisted his mind became. People say the more pieces you possess, the more your mind corrupts. Liber looked puzzled. Your case is weird. The sins fragment in your clone has not affected you at all. Right then, the other clones returned. Sangu cheered. Man, the clone life is seriously the best. Liber kept going. And so, Leogato used the 7 deadly sins power to cut all ties with me, and became a monster hunting down the strong. That is the last I heard of him. Sangu crouched on a tall rock, watching monsters below, curiosity burning. So in the end, he was caught and brainwashed by that master guy, yet Senza still could not be controlled. Liber nodded dreamily. I just found out Leogato was linked to that self-proclaimed master. Sangu's voice thickened. Wait, what? That does not add up at all. Liber went on. That is why Zamper asked for my help. Suddenly, he fell silent. His voice faltered. There is something that has been bugging me about this. Sangu's face twisted in suspicion. What is it? His whole body tensed at Lieber's words. I never told Zamper about Bitcoin or our past connections. He should not have known Legato was tied to me. Sangu's tone thickened. What the hell are you saying? That makes no sense. Lieber pressed on. That is not even the strangest part. They say Zamper used memory transfer skills to show Keizo the truth about the Temple Harvest Day and clear up misunderstandings at that time. Zamper teamed up with Keizo. We should just accept that they performed the memory transfer. Memory transfer between beings with sensory perception depends on skill level. The higher the mastery, the more memories transferred. After finishing the story, Lieber stressed again. I told you, if there was any way to clear things up with Keizo, I already would. He added a key detail. Zamper did not even have memory transfer skills back then. He never visited my old lab where you went. So there is no way he could be shown those Harvest Day memories you witnessed to Keizo. Sangu's eyes narrowed, lost deep in thought. So that means it is totally incomprehensible. Suddenly, a code from the space gate behind him. Master, the clone inside the gate reported. We have found a water crack. Sangu glanced over. Really? I did not expect we would find one this early. I have another issue to report. There is a monster right next to the water crack. Sangu's voice came through the space gate to number 1. It is just one monster. Why the fuss? Number 1 spotted the distant monster and said, that is a species that should not even be here. He directly named the monster. It is a type granite. Elsewhere, a woman sued a crying baby in her arms. Hey now. Just hold on a bit longer. Okay? An announcement sounded in the room. Awakening program for children under 12 is now in progress. Don't confuse it with the teleport gate. The woman bowed to her child. Maybe you will awaken a skill to save the world. She saw a mixed group of elders and kids lined up nearby. Someone cursed. Damn it, Esther Sunbest Jones coolly sighed deeply. Is the world going crazy? Or am I just losing my mind? What the hell is going on here? He glanced at the person beside him. Are you seriously awakening babies who have not even weaned yet? Is this what you want? Jones got no answer and called out, Jumper, but Jumper just stared ahead. Silent, he shoved his hands in his pockets. Jones, did not you ever want to drink something that could get you truly drunk? Jones jolted, tilting his head. Don't tell me you actually have that, Jumper calmly denied. Not like that. Jones listened, confused, as Jumper continued. But what if you could sip a special brew that gets you wasted inside a perfectly crafted illusion? Jones still did not get it. What do you mean? Jumper slowly explained everything. No real alcohol. No real glass. But you would not even notice in such a detailed world. You would enjoy the rich taste and aroma without any health risks. Then wake up and do it all over again. Day after day. He asked again. Don't you want to live in a world with no worries? No stress. And no nasty hangovers? Jones just pursed his lips. Silent for a long moment. Finally, he sighed deeply. That is not worth it. Real drinking means stumbling drunk. Waking up next day tearing your hair out, that is the real deal, Jones declared firmly. I want to touch that fake crap. No matter what you offer. Jumper handed him a piece of paper and suggested. Stay here a while. Jones glanced curiously at it. What is this? Korea again, Jumper replied. There is a grate in there. Go and rest a bit. Hearing that, Jones made no face and tossed the paper aside. You tricked me last time. Think I will fall for it again? With Sangu. He hid inside some bushes. Watching outside. This is unexpected. Sangu eyed the distant monster. There really is a type 3 granny here. He furrowed his brow. Guessing. It must be because of the water crack. Lieber agreed. That is likely. Lieber added. You will see even more if you climb higher. Sangu asked. More of them. Either way, this time the clone stays outside. I will handle this one solo. He analyzed silently. Type 3 I vaguely remember seeing one before. But it is insanely strong. Gritting his teeth, Sangu charged forward. Thinking. But if it is me now. Behind the granny monster, he leapt onto a hill, swinging his blade high, striking a precise, deadly blow right at the monster's neck. Sangu dashed forward, unleashing another slash right in front of the monster. The force of his attack sliced the surrounding tree trunks clean in half. Sangu smirked confidently at the power he would just unleashed. Then he opened the space gate, calling out to his clones. Hurry. Help me out. All of Sangu's clones launched their attack on the granny monster in perfect sync. Inside Sangu's body, Liber bowed his head, organizing their next move. The master confirmed that he only sealed Legato within a specific zone. It has been over 10 years since Legato vanished. What has he been up to all this time? He pondered that if Legato ever broke free, he would definitely seek out someone wielding another of the 7 deadly sins. And when they clash, Will you be alright at that moment? Outside, Sangu put his foot on the granny monster's head and chuckled a few times. If I went all out, winning's a sure thing. But commanders usually do not fight on the front lines. Elsewhere, on an unknown planet, countless granny monsters roamed freely. A hand summoning a cluster of purple energy in the center of the field. That hand clenched into a fist, controlling the purple energy as it slowly sucked the granny monsters inward. Then, with a brutal punch, he unleashed a colossal blast straight ahead. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, painting the sky above with raging red and gold flames. The man muttered under his breath, "What am I even doing here? Feels like I am here for some reason." He looked at the shattered monster bodies scattered on the ground and muttered, "Granny, huh? Playing with these guys is not fun anymore." The one holding the Sin's power right hand, left leg, gloating with a sly smile, decided, "I am heading back to Earth." Sangu shoved his hands in his pockets and playfully kicked the granny monster's head. That is one of the third-tier pests taken care of. As he moved forward, he told his clones, "Let us head into the puddle." Yeah, but when Sangu looked closely at the puddle's shape, his expression turned suspicious. Number 1 noticed and stiffened, predicting what was about to happen. Number 1 reached out quickly to stop Sangu as he turned toward him. "Please do not throw me in. I will go in myself." Sangu glanced at the clone opposite him. "All right. Suit yourself." Number 1 stepped closer to the puddle and slowly extended his hand toward it. A burst of power erupted, scattering tiny colorful fragments all around. Inside, a voice gasped, "Thank heavens, it is not a forest." Sangu stared at the desolate scene ahead and shouted, "What kind of hellhole is this?" Rebirth guessed, "You must be jumped up about 5 or 6 floors." Sangu replied, "That just saved us some time." He eyed the dried-out remains of a monster and asked, "Is this thing native to this level?" Rebirth answered, "It is long dead." Suddenly, Sangu sensed something and spun around. Right, saw a horde of monsters slowly closing in and guessed, "Great Hen must be taking control here." Hearing this, Rebirth reminded him, "I told you, you will be seeing these guys a lot." Elsewhere, in the control room, someone asked about the skill orb factory expansion progress. Dover adjusted some switches and reported, "We have acquired and are running all external production facilities at full capacity." Arya stared at the screen, thinking, no matter how much we simplify the system using improved cloning tech, each skill orb still needs to be handcrafted. Can we really keep up? Varun stepped forward, pushing a control lever. "We are distributing these to all of humanity at 1 TB easy. But it has to be done. Forget about the money. Just did." Arya glanced at him. "Yeah. We need to do everything possible to keep the flame of hope alive." Suddenly, a team member rushed in with news. "Someone requested a meeting?" Arya asked. "Really? For what purpose?" The girl reported what she knew. "They say they want to help and they want a chance to repent." Over here, a hand was bathed in the glow of mana. Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, shouting, "I just felt mana." She looked at the nearby person and asked, "Is this what you call talent?" Hyan explained calmly, "It is called meditation." Hearing that, Yun's whole body went weak. Meanwhile, across the room, Dongxian clenched his teeth in frustration, staring at his unchanged hands. "Why is this so damn hard?" Losing patience, he shouted, "Do we really have to learn that? Is controlling mana ** important?" Hongyan crossed her arms and sighed. "Of course. The little brats and troublemakers are about to show up." Miho quickly raised a finger, adding, "Even faster than I thought." Hongyan jabbed a finger at Dongxian, scolding, "Hey Dumbus, if you do not want to learn, then fine, just rely on your heritage fire and try to survive." Feeling defiant, he raised an eyebrow. "I already have an awesome awakening skill." Hongyan shot back, "Is it a clone skill?" She clenched her teeth, laying it out straight. "You think that skill's an exception? Awakening skills are based on your innate traits, so they are easier to use than high-level skills. But if you can control your mana, you won't even be able to activate those skills in the first place." After explaining, Hong Eunha demanded again, "Got it? Then shut up and start practicing." Dongxian was not ready to give up. Firing back, "Well, if I am going to learn anyway, might as well go for some upskill." Pushed his idea. "You said as long as I know how, I can do it. So why not start with the highest level skill? Wouldn't that be better?" Hong Eunha sighed in defeat. Meanwhile, Liber dropped a harsh truth. "Sounds easy, but it is actually impossible." Sangu agreed. "Of course. It is not some walk in the park." Liber gave an example to help him understand. "Think about maxing out a clone skill." Then he added another example to drive the point home. It is like expecting an elementary school kid to sprint like a pro athlete just because they are trained by professionals. The kid would be like, "Come on, world. That is brutal. Do you really have to beat up an elementary schooler even if you get the spell formula? It does not mean you can instantly unleash the highest level firepower." Liber shared another case. Of course. It is a different story if you are born with specialized abilities for that. At that moment, Sangu's mind flashed to someone Sin Jung Seun. He wondered how he was doing now. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait a sec. Did you just compare my magic skills to an elementary schooler's? Liber was not fazed and admitted. Isn't he that right? Sangu had no choice but to admit. I can come up with a solid comeback? Liber curiously asked. So why are we suddenly talking about skill levels? You getting antsy? Sangu hesitated. Yeah. Kinda. He voiced his doubts. And about my clone enhancement skill, I do not know why. But I feel like I have hit a saturation point. The info panel displays permanent effect for enhancing level 59 clones, increasing the stat reflection rate from the original. Current reflection rate is 70%. Liber studies the stats on the panel, trying to figure out if this skill permanently boosts the clones. Sangu then shares the calculations he made. Yeah, at level 1, the base reflection rate is 50%, and each skill level adds 1%. So naturally, I thought that by level 100, the clone would use 100% of my stats, 50% base plus 50% from leveling up. He points out the anomaly he discovered. But it is not like that. After hitting level 40, the reflection rate capped at 70%, and it did not increase despite leveling further. Now I am level 59, but it is still stuck at 70%. Sangu voices his suspicion, wondering if Liber knows anything about this. Liber explains, I can only read your skills mechanics from Nana's flow, but I can make any further guesses beyond that. Seizing the moment, Sangu snaps back. Useless? You are the one stuck at elementary school level. Liber, as if realizing something, says, so you still hold on to what I said earlier. Huh. He draws a magic circle, conjures a flame, and starts analyzing everything once more. But there is one key thing to consider. That saturation phase is common in magic. It usually happens to those who've practiced the same spell for a long time. Sangu guesses with a sigh. At some point, mana consumption won't stop rising, but the size and power won't increase anymore. However, if you do not give up and keep mastering that magic, eventually a new attribute will emerge, like splitting off to track nearby enemies or compressing energy to generate more heat and stronger penetration. Sangu listens quietly to Liber's words. Realizing his skill might still be stuck in the earlier phase, he quietly exhales, wondering if he has been rushing things too much. Suddenly, Sangu steps forward, smiling as he places a hand on Clone #4's shoulder. Thinking back, I have always needed to push you guys hard, and now's no different. I just want to get results as fast as possible. Speaks earnestly. Sorry. Guys, please forgive your dumb owner here. Clone #4 is completely stunned, eyes wide at Sangu's unexpected attitude. Liber closes his eyes and smiles contentedly, murmuring to himself, that is right, Sangu. Giving it your all. Pushing your limits, that is how humanity grows stronger and reaches higher. Outside, Sangu pulls out a hammer, vowing in the name of his hardworking brothers, who grind every day. I have been racking my brain for a gentler upgrade method, he says, while Clone #4 mumbles vaguely. Master, Sangu decisively swings the hammer hard on Clone #4's head, muttering to himself. Usually, in most games I have played, you enhance items by hitting them with a hammer. After the blow, Clone #4's head sprays blood, and his body collapses beside Sangu. Liber jumps up, face flushed with sweat, speechless in disbelief, cursing, you crazy bastard. What the hell do you think you are doing? Sangu sticks out his tongue, excitement lighting his face. I am level 59 now. Looks like something will unlock at level 60. Can't he wait? White smoke still rises from Clone #4's head. Liber tries to reason. If you keep powering up like this, who bother trying anymore? A new info panel pops up. Increased physical resistance. Increased physical resistance. Sangu clenches his fists. Triumphant. I did. The panel announces. Level up. Permanent effect for clone enhancement level 60. Liber gasps. What the heck? Another info panel appears with a new effect. The clone now copies the armor from the user's upper body. Sangu narrows his eyes at the info. Armor. He looks at Clone #4, whose eyes suddenly glow as if he would gotten up unnoticed, and asks, my clone will now copy my armor. At some point in the past, Liber asks with concern, how are you holding up? Jumper stands on a cliff, tilting his head back and laughing loudly. Liber, I made excited. Jumper slaps his chest. Finally, I got the treasure, the one that fixes all mistakes. I have completely conquered Odden's Tower. Liber, you actually did it. I guess now I can finally spill everything to you. You are heading to Philadelphia, right? That is where my office is, surrounded by a choking haze. The demon Gong Rong on the ground let out a scream finally. I have got it. Jumper looked down from above, glaring daggers at him. There is no way I can forgive this bastard for messing with people's feelings. He exposed the Gong Rong's true identity, the system's puppet. The master. Hearing that, he panicked, begging and crying. Please do not send me there. Spare me. If you deal with me, you will regret it. Jumper's eyes flickered with a fierce glow as he swung his arm. Sorry, but I want to regret this. In his mind, he added quietly, meaning this treasure is still mine. Then, the black shadow of the Gong Rong was struck with a brutal force, ripping his head clean off from his body. Cut to another scene where Jumper spat out a mouthful of blood, and a voice echoed beside him. What a disappointment. Legato, massive and imposing, glanced down at Jumper. Not bad, but still missing something. Liber panicked, shouting his name. Jumper, run. Jumper's whole face fell as a sinking thought hit him. This was a mistake. It is way too soon to face Legato head-on. Legato grabbed the head of the man standing before him with one hand, while the other rose for a crushing punch. With this, I will collect 4 shards of the 7 deadly sins. Jumper stood frozen, cursing under his breath. But why is not this treasure working? Time passed, and as he snapped out of his thoughts, Legato, who had been standing opposite him, had vanished. Jumper exhaled sharply but kept his head on a swivel, scanning his surroundings. Where the hell am I? Liber's worried voice cut through. Are you okay? The voice echoed in his ears again. Jumper, he did not answer but bowed his head, staring at his hand. Thinking, don't he tell me this is the power of the treasure? The scene shifted to somewhere else. Jumper jolted up, panic flooding his voice. His breathing was ragged, sweat beading on his face, and his whole body stiff as stone. Completely frozen, finally, Jumper bowed his head, covering his face with both hands, letting out strange laughter. The first drink that knocked me out cold, if it is real, I will be the first to take it. Sangu's eyes widened, staring at the hammer in his hand. So weapons can be copied too, depending on the level. He recalled Arya saying earlier, a skill can be duplicated if it exceeds the user's potential. Copying equipment is a unique trait of the clone technique. Since you have not done it yet, that means your skill can still grow. Back then, Sangu did not fully grasp what she meant, just standing there clueless. Now he silently confirmed it in his mind. Arya was not joking. Sangu glanced sideways and asked, I guess I gotta test if this really works. Anyone up for some fun after all this time? Every clone standing across shook their heads at his question. Sangu waved them off. What a bunch of freeloaders. One clone argued. Clones are not supposed to act independently. Sangu sighed. Whatever. Suit yourselves. I will just pick one. Liber suddenly suggested. While you are at it, why not test it now? He posed a theory. What if you cancel the resurrection of clones number 1 or 2, the ones carrying the 7 deadly sins? Sangu put his hands on his hips and asked the clone in front. Wait, number 1 and 2 were never actually destroyed, right? Number 1 confirmed bluntly. If it were not for me, you would be dead already. Sangu shot back coolly. No need to get all dramatic. He wondered silently if he stopped their resurrection. Would they turn back into the stones they were sealed into, or would they go crazy and become flying heads? He started calculating, seems worth a shot. Best to try it now, while I still have the strength to deal with whatever happens, if they go berserk. The countdown is already ticking. Sangu stretched out his hand and asked. You ready? Number 1 answered honestly. Yes. The great demon closed his eyes, chuckled twice. So the time's come for me to claim this body. Huh. A notification popped up. Clone resurrection cancelled. The great demon's soul possessed the body of his clone, but the great demon snapped his eyes open. Completely clueless about what had just happened, he glared at the person standing across from him and asked, What is your deal? Staring at me like that, Sangu raised a hand, waving it around, exposing his intentions without holding back. Hey, did I just hear someone say they want to take over this body? And there was the failed one completely vanished. The great demon just stood there silently as Sangu explained. When I destroy your revival, you just turn back into that sealed stone again. I have already destroyed your revival and put that stone back where it belongs. Sangu stuffed something into his mouth and handed over the stuff he had prepped, but copying only the junk on top made it look kinda ridiculous. Here, your underwear and your shirt. Furious, the great demon summoned his strength and shouted. Dung Sangu, listen carefully. I am an ancient being who has lived through countless eras. All I have ever cared about is war and conquest. No weak social norms of yours will ever shame me. Sangu teased him again, but noticed, hey, you put your clothes on way too fast. The great demon, while dressing, shrugged it off. That is just your clones doing. From the spatial gate, a voice called out, reminding the other clones, hey, guys, first things first, let us eat. A steaming pot of golden, fragrant noodles bubbled on the stove. Sangu grabbed a chopstickful of noodles, lifted it to his mouth, and said, at the end of the day, you are just a body split into pieces. He crowed. Don't you know what is happening with the other fragments? The great demon calmly replied, I have got no interest in those things. As he blew on his noodles, he explained, the only thing I care about is fighting strong opponents. Anyone who holds a piece of me weak or strong will seek greater power. Naturally, they are drawn to each other. The great demon concluded, in the end, it is only natural for me to reunite. Hearing that, Sangu mocked, I did not know you had a talent for sweet-talking stuff you do not understand. He sighed and asked, don't you ever get tired of this endless fighting? The great demon looked at him and spat. Nonsense. Slowly, he recounted, since the dawn of time, fighting has been survival's core. Back then, the strong eating the weak was just how it was. Sangu blinked, listening. But now, you can't even handle one fragment of me. So you slapped the 7 deadly sins label on it and sealed it away. With a serious expression, he analyzed, back in the day, Earth was not like now. Countless powerful beings fought freely without needing that so-called mana. The great demon wrapped up, you all are just way too weak. Sangu stayed silent. No reply. After some time, Sangu suddenly made an offer that shocked the great demon. Don't you want a real fight for once? He laid out his goal. A strong opponent who won't back down, even if I drain every last bit of strength. Fighting till I can breathe. Sangu smiled and promised, if you make me stronger, I will help you achieve that. He declared, I will become your toughest rival. The great demon did not agree right away but chuckled with a nod. Stepping closer, face to face with Sangu, he said, out of all the nonsense you have said, that is the most ridiculous and the one I like best. The great demon's voice echoed through the space. While his clones hunted for watermarks and dealt with monsters, he confirmed once more, you will fight me one-on-one. Sangu shot back. Isn't he that way better than all that empty talk? He asserted, I will take it all your void power and combat skills just for myself. The great demon laughed with delight hearing this. All right then, bring it on. Then Sangu shouted, Great demon, release the seal of the 7 deadly sins. The great demon's eyes flickered as he echoed, release the seal of the 7 deadly sins. Opponent, Sangu reflected, remembering how back when he was much weaker, the great demon had fought alone against an S-Rank monster, the Titanous skeleton. He pulled a sword from the spatial gate, thinking to himself, I do not expect to win right away. Suddenly recalling, Sangu knew he had the advantage in raw physical strength, then tossed the sword into the air and prepared to strike. I have arrived just as Sangu has made his judgment. I am going to face him head-on and play to my strengths. Time slipped away, I do not know how long, while the great demon pinned Sangu to the ground with one foot. He brought a knife close to Sangu's face and said, Right now, you are at 0. The great demon's hand slowly reached toward Sangu. I will take this as my tuition fee. Blood sprayed wildly into the air, followed by a piercing scream that echoed across the space. The great demon stood tall, stepping forward confidently. Don't whimper. You're gonna level up fast anyway. Or maybe should I go a bit easier on you? Sangu, wounded in one eye, gritted his teeth and snarled back. This is perfect right now. With lightning speed, he sprang up, pain surging through him as he struck out again. You gotta be at least this good if you want me to consider tearing apart an old man. The great demon reacted just as fast, raising his hand to block the blade. I would be thrilled if you could pull that off. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the rocky ground cracked under the force of a massive power. The air thickened with a dense, white dust cloud. Amid the ruins, a man battered and bruised sat leaning against rubble. Coughing, Sackley, and S-Rank Hunter let out a weak sigh and looked ahead. I am sure I heard about the missing person already. A giant foot stepped forward, accompanied by a voice. Honestly, this is pretty shocking. Legato Alexander sneered. Did the standards change while I was gone? How could someone like you even be S-Rank? He furrowed his brow in disappointment. I came here expecting something impressive, but this is the worst. Yeah? So it is just another of the 7 deadly sins after all. Tears welled up in Sackley's eyes as Legato Alexander's words echoed beside him. Right now, the only ones I can locate are Titan Circleton in the catacombs. Or a jumper at least, that is my guess. Suddenly, Sackley dropped a bombshell, Titan Circulaton's already been wiped out. Legato Alexander let out a sharp laugh, dying soon but still clinging to being S-rank. You must be packing some crazy sword or a weird purple stone. Right? Sackley squinted, denying it. I have no clue what you are talking about. When we got there, a hunter was already fighting Titan Circulaton. Legato Alexander probed. Who was it? Sackley snapped back. You really think I would spill that? You clearly know what you are up to. Legato Alexander fell silent, narrowing his eyes. Then he pulled out his phone. Fine. I will just check it myself. From the start, the higher-up said I would not get the info. Sackley gasped behind him, impressed. He knows modern culture way better than I thought. Back at the battlefield with Sangu and the Great Demon, the two were wildly charging at each other. Sangu panted, silently thinking, this is insane. I can clearly see the path of his attacks. But every time I try to block, a surprise strike hits me right after. The Great Demon grinned. Frustrating. Huh, feels like you are reading my every thought. Sangu spread his hands, powering up and shouted. Take this. The Great Demon slashed through Sangu's magic circle, freezing and stalling. Not on my watch. A massive surge of power exploded from the Great Demon's body. Shooting forward, Sangu's body felt like it was burning alive, screaming in pain. Wondering, what the hell is this? He braced himself with one hand on the ground, staring up at the Great Demon, confused about how he was predicting his moves without him noticing. The Great Demon had already moved right in front of him. This was the real deal. Sangu smirked confidently. Now it is 2 against none. Right? A beam of pure white light shone directly onto Sangu's face as the Great Demon's deadly blade came down. Sangu tilted his head just in time to dodge. Tears streamed as he reached for the arm swinging at him. 2 against none. I get it now. The Great Demon cursed under his breath. You bastard. Then grinned with interest. You have got some interesting tactics. An info panel popped up. Beast type. Mage. Sharing sensory data with reality bindings. Sangu grabbed the Great Demon's arm, exposing his tricks. Yeah? If you link up with the target's senses for a moment, you can pinpoint exactly where to strike. Right? Sangu shouted and swung his blade at the Great Demon. Even if you are one of the 7 deadly sins, you are still just my pawn, you lousy bastard. The Great Demon was blasted far away. Guess this fight is not exactly fair. Huh? He shot back with fierce determination. You think I am playing around? Using every skill you have got is not a choice, it is a must. The Great Demon quickly regained his footing, while Sangu wiped sweat, wondering if he would misread the situation. Was he really launching off thin air? In just a moment, the Great Demon jumped and delivered a reverse kick to Sangu. He taunted. Not done yet, kid. Sangu was hit hard, coughing up a storm. Why is my clone's body this strong? Just as the Great Demon was about to finish him off, an alert sounded. New water source detected, so the Great Demon let Sangu live for now, prioritizing the tower climb. Sangu hurriedly agreed. Hands raised. Moments later, Sangu reached the tower's top, staring wide-eyed in stunned amazement. Sangu blurted out, Hey, this looks exactly like before. Have we really climbed up? The Great Demon replied, Don't worry. We are climbing for sure. From now on, only the air will slowly change. But then the Great Demon paused for a moment. Sensing something different, the smell of blood was growing stronger and more intense. Ignoring all doubts, Sangu urged, All right, let us move out. The Great Demon swiftly turned and struck Sangu's stomach with his hand. Remember this well, one tiny mistake and you are dead. Combat is not a game. There is no countdown or warning before the pain hits. Sangu collapsed on the spot, groaning. What a sucker this guy hits hard. Cough cough. Their battle raged on relentlessly, even as they ascended to a new floor, while the clones handled the monsters. Thanks to his constant absorption skills, Dung Sangu's power grew significantly. The two of them kept fighting as their stats skyrocketed. By pushing his senses to the limit, Dung Sangu learned to read and predict the 7-shaped Great Sin's attack directions, allowing him to dodge and counter effectively. At first, this was just a stopgap. No universal strategy works on every enemy. It was a desperate attempt to close the overwhelming power gap, but that choice sparked a huge shift. Sangu gradually got used to reading opponents' moves by watching their stance and reflexes. When his predictions started syncing with enemy actions, Sangu dodged more attacks and even relied less on his damage-absorbing skill. Next came the ability to absorb techniques by sensing the different powers behind fake and real strikes from the 7-shaped Great Sin. Instinctively, Dung Sangu began mimicking that fighting style. Finally, the way to control and wield the void power clicked. After understanding Hong Trun, he thought, so that is how it works. I am getting the hang of this. This battle was clearly boosting Dung Sangu's combat skills like never before. The Great Demon powered up even more, Then it is time for the next step. Right? You have wondered why my stats are higher than yours. Have not you? Suddenly, a powerful punch aimed straight at Sangu, who surprisingly blocked it just in time. That is because the Void's power can replace mana like a body-enhancing skill you guys call muscle patchwork. Sometimes, its efficiency even outshines the clone's abilities. Scene change. Legato is scrolling through news on his phone. Hunter defeated the Bone Titan. Dung Sangu. Ju wondered. From South Korea. Huh. Then Legato fiddled with his phone. Where's my match again? Here it is, my spot. Southeast. Got it because the Earth's round. Just keep circling and you will get there eventually. A voice spoke up as Legato stood to leave. Woo. Check out this dude, what a beast of a body. He must train hard. Right? Why bother working out seriously when everyone's gonna die in a few months anyway? Ju approached and said, if death's the truth, why are you guys still laughing? The kids just shrugged. Because we have decided to let go and live it up while we still can. Whatever we faced before. Just let it go and have a drink with us. Legato looked a bit annoyed. You have given up already. Then at least do something worth it. They replied. You are all the way here, so come on, have a few drinks. Legato drew his weapon, ready to intimidate. What is the deal? Let us have some fun. Kids. The group froze. Stunned. Huh, the sharp man said. Yeah? You gotta laugh like before, right? Come on. This is a party, not a funeral. Scene change. Day 88 to harvest. Day 85 to harvest. Meanwhile, Sangu was still fighting the great demon. The system alerted. A new rift detected. Day 81 to harvest. Another rift found. Day 76 to harvest. Yet another rift discovered. The great demon glanced at Sangu. Man, we have fought through dozens of floors already, and you still do not know how to use it properly. Hurry up and get it right. Do not embarrass yourself. Sangu blushed, looking awkward like a roasted peanut. Hey, I have only just grasped the basics of void power. You think a newbie like me can just say do it, and it gets done? Hold up. Do not get ahead of yourself. I have no clue where the heck I am right now. Why does the higher we climb Odden's Tower, the crazier the space around us gets? Liber answers. This is the true face of Odden's Tower. From here on, it only gets worse, but do not sweat it. Humans adapt fast. Right? Sangu grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I have even lost my appetite now. Saying that, Sangu flips the script. But hey, no pain, no gain, let us eat up. Guys, later. Sangu sits down to eat with the great demon. How many floors have we actually climbed? The great demon replies. About 1%. Hearing this, Sangu speaks up. If we keep this pace, we will make it for sure, but I am guessing it won't be that easy. The great demon is sipping soup, when suddenly his eyes snap wide open. Sangu smirks. Haha. Eyes wide. You sucker. I have poisoned your food. That monster on the previous floor used poison. So I came prepared. This is my counterattack with void poison. Didn't you say the real fight is not for fun? Losing focus for even a few seconds means certain defeat. The great demon casually slaps Sangu and says, your poison resistance. It is like a joke. You think that is gonna work? Dumbus? Still counts as a win. Though, Sangu replies in pain. Scene shifts to Keisho's training ground. He's been swinging hard and finally makes some real progress. He shouts excitedly. I did. Then he brags to Keisho. Master, I nailed it. The master smiles and encourages him. Well done. Seeing this, the other two watch with some envy. Man. So jealous. I want to master this sooner. Less than 3 months left to train, gotta stay sharp. Honestly, we are kinda lucky. When will we ever get a chance to learn swordsmanship from SSS-Rank Hunter again? Keisho motivates his student. Overall it is good. But your wrist tenses up just before you draw the sword. He focuses hard. Yes. Master. The master runs through the moves and thinks. Disciples. Disciples everywhere I look. Keisho gets emotional. Tears welling up. Corinne would be so happy seeing this. Wait, suddenly. A sharp voice cuts through. Hey, I got a question. Not even sure if my accent's right. The translation bracelet is all tied up. Wonder if it even works. Legato pipes up. Hey folks. Anyone know Dung Sangu? If yes, send him over. I need to talk. Wait. Maybe that sounded a bit off. Maybe I should say hi before demanding stuff. Before he finishes, Legato bursts through the training room wall with a bang. Before anyone can react, a blinding explosion lights up Keisho's training room. Legato smirks. Woo. You actually blocked that. Did to see that coming. The other trainees gape in disbelief. Master blocked that for us? Who is this guy? Wait a minute. Is not he the missing hunter everyone's been talking about? Keisho wonders. What the hell is going on? He exclaims. Legato. The man looks surprised. Wait. We know each other. Doesn't he matter? Right now, I just want one thing. Bring Deng Sangu here. Keisho replies, I do not know why you are after him, but I can agree to that. The other students shout anxiously. Damn, he is an SSS-Rank hunter. What is there to fear? We are hunters too, and we can still use our system skills. Let us go all out. Don't underestimate us. We are high-rank hunters too. Liagato sneers. Rank C? High rank. Your translation bracelet seriously busted. Whatever. I kinda like it this way. With that, he raises his arm and unleashes a surge of power. Instantly, weapons in the space around them warp and twist. They are getting sucked in. This is his signature move, boosted mobility, creating a mana-powered trampoline. Liagato yells, You thought you could block me with that weak skill? Think again. Which leaves Keisho stunned. Before anyone can react, Keisho's students are rolled up into a tight ball. Oh no? Help! Then Liagato clenches his fist, ready to smash them to bits. But Keisho quickly steps in, blocking Liagato's punch. Kaizo spoke up. Don't even dream about taking down my kids. You bastard. They are my death disciples. Breaking Wind Sword style. Fifth Awakening quickly unleashed a teasing slash and an arc toward Liagato, a move named Bone Breaker. Suddenly, all the students were rescued and fell out of the circle. The strange power was gone. Are we really supposed to fight him? You think you can beat him? You are nuts, Kaizo warned. Everyone, pull back immediately and contact Lucas. At the same time, Liagato also spoke up. I just remembered, the sword hunter and SSS-Rank prodigy, although crowned a genius, was always surrounded by wild rumors, like nobody even knowing where he came from. While Liagato spoke, Kaizo urged, Move it. Everyone, listen to me and run your butts off. Beating those shorts off? You are a fool. Master, right then, a group appeared, Captain Nugoi and his team. We will fight alongside you. Sword Hunter, Kaizo, surprised, asked, How did you find this place? The demon replied, Haven't you seen the news? Everyone's freaking out because Liagato is back. Still, I do not get why he wandered all the way to South Korea. Liagato laughed gleefully. Bring it on. I will take them all. With your skills, I would say you are at least high level. Cut to Sang, still fiercely battling the great demon spirit. He thought to himself, Sangu's tapped into a sliver of void power. Yet he is still struggling this hard. Want Sangu to fully replace mana with void power? Not gonna be easy. But what if he mixes the two and uses void to back him up? No sooner said than done. Sangu immediately recharged his power. 2 waves of energy flaring up. Finally, there was progress. Sangu beamed. Huff, huff. At last, our powers are balanced. In this scenario, I am holding the advantage. My gear is better. Haha. But the great demon is not messing around either. The great demon taunted. Come on. Try me. Sangu, frustrated, asked, Does your damn power even have a limit? Scene shifts back to Kaishao and Liagado's group. Guy shamelessly recharges power with one hand. The demon, Miho, and Juant were panting hard facing this strength. That attack did not even leave a scratch. Damn it. Do not even think about capturing him alive. That old madman already blew up half the city. He does not hold back at all. Seeing this, Keisho caught on and suggested, Everyone, can you hold him off for just a little while? Just a moment, Guant replied. I am not sure if we will survive the next round with that monster. Whatever. Let us fight. Then the 3 surged forward, Miho, Guant, and the demon, combining mana and shields to brace their muscles. Captain Miho, the demon, and Juan unleashed their attacks. A flame call, fierce sunstorm, and moonslash. The trio attacked Liagato simultaneously, but it was nothing compared to him. He blocked them with his left arm. Liagato prepared to throw them back. Miho was stunned. His sword slash had been blocked. Liagato toyed with their ultimate moves like toys, then controlled the angle with his right hand. He launched a strike with devastating power, knocking them down one by one. He said, bringing out that Deng Sangu guy right from the start was a power move. But Liagato's main goal was not just to take down Keizo, it was the ultimate supreme mana energy, the heavenly killer skill. He struck at Liagato, who got slashed but stood his ground like an old warrior. Liagato lifted his foot, and Keizo stepped back, creating distance to end the move. He smirked like nothing happened, leaving Keizo stunned. What just happened? Liagato said. Forget about Deng's left leg. Saying that, he stepped forward and punched Keizo, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Liagato encouraged him. That last hit was a bit brutal. Gotta give you props. You keep leaping back to your death disciples like that. I wonder if your disciples will even show up before your masters about to die. Keizo lost all reason. Unable to say a word, the old man silently thought to himself, and everyone, amidst the fiery chaos. Another energy pulled Kaizo away from Liagado's reach. It was Deng Xian. I have to admit, he is... I was even about to chop his hand off, but could not. He slowly lowered himself down. Seeing this, Liagado shouted, Kid, who the hell are you? He replied, just a hunter. An ordinary B-rank hunter. That is all. With those words, Deng Xian pulled his arm back and absorbed a surge of power. It struck Liagado swiftly, like a brutal greeting from him to Kaizo. Calmly, Deng Xian formed an energy shield to block the shockwave. Dust cleared to reveal a massive hole blasted into the ground. Liagado leapt out from the pit, barely phased, and charged at him with wild fury. Deng Xian stayed composed, targeting Liagado with his secret skill. Stone Prison. Level 100. Chunks of rock enveloped him, flame slowly rising. Clenching his fists, he controlled the earthen prison. Stone Crush. Level 100. A giant earthen sphere began shrinking rapidly. When it reached its limit, it exploded midair. Liagado hit the ground battered but managed a smug, defiant grin. Free falling. Stunned, he looked up at Deng Xian. Not bad. Really not bad. Who the hell are you? No way someone like you is just a nobody. Standing firm, Liagado demanded. Tell me, what is your origin? Junzin calmly replied. I already told you. His eyes glinted as he stared straight down at him. I am just a regular hunter. The system buzzed a notification. Supreme Hunter dead. All learned skills auto-upgraded to max level. Flashbacks played. Sangu smiled, turning around. Hey, I left you a little gift. Use it well when you get back, Junzin asked seriously. A gift? What kind of gift? He just smiled softly. You will find out soon enough. Back home. Junzin opened the door, puzzled. Why would he send me a gift? The world's ending soon anyway. A bottle with red liquid on the doorstep caught his eye. A small note stuck to the bottle read, remember to drink it. From bro. Shocked, Junzin held it, overwhelmed with confusion. An elixir. Jun Sangu. How did he get this? He wants me to drink it. Am I even allowed? Clenching his teeth, he hesitated. Junzian silently wondered, if this does not work either. What then? Doubts gnawed at him. Even D. B ranks could not boost their stats. Does this elixir even matter? What if I waste this rare chance like before? The note slipped from his hand as he brooded. If even the elixir fails me, then what is left for me to do? The note's friendly warning read, if you mess around or do not use it, I will personally kill you. Seeing those words, clarity hit him. Right? If even the elixir fails, then I just have to get up and keep fighting. With that resolve, Junzin confidently downed the elixir. Training weights bore witness to his relentless grind. Inside, Junzian silently vowed to push harder than ever. If the elixir does not work, nothing changes. I will keep grinding day after day like always. After drinking, his body began radiating immense energy. Junzian struggled to endure the intense transformation. The system pinged repeatedly. Elixir detected. Physical structure reboot initiated. Supreme Hunter weakling. All stats permanently fixed at 0.2. Sync error detected. Current stats now integrated. Stamina. Agility. Defense. Endurance. Moments later, a massive explosion rocked his building, sending clouds of dust billowing. Back in the present, Junzin coldly stared at Liagado. I am just someone who never stops pushing forward. His current stats flashed on screen. Stamina 14,213. Agility 12,365. Defense 16,761. Endurance 31,250. Mana 6,275,245. A blazing red inferno erupted right before him, embodying Junzian's unbreakable will. He was determined no matter what, he would not stop. He would keep pushing forward, persevering. Even beyond this moment, Junzian recalled his past. The very first thing he felt when his limits were shattered were these fiery orbs. Even they had been restrained, capped by the limits of my mana pool, not the true extent of my power. A colossal fireball appeared, blotting out the sky like a blazing sun. He declared solemnly, So I won't let myself be trapped anymore. Liagado tilted his head, awe-struck. What a stunning sight. Rising, he faced the massive fireball with a smug grin. But you picked the wrong opponent. Kid. Junzin eyed the fireball weakening. Puzzled, is that an absorption skill? He thrust his hands forward, releasing twin beams of radiant energy. Third light phase. He unleashed two fixed path beams, channeling every ounce of light energy locked into their trajectory. A black hole emerged, sucking in his energy. Liagato sneered. Even that attack was a rookie mistake. Space began to warp, pulling Junzian closer. Liagato boosted. My power is not about absorption, it is spatial pressure. Junzian, feeling his form flicker, thought in shock. My body pulled near the obsidian sphere. Face to face with Liagato, Junzian braced himself as the villain raised his fist. Misjudging your opponent is costly. Kid, I really pity your talent. But as the punch came down, all Liagato hit was a shattered mirror. Junzian scowled. How many skills does this guy have? Around Liagato, shards of glass reflected space chaotically, his power to warp and steal space. Crafting a separate world, Junzian's face darkened, preparing to strike. Makin, sorry to burst your bubble about my talent. You really think a few words can rile me? I am bored already. A barrage of radiant energy beams fired straight into the isolated space Liagato had created. Miho, severely injured, lay on the ground watching the chaotic battle with wide eyes. The two clashed fiercely. She could not believe her eyes. Thinking, am I dreaming? That hunter is not Hishinjim Junzian. How could that kid be holding his own against Liagato? Miho struggled to get up but coughed up blood from her wounds. Panicked thoughts flooding. He won't last much longer. I have to help him fast. Desperately, she remained still, whispering to herself. My body I can move. You guys again. Lying there in a heap like that, he healed while grumbling. What? You think I am some free clinic? Swear this is the last time I listen to that damn healer's orders. Scully lazily replied. Get up, comrades. I am not fighting that monster. Cut to the battle between Sangu's clones and a horde of monsters. Number 2 grabbed the beak of a monstrous beast, its aura screaming destruction. Ready to crush it. After finishing off the beast, he casually tossed it aside. The pile of slain monsters towered like a mountain. He felt power surging through his body. The system announced. Monster transformation activated. Stats increased. Stats increased. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook number 2's attention. An explosion erupted nearby, sending rocks flying everywhere. The great demon, immobilized under Sangu's assault, heard his taunt. What is the matter? What is your next move now? Sangu grinned excitedly. I gotta train harder to get stronger. Need to call number 2 to lend a hand. Huh. The system confirmed the notification. You have leveled up. Clone skill upgraded to level 70. With new effects, clones now equip lower body gear. Like pants. Matching the user. Cut to a serene primal plane. Veda laughed joyfully. I never thought I would get news this good someday. She shook her hands in excitement. Liber is finally back. Karine, more composed, replied. How long has it been since he left here to travel? So many years have passed. Under the peaceful sun and breeze, questions flooded her mind. Was there something in TC Dimbin back then that left him dissatisfied? Food supplies are steady. Everything's peaceful and almost perfect. But will Master return on that very day? Veda, in high spirits, said. Honestly, it is great to still catch news from that day after all these years. That her, Elisa. We owe her thanks for always keeping us informed. Sammy quickly denied it. She is not Elisa. Even the hologram seemed at a loss for words. Yeah, she is just the overseer here. Karen coldly questioned. But why would she be the overseer? Isn't Elisa long gone? Dead there. Ages ago. Suddenly, a signal tower in the city exploded. The Elisa shape system urgently reported. Damage detected in Zone B24 due to overload. Another copy gasped. Damn it. Not again. It started activating the teleport gate. I am heading back now. The remaining system began analyzing the cause. It seemed they recalled something that should have been erased from memory long ago. Could using Elisa's image in front of them have been a mistake? But I really want to tell them about Liber. Standing before the experiment chamber, it muttered. I have been super careful managing all Elisa-related data and info. Have not. Whatever just means Liber's coming back soon. That is all that matters. The system beamed with delight. The reunion between Liber and Elisa, just thinking about it gets me hype. It is going to be epic to witness these two finally meet. A burst of energy appeared like a gunshot near Karen's group. It nervously said, before this goes down. My apologies. Everyone, suddenly, they all lost their memories. Karen blinked. Wait, what were we just talking about? Sammy answered. That picnic the other day. Yeah, that was fun. She replied casually. Right? Packing food for that trip. Only Liber sensed suspicion over the pressure just felt. Dungxian calmly unleashed a flash of energy toward Liagato. Lightning crackling fiercely. Immediately, another strike slammed in, causing a massive explosion. Lightning scorching the ground. The guy kept dodging, thinking silently. What the hell is going on? Something's off. Facing his overwhelming presence, Legato showed no fear. Instead, he coolly taunted, "Your battle experience does not match your skill set at all. You have got way too many abilities stacked up." The next words hit like a punch to the gut, making Dungzian hesitate for a split second. But when it counts, you do not use any of them right. Legato smoothly dodged another attack, closing in steadily, with a smirk. He provoked, in the end. No matter how many powerful skills you have, you won't land a critical hit on me. Feeling pretty frustrated. Huh, so frustrated you are fighting more recklessly. Pathetic. Really? In a flash, Legato teleported behind Dungzian, who was stunned. Chuckling, he guessed, "You have never been in a real fight before. Have you?" "I'm right." "Are not." Suddenly, a shockwave erupted right where they stood. Kai-Su and Miho's group appeared out of nowhere. Using his sword, he blocked a punch from Legato and said, "Lack experience. Just make up for it. Stop talking and fight me already." Legato, Schooly called out from a distance, lounging casually on a nearby mech. "Hey, unless you have lost a hand or a leg, do not bother running over here. I do not deal with anything else besides those two. Now get out there and fight with everything you have got." Folks, scene shifts to a room filled with documents. An angry voice blared, "Damn it. So many countries causing trouble, why does it have to be South Korea?" The South Korean Defense Minister Go Taek-Chul-Si slammed his fist on the table, standing in disbelief. How can someone missing for so long suddenly reappear now? An aide rushed in to report, "Sir, I am reporting current status. The top-level hunters, including the fake sword user, are still fighting Legato." The minister exclaimed anxiously. "What? How long has this battle been going on and is still not over?" Hen stammered. "All support units are in position. Should we deploy reinforcements?" Extradite asked. "Where exactly is this battle happening?" The aide answered. "It is on an open field, sir. If you go beyond a 500-meter radius, it is densely populated residential areas. Evacuation orders have already been issued." He struggled to make the final call. Those policies were meant for the harvest day. He insisted. No matter how strong that old man is, he is still just a human. Cut to Sangu coughing painfully. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he slammed his sword on the ground. Gasping, "Didn't I tell you? This punk 1T beat that guy with the strength he has got." The great demon was now pinned to the wall by sharp stone spikes. Sangu smirked. "Third time's the charm." Huh. Despite the provocation, he only smiled and started pondering. Could it be the clone S stats are capped? The power chart of number 1 flashed before him. Only up to 70% of base stats can be used. The main body and clones correspond as 1, 10, 100, 1000, matching stats of 0.7, 7, 70, 700, and power steps like 0.3, 30, 300 in order. He calculated silently, so the stronger that guy gets, the greater the power steps grow. That is not even counting his body being boosted by void energy. The great demon, despite his battered body, calmly got back up from being pinned. He praised, "Not bad. Glad you are not a total fool." He stomped the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. And look, he was suddenly right in front of Sangu. Sangu could not help but feel a chill of fear. Muttering, "Damn, how is this madman still moving with all those holes in him?" Trying to block the great demon's attack, Sangu heard him laugh dangerously. "Congrats on your first win. Time for a little break?" "Yeah." Hearing that, Sangu exhaled in relief and plopped down. He coldly replied, "If you die, I am done for too. So yeah, take your break." Sangu lay on the ground, utterly drained, thinking, all I want now is to crash hard in bed." At that moment, number 2 stepped closer and called out. "Master," he reported seriously. "Found the water source leading to the next floor." Sangu jumped up excitedly. "Nice. Heard the next floor's all beds. You gotta rest too." "Number 2. You have killed way too many Rennie already." A spatial door opened beside him, and he ordered, "For now, let us head up. Clean up and grab something to eat first." Number 2 responded obediently. "Yes, sir." Sangu cautiously reached toward the spatial gate as an energy field began to radiate. Suddenly, a flood of memories poured into his mind. Images of rough, sweat-soaked hands appeared, along with a whispered voice urging, "At least from now, if you want to come back." The vision of a terrified man gasping for breath appeared, paired with the same voice. "You can make your dreams come true anytime." Snapping out of the illusion, Sangu was stunned into silence. What did I just see? What memories were those? Back to the battle between Legato and Junzian's group. The fight was still brutally intense. Facing their fierce assault, the guy just sneered mockingly. Pathetic. Legato unleashed his power, crushing the space and forcing them to retreat. He boasted. That is not nearly enough to take me down. Kaizo anxiously glanced at Junzian and asked, You holding up? Junzian, clutching a wound across his side, struggled. Thanks to that last round, I am still standing. Scully watched from afar, tension gripping him. Wondering, damn it, should I jump in and lend a hand? Explosions erupted around Legato on the battlefield, making Gata suspicious as he turned to look back. Guani asked puzzled, What is coming this way? Looking like artillery fire. Kaizo stayed alert. Seems like reinforcements from the army. Why else would they show up like this? Many more soldiers were outside. Miho, injured, spoke up. I do not think it is just artillery, nothing that weak could take down Legato. The army troops entered with a tank, shouting, Let us move fast and support the hunters. 2 soldiers aimed massive cannons directly at Legato and fired. He turned around warily. The power of those cannons shook everything within range. A soldier ran toward the crowd, shouting, Everyone, evacuate immediately now. At the warning, all 3 froze in shock. A ballistic missile was headed straight for them, grinding her teeth. Miho growled, Those damn fools Legatos even faster than all of us combined. Think that guy will stay quiet once I walk out of here? Think again. He started to fret and warn us we gotta keep him pinned down. The scribe turned to Deng Xian, asking, When the time's right, can you pull me out like before? He replied worriedly, That skill's on cooldown. But I have got something similar. Just leave it to me. Then he shot off, leaving behind a message. I am entrusting this fake life to you. On the army side, commands rang out, keep firing. Magical bullets rained down like a storm of light. Skills activated. Relentless orders kept coming. Hold that line. Keep Legato trapped inside. Every magic bullet that hit him bounced off without a scratch. Impatient, Legato sneered. Damn it. I was gonna spare you ants. He sent back a black orb, a deep void warping space itself. Keep blocking me like this, and you will regret it. As he threatened, the scribe seized a split second and launched an attack. Legato had to pause mid-threat. Don't blame me when I get rough. The army commander barked orders. Keep firing, a soldier reported. Fake swords too close to the target. Sir, they clashed evenly. Legato grinned. After tussling with that kid wizard, I realize one thing, fighting you is way more satisfying. Fake sword. He pinned the scribe down with his sword net. Legato laughed scornfully. But you know your power alone can decide if I live or die. Confident, he asked. So what is your trump card? Come on. Show me. Legato just smiled lightly. There are things I can grasp even on Earth. The scribe suddenly stepped back. That is the tech from Earth civilization. Suddenly, missiles appeared in the sky. Their destructive power locked onto the 2 fighters below. Legato scoffed, using his skill arrogantly. Missiles too. Pathetic. Waste of time. His confidence was short-lived. Space around them began warping, cloaked once again in shimmering lenses. Legato snapped angrily. Hey, that is not playing fair. The scribe calmly stepped through a space gate created by Zheng Xian, who asked skeptically, Will that skill hold him? The scribe replied, It works, but not for long. Zheng Xian wore a confident grin. Unshaken. Someone once told me, if there is a gap, just fill it. Each missile in the sky now bore a glowing magic circle, morphing into giant forms, increasing their size and even affecting living beings. Instantly, they all grew exponentially larger. The scribe gasped at the breathtaking sight. Soldiers nearby hurriedly warned, Everyone, brace for an impact like nothing we have seen. A volley of missiles targeted Legato, closing in fast. Doubt flickered in his eyes. Will this even work? After struggling free from Deng Xian's trap, Legato sneered. First, face me. This warp space. It can cage me. Huh. No sooner had he gathered himself than a massive missile, packed with devastating force, aimed straight at him. Seconds later, a deafening explosion shook the entire area. The ground could not take it, cracking into jagged fragments. Soldiers nearby were rocked by the blast. Ground shaking. Everyone, hit the deck. A protective shield and ultra-dimensional barrier flared up. The soldiers wondered, was the blast way beyond what EQ expected? Looks like those ballistic missiles blew up on impact. Luckily, this ring stopped the worst otherwise. Nearby civilians would be toast. On Legato's side, the ground lay devastated. Dust thick in the air, no sign of him anywhere. The scribe barely got a word out, he is down, before Miho cut him off. Hold on, don't say it yet. He has lost his spirit. Then, through the smoky, cratered battlefield, a sudden beam of light shot upward, watching from above. Scully panicked. This is bad, real bad. We need to get out of here now, he shouted. If you want to live, move fast. Everyone, get out of here. Confused, the others asked. Wait, what? What is going on? Scully warned them one last time. I told you guys, if you do not want to face a monster stronger than anything you have seen, get out of here now. Legato suddenly transformed, his head shooting up like a Super Saiyan. Man, it has been ages since we have seen that, he shouted with excitement. Finally, I get to unleash my true power. The system flashed a warning. Monster detected. Elemental explosion triggered. When hit by enough force, the skill activates. The skill converts absorbed energy into fuel, supercharging the user's base abilities. Everyone who saw this froze instantly in shock. They witnessed a man, completely unharmed after taking a direct hit from a missile, an impossible sight with no explanation. But what truly stunned them was the overwhelming, oppressive energy radiating from that man, power no monster could ever match. Just as they prepared to strike again, he clenched his fist, compressing the air to its limit. Flames erupted around his punch, forming a blazing inferno. That attack swallowed everyone whole. The sound tore through the sky like a violent rift. Deng Xian was stunned just one punch and he already facing this brutal reality. He felt defeated. No way we can beat this monster. At least, Deng Xian has to get everyone out of here alive. Legato shot forward like a spear. Goodbye, little ants. If you would just listen to Deng Sangu from the start. A footprint slammed onto Legato's face. The kick sent him flying backward, crashing into a massive stone. Scully's eyes went wide. Guys, we have got a chance now. Miho was just as shocked but could not help smiling confidently. Oh snap. Here we go. Haha, that is Jumper. He just showed up to save us from total disaster. You all missed me, did not you? Legato was not fazed, bursting out laughing. Haha, Jumper, I have not settled things with you yet. Like a flash, Jumper darted in and kicked him square in the shoulder. You are way too loud. Then came a flurry of lightning-fast strikes around Legato's body. I am not sticking around for a long fight. Legato could not even block properly and got battered. Furious, he threw a punch and shouted a battle cry. Suddenly, Legato paused, mouth agape. Jumper also froze. A tense silence fell between them before Legato smirked. Haha, Jumper stepped back, eyes sharp. Lucas, seriously, what the hell are you? He replied. What you want to know? I am the strongest human alive. Then Jumper landed another kick on Legato. A blinding flash erupted, so bright it blocked their vision. A massive explosion followed, sending rocks flying everywhere. Then came a silent standoff between the two before Jumper finally spoke. But that is not enough. Someone like me does not take pride in that title. Someone who can overcome every challenge and answer every question about the future. It has to be someone who surpasses both me and you. So why do not we team up? Cutscene to Sangu and his clones. Dang. There is not even a bed here. Suddenly, a memory flashed in Sangu's mind. At least, if you are willing to come back, you can make your dreams come true. He wondered, what exactly was that memory about? That hunter looked a lot like Lord Baekwon. Then he asked, I have zero info on those shapeless fragments. But do you know Hunter Baekwon? The great demon asked back. Is that the name of the guy about to die by my hand? Sangu replied with disappointment. What else did you expect from that brainless punk? Then Sangu checked another connection. Libo, you see this, right? You are linked directly to me, so you must see it. Libo grunted in response. Then he said, what are you talking about? So what if it is Hunter Baekwon? Sangu was surprised. You can see it either. Libo answered. What exactly do you expect me to see? He said, I get it now. The moment you touched the interlayer water fissure, I sensed an energy surge. Maybe it is some kind of resonance between the fragments of the Great Sin. Sangu asked. So you mean it only works on that fissure, not the others? Libo replied. You have only just started to harness the power of the void. This is just my guess. Libo continued. But you probably sense the lingering void energy left behind by Baekwon's hunter squad in that fissure. Libo wondered aloud. But what memory did you actually see? Sangu answered. It is likely the moment he first gained the Great Sin. But he did not look happy. Suddenly, something made Sangu stop talking and turn around. A voice rang out, shocking him. Allah. Finally we meet. It was Jumper, flanked by Legato. Sangu. We promised to meet at the Tower S summit. Why are you still here? Legato could not wait and shouted. Let us go and we will crush them both. At the same moment, other clones rushed in to block Legato's strike. The guy chuckled darkly. You are outmatched. Every clone was blasted away by Legato's attack. Then, shockingly, Legato dropped to his knees before Jumper. Why? Why do not you just kill me already? Jumper replied. Sangu's growth rate is slower than I thought. I planned some taunts, but they probably won T-work. I really was reckless with him. Don't you think he needs some special training? You would be perfect to train him. Legato grumbled inwardly. How dare he treat me like a puppet meant to train someone else? Now he was just going with the flow. Kill jumper Sangu. Absorb the great sin fragments. And he is golden. Meanwhile, Sangu groaned. Oh man! Finally found a forest, and turns out it has been right here all along. His clone snapped. You are just denying reality. Number 1 yelled. What nonsense are you spouting? Sangu jumped up sweating. That is Legato. Right? The guy holding 3 great sin fragments. Number 1 said. Yeah? This is our shot. Sangu hesitated. Can we even win? The great demon shot back. Wrong question. You idiot. You should be asking if you are already dead. Sangu blurted out. Then froze. He added, calling him a blockhead was no exaggeration. So if I do not want to die here, I have no choice but to beat that guy. Legato boosted. If I kill you, I will have all the great sin fragments. Sangu shot back. Get ahead of yourself. You think this guy's easy prey.